After the events of the Cell Games, Earth gradually returned to a state of tranquility. The citizens slowly emerged from the shadows of fear cast by Cell, and life resumed its normal rhythm. Mr. Satan, through a series of fortunate misunderstandings, was hailed as the hero who saved the world, while the true champions, the Z-Fighters, embarked on new paths in their lives. With peace restored to Earth, Gohan began to embrace the life of a scholar. Once one of the mightiest warriors on the planet, he gradually became neglectful of his martial training due to the increasing demands of his studies, resulting in a significant decline in his prowess. Vegeta, burdened by the guilt of witnessing Trunks perish at the hands of Cell, immersed himself in relentless training after the conclusion of the Cell Games, surpassing Gohan by leaps and bounds. Piccolo returned to the lookout to continue his own training, while Krillin rejoined Master Roshi. Notably, after hearing Krillin's wish, Android 18's relationship with him blossomed, and she now resides on Kame House. Yamcha reverted to his former playboy ways, spending his days in the company of beautiful women. Tien and Kaiatsu bid farewell to the others and ventured into the mountains to pursue their training in solitude. Having fought alongside everyone during the Cell Games, Trunks experienced significant growth both in mindset and strength, filled with hope for the future and the belief that he could alter the once dismal fate that awaited them. As for Goku, he chose to perish alongside Cell during the latter's self-destruction, thereby saving everyone. Due to his numerous acts of heroism in safeguarding Earth, King Kai granted him the rare privilege of retaining his physical form in the other world, allowing his spirit to linger on King Kai's planet. Even in this ethereal state, Goku did not cease his training. He sat cross-legged, engaging in profound meditation. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced Goku's mind. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovered the presence of an unfamiliar consciousness within his mind. "Who are you? How did you come to be in my head?" Goku inquired cautiously. "I am Son Goku, the future version of you," the consciousness replied. "As for why I am here, it is because, in the GT timeline, Son Goku, despite defeating the one-star dragon, ultimately sacrificed himself. After bidding farewell to his friends with the company of the Eternal Dragon, he followed the dragon into the afterlife. While resting upon the dragon, he faintly heard the dragon speak to him. Son Goku, you have saved the universe on numerous occasions. Your story should not conclude here. I will aid you one last time. Farewell, Son Goku." Upon the dragon's words, the 7 Dragon Balls fused into Goku's being. A radiant light enveloped him as the consciousness of GT Goku began to fade. As he slipped into slumber, he softly murmured, "Thank you, Eternal Dragon." When he awakened once more, he found himself within the mind of the main timeline's Goku. "As for why I appear as a consciousness within your mind, I am uncertain," GT Goku explained at IC. "Then you may remain within my body. After all, we are essentially one." The main timeline Goku responded with a hearty laugh. "Thank you," GT Goku replied appreciatively. "Haha. Please tell me about the future," the primary timeline Goku said with great enthusiasm. "Certainly, but I must first ascertain what period we are currently in," GT Goku inquired. "Well, it has been several years since the Cell Games concluded, and I have been training under Lord King Kai," the primary timeline Goku responded. "Very well, I understand. In the near future, a crisis that endangers the universe is imminent, and it will pose quite a challenge for you," GT Goku stated solemnly. The expression of the primary timeline Goku grew serious. "Is it possible that even Super Saiyan 3 cannot withstand this crisis? Your Super Saiyan 3 form is not complete. It has its flaws. Although you possess a physical body now, your essence is in a spiritual state, rendering you unable to perceive this. You will comprehend it once you are revived," GT Goku elucidated. "What?" the primary timeline Goku exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by the realization that his prideful Super Saiyan 3 was incomplete. "However, with my assistance, I will help you enhance your training," GT Goku reassured him. "Thank you," the primary timeline Goku expressed his gratitude. "First, you should contact Gohan, so he can revive you and restore your tail," GT Goku suggested. "A tail? Isn't it only useful when transformed into a great ape? Besides, it seems unnecessary with the Super Saiyan transformation," the primary timeline Goku queried in confusion. "Quite the contrary. The tail is the source of a Saiyans' power," GT Goku clarified. Is that so? I see. It appears there is much more for me to learn. The primary timeline, Goku nodded in understanding. Moreover, I never imagined such a formidable enemy existed. Just thinking about it fills me with excitement, he added eagerly. Super Saiyan 3 is not the pinnacle for us Saiyans. We have no limits, GT Goku revealed. What? Is there an even stronger transformation? The primary timeline Goku asked in astonishment. Certainly, but for you at this moment, it remains a distant prospect. When the time is right, I will assist you, GT Goku said mysteriously. Your utmost priority now is to enhance your fundamental combat power. Our Saiyan transformations are predicated on amplifying our base strength. GT Goku reminded him. Yes, I am utterly exhilarated. The primary timeline Goku could hardly contain his excitement that I can hardly wait. I shall seek out Lord King Kai to contact Gohan, he declared, promptly rising to find Lord King Kai and convey his intentions. Lord King Kai playfully teased Goku before ultimately acquiescing. Goku, are you prepared? I'm about to contact Gohan, he said. Indeed, Lord King Kai. The primary timeline, Goku replied. Taking a deep breath, he began to reach out to Gohan through telepathy. Moments later, Gohan's voice echoed in his mind. Dad, is that you? It is I, Gohan. I require your assistance, the primary timeline, Goku stated. What is it, Dad? Please, go ahead and tell me. Gohan responded without hesitation. I need you to use the Dragon Balls to revive me. Additionally, help me grow back my tail. The Goku from the main timeline declared. Tail? But Dad, didn't you lose it? Gohan inquired, puzzled. My initial understanding was flawed. I have now come to realize that the tail is the source of Saiyans' power and of utmost importance. The main timeline Goku asserted with conviction. Understood. I will seek out the Dragon Balls at once. Gohan replied. After severing their mental connection, the main timeline Goku turned to GT Goku and said, Gohan has already set off to prepare. We shall soon return to Earth. Indeed, the adversaries we are about to confront are exceedingly formidable. We must be thoroughly prepared. GT Goku cautioned. Rest assured, I can hardly contain my excitement. The main timeline Goku exclaimed with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Gohan had commenced his quest for the Dragon Balls. He understood that his father's return signified that Earth would once again face monumental challenges, yet he remained steadfast in his belief that as long as his father was by his side, all obstacles would be surmountable. Chapter 2. Resurrection. Upon arriving in West City, Son Gohan made his way directly to Bulma's laboratory. He knocked on the door, and Bulma's voice came from within. Come in, the door isn't locked. Pushing the door open, Gohan found Bulma engrossed in a multitude of intricate instruments. Hearing his footsteps, she lifted her head and, upon seeing him, displayed a hint of surprise. Gohan, what brings you here? Bulma set down her tools and wiped the sweat from her brow. Aunt Bulma, I hope to borrow the Dragon Radar. Gohan exclaimed, his expression tinged with excitement, yet underscored by a note of tension. Noticing his demeanor, Bulma's smile faded, and she gestured for him to take a seat. Gohan, what has happened? You seem a bit anxious. Taking a deep breath, Gohan slowly replied. Father asked me to inform everyone that he is going to be resurrected. What? Bulma sprang to her feet, her eyes wide with disbelief. Goku is coming back. Is this true? Didn't he forbid us from reviving him? Gohan nodded affirmatively. Yes, he is prepared to return. He also instructed me to convey that a significant crisis may soon befall us, and we must be ready. Bulma's brow furrowed, clearly taken aback and troubled by the news. After a moment of silence, she inquired, did Goku specify what kind of crisis it is? Gohan shook his head. He didn't elaborate, only mentioning that this crisis could threaten the entire Earth, perhaps even the entire universe. He hopes that we can all enhance our strength swiftly and be prepared to confront it. Bulma took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure. She moved to a nearby cabinet, opened a drawer, and retrieved a familiar device, the Dragon Radar. Here is the Dragon Radar. Take it and find the Dragon Balls as quickly as possible to bring Goku back. She handed the radar to Gohan, her tone resolute. No matter what unfolds next, with Goku, we will surely overcome any challenges. Gohan accepted the radar and nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Aunt Bulma. Bulma regarded him with a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. Gohan, did your father mention how he became aware of the impending crisis on Earth? Gohan hesitated for a moment, stammering, I didn't ask him about that. I was solely focused on his resurrection. Bulma frowned slightly, but chose not to press further. She merely sighed softly and patted Gohan on the shoulder. Well, if your father chooses not to share, he must have his reasons. Just be cautious. Gohan nodded, turning to leave the laboratory. As she watched him depart, Bulma's gaze clouded with a mix of emotions. She picked up her communicator and swiftly contacted the others. A few minutes later, the voices of Krillin, Tien, Piccolo, and others echoed through the communicator. Bulma relayed the news Gohan had brought, and the expressions of everyone transformed into excitement. Goku is coming back. That is fantastic. Krillin's voice was laced with exhilaration, but it quickly shifted to concern. But what exactly is this crisis? If even Goku finds it troublesome, it must be serious. A cold voice echoed from Bick. Regardless of the crisis at hand, we must not let our guard down. Sun's instincts had always been remarkably accurate. His statement indicated that we must swiftly enhance our strength. Tien Shinhan concurred. Indeed, we cannot remain idle. Henceforth, everyone was to intensify their training and prepare for the worst. As the discussion unfolded, Vegeta's voice abruptly interjected. That cockroach fellow always tends to exaggerate. With me around, even if Cell were to resurrect, he would not pose a challenge. Bulma, glancing at Vegeta beside her, could not help but roll her eyes. Vegeta, can you not speak more reasonably? This concerns the safety of the entire Earth. Vegeta snorted dismissively. Bulma, spare me your nagging. That cockroach, I have long surpassed him. Whatever crisis you speak of is utterly insignificant to me. Though Vegeta spoke with bravado, Bulma understood that he was indeed concerned deep down. After all, despite his pride, Vegeta would never shy away from a genuine threat. Meanwhile, Son Gohan had utilized the Dragon Radar to locate all 7 Dragon Balls. He placed them on the ground, took a deep breath, and called out loudly, "Come forth, Shenron. Grant my wish." The sky darkened abruptly, shrouded in ominous clouds, as thunder rumbled. With a deafening roar, the magnificent form of Shenron slowly emerged from the Dragon Balls. Swirling in the air, "State your wish, for I can fulfill any desire." Shenron's deep voice resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. Gohan gazed up at Shenron, his expression resolute. "Shenron, please, I implore you to have the Grand Elder of New Namek use the Dragon Balls to revive Goku and restore his tail." Shenron's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, and after a brief moment, it spoke. "Your wish has been granted, and you still have 2 wishes remaining." "Thank you, Shenron, but the remaining wishes can wait." Gohan expressed his gratitude, knowing that by not utilizing the remaining wishes, the Dragon Balls could be used again in just a few months if needed. "Farewell." As Shenron's voice faded, its form gradually dissipated, and the 7 Dragon Balls soared across the globe. Gohan stood in place, watching the direction in which the Dragon Balls scattered, silently praying. "Father, I hope you return swiftly to guide us through this crisis." On New Namek, the Grand Elder, upon receiving the news of Goku's revival, wasted no time and immediately set about bringing him back to life, restoring his tail in the process. Simultaneously, far away on King Kai's planet, Goku suddenly felt a wave of lightness envelop his body. He looked down at his hands and noticed that the halo above his head had vanished, and his tail had returned. It seemed Gohan had indeed used Shenron to resurrect him. Goku smiled faintly, feeling the surge of power within him. He closed his eyes, savoring the changes in his body. The return of his tail allowed his energy to flow more freely, and the depletion of his strength was nearly negligible. Goku felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, with my tail restored, my power has ascended to new heights. At this moment, I should be capable of perfectly exhibiting the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. With this thought, Goku couldn't help but clench his fists, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Next, I must cultivate Super Saiyan 3 to its full power and then strive to transcend to even higher forms. Only then will I be prepared to face the impending crisis. Days later, Goku returned to Earth, making his way home without delay. At this time, all the warriors had gathered at Goku's residence. Having anticipated Goku's return today for several days, everyone was filled with excitement upon finally seeing him, their faces lighting up with joy. "Goku, you're finally back," Krillin exclaimed, rushing forward to pat Goku on the shoulder. "Haha, Krillin, it's been a while." Goku replied with a smile, then turned to the others, saying, "Everyone, I'm back." Piccolo crossed his arms and spoke coolly. "Son, your return must be for more than just catching up with us, right?" Goku nodded, his expression growing serious. "Indeed, I have come to inform everyone that a significant crisis may soon descend upon us. We must swiftly enhance our strength and prepare ourselves." Vegeta scoffed, cockroach. You always enjoy making things sound so mysterious. With me around, no enemy can stir up trouble. Goku chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. He knew that despite Vegeta's harsh words, he genuinely cared. At that moment, Goku stepped past the crowd to stand before Chi-Chi, speaking earnestly. Chi-Chi, I'm back. I'm sorry for making you worry. As soon as the words left his mouth, tears streamed down Chi-Chi's face, catching Goku off guard and prompting him to comfort her. Suddenly, he noticed a small head peeking out behind Chi-Chi, staring at him with wide eyes. To his astonishment, the little one bore an uncanny resemblance to him, resembling a miniature version of himself, and he felt a growing suspicion in his heart. Chi-Chi quickly pulled Goten forward. Goten, you've always wanted to meet your father, right? This is your dad, she said gently, looking at Goten with affection. At first, Goten appeared somewhat timid, but encouraged by Chi-Chi's gaze, he slowly approached Goku and asked, Are you my dad? Goku squatted down, gazing into Goten's eyes, and tenderly reached out to stroke his head. I believe so, Goten. Upon receiving Goku's affirmation, Goten instinctively reached out his hand but quickly withdrew it. Oblivious to the inner turmoil, Goku remained unperturbed. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi noticed Goten's hesitation and knelt beside him, inquiring, Goten, do you wish for your father to hold you? Goten didn't respond verbally, but glanced at Goku. Instantly understanding, Goku burst into laughter. Ha, Goten. Come here and let Dad give you a hug. With that, he embraced Goten, who nestled comfortably in his father's arms. With his legs wrapped around Sun Wukong's chest, it seemed as though he feared that if he loosened his grip, the father he had just seen would vanish once more. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, everyone could not help but share a knowing smile. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the group returned to their respective training grounds, embarking on a rigorous preparation for the impending challenges. Sun Wukong gazed at their departing figures, silently praying for their safe passage through this crisis. Chapter 3. Daily Life. Standing atop the Bun Mountain, Sun Wukong gazed at the distant horizon where the sun gradually ascended, its golden rays casting a warm glow upon his face, illuminating his ever-confident smile. Having completed his training, he was finally able to return home and reunite with his family. Although the time spent in training was fulfilling, the longing for his loved ones had never waned. He inhaled deeply, savoring the morning breeze caressing his cheeks, and with a swift motion, he vanished from his spot. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he found Chi-Chi standing in the courtyard, holding a basket of freshly picked vegetables, evidently just gathered from the garden. Though her face bore traces of fatigue, her eyes radiated warmth. Sun Wukong's sudden appearance momentarily stunned her, but she quickly blossomed into a radiant smile. Wukong, you have finally returned, Chi-Chi exclaimed as she set down the basket and hurried towards him, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Sun Wukong scratched his head, a touch of bashfulness creeping into his smile. Indeed, the training has concluded, and I wish to come back and see you all. Chi-Chi playfully punched his chest, her tone laced with a hint of reproach. You always do this, training for months on end without a word. Do you know how worried I have been about you? Taking her hand in his, Sun Wukong's eyes mirrored his regret. I apologize, Chi-Chi. I will be more mindful in the future. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from inside the house, and Sun Wutian and Sun Wufan burst forth. Spotting his father, Sun Wutian shouted with uncontainable excitement, Dad, you're back. Sun Wukong smiled widely and opened his arms, as Sun Wutian hurtled into his embrace like a little cannonball. He lifted him high, spinning around, which elicited joyous laughter from Sun Wutian. Meanwhile, Sun Wufan stood nearby, wearing a gentle smile, though he had grown up. His heart swelled with happiness at his father's return. Wufan, you've grown taller, Sun Wukong remarked, releasing Sun Wutian and approaching his eldest son, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Sun Wufan nodded, a hint of pride sparkling in his eyes. Yes, Dad. I've been diligently training and feel my strength has improved considerably. Sun Wukong nodded approvingly. Well done, my son. Observing the harmonious interaction among the three, Chi-Chi's earlier grievances dissipated significantly. She stepped forward and lightly patted Sun Wukong's shoulder. All right, enough standing outside. Come in. I'll prepare something delicious for you all. As the family gathered around the dining table, Chi-Chi served steaming plates of delectable dishes. Sun Wutian eagerly grabbed a piece of meat, stuffing it into his mouth, exclaiming with muffled delight, Mom's cooking is the best. Sun Wukong also savored his meal, his face alight with satisfaction. Indeed, Chi-Chi's culinary skills are unparalleled. As Chi-Chi observed them devouring their meal with fervor, she couldn't help but chuckle. Take your time, don't choke. After the meal, Sun Wukong suggested they stretch their limbs in the courtyard. Sun Wutian sprang up excitedly. Dad, let's have a little contest. Sun Wukong nodded with a smile. All right. Let me see if you've made any progress lately. The father and son took their stances in the yard. Although young, Sun Wutian was remarkably agile. He dashed towards Sun Wukong, his fists cutting through the air aimed directly at his father's chest. Sun Wukong effortlessly sidestepped, then swiftly captured Sun Wutian, gently pinning him to the ground. Haha, you still need more practice, Sun Wukong said with a laugh. Unfazed, Sun Wutian scrambled up, brushing off the dust. Let's go again. Sun Wufan stood nearby, watching the sparring match between his brother and father, feeling a surge of excitement himself. He stepped forward and said to Sun Wukong, Dad, I want to challenge you too. Sun Wukong nodded. All right, let me see your strength. Taking a deep breath, Sun Wufan unleashed his aura, a golden flame enveloping him. A flicker of surprise crossed Sun Wukong's eyes, and he released his own aura to engage Sun Wufan. Their combat was even more intense than that of Sun Wutian, as fists and feet clashed, sending waves of energy rippling through the air. Chi-Chi stood to the side, a twinge of concern in her heart. But the radiant smiles on the faces of the father and son brought her warmth. Eventually, Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan both withdrew, exchanging a knowing smile. Not bad, Wufan. Your strength is nearly on par with mine, Sun Wukong remarked with satisfaction. Sun Wufan nodded, determination gleaming in his eyes. I will continue to strive, Dad. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in Sun Wukong's mind. Wufan's potential surpasses ours. Unfortunately, his ambitions lie elsewhere. Let us hope for a change this time. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, realizing it was the voice of another Sun Wukong from a different timeline. He closed his eyes, entering his own consciousness. He broke through to Super Saiyan 2 in his youth, Sun Wukong mused with a smile. His figure appeared in the realm of his consciousness, wearing a fatigued yet contented smile. Indeed, prior to arriving in this time, I had just endured a fierce battle and now require a period of rest. Will it take long? Sun Wukong curiously inquired. Yes, and the dragon left some remnants within me that I need time to comprehend. However, before that, I hope you do not neglect your family in pursuit of training, Sun Wukong advised. With a gentle smile, he replied, I will be more mindful. They are the most important people to me. A tender glimmer flickered in his eyes. Yes, Chi-Chi, Wufan, Wutian, and all our friends. They are the driving force behind our battles, our most cherished treasure. Sun Wukong nodded. Indeed, no matter the obstacles we face, just thinking of them fills me with strength. He smiled softly. Thus, I hope you cherish them dearly. Regardless of what the future holds, never forget the love and support of your family. Sun Wukong nodded solemnly. I will. His figure began to gradually blur. It is time for me to slumber. Before I drift into sleep, I shall share my memories with you. Perhaps they will aid you. Sun Wukong felt a warm energy surge into his mind, a blend of his memories and insights. He closed his eyes, savoring this gift from another realm. When he opened his eyes again, Sun Wukong had vanished. He inhaled deeply, his heart brimming with gratitude and strength. Thank you. Another me, he whispered. Back in the realm of reality, Sun Wukong noticed Gohan and Goten gazing at him with puzzled expressions. Father, what is the matter? Gohan inquired. Sun Wukong chuckled softly. It's nothing, just reflecting on some thoughts. Just then, Gohan recalled something and said to Sun Wukong, By the way, Dad, I heard there is a martial arts tournament coming up. Would you like to join me? A spark of excitement flickered in Sun Wukong's eyes. A martial arts tournament? Of course I will. Goten leapt up. I want to go too. I want to go too. Sun Wukong affectionately ruffled his hair. All right, we shall go together. Word spread quickly, and warriors, upon learning that Sun Wukong and Gohan would participate in the tournament, eagerly prepared for the event. Vegeta was the first to approach, coldly declaring to Sun Wukong, Kakarot, I will not lose to you this time. Sun Wukong responded with a smile. We shall see. Vegeta, Krillin, Tien, and Kairatsu also expressed their desire to join, and even Piccolo exhibited a rare spark of interest. They gathered together, enthusiastically discussing the tournament details, the atmosphere vibrant and joyous. Finally, Chi-Chi looked at the fervent warriors, shaking her head helplessly. You all will never grow up. Sun Wukong chuckled as he embraced her shoulders. Fear not. Chi-Chi. We shall be careful. Chi-Chi sighed, but her eyes were filled with warmth. All right, you all go. Remember to return early. As the registration for the tournament was about to commence, the warriors readied themselves for the new challenge. Sun Wukong stood at the forefront of the group, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He knew that this would be a battle filled with passion and fervor, and he could hardly contain his anticipation. Let us go, Gohan. We're off to register, Sun Wukong proclaimed. Gohan nodded and followed in his father's footsteps, embarking on the journey to the martial arts tournament. The warriors trailed closely behind, each face glowing with confident smiles. They understood that, regardless of the outcome, this battle would become an unforgettable memory in their lives. At the registration desk, the staff observed the formidable warriors before them, feeling a twinge of nervousness. Sun Wukong stepped forward, smiling as he announced, "We are here to register for the martial arts tournament." Standing at the registration desk, Sun Wukong gazed into the distant sky, his heart filled with anticipation. He knew this would be an unprecedented challenge, and he was ready. Martial arts tournament, here we come. Chapter 4. Through the preliminaries, a chorus of astonishment erupted. Why are we unable to participate in the adult competition? Exclaimed Trunks and Son Goten. The martial arts tournament is divided into adult and children's categories, taking into account the disparity in strength between the two groups. Regardless of whether one competes in the adult or children's division, there are monetary rewards for the victors, the staff explained with great care. Oh, we want to compete alongside our fathers. Trunks and Son Goten lamented, their voices tinged with disappointment. Unfortunately, Goten, Trunks, the rules of the competition are as such. Gohan consoled them. You know what, Gohan? Please register Goten and Trunks here while we head over to the adult section. We'll meet up there, Goku instructed Gohan. All right, Dad. You go ahead. I'll be there shortly, Gohan replied. As soon as Gohan finished speaking, Goku and the others made their way toward the adult division. Welcome, everyone, to the World Martial Arts Tournament. We hope each of you achieves a satisfactory rank. However, before participating in the official competition, please first pass through the preliminary selection. Ahead of you is a punching machine. Give it your all. If the number exceeds 80, you will have passed the selection. Those who do not qualify, please strive harder next time, the enthusiastic host explained. Now, let us invite Mr. Satan to demonstrate. As the host concluded, thunderous cheers erupted. Satan, Satan, Satan. Responding to the exuberance of the crowd, Mr. Satan reciprocated their enthusiasm with a hearty laugh. Ah ha ha ha. Now, allow me to demonstrate. He struck a pose, then approached the punching machine, retracting his fist to gather strength before delivering a powerful blow. The machine registered a score of 137. Upon seeing the score, the crowd erupted in waves of cheer, shouting, Satan, Satan, Satan. I hope some of you can surpass my strength, Mr. Satan declared, raising his fist in response. After Mr. Satan returned, the others began to test their strength in succession. Phil, 93, qualified. Big Bear, 102, qualified. Pooja, 65, not qualified. Just as everyone was testing their strength, Gohan had just finished registering Goten and Trunks and was making his way to the adult group when he heard someone calling his name. Hey, son Gohan. He turned to see it was Videl. Hello, Videl. Gohan greeted warmly. Gohan, I've found you. Let's go register for the preliminary selection together. Sure, let us go. Upon arriving at the venue, they found themselves at the strength testing station where number 18 was next in line. Number 18, remember to control your strength, Krillin advised her. I know, she replied nonchalantly, stepping up to the machine. With one hand in her pocket, she casually struck the machine, and to everyone's astonishment, it displayed a score of 774. A chorus of gasps engulfed the surroundings. Didn't I ask you to be gentle? Krillin remarked to number 18. It's difficult to control the force, she replied. I apologize, the machine might be malfunctioning. Please retest, the staff instructed while adjusting the machine. As no 18 prepared for another test, her demeanor was markedly more cautious. After ensuring the proper distance, she struck the machine, which promptly registered a score of 203. Though she had exerted considerable control, the score far exceeded that of Satan. Subsequently, Goku and his companions stepped forward to test their strength. Krillin scored 192, Goku 186, and Piccolo 210. Observing their results, the staff commented, it seems the machine is indeed faulty. Quickly, prepare another one. At that moment, it was Vegeta's turn for testing. Step aside, he commanded the staff. Instinctively, they moved aside. With a single punch, Vegeta struck the machine, resulting in an unexpected event. The machine was propelled away by his blow. The atmosphere fell silent, with whispers echoing. Is it too late to withdraw? Competing against such a monster is impossible. Surviving is already a feat indeed, Krillin chuckled, observing the reactions around them. As expected of Vegeta, he certainly made an impact, Goku remarked. There's nothing we can do about him. Gohan, who had just arrived, sighed. Are you not surprised? He just sent the machine flying. Videl exclaimed, looking at Gohan. I am surprised, Gohan stammered. Moreover, those individuals seem to be a group. Since the testing began, their scores have consistently hovered around 200. Previously, the highest score was my father's at 137. It's astonishing. Videl expressed her amazement. At that moment, Goku and his group approached Gohan. Upon reaching him, Goku asked, You've arrived, Gohan. Is this girl your classmate? Yes, Gohan replied, scratching his head. Krillin mischievously grinned at Gohan. Hee, she is quite a lovely girl, Gohan. Gohan, let us go watch the little ones compete. You should hurry over too, Goku suggested. All right, Gohan responded. They then proceeded to the venue for the children's competition. Once Goku had distanced himself, Videl couldn't help but inquire, Do you know each other? Well, the one in the orange martial arts uniform is my father, Gohan replied. Didn't you say your father had passed away? Yes, but due to certain circumstances. He has come back to life, Gohan explained. Videl, stunned by his revelation, murmured, What on earth are you all? Upon arriving at the children's arena, they encountered Trunks' match, where his opponent, older and significantly taller, taunted him, Just give up, kid, while ruffling Trunks' hair. A plump, elegantly dressed woman in the audience spoke up, urging her son, Cast him off the stage and show him your strength. In response, Bulma retorted defiantly, Trunks, give him a taste of your prowess. The scene then shifted to the arena, where the referee announced the commencement of the match. Without a moment's hesitation, Trunks delivered a powerful punch, sending his opponent crashing off the stage. The impact rendered his adversary unconscious. With a dismissive scoff, Trunks descended from the platform, leaving the wealthy lady, who had been challenging Bulma, utterly astonished. Following Trunks' decisive victory, it was soon time for Goten's match. Hello, Goten greeted his opponent politely, but was met with a hostile demeanor as the other party relentlessly swung punches at him. The referee quickly signaled the start of the bout. Navi Goten, mistaking his opponent's aggressive gestures for playful antics, responded with a game of rock, paper, scissors. As he threw out paper, his opponent was unexpectedly sent tumbling off the stage. Ironically, both Trunks and Goten's adversaries turned out to be the same woman's son, a situation that was both amusing and bewildering. As the children's tournament progressed with Goten and Trunks' continuous victories, they finally reached the decisive battle for the championship. Chapter 5. The Children's Championship. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for the championship match of the children's division. Let us witness which young contender will ascend to the throne of victory. The champion will earn the unique opportunity to spar with the world's strongest man, Mr. Satan, the announcer proclaimed. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement, cheering fervently. Now, let us welcome our two champion contenders. Trunks and Goten stepped into the spotlight as the announcer continued. As they approached the center of the arena, Trunks declared, Goten, you should concede. You have always lost to me in our sparring games, and this time, I have trained rigorously alongside my father. Trunks, I have also trained diligently with my brother, and I will not be defeated. Goten protested defiantly. Very well, let us see who has improved more. Indeed, this time I shall triumph over you. With that, Trunks and Goten distanced themselves, assuming their stances for combat. However, the sight of Goten striking a pose felt oddly familiar to Satan, who was watching from a higher vantage point, though he quickly dismissed the thought. Here I come, Goten exclaimed, and with a powerful thrust, Trunks charged at him. Goten, refusing to back down, surged forward to meet Trunks head-on. In the center of the arena, the two collided, their arms connecting with a resounding crash. The moment they made contact, an earth-shattering sound erupted, and they swiftly transitioned from a standoff into a fierce exchange of attacks. The spectators were captivated by the intensity of the battle, exclaiming in disbelief, Is this truly a contest between children? What a spectacular event! The martial arts tournament is indeed meant to be this exhilarating. As the crowd conversed, their attention was drawn to the two combatants on the stage, whose movements grew increasingly swift, rendering them nearly indistinguishable to the spectators. All that could be seen was a blur, concealing any notion of who was on the offensive or defensive. The two fighters, invigorated by their bout, gradually ascended into the air, unbeknownst to them, employing the art of levitation. Witnessing this astonishing scene, the audience widened their eyes in disbelief, murmuring, "Am I seeing this correctly? Are they truly floating in midair?" Indeed, though incredulous, the reality was that both were suspended above the ground. At that moment, the two suddenly halted their movements and launched a powerful punch at one another. Following this strike, they descended back onto the stage. "Not bad, Goten. My father has trained me rigorously, yet I am surprised you can keep pace," remarked Trunks, astonished. "Hee, I certainly haven't been idle." Goten replied with a goofy grin. "Is that so? Then, can you manage this next move?" Trunks declared as he concentrated energy into his palms, launching an energy wave towards Goten. Goten swiftly evaded, causing the energy wave to soar towards the audience. Alarmed, Krillin exclaimed, "Oh no." Just as he was about to rush forward to intercept, Goku halted him, asserting, "It's all right. Have faith in them." Krillin glanced at Goku, but remained silent, his body still. As the energy wave approached the audience, Trunks raised his hands, redirecting the wave upwards into the sky. "Ah, this technique. I can do that as well, though I just learned it." He then assumed a stance and shouted, "Kamehameha." "Fool. It's Kamehameha." Trunks corrected him. In the midst of their banter, Goten unleashed his Kamehameha wave, which hurtled towards Trunks. Trunks merely tilted his head to avoid it, and the energy wave sped towards the announcer, who leaped in fright just in time to evade disaster, while the Kamehameha obliterated the venue's roof before dissipating. "Oh, it seems you have yet to fully master the technique. Perhaps we should refrain from using energy waves for now," Trunks suggested. "Agreed," Goten replied enthusiastically. With that, the two youngsters resumed their fierce battle, exchanging blows with remarkable intensity. Observing their clash, Krillin couldn't help but reflect, "Goodness. It seems I have been surpassed by these little ones without even realizing it." On the arena, their figures darted between the ground and the air, each punch and kick resonating with thunderous sounds. Just then, Gohan and Videl arrived, breathless. "Sorry for being late, Dad," Gohan apologized. "It's all right, Gohan, you're not late. Goten and Trunks are currently in combat," Goku replied. Videl's gaze had never strayed from the two fighters in the arena, her disbelief evident as she remarked, "Is this truly the child I trained alongside?" On the arena, as Sun Wukong launched an assault on Trunks, he inadvertently exposed a flaw in his defense. Seizing the opportunity, Trunks swiftly appeared behind him, his hands sliding under Sun Wukong's arms, lifting him up and immobilizing him in that very moment, both figures suspended in midair. "Ah!" Sun Wukong exclaimed in alarm, struggling desperately to free himself from Trunks' grasp. "You can't break free, Wukong. Surrender," Trunks declared with a smug smile. "No, I refuse to concede," Wukong retorted, exerting even greater effort to escape. As Wukong strained against his captor, Trunks found himself compelled to tighten his hold, both warriors exhausting their strength in this fierce struggle. "Haha, Kakarot, it seems my lineage prevails," Vegeta proclaimed with pride. "Indeed, it appears so," Sun Wukong replied with a faint smile. "Submit, Wukong, or you risk your life," Trunks warned, a hint of color rising to his cheeks. Sun Wukong's consciousness began to waver. In the midst of their intense contest, Sun Wukong clenched his fist, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan, effortlessly breaking free from Trunks' grip and returning to his normal state upon landing. "Wow, I'm saved," Sun Wukong exclaimed in relief. "Hey, Wukong, that's cheating. Didn't we agree you wouldn't transform into a Super Saiyan?" Trunks, fuming, exclaimed, "Ah, my apologies, Trunks, I forgot." "Haha," Goten replied with an embarrassed chuckle. "Well, never mind, but you mustn't transform again next time." I understand." The two continued their standoff. Hey, that little brat changed his appearance, didn't he?" I noticed too. It feels like I've seen that form somewhere before." Goten's transformation into a Super Saiyan had indeed left an impression on the audience, sparking discussions among them. "Exactly, it's those guys, the ones who fought against Cell. This child looks remarkably like that person. He must be his offspring," Den thought, gazing at Goten. The sight of Goten's transformation immediately reminded him of the events during the Cell games. "Goten, I can defeat you with just one hand, Trunks provocatively declared. "I don't believe it," Goten retorted, launching himself at Trunks. Since Trunks claimed he would only use one hand to fight, he spent more time defending than attacking. After several ineffective strikes, Goten soared into the sky, pausing midair before charging down at Trunks. Seeing this, Trunks anticipated Goten's next move and planned to dodge at the moment Goten descended. Everything unfolded as Trunks had envisioned. Just as he evaded Goten's onslaught and prepared to taunt him, Goten utilized the rebound force of his ki blast to alter his trajectory, hurtling directly at Trunks. In a moment of panic, Trunks instinctively transformed into a Super Saiyan to evade, firing a ki blast at Goten's back. Despite Goten's efforts to stabilize himself, the force from both his momentum and Trunks' ki blast sent him tumbling outside the ring. Thus, the champion of the Children's group was determined. Chapter 6. Encounter with a mysterious figure. You cheated, Trunks. We agreed you wouldn't transform into a Super Saiyan and would use only one hand. Goten protested, visibly frustrated. Don't be upset, Goten. How about this? I'll let you play with my new toy from Mom. Trunks said with a sheepish grin. Really? I want to play with it for a week. Goten's eyes widened with excitement, sparkling with eagerness as he looked at Trunks. All right, Trunks conceded. At that moment, the host took to the stage to announce, congratulations to Trunks for winning and becoming the champion of the youth division. Applause erupted from the audience. The kids' competition has concluded. Let us return and prepare, Goku and the others said as the match between Trunks and Goten came to an end. Ready to head back to the adult division. The youth division champion will face Mr. Satan next. Aren't you going to stay and watch? Videl inquired, puzzled. No. We lost interest in the remaining matches, Goku replied, leading his group away from the youth venue. Reflecting on Trunks and Goten's match, Videl hesitated before also departing. Aware of her father's capabilities, she held no illusions about his chances of victory. As the champion has been determined, let us now invite Mr. Satan to compete against our young champion. Let us welcome Mr. Satan. The host, unable to contain his excitement after the championship match, promptly announced the upcoming contest between Satan and the young champion. The crowd erupted with cheers for Satan, who reluctantly ascended to the stage. Forcing a smile while his mind raced with dread, how can I possibly fight against such a creature? Perhaps a clever idea crossed his mind. As he approached Gotenks and whispered, Little one, during our match, let us refrain from using our full strength, shall we? A gentle touch will suffice, and I promise to buy you some candy. No, they all say you are the strongest man, yet I do not sense your power. I will fight you with all my might. Gotenks replied, undeterred and resolute, despite his confusion. What? Upon hearing Gotenks' declaration, Satan stumbled back, alarmed. The host, oblivious to their exchange, noted Satan's retreat, but paid it no mind. In the next moment, he signaled to Satan, Mr. Satan, are you ready? The match is about to begin. Yes, I am ready, Satan responded, steeling himself for what was to come. Now, let us prepare our competitors. The match begins. With that, the host exited the stage. Here I come, old man, Gotenks declared, assuming a combat stance with a hint of provocation. Bring it on, Satan replied, mirroring the stance, and they faced each other in tense anticipation. Observing Satan's hesitation to strike, Gotenks decided to initiate a probing attack. In an instant, he dashed forward, delivering a punch aimed squarely at Satan's abdomen. Given his intent to test the waters, he held back his strength. However, to his astonishment, this seemingly feeble blow sent the so-called strongest man tumbling off the stage. It took Satan a while to regain his composure. What? Mr. Satan lost so quickly? Impossible. How could Mr. Satan possibly be defeated? The venue buzzed with disbelief and exclamations like these. As the situation spiraled out of control, Satan, drenched in sweat, suddenly devised a plan. He swiftly rose to his feet, raised his right hand nonchalantly, and declared in an elevated tone to the referee, I concede this match. I admit defeat. He then turned to Gotenks, saying, You've won, little one. Well done. As he gave Gotenks a thumbs up before retreating backstage. Witnessing Satan's reaction, the audience realized, I knew it. How could Mr. Satan possibly lose? It is evident that the intention was to cater to the experience of the younger audience, feigning a loss in the competition. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Upon hearing this, numerous individuals around emitted sounds of disbelief. Meanwhile, having just returned to the venue, Satan, noticing the absence of onlookers, immediately clutched his stomach and collapsed to the ground. What a heavy blow. I nearly met my demise. Yet, true to my nature as Mr. Satan, I managed to turn the situation around. It appears that he overheard the audience's conversation. That infuriating man, it was I who triumphed. Yet he acts as though he emerged victorious. Trunks muttered in annoyance, but the outcome had been sealed, leaving him powerless to alter it. The host appropriately took the stage to announce the results of the match, congratulating Trunks on his victory, while also expressing gratitude for Mr. Satan's participation. Applause erupted from the audience. On the other side, as Goku and his companions hurried towards the adult competition venue, they encountered two mysteriously attired contestants. Greetings. You must be Mr. Gohan, correct? I am Shin, pleased to make your acquaintance. Shin took the initiative to greet Goku's party, paying special attention to Gohan. Hello, but do I know you from before? Gohan inquired, puzzled. Not yet, but you will soon enough. We must be on our way. See you later, Shin replied before departing. Is he truly the one we seek? Goku murmured to himself, observing Shin's retreating figure. Indeed, Lord Kaioshin, I can sense the immense power emanating from him, replied Kibito, the red-faced, white-haired man beside Shin. With that kind of strength, he will undoubtedly be able to assist us. Goku, these individuals are not to be underestimated, Piccolo remarked, directing his gaze towards Goku. Yes, but I don't believe they harbor ill intentions, Goku asserted confidently. Is that so? Piccolo shot Goku a glance, sensing that he seemed to possess some prior knowledge. As time progressed, the adult category of the competition commenced. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the World Martial Arts Tournament. The participants who have made it through the preliminaries are now prepared. I hereby declare the commencement of the adult category, the host announced as he stepped onto the stage. The rules stipulate that contestant number 1 will face contestant number 2, contestant number 3 will face contestant number 4, and so forth. Once the victors are determined, they shall continue to compete in the same manner until a champion emerges. Now, let the contestants draw their competition numbers. Following the host's words, each contestant took their turn to draw their number, and soon the numbers were all assigned. Goku and his companions did not end up drawing together for the first match. Upon seeing this outcome, Krillin expressed relief. Thank goodness we didn't end up together, otherwise, we would have been eliminated in the very first match. The competition soon commenced in earnest. Now, let us welcome contestant number 1 and contestant number 2 to the stage, the host declared. As the announcement concluded, two robust, muscular contestants stepped onto the arena. After exchanging courteous gestures, the match began, and an exhilarating exchange ensued. Before long, contestant number 2 made a critical error and was defeated. Congratulations to contestant number 1 for their victory. Contestants may now leave the stage to rest. As the first contestant departs, the host continues. Now, let us welcome the next group of competitors. Chapter 7. Bidulai's injury. As time progresses, the competition has reached its midpoint. The contestants who have competed thus far have not captured the special attention of Goku and the others, as they are merely ordinary individuals. However, there is an intriguing competitor adorned with a symbol on their forehead. According to the audience, this contestant previously participated in the martial arts tournament but did not achieve notable success. Remarkably, this time, they have exhibited exceptional strength, managing to defeat their opponents without receiving a single blow in return. Their performance has indeed elicited gasps of astonishment from the spectators. Next, the host announces contestants number 45 and 46. Gohan, it's my turn to compete. I'll go ahead now, so cheer for me. Bidulai exclaimed with spirited determination towards Son Gohan. Yes, I will be cheering for you from below, Bidulai, Gohan encouraged. With that, Bidulai stepped onto the arena, where another contestant, also marked with a symbol on their forehead, made their entrance. As the match commenced and the host's words faded, Bidulai swiftly maneuvered across the stage. Appearing behind her opponent in the blink of an eye, she delivered a kick to the opponent's back, and seizing the opportunity while they were off balance, she rapidly advanced to unleash a flurry of punches. Indeed, Bidulai is impressive. She will win in no time, Gohan exclaimed, filled with excitement. Her attacks are ineffective, Piccolo countered. What? Gohan hurriedly glanced back at the arena, and to his dismay, he realized Piccolo was right. On the stage, Bidulai took a step back, gathering her strength for a decisive strike aimed at her opponent's face. Just as she was about to make contact, an unforeseen event transpired. In a flash, her opponent grasped Bidulai's leg and executed a swift maneuver, sending her crashing to the ground. With a single blow, blood spilled from Bidulai's lips. Yet her opponent showed no intention of relenting, relentlessly assaulting her. Soon, Bidulai could no longer stand. The opponent approached her, raising their foot to press down upon her head. Don't you dare die on me. I've finally found a worthy plaything. Try to make me happy, the opponent taunted with malicious glee. How despicable. I will defeat you. Bidalai retorted defiantly, despite her weakened state. Is that so? I certainly hope so. But if you die, I'll be disqualified, the opponent sneered contemptuously. Below the arena, Gohan witnessed this appalling scene. This is unforgivable. I will ensure you pay for this, he declared, his emotions surging uncontrollably, transforming him into a Super Saiyan. As Gohan underwent his transformation, his scarf billowed dramatically, revealing his iconic hair. Bidalai, you must concede. Otherwise, you will perish. Gohan implored desperately. I refuse to surrender. Bidalai, barely conscious, stubbornly insisted. Spopovich, cease this nonsense and throw her off the stage, commanded the previously competing contestant with a symbol on their forehead. Approaching the edge of the arena. Very well, Yamcha, I've had my fun, Spopovich declared as he kicked Bidalai off the stage. At that moment, doctors who had been stationed nearby rushed forward to take Bidalai to the emergency room. Father, could you please fetch some magic beans from the cat sage? Son Gohan anxiously implored Son Goku. Do not worry, Gohan. I shall go at once, Son Goku replied, instantly teleporting to the cat sage's location. Meow, Goku. It has been a long time. You have finally returned. The cat sage greeted him warmly upon recognizing his visitor. Indeed, it has been quite a while. But I am here on urgent business. I require several magic beans, Son Goku stated directly. Meow, I understand. Here are 4 newly cultivated magic beans. I shall give them all to you, the cat sage generously offered. Ah, you have been a great help. Thank you. I will bring you a gift next time, Son Goku said before instantly teleporting back to Son Gohan, handing him one of the magic beans. Here, Gohan, take this and save her. Thank you, Father, Son Gohan replied, then hurried off to find Videl. Ah, my precious daughter. Who has harmed you so? I shall make them pay, Mr. Satan exclaimed in fury. It was Spopovich. A staff member cautiously informed him. Impossible. I am aware of Spopovich's strength. He could never be a match for my daughter, Mr. Satan asserted confidently, having previously faced Spopovich in the martial arts tournament, which fueled his certainty. Videl, I have come to rescue you, Son Gohan announced as he reached her side, presenting the magic bean to her lips. Hurry, Videl, just eat it. Who are you, and what are you trying to feed my daughter? Mr. Satan roared with anger. I am a classmate of Videl S. I have come to save her. We do not need your help. I, Mr. Satan, have the best medical team, he retorted. Father, I trust him, Videl said, then consumed the magic bean. As Videl chewed the bean, Mr. Satan felt a twinge of hurt, realizing that his beloved daughter was contradicting him for this boy. Once Videl swallowed the bean, her body instantly returned to its peak condition, leaving Mr. Satan and the staff in utter disbelief, exclaiming, This is impossible. I am fine now, Gohan. Videl exclaimed joyfully. Yes, that is wonderful. I must hurry back. My match is approaching, Son Gohan replied before dashing out, with Videl following closely behind, both ignoring Mr. Satan. At that moment, on the arena stage stood Piccolo and the previously encountered Shin. Piccolo appeared peculiar, prompting Krillin to feel puzzled. Piccolo was under immense pressure, unable to sense his opponent's strength. Yet he felt overwhelmed by the pressure from the opposing dimension. Can you feel it? Shin thought to himself, reflecting on his role as Earth's former deity. I concede, Piccolo finally declared, unable to withstand any longer. What? Krillin and the others were stunned. Piccolo had recognized his opponent's identity, and Son Goku understood the reason behind Piccolo's concession. The winner is contestant number 48. Please prepare the next group of contestants, the announcer proclaimed. What? How can this be? The audience expressed their dissatisfaction with the outcome. Contestants 49 and 50, please enter. As soon as the announcement finished, contestant number 50 had already taken the stage. After waiting a moment, the announcer confirmed once more. Could contestant number 49 please enter? Is contestant number 49 present? Should you fail to enter soon, we shall have to declare your forfeiture, the host proclaimed loudly. The audience began to murmur among themselves. Observing this scene, Chi-Chi stood up and declared, What's the rush? You shall soon witness something incredible. Apologies for my tardiness, Son Gohan announced as he arrived at the stage. Glad you made it. Hurry up and take your place, the host replied. Upon the host's words, Son Gohan ascended the platform. Isn't that Son Gohan? Someone in the audience remarked. Indeed, his distinctive hair is unmistakable. But isn't he supposed to be incapable of martial arts? Well, since he is competing, let us cheer him on, another responded. As Gohan stepped onto the stage, 2 classmates recognized him and shouted, Go for it. Son Gohan. Hearing their voices, Gohan froze, realizing that his disguise had fallen off at some point. After waving to his classmates, he turned to face his opponent and said, "I apologize for the wait." Standing on the stage beside the Supreme Kai was his attendant, Jebet. After Gohan's apology, Jebet coldly commanded, "Transform into a Super Saiyan." Chapter 8. The Supreme Kai. What? How do you know about Super Saiyans? Gohan exclaimed in astonishment, subsequently questioning him. "You need not concern yourself with how I know. Transform into a Super Saiyan and let me witness the energy the Master spoke of." Jebet replied with an icy demeanor. "Huh? Transform here? That's impossible." Gohan protested. "Why haven't they started yet?" Gohan added, still in disbelief. Krillin remarked while gazing at the stage, "He wants Gohan to become a Super Saiyan." "What?" Krillin gasped in shock. At that moment, Shin approached the group from behind and said, "I apologize, everyone, but we truly require the power that resides within Mr. Son Gohan." "Who are you? And how do you know such things?" Krillin questioned fiercely. "Regrettably, he is the Supreme Kai, who surpasses even the Grand Kai." Piccolo interjected hastily. What? The Supreme Kai?" Observing the stunned crowd, sensed a shift in their hostility but noted their confusion. "I will explain shortly, but please remain calm after Mr. Gohan transforms, regardless of what transpires." On the arena, Gohan was grappling with his thoughts when he heard Piccolo's voice. "Gohan." Turning to Piccolo, Gohan saw him nodding, albeit with a hint of resignation. "It seems we must forsake our school life. Thus, allow me to show you the Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan." With Gohan's roar, the arena began to tremble. His energy surged, enveloping him in a tempest of lightning, causing the tiles beneath him to lift and soar into the air. With a thunderous shout, Gohan radiated a blinding light, compelling all to shut their eyes. When they opened them again, Gohan had transformed dramatically, now a figure of golden hair and azure eyes. Encircled by arcs of lightning, the spectators felt a wave of familiarity wash over them, and one exclaimed, "I remember. Mr. Satan had a similar crowd during his battle with Cell." More voices chimed in. "Indeed, I recall. How could this be? Gohan's transformed," exclaimed Videl, her eyes wide with astonishment. "I have become a Super Saiyan. Let us commence," Gohan declared, his demeanor subtly altered, tinged with a playful edge. "It is hard to believe this energy originates from the lower realms," Jebet murmured. "Look, below the arena," Yamcha said, brandishing an odd device towards Spopovich. "Such immense energy. This must be the colossal reading we detected earlier." Spopovich replied, filled with excitement. "I'll take control of him. You gather the energy." With that, Yamcha ascended to the stage. Gohan, focused on Jebet, barely noticed the two newcomers. Instinctively, he prepared to retaliate. Suddenly, the Supreme Kai intervened, using divine power to immobilize Gohan. In an instant, Gohan was seized by Yamcha and Spopovich, who swiftly inserted an energy collector into him. Gohan's energy was rapidly siphoned away, and soon he could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan form. The unexpected turn of events left the audience in shock. Seeing Gohan restrained, Videl instinctively rushed towards the arena, but was halted by Goku's firm grip on her shoulder. He shook his head, urging her to watch. "Yamcha, we have gathered enough energy. Let us depart," Spopovich announced as he soared into the sky, with Yamcha following closely behind. Witnessing their departure, the Supreme Kai urgently beckoned Goku and his companions. "Please follow me. I shall elucidate everything along the way. Jebet will assist Mr. Gohan in his recovery." He then chased after Yamcha and Spopovich. "Curse you, Kakarot. I'm uninterested in this. Our battle is imminent." Vegeta fumed. "Vegeta, something significant is unfolding, one that threatens Earth's safety. Besides, I have been resurrected. Our battle can wait." Goku responded, and the group pursued the Supreme Kai. "How infuriating," Vegeta grumbled, keeping pace with them. Meanwhile, Videl and the two combatants remained on the stage. Jebet approached Gohan, placing a hand on his back and using divine energy to restore him swiftly. Within moments, Gohan was rejuvenated. Seeing Gohan's recovery, Videl rushed to his side, asking, "Are you all right, Gohan?" "Yes, I'm completely restored," Gohan replied. "I shall take my leave now. You must follow quickly," Jebet stated, soaring towards the direction of the Supreme Kai. "Videl, I have pressing matters to attend to. You should return," Gohan urged, preparing to depart. "I am coming too," Videl declared resolutely. Noticing her unwavering determination, Gohan refrained from further objections, and together they ascended into the skies. The audience watched in awe as individuals ascended one after another, feeling as though they were part of a dream. Supreme Kai, can you now reveal to us what has transpired? Sun Wukong inquired. I have come to Earth primarily to thwart the resurrection of Majin Buu. Majin Buu is a malevolent entity created by the sorcerer Babidi a millennium ago. In ancient times, Babidi and Majin Buu wreaked havoc across the cosmos, leading to the annihilation and ruin of countless planets. Witnessing the malevolence of Majin Buu, the four Kais, East, West, South, and North, joined forces to confront him. However, Majin Buu's power surpassed our expectations, and he possessed an almost indestructible nature, rapidly healing from even the gravest of wounds. The South, West, and North Kais were ultimately vanquished by Majin Buu, their divine essences dissipating into the cosmos. I too sustained severe injuries, and in a moment of dire peril, the Grand Kai intervened and rescued me. Despite his might, the Grand Kai was powerless against Majin Buu's abilities. In a desperate bid, he fused himself with Majin Buu, creating a new entity, and utilized divine power to seal this amalgamation away. After sealing Majin Buu, I swiftly dispatched Babidi and transported the seal to the edge of the galaxy on Earth. Now, after a millennium, Babidi's offspring seeks to unravel the seal of Majin Buu, and I am here to prevent that from happening. We cannot allow the universe to descend into such calamity once more. Upon hearing the Kai's explanation, Piccolo and the others recognized the gravity of the situation, their expressions turning solemn, while Wukong remained unchanged in demeanor. Observing Wukong's countenance, Piccolo and the others recalled the words Wukong had shared with Gohan before his resurrection. Wukong, did you already know about Majin Buu's existence, prompting us to train diligently? Krillin inquired. With a smile, Wukong did not respond, yet his demeanor implied an affirmation. Recognizing Wukong's reticence, the others refrained from pressing further, for Wukong would never harm them. Chapter 9. The Sorcerer Babidi. Soon, the group followed Yamcha and his companion to a desolate wilderness, where a spacecraft came into view. As they approached the entrance, the ship opened to reveal a diminutive alien, whose eyes occupied half of his face, accompanied by a long-eared creature with normal features and a similar forehead. The former was none other than Babidi, the son of the sorcerer Babidi, while the latter was the demon King Dabura, as the Kai introduced them to the group. Yamcha and his companion stepped forward and presented the gathered energy to Babidi. Master, our mission is complete. What shall be our reward? Yam's expression was one of exhilaration as he inquired about the rewards. They shall be granted immediately, he proclaimed, then turned to Dabura behind him. Dabura, understanding the unspoken command, unleashed a devastating energy wave that obliterated the two individuals. Babidi gazed at the energy collected from the two in his grasp. Oh, how could they amass such a substantial amount of energy? He exclaimed, realizing he should first assess the energy gauge before determining their fate. With a sigh of regret, he lamented, if we collect energy like this 2 or 3 more times, we will have enough to resurrect Majin Buu. My lord, although those two are gone, they have brought us unexpected fortune, Dabura hinted. Upon hearing Dabura's words, Babidi quickly employed his magical senses and, as anticipated, detected several figures nearby, including the ever-familiar Kaishin. Hello. Esteemed Kaishin, I have nearly gathered the power to revive Majin Buu. If you do not intervene soon, it shall be too late. Babidi taunted towards the direction of Kaishin. Aware of Babidi's audacious remarks, Kaishin and Goku realized their cover was blown and swiftly flew before Babidi. Kaishin declared, I will not allow you to resurrect Majin Buu. I am determined to thwart your plans. Just as Babidi was about to mock Kaishin, he heard Dabura whispering, My lord, engaging them here would squander our energy. Instead, we should lure them into the ship so that Majin Buu can absorb the energy directly. Indeed, but how do we entice them inside? Babidi inquired. Leave it to me. My lord, I have a plan. Upon hearing this, Babidi called out to Kaishin, Kaishin, do you not wish to stop me? Then come forth. With that, he turned and entered the spaceship, leaving Dabura behind. Hey, I'm here to entertain you. Dabura shouted at Goku and his companions. Humph. As if you are worthy to challenge me, Vegeta coldly retorted. Dabura remained silent, merely observing Goku and his group. Suddenly, in a flash, Dabura appeared before Jebbit, who was caught off guard by Dabura's swift movement. Jebbit could only widen his eyes as Dabura extended his palm towards him. At that moment, Vegeta was unable to intervene and could only watch as Dabura prepared to unleash an energy wave at Jebet, resigned to his fate. Jebet braced himself as Dabura's energy wave was about to be released. Just then, a figure materialized before Jebet, interrupting Dabura's attack. Everyone turned to see it was Goku, who had intervened. Dabura was taken aback by Goku's unexpected response. He had not anticipated anyone could react so swiftly. In the next moment, Dabura spat at Goku, who, finding the act repulsive, used his energy to deflect the saliva to the ground. Do not resort to such petty tricks. I am aware that your saliva can turn people to stone, Goku stated firmly to Dabura. What? Who are you exactly? Dabura retorted, bewildered. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Dabura was taken aback. You are not my match. It is not the time to defeat you. Wukong did not respond to Dabura's query. He merely gazed silently at him. How infuriating. Dabura's plan was thwarted by Wukong's demeanor, leaving him uncertain of Wukong's true strength and reluctant to act impulsively. If you possess the capability, then come in and defeat us. Do not entertain thoughts of directly destroying the spacecraft. Such actions will only hasten the awakening of Majin Buu. With that, Dabura turned and, after addressing Wukong and the others, entered the spacecraft. Although Wukong was aware of Dabura's intentions, he chose not to expose him. Through his recent training, Wukong's power had far surpassed that of the original timeline, and he harbored absolute confidence in his abilities. Son, you, along with Gohan and Vegeta, should enter with Lord Kai. Given the performance of that individual just now, we would only hinder you by entering. We shall await your return outside, Piccolo remarked to Wukong. Indeed, Wukong. I had hoped that through diligent training, I could assist you, but it appears I still fall short, Kuririn said, his tone tinged with disappointment. Do not speak like that. Kuririn, you have always been a source of support for me, Wukong reassured him, before turning to enter the spacecraft alongside Lord Kai, Vegeta, and Son Gohan. The interior of the spacecraft was vast, with a teleportation portal positioned at its center. Babidi, we have arrived. Lord Kai called out loudly. You truly possess audacity to come in here. If I do not provide you with worthy opponents, it would be a disservice to you. Babidi's voice resonated. Enough with the idle chatter. Show us your true power. This prince will demonstrate what absolute strength looks like. Vegeta scoffed at Babidi's words. At that moment, the portal in the center of the spacecraft opened, and an alien emerged. I am your adversary on the first level, the alien declared. First level? Wukong and the others questioned in confusion. Indeed, this is the first level. Lord Babidi resides on the lowest level. You must defeat each warrior on every level to ascend to the next. However, with me here, you shall have no opportunity to advance. The alien taunted. Enough boasting. I, Vegeta, shall defeat you. Vegeta declared confidently. Uncle Vegeta, I also wish to fight. Came the eager response. There's no choice. We will determine who will fight. Wukong stated as the three gathered together. Rock, paper, scissors. After a spirited round of the game, Vegeta ultimately secured the chance to battle. You have met your misfortune by coming to Earth. Do you not know that the strongest warriors in the universe reside here? Vegeta proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Strongest warriors? Cease your grandiloquence. You stand no chance of ascending to the next level. Moreover, all I need to do is inflict some harm upon you, and the fiend, Majin Buu, will absorb your diminished energy. Then all I must do is avoid your attacks, for facing a being of your caliber does not necessitate transforming into a Super Saiyan. Even the Demon King, Dabura, posed no significant threat moments ago. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the Supreme Kai appeared incredulous and hastily sought confirmation from Goku. Mr. Goku, is what Mr. Vegeta asserts true? Indeed, should one transform into a Super Saiyan, there is little to fear. 7 years ago, there existed a being named Cell, whose power was comparable to his. Goku's proclamation shattered the Supreme Kai's preconceived notions, for he believed that mortals from the lower realms lacked substantial strength. However, it was evident that Goku and his companions had transcended his expectations. Enough of this banter. Prepare to meet your demise. With that, he charged toward Vegeta. As he neared, he lifted his leg to deliver a kick. Vegeta raised his hand to block it, prompting the assailant to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks, all of which were deftly parried by Vegeta. What is the matter? Is that all you are capable of? Chapter 10. Beastly Warfare. Now, it is my turn to strike. With a surge of power, he propelled his opponent backward and landed a decisive blow to his abdomen. Vegeta, however, did not pursue further after delivering the punch. It took a considerable time for his adversary to regain his footing. What's wrong? Can you not withstand a single blow? Damn it. The assailant gritted his teeth in frustration. This fool is no match for Vegeta. Allow me to assist him, Babidi fretted, preparing to intervene in the conflict. What is the battlefield where he excels? It is a high-gravity environment. He has always resided on a planet with elevated gravity, Dabura signaled to Babidi. Yes, I understand. Muttering incantations, Babidi began to alter the battlefield's conditions. What's happening? The surroundings have changed, much to Gohan's astonishment. It is Babidi's magic, replied the Supreme Kai. It seems that Mr. Vegeta's performance has increased the pressure on Babidi, causing a shift in the battle environment. The gravity here is identical to that of my home planet. You Earthlings will undoubtedly struggle to adapt. You must be utterly immobilized now. For the gravity here is tenfold that of Earth. The excitement was palpable in Pippi's voice. Tenfold. That is of no consequence to me, Vegeta scoffed. He was accustomed to training under gravitational forces exceeding 100 times that of Earth. 10 times was merely insignificant. Humph, you only speak bravado now, Pippi retorted, clearly disbelieving Vegeta's words. I have grown weary of toying with a minor character like you. Next, I shall end your life. Vegeta, finding no novelty in his opponent's tactics, was prepared to conclude the fight. Stop with the grandstanding. That statement is more applicable to you, Pippi said, growing increasingly irritated. Vegeta, uninterested in further dialogue, swiftly closed the distance and delivered a powerful punch that sent Pippi flying. How can you possibly be unaffected? Pippi's expression shifted dramatically. Vegeta offered no reply. Instead, he pressed his hands against Pippi's chest while smiling at him. Pippi, now drenched in cold sweat and caught off guard, could only watch as Vegeta unleashed a powerful energy wave, obliterating him. With Pippi's demise, a portal to the next level appeared on the ground ahead. Vegeta leaped through first, followed closely by Goku. As Gohan descended, he called out to the stunned Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai Shin had not anticipated that merely a few decades since his last observation of the universe, such formidable warriors would emerge. Reacting to Gohan's call, he promptly followed Goku and the others through the portal. I cannot believe they passed the first level so easily. I must arrange a formidable opponent for them in the second level. Otherwise, they will reach me far too quickly, Babidi fretted. Do not worry, Lord Babidi. I shall remain by your side. Even without Majin Buu, I can protect you. I am the king of the demon realm and not easily vanquished, Dabura assured. Observing Babidi's unease, reassured by Dabura's words, Babidi instructed, Dabura, ensure you arrange for a powerful foe in the second level. Of course, my lord. I shall make the necessary arrangements. At that moment, Goku and his companions reached the second level. Not long after, the portal opened, revealing a creature resembling a green, frog-like monster. I am the guardian of the second level, Dabura. Lord Babidi has commanded me to slay you here. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Dabura taunted as he sized up Goku and his friends. Vegeta, you've had your turn. Now it is my time to engage. Goku, stretching his limbs, turned to Vegeta. Kakarot, let me witness your training in the other world. Vegeta remained motionless. You shall see, Goku replied before stepping forward to confront Dabura. How is it that you have come here alone, seeking your own demise? I shall gradually crush you and consume you. Yet, Edge gazed disdainfully at Sun Wukong as he stepped forward. Indeed, I shall not concede defeat to you. Sun Wukong, unfazed by Edge's provocation, remained composed. After observing Vegeta's combat, Babidi had already begun to regard the group with seriousness, and prior to the battle commencing, he altered the arena to suit Edge's preferences. As Sun Wukong confronted Edge, an unexpected darkness enveloped the world, rendering visibility non-existent. What is happening? Son Gohan exclaimed in alarm. It appeared Babidi had employed magic to transition the battleground into a realm favorable for Edge, who thrived in the unlit fringes of the galaxy. King Kai elucidated the situation for all present. Sun Wukong, however, was undeterred by the change in surroundings. Now you all cannot see. This environment poses no threat to me, for I am inherently adapted to it. Edge laughed heartily. Well then, why not attack and see for yourself? Sun Wukong replied with a slight smirk. Without further ado, Edge launched himself at Sun Wukong, but just as his fist was about to connect, Sun Wukong intercepted it with a swift block and retaliated with a powerful punch to Edge's head, causing him to stagger back in pain. Impossible. How could you know where I am when you cannot see? Edge expressed his disbelief. Your energy resonates like a beacon in the darkness. I can sense your presence. And there are myriad ways to ascertain your location, Sun Wukong asserted. With that, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. In that instant, the brilliance emanating from his transformation illuminated the entire vicinity, startling not only Edge but also the hidden Babidi. What is happening? Why has it suddenly become so bright? Babidi gasped in shock. Master Babidi, it is merely that boy radiating light. The universe is filled with diverse races possessing extraordinary abilities. It is nothing of consequence. Dabura remarked dismissively. No, this is more than mere luminescence. Quickly, fetch the energy detector, the one capable of measuring maximum power. Babidi commanded as he organized his subordinates. Meanwhile, Edge, initially taken aback by Sun Wukong's transformation, soon erupted into laughter. Ha! Boy, do you not realize that I feed on the energy of light? He began to devour the energy radiated by Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan form, and before long, the surroundings dimmed once more. Just as I suspected, Sun Wukong murmured. Father, I will join you. Together, even without transforming into Super Saiyans, we can prevail. Son Gohan declared eagerly. No, Gohan, this battle is mine to conclude, Sun Wukong replied, reverting to his Super Saiyan state. Come then, if you possess the ability, attempt to consume this energy. Ha! Such a fool exists in the universe. I shall graciously accept. Edge continued to absorb the energy emitted by Sun Wukong. Fool, this energy is too potent. You must injure Majin Buu to absorb his diminished energy. Babidi observed as the energy gauge displayed a staggering value of 3,200 units of energy can obliterate stars. I never anticipated such power from this small planet. However, Dabura noted that 3,000 units of energy would still not match his strength. As Edge persistently absorbed energy, his abdomen and back began to glow faintly, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Yet, the depth of Sun Wukong's energy seemed bottomless, compelling Edge to grit his teeth and endure. Observing Edge's condition, Sun Wukong's face broke into a playful smile. Chapter 11. Vegeta's Lesson. You must brace yourself for the forthcoming energy. Edge barely had time to react before Sun Wukong shouted. Huh! A colossal surge of energy surged towards Edge's mouth, and upon its entry, the sheer magnitude caused him to explode. After unleashing the energy, Sun Wukong swiftly reverted to his normal state, yet the force of his previous power lingered vividly in the minds of all present. Father, that power was truly magnificent. Sun Gohan exclaimed excitedly as he approached Sun Wukong. Indeed, Sun Wukong replied with a smile. Damn you, Kakarot, Vegeta seethed inwardly. Mr. Wukong, that power was astounding. Is he truly an ordinary human? The Supreme Kai was utterly astonished. No, it cannot be. How can there be such immense energy? Babidi, gazing at the shattered energy meter in his hand, recoiled in fear. The strength of this being was sufficient to rupture the device. Even I could not achieve such a feat. Dabura was also taken aback. The door has opened. Let us proceed to the next level. With that, Son Goku leaped down first, followed closely by Vegeta and the others. Dabura, what shall we do? If they pass through the third layer, the next level will be upon us. Babidi was visibly distraught. My lord Babidi, there is no need for concern. I shall confront them at the third layer. Even if their strength surpasses mine, victory is not solely determined by the magnitude of power. As the king of the demon realm, I am not so easily vanquished. Dabura confidently reassured Babidi. Ah, Dabura, Babidi said, gazing at him with gratitude. Dabura turned towards the third layer, and at that moment, Son Goku and his companions arrived at the third level. The portal opened, and Dabura emerged from within. This time, I shall be your opponent. And I will ensure you do not disturb Lord Babidi, Dabura declared, fixing his gaze upon Son Goku and his group. Dad, Uncle Vegeta, you have all fought just now. Now it is my turn. It has been a while since I have had the chance to stretch my muscles, Gohan said to Son Goku and the others. All right, go ahead, Gohan. Do not underestimate your opponent. He is formidable, Son Goku replied. Yes, I understand, Dad, Gohan responded, turning to face Dabura. You will contend with me. I shall defeat you, Gohan proclaimed as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. With his transformation complete, Gohan approached Dabura and stood before him, the two locking eyes intently. Suddenly, they both struck simultaneously, launching into an incredibly swift exchange of blows. In the heat of battle, after hundreds of exchanges, Dabura unleashed a surge of power that forced Gohan back, then soared into the sky, with Gohan in hot pursuit. Without warning, Dabura turned and spat towards Gohan. Oh no! Vegeta grimaced. That fool Gohan. Kakarot had clearly warned him. In the midst of the chaos, Gohan had no time to evade and could only raise his hand in defense. The moment he made contact with the spit, the affected area began to petrify. In a flurry, Gohan hastily removed and discarded his gloves. Thankfully, he had disguised himself to conceal his identity. Otherwise, he would have been in serious trouble. Gohan was drenched in cold sweat. Listen, although I caught you off guard this time, such tricks will not work again, Dabura taunted. Indeed, I never anticipated this battle would reach a conclusion so easily, Gohan replied. With that, the two charged at one another, their collision resounding with tremendous force, causing the surroundings to tremble. By the time they landed, both bore various injuries. Though Gohan appeared notably more composed. That was a sufficient warm-up. It is time to unleash our true power. Very well, let us proceed. With their fierce roars echoing, their energies surged. Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan second grade, surrounded by crackling lightning, resembling his form when he defeated Cell. Dabura showed no visible change in form, yet his aura was now vastly different from before. The two, empowered, resumed their fierce battle. Indeed, there lies the presence of my brother, alongside another formidable aura that unmistakably suggests a fierce battle. We must hasten, Goten, lest our father and the others vanquish the villains without us. The two swiftly accelerated towards the battlefield. Meanwhile, at the martial arts tournament, with the departure of Goku and his companions, Android 18 undoubtedly secured the second place. This was due to her cunning strategy during the skirmish with Satan, where she seized the opportunity to extort $1 million from him, ensuring that he could retain his title of champion. Unsurprisingly, Satan, valuing his reputation, acquiesced to 18's demands. Each party obtained what they desired, and the bout concluded with 18 stepping down from the stage. The clash between Gohan and Dabura intensified, with Gohan having transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, displaying a power that evidently surpassed that of Dabura. However, Dabura's extensive combat experience kept the gap between them relatively narrow. Gohan, having grown accustomed to a peaceful existence, had neglected his training, leading to an inability to harness his greater potential. His current performance was a stark contrast to his previous battle against Cell. Vegeta, frustrated by Gohan's lack of progress, expressed his discontent. Goku, in agreement with Vegeta, recognized the truth in his words, especially after recalling the formidable adversaries that lay ahead. At that moment on the battlefield, Dabura turned his back to Gohan, taunting him to attack. Gohan, having observed nothing amiss, charged towards Dabura. Just as he was about to reach him, Dabura suddenly pivoted, brandishing a sword that he swung directly at Gohan. In a moment of panic, Gohan evaded. Yet a few strands of his hair were severed by the blade's glimmer. Dabura seized the opportunity to relentlessly assault Gohan, who, hindered by the sword, could only evade without mounting an effective counterattack, remaining on the defensive. Below, Vegeta, having waited impatiently, grew increasingly agitated at Gohan's performance. Gohan, step aside. I shall vanquish this foe, Vegeta bellowed. Upon hearing his command, both combatants halted their skirmish. Uncle Vegeta, please, do not rush. This is my opponent as promised. Gohan retorted. You possess a greater strength yet fail to utilize it due to your negligence in training. The same happened against Cell, despite your superior power. Your arrogance nearly led to your downfall, only salvaged by Kakarot's sacrifice. You possess the greatest potential yet have never cherished it. Vegeta's admonishment left Gohan feeling utterly ashamed. Lowering his head in embarrassment, Goku recognized the validity of Vegeta's words and refrained from interrupting his lecture, knowing no one understood Gohan's potential better than he did. Even after years of neglecting his training, Gohan had awakened a transformation unique to him, a feat unmatched in memory. Chapter 12. Vegeta under control. Vegeta was indeed correct. Gohan, you must learn to harness your innate abilities, for the adversaries that lie ahead will only grow more formidable. Sun Wukong affirmed Vegeta's words and offered encouragement to Gohan. However, Vegeta, Gohan truly requires such a rival to rekindle his sense of battle. I care not for such matters, Kakarot. I yearn solely to engage you in combat to prove my superiority, Vegeta declared. Kakarot, we have become exceedingly powerful, to the extent that even the Kaishin, who resides at the pinnacle of the universe, appears insignificant in our eyes, not to mention the so-called Demon King. He too is utterly inconsequential, Vegeta expressed his indignation. In this light, the once insurmountable Majin Buu seemed equally trivial. Is it truly so? Mr. Wukong questioned, incredulous at Vegeta's assertions, prompting the Kaioshin to seek confirmation from Sun Wukong. Perhaps, Sun Wukong replied with a slight smile directed at the Kaioshin, before turning his gaze to Vegeta. Vegeta, I shall fight you, but the time is not yet ripe. Then I shall destroy this ship, and once I have vanquished Majin Buu, I will return to battle you. Vegeta proclaimed, lifting his hand in preparation to unleash a ki blast upon the vessel. Vegeta, cease at once. Majin Buu is not an opponent we can contend with. His strength surpasses your imagination, the Kaioshin interjected, stepping forward to shield Vegeta. Faced with the Kaioshin's intervention, Vegeta restrained himself, lowering his hand. As he did so, Babidi, concealed in the shadows, sighed in relief. Meanwhile, the observing Dabura exhibited a smirk, raising his head towards the sky. Master Babidi, transport me to your side. I have discovered a superior warrior. Taken aback by Dabura's words, Babidi quickly grasped the situation and teleported Dabura beside him. Dabura, where is this superior warrior you speak of? Surely you are not afraid? Babidi inquired, perplexed. The Demon King had never known fear, yet regarding this superior warrior, Master Babidi, look here, Dabura exclaimed, pointing towards the orb monitoring Sun Wukong and his companions. The orb displayed Vegeta's visage, his expression seething with fury. Babidi understood Dabura's intent. I comprehend now, Dabura. You are quite astute. Rather than sending someone to thwart them, let us incite them to turn upon each other. He then cast a spell upon Vegeta through the orb. Suddenly, Vegeta clutched his head, bending forward, as his energy surged violently, emitting anguished cries. The moment has finally arrived. I sincerely hope it does not disappoint. Observing this scene, Sun Wukong silently mused. What troubles you, Mr. Vegeta? Are you all right, Uncle Vegeta? The Supreme Kai and Son Gohan anxiously gazed at Vegeta, under the scrutiny of all present. Vegeta cradled his head, gradually ascending into the sky, his anguished roars echoing incessantly. Ultimately, as his energy surged, Vegeta slowly descended, raising his head with great effort. Upon witnessing Vegeta's condition, both the Supreme Kai and Son Gohan's expressions shifted dramatically. Mr. Vegeta, have you fallen under Babidi's control? The Supreme Kai exclaimed in shock. At that moment, a symbol identical to Dabura's appeared on Vegeta's forehead. Sun Wukong, witnessing this, murmured, it has finally arrived. Vegeta, attack them at once, commanded Babidi. Having seized control of Vegeta, I refuse. Vegeta cried in anguish, clutching his head. Yet he did not comply with Babidi's orders and unleashed an assault on Sun Wukong and the others. Babidi, taken aback that someone under his control could defy his command, intensified his efforts to dominate Vegeta's will. In a fierce struggle against Babidi's influence, Vegeta's energy surged forth. Do you think I am someone who would heed your commands? I am the Prince of the Saiyans. My pride surpasses all. With veins bulging, Vegeta issued a defiant roar, and his energy exploded forth, finally banishing Babidi's voice from his mind. Babidi, astounded by this display, marveled at Vegeta's overwhelming pride, which enabled him to resist his magic. Kakarot, come and fight me, or I shall kill both of them. Vegeta taunted Sun Wukong. Very well, Vegeta, I shall grant your wish, Sun Wukong replied without hesitation, just as he had anticipated. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai, overhearing the exchange between Sun Wukong and Vegeta, rushed to position himself between them, raising his hands in a desperate attempt to intervene. No, you two must not engage in battle, or Majin Buu will absorb your energies and resurrect. Son Gohan, having observed closely since Vegeta's control began, finally confirmed a crucial realization upon hearing the conversation. Uncle Vegeta, you intentionally allowed Babidi to control you in order to fight against Dad, didn't you? What? Why would I do something so trivial? The Supreme Kai retorted, flustered. Trivial? Vegeta, in a fit of rage at the notion of boredom, unleashed a torrent of energy, causing the Supreme Kai to stagger back several paces. My concern does not lie with Majin Buu. For me, the battle against Kakarot is of paramount importance. Before my arrival on Earth, I was the prodigy of the Saiyans, but ever since I crossed paths with him, my once proud self has been saved by him on numerous occasions, a reality I cannot bear. Moreover, during my years on Earth, influenced by their ways, I have forged a family and my temperament has softened, occasionally finding solace in this way of life. Yet, as the proud prince of the Saiyans, my spirit cannot allow me to continue in this manner. Thus, I did not resist Babidi's control. I yearned to reclaim the decisive warrior I once was, the one for whom honor surpasses all else. As I spoke, my aura intensified with increasing ferocity. Goku, though already aware of the unfolding events, found himself profoundly moved by my words. "Come on, Vegeta, let us engage in a worthy battle," he declared, immediately transforming into a Super Saiyan. The Supreme Kai attempted to intervene, but upon meeting Goku's gaze, he understood that the course of events was beyond his control. "I comprehend, Mr. Goku. This matter is entrusted to you. I shall accompany Mr. Gohan in search of Majin Buu. If we cannot prevent his revival, I will strike the ship to ensure he does not regain his full strength," the Supreme Kai proclaimed, turning towards Gohan. At that moment, Goku addressed the Supreme Kai, saying, "Do not worry, my lord. I will defeat the monster." Although the Supreme Kai was uncertain of Goku's confidence, he chose to place his trust in him. "Remember, as long as you harness your anger, no one can stand against you. Recall the sensation during your battle with Cell." Son Gohan comprehended the essence of Sun Wukong's words. Meanwhile, Babidi, upon hearing the words of the Supreme Kai, grew anxious that the Supreme Kai might resort to desperate measures, jeopardizing his plan to resurrect the Majin Buu. Thus, he employed his magic to transport Vegeta and Sun Wukong to a desolate wasteland, while simultaneously bringing the Supreme Kai and Son Gohan before him. For it was only under his command that Dabura could contend with Son Gohan and the Supreme Kai. "Kakarot, I have awaited this day for far too long. Let us engage in an unreserved and exhilarating battle. Vegeta, let me witness the fruits of your training." Chapter 13. Sun Wukong accepts the challenge. Kakarot, though it pains me to admit it, I must concede that you are indeed a prodigy in training. Even with my relentless efforts, I find myself at a disadvantage compared to you. I realized this when you faced off against Jeek. My reluctance to resist Babidi's control stems from two reasons. First, my desire to return to my former self, and second, the memories of the Earthlings who were manipulated during the martial arts tournament. Their power transformed drastically under control. As I suspected, my own strength has also surged significantly. I assure you, I shall not be defeated by you now. Is that so, Vegeta? Then allow me to demonstrate. I shall unleash all my power that transcends even that of a Super Saiyan. With that, Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his hair billowing upward, a fringe cascading down his forehead, surrounded by crackling lightning, his aura erupting like a torrential flood. Such formidable energy. Kakarot, this power far surpasses that of Gohan during his encounter with Cell, Vegeta praised. Following this, Vegeta too unleashed his own might, transforming into Super Saiyan 2, mirroring Sun Wukong's appearance. As Vegeta released all his energy, he suddenly paused, then erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha! Observing this, Sun Wukong realized he had made the right wager. Vegeta, under Babidi's control at the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2 energy, had finally touched upon the threshold of breaking through, and now, a fierce battle awaited to shatter that barrier. "Come, Vegeta. It seems you require this fight." Vegeta, taken aback, then charged at Sun Wukong, who, unwilling to back down, surged towards him as well. In an instant, the two clashed, their fists colliding with such force that the very ground trembled beneath them. Vegeta unleashed a powerful blow, sending Sun Wukong crashing into a mountainside, then conjured energy waves with both hands, raining them down upon Sun Wukong in a relentless onslaught. Sun Wukong, compelled to defend himself, shouted "Huh?" as he conjured a protective barrier around him, subsequently disrupting Vegeta's energy waves with a ki blast. After their fierce exchange, the desolate wasteland had transformed drastically. The earth fractured, mountains crumbled, and debris scattered everywhere. Upon a brief pause, the two warriors, in synchrony, began to gather energy. Kamehameha. Simultaneously, they shouted "Huh?" as their energy surged towards one another, colliding in a spectacular explosion. The impact caused the ground to collapse beneath them. Seizing the moment of the explosion, Sun Wukong swiftly maneuvered behind Vegeta, delivering a powerful blow that sent him plummeting into the collapsing earth, with Sun Wukong trailing closely behind. In the absence of sunlight, the environment became shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility impossible. Sun Wukong relied solely on sensing Vegeta's ki to locate him. After being struck into the ground, Vegeta quickly regained his composure, concealing his ki behind a rock. Just as Sun Wukong was searching, Vegeta suddenly appeared behind him, restraining him. Then, grasping Sun Wukong, he charged towards a sharp rock. Just as Sun Wukong was about to be pierced, he exerted immense effort to halt his body before the rock, unleashing a surge of energy that obliterated the rock and freed him from Vegeta's grasp. Two figures soared from the depths of the earth into the sky, their tattered garments and battered bodies bearing testament to their arduous journey. Indeed, it is you, Vegeta. The extent of my training has been wrought through trials unimaginable to you, Kakarot declared. You are quite formidable, yet I refuse to be defeated now. Let us engage in battle. Vegeta's enthusiasm surged, and with that, the two resumed their fierce confrontation. Mr. Gohan, the colossal egg behind Babidi is the seal containing Majin Buu. We must destroy it to prevent his resurrection, the Supreme Kai urged upon witnessing the massive orb. Understood, Supreme Kai. I will shatter it and ensure everyone's safety, Gohan replied with an unwavering resolve, perhaps stirred by Vegeta's words. At that moment, Gohan's mind was clear. His only thought was to protect his comrades. However, thwarting Majin Buu's revival would not be a simple endeavor. Dabura scoffed dismissively, declaring, "This time, you shall not impede me." Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and approached Dabura, who was startled by the energy radiating from him. Realizing that Gohan had not unleashed his full potential during their earlier clash, "I did not expect you to conceal such formidable power. Nevertheless, I will not be defeated by you. Even if my strength pales in comparison, the decisive factor in this battle is not merely the magnitude of energy," Dabura asserted. Unleashing his full strength, the two engaged fiercely. Although Gohan possessed greater power, Dabura's extensive combat experience narrowed the gap between them, resulting in a stalemate. As the battle raged on, the colossal egg sealing Majin Buu began to emit a faint glow, fueled by the energy absorbed from the conflict. Mr. Gohan, we are in grave danger. Majin Buu is on the verge of awakening, the Supreme Kai exclaimed, perspiration beading on his brow. Upon hearing the Supreme Kai's urgent words, Gohan glanced at the egg, which indeed shimmered with a violet light. Meanwhile, Dabura remained entangled in combat. Frustration welled within Gohan as he recalled the helplessness he felt during Cell's self-detonation. At last, his inner fury erupted, transcending the limits of Super Saiyan 2, unleashing a power that left Dabura momentarily stunned. In a flash, Gohan struck Dabura down, rendering him incapable of further resistance. He then swiftly positioned himself before the colossal egg, placing his hands at his waist. With a gathering of energy for the Kamehameha, Gohan, without hesitation, unleashed his energy upon the egg. The ship could not withstand such a blow and erupted in a brilliant explosion, revealing the scene to Piccolo and the others. Splendid, the Supreme Kai exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, while Babidi's expression was starkly contrasting. It's over. Even if Majin Buu endures such a powerful attack, he cannot remain unscathed. This is the end, Babidi muttered, his eyes glazed and his mind reeling in shock. Master Babidi, hurry and follow me to regain some strength. Dabura seized Babidi and was about to depart. At that moment, Gohan's onslaught had concluded, and the giant egg split asunder. To those who could not sense energy, this spectacle led them to believe that Majin Buu had been reduced to ashes and vanished. Mr. Gohan, you did it. We succeeded, the Supreme Kai exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Yet, in stark contrast to the Supreme Kai's elation, Gohan wore an expression of grave concern, his gaze fixed upon the heavens. Chapter 14. The resurgence of Majin Buu. Following Gohan's line of sight, the Supreme Kai beheld that the sky had inexplicably transformed into a shade of pink. As he witnessed this scene, his countenance paled. Could it be? Suddenly, the pink clouds in the sky began to converge rapidly. Amidst the swirling mist, a figure gradually emerged. The Supreme Kai, upon seeing this silhouette, instinctively recoiled a few steps. Oh no, Majin Buu has awakened. The universe is doomed. Babidi, however, was brimming with exhilaration, his former despair forgotten. Yes, Majin Buu has finally revived, Dabura murmured, gazing at Majin Buu. Is this really Majin Buu? He doesn't seem so formidable. As if he had heard Dabura's words, Majin Buu materialized before him in an instant. The actions of Majin Buu caught everyone present off guard. Dabura, seeing the sudden appearance of Majin Buu, instinctively launched an attack. Majin Buu stood motionless, allowing Dabura's assault to land without any reaction. Once Dabura ceased his attack, the onlookers turned their attention to Majin Buu, who bore no injuries whatsoever. Dabura's efforts had evidently inflicted not a single scratch upon him. No, it can't be. Dabura retreated a few steps, unable to fathom that his full-force assault had failed to harm Majin Buu. You are far too weak. Prepare to perish. Majin Buu smirked wickedly, extending his palm directly towards Dabura's face. A purple energy sphere enveloped Dabura entirely. Ah! A wail echoed through the air. When the brilliance dissipated, Dabura's form had vanished without a trace. The crowd gasped in astonishment, unable to believe that the demon who had just battled fiercely with Gohan had been eradicated in the blink of an eye. This is dull, too weak. Who among you will play with me? Majin Buu declared, turning his gaze toward Gohan and the others. How infuriating. To him, the lives of others are merely a game. They gritted their teeth, beads of cold sweat trickling down their brows. Supreme Kai, you must flee. I will hold him off. You need to find my father. If anyone in this world can stop Majin Buu, it must be my father. Gohan said gravely to the Supreme Kai. Mr. Gohan, do you truly believe Mr. Goku is capable? The Supreme Kai questioned, filled with doubt. I have faith in my father. He is the strongest in the universe. Gohan asserted with unwavering conviction. Very well. Mr. Gohan, I trust you. Please buy me some time. I will swiftly retrieve Mr. Goku. With that, the Supreme Kai prepared to instantaneously transport himself to Goku's location. In the next instant, Goku and Vegeta appeared at the heart of the battlefield. No need for that, Lord Kaioshin, we have arrived. Indeed, at the very moment when Majin Buu broke free from his seal, the two combatants halted their fierce battle simultaneously. Vegeta, it seems that Majin Buu has completely revived due to our involvement. Humph, and what of it? This level of energy, though formidable, is not enough to render us helpless. However, it remains a daunting challenge for Gohan and the others. If he had trained diligently, how could he find himself so utterly overwhelmed by such an adversary? He was destined to surpass both you and me. With matters having reached this point, further discussion is futile. Vegeta, do you not desire to engage in combat with a being that instills such dread in Lord Kaioshin? The outcome of our battle cannot be determined in a short span. If we continue to fight, it could lead to irrevocable consequences. Goku's words left Vegeta with no retort. After all, on Earth, only the two of them could thwart Majin Buu. Vegeta cared little for the others, but he could not bear the thought of Bulma and Trunks in peril. TCH. Though I am indifferent, you are clearly unable to fight me with your full focus. If that is the case, let me vanquish Majin Buu first, and then I shall defeat you. With that, Vegeta reverted to his normal state. Goku smiled knowingly, feeling a surge of sentiment. Truly, he was still that proud Vegeta, ever concerned yet unwilling to voice his worries. Goku then transformed back to his normal state and retrieved a Senzu bean from his waist. Vegeta here. Vegeta took the bean, and as he chewed it, both warriors instantly regained their peak condition. Vegeta, hold on to me. We shall instantaneously transport ourselves. Though Vegeta was somewhat reluctant, he placed his hand on Goku's shoulder, and their figures vanished from their location. As they arrived on the battlefield, they heard Gohan urging Lord Kaioshin to seek them out, promptly interrupting the Kaioshin's movements. Lord Kaioshin, we have arrived. Father, I'm sorry for disappointing you. I could not prevent Majin Buu's revival. Upon seeing Goku, Gohan sighed in relief, immediately expressing his guilt. It's all right, Gohan, you have done your best. We shall handle the rest. Vegeta disregarded Gohan and the others, instead stepping forward toward Majin Buu, approaching him with measured strides. So, you are Majin Buu? You seem rather unimpressive. Allow me to engage you. Ooh, you appear to be somewhat entertaining. Don't die too quickly. Let me enjoy this a bit longer. Majin Buu pointed at Vegeta, his demeanor brimming with playful anticipation. How dare you underestimate me? I will slay you. With that, Vegeta launched himself at Majin Buu, and the two clashed in an intense battle. Initially, they both tested each other, refraining from unleashing their full power. The exchange was fierce, culminating in a collision of energy blasts, signaling the end of their preliminary skirmish. You are indeed far more intriguing than the previous one. Can you not be even stronger? Majin Buu's words dripped with provocation, igniting Vegeta's competitive spirit. Humph, allow me to demonstrate my true power. Vegeta began to unleash his energy. The aura surrounding him transitioned from a radiant white to a brilliant yellow, and his hair gradually transformed to match. Soon, his entire being crackled with electricity. With a mighty roar, his energy stabilized, revealing the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2. At this moment, Vegeta stood on the cusp of Super Saiyan 3, merely a catalyst away from complete transcendence. This is all my strength. Come forth. and let me witness your true power. Though he appeared significantly stronger, it was nothing to be overly concerned about. How arrogant. Majin Buu also began to emanate his own energy. Judging solely by the aura, Majin Buu surpassed Vegeta. I suspected you would be formidable, but I didn't anticipate you to be this powerful. Vegeta's expression grew serious. Hearing Vegeta's words, Majin Buu swelled with pride, his nose elongating comically. However, I shall not be defeated, Vegeta shouted as he charged toward Majin Buu. Chapter 15. The Awakening of Vegeta Goten. That's my father's energy. Along with another unfamiliar aura. Father is battling him. We must hurry. Right. The two flew with all their might towards the battlefield. Meanwhile, the full-force clash between Vegeta and Majin Buu was a spectacle surpassing even his previous fight with Goku. Each collision sent shockwaves that shattered the surrounding mountains. Though Majin Buu's energy was greater than Vegeta's, years of confinement had left him lacking in combat experience compared to Vegeta. In the moment of their exchange, Vegeta seized the opportunity and unleashed a ki blast aimed directly at Majin Buu's abdomen. The energy surged through, eliciting joyous cheers from the onlookers. Wonderful. Uncle Vegeta has won. Gohan exclaimed excitedly. Yes, he has succeeded. Krillin and the others rejoiced. In stark contrast, Babidi's mood was one of dread. No, it can't be. Majin Buu has been defeated. Babidi stumbled back in disbelief. Gohan turned to Goku, only to find him still fixated on the center of the battlefield. Could it be? Sensing Majin Buu's aura, Gohan realized that, despite appearing gravely injured, there was no sign of a decrease in his energy. In contrast, Vegeta's aura began to fluctuate after his attack. Majin Buu's regenerative abilities were nearly immortal. Only an overwhelming force could utterly annihilate him. This was why the Supreme Kais had sought to seal him away. The Supreme Kai explained at a crucial moment. Hearing this, Krillin and the others were utterly stunned, gazing blankly at Majin Buu. What sort of creature is this? It's terrifying. At the center of the battlefield, the seemingly gravely injured Majin Buu suddenly looked at Vegeta and grinned. In the next moment, the gaping void in his abdomen had completely healed, showing no trace of injury. Indeed, such an extent of power cannot harm you. Vegeta was not the least bit surprised. You are far more entertaining than that individual. Come, let us engage and play once more. Majin Buu danced with excitement. How dare you underestimate me, you wretched creature? Vegeta, incensed, launched the first attack against Majin Buu. And the two exchanged blows, their fists and feet colliding, their energy blasts clashing. Gallic Gun. Vegeta gathered energy in both hands, and upon witnessing his stance, Majin Buu mimicked him. Gallic Gun. What? Vegeta gasped in astonishment, and in the next moment, he unleashed the gathered energy towards Majin Buu, who mirrored the action. The two energy blasts collided, sending shockwaves that pushed the Kaioshin and Krillin back a few steps, gritting their teeth to endure. Gohan also strained to withstand the force, but Goku's expression remained unchanged. As the two continued to channel their energy, the epicenter of their clash began to expand violently, culminating in a brilliant explosion of white light. When the radiant glow gradually faded, tranquility returned, revealing a bottomless abyss at the center of their confrontation. At this moment, the two warriors were in starkly different states. Vegeta had exhausted much of his stamina, panting heavily, his body bearing various degrees of injury, and his energy was beginning to wane. In contrast, Majin Buu possessed an almost monstrous regenerative ability and boundless stamina, recovering from his wounds almost instantaneously, appearing no different from before the battle. Vegeta quietly observed Majin Buu, allowing his breath to gradually stabilize before addressing him. Majin Buu, you are indeed formidable. I have exerted my utmost effort, yet I have inflicted no harm upon you. Of course, I am the strongest. Majin Buu nodded in agreement with Vegeta's words. Vegeta turned his gaze towards the Kaioshin and the others. You should leave. I, Vegeta, will not allow others to bear the consequences of my actions. I shall certainly slay Majin Buu. As Vegeta's declaration resonated, Piccolo, who had been watching the battle, surmised Vegeta's intentions with disbelief. Vegeta, are you? Vegeta disregarded Piccolo's concern and instead turned to face Goku. Goku met Vegeta's gaze, nodding solemnly. Everything was understood without the need for words. He recognized Vegeta's intentions and did not intervene. Were he in Vegeta's position, he would make the same choice. Observing Goku's response, a slight smirk appeared on Vegeta's lips, and he addressed Majin Buu once more. Majin Buu, Since your revival is due to my actions, I, Vegeta, shall ensure your demise. Majin Buu clearly doubted Vegeta's words, dismissively waving his hand. Hurry up and end this. I'm hungry. I want to turn you into chocolate and devour you. Majin Buu, let us perish together, huh? Vegeta relentlessly compressed his energy to his heart's location, and slowly, a pure energy began to take form. Father, no. At that moment, Trunks finally arrived at the battlefield, but the scene before him filled his eyes with tears. Trunks, do not weep. I shall no longer be here. You must protect your mother. Father, we can fight together. We will surely defeat him. Trunks exclaimed, attempting to advance, but was firmly held in place by Piccolo. Trunks, this is my battle. I shall handle it myself. Vegeta admonished Trunks sternly before softening his tone. I am deeply sorry that I have never held you since your birth. I am not a worthy father. Farewell, Trunks. As those words left his lips, the compressed energy began to expand rapidly, swiftly enveloping Majin Buu. At the moment Vegeta ignited the energy, Goku utilized instant transmission to rescue Vegeta from the center of the explosion, leaving Majin Buu to endure the blast alone. No, father. Uncle Vegeta. Mr. Vegeta. The onlookers, unaware of Goku's intervention, stared blankly at the epicenter of the explosion. Majin Buu's form had vanished, and as the smoke cleared, they discovered Vegeta lying on the ground beside Goku, prompting an urgent rush to his side. Trunks called out to Vegeta anxiously, and upon hearing Trunks' voice, Vegeta struggled to open his eyes. Realizing what had transpired, he turned his gaze to Goku. Kakarot, you fool. Here, Vegeta, I have the last Senzu bean. Goku chuckled, handing the final bean to Vegeta. Trunks hastily took it and placed it in Vegeta's mouth. Once ingested, Vegeta's vitality was restored. Trunks leaped into Vegeta's embrace. Holding him tightly, Vegeta, momentarily taken aback, reciprocated the gesture. How splendid. Vegeta is alive, and Majin Buu has been defeated. What joy! Krillin exclaimed, leaping in delight. Krillin, the ordeal is not yet over. Look, Goku pointed to the sky. The onlookers gazed upward, where they beheld a swirling mass of pink clouds drifting ominously. Chapter 16. The terrifying Majin Buu. As the crowd stood in confusion, the rubble beneath their feet began to tremble slightly. Initially, it was merely a few small stones, but soon the debris across the battlefield quaked unnaturally. What is that? Krillin's voice trembled with fear. At the explosion's epicenter, a viscous pink substance began to coalesce from all directions. It writhed as though alive, merging together to gradually form a blurred humanoid silhouette. No, this cannot be. Piccolo stepped back in disbelief. He should have been utterly annihilated. The pink matter multiplied and accelerated, seeping from the cracks in the ground, condensing from the air, and even emerging from the very soil beneath their feet. The outline became increasingly distinct, first revealing a torso, then limbs, and finally, that ghastly, grinning face. Hee hee. The familiar yet terrifying laughter echoed once more as Majin Buu fully materialized before them, completely unscathed. He twisted his corpulent body, the pink skin glistening with an eerie sheen in the sunlight. This is precisely why we, the Kaioshins, could not obliterate him. We could only seal him away. The Kaioshins seethed with frustration. Is there truly no way for us to defeat him? Must we simply stand by and watch as he ravages the earth? How infuriating! Krillin exclaimed, his voice filled with despair. A profound silence enveloped the crowd as they absorbed his words. Amidst this stillness, Vegeta observed that Goku's expression remained unperturbed, radiating an air of calmness as if the unfolding events were entirely within his anticipation. Kakarot, have you devised a strategy? Vegeta inquired, his gaze shifting towards Goku. The others followed suit, and indeed, Goku appeared to embody confidence. Goku, do you truly have a plan? Krillin asked, his eyes wide with hope. Under the weight of their expectant stares, Goku chuckled heartily and stepped forward. Haha, this situation has not exceeded my expectations. Really? Goku? Krillin exclaimed with elation, seeking further confirmation. Yes, Krillin. Goku's words instilled a renewed sense of assurance in the group, their faces beginning to relax. At that moment, Majin Buu finally restored his form. That was a decent attack, but it's ineffective against me, he declared. Babidi, who had been on the verge of panic when Buu was obliterated, was now ecstatic. Wonderful. Majin Buu, you truly are my father's most prized creation. Babidi couldn't contain his exuberance. His words drew the ire of the others. Had their glares possessed lethal intent? Babidi would have been reduced to mere fragments. Hey, do you have anyone stronger? If not, I'll turn you all into chocolate and devour you. Majin Buu licked his lips, evoking a collective alertness as everyone assumed an offensive stance. Just as they braced themselves, Goku stepped forward with measured strides. Majin Buu, I shall be your opponent now. Are you stronger than that fool Vegeta? Buu retorted, provoking an immediate reaction from Vegeta, whose forehead throbbed with veins. How dare you underestimate me? Goku responded. Strength can only be measured in battle. It is truly deceptive to judge by appearances. I would never have guessed you possessed such power to push Vegeta to this extent. Buu's pride swelled at Goku's words, his nose elongating in an almost comical fashion, reminiscent of Pinocchio. Goku then shifted his tone. However, I will not succumb to you. With that, the two faced each other, the tension palpable as the onlookers held their breath, the atmosphere growing increasingly taut. At the martial arts tournament, the remaining contestants gradually regained their composure after witnessing the events involving Goku and his companions. The competition resumed, and with Goku's departure, the formidable android 18 advanced effortlessly to the finals, akin to a tiger among sheep, with no one able to challenge her. Dear spectators, we have unwittingly arrived at the most thrilling portion of this martial arts tournament. We extend our gratitude to all the participants for their enthusiastic involvement. Without further ado, let us welcome our final contender in the competition, the formidable Mr. Satan. As the audience erupts in enthusiastic cheers, Mr. Satan steps onto the stage with heavy footsteps. He recognizes that number 18 is allied with Sun Wukong, and the memories of their battle against Cell flood his mind, leaving him momentarily weak in the knees. Despite his public proclamations that those battles were mere illusions, he is acutely aware of the undeniable truth. There truly exist individuals capable of splitting mountains and parting seas. Therefore, facing off against number 18 in the finals is a prospect he would rather avoid at all costs. However, having reached this point, he finds himself unable to reject the fervor of the crowd and reluctantly ascends the platform, wrestling with his inner turmoil. As Mr. Satan takes his place on the stage, it becomes evident that he does not underestimate his opponent simply because she is a woman. The host's words draw a grimace from him, a smile more painful than tears. I declare the most thrilling moment of the finals to commence. With that proclamation, he steps aside, leaving the arena to the two competitors. Mr. Satan, fully aware of number 18's terrifying prowess, hesitates to advance, while she approaches him steadily. Each time she moves closer, he instinctively retreats, creating a rather amusing scene. The lady advances while the gentleman withdraws. This spectacle elicits a chorus of murmurs from the audience, who cannot help but speculate on Mr. Satan's apparent fear of his female opponent. Could it be that Mr. Satan is merely showing tenderness? They ponder. Indeed, he is our idol. The atmosphere in the stands ignites with excitement. Observing the audience's chatter and glancing at Mr. Satan, number 18's eyes twinkle with mischief, a smile gracing her lips. Noticing her smile, Mr. Satan's heart races, and he steels himself with renewed vigor. Nevertheless, his caution seems trivial to number 18, who swiftly ensnares his neck in an embrace. Even a man of his experience with numerous beauties cannot help but blush in the presence of number 18's unparalleled beauty in the Dragon Ball universe. How about a deal? She proposes. Mr. Satan pauses, momentarily taken aback, before quickly inquiring, what sort of deal? You wouldn't want to see your supporters disheartened, would you? If you give me 20 million, I shall grant you the championship. What do you say? Mr. Satan is momentarily stunned. Hurry, will you accept? She presses, tightening her grip slightly, causing his face to redden. Let go. I accept. He gasps, feeling as though he has been revived, drawing in deep breaths. Since you have agreed, let us begin. Do not attempt to deceive me, or I shall end you, she warns, her countenance darkening momentarily before returning to calm. The fleeting glimmer of menace sends a chill down Mr. Satan's spine. Very well, unleash your full strength and attack me. At these words, Mr. Satan gulps nervously. Rushing towards number 18 with unwavering determination, the atmosphere ignited with fervent cheers as Satan commenced his attack. Is this truly your utmost effort? With his fist landing upon number 18, a sensation of nothingness prompted a wave of doubt. Number 18's words flushed Satan's face with embarrassment, and he nodded slightly. Very well. I have underestimated you. Allow me to showcase my prowess. As Satan's next punch struck, he let out a dramatic scream, tumbling off the stage, marking a theatrical conclusion to the finals. Chapter 17. Beyond the Super Saiyan second level, may both contestants step to the center of the arena. I hereby declare Mr. Satan the champion of this martial arts tournament. With the crowning of the champion, a wave of jubilation swept through the crowd, chanting Satan, Satan. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently. Buildings collapsed, machinery exploded, the earth cracked, and the skies darkened ominously, a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Oh heavens! Help! Is the end of the world upon us? A chaotic atmosphere enveloped the venue, filled with panic and fear. Number 18 observed the unfolding chaos with growing tension. Could this calamity have been triggered by Goku and his companions? It appeared the adversary this time was formidable. Krillin, wait for me. In the next instant, Number 18 soared into the sky, hastily pursuing the direction Goku and his team had taken. The catalyst for this upheaval was indeed Goku. But it was not the conflict that instigated it. Rather, it was the eruption of his power. Just minutes prior, Goku and Majin Buu stood in a tense standoff, the surrounding air thick with anticipation. In an instant, the two figures clashed fiercely, engaging in a flurry of strikes that echoed throughout the realm. In a heartbeat, they had exchanged blows countless times, the sound of their fists and feet reverberating in the atmosphere. The spectators remained fixated on the combatants, their focus unwavering. Above, the collision of their forces illuminated the sky with brilliant white sparks, a testament to their supersonic clashes. Their forms danced through the air, the surrounding clouds dissipating in their wake. Suddenly, Goku and Majin Buu drew apart, neither sustaining any damage, showcasing their equal prowess. Impressive. Now let us try this. With that, Goku began to gather energy, blue light coalescing between his hands. Kamehameha. He unleashed the energy towards Majin Buu, who retaliated with his own swirling pink energy. The two streams of energy collided in midair like two serpentine dragons, fiercely entwined and refusing to yield. The resulting shockwaves scattered the few clouds that lingered above. As they continued to amplify their energy, the point of collision erupted in a dazzling white light. Once the brilliance faded, tranquility returned. The two fighters, rather than resuming their battle, regarded one another with exhilaration. Wow, you are quite the intriguing opponent. I find great delight in this exchange. Your prowess is commendable. And it has been ages since I encountered such an intriguing adversary. My body is already beginning to stir with excitement. Observing the two of you come to a halt, Piccolo and the others realize that the true battle is about to commence. The warm-up is concluded. Now let us unveil our true capabilities. Come forth, and let us elevate the joy of this contest. Upon hearing these words, a slight smile graces Son Goku's lips. Is that so? I hope what transpires next does not frighten you. With that, Son Goku gently lowers the tail that had been coiled around his waist, prompting Piccolo and the others to recall that Goku had similarly regrown his tail upon revival. Why would Goku choose to regrow his tail? Is it not a known weakness? Krillin is perplexed, knowing that seizing Goku's tail would render him powerless. Goku has always been enigmatic. Perhaps he harbors his own intentions. Piccolo, too, is puzzled. That insufferable Kakarot must have gleaned new insights into his training. Otherwise, he could not have regrown his tail. Vegeta has begun to piece together Goku's thoughts, a testament to their mutual growth as comrades. The scene shifts to the battlefield, where Son Goku slowly approaches Majin Buu. Next, I shall introduce you to the transformation of a Super Saiyan. Majin Buu, exhibiting childlike curiosity, attentively listens to Goku, seemingly oblivious to the impending battle. First, allow me to present the first level of Super Saiyan, which I refer to as Super Saiyan 1. In this form, Goku's eyes turn a striking emerald green. His hair transforms into a radiant golden hue, standing upright, encircled by an aura of golden energy, his expression resolute. Next comes the ascendance to Super Saiyan 2, an evolution beyond the first. Goku in this form bears little visual difference from Super Saiyan 1, save for bangs cascading down his forehead and the presence of lightning amidst the golden energy. How powerful! Just how strong does Goku intend to become? Krillin reflects in awe. Uncle Goku is formidable. Perhaps he rivals my father. Sensing this overwhelming energy, Trunks turns to Vegeta. Vegeta, however, remains silent, merely snorting in acknowledgement. He has an instinctive feeling that Kakarot is holding back, that this is not his full strength. Brother, father is truly incredible. Goten exclaims with glee. Indeed, Goten. Father is the strongest in the universe, Gohan responds. pride radiating from him as he gazes at Goku. Yes, he is undeniably powerful, but at this level, I doubt he can hope to defeat Majin Buu. Vegeta had experienced a similar fate not long ago, falling effortlessly to Buu. As the others expressed their admiration, Piccolo's ill-timed remarks shatter the rekindled hope among them. Though Piccolo's metaphor irks Vegeta, he refrains from retorting, fixating his gaze on Son Goku, his thoughts swirling. Kakarot, let me witness the essence of your resolve. Majin Buu, gazing upon this form of Goku, exclaimed, I recognize this. That previous Vegeta resembled this as well, which amused me for a moment. Upon hearing this, Goku's lips twitched involuntarily. If Vegeta were to hear Buu's words, he might very well explode with rage. Ultimately, this represents a further transcendence of the Super Saiyan form into the advanced third stage of Super Saiyan. This time, Goku did not find the transformation as effortless as before. Veins bulged on his forehead, and with fists clenched at his waist, he began to channel all his might, unleashing a powerful roar. Initially, Piccolo and the others found it hard to fathom Goku's declaration, for in their eyes, Super Saiyan 2 was already unfathomably powerful. How could there be further breakthroughs? Yet, as Goku's roar resonated, a surge of even greater power erupted from him, altering the very fabric of reality and casting the world in a cataclysmic hue. Far on the other side of Earth, Tien and Kairatsu felt a profound shock from this energy. Is this Goku's true power? Even from a distance, it felt as though it were right before them. In the Kame house, Master Roshi removed his sunglasses, his expression solemn as he focused intently on Goku's direction. Goku. Meanwhile, Goku himself began to undergo a gradual transformation. The golden energy surrounding him became almost tangible, with his hair extending slowly. To the unseen eyes, it seemed as if Goku's entire life flashed before him like a mirror, only to vanish in an instant. Within his mind's eye, the grown Goku morphed into a colossal ape. The giant ape within his consciousness roared, and Goku's physical form echoed that roar. As their voices harmonized, Goku's energy was unleashed entirely. The golden energy radiated with the brilliance of the sun. When the light faded, a completely renewed Goku stood before the astonished crowd. His appearance had dramatically altered. His eyebrows had vanished, his hair cascaded down to his waist, exuding a somewhat sinister aura, and his muscles appeared even more formidable. Unlike Super Saiyan 2, which crackled with lightning, he seemed to embody lightning itself. Is this truly Goku? Krillin swallowed hard, murmuring in disbelief. Kakarot. Vegeta gritted his teeth, fixated on Goku with unwavering intensity. The others were equally astounded, particularly the Supreme Kai, Shin, who could hardly believe that in merely a few decades, such a formidable being could emerge. This power was entirely alien to the mortal realm. In the depths of the universe, unbeknownst to all, a pair of closed eyes fluttered slightly before settling back into tranquility. Chapter 18. A dramatic conclusion. My apologies for the wait. It's my first time in this form down here, and I'm still getting used to it, Goku said, looking at Majin Buu with calm resolve. It's nothing remarkable. You merely look a bit fierce, Buu replied, tilting his pink head, narrowing his eyes into slits, yet a peculiar smile lingered on his lips. Goku gently shook his head, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Buu, you have no idea what you are truly facing. As soon as the words left his lips, Wukong's figure abruptly vanished from sight. Buu's eyes widened in shock. Before he could react, a powerful punch struck him forcefully in the abdomen. His pink form curled into a shrimp-like shape as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing through 3 distant rocky peaks before finally coming to a halt. Coughing and sputtering, Buu emerged from the rubble, dusting himself off, his smile eradicated. You hurt me, he complained. Wukong reappeared before him, a mere 5 meters away, arms crossed over his chest. This is just the beginning, Buu. Anger began to simmer in Buu's small eyes. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of pink energy. Wukong did not even flinch. He simply raised a hand, and the energy wave was deflected upon contact, soaring into the sky and exploding into a magnificent display of fireworks. Your attack is too straightforward, Buu, Wukong remarked. In a true battle, such tactics will not strike your opponent. Shut up, Buu shrieked, his body elongating suddenly. His right arm stretching like rubber as his fist came at Wukong from an odd angle aimed at the back of his head. Without turning, Wukong merely tilted his body slightly, allowing Buu's fist to graze past his golden hair. At the same moment, Wukong's elbow struck back with precision against Buu's elongated arm joint. Ah! Buu cried out in pain, quickly retracting his arm. His expression twisted into a more sinister grimace, steam beginning to vent from the pores on his forehead. I will turn you into chocolate. Is that so? Then come at me. If you can, Wukong challenged, as Buu's body began to swell, muscles bulging, his size doubling. He raised his enormous foot and stomped down towards Wukong's position. The ground buckled under the immense pressure, shockwaves radiating outward, stirring up clouds of dust. As the dust settled, Buu looked down in search of Wukong, only to find nothing beneath him. Up here, Wukong's voice echoed from above. Buu glanced upwards to see Wukong, suspended upside down directly above him, a single finger lightly pressing against Buu's forehead. Kamehameha. Blue energy coalesced in Wukong's palm, blasting directly into Buu's face at close range. The tremendous force sent Buu's massive form crashing to the ground, the energy wave carving a wide trench across the earth, spanning hundreds of meters. When calm returned, the sight revealed Majin Buu sprawled helplessly amidst the ruins, while Sun Goku hovered in the air, quietly observing the fallen figure of Majin Buu. Hey, Buu, this level of power won't be enough to take you down. Get up. As Goku's words echoed, the rubble began to tremble slightly. In the next instant, a surge of pink light shot skyward. When the brilliance faded, Majin Buu stood before Son Goku once more. But this time, the calm demeanor he initially possessed had vanished, replaced by a frantic glare directed at Goku. What's wrong? Out of tricks already? If this is all you've got, it's rather dull, Son Goku taunted, eager to uncover the full extent of Majin Buu's power. Ah, how infuriating. How dare you look down upon me? Majin Buu pounded his chest in rage, his already pink visage now even more pronounced. A stream of white gas began to emanate from the hole atop Majin Buu's head, gradually enveloping Goku and himself in its embrace. This trivial trick holds no sway over me, Goku remarked nonchalantly, surveying the white smoke surrounding him without a hint of movement. However, Majin Buu remained unconvinced by Goku's words and stealthily prepared to strike from within the veil of white gas. You truly are obstinate. If that is the case, I shall strike you down. Just as Majin Buu's attack was about to land on Goku, he swiftly pivoted, extending his hand to seize Buu's fist. With his other hand, he delivered a powerful blow to Majin Buu's face, sending him hurtling backward, his countenance distorted from the impact. Now do you believe? Goku grinned confidently, though the smile bore a sinister charm in his Super Saiyan 3 form. Below, Piccolo and the others were left in awe. While they were aware of Goku's prowess as a Super Saiyan 3, they had not anticipated it to be to such an extent. Majin Buu, who had withstood everything Vegeta threw at him, was rendered utterly defenseless against Goku's might. Incredible. Goku is truly magnificent. Krillin laughed heartily. Yes, Father has always stood before us, vanquishing formidable foes. Gohan remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Remarkable. Super Saiyan 3 is indeed extraordinary. Trunks and Goten gazed at Goku, their eyes sparkling with wonder. Is Mr. Goku truly from this realm? King Kai murmured, utterly dumbfounded. Kakarot has surpassed me by such a margin, yet I refuse to concede. Vegeta's expression shifted from fury to a calm resolve as he pondered something. In the sky, Goku, awaiting Majin Buu's next move, spoke up as the silence lingered. What is the matter, Buu? Have you run out of tricks? If so, I shall take the offensive. With that declaration, Goku readied himself for an assault. But just as he was about to strike, the furious Majin Buu suddenly plopped down onto the ground. This isn't fun anymore. I'm not fighting. I'm hungry. I want to eat. Ignoring the astonished expressions of those around him, he tilted his head, crossing his arms, showing none of the menace he once wielded thousands of years ago. The crowd was left in shock at Buu's sudden shift, as the atmosphere transformed from one of intense life and death struggle to that of a child sulking and needing to be appeased. Mr. Wukong, quickly, take this opportunity to eliminate him, for this will ensure the total destruction of Majin Buu. The Supreme Kai Shin longs more than anyone to obliterate Majin Buu, especially since the battle against him has already claimed the lives of a Grand Supreme Kai and 3 Supreme Kais. Though the circumstances remain unclear, it is wise to heed the words of the Supreme Kai. Kuririn and the others echoed his sentiments. Sun Wukong, however, remained silent, closing his eyes to ponder deeply. Upon reopening them, he had made up his mind. All right, I have devised a plan to deal with Majin Buu. Chapter 19. Arranging for Majin Buu Supreme Kai. I regret to inform you that I cannot eliminate Majin Buu in his current state. Sun Wukong expressed his apologies to the Supreme Kai and the others. Why, Mr. Wukong? Majin Buu has committed countless atrocities and should have been vanquished long ago. The Supreme Kai was taken aback by Sun Wukong's decision, failing to grasp the significance of the phrase in his current state. Supreme Kai, have you not noticed that this Majin Buu is not as malevolent as you have portrayed? Mr. Wukong, this could merely be a facade. The Supreme Kai Shin was visibly agitated. That is not the case, Supreme Kai. I can sense that this Majin Buu is not the mindless destroyer you describe. Perhaps Majin Buu has absorbed the Grand Supreme Kai's divine compassion, thus tempering his inherent evil and resulting in the being we see now, a creature devoid of moral distinction, akin to a newborn infant. However, upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, the Supreme Kai Shin began to waver. Noticing this, Sun Wukong continued, furthermore, this may very well align with the Grand Supreme Kai's desires. This statement shattered the Supreme Kai Shin's inner turmoil. Perhaps he too realized that a compassionate Grand Supreme Kai would never wish to end violence through further bloodshed. Perhaps you are right, Mr. Wukong. I have been blinded by hatred. How could the Grand Supreme Kai desire such actions from me? In that fleeting moment, the Supreme Kai Shin appeared somewhat forlorn. With the Supreme Kai Shin's tacit approval, the other warriors were unlikely to oppose Sun Wukong's decision. Wukong, we all trust you. Son, you have the right to make this choice. Indeed, Father. Kakarot, this is your responsibility. Even the aloof Vegeta did not contest it. The support from his comrades warmed Sun Wukong's heart, causing a smile to unconsciously grace his lips. Thank you, everyone. I have a premonition that Majin Buu will become our ally in battle. Really? If Wukong says so, it must be true. But Wukong, where do you intend to place Majin Buu? Kuririn inquired, puzzled. I will find someone who can guide Majin Buu towards a righteous path. Who would that be? Master Roshi. Perhaps? Kuririn envisioned a scene where Majin Buu followed Master Roshi. Buu, look at that girl's ample bosom. I like it, hee hee. Oh my. How can a girl's body be so fair? I must inquire. Ahaha. Buu, transform into the image depicted here, and I shall guide you. Hee hee hee. Upon recalling this scene, Krillin couldn't help but shudder. Rest assured, Krillin, I have already identified the most suitable candidate. No one is more fitting than him. Oh, son. Your unwavering confidence piques my curiosity. Who might it be? As you all are aware, it is the Satan from the Cell games. Oh, it's him. Although he can be somewhat unreliable and a bit arrogant, he possesses a genuinely kind heart, making him indeed a fitting choice. Krillin reminisced about the Cell games. When everyone was engaged in battle, this seemingly ordinary person, whose slightest residual energy could have been fatal, recklessly threw Android 16 in front of Gohan, awakening his true potential. Otherwise, that day, everyone would have perished alongside Goku. Thus, a decision regarding Majin Buu's fate was finally reached. Meanwhile, Android 18, rushing to the battlefield, finally arrived after the conclusion of this fierce combat. Krillin, what is happening? And are you Goku? Android 18 was taken aback by Goku's appearance, as the transformation he underwent had not been particularly pronounced. At that moment, Goku retained his Super Saiyan 3 form, ever since his tail had regrown. Becoming Super Saiyan 3 was no longer a burden. He could maintain this form effortlessly, akin to a Super Saiyan at full power, as long as he possessed sufficient energy. Yes, 18, it is I. This is the new Super Saiyan 3, Goku declared, reverting to his normal state. Krillin then recounted the events that had transpired to Android 18. Such a thing truly occurred. Goku approached Majin Buu with measured steps. Buu, allow me to take you somewhere. It is a place filled with delightful treats. Goku gestured extravagantly, drawing a large circle with his hand. Really? I can eat whatever I desire and do whatever I wish. Majin Buu seemed intrigued. Of course, and you can challenge us to a match at any time, but you must promise me not to cause any destruction or harm to others. Well, all right then, I promise. Majin Buu pondered for a moment before acquiescing to Goku's request. Good, then follow me. Everyone, please wait here. I will return shortly. With that, he soared into the sky, heading towards the tournament site, with Majin Buu closely trailing behind. Concealed amidst the ruins of battle, Babidi, witnessing Majin Buu's defeat at the hands of Goku and his subsequent flight, realized that he had lost control over Majin Buu. He dared not attempt to seal him in front of the warriors. Just as he intended to sneak away, he accidentally knocked over some debris. Oh no! As he had feared, Even the slightest sound did not escape the keen ears of those present. Babidi, shouted the Supreme Kai, recognizing him, and swiftly darted towards Babidi, gathering energy as he flew. Supreme Kai, spare me. Spare you? If it weren't for Mr. Goku, the entire universe would have been under your control. You are the most unpardonable of all. Die. With that, the energy surged directly towards Babidi. Although the power of the Supreme Kai does not rival that of Majin Buu, eliminating Babidi was a trivial task. Thus, the true perpetrator behind all this has finally been brought to justice. Meanwhile, Son Goku, accompanied by Majin Buu, swiftly arrived at the gathering. At that moment, Mr. Satan, having just witnessed the apocalyptic scenes, was cowering in fear within his room. Suddenly, a voice startled Satan, sending chills down his spine. "Who dares to frighten me, Mr. Satan?" he exclaimed, attempting to bolster his courage with a loud inquiry. "I am Son Goku. We met during the Cell Games." Goku introduced himself as he appeared before Satan alongside Majin Buu. The sudden appearance of the two figures caused Satan to retreat in fright. However, as he focused and recognized Son Goku, he retracted his neck, realizing who stood before him. "Hello, Son Goku. What brings you here?" Satan asked, mustering his courage. "Oh, well," Son Goku began, succinctly explaining his purpose and introducing the origins of Majin Buu. Once Goku finished, Satan's eyes widened in disbelief, and he gulped audibly. "Are you saying I should keep this being, more terrifying than Cell, by my side?" "Indeed, while Buu may appear fearsome, he will absolutely not harm anyone. I cannot entrust him to just anyone. I implore you," Goku pleaded, pressing his palms together in earnest request. Seeing such a formidable character appeal to him, Satan felt a surge of pride, nearly agreeing on instinct. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. "No, no way. This creature is too dangerous. Don't be so hasty in your refusal, Satan. Think carefully. As long as you keep him well fed and entertained, you could have such a powerful ally claim you as his master. Whenever someone challenges you, he could handle it without you having to step into the fray. Most importantly, his disposition resembles that of a child. He is easily influenced, and only by having him around someone with a sense of justice like yourself can I rest easy. This is tantamount to saving the world." Satan's expression gradually shifted from resolute to contemplative as Goku's words resonated with him. He began to daydream, chuckling to himself. "Ha ha ha, cough cough. Very well. If you insist, I shall reluctantly agree. After all, this is for the sake of world salvation. Thank you, Satan. I entrust Buu to you. Should anything arise, you can reach me through the Capsule Corporation. They know how to contact me," Goku said, turning to Majin Buu. "Buu, you will accompany Satan now. You can come to find us anytime." "I understand. I am so hungry. I want to eat." "Thank you, Satan. Farewell," he said before instantaneously vanishing. Having anticipated Goku's sudden appearance and disappearance, Satan was somewhat prepared. "Buu, I am called Satan. Let us go and enjoy some delicious food." Chapter 20. The Sword of the Supreme Kai. "Everyone, I have returned," Son Goku exclaimed as he instantaneously reappeared before them. "Goku, have you settled Majin Buu?" "Oh, I believe that Majin Buu would find great joy in being with Mr. Satan." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, everyone dispersed. Initially, there were thoughts of gathering again. But Vegeta, unable to contain his impatience, had already departed when Goku went to see off Majin Buu. Trunks, however, chose to stay behind. With the matter of Majin Buu resolved, he wished to spend time with Goten. Moreover, after experiencing such a whirlwind of events, everyone needed time to process it all. "Mr. Goku, the situation has concluded. I shall take my leave now. Farewell." After everyone had exited, King Kai also bid farewell to Goku. "Wait a moment, Lord Kai. May I accompany you to your realm for training?" Goku interjected, halting King Kai's departure. Taken aback, King Kai realized that it had been millennia since anyone had ventured to his world. "Of course, Mr. Goku, you are always welcome." "Thank you, Lord Kai." Goku then turned to Goten, instructing, "Goten, please inform your mother that your brother and I will be home later." "Ah, Dad, may I join you?" Gohan inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Indeed, Goku recognized that he had altered certain events. Without his proactive guidance, unforeseen circumstances might arise. Thus, he deemed it essential to prepare in advance for any unexpected occurrences. "Dad, I also wish to accompany you." Goten's voice was faint with longing. "That won't do, Goten. If we all go, your mother will worry." Goku gently declined Goten's request. "Oh, very well." Goten's spirits sank at his father's refusal. Observing this, Goku contemplated for a moment before addressing the dejected boy. How about this, Goten? I shall teach you a particularly powerful technique. Goten's interest was piqued by Goku's words, and he eagerly asked, what technique? Is it Super Saiyan 3? Super Saiyan 3 is so cool. Please teach me that, Dad. Trunks, overhearing Goten, hurriedly approached Goku. Urgency in his tone. Uncle Goku, I want to learn too. Certainly. This technique was meant for both of you. Although it is not Super Saiyan 3, it surpasses it in power. Initially, the boy's expressions had dimmed upon hearing the first part of Goku's statement, but anticipation surged as they heard the latter half. Really? I want to learn. I want to learn. Even Gohan's interest was sparked. Subsequently, Goku demonstrated the fusion dance to Gohan first. Gohan exhibited little reaction. After all, he was accustomed to the awkwardness of even the Saiyan masked hero's movements. However, it was evident from the expressions of the two younger boys that they felt somewhat embarrassed. Goku and Gohan then demonstrated the technique once more, explaining as they performed the movements. First, both of you must synchronize your energy. Next, you must execute completely opposite actions, as if mirroring each other. Finally, align your fingertips, and you will successfully fuse into a brand new warrior, acquiring unimaginable power. Although the two little ones felt somewhat embarrassed, they expressed their determination to train diligently, aspiring to surpass even Super Saiyan 3. Thank you for your patience, Lord Kaioshin. Let us proceed. Thus, Lord Kaioshin, accompanied by Son Goku and Jebet, returned to the Kaioshin realm. One cannot help but acknowledge that Lord Kaioshin's instant transmission is of a higher caliber than Goku's, as it requires neither contact nor the search for energy signatures. We have arrived, Mr. Goku, Mr. Gohan. This is the Kaioshin realm. Wow, what a beautiful place. Moreover, the gravity here is stronger than that of Earth. Training in this environment will surely yield remarkable results. Upon their arrival at the new planet, Goku and his companion were filled with curiosity about their surroundings. By the way, Lord Kaioshin, I am quite curious. What would you do about Majin Buu if I were not here? Goku, having acclimated to the Kaioshin realm, directed the conversation toward the Kaioshin sword, as the old Kaioshin remained sealed within it. To my shame, I initially intended to prevent Majin Buu's revival directly. If he were to awaken, I would take Mr. Gohan to retrieve the sacred artifact of the Kaioshin realm to defeat him. Lord Kaioshin felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing that as a creator of the universe, he was relying on a human for assistance. The sacred artifact of the Kaioshin realm? Might we see it? Goku inquired. Certainly, please follow me. In a short while, they arrived at the location where the Kaioshin sword was enshrined, standing proudly in the center of a towering stone pillar. Behold, this is the sacred artifact of the Kaioshin realm, the Kaioshin sword. It is said that one who draws this sword will gain unimaginable power. Lord Kaioshin proudly introduced the weapon. Is that truly the case? May I attempt to draw it? Of course, be my guest. Goku approached the Kaioshin sword, holding his breath as he grasped the hilt and began to exert force gradually. Initially, Lord Kaioshin believed that Goku would need to transform into a Super Saiyan to draw the sword, yet, to his astonishment, the sword slowly began to emerge as Goku exerted his strength in his normal state. When the sword was finally withdrawn, the stone pillar collapsed with a thunderous crash. Just as expected from Mr. Goku, he withdrew the divine sword with such ease. Let us see what power he has gained. Lord Kaioshin, filled with anticipation, was curious about the power that had been dormant for 15 generations. Goku sensed the change, but found nothing remarkable. He then tossed the sword toward Gohan. Gohan, give it a try. Gohan caught the sword effortlessly, but was nearly thrown off balance by its weight. He quickly steadied himself, exclaiming, "Wow, this is quite heavy." Upon assessing himself and noticing no change, he conjectured, "I understand now. Perhaps the sword is intended to be wielded during training, as its weight is perfect for that purpose." Perhaps that is indeed the case, Lord Kaioshin tentatively agreed. "I shall test the sharpness of this sword," declared Sun Wukong, as he began to survey his surroundings. He lifted a massive boulder and hurled it towards Gohan. With a swift flick of his sword, Gohan effortlessly cleaved the stone in twain, the cut surfaces gleaming like mirrors. "Wow, how sharp. Mr. Wukong, please give this a try," said the Kaioshin, conjuring a square block of metal that descended upon Sun Wukong's head. Wukong hastily caught it. "This is the sturdiest metal in the universe. Now let us see how it fares." What transpired next utterly astonished everyone present, save for Sun Wukong. The moment the Kaioshin's sword made contact with the metal, it bent under the pressure, and with a resounding crack, it shattered into 2 pieces. "How is this possible?" gasped Kaioshin Shin, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the sacred artifact of the Kaioshin realm could be so easily broken. Just as the group stood in stunned silence, a figure materialized behind them. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Chapter 21. The old Kaioshin, what are you lot doing? The sudden voice sent chills down their spines. They quickly turned to see an aged figure standing before them, clad in the same attire as Kaioshin Shin. Who are you? How did you come to be in the Kaioshin realm? Kaioshin Shin demanded sternly. Fools. If I am here, then I must be a Kaioshin, albeit one from 15 generations past. The old Kaioshin gestured nonchalantly at Kaioshin Shin, adding, 15 generations. Does that not make me your ancestor? Indeed, you are my forebear, exclaimed Kaioshin Shin, and without hesitation, he beckoned. Come, let me pay my respects to my ancestor. The old Kaioshin playfully tapped Kaioshin Shin's head. Yes, ancestor. Both Kaioshin Shin and Jebet bowed respectfully. Sun Wukong and Gohan observed the scene in silence. Ancestor, from whence do you hail? I must apologize for breaking the Kaioshin sword you left behind, Kaioshin Shin said, bowing deeply with a look of guilt. At this, the previously composed old Kaioshin suddenly appeared flustered. Fool, that sword could not be broken. I was sealed within it, and no generation of Kaioshin managed to shatter it. It was later enshrined, which infuriated me. So that is the case. However, there have indeed been rumors that drawing the Kaioshin sword grants immense power, Kaioshin Shin remarked, his voice trailing off as if struck by a thought. Could it be that you, my ancestor? Ah, indeed. That tale was indeed told before my sealing. I foresaw my own entrapment, and as it turns out, my predictions were correct. However, the promise of great power was no deception. Is that true? Kaioshin Shin gazed skeptically at the old Kaioshin, who was now ruffled by the wind. Fool, my true terror lies not in raw power, but in my abilities. I can unlock your potential and elevate your strength. Observing Kaioshin Shin's expression, the old Kaioshin's face flushed with indignation. Fool, do not interrupt my speech, the Supreme Kai admonished, retracting his neck to signal the old Supreme Kai to continue. The old Supreme Kai resumed his previous discourse, revealing an unexpected truth. The legacy of the Supreme Kai had declined with each generation, culminating in the realization that it was ultimately 2 mere mortals who accomplished what none of his predecessors could. He then directed his gaze toward the 2 figures standing beside him, Son Goku and his son, Gohan. Greetings, esteemed old Supreme Kai. I am Son Goku, Goku introduced himself. Followed by Gohan. Greetings, esteemed old Supreme Kai. I am Son Gohan. Upon noticing the old Supreme Kai's attention directed at them, both Goku and Gohan bowed respectfully. Indeed, it is you whom I ought to express my gratitude, for it is thanks to you that I have regained my freedom. So, did you draw forth the Supreme Kai's sword in pursuit of power? The old Supreme Kai scrutinized them with narrowed eyes. Yes, esteemed old Supreme Kai, Goku replied, scratching his head and displaying his characteristic hearty smile. Previously, we encountered a remarkably formidable foe. Although the situation has been temporarily resolved, we seek greater strength to protect Earth. The old Supreme Kai narrowed his eyes further, examining the 2 before him with an intensity that seemed to pierce through their very souls, causing Gohan to instinctively straighten his posture. Interesting, he mused. Suddenly, he reached out, pinching Goku's arm and patting Gohan's shoulder. Both of you possess astonishing potential, particularly this young man, he remarked, pointing at Gohan. The Supreme Kai, Shin, expressed his surprise, asking, Ancestor, are you suggesting that Gohan's potential surpasses that of Goku? Fool. The old Supreme Kai chided, giving Shin a light rap on the head. It is not merely a matter of comparison. This individual, Goku, has already unlocked a considerable extent of his potential, while this young man, he leaned closer to Gohan, their noses nearly touching, still harbors even greater power within him, dormant and waiting to be awakened. With hands clasped behind his back, the old Supreme Kai paced for a few moments before turning abruptly. Very well. As a token of my gratitude for liberating me from that accursed sword, I shall assist this young man in unlocking his potential. Gohan glanced nervously at his father, who reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. This is wonderful, Gohan. The old Supreme Kai is willing to help. This is a rare opportunity. However, Father, Gohan began to protest. Do not concern yourself, Gohan. The old Supreme Kai has already stated that my potential is largely realized. You are in greater need of this now, and I have other pressing matters to discuss with the old Supreme Kai, he insisted. Thank you, Father, Gohan replied, finally conceding, and approached the old Supreme Kai. Esteemed old Supreme Kai, I beseech you. Very well, sit down, the old Supreme Kai instructed. Leave the rest to me. As Gohan settled into a cross-legged position, the old Supreme Kai began to circle around him, performing peculiar gestures. The Supreme Kai, Shin, looked on with an expression of embarrassment. Hours passed, and just as the onlookers thought the session had concluded, the old Supreme Kai suddenly announced, "All right, the preparatory work is complete. The formal process will now commence. And you must remain still for the next 20 hours. Reluctantly, they complied and settled down, though Shin appeared to have something on his mind. Gazing at the old Supreme Kai with unspoken questions. Speak, what questions do you have? The old Kaioshin remarked, observing the movements of Shin with a hint of irritation. Ancient One, I wish to inquire who imprisoned you within the Z sword, for we Kaioshins possess the ability of instant transmission. It is nearly impossible for anyone to capture us unless we willingly risk our lives, Shin inquired. As soon as Shin's words fell, the old Kaioshin's expression grew grave, as if lost in reminiscence. There exists a being of unfathomable terror in this universe, devoid of any sense of good or evil, acting solely on whim. We merely disagreed and exchanged a few words with him, and as a consequence, we were sealed within the divine sword. More terrifying than Majin Buu? Shin exclaimed in astonishment, instinctively comparing the two. Majin Buu? I have not heard of him, yet I assure you, there is no one in this universe more formidable than him. Enough of this. He is mostly in slumber and is unlikely to awaken. Listening to the conversation between the two Kaioshins, Goku felt a weight in his heart. It seemed there were horrors he was unaware of, compelling him to become even stronger. The atmosphere fell into a momentary silence. Wu Tian, what did you say? Your father and brother have gone with that Kaioshin? Kiki questioned Wu Tian with a furious expression. Under Kiki's imposing demeanor, Wu Tian recoiled slightly. Goku could go alone. But why did he take Gohan with him? Isn't that jeopardizing Gohan's studies? Just wait until I return to address this. Wu Tian, do not emulate your father, or I shall be driven to despair. I understand, mother. I will certainly study diligently. Wu Tian nodded in trepidation. Ah, my obedient Wu Tian. What would you like to eat? I shall prepare it for you, Kiki said, her anger subsiding as she swiftly departed, perhaps accustomed to Goku's ways, and aware that the earth indeed required Goku to grow stronger. Yet, from a familial standpoint, she also hoped Goku would be a good father and husband. Chapter 22, Father-Son Battle. After a long 20 hours, the time finally passed. Goku and the others encircled Gohan, inquiring, Gohan, do you sense any changes? Gohan concentrated for a moment, seemingly feeling no difference. I'm sorry, father, but I think I may have failed. He scratched his head sheepishly. That is impossible. The Ancient One would not deceive us. There must be some misunderstanding. Shin insisted, unable to believe that the Ancient One would mislead him. Meanwhile, the old Kaioshin, witnessing the doubt cast upon him, darkened his expression and reprimanded, Fool, release all your energy, but do not transform into that Super Saiyan. The power you need to develop lies deep within your body and must be controlled by you. Upon hearing the old Kaioshin's words, Gohan immediately began to release his energy. With a deep breath, a luminous white energy began to manifest from Gohan's form. Waves of energy radiated from beneath his feet, causing the surrounding flora and trees to sway as if stirred by an unseen wind. As Gohan's energy surged, the very atmosphere of the King Kai's realm began to shift dramatically. One moment, the sky was a serene expanse of blue, and the next, it was shrouded in ominous clouds, accompanied by the rumble of thunder and the crackle of white lightning. Gohan is astonishing, King Kai exclaimed, his face etched with disbelief. It's incredible. I never anticipated that Gohan could reach such heights after unlocking his potential. Once he fully unleashes it, he may very well surpass my Super Saiyan 3 form. How exhilarating. Goku's excitement was palpable. Although he had gleaned the essence of Gohan's mysterious transformation from shared memories, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience, providing a tangible sense of Gohan's formidable power. Goku could hardly contain his eagerness to engage Gohan in battle. Mindful of the old Kai's counsel, Gohan focused solely on unleashing the energy within him without transforming into a Super Saiyan. Gradually, the surrounding environment began to regain its tranquility. At that moment, Gohan's pupils constricted. His gaze shifted from gentle to piercing, his hair slightly lengthened yet remaining black, and his muscles became more defined. His overall demeanor transitioned from the elegance of a scholar to the imposing presence of a warrior, exuding an aura of profound calmness that starkly contrasted with the ferocity typical of a Super Saiyan. "Gohan, how do you feel?" Goku inquired eagerly as Gohan's energy reached its zenith. The sensation within Gohan was akin to a torrential river flowing freely, yet his body bore no strain, devoid of the fatigue associated with transforming into a Super Saiyan. Instead, he felt as though his body was inherently meant to be this way. Fool. This is the true release of potential. The Super Saiyan transformation is merely a facade of the lower realms, incomparable to your current state. Goku encouraged. "Come, let us engage in battle. I can sense your immense strength." "All right, Dad. I too wish to test the limits of my newfound abilities." With that, they assumed their stances. Ready for combat. "Wait. You two can't fight over there. My frail constitution cannot withstand the tremors of your battle." The old Kai interjected swiftly. "Very well," Gohan replied respectfully. "Let's ascend and battle in the skies." With that, they soared upwards, Gohan closely following Goku. As Goku and Gohan faced each other, their gazes locked. A palpable tension filled the air. The old Kai, King Kai, and Jebet stood at a distance, their expressions grave as they observed this father-son duel. "Gohan, let me witness your current might," Goku declared, a thrill dancing at the corners of his mouth as he clenched his fists. In an instant, a brilliant golden aura erupted around him, the energy swirling violently. He transformed into a Super Saiyan. A radiant golden light shot skyward as Goku's black hair turned to gold, his eyes shimmering with a vibrant green hue. With a powerful thrust of his foot, the ground shattered beneath him, and he dashed toward Gohan like lightning. The clash of their fists echoed as they met, a shockwave erupting that sent the surrounding flora swaying violently. Gohan remained composed, the power of his mysterious form allowing him to adeptly counter his father's onslaught. The speed was impressive, yet still insufficient. With a fierce shout, Gohan exerted his strength, delivering a punch that sent Goku staggering back several dozen meters. "Ha! Indeed formidable." Goku regained his stance, his fighting spirit intensifying. "How about this?" he declared, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. A more violent aura erupted, golden lightning enveloping him as his power surged once more. In an instant, he appeared beside Gohan. Executing a sweeping kick, Gohan raised his arm to block, yet was still pushed back several steps, the ground beneath him cracking. A slight smile graced his lips. "Now this feels right." The two resumed their fierce exchange, fists flying like rain, energy rippling through the air. Each collision sparked tremendous shockwaves, causing the very fabric of the King Kai's realm to tremble. The old Kai squinted, murmuring, "Goku's power is indeed remarkable, but Gohan's mysterious form is far from simple." In the midst of battle, Goku bellowed, "Ha!" He suddenly threw his head back and roared, his golden aura swelling ferociously, hair extending to his waist, his brows vanishing, replaced by the sharp contours of his brow bones. An unparalleled force enveloped the arena, scattering even the clouds in the sky. This was Super Saiyan 3. Although King Kai had witnessed this transformation before, he was still awestruck. Goku hovered in midair, surrounded by golden lightning, his aura vast as the ocean. He fixed his gaze on Gohan and chuckled. "Gohan, you must be cautious this time." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, his figure vanished. And in the next instant, his fist was already before Gohan. Boom! Amidst the earth-shattering explosion, Gohan crossed his arms to brace against the blow. Yet the ground beneath him sank into a massive crater. Such overwhelming power. A flicker of surprise crossed Gohan's eyes, but his lips curled into a smirk. However, it's still not enough. He suddenly unleashed his own energy, a fierce aura swelling around him as he retaliated with a punch. Goku quickly raised his guard, but was still sent flying hundreds of meters, crashing through several rock formations before managing to halt his momentum. Impressive. Again, Gohan. Goku charged once more towards Gohan, and the two continued their aerial skirmish. "Yeah, strike, strike, strike." As their collisions escalated, the ground trembled initially, but soon the vibrations grew more pronounced until the entire King Kai's realm was quaking. Such unparalleled power. The very realm itself was vibrating. King Kai had no doubts. If both unleashed their full strength, even this sacred ground of the universe, the King Kai's realm, would be unable to withstand their might. At that moment, the two in the sky had created some distance between them. After a fierce struggle, both were now gasping for breath. "Gohan, let this next strike decide our fate." "All right." Father, I have the same intention. With that, both began to gather their energy. Kamehameha. They unleashed their gathered Kamehameha waves towards each other simultaneously. The energies collided midair. Initially evenly matched, but as they poured their strength into them, it became evident that Gohan's energy was overpowering Goku's. With a resounding shout, Gohan's energy surged, engulfing Goku. In a split second, Goku utilized instant transmission to evade the impending doom. With a steady stance, Sun Wukong's fighting spirit remained undiminished. Yet he understood that despite his Super Saiyan 3 form being flawless in strength, speed, and endurance, Gohan's enigmatic transformation still surpassed him. It seems that I am not yet your match. Sun Wukong relinquished his Super Saiyan 3 form, returning to his normal state, and smiled brightly. Gohan, too, reined in his aura and approached, reaching out to grasp his father's hand. Dad, you are already incredibly strong. The old Kai, stroking his beard, nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, Gohan's mysterious form is the epitome of power. Sun Wukong brushed off the dust from his attire, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Next time, I will surely surpass you. Gohan smiled in reply. Dad, I will not lag behind either. The two exchanged a knowing glance, bursting into laughter, their unspoken understanding palpable. A gentle breeze swept through the Kaioshin realm, marking the conclusion of this father-son battle with Sun Wukong's defeat. Yet, the spirit of combat would never extinguish. Chapter 23. Vegeta's breakthrough. As Sun Wukong and Gohan descended to the ground, they stood before the old Kai. Incredible! Exclaimed the old Kai. I endured considerable hardship to attain Super Saiyan status, yet you merely assisted Gohan in unlocking his potential, and he has already surpassed me. Of course, he replied, but it is primarily due to Gohan's immense potential. Even with my guidance, it would not have reached such heights otherwise. He cast a sidelong glance at Kaioshin Shin. Noticing the old Kai's gaze, Shin's face flushed. He realized that the old Kai was indirectly commenting on him. Old Kai, you are well versed in many matters. I request your assistance in maintaining my consciousness when I transform into a gorilla. The old Kai regarded Wukong with a penetrating gaze, which made Sun Wukong feel utterly transparent before him. However, the old Kai did not elaborate further. Very well, I can immerse your consciousness in an illusion. However, this carries significant risks. Are you certain you wish to proceed? What risks? Son Gohan inquired hastily. The old Kai replied unhurriedly. If he cannot awaken from the illusion, he may remain trapped indefinitely, with no one able to assist him. Moreover, the illusion will adapt based on his own psyche, which I cannot control. What? Dad? You, Son Gohan began, but upon seeing his father's resolute expression, he refrained from continuing. He understood that once Wukong made a decision, he would never waver. Old Kai, I appreciate your help. I will succeed, Sun Wukong declared with confidence. All right, please sit down. Leave the rest to me. Sun Wukong settled into a meditative position, and the old Kai slowly approached him, extending a finger to press against Wukong's forehead. A flash of golden light enveloped him, and Sun Wukong closed his eyes, his consciousness plunging into the illusion. Son Gohan stood quietly, observing the unfolding events. He could not fathom why his father would take such a significant risk. It felt as though there were secrets concealed from them since his father's revival. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that his father had his own reasons for withholding information from them. At this moment, the only course of action he could take was to enhance his own strength. With thoughts of Gohan in mind, he stepped aside to familiarize himself with his current power. On Earth, ever since Vegeta's return, he had not stepped out of the training chamber. During his battle with Goku, he had already touched the threshold of a breakthrough. Later, he engaged in a fierce battle against Majin Buu. After recovering from the brink of death, he could sense that the barrier was on the verge of shattering. Thus, he dedicated himself to his final training upon his return. In this tranquil space, Vegeta sat cross-legged and deep within his consciousness. A sound akin to an imperceptible barrier shattering resonated from within him. In the next moment, Vegeta abruptly opened his eyes, rose to his feet, and began to unleash his power. Vegeta roared, his voice growing louder and his energy surging dramatically. Earth once again witnessed a cataclysmic scene. Trunks, who was closest to Vegeta, arrived at his side just as Vegeta released his power, his eyes wide in astonishment at Vegeta's transformation. Warriors across the planet felt this immense aura and were equally taken aback. Has Vegeta also broken through to Super Saiyan 3? Piccolo gritted his teeth and soared into the heavens, feeling an intense dissatisfaction. during the Cell games. Although there had been a gap in strength, it had been manageable. Now, he found himself left far behind by both Goku and Vegeta. After Goku, Vegeta had attained such incredible power. Dumpling, we must train harder. Although we can no longer compare to Goku and the others, I want to know just how strong I can become. Tien looked at Dumpling with a sense of resolve. Master Roshi removed his sunglasses once more, reflecting, Earth is truly in tumultuous times, before resuming his sunbathing on the lounge chair. In the Kaioshin realm, Gohan, who was familiarizing himself with his power, paused upon sensing Vegeta's energy. Indeed, it is his aura. Has he also achieved Super Saiyan 3? The Supreme Kai was greatly astonished. You Saiyans are indeed an extraordinary race. After Goku and Gohan, yet another one of you, Vegeta, has reached such formidable power. The Saiyan race is terrifying indeed. Fortunately, they have been nearly exterminated. Otherwise, the entire universe would fall under their dominion. As the energy gradually settled and Vegeta stood proudly in his Super Saiyan 3 form, he exclaimed, "Ha! I have finally succeeded. Kakarot, you are no longer the only one to achieve Super Saiyan 3. His laughter echoed with triumph. He had once again caught up with Goku. Dad, you have become a Super Saiyan 3. Wow, so cool. Trunks gazed at Vegeta with sparkling eyes, admiration evident on his face. Vegeta, noticing Trunks' reverence, couldn't he help but smile slightly. At that moment, Bulma arrived on the scene. Vegeta, upon witnessing the surrounding devastation, she was about to reprimand him when she caught sight of Vegeta in his Super Saiyan 3 form. The reprimanding words were swiftly followed by, Vegeta, you look incredibly handsome. As she spoke, she took a photograph with her phone. Humph. The words came from Vegeta's lips, yet the expression on his face betrayed him, revealing that Bulma's words brought him immense joy. Subsequently, Vegeta began to contemplate the Super Saiyan 3 transformation, and upon calming his mind, he discerned the shortcomings of this form. How could this be? The energy expenditure was far too great. During Goku's battle with Majin Buu, it was not like this. There must be some oversight. Vegeta was in disbelief that the Super Saiyan 3 form he had painstakingly mastered could not be sustained for long. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be the tail? Yes, that must be it. Goku wouldn't want to regrow his tail for no reason. He must have done so to compensate for the drawbacks of Super Saiyan 3. The exhilaration of his recent breakthrough faded away. He had initially thought to seek out Goku for a battle, but it now seemed that he would have to wait a while longer. How infuriating. The Dragon Balls had just granted a wish, and he would have to wait a year to make another wish. Was he to resort to that method? Vegeta's expression fluctuated between dark and light, his inner thoughts a mystery. Bulma and Trunks observed the once joyous Vegeta, who now wore an indecipherable expression. Just then, Vegeta appeared to have made a resolute decision. Trunks, come here, Vegeta called, his face devoid of emotion as he flew toward the room, with Trunks following closely behind. Bulma was left behind, fuming as she stomped her foot and shouted, Vegeta! Once inside the room, Trunks anxiously gazed at his father's impassive visage. Dad, why did you call me? Vegeta's mouth twitched slightly, and with a hint of embarrassment, he spoke slowly. Trunks, I need to regrow my tail, and I require your assistance. Chapter 24, The Turn of Events. Regrow your tail? Dad, why? Trunks asked, his expression one of confusion. Vegeta, unusually forthcoming, began to explain. The Super Saiyan 3 transformation is formidable, but our bodies are flawed, leading to an imperfect transformation that consumes tremendous energy, making it unsuitable for prolonged combat. Goku likely realized this and chose to regrow his tail. Now I understand. But Dad, what can I do to help? Trunks exclaimed, a look of realization dawning upon him. When I transformed into a Super Saiyan and attained an even higher form, I sealed away my tail with energy. Now I must lift that seal. Allowing the tail to grow back naturally would take far too long. I can't wait that long. I need you to pull it out. Vegeta insisted. Dad, are you joking? Pulling it out directly would be painful. Trunks thought his father was jesting. Do I seem to be joking? Vegeta replied, fixing a steady gaze on Trunks. Well, if that's the case, I suppose I'll fetch a tool. Trunks said, rushing out, only to return moments later with an exceptionally large pair of pliers in hand. Vegeta turned around, hesitating for a moment before revealing his tail. Now, only a small portion of Vegeta's tail is visible, just enough for Trunks to grasp. Trunks, once the tail is fully extracted, remember to promptly release your grip. It must not be completely pulled out. After instructing Trunks, Vegeta fell silent. Understood, Father, I shall commence. With that, he clamped the pliers around Vegeta's tail, exerting force to pull it back. As Trunks strained, Vegeta's face gradually turned crimson. It took all of Trunks' strength to pull the tail out a little, yet it was still insufficient. He transformed into a Super Saiyan and continued to apply pressure. Once the tail had been sufficiently extracted, Trunks released it. Vegeta's face was glistening with sweat, a testament to the excruciating pain he endured. Excellent, Father, we have succeeded. Indeed. Vegeta's expression softened slightly. Now, can you evolve into the perfect Super Saiyan 3? Absolutely. I can feel the changes within my body. This time, it must be achievable. Vegeta's spirits soared. What a pity, had Uncle Goku not gone to train with King Kai. I would have loved to witness who among you is stronger. Trunks lamented the absence of the epic clash between the two Super Saiyan 3s. Hearing Trunks' words, Vegeta seized upon a key point. You mentioned Kakarot has gone to train with King Kai? Indeed, and Gohan has gone as well. By the way, Father, before Uncle Goku departed, he taught me and Goten a particularly formidable technique. He said it's even more powerful than Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta's expression darkened. He had only caught the first part of Trunks' statement, missing the latter. Kakarot must have conceived another training method. No, I too must continue my training. I cannot afford to fall behind Kakarot. Vegeta immediately sought Bulma to have the gravity chamber repaired. Once the gravity chamber was restored, Vegeta plunged into a new round of training. Meanwhile, Earth experienced a temporary tranquility. None could foresee how long this peace would endure. Ever since Majin Buu was taken in by Mr. Satan, life had been quite splendid. Mr. Satan took him daily to savor various delicacies and explore diverse locales. Naturally, there were those who sought to challenge Mr. Satan, yet they were swiftly dispatched by Majin Buu. Most of the defeated were gracious in their acceptance. However, a few narrow-minded individuals nursed grievances, waiting for the opportunity to strike. Buu kept Goku's words close to his heart, refraining from causing them harm. Gradually, the identity of Majin Buu as Mr. Satan's prized disciple became known. Buu's fame began to spread among the populace. Likewise, Mr. Satan, regardless of the occasion, always kept Buu by his side. Over time, without anyone noticing, Mr. Satan had left an indelible impression on Majin Buu's heart. Since Buu's inception, no one had treated him as Mr. Satan did. Others either regarded him as a mere tool or feared him enough to wish for his demise. He could sense that Mr. Satan now considered him family. He regarded Satan as family. Satan, family. It was Satan who elucidated the true meaning of family for him. Of course, Satan was not always by Majin Buu's side. To alleviate Buu's solitude, he even procured a small dog to keep him company. Buu was quite fond of this gift. When Satan was absent, Buu would soar through the skies, cradling the little dog, allowing it to experience the thrill of flight. One day, Majin Buu strolled through the city with his dog. Passers-by greeted Buu with warmth. Hello, Mr. Buu. Greetings to you all. Buu smiled and responded frequently. He was thoroughly relishing his current life. The little dog trotted ahead, sniffing the air. Suddenly, it dashed around a corner. Buu did not rush after it. He often took the dog out, and everyone knew it was his, so there was no fear of harm. The dog halted abruptly upon turning the corner. A burly man stood there, clutching bait intended for the dog. Damn mutt, always trailing that person, begging for attention. It's disgusting. Because of you. My chance at fame has evaporated. If I can't deal with him, can I not deal with you? He advanced toward the dog, perhaps sensing the man's malice. The dog bared its teeth and barked fiercely. Woof, woof, woof. Damn it, you dare to resist? Enraged by the dog's defiance, the man grabbed a nearby iron rod and swung it at the dog. A woof. The dog, unable to evade in time, cried out in pain and collapsed beneath the rod. Now you dare to bark at me. I had merely intended to take you away and sell you, but now you asked for your demise. Upon hearing the dog's cry, Buu initially dismissed it, but as the dog's anguished wail pierced the air, his expression shifted dramatically, and he instantly appeared beside the dog. Witnessing the near-lifeless creature, an overwhelming fury shattered the confines of his rationality. How dare you harm it? In the next moment, a brilliant blast obliterated the man into dust, leaving no cry behind. For all the days Satan was absent, the dog had been his companion, his second family. Now someone had dared to inflict harm upon it. Majin Buu knelt down and lifted the dog, enveloping it in energy. In an instant, the ailing dog revived. Once restored, Buu flew the dog to Satan's side. Satan, take care of it. Satan received the dog, observing Buu's unusual demeanor with concern. "Buu, what is wrong? Are you ill? Come, I will take you to the hospital." At that moment, tranquility had vanished from Buu's visage. Veins throbbed on his forehead, and his expression was one of profound agony, as if he were desperately suppressing something. Chapter 25. Majin Buu transforms into two. "I am fine, Satan, do not worry. I have something to attend to. I shall inform you upon my return." He turned and prepared to depart, pausing briefly at the threshold. He slightly tilted his head, casting a sidelong glance at Satan, silently resolving within himself, "I will surely return." With unwavering determination, he soared towards the desolate wasteland. Observing the direction in which Buu had flown, Satan was plagued by an ominous premonition. "Please be safe, Buu. By the way, that person mentioned if anything were amiss, I should seek him out at the Capsule Corporation." Setting down his small dog, Satan hastened towards the Capsule Corporation. Before long, he arrived at the esteemed establishment. Guided by the reception staff, he soon found himself in the presence of Bulma. "Satan, what brings you here?" Bulma inquired curiously, as it seemed they had no prior connection. "Ms. Bulma, a person named Sun Goku instructed me to find you, claiming you could reach him." "Goku? What business do you have with him? He is currently unavailable." Upon hearing that Sun Goku had sent Satan, Bulma felt a sense of foreboding. "What? This is bad. What should we do?" Satan began to pace anxiously. "Just tell me what you need, even if Lord Goku is absent. I can reach out to others." Bulma's words caught Satan off guard. Then he realized, indeed, there were others. They were a group after all. "Well, the thing is, Buu left without warning. And when he departed, he seemed off. I'm extremely worried about him, and didn't he know what else to do but come to you?" At Satan's words, Bulma's expression shifted to one of alarm. "What? Majin Buu is missing?" After Trunks returned, he had informed Bulma of everything, including the terror that was Majin Buu. "I understand. You need not worry any further," Bulma declared, preparing to seek out Vegeta. "Wait, Ms. Bulma. If possible, please do not harm Buu. I beg you." Satan bowed in earnest. "All right, I understand, but I cannot guarantee anything." Bulma noticed Satan's genuine concern for Buu and agreed to his request. "Thank you." With that, Satan took his leave. Bulma regarded him thoughtfully, surprised that this boastful individual possessed such humanity. It seemed that Goku was indeed correct. Within the training chamber, Vegeta was honing his combat instincts using robotic training dummies, allowing multiple machines to attack him as he relied solely on his speed to evade. Suddenly, Bulma's voice echoed throughout the chamber. "Vegeta, there's trouble. You need to come out now." The unexpected announcement momentarily startled Vegeta, and as the robots closed in, he instinctively swung his arm, disabling another machine. "What is it?" Vegeta asked, his demeanor icy. Bulma, accustomed to Vegeta's disposition, brushed it off. "Vegeta, Majin Buu is missing, and Satan mentioned he left in an unusual state. I'm concerned something has happened. Please check on him." "Oh." Bulma's words piqued Vegeta's interest. He hadn't forgotten the humiliation Buu had inflicted upon him, and now an opportunity for revenge presented itself. A gleeful expression gradually emerged on his face. "Ha ha, with Kakarot absent, I was worried I would have no opponent, but Majin Buu, you have brought this upon yourself." In the past, Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 3 was capable of overpowering Majin Buu, and he was confident that he could do so once again. "Leave this matter to me," Vegeta declared as he soared into the sky, directing his flight towards the energy signature of Majin Buu. However, Vegeta's impatience surged once more. He felt compelled to inform Piccolo and the others. After detailing the situation to his fellow warriors, they all began to converge on Majin Buu's location. Vegeta soon located Majin Buu, who was curled up in anguish atop a cliff, murmuring to himself, "I cannot allow you to emerge and harm Satan and the others." As Vegeta pondered the peculiar behavior of Majin Buu, a raspy voice echoed from within his body. "Do not struggle. Once the balance of good and evil within you is shattered, you cannot prevent my emergence. Your strength pales in comparison to mine. Allow me to emerge and absorb you." The chilling laughter sent shivers down one's spine, leaving Vegeta bewildered. This was a novel predicament for him, and driven by curiosity, he refrained from launching an immediate attack on Majin Buu. "Since I cannot prevent your emergence, I shall seal myself away, locking us both in eternal confinement." "Ha ha ha. Do you believe your current strength is sufficient to achieve that?" In the next moment, a diminutive visage of Buu materialized upon the larger figure, its features gaunt and eyes brimming with malevolence. "No, this cannot be. Majin Buu gathered all his strength, striving to reabsorb the smaller Buu back into his being. At this point, do you truly think you can hinder my emergence? Dream on. The struggle of the smaller Buu intensified, and a blinding light erupted from Majin Buu, obscuring his form. Just then, Piccolo and the others arrived at the scene. To err on the side of caution, Piccolo had brought Dandy from the other world. Vegeta, what is happening with Majin Buu? Vegeta, without responding, muttered under his breath, "Tisich, meddlesome woman," before redirecting his attention back to Buu. Noticing Vegeta's silence, the others shifted their gaze towards the luminous Buu. As the light dissipated, they beheld two figures where Majin Buu once stood, one plump and one slender. The plump figure was the original Buu, yet he no longer bore the naive demeanor. His aura lacked any trace of malevolence, resembling that of the Supreme Kai. The slender figure, resembling Buu but elongated like a skeleton, radiated an aura of pure evil. Ha ha ha, I have finally emerged. You sought to seal me away. Yet it is the very life you wish to protect that has aided my escape. The slender Buu exuded arrogance. Even if you emerge, I will seal you away again. Ha ha ha. Do you truly believe you can accomplish that? However, I must express my gratitude to you. It is precisely because you are sealed within me that I have unconsciously absorbed some of your divine essence, thus awakening my own consciousness. I am no longer that foolish being who merely obeys orders. The plump Buu responded gravely to this revelation. Even with newfound awareness, you remain an unequivocal fiend. Ha ha ha, I was born solely for destruction. A fiend. How perfectly suited for me. Do not rejoice too soon, even if you emerge. There exist beings in this era capable of vanquishing you. Oh, are you referring to that Sun Wukong? Ha ha ha, once I absorb you, you shall stand no chance against me. The slender Buu smiled wickedly, completely dismissing the plump Buu's words. He then shifted the conversation. However, I must sincerely thank you for granting me consciousness. To show my gratitude, I have decided to absorb you. What do you think of that? Great. Realm. King. Chapter 26. Evil Buu. Hey, did you all hear what that slender Buu just said? Krillin swallowed hard, thinking he must have misheard, and instinctively inquired of the others. You did not mishear. He indeed referred to the plump Buu as the Great King. Piccolo also found it hard to believe. But how can this be possible? The king had stated that the Great King sacrificed his life to seal Majin Buu. The king has no reason to deceive us. Perhaps the king did not lie. The Great King may indeed be deceased, and this is merely a remnant of his divine essence, which may dissipate entirely after this encounter. But how did he retain his divine essence? It is possible that the Great King's essence was so potent, and Buu was an unconscious entity, merely strong in form. Thus, the Great King could preserve his essence after sealing Buu. Later, through millennia of slumber, Buu unconsciously absorbed the Great King's divine power, growing ever stronger. A mutual enhancement. Now, the Great King's essence is but a flickering candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. Had it not been for the awakening of evil Buu, the Great King might have remained forever in slumber. Piccolo responded to Krillin's query with his understanding. I see. Krillin's realization dawned upon him. He fell silent, his expression tense as he gazed at Buu. Buu, I will not allow you to succeed, no matter the cost. Oh, if you can, then bring it on. With those words, the Great King guided the plump Buu's body to charge toward evil Buu. Evil Buu did not hesitate, equally launching an assault against the Great King. As the two clashed, the sky above Earth was shrouded in dark clouds, and the ground trembled violently under the force of their energies. The Great King hovered in the air, his round visage now marked by a serious expression, his pink skin slightly reddened from the energy surge. Evil Buu stood opposite, his elongated form radiating a chilling aura, a sinister grin adorning his lips. Suddenly, Evil Buu lunged forth, his speed like lightning, delivering a powerful punch to the Great King's abdomen. Bam! The Great King doubled over from the impact, but quickly roared in defiance, raising his head with ferocity and delivering a fierce headbutt to slender Buu's face. The slender Buu was struck back several steps, but quickly regained his balance and retaliated with a wave of purple energy. The explosion engulfed the Grand Supreme Kai, yet in the next instant, he emerged unscathed from the smoke, arms outstretched as countless pink energy blasts rained down like a torrential storm. With a cold sneer, slender Buu evaded with ghostly swiftness, simultaneously gathering a pitch-black destruction orb in his hands and thrusting it toward Fat Buu. The Grand Supreme Kai puffed up his cheeks, taking a deep breath before unleashing a searing beam of energy that collided with Slender Buu's attack. The clash of these two forces unleashed a cataclysmic explosion, sending shockwaves that uprooted the ground for miles, causing mountains to crumble and rivers to evaporate. Amidst the swirling dust, Slender Buu suddenly materialized behind the Grand Supreme Kai, delivering a swift knife-hand strike. Ah! The Grand Supreme Kai cried out in pain as he lost his balance and fell, but he quickly twisted in midair, landing a kick squarely in Slender Buu's chest. Though Slender Buu was sent flying, he adeptly rolled and regained his footing, immediately counterattacking with a flurry of energy needles. The needles pierced the Grand Supreme Kai multiple times, yet he roared in defiance, his body swelling like a balloon, repelling the energy projectiles. Then, he opened his mouth wide and unleashed a powerful energy cannon. Slender Buu had no time to evade and was struck head-on, his body exploding into fragments. However, his scattered pieces writhed in the air, rapidly reassembling into his original form. Slender Buu cackled, suddenly transforming into a pink blur, swiftly closing in on Fat Buu. His arms elongated like rubber, ensnaring him tightly. "Let go of me." The Grand Supreme Kai struggled, but Slender Buu's grip tightened with terrifying strength. More alarmingly, Slender Buu's body began to soften, enveloping Fat Buu like a viscous liquid. "This is bad. We must help the Grand Supreme Kai." The others felt a pang of anxiety and rushed to assist, yet they were overly simplistic in their thinking. Without Vegeta's arrival, their strength alone could not breach Majin Buu's energy shield. Oh no! The Grand Supreme Kai's eyes widened in panic, but it was too late. Slender Buu's form melted like wax, completely engulfing him before finally contracting and solidifying. With a chilling sound, Slender Buu completed the absorption. His physique grew robust, muscles more defined, eyes shimmering with cunning and cruelty, a stark contrast to his previous skeletal appearance. "Now, I am stronger," he cackled, his voice laced with Fat Buu's tone, yet chillingly cold. The earth fell silent. Only the remnants of energy hissed in the air, heralding the conclusion of this devouring act. So you lot have come to stop me." After absorbing the Fat Buu controlled by the Grand Supreme Kai, Evil Buu gazed at Piccolo and the others. "I advise you not to meddle, or Goku will surely not spare you." Krillin attempted to intimidate Evil Buu with the mention of Goku. "Goku? Even if he doesn't come looking for me, I will seek him out. I intend to merge his power into my being." Evil Buu thought whimsically, plotting his next move. "Do not harbor dreams. You are certainly no match for Wukong." Krillin glared at the malevolent Majin Buu with gritted teeth. "Is that so? Unfortunately, you few shall not witness it." The wicked Majin Buu spoke to Krillin and his companions with sinister intent. "What do you intend to do?" A sense of foreboding surged within Krillin upon hearing Buu's words. "Of course, this is precisely what I intend to do." Upon finishing his statement, a pink beam of light emanated from the antenna atop Majin Buu's head, targeting Krillin. "Oh no! Krillin, quickly evade!" Piccolo shouted urgently at Krillin. "It's over." Krillin could not dodge in time, and could only watch helplessly as the light approached him. In that critical moment, Vegeta, who had been observing from the sidelines, suddenly appeared before Krillin, unleashing a wave of energy that nullified Majin Buu's attack. "You saved me." "Thank you, Vegeta." Krillin sighed in relief, expressing his gratitude to Vegeta who had materialized before him. "Step back, and do not interfere." After rescuing Krillin, Vegeta brusquely instructed him to retreat. The others had grown accustomed to Vegeta's demeanor and paid it little mind. Upon hearing Vegeta's command, Krillin and the others distanced themselves from him and Majin Buu, granting them ample space for battle. "I remember you, Vegeta. You are no match for me. If you wish to survive, summon Son Goku." Majin Buu regarded Vegeta with disdain, dismissing him entirely. Seeing Buu's contempt, Vegeta merely laughed, unperturbed. I am no longer the person I once was. You are not my opponent now." Such arrogance. "I am curious what has imbued you with such confidence, considering that even in our previous encounter, you could not best me." Majin Buu expressed a hint of curiosity. "Come and see for yourself. I shall repay you for all the humiliation you have inflicted upon me." Vegeta beckoned towards Majin Buu, a playful smirk on his face. Chapter 27, Vegeta's Defeat. In the Kaioshin realm, Son Gohan anxiously gazed at Son Goku, then turned to the old Kaioshin beside him. "Old Kaioshin, what is happening to my father? He is ensnared in an illusion. We cannot assist him. It is entirely up to him. The illusion will continuously shift based on what he cherishes. At these words, Son Gohan felt powerless and could only wait in place. During his training, Son Gohan was suddenly drawn to a commotion caused by Son Goku, witnessing an eruption of power from Goku that fluctuated dramatically, culminating in an unprecedented surge of energy. In the presence of such force, Son Gohan felt as if he were but a drifting leaf upon the vast ocean. Fortunately, this overwhelming power was as fleeting as it was sudden. Aside from the few present, no one else was aware. Son Goku's expression shifted in tandem with the energy, alternating between joy, excitement, anxiety, and anger, ultimately settling into tranquility. No one could fathom what transpired within him. On Earth, Majin Buu seethed with irritation at Vegeta's blatant contempt. How dare you look down upon me? I shall transform you into chocolate and devour you. With that, the malevolent Buu lunged towards Vegeta. As the wicked Buu drew near, Vegeta instantaneously transformed into Super Saiyan 2, raising his hand to block Buu's assault. Unfazed, Buu opened his mouth wide, unleashing a beam of pink energy. Vegeta evaded by sidestepping. However, Buu's arm unexpectedly elongated, seizing Vegeta by the neck and forcefully slamming him into the ground. The earth shattered, debris swirling in the air. Blood trickled from the corner of Vegeta's mouth. Yet his fighting spirit remained unyielding. Wiping his mouth, he let out a fierce roar, unleashing an even more potent golden aura that shattered Buu's grip. Vegeta charged forward at breakneck speed, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks like a tempest, each strike imbued with the power to obliterate mountains. Yet, the sinister Buu merely grinned, his form distorting like rubber, effortlessly absorbing Vegeta's onslaught. Suddenly, Buu ensnared Vegeta's foot with a tentacle, spinning him in the air before violently hurling him towards a mountain peak. Vegeta grunted as he crashed through several mountains, barely managing to halt his momentum. What is the matter? Is this the extent of your abilities? Where is your earlier disdain? Buu hovered in the air, mockingly gazing down at Vegeta, declaring that he wasn't even worthy of his seriousness. Vegeta slowly rose to his feet and retorted, "Do you believe this is the end? Oh, you can still stand?" Buu tilted his head, a derisive smile gracing his face. "Then allow me to play a little longer." Before he could finish his sentence, Buu appeared before Vegeta in an instant, delivering a knee strike to his abdomen. Vegeta barely managed to block with his hands, yet was still propelled backward by the immense force. Seizing the moment, Buu struck again, his fists clenched like hammers, crashing down on Vegeta's back. The ground was transformed into a vast pit, with Vegeta ensconced within, the brilliance of his Super Saiyan 2 aura gradually fading. "Ha! How utterly dull." Buu laughed heartily as he observed Vegeta in the pit. Yet, Vegeta ascended from the depths, step by step, his expression now grave and serious. "I was merely deceiving you, and you took it to heart. Now, prepare to witness my true power." Suddenly, an unprecedented surge of energy erupted from Vegeta's being. His golden aura soared skyward, his hair lengthening to his waist, his eyebrows disappearing, replaced by the fierce contours of Super Saiyan 3. "What? So this is the source of your arrogance? I see now, it's this transformation. Ah, yes, Goku mentioned this was Super Saiyan 3, right?" Buu staggered back a few steps, astonishment dawning on his face for the first time. Vegeta began to levitate, enveloped in a tempest of golden lightning, his voice cold and authoritative. "Now it is my turn. Ah, this energy is indeed formidable. If I were still the one who had just broken free from my seal, I would have been outmatched. However, the current me shall not be defeated by you." With that, he unleashed the full extent of his power, clashing against Vegeta's formidable strength. The sky was enveloped in a golden and pink energy. These two auras permeated the entire galaxy, even reaching Son Gohan, who was far away in the King Kai's realm. "Uncle Vegeta, who are we fighting against? The power has escalated to such heights. Could this aura belong to Majin Buu?" Indeed, although his appearance has somewhat changed, it is unmistakably Majin Buu. King Kai gazed upon Earth with his divine eye, taking in the entire scene. What on earth is happening? Son Gohan was in turmoil. Ultimately, he decided to place his faith in Vegeta's ability to resolve the situation. Moreover, with King Kai present, assistance could arrive at the battlefield at any moment. Transformed into Super Saiyan 3, Vegeta stood defiantly against the overwhelming energy of evil Buu, their strengths nearly equal. Piccolo and the others watched intently as the two clashed. With Goku absent, all hope rested on Vegeta's shoulders. Vegeta's golden aura shone like the sun as he charged at evil Buu. his speed so great that it tore through the air. The power of Super Saiyan 3 made every punch capable of shaking planets. Yet Evil Buu merely grinned maliciously, swiftly regenerating even after being struck, countering with a powerful blow that sent Vegeta flying hundreds of meters. Haha, useless. No matter how many times you hit me, I will recover. Evil Buu twisted with delight, extending his tentacles to strike Vegeta fiercely, sending him crashing into the ground. Coughing up blood, Vegeta's gaze remained sharp. He suddenly unleashed his energy, breaking free from Buu's grasp, and conjured a colossal golden energy sphere, Ultimate Flash. The blinding golden light instantly engulfed Evil Buu. The explosive backlash sweeping across the battlefield, shattering the earth and staining the sky with gold. Piccolo and the others had to shield their eyes from the brilliance, their hearts racing with astonishment. Had they won? Krillin asked anxiously. However, as the dust settled, Evil Buu's form rapidly reassembled from the fragments, floating in the air unscathed. Just as suspected, Vegeta's pupils contracted and his breathing began to falter. Even the energy of a perfect Super Saiyan 3 could not be expended endlessly, while Buu's regenerative abilities seemed inexhaustible. Now it's my turn. Evil Buu suddenly opened his mouth wide, unleashing a thick pink energy blast. Vegeta gritted his teeth to evade, but his declining stamina slowed his movements, resulting in his left arm being grazed, leaving a gruesome wound. Vegeta! Piccolo shouted, his heart racing with urgency. He turned to Dend, saying, Dend, hurry and assist Vegeta. Dend nodded and was about to step forward when Evil Buu repelled him with an energy wave. Don't even think about interrupting our game. Buu cackled, resuming his relentless assault on Vegeta. Vegeta was pushed back, his golden aura gradually dimming. Panting heavily, he roared in frustration, damn it. Can't even a Super Saiyan 3 defeat him? Ultimately, during a fierce exchange of blows, Vegeta's stamina was completely depleted, and his Super Saiyan 3 transformation was forcibly undone. He knelt on one knee, sweat mingling with blood dripping down. Haha, is it finally over? Evil Buu kicked Vegeta away, then stood triumphantly upon his back, mocking him with a taunting tone. Where has that arrogance vanished to? Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with unwillingness at the thought of being defeated by such a wretched foe. It is over. Evil Buu grinned malevolently, gathering energy in his palm. To express my gratitude for the delightful game we've played, I shall reward you with death. Piccolo and the others could only watch in despair as the scene unfolded. Stop! A sudden shout interrupted Evil Buu's actions. The onlookers turned their gaze to the source of the voice. It was Gohan and King Kai appearing in the sky. Gohan! Piccolo and the others exclaimed in delight. If Gohan was here, then Goku must have returned as well. Splendid. Gohan, where's Goku? He is the only one who can thwart Majin Buu now, Krillin inquired anxiously. My father is still training. I came alone this time, Gohan replied, extinguishing the flickering hope in Krillin's eyes. At that crucial moment, Gohan had requested King Kai to teleport him directly to the battlefield. After delivering Gohan, King Kai returned to the Kai realm, leaving Gohan at the scene. Evil Buu glanced at Gohan, his eyes narrowing. Who are you? Have you come to stop me as well? I am Gohan, the son of Goku, Gohan replied, gazing steadily at Evil Buu. Although he was uncertain of the circumstances, he could definitely sense the malevolent aura emanating from him. I have no interest in you. Go fetch Goku. I need not wait for my father. I am sufficient to deal with you. Gohan's lips curled into a confident smile, exuding self-assurance. You dare to underestimate me? Yet, just moments ago, that Vegeta was equally presumptuous. And look where it led him. With that, Evil Buu exerted more force upon Vegeta, who could only endure the humiliation, utterly incapable of resistance. Curse you! Get away from me! Suddenly, Gohan vanished from his position, reappearing directly before Evil Buu, delivering a punch that sent him flying and aiding Vegeta in rising from the ground. He brought Vegeta to Dend. Dend, I entrust Uncle Vegeta to you. Rest assured, Gohan. Dend responded, extending his hands to receive Vegeta and laying him gently on the ground, his palms glowing with green light. As the green light enveloped him, Vegeta's injuries were instantly healed. Not only did his strength return, but it also intensified. Vegeta rose from the ground, offering a rare admonition to Gohan. Gohan, be cautious. Majin Buu is stronger now, and even Kakarot may not match him. Hearing Vegeta's words, Gohan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Do not worry, Uncle Vegeta. Majin Buu is not a threat. Humph, Vegeta scoffed, displeased with Gohan's words. Especially after his recent defeat at the hands of Majin Buu. Evil Buu began to sweat coldly, realizing he had failed to perceive Gohan's movements clearly. This completely extinguished his disdain. Hey, did you all catch Gohan's movements? Krillin swallowed hard, unable to comprehend. Yamcha was equally bewildered. What on earth did Goku do with Gohan? The current Gohan feels as though he has undergone a profound transformation. Piccolo was secretly astonished. Goten and Trunks also shook their heads in disbelief. Gohan approached the malevolent Buu. Although he could not match Buu in height, his aura utterly overwhelmed him. Buu, unleash your full power. This time, I shall not let you escape. How dare you look down upon me, you wretched foe. As he spoke, Buu's energy began to swell, perhaps provoked by Gohan's disdain, his aura subtly rising. Indeed, this is how it should be. Gohan no longer concealed his energy, instantly transforming into a mysterious form. This aura left everyone astounded, their mouths agape. Is this truly Gohan? Krillin's voice trembled with disbelief. This energy had completely surpassed Goku. Piccolo was left bewildered, unable to fathom what Goku had done to elevate Gohan to such heights in such a brief period. Brother, you're incredible. Goten beamed with pride. The one most affected was undoubtedly Vegeta, who was already infuriated by being outclassed by Goku. Now Gohan surpassed him too. As he sensed Gohan's aura, Majin Buu instinctively stumbled back in terror. How is this possible? The pupils of evil Buu contracted slightly. Gohan's energy was as unfathomable as the vast universe, instinctively instilling fear within him. Yet, rage swiftly overshadowed reason, and with a furious roar, he swelled his muscles and charged at Gohan. Die! Buu's fist, imbued with destructive power, struck towards Gohan's face. However, Gohan merely sidestepped, and Buu's fist grazed his hair, failing to even brush against his clothes. Too slow, Gohan remarked coolly, then retaliated with a powerful elbow strike to Buu's back. Boom! Buu was sent crashing into the ground like a cannonball, instantly fracturing the earth and kicking up clouds of dust. Damn it! Buu emerged from the crater, his face contorted with rage. He opened his mouth wide, unleashing a robust pink energy wave. Destructive beam. The energy wave distorted the air along its path, carving a deep trench into the ground. Yet, Gohan merely raised a hand, conjuring a barrier of energy before him. Boom! Buu's energy wave collided with the barrier, rebounding forcefully and striking him instead. Buu was hurled by his own attack, tumbling through the air several times before barely regaining his balance. Is this all you can do? Gohan shook his head, a hint of disappointment in his tone. It seems my father has overestimated you. Buu was utterly enraged, his body suddenly splitting into dozens of clones, surrounding Gohan from all directions. Now, let us see how you evade this. All the Buus grinned wickedly, launching their assault simultaneously. Gohan's lips curled slightly, and his form suddenly blurred. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His speed reached unparalleled heights, leaving countless afterimages in the air. Buu's clones were caught off guard, obliterated one after another with explosive force. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions erupted in succession. Within mere seconds, all clones had vanished, leaving the original standing in a daze. No, it's impossible. Buu's voice trembled. Gohan slowly descended, his gaze icy. The game is over. He raised his hand, condensing a brilliant golden energy sphere in his palm, the destructive force warping the very fabric of space around him. Kamehameha. Buu's eyes widened in terror, instinctively wanting to flee from the imminent threat of death. Yet his body felt as though it were anchored to the ground, unable to move. Just as Gohan was about to unleash his power, "Wait, brother!" Goten suddenly shouted. Gohan paused, turning to his brother, "Goten?" Goten and Trunks rushed over, their eyes sparkling with excitement. "Let us take him on. We want to fight too." Trunks clenched his fists, "And we just learned how to fuse. We want to give it a try." Gohan raised an eyebrow, then chuckled lightly. "Very well. I'll leave it to you." He retracted the energy he had gathered and stepped aside. Buu, witnessing this, sighed in relief, but quickly donned a sinister grin. "Humph. Two little brats dare to challenge me? Seeking death." Goten and Trunks exchanged glances, assuming their fusion poses simultaneously. Fusion. In a dazzling burst of light, their figures merged into one, giving birth to an entirely new warrior. Chapter 29, Gotenks. Tada! Here I am. Goten and Trunks had fused into a brand new entity. "Humph. You two kids, even fused, You're nothing to be concerned about. Buu completely dismissed the fusion warrior. Since you're ready, prepare to perish. Buu feigned an attack. Wait. The fusion warrior suddenly called out, halting Buu's advance. What? Are you afraid? Buu smirked. How could I possibly be afraid? But you all have names. I should have a cool name too. The onlookers couldn't help but twitch their lips, wondering if this was the right moment for such a discussion. I've got it. The fusion warrior closed his eyes in contemplation before suddenly opening them wide. Since I am the fusion of Goten and Trunks, I shall be called Gotenks. Yes, it's decided. Gotenks was quite pleased with his name. Come on, Buu, watch how Gotenks defeats you. Gotenks assumed a fighting stance. Such arrogance. The two ceased their banter and engaged in combat. The battle was imminent. Buu launched the first attack, his pink form hurtling like a cannonball towards Gotenks. His fist enveloped in a tempest of energy aimed directly at his opponent's face. Too slow. Gotenks leaned back, effortlessly dodging, and swiftly lifted his leg to sweep. However, Buu suddenly grinned, and upon being kicked, his waist stretched and twisted like rubber, ensnaring Gotenks' right leg tightly. Oh no! In an instant, Gotenks' eyes widened, and he was violently hurled towards the ground. The earth split open, forming a spiderweb-like chasm, and the expressions of the onlookers, including Piccolo, changed dramatically. Is this all you've got? Gotenks unleashed a surge of energy, soaring forth from the fissure. Just a ruse. Don't celebrate too soon. Gotenks regarded Buu with a playful expression, merely boasting. Who can't do that? Buu, however, did not take Gotenks' words to heart, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Well then, let us get serious. Watch closely. Gotenks transformed into a Super Saiyan, his aura vast as an ocean, unfathomable. How about that? Are you frightened? Gotenks grinned triumphantly at Buu, who was now incapable of smiling. He could hardly believe that the combined strength of two children could reach such formidable heights. Remarkable, truly remarkable. His energy now surpassed that of Buu. Krillin shouted in excitement. Who would have thought that their fusion would yield such strength? Piccolo was equally astounded. Indeed, as Goku had stated, their union had birthed an unimaginable warrior. Gohan was also taken aback. After all, the power of their fusion was simply overwhelming. Yet Vegeta found no joy in this revelation. He had initially believed that transforming into a Super Saiyan 3 had left everyone else far behind, only to discover he was the weakest among them. How infuriating. I, the proud prince of the Saiyans, have become the weakest. My teeth are nearly ground to dust. Meanwhile, Buu clenched his teeth, remaining motionless for an extended period. What's wrong? Why don't you attack? If you want to come to me, then I shall come to you. Gotenks jeered at Buu. Since you want to approach, Gotenks suddenly flashed a grin, crossed his arms before his chest, and declared, Then taste my ghostly special attack. He then inhaled deeply, releasing 7 or 8 translucent ghostly versions of himself, each emitting eerie sounds as they surrounded Buu. What are these ghastly things? Buu swung his fists at the apparitions, but as soon as he made contact, they exploded, resulting in a pained scream from Buu amidst the smoke. Just touching them causes an explosion. Gotenks laughed heartily. Piccolo and the others twitched at the corners of their mouths. Truly, a childish tactic. After suffering this setback, Buu refrained from physical contact with them. Yet, he underestimated the ghosts. Seeing that he was no longer attacking, the ghosts charged towards Buu. His expression changed drastically as he hastily evaded them, only to discover that the phantoms employed strategy. Some pursued him from behind, while others encircled him from different angles. Buu could only rely on the terrain to shake them off. Just as he managed to distance himself from the ghosts, he sighed in relief, only to see one ghost beckoning to him directly. With no time to react, a ghost unleashed a ki blast straight at him. He could only hurriedly defend himself. Seizing the opportunity, the ghosts collided with Buu one after another. A series of explosions erupted, stirring up thick clouds of smoke. When the smoke finally cleared, Buu was left in a disheveled state, with half of his body obliterated. Only the upper body floated there. How about that? Isn't my technique impressive, Lord Gotenks? Buu's face was filled with fury. In the next moment, he restored his form. You dare to mock me like this? He exclaimed, charging towards Gotenks. Gotenks, shedding his playful demeanor, retaliated with equal fervor. The two clashed once more in the skies, the air thick with the remnants of their battle. Fluffy clouds were scattered in their wake. They incessantly shifted positions in the sky. With a powerful punch, Gotenks struck Buu's face, sending him plummeting to the ground. Buu, infuriated, transformed into a spherical shape, crashing into Gotenks, who deftly maneuvered to evade the impact. Ultimately, growing somewhat exasperated, Gotenks braced himself with his arms crossed in front of his chest to withstand Buu's onslaught. He then delivered a swift kick, propelling Buu into the air. Buu struggled to regain his form, gasping for breath. "You're quite a nuisance. Take this. Super Donut." Gotenks launched a circular energy ring, ensnaring Buu. "Hee. Let us see how you escape this time." Gotenks puffed out his chest and wiped his nose with a grin. Buu struggled in vain. "Don't waste your energy. This ring can directly restrain your body. Even if you can transform, it's futile. Accept your fate," Gotenks declared solemnly, gathering energy in his hands. "Kamehameha. No, don't." Buu's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could utter another word, Gotenks unleashed his energy upon him. The energy engulfed Buu, obliterating his form into fragments scattered across the ground. Seeing this, Piccolo hurriedly instructed Krillin and the others to eliminate the debris to prevent Buu's resurrection. However, Piccolo was somewhat naive. Before they could dispose of the remnants, Buu had already revived. "Ha, it's useless. If you can't completely eradicate me in one go, even a fragment is enough for me to fully resurrect." Buu laughed heartily. Moments ago, he had feared Gotenks' attack might annihilate him entirely, but it seemed he had worried unnecessarily. Buu's emergence captivated everyone's attention, and none noticed a piece of his shattered form quietly lying within the fissure behind Gotenks. "Oh, since such power cannot vanquish you, let us try this." Gotenks observed Buu with a playful glint in his eyes. He then released his full power. As the energy surged forth, the heavens and earth shifted. Mountains crumbled and the ground quaked. A beam of light shot skyward. When the brilliance faded, Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks made his grand entrance. Chapter 30. Gotenks has been absorbed. How is this possible? Buu faltered, instinctively retreating a few steps. This power was more than capable of leaving him utterly vanquished. "What do you think? Can Lord Gotenks' energy annihilate you?" Gotenks stood with hands on hips, gazing at Buu with pride. "Fool, why didn't you use this power earlier? You made us worry." Piccolo glared at Gotenks. "Don't worry, Piccolo. I merely wish to engage in a bit of fun," Gotenks declared with his hands outstretched, utterly unconcerned. "Foolish, imbecile." Piccolo's forehead throbbed with veins, and he refrained from speaking further. He understood that Saiyans were prone to arrogance. Yet he was taken aback by how pronounced this trait manifested in their fused form. Buu gazed despondently at the assembly, lamenting that despite surviving at the hands of the Supreme Kais millennia ago, he now faced demise here. He was unwilling to accept this fate. Gotenks, no longer interested in play, began to gather energy, the accumulation of which sent tremors through the surrounding debris. Among the rubble, one pink shard stood out conspicuously. However, the advantage held by the others rendered them indifferent. Buu, upon noticing the shard, was momentarily stunned, and his expression shifted from despair to elation. This transformation momentarily halted Gotenks, who was poised to strike. In that fleeting moment, Buu manipulated the fragment, causing it to expand rapidly and encase Gotenks. Unbeknownst to Gotenks, who had his back turned, the others were struck with alarm. Gohan dashed forward, yet was unable to intervene in time. By the moment Gotenks realized the peril, it was already too late. Resistance was futile. Gohan and the others could only watch helplessly as the mass enveloped Gotenks, assimilating him into Buu's being. Once Buu absorbed Gotenks, a transformation ensued. Gotenks' attire enveloped Buu's form. Ha. This fool had an opportunity to eradicate me and squandered it. Thus, I shall gladly accept this power. Gotenks Buu laughed heartily. He had not anticipated that a seemingly fatal situation would turn in his favor, bestowing upon him immense power. He then directed his gaze towards Gohan and the others, particularly focusing on Gohan. "Gohan, why not launch an attack against me now?" Gotenks Buu's tone dripped with mockery. Gohan gritted his teeth, cautiously observing the now formidable Gotenks Buu. Having absorbed Gotenks, Buu's strength had surpassed his own. Gohan regretted not eliminating Buu earlier, which had led to this predicament. "Since you all refuse to attack, allow me to speak my piece. If you do not strike, then I shall take the initiative." Gotenks Buu taunted, observing the stillness among them. "Originally, I intended to transform you into chocolate and consume you, but now I have a far superior idea. I shall absorb all of you, converting you into my strength." At this declaration, Gohan could no longer contain himself and surged forward, launching an assault on Gotenks Buu. He unleashed the full extent of his mysterious form, directly confronting Gotenks Buu. Vegeta, unwilling to be outdone, transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and pursued relentlessly. Piccolo and the others, recognizing the vast disparity in power, could do nothing but watch from a distance. In such a battle of this magnitude, their involvement would only serve to complicate matters. Ha, ha, ha. Gotenks Buu's laughter reverberated like thunder across the shattered earth as he reveled in his newly acquired form, his pink skin adorned with Gotenks' signature vest and pants. While the antennae atop his head quivered in sync with his mirth, the silver-white aura enveloping Gohan blazed fiercely around him. The power of his mysterious form unleashed in full force, with flames of fury igniting in his eyes. Uncle Vegeta, let us strike together. Humph, don't hold me back. Kid. Vegeta retorted with a cold snort, his golden hair cascading to his waist. The energy fluctuations of his Super Saiyan 3 form causing the very air around them to tremble. The two charged towards Gotenks Buu simultaneously, their speed so great that they left afterimages in the air. Gohan was the first to strike, his right fist gathering immense energy aimed directly at Buu's face. Yet, just as his fist was about to make contact, Gotenks Buu's figure suddenly vanished. Too slow. A mocking voice rang out from behind Gohan. Before he could turn around, a tremendous force struck him in the back, propelling him violently towards the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta gathered energy in both hands. Final flash. A blinding wave of energy shot towards Gotenks Buu. However, Buu merely smirked, casually waving a hand to conjure a pink barrier that effortlessly deflected the planet-destroying attack. Is that all you've got, Vegeta? Buu tilted his head, amusement dancing in his eyes. Veins bulged on Vegeta's forehead. You bastard. In an instant, he was before Gotenks Buu, unleashing a torrential onslaught of punches and kicks. Each strike had the power to shatter mountains, yet Gotenks Buu evaded them with ease. Left, right, above. Buu taunted as he dodged, every one of Vegeta's attacks falling short. Gohan burst forth from the rubble, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Uncle Vegeta, we need to coordinate. Don't order me around. Vegeta snapped, though he slightly slowed his assault to create an opening for Gohan. Understanding the unspoken message, Gohan gathered energy at his waist. Kamehameha, a powerful wave of energy, surged towards Gotenks Buu, forcing him to retreat a few steps. Vegeta seized the moment, delivering a heavy punch to Buu's abdomen. We did it! Piccolo shouted from a distance, unable to contain his excitement. Yet, before their joy could linger, Gotenks Buu's struck body suddenly stretched like rubber before rebounding violently, sending Vegeta flying. Not bad teamwork, Buu remarked, patting the spot where he had been hit. Devoid of even a scratch. But such an attack isn't even enough to tickle me. Gohan and Vegeta steadied themselves in midair, exchanging a glance that conveyed their mutual shock. Their strongest assault had proven utterly ineffective. Let me show you what true combat is. Gotenks Buu suddenly separated parts of his flesh from his body. These fragments transformed into dozens of miniature Gotenks Buu, instantly surrounding the two warriors. Each possessed the same formidable presence. Damn it! Vegeta gritted his teeth, quickly adopting a defensive stance. The miniature Gotenks Buu launched their assault simultaneously from all directions. Gohan and Vegeta stood back to back, desperately fending off the relentless tide of attacks. Even with their formidable strength, they swiftly found themselves at a disadvantage against such a multitude of powerful adversaries. Bang! Gohan was struck in the chest by a heavy fist, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Vegeta's condition was no better, his body marred by numerous injuries. The game time had ended. Gotenks merged with Buu, and Gotenks Buu materialized before Gohan, conjuring a dazzling sphere of energy in his right hand. How about this? The energy sphere erupted at close range, completely engulfing Gohan. Amidst the blinding radiance, Gohan's figure plummeted like a severed kite. Gohan! Piccolo exclaimed in shock from the ground, eager to rush to his aid, but was restrained by Krillin. Don't go. We cannot intervene in such a battle. Pain and helplessness filled Krillin's eyes. Seizing the opportunity while Buu attacked Gohan, Vegeta raised both hands high above his head. Final flash. A colossal wave of energy descended from the heavens, striking directly at Gotenks Buu's crown. As the dust settled, Buu floated unscathed in place, his attire merely tattered. A commendable attack. He applauded with approval. However, such an assault is of no consequence to me. Vegeta gasped for breath, continuously unleashing energy, fatigue beginning to weigh heavily upon him. What infuriated him further was Buu's disdainful demeanor, as if he were merely a bug to be toyed with at will. Uncle Vegeta. Gohan rose from the debris, his orange GI in tatters, yet the fire of battle in his eyes remained undiminished. Let us attack together. Vegeta did not respond, but flew to Gohan's side, both beginning to gather energy simultaneously. Oh, are you planning a combined assault? But do you think I will grant you that opportunity? Gotenks Buu mocked the duo. He spread his arms wide, unleashing countless small energy blasts that rained down upon them. Gohan and Vegeta were compelled to interrupt their charge, evading the lethal barrage with all their might. Darn it, there's no chance to strike. Gohan gritted his teeth, continuously shifting positions to dodge 3 energy blasts, only to be grazed by the 4th, blood instantly soaking his clothing. Vegeta fared worse. His stamina had been depleted excessively, his movements slowing down, and an energy blast struck him squarely in the abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Uncle Vegeta. Gohan sought to rescue him, but was obstructed by Gotenks Buu. Where do you think you're going, Gohan? Chapter 31. In times of despair, where do you think you're going, Gohan? Buu's smile twisted into a menacing grin. Do you know what I look forward to most? It is witnessing the expression of despair on your face. You are the first to dare mock me so. Gohan forced himself to remain calm, adjusting his breath. Not giving up yet. Gotenks Buu tilted his head, futile. In the face of absolute power, any thought is in vain. He instantaneously moved before Gohan, delivering a knee strike to his abdomen. Gohan let out a muffled groan, and before he could react, a spinning kick collided with his head, plunging him into darkness and nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Gohan, hold on. Piccolo shouted from the ground, his nails digging deeply into his palms. Gotenks Buu seized the semi-conscious Gohan and, like a rag doll, hurled him towards the ground with brutal force. He then lifted Gohan once more, delivering an uppercut that sent him soaring into the sky again. This merciless flurry of blows twisted the hearts of the onlookers with anguish. Stop, Vegeta commanded, summoning all his strength to unleash a final energy wave, rescuing Gohan even as he himself succumbed to exhaustion and reverted to his normal state. Gohan was granted a brief moment to catch his breath, his mind racing with thoughts. If he could just hold on a little longer. The time for Gotenks fusion would soon arrive. Observing Gohan's stillness, Gotenks Buu surmised his thoughts. Was he calculating the duration of Gotenks fusion? How naive. Did he think I absorbed them merely to gain their power? Gotenks Buu's words shattered the flickering hope within Gohan's heart. How could this be? Gohan was engulfed in profound self-reproach, burdened by the realization that his actions had led everyone into peril. He had often allowed newfound strength to inflate his arrogance. Gohan, it would be such a pity to kill you. In that case, I shall gladly accept this power. Gotenks Buu resolved, recognizing that while Gotenks was formidable, his fusion had a time limit. Gohan, on the other hand, was inherently powerful. Absorbing him would grant a permanent augmentation of strength. With this thought in mind, Gotenks Buu abandoned his mockery, fully intent on absorbing Gohan. Gohan, become a part of me. With that declaration, he opened himself to merge with Gohan. Lost in his own guilt, Gohan was unprepared for Gotenks Buu's sudden advance, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. Gohan, move. Piccolo shouted as he flew towards them. But it was too late. Just as Gohan was about to be enveloped, the recently downed Vegeta collided with him, sacrificing himself in Gohan's place. No, Uncle Vegeta. Gohan's eyes widened with disbelief. No one anticipated the proud Vegeta would act in such a manner. After absorbing Vegeta, Gotenks Buu clicked his tongue in disappointment. TCH. While I didn't absorb you completely, Vegeta will suffice. At that moment, the time for Gotenks fusion finally arrived. Vegeta's power surged to the forefront, and his attire manifested on Buu's form, causing Buu's energy to diminish, albeit not significantly enough to render him a manageable foe. Buu, subsequent forms referred to as Buu. Thought, what a close call. Even someone as formidable as Buu felt a twinge of fear. Had it been any later, Gohan would have undoubtedly thwarted my chance to absorb everyone, leaving only death as his fate. Beast, I will kill you. Gohan's eyes blazed with fury, his emotions igniting his energy, which surged back to its zenith. In an instant, he charged at Buu, and they clashed once more. Although Gohan had regained his peak strength, the gap between him and Buu remained vast. After Majin Buu absorbed Vegeta and the others, the increase in power was not as simplistic as 1 + 1 = 2. Instead, It resembled a fusion, resulting in the emergence of a significantly more formidable warrior. The consciousness of the others fell into a deep slumber, leaving only Buu's awareness intact. Consequently, even the peak-restored Gohan was utterly no match for Buu. As Buu countered Gohan's assaults, he mocked him, saying, "What is the matter, Gohan? Is this all you can muster? If this is all you have, you cannot hope to vanquish me." Frustrated, Gohan gritted his teeth, intensifying his attacks. "Excellent. This is exactly what I need," Buu thought as he skillfully evaded each of Gohan's strikes. After enduring such prolonged assaults, it was now Buu's turn to take the offensive. He abandoned his evasive maneuvers and launched a counterattack, forcing Gohan into a desperate defense. "Damn it. I can't just sit here and wait for death, no matter how immense the disparity." Piccolo observed Gohan's plight with growing anxiety. "Indeed, we cannot remain passive," Krillin concurred. Without hesitation, the group charged into the fray. With a solar flare, Krillin momentarily blinded Buu. Seizing the opportunity, Piccolo unleashed a concentrated strike towards Buu. Tien and Yamcha joined in, executing their signature moves, Kikaho and Kamehameha. Their combined assaults struck the blinded Buu. Direct hit. The group exclaimed with excitement, fully aware that such attacks might not inflict substantial damage on Buu, but any harm was better than none. Their efforts bought Gohan a fleeting moment. Seizing this chance, he gathered every ounce of his strength for one decisive blow, betting everything on this final attack. "Buu!" Gohan roared as he completed the energy accumulation. Buu instinctively turned to face him. In that instant, Gohan unleashed the Kamehameha wave, blue energy surging towards Buu. With no time to dodge, Buu clenched his teeth and summoned all his strength to withstand the onslaught. Huh! Gohan shouted, pouring forth all his might. Buu, too, exerted his full power to resist. A blinding flash illuminated the battlefield, and then silence enveloped the scene. The onlookers quickly turned their gaze to Buu's position, only to find him standing there, gasping for breath. How can this be? Is it truly impossible to defeat him? Despair washed over them, with Krillin sinking to his knees. After unleashing his attack, Gohan also knelt, supporting himself with one hand on the ground, panting heavily, devoid of any remaining fighting spirit. "Damn it, you have truly angered me this time. I will ensure that you endure torment before I absorb you, for only then can I quell my resentment." Buu glared ominously at them. Gohan struggled to raise his head, his eyes filled with defiance yet tinged with despair. Is there truly no way to defeat him? What am I to do? "Father!" Just as despair enveloped them and they awaited their demise, a familiar voice rang out. "Gohan, it is not yet time to give up." Chapter 32. In a critical moment, Goku arrives. In the realm of the Kaioshin, Kaioshin Shin observed the battlefield through a crystal ball, witnessing Gohan's overwhelming triumph over Buu with exhilaration. However, as he continued to watch, he grew increasingly dismayed at the arrogance displayed by Gohan and his companions, which allowed Buu to grow stronger with each passing moment until no one could contend with him. "Fools. The Saiyans are utter fools," he lamented, exasperated that they could have resolved the conflict swiftly but chose instead to toy with Buu, leading to the current dire situation. Kaioshin Shin was in a frenzy, his expression one of frustration and disappointment. "Stop. You're making me dizzy." The elder Kaioshin interjected calmly, unfazed by the chaos. "Grandmaster, why are you so unperturbed? If Gohan loses, there will be no one left to challenge Buu." Kaioshin Shin exclaimed, bewildered. "Look at you, so anxious. Where is the dignity of a Kaioshin?" The elder admonished. But before Kaioshin Shin could respond, the elder Kaioshin continued, "Fear not. He has likely anticipated this scenario. Trust in him." He then cast a deep gaze towards Goku, who was engrossed in his training. "But Mr. Goku isn't even awake yet?" Kaioshin Shin protested, astonished. "Instead of fretting over the battlefield, you should pray that he awakens soon," the elder Kaioshin advised. Just then, Kaioshin Shin noticed a sudden shift in Goku's tranquil aura. In the next instant, Goku abruptly opened his eyes, and within the depth of his gaze, Kaioshin Shin perceived a fleeting crimson shadow. Goku's expression returned to one of joviality as he stood upright and expressed gratitude to the elder Kaioshin. "Thank you, esteemed elder Kaioshin." "Indeed," the elder Kaioshin responded, squinting slightly as he scrutinized Goku. "It appears you have attained what you sought." "Haha, indeed." Goku chuckled, scratching his head. At that moment, Jebet, who had been closely monitoring the battlefield, exclaimed, "Oh no, Vegeta has been absorbed by Buu." His words drew the attention of everyone to the crystal ball. It seems this mess requires your intervention, the elder Kaioshin remarked to Goku. All right, I'm off then, see you soon, Goku replied, placing a finger to his forehead and sensing Buu's immense energy before vanishing into thin air. Once Goku departed, Kaioshin Shin turned to the elder Kaioshin with a question. Grandmaster, can Mr. Goku truly handle Buu? Rest assured, he is not as simple as you perceive, the elder Kaioshin replied enigmatically. On the battlefield, witnessing Gohan's despair, Goku abruptly appeared before him, extending a hand. Gohan, it is not yet time to surrender. The sudden voice reignited hope within the hearts of those present. They turned to see Goku standing before Gohan, a broad smile gracing his face, his hand outstretched. Gohan grasped Goku's hand and rose with renewed vigor, prompting the others to hastily gather around Goku. Wukong, truly, you always arrive at the most critical moments. Krillin wiped away his tears of excitement. Haha, Krillin, fret not. Sun Wukong chuckled heartily. Wherever Sun Wukong is present, hope flourishes. Father, have you completed your training? Buu is now far more powerful than before, all thanks to me. Even Uncle Vegeta, Son Gohan said, lowering his head, filled with guilt. Sun Wukong comforted him with a pat on the shoulder. Gohan, you have done remarkably well. Leave the rest to me. With that, Sun Wukong turned his gaze towards Buu and stepped forward. Buu, henceforth, I shall battle you. Buu crossed his arms, gazing arrogantly at the advancing Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, you have finally arrived. I ought to express my gratitude. Had you not shown mercy, I would have vanished completely. No need to thank me. I am not doing this for you. Sun Wukong waved his hand dismissively. Buu paused momentarily, then grinned maliciously. Regardless, I must thank you. To show my gratitude, I shall make you a part of me. Sun Wukong brushed aside Buu's words, his confident demeanor provoking Buu. Just try it. Buu's breath hitched, curiosity flickering across his face as he inquired. In my recollection, your power seemed inferior to that of Son Gohan. I am curious, what fuels your confidence? Well, that was true in the past, but now you will see. A faint smile curved Sun Wukong's lips. The two simultaneously masked their expressions, quietly observing one another. The sudden silence intensified the tension in the atmosphere. Buu broke the stillness. Transform into Super Saiyan 3. That way, you can entertain me a bit longer. You shall witness it. With that, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, the battle poised to ignite. The two adversaries abruptly vanished from sight, only to reappear mid-air, engaged in combat. To call it a battle would be more accurately described as Buu toying with Sun Wukong. Too slow. Hurry up. Is this all you can do? Sun Wukong? Buu crossed his arms, effortlessly blocking Sun Wukong's attacks with his legs. Again, Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 2, launching another assault on Buu. This time, his onslaught was fiercer, yet it still failed to impact Buu. Sun Wukong exhibited no sign of anxiety whatsoever. Piccolo, intently watching the duel, remarked, Wukong remains unchanged, always preferring to probe first before gradually unleashing his power. Krillin reflected on Piccolo's words with a sense of nostalgia. Not enough. Sun Wukong, this level barely tickles. Buu taunted, then kicked Sun Wukong into the ground. Ensnared in the earth, Sun Wukong let out a furious roar, his aura shifting dramatically. A golden light erupted from the ground, revealing Sun Wukong in Super Saiyan 3 form, now standing directly before Buu. Buu, the true battle begins now. Sun Wukong smirked devilishly, sensing Sun Wukong's energy. Buu's expression became noticeably serious. Indeed, it is Sun Wukong. After just a brief absence, your power has surpassed even that of Gohan. The individuals on the ground are utterly astonished by this overwhelming aura. Who could have imagined that Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 3 could attain such strength? Gohan's mouth hangs agape, questioning what his father has experienced in that illusion. This energy, when compared to before, is in an entirely different realm. The scene shifts back to Sun Wukong and his opponent. Buu's expression gradually settles into calmness, a smile starting to emerge. While it is true that you have indeed grown significantly stronger, it is still insufficient to defeat me. Is that so? You shall learn through combat. Sun Wukong gestures playfully at Buu, a teasing glint in his eye. Feeling the disdain from Sun Wukong, Buu's expression darkens as he charges at him with fury. Prepare to meet your demise, Sun Wukong. Buu, let the battle commence. Chapter 33, The Birth of Super Saiyan 4. Two energies, one golden and one crimson, clash relentlessly in the air. Upon closer inspection, it is indeed Sun Wukong and Buu. Their speed has long surpassed the limits of mortal perception. Among the spectators, only Gohan's gaze can keep pace with their movements, while the others can merely witness the shock waves generated by their collisions. Gohan, can you discern their actions? Krillin inquires, glancing at the focused Gohan. Yes, I can. Gohan nods affirmatively. What is the situation now? Krillin asks anxiously. Gohan's eyes follow the two as they shift positions in the sky. Father and Buu are evenly matched. Buu's strength is slightly superior, yet my father's combat experience is exceptional. Krillin, upon hearing this, refrains from further comment and turns his attention back to the battlefield, silently praying for Sun Wukong's victory. In the sky, after yet another clash, their forms finally become discernible. Remarkable, Sun Wukong. You can still keep up with my movements. Buu wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth, acknowledging Sun Wukong's prowess. You are impressive as well, Buu. I never anticipated you could become this strong. Sun Wukong mirrors the action, excitement radiating from his face. Indeed, you are the one who ignites my exhilaration. I can hardly contain my eagerness for your power. Buu licks his lips, exclaiming, if you desire it, then come and claim it. With that, the two resume their fierce battle. Thud, thud, thud. Seizing on Buu's misstep, Sun Wukong delivers a powerful kick that sends Buu flying. As Buu soars, he spreads his body like a bat, stabilizing himself mid-air, and then he strikes the ground with a forceful kick, burrowing deep into the earth. Suddenly, he reappears beneath Sun Wukong, delivering a swift kick to his chin. Sun Wukong is sent hurtling backward, quickly regaining his composure in mid-air before charging back at Buu. The two engage in an intense exchange, flashes of lightning crackling between their fists and feet. Sun Wukong lands ahead, but that forces Buu to retreat, seizing the opportunity to grasp Buu's tendrils atop his head and whirl him around. However, before he can send Buu flying, the tendrils extend and ensnare Sun Wukong's neck, causing him to falter momentarily. Buu seizes the chance to stabilize himself. With a swift motion, he hurled Sun Wukong into the air, and after a few rotations, sent him crashing directly into the mountain peak. A resounding roar erupted as Sun Wukong, using both hands, forcefully pushed the mountain apart. What an intense battle! The King Kai could not help but express his astonishment at the fierce clash between the two combatants. Those watching nearby, including Son Gohan, felt the impact more acutely. The ferocity of their combat caused the very earth to tremble. Fortunately, the forces of their fathers counterbalanced each other. Otherwise, the planet would have been obliterated. Son Gohan couldn't help but feel relieved, for his family and friends remained safe on Earth. Ha ha ha, what a thrill! Sun Wukong. This is the true essence of battle. Buu laughed heartily. Indeed, Buu, you speak the truth. This is the fight I have longed for. Sun Wukong replied, equally joyful. In that moment, they shared a profound sense of camaraderie. Yet, both understood that only one would emerge alive from this encounter. Sun Wukong, let us settle this with the next move. I wholeheartedly agree, Buu. They both assumed their stances, gathering energy. Buu concentrated on Vegeta's ultimate technique, the final flash. Sun Wukong similarly focused on his own signature move, the Kamehameha. As their energies coalesced, they unleashed their attacks simultaneously. Instantly, the two forces collided in midair. The impact sent rocks and debris spiraling into the atmosphere. The onlookers were pushed back by the shockwave, straining to withstand the force. The red and blue energies remained locked in a stalemate, but as both combatants continued to pour their power into the clash, neither yielded an inch. With widened eyes and open mouths, they released every ounce of their strength. The center of their collision began to emit a blinding white light, intensifying with each passing moment. Ultimately, the energies detonated at the epicenter. Although much of their power had been neutralized, the residual force created a gaping chasm in the ground. As the dust settled, Buu stood unsteadily, gasping for breath, while Sun Wukong lay quietly on the ground. Wukong! Krillin exclaimed, eager to rush to Sun Wukong's side, but was held back by Piccolo. Turning to Piccolo, Krillin saw him shake his head. Do not worry, Sun's energy remains undiminished. After sensing carefully, Krillin confirmed Piccolo's words and felt reassured. Buu straightened himself, and in an instant, returned to his peak condition. Ha ha ha, Sun Wukong, you have lost. I possess nearly infinite stamina and regenerative capabilities. Buu laughed triumphantly as he gazed upon the fallen Sun Wukong. At that moment, Sun Wukong stirred, slowly rising to his feet and brushing off the dust from his attire. His tone relaxed. Indeed, in this state, I cannot defeat you. Humph, Sun Wukong, you have already lost. Are you prepared to face the consequences of your defeat? Buu taunted him. It is true, Super Saiyan 3 has indeed faltered. However, I have yet to unleash my true potential. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Buu perceived them as mere bluster. Stop boasting. The spectators murmured. Hey, do you think what Wukong said is true? Is he merely trying to intimidate Buu? Clin swallowed hard, struggling to believe what he had just heard. My father would never lie, Sun Wukong asserted with unwavering conviction. Indeed, let us place our trust in Sun. Piccolo nodded in agreement. Yamcha and Tien Shinhan echoed their support. Buu, prepare to witness the true extent of my power. I have endured considerable hardship to reach this point. Sun Wukong's lips curled into a confident smile, which sparked an ominous thought in Buu's mind. Behold, the Super Saiyan 4, surpassing even Super Saiyan 3, has arrived. Sun Wukong bellowed with a serious demeanor. A colossal surge of energy erupted from his being, reminiscent of the aura he had sensed from his father. Son Gohan recalled the overwhelming presence of his father's energy, filling him with steadfast determination. The roar of Sun Wukong gradually transformed from a human cry into a primal howl. With a mighty roar, Sun Wukong's form became enveloped in golden energy, transforming him into a magnificent golden great ape. He threw his head back in a primal display of strength, releasing a ferocious energy that forced everyone around him to retreat, gasping for breath under its pressure. Buu stood frozen in astonishment. Yet, Sun Wukong's transformation was far from over. As the energy of the golden great ape reached its zenith, he gradually regained his composure. The golden energy burned within him, his form shrinking, yet his power intensifying. When he finally reverted to his humanoid shape, a striking figure emerged, clad in red fur. With crimson eyes and black pupils, and long hair cascading over his shoulders, he resembled a colossal humanoid beast, mysterious and formidable. As the golden radiance dissipated, an immense aura radiated throughout the cosmos. In the depths of the universe, an unknown entity, previously in slumber, slowly opened its eyes upon sensing this powerful presence. In that moment, a flash of purple light illuminated the surroundings, obliterating nearby planets into dust. Ah, this energy seems promising for some amusement, it mused with a cold smirk. Still feeling rather drowsy, perhaps I shall sleep a little longer, it yawned. Weiss, wake me in 4 years. Yes, Lord Beerus. Chapter 34. Toying with Buu. No. This is impossible. Buu stammered, retreating in fear. Panic etched across his face as cold sweat dripped from his forehead. The aura emanating from Sun Wukong extinguished any thoughts of resistance within him. Since Sun Wukong's transformation began, Son Gohan and the others had retreated several kilometers away. Yet the scorching energy radiating from Sun Wukong left them feeling unbearably hot. There was no doubt that if they were near him, that searing energy could incinerate them. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai and others watching from the Kaioshin realm were equally astounded by Sun Wukong's transformation. Incredible! His energy has spread throughout the entire universe. The Supreme Kai exclaimed, eyes wide as he fixated on Sun Wukong's image in the crystal ball. Even the Elder Kai found himself momentarily serious, pondering. I never imagined Sun Wukong would grow so remarkably powerful. Such might surely has drawn attention. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, his gaze was drawn to a temple nestled in the deepest recesses of the universe. As for Jebbet, he was nearly overwhelmed with fear, almost fainting at the prospect. He pondered whether he had been disrespectful to Sun Wukong upon their initial meeting. On the battlefield, Sun Wukong observed Buu, who stood frozen in terror, unable to move an inch. With his arms crossed, he spoke with a hint of amusement. What is the matter? Are you so frightened that you cannot move? His words roused Buu from his stupor. Who are you? How can someone like you exist on Earth? Buu gritted his teeth, striving to maintain his composure. Sun Wukong closed his eyes momentarily, then opened them to regard Buu with a serious expression, declaring, to protect that which I hold dear. I have awakened as the mightiest Saiyan, Super Saiyan 4, Sun Wukong. With that, he retracted his aura, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Buu, let us continue. Though you are certainly not a match for Super Saiyan 4. Buu, filled with frustration, thought to himself, how could I be too afraid to attack him? His trembling form betrayed his inner turmoil. Observing Buu's quaking body, Sun Wukong shouted, Buu, attack me. This command dispelled Buu's fears, igniting a surge of anger within him. "You wretched being! You dare to look down upon me!" Buu lost all rationality, his mind consumed by Sun Wukong's mocking smile. He unleashed all his power, enveloping himself in a sphere of energy. The very fabric of Earth's space began to buckle under the strain of Buu's uncontrolled might, casting darkness across the sky. Cracks in the surrounding space began to appear and widen. Sun Wukong's expression grew earnest as he charged towards Buu. The energy barrier surrounding Buu initially thwarted his advance. But as Sun Wukong's strength intensified, the barrier shattered. With a powerful punch, he struck Buu squarely in the face, interrupting his assault. Gradually, the surroundings began to revert to their former state. If you possess such power, you should have unleashed it sooner. After subduing Buu, Sun Wukong's demeanor shifted back to one of playful intrigue. "What other techniques do you have? Continue." He lowered his guard, allowing his hands to hang at his sides, inviting Buu to attack at will. Buu, momentarily forgetting the vast gulf between them, lashed out in fury at Sun Wukong. True to his word, Sun Wukong allowed Buu's strikes to land upon him without defense or evasion. Buu unleashed a flurry of energy blasts, each crashing against Sun Wukong and the surrounding area. "Excellent, keep going." Sun Wukong's words dripped with mockery in Buu's ears, compelling him to amplify his energy. When Buu finally ceased his onslaught, the ground lay shrouded in dust and debris. As the haze cleared, Sun Wukong stood unscathed, as though untouched by the chaos. How is this possible? Buu could hardly believe it. Even with the disparity between them, it seemed implausible that he had inflicted no damage whatsoever. "Why have you stopped? Continue. If you do not resume, I shall take the initiative." Such a vast disparity left Buu somewhat bewildered. Suddenly, it seemed he had an epiphany, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. "Goku, are you certain you won't evade?" "Indeed, I am," Goku replied with unwavering confidence. Buu circled around Goku, and from the tendrils atop his head, a beam of pink energy struck Goku. "Transform into a candy." As the transformation beam hit Goku, Buu could hardly contain his exhilaration. Upon being struck, Goku morphed into a coffee candy, hovering silently in the air. "Ha ha ha, fool. You were arrogant enough to not dodge." Buu laughed heartily. Goku, Dad, Son, Gohan, and the others were equally taken aback by this turn of events. Despair began to seep into their hearts. "You fool, why toy with Buu? Why not evade?" The Kaioshin was filled with frustration. "Silence. Do you truly think Goku appears foolish? Just watch quietly," the old Kaioshin stated calmly. Buu gazed at the candy before him, unable to suppress his grin. "I won't let you vanish so easily. I intend to chew you into a fine powder before swallowing you whole." He then reached out to seize the candy. Unexpectedly, the candy emitted Goku's voice. "Hey Buu, I'm still alive." Buu's excitement transformed into disbelief. "Impossible. How can you still retain your consciousness?" The candy that was once Goku began to mimic a punching motion, moving its entire body back and forth due to the absence of limbs. "Phew. Thankfully, although my form has changed, my strength remains. Moreover, being smaller makes me harder to hit. Even if you are strong, you are merely a piece of candy now. I just need to place you in my mouth and wait for you to dissolve." Buu regained his confidence, refusing to believe that he could not handle even a single candy. "Then come and try? Your opponent now is the mightiest coffee candy in the universe." At these words, Buu lunged for Goku, who nimbly evaded. Buu involuntarily quickened his pace, soon reduced to mere afterimages. As Buu's speed increased to the point where he could only see fleeting shadows, Goku distanced himself from Buu, hovering above him. Buu remained oblivious, convinced Goku was still within reach, until Goku called out, "I'm right here, Buu." Fuming with anger at being toyed with, Buu exclaimed, "How does it feel?" "I told you. After shrinking, it's much harder to hit." Buu did not respond, instead continuing to grasp for Goku. Once more, Goku evaded Buu's grasp, deliberately feigning vulnerability, only to be caught in Buu's hand. "Ha ha ha, Goku, you're finished," Buu declared, opening his mouth wide to swallow Goku whole. Suddenly, Goku exerted force within Buu's grip, causing Buu's hand to flail about like a toothbrush inside his mouth. Goku broke free from Buu's hold. "You wanted to eat me, right? Here I come." With that, he charged directly towards Buu's mouth. The impact was tremendous, piercing through Buu's oral cavity and severing the tendrils that hung behind his head, which fell to the ground. It seems you cannot consume me after all. However, I have had my fill of play. Now, I shall launch my attack." Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of light, and collided forcefully with Buu's abdomen. Buu struggled, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Sun Wukong did not give him a moment to react, striking with his arms, thighs, and knees, relentlessly battering Buu until his body shattered. Finally, he descended upon him, Buu's head crashing into his own belly. "What do you think, Buu? Now, that is what I call an assault," Sun Wukong declared with a tone of triumph. As Buu regained his form, gritting his teeth while gazing at Sun Wukong, his rejuvenated tendrils unleashed energy, striking Sun Wukong. "Transform back." Sun Wukong, now restored, clenched his fist. Although becoming candy was not without its merits, having limbs was undeniably more convenient. Chapter 35, Defeating Majin Buu. "Buu, do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? If not, prepare for your demise." Buu sensed that Sun Wukong was not jesting. He genuinely intended to end his existence. Abruptly, Sun Wukong extended both hands toward Buu, startling him. "Buu, I shall grant you the count of 10. After the count, I will utterly annihilate you." With that, he began to count. 10, 9, 8. Observing that Buu had yet to make a move, Sun Wukong mused silently. Has he not noticed the segment of his tendril that I intentionally severed? 5. Buu, in a flurry, scanned his surroundings, seeking an escape route, but Sun Wukong's aura was so potent that it saturated the cosmos. Where could he possibly flee? Suddenly, he spotted the severed tendril behind Sun Wukong and prepared to make a desperate gamble. Sensing Buu's gaze, Sun Wukong felt a wave of relief wash over him. Finally, he had noticed. Continuing his countdown without interruption. 3, 2. Just before the final number fell, Buu maneuvered that segment of tendril to ensnare Sun Wukong from behind, enveloping him in an instant. In that very moment of confinement, Sun Wukong smirked, crossing his arms as he released his aura, creating a protective barrier. This shield isolated him from all external matter, thwarting Buu's assimilation capabilities. "Ha ha ha. This time, Buu, I shall see you perish." After waiting for a considerable while, Buu observed that his body had not changed, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. He hastily examined himself internally. "It's over. Even Wukong has been absorbed. This time, the earth is doomed." Krillin, unable to bear the blow, collapsed onto the ground. Son Gohan approached to console him. "Uncle Krillin, do not worry. I believe Father is doing this intentionally." "Really?" Krillin perked up at these words. "Yes, indeed, trust in Father. He must have his own plans." Reflecting on Sun Wukong's smile before absorption, his conviction grew resolute. In the realm of the Supreme Kai Shin made the same mistake as Krillin, receiving a scathing reprimand from the Elder Kai. "Fool, could you not see that fellow was intentional? The Supreme Kai of the future has fallen to such a state. Truly lamentable." The Elder Kai shook his head in disappointment, while Supreme Kai Shin lowered his head in shame. Within Buu's body, after Sun Wukong was absorbed, he was reduced to an infinitesimal size, yet thanks to the protective barrier, he remained unassimilated by Buu. In a diminutive form, Sun Wukong flitted within the confines of Buu's body, seemingly in search of something elusive. Buu, splitting himself from within, soon laid eyes upon the flying figure of Sun Wukong. How infuriating! Who is this individual that I cannot subdue him? Buu suddenly materialized before Sun Wukong, prompting him to halt his flight. "Sun Wukong, I did not anticipate that you would resist assimilation. Nevertheless, it matters not. Within my domain, you cannot stir a tempest." In response, Sun Wukong smirked coldly. "Buu, you overestimate your understanding. This is precisely my objective. As for my power, you underestimate me gravely. If you doubt my words, come forth and test me." With that, he resumed his search. Buu, gritting his teeth and haunted by Sun Wukong's prior impression, refrained from attacking and chose to follow him instead. Before long, Sun Wukong reached his destination deep within Buu's consciousness, where he discovered several individuals who had been assimilated. At this moment, Buu finally grasped the gravity of the situation and lunged at Sun Wukong. "Stop!" This time, Sun Wukong showed no mercy. With a single strike, he shattered Buu into fragments. Without wasting another moment, Sun Wukong advanced to free the bound Vegeta and others, gently calling out, "Vegeta, awaken!" Perhaps stirred by the voice of his dear friend. Vegeta blinked open his eyes. Upon seeing Vegeta regain consciousness, Sun Wukong smiled knowingly. Vegeta pushed aside Sun Wukong's supportive hand, scrutinizing him. "Kakarot, what is this?" "Ha ha, Vegeta. This is the mightiest Super Saiyan 4. "What?" Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. Having just transcended to Super Saiyan 3, He had thought he had finally caught up with Sun Wukong, only to find himself left far behind once more. Vegeta, take Goten and Trunks away. I have one more person to rescue. Vegeta said nothing, swiftly taking hold of the unconscious Goten and Trunks. Sun Wukong moved to another side, and indeed, found the bound fat Buu. Just as he approached to free him, the previously scattered Buu materialized to obstruct him. No, do not touch him. I beg you, otherwise I shall cease to be. Sun Wukong comprehended his intent. After all, it was Fat Buu who had preserved his existence thus far, and he would not relent. With a determined tug, he seized Fat Buu. The moment Fat Buu was freed, Buu's mouth gaped wide as he melted into the ground, causing his body to tremble violently. Sun Wukong urgently urged Vegeta to follow his lead with Goten and Trunks. As Vegeta gazed at the crimson figure ahead, he was engulfed by memories. From the first invasion of Earth, after you defeated me, I thought you would slay me. Yet, you chose to spare me, this wretched soul. As if you foresaw that I would, one day, harbor a semblance of humanity. Later, on Namek. Witnessing your triumph over Frieza in the form of a Super Saiyan ignited an overwhelming fury within me due to my own inadequacies, ultimately propelling me to transcend into a Super Saiyan. Kakarot, I am finally poised to surpass you. During the battle against the androids, after training in the room of spirit and time, you once again left me in the dust. When Cell self-destructed, you chose to sacrifice yourself to save us. As the Prince of the Saiyans, it was humiliating to require your rescue. Ever since, I have endeavored tirelessly to train, solely to safeguard this Earth that you have always protected. Upon learning of your resurrection, my joy was immeasurable. I had hoped to finally eclipse you, to be the one protecting you this time. However, to my astonishment, you returned as a Super Saiyan 3. Just as I thought I had caught up, I realized you had already surged far ahead. Kakarot, I must concede that you are indeed a genius, perpetually a step ahead of me. Kakarot, you are the true champion of the universe. With this realization, Vegeta set aside his obsessions, his demeanor softening slightly. Soon, Goku halted before them. Vegeta, allow me to pave the way out. Goku hurled Fat Buu towards Vegeta, gathering energy in his hands, and unleashed a wave of power towards the opening atop Buu's head. Instantly, the orifice was breached. Vegeta, hurry and follow. As they soared through the opening, their bodies were restored in an instant. Goku instructed Vegeta to regroup with Gohan and the others while he remained to observe the metamorphosing Buu. Buu finally ceased his transformation, his form shrinking slightly. Yet the most striking feature was his eyes, devoid of any consciousness, only an abyss of malevolence. Buu glanced around, his destructive instincts compelling him to annihilate this beautiful planet. Energy coalescing in his hands. Just as he prepared to unleash it upon Earth, Goku's commanding voice interrupted him. Buu. Instinctively, Buu turned to see Goku already channeling energy. Kamehameha. Enveloped by the azure energy, Buu was met with no mercy from Goku this time, obliterated without a chance to resist. All returned to tranquility, and at last, the turmoil brought by Buu came to an end. Chapter 36. The birthday celebration. Since the eradication of the malevolent Buu, for years have passed unbeknownst to us. During this span, everyone has relished this rare period of peace. The warriors had not convened for 4 years. One day, Bulma reached out to everyone, inviting them to her birthday celebration, seizing the opportunity for a reunion. All readily agreed, assuring their timely attendance. After notifying everyone, Bulma set about preparing for the festivities. Once Bulma had arranged everything, she noticed Vegeta strolling past her. Vegeta, in just a few days it will be the birthday of your beautiful and gracious wife. What gift do you plan to bestow upon me? Bulma's words halted Vegeta in his tracks. Boring. I care not for such matters, he retorted, continuing on his way. Vegeta, how could you treat your beautiful wife in such a manner? Bulma raised her fists above her head, seething with anger. What infuriated her even more was that Vegeta, after speaking, completely ignored her and strode away. Vegeta, you must come on my birthday. Otherwise, I shall never forgive you. Besides, I have already contacted everyone. They will all be here. Upon hearing these words, Vegeta finally paused in his tracks and turned to face Bulma. Will Kakarot be coming too? His sole interest lay in whether Goku would attend. Yes, I've already reached out to him. Bulma sighed, having grown accustomed to Vegeta's usual demeanor. I will go, Vegeta said, turning to continue his exit, though a ripple of unease stirred within him. Though he no longer wished to compare himself to Kakarot, curiosity lingered. After 4 years, How strong had Kakarot become? Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and soon it was Bulma's birthday. In eager anticipation of reuniting with everyone, all had arrived at Bulma's well before the designated time, save for one individual, Gohan. Is Goku not coming with you? Bulma inquired, glancing around for the familiar figure. Aunt Bulma, Dad will arrive a bit later. He asked me to apologize on his behalf, Gohan replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his words. Honestly, he is always the last one to arrive. Well, what can you expect from Goku? Bulma muttered, covering her face in exasperation, yet she chose not to dwell on it. She had grown accustomed to his tardiness. Gohan, you and your friends enjoy yourselves. I have a few matters to attend to. Bulma winked at Gohan. Yes, Aunt Bulma. Gohan responded, albeit a bit shyly. After greeting everyone, Bulma busied herself with other preparations. Truly, Bulma was extravagant. For her birthday, she had rented an enormous cruise ship as the venue. It's astonishing, Krillin remarked. Fool, Bulma's family is the wealthiest in the world. Number 18 chimed in with a nod. Ah, there will be a lottery segment. I must try my luck, she exclaimed, leaving Krillin behind as she joined Chi-Chi and Videl. Following the events with Buu, Videl and Gohan had solidified their relationship and were now officially together. The scene was bustling with joy and excitement. At the peak of a towering mountain, known as Bun's Mountain, Goku sat cross-legged. Over the past 4 years, he had shown unwavering diligence in his training, all in preparation for the looming crisis he remembered. Suddenly, the previously serene environment shifted abruptly. The clouds in the sky began to swirl, coalescing into a vortex that expanded from a mere 100 meters to thousands, eventually halting at a staggering distance. At the very center of this vortex stood Goku. Slowly, he opened his tightly shut eyes, a glimmer of golden light flashing forth. A powerful aura surged upward, dispersing the swirling clouds above, restoring everything to its original state. Phew! At last, he had reached the pinnacle of his strength. Now, he possessed the power to contend with the Super One-Star Dragon, and with several years still remaining, there was ample time to prepare. Unexpectedly, I experienced the events of the future once again in the realm of the Kaishin. However, it can be considered a blessing in disguise, as it allowed me to master the Super Saiyan 4 completely. To this day, Goku has finally managed to alleviate some of the burdens weighing on his heart. Oh no. Today appears to be Bulma's birthday. I'm late again. This time, Bulma will surely lecture me. Goku suddenly slapped his forehead, chuckling at his own predicament. And with a swift motion, he teleported to the birthday celebration. Hello, everyone. How are you all? Goku's sudden voice startled Krillin, who had been engrossed in conversation. Goku, you're late again. You're the last one to arrive. Krillin, regaining his composure, managed to smile, albeit with a hint of complaint. Upon seeing Goku's arrival, the others gathered around him. My apologies. I got a bit carried away with my training. Goku sheepishly scratched his head. It's all right. We're all accustomed to your antics by now. Krillin shrugged, somewhat resigned. Goku, just how strong do you intend to become before you are satisfied? Yamcha remarked with a sense of awe. Indeed, when we first met, we were evenly matched rivals, but now you've left us far behind. Tien Shinhan reminisced about the past. At that moment, Vegeta, sensing Goku's energy, approached. He scrutinized Goku, who, merely standing there, emanated an aura of unfathomable depth. Kakarot, it seems you have not been idle these past 4 years. Of course, and you are no slouch either, Vegeta. Goku acknowledged, having also sensed Vegeta's formidable presence. Humph, I am the prince of the Saiyans. I refuse to be outdone. Vegeta huffed, pride evident in his tone. Despite not intending to compete with Goku as a Saiyan prince, he could not bear the thought of falling behind. Goku. Chi-Chi approached Goku with urgency. How could you be late on such an important occasion for Bulma? Seeing the anger on Chi-Chi's face, Goku offered a sheepish smile. Chi-Chi, don't be mad. I'm here now. Bulma, who had come along, attempted to soothe her. It's all right, Chi-Chi. We're all used to Goku being like this. As long as he shows up, that's what matters. With Bulma's acceptance, Chi-Chi decided not to press the issue further. Happy birthday, Bulma. Goku turned to her, offering heartfelt wishes. Thank you, Goku. It's wonderful that you could come. I was worried you'd be too focused on training to show up. Bulma's joy was palpable at Goku's presence. Haha, that won't happen again. Amidst the laughter, the celebration officially commenced. Little did they know, amidst the revelry, a crisis was silently approaching. Chapter 37, Lord Beerus. Deep within a temple in the cosmos, a voice echoed. Oh dear, the The 4 years have come to an end. Lord Beerus, I have come to awaken you. The speaker arrived at a palace filled with clocks, where, sprawled across the central bed, lay a peculiar creature resembling a hairless cat, sound asleep. Lord Beerus, it is you who asked me to awaken you. Do not hold it against me upon your rise. Ho ho ho. As he spoke, a sinister laughter escaped his lips. With a flick of his right hand, a scepter materialized in his grasp. In the next instant, the crystalline end of the scepter struck the slumbering deity without warning. A thunderous crash resounded. Following that, an enraged bellow echoed. Whis. Who permitted you to treat the most esteemed god of destruction in the universe in such a manner? Speak your reasoning, or face annihilation. Lord Beerus radiated a terrifying purple energy, his expression dark as he glared at Whis. Lord Beerus, it was you who instructed me to awaken you after 4 years. Whis replied, feigning sorrow as he wiped away non-existent tears. Seeing this charade, even though he knew it was an act, Lord Beerus found himself at a loss as to how to respond. Very well, prepare my bathwater. I shall attend to my personal hygiene first, he gestured dismissively, speaking in resignation. Yes, Lord Beerus, Whis acknowledged, promptly setting off to prepare. In the realm of the Kais, at the very moment Lord Beerus awoke, the formerly leisurely Elder Kai, who had been observing the mortal realm, suddenly stood with a grave expression, his eyes fixed intently on the depths of the universe. He has awakened. The Supreme Kai, utterly perplexed, inquired, Who are you referring to, ancestor? The Elder Kai glared at the Supreme Kai, exasperated. Did you not sense it? Extend your consciousness into the cosmos. Obediently, the Supreme Kai followed the Elder Kai's instruction and reached out with his divine awareness. The next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. No, it cannot be. How can there exist such a divine presence in the universe? This aura is imbued with tyranny, destruction, and annihilation, completely antithetical to our own. Cold sweat trickled down the Supreme Kai's forehead. You fool. Has the legacy of the Kais not even preserved the divine hierarchy? It seems I must educate you thoroughly. We Kais are the creators of a universe, yet with creation comes destruction, an immutable law. He is a deity of equal standing with us, a god of destruction. We reside in the Kai realm, while the god of destruction dwells in his own domain. Furthermore, due to his unparalleled power, he holds a rank above us. Upon hearing the Elder Kai's words, the Supreme Kai hung his head in shame, beads of sweat dotting his face. I apologize, ancestor. When I first ascended to my position, I had yet to receive the legacy of the Kais before encountering the incident with Majin Buu, so his voice dwindled to a whisper. Sigh. Once this matter is resolved, I shall ensure you receive a comprehensive education on the Kais legacy, the Elder Kai lamented. Thank you, ancestor. The Supreme Kai bowed deeply in deference. The Elder Kai then turned his gaze back to the realm of the gods of destruction. In that moment, he pondered how many planets would be utterly obliterated. An aura of profound compassion enveloped him. Ancestor, I do not comprehend. If the god of destruction is indeed a deity, why are you so anxious? The Supreme Kai Shin wore a perplexed expression. Fool, as the name implies, the god of destruction is a deity governing devastation across the cosmos, acting solely on whim without regard for consequences, ready to obliterate a planet at the slightest displeasure. To him, life is as insignificant as weeds. What? The explanation from the old Supreme Kai made Shin acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. He hoped that the god of destruction could return to slumber soon, and not take notice of those Saiyans. Despite his words, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. He sensed that Beerus had awakened this time due to Sun Goku. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere with the Supreme Kais, the god of destruction, Beerus lounged comfortably in his bath. Whis, locate that energy I sensed 4 years ago, commanded Beerus, eyes closed. Yes, Lord Beerus, replied Whis, who then used his staff to project the scene of the battle between Sun Goku and Buu from 4 years prior. Beerus opened his eyes, observing the projection of Goku transformed into Super Saiyan God form. Indeed, it was this energy. To think that after so many years, a human could reach such heights. Fascinating. Whis, find out where he is. Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis glanced at his staff, and slowly, a star system materialized within it, followed by the Milky Way, the solar system, and finally, Earth. Found him, Lord Beerus. He is currently on a planet called Earth in the Northern Supreme Kai's jurisdiction of the Northern Galaxy. Northern Supreme Kai. Whis, how long will it take to reach him? It will take 23 minutes, my lord. 23 minutes. That's enough time to watch an episode of an animated series. Never mind. Whis, prepare some snacks for the journey. And set off when you're ready. Yes, Lord Beerus. With that, Whis busied himself with preparations. Meanwhile, Beerus continued to recline in the bath, pondering aloud. Is there a connection between Super Saiyans and Super Saiyan gods? Memories of formidable foes from his dreams surfaced in his mind. Lord Beerus, we are ready to depart. Let's go, and make sure to return quickly so I can continue my slumber. Yawning, Beerus exited the palace, approaching Whis and placing a hand on his shoulder. The two deities transformed into a vibrant rainbow, soaring into the cosmos, vanishing from the realm of destruction. Since Beerus's awakening, the old Supreme Kai's attention had been riveted on him. Upon sensing Beerus's departure from the realm, the old Supreme Kai's anxiety intensified. After carefully discerning the direction in which Beerus was headed, his fears were confirmed. Oh no, Beerus is heading towards the Northern Supreme Kai. Quickly contact him. We must prevent Beerus from reaching Earth, or else given Goku and the others' personalities, they will surely offend him. With Goku's current power, a full-fledged battle against Beerus could very well annihilate the universe. The old Supreme Kai's complexion paled as he urgently spoke to Shin. Shin understood the severity of the situation and promptly contacted the Northern Supreme Kai. At that moment, the Northern Supreme Kai was engaged in a game of hide-and-seek with the gorilla Babidi and the dragonfly Giri. Northern Supreme Kai. A sudden sound startled the North Kai, causing him to shudder. Lord Kaishin, the god of destruction, Beerus, is heading your way. You must ensure he does not seek out Goku and the others on Earth. What? The god of destruction, Beerus? The Kaishin's words brought back memories of the devastation he witnessed when his planet was obliterated. It was all because Beerus lost a game of hide-and-seek and deemed his planet too large, resulting in its current state. Lord Kaishin, I understand, but if Lord Beerus insists on going, there is little I can do. Just as the Kaishin was about to say more, a radiant beam of multicolored light descended upon North Kai's planet, accompanied by a voice that filled him with dread. North Kai, long time no see. Chapter 38. Inviting Beerus. The voice, deeply engraved in his memory, sent a chill down the North Kai's spine. He quickly turned in the direction of the voice and bowed respectfully. Lord Beerus, it has been a while. I hope you are well. Yes, quite well. Speaking of which, your planet is rather small. Beerus's piercing words struck directly at North Kai's heart, prompting him to silently criticize while outwardly suppressing any dissatisfaction. Thanks to Lord Beerus, this planet is just perfect for me and easy to manage. Yes, very good. After surveying the surroundings, Beerus continued, I have come to inquire about the Saiyans. Do you have anything to share? With Beerus's sharp gaze fixed upon him, North Kai disregarded the Kaishin's warning and divulged everything he knew. Oh, so, a race once filled with aggression now fights to protect? How intriguing. Beerus expressed his interest with a glint in his eye. Weiss, let us visit Earth and meet the current Saiyans. Yes, Lord Beerus. Weiss responded before bidding farewell to North Kai. Until we meet again, North Kai. Until we meet again. Lord Beerus, Mr. Weiss. North Kai respectfully saw them off, only to breathe a sigh of relief once they departed. Phew, they are finally gone. North Kai. How could you tell him everything I instructed you not to? The furious voice of the old Kaishin echoed, causing North Kai to shrink back in fear. Lord Old Kaishin. I couldn't help it, it's Beerus. Sigh. First, inform Goku and the others. They must not offend Beerus. Understood. North Kai immediately contacted Goku. Goku, you need to listen closely to what I am about to say. Otherwise, the universe will be in grave danger. North Kai's anxious voice resonated in Goku's mind. Yes. Lord Kai, what is it? Suddenly receiving a call from North Kai, Goku froze mid-conversation, and his companions noticed his sudden stillness, waiting quietly for him to respond. Goku, the god of destruction, Beerus, is on his way to Earth. Remember, you must show him the utmost respect, otherwise, no one can save Earth. God of destruction, Beerus? Who is that? Is he a divine being? Sun Wukong, filled with curiosity, questioned the North Kai. Indeed, he affirmed, the most esteemed of deities. Ah, I understand now. Lord Kai. Upon uttering these words, the North Kai severed their connection, yet remained vigilant over Earth. At that moment, all the noble eyes of the cosmos were fixated on the planet. After breaking contact with the North Kai, Sun Wukong fell into deep contemplation. The god of destruction, Beerus? Why do I possess no recollection of this deity? Could it be that another unforeseen event has transpired? Sun Wukong's brow furrowed with concern, and those around him sensed an underlying unease. Wukong, what is the matter? Krillin's voice roused Sun Wukong from his reverie. Well, Krillin, here is the situation. Subsequently, Sun Wukong recounted the North Kai's words to the group, who listened with equally furrowed brows. The Lord of the Kais is already aware of your strength, and yet remains apprehensive. It appears this god of destruction possesses formidable power. Piccolo analyzed calmly. The others nodded in agreement, though Vegeta appeared lost in thought. The name Beerus sounded hauntingly familiar. In the midst of their discussion, a dazzling spectrum of light descended, captivating everyone's attention. As the brilliance faded, two figures emerged, standing silently, as if the world itself were ready to submit beneath their feet. Sun Wukong promptly approached the divine beings to greet them. Greetings, esteemed deities. I am Sun Wukong. You must be the god of destruction, Lord Beerus, and Mr. Whis. As mentioned by Lord Kai. Indeed, you are Sun Wukong? Beerus appraised him from head to toe. Yes. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, Lord Beerus? Sun Wukong replied. I have come to seek you out. Your power intrigues me. At this, the god of destruction narrowed his eyes slightly. Is that so? I too wish to engage in a spar with the mightiest of deities, but might I request a brief pause? We are currently attending a birthday celebration. Sun Wukong gestured with two fingers to indicate a moment's wait. Oh, a celebration. He glanced around and confirmed the festive atmosphere. Indeed. I wish to invite both esteemed deities to join the festivities. Ah, I see. I have been presumptuous. Please allow me to apologize to the host. Very well, Lord Beerus. Please follow me. With that, he turned and led Beerus and Whis toward Bulma. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly recollected who Beerus was. In his youth, it was the being who had stood upon his father's head, the god of destruction, Beerus. In the past, he had avoided him like the plague, but now... Vegeta harbored his own thoughts. Bulma, these two are Lord Beerus and Mr. Whis, the most esteemed deities of the universe. Really? Welcome to my birthday celebration, esteemed deities. Greetings, madam. I apologize for intruding upon your festivities. Beerus offered a slight bow of apology. Not at all. It brings me great joy that you both can attend. Please, allow me to introduce you. Bulma beamed as she led Whis and Beerus away. Lord Beerus, please take a look. This is tempura. Crafted from the freshest shrimp and utterly delectable. Do give it a try? Beerus accepted the tempura that Bulma offered him, inspecting it carefully before placing it directly into his mouth. As he chewed, his eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. Just as Bulma anticipated his ire, she heard Beerus exclaim loudly, "Delicious!" The delightful crunch, coupled with the shrimp's innate sweetness, is perfectly preserved, and the array of seasonings is impeccably balanced. Scrumptious. Truly scrumptious. He continued to stuff his mouth eagerly. Meanwhile, Whis was not to be outdone, though he indulged with a far more refined demeanor. The two became utterly oblivious to Bulma, wandering incessantly from one food stall to another. Whis, this looks delectable, and this too. Lord Beerus, there are so many delightful treats over here. Beerus lamented the lost time, astonished by the plethora of culinary delights Earth had to offer. What have I been eating all these years? Nothing compares to this. Lord Beerus, over there is a pudding that is simply exquisite. Have you tried it? Really? Take me there at once. Whis guided Beerus to a nearby stall. Excuse me. May I have one of those puddings, please? Beerus inquired politely. No, this is mine. The speaker was none other than Buu. After being rescued by Goku, he had returned to Mr. Satan's side, who maintained contact with Goku and his companions. Buu, kindly share some with this gentleman. You cannot hoard it all. No, I got it first. With that, Buu licked the pudding thoroughly, a gesture that incensed Beerus. His expression darkened, and the purple energy of destruction emanated from him, soaring into the sky. Mortal, you have provoked my wrath. Chapter 39, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's defeat. The commotion drew the attention of onlookers. Lord Beerus, please calm your fury. Goku stepped forward to intervene, but was swiftly silenced by a glare from Beerus. Buu stood up, confronting Beerus. As Buu rose, a cold smirk appeared on Beerus's lips. Seeing this smile, Buu made the first move, launching an attack aimed directly at Beerus's face. A flurry of punches rained down upon Beerus, yet he remained utterly still. Buu continued his assault, but Beerus effortlessly caught Buu's fist and flung him overhead with ease. I am a deity of great magnanimity, yet there is one thing I cannot abide: a lack of the respect one ought to show, disregarding the actions of others. With that, he tossed Buu away, his casual motions shattering Buu's form. Once restored, Buu charged at Beerus once more. Beerus ascended into the air and with a simple kick, sent Buu crashing into the sea. How astonishing! Buu was defeated so effortlessly. This outcome was beyond anyone's expectations. Though they were aware of Beerus and Whis' formidable strength, they had not anticipated it to such an extraordinary degree. Sun Wukong, I have exhausted my patience. You are presented with two choices. Engage me in battle, and should you triumph, I shall spare this planet, or I shall annihilate it at this very moment. As he spoke, an orb of energy materialized in his hand. Sun Wukong had an instinctive urge. He must not allow that energy sphere to descend, lest the earth face utter obliteration. Lord Beerus, Sun Wukong began, but was interrupted by Vegeta's voice. Hey Beerus, even if you have vanquished Buu, do not become too complacent. I, Vegeta, the Prince of Saiyans, am here to confront you. Vegeta soared into the air, landing before Beerus. Oh, how intriguing. It is you, Vegeta. You possess far more spirit than your father. He once groveled at my feet, pleading for mercy. Vegeta's arrival piqued Beerus' interest, prompting him to retract the energy orb, eager to engage in a playful contest. Today, I shall repay you for the humiliation you inflicted upon my father. Come forth, and let me witness your prowess. Beerus beckoned to Vegeta with a flick of his finger. Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan. Continue, for if this is all you can muster, it shall not suffice. This is merely the beginning. He ascended to Super Saiyan 2. Continue. You have indeed grown stronger, yet it remains futile. Vegeta advanced to Super Saiyan 3. Now, this is becoming interesting. Vegeta paused. What is the matter? Can't you transform any further? Although this is somewhat amusing, it is merely that. I hope you are not frightened by what comes next. A confident smirk graced Vegeta's lips. Now, behold the might of Super Saiyan 4. As he spoke, the latent power within him surged, rapidly emanating from his form. An immense energy enveloped the surroundings, causing Beerus to adopt a more serious demeanor. Vegeta's body began to undergo a transformation, golden energy enveloping him, obscuring the sight of his form. All could sense his aura expanding. When the energy dissipated, a Vegeta with crimson fur, black hair, and red eyes stood before them. Who would have thought Vegeta could also achieve Super Saiyan 4? Krillin struggled against this overwhelming energy. And in the next moment, the entire cruise ship was engulfed in a radiant light. Everyone on board exhaled in relief, no longer feeling that oppressive presence. They turned to see Whis, standing beside Beerus, had intervened. Thank you, Lord Whis. Although a conflict had ensued with Beerus, courtesy dictated that gratitude be expressed for Whis' protection. No need for thanks. Now, please, continue to introduce me to your delicacies. Whis smiled, seemingly unfazed by the impending battle. It is no wonder you are so confident. This power bolsters your resolve. Beerus remarked, clapping his hands. So what say you, Beerus? Are you not intimidated? Vegeta replied with a proud smile. Vegeta, while you are indeed formidable and few in the universe can rival you, Beerus' tone shifted, his expression darkening. You are mistaken about one thing. The god of destruction is truly terrifying. Come forth, Beerus. Vegeta charged towards Beerus with fervor. A powerful punch landed squarely on Beerus' face, sending him hurtling away. Swiftly, Vegeta pursued the flying deity, delivering a blow to Beerus' abdomen that plunged him beneath the ocean's surface. With both hands, he began to gather an energy wave, directing it towards Beerus, who lay submerged below. As the energy descended, the surrounding seawater rapidly receded, gradually revealing a landmass. The cruise ship rocked perilously in the turbulent waters, threatening to capsize. The passengers aboard struggled to maintain their footing, tumbling and sliding with the vessel's erratic movements. The commotion disturbed Whis, who was relishing his meal. In a flash of light, the ship stabilized, no longer affected by external forces. Vegeta ceased his assault as the water regained its composure, swiftly filling the exposed land. God of destruction, Beerus. Surely, you possess more than this. It seemed Vegeta's words reached Beerus, who slowly emerged from the ocean's surface, unscathed by Vegeta's attack. A commendable strike, Vegeta, but alas, it holds no merit against me, Beerus remarked with a stoic expression. Enough with your bravado. Having attacked me, prepare to experience the wrath of a god of destruction. In an instant, Beerus vanished from sight, reappearing at Vegeta's position, sending him flying backward without warning. How is this possible? Vegeta thought, unable to sense Beerus' attack. He wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Beerus' simple strike had shattered Vegeta's defenses. Come again. Vegeta pressed on, launching another assault on Beerus. The two figures transformed into streaks of light, colliding incessantly in the air. Observing the battlefield, Whis used his staff to project their forms into the sky. Although their confrontation appeared fiercely contested, it was evident that Vegeta was being relentlessly overpowered, with Beerus merely toying with him. In a sudden surge of power, Beerus delivered a kick that sent Vegeta crashing to the ground, the force causing the earth to tremble. Vegeta, should you withstand this energy, you shall earn my respect. However, should you fail, the earth shall cease to exist. He conjured a purple energy sphere the size of an egg, hurling it towards the ground where Vegeta lay. Don't underestimate me, accursed Beerus. Vegeta shouted, unleashing his ultimate flash, directing energy towards Beerus' sphere. To the naked eye, Beerus' energy ball appeared far superior. Yet the reality was quite the opposite. Upon collision, Vegeta's energy was instantaneously dismantled. What? Seeing this, Vegeta intensified his energy output, barely managing to slow Beerus' sphere's descent. Vegeta unleashed all his energy, creating a dazzling explosion at the point of impact. As the brilliance faded, both energies dissipated, leaving Vegeta kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. Meanwhile, Beerus casually dug at his ear, gazing down at the prostrated Vegeta. Impressive. You have withstood my attack. You may take pride in that. How could the disparity be so vast? It is inconceivable. As a reward for your acknowledgement, I offer you these gifts. A faint smirk appeared at the corner of Beerus's mouth, as numerous orbs of energy materialized behind him. Witnessing this scene, Vegeta's face contorted in despair. Is this truly how it ends? It is utterly unacceptable. With a mere wave of Beerus's hand, the energy cascaded towards Vegeta. To perish at the hands of a god of destruction is not without its own form of pride. Your words are my favorite to hear. As a reward, I shall grant you a swift end. Vegeta slowly closed his eyes. Just as the moment hung in the balance, a surge of blue energy erupted from behind him, colliding with Beerus's onslaught. Chapter 40, Breaking Boundaries. Vegeta turned to see Goku, transformed into Super Saiyan 4, standing resolutely behind him. Kakarot, who permitted you to intervene? This is unforgivable. Vegeta glared furiously at Goku. Vegeta, your gap with Lord Beerus is insurmountable. Leave this to me. Goku did not directly respond to Vegeta, yet his tone was unwaveringly resolute. How infuriating. Vegeta sensed Goku's determination and turned back towards the cruise ship. Goku, you are impressive. In this form, you far surpass Vegeta. Vegeta had exhausted all his strength merely to resist a single destructive sphere, yet you so effortlessly obliterated countless of them. Beerus regarded Goku with approval. To receive praise from Lord Beerus is an honor. However, I shall not allow him to annihilate Earth. Intriguing, then come and prevent me. Should you fail, Earth shall be utterly obliterated. Beerus's excitement was palpable. Goku's prowess piqued his interest. Here I come, Lord Beerus. Goku launched himself towards Beerus with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Beerus's purple form traced a phantom in the void, effortlessly evading Goku's initial assault. A playful smile adorned his lips, yet his eyes shimmered with seriousness. Not bad, Goku. Beerus's voice resonated from all directions, but it is still far from sufficient. Goku's black pupils dilated in instinctive response as he instinctively crossed his arms before him. In that very instant, Beerus's fist collided with his defensive posture. With a thunderous roar, Goku was propelled back hundreds of meters, his feet carving two blazing trails through the void. Goku regained his balance midair, swiftly condensing a dazzling sphere of energy in his hands. Kamehameha. The azure torrent of energy tore through space, hurtling towards Beerus. The god of destruction did not evade. He merely raised a hand. How amusing. With fingers splayed wide, he caught the energy wave capable of obliterating planets, then crushed it as though it were mere glass. Fragments of energy scattered, illuminating Goku's astonished visage. Suddenly, Beerus's form vanished, reappearing behind Goku. Too slow. Beerus's voice was a whisper at his ear. Goku barely had time to sidestep as Beerus's hand sliced downwards. Even though he evaded the critical point, the impact still left one side of his body tingling. He utilized the momentum to spin around, his tail sweeping towards Beerus's face like a steel whip. Oh! Beerus leaned back slightly in surprise, narrowly avoiding the tail strike, almost forgetting that he possessed this ability. The two transformed into streams of gold and purple in the sky, each collision causing tremors in space. The ocean below was stirred into towering waves, while the clouds above were utterly torn asunder. Son Goku, indeed, you warrant my exertion of greater strength. Beerus suddenly halted, a surge of purple light emanating from him. His speed escalated to the point where he nearly vanished from Son Goku's sight. In that moment, Son Goku looked up abruptly, only to find Beerus's knee crashing heavily into his abdomen. Blood erupted from his mouth as he plummeted like a meteor towards the ocean, which evaporated before impact, creating a vast void. At the last moment before hitting the surface, Son Goku adjusted his stance, his feet landing on the rocky seabed, the immense force shaking the very earth. But it was not over yet. Son Goku roared as he soared into the sky, his golden aura now interspersed with streaks of red. Beerus squinted, intrigued. Evolving in battle, are we? Their fists collided midair, the shockwave radiating outward in a spherical expansion, displacing the surrounding ocean and revealing the uneven seabed beneath. Son Goku's muscular arms trembled violently, yet he did not retreat an inch. To force me to unleash 30% of my power, you have every reason to be proud. Beerus's tone grew grave. The space around them began to warp, and Son Goku felt an overwhelming pressure. His bones creaked under the strain, yet the fire of combat in his eyes intensified. Is this the true power of a god of destruction? Son Goku gritted his teeth, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Indeed formidable, but it's not over yet. He suddenly retracted his strength, narrowly evading Beerus's pursuit while rapidly forming hand seals. Four-way fist. Three clones emerged simultaneously, attacking Beerus from various angles. Beerus chuckled lightly. A trivial technique. His form flickered as the three clones were instantaneously shattered. Yet the true Son Goku had completed his charge, Kamehameha wave, tenfold. This energy wave manifested in a dazzling blend of red and blue, exponentially more powerful than before. At last, Beerus revealed a serious expression, crossing his arms defensively. The torrent of energy propelled him backward into the void of space, leaving a brilliant trail across the night sky. On Earth, the onlookers gazed in astonishment at the spectacle. Did it succeed? Son Goku gasped, his aura beginning to flicker erratically. However, in the pitch-black expanse of space, a purple point of light rapidly expanded. Not a bad attack. Beerus's voice was eerily calm. I can unleash 50% of my power now. Son Goku felt a wave of suffocation wash over him. Beerus appeared unscathed, his attire merely slightly torn, while he himself was nearing his limits. Kakarot. Vegeta's voice suddenly resonated from the crew's ship. If you lose, I shall never forgive you. Son Goku turned his gaze to see Vegeta standing on the deck, his fists tightly clenched. In the distance, Chi-Chi, Gohan, Bulma, Krillin, and Trunks, all those he held dear, were anxiously observing the battle. Goku closed his eyes as the Saiyan blood within him began to surge. It felt as if a certain boundary had been breached, and his energy was undergoing a qualitative transformation. Beerus hovered in the air, observing with keen interest. Is he about to break through again? The Saiyans are indeed an intriguing race. No, this is the aura of a deity. Though faint, it is unmistakable. Goku's aura shifted from golden to crimson, his hair adopting the same hue. His physique swelled slightly, emanating an imposing presence. When he opened his eyes again, his black pupils had transformed into golden orbs. Is this the boundary-breaking power beyond Super Saiyan 4? As Goku felt the new power surging within him, he declared, Lord Beerus, let us continue. The true battle has only just begun. Beerus smiled, the first genuine smile he had shown since arriving on Earth. Excellent, Goku. Show me how much enjoyment you can provide. The two charged at one another once more, their collision tearing the very fabric of space, dark dimensional rifts flickering around them. The battle had only just reached its zenith. Chapter 41. The final showdown with the god of destruction. Lord Beerus, this planet cannot contain our battle. To the cosmos we go. With that, Goku soared into space, Beerus following closely behind. In this state of boundary breaking, Goku was capable of maneuvering in the cosmic expanse for a brief period. With their current powers, even a casual collision could shatter stars. Thus, they departed from Earth, preparing for their ultimate confrontation in the vastness of space. Beerus glanced around, a thrill of excitement coursing through him. This scene resembles one from my dreams. Goku, let's ignite true exhilaration. You want to be disappointed, Lord Beerus. With that, both warriors surged toward each other, their fists colliding with tremendous force. A ripple emanated from the center of their clash, expanding outward into the universe, the farther it traveled. The more immense the impact became. Some planets were instantly reduced to cosmic dust. The old Supreme Kai, witnessing this ripple, lost all semblance of composure. This is it. Their power is too great. The cosmos cannot withstand the collision of their might. Master Ancestor, what is this? The Kai of Worlds had never encountered such a phenomenon. Filled with curiosity, the emergence of this force signified the potential for universal annihilation. With their combined strength, they could endure only a maximum of 3 exchanges of blows. What? I must notify Lord Beerus and Mr. Goku immediately. They must cease fighting. It's futile. At this moment, their hearts and minds are solely focused on each other. You cannot reach them. What shall we do then? We can only leave it to fate. As Goku gazed at the ripple, he instinctively inquired of Beerus, Lord Beerus. What is this? Beerus began to explain what. If this continues, countless beings will lose their lives due to our battle, and I cannot stand idly by. It is truly troublesome. Beerus observed Goku, who was unable to fully immerse himself in the fight. With a sense of helplessness, he unleashed his technique, the Barrier of the Gods. Centered around Beerus, this barrier completely isolated the area of their conflict. This shield will not shatter unless your power surpasses mine, so you can now battle without worry. Thank you, Lord Beerus. Goku expressed his heartfelt gratitude. No need to thank me. Let us commence the battle. It has been ages since I felt such exhilaration. A barely contained excitement danced at the corners of Beerus's mouth. Without further ado, Goku unleashed all of his power. Crimson and golden flames intertwined, burning fiercely like a star. Goku stood suspended in the void, his scarlet hair swirling in the tempest of energy, his golden eyes radiating divinity. In the state of Super Saiyan 4's limit-breaking transformation, his muscles appeared more defined. His aura deep and profound like an endless galaxy, each strand of energy brimming with the terrifying power capable of shattering stars. Beerus crossed his arms, purple destructive energy coiling around him, a playful smile gracing his lips. Oh, is this truly your full strength? Goku grinned widely, clenching his fists, the joints cracking loudly. Lord Beerus, you better not regret making me serious. Boom. As soon as the words left his mouth, their figures vanished simultaneously. In the next instant, the cosmic space erupted. At the moment their fists collided, the barrier of the gods trembled violently, energy ripples spreading outward like a tsunami. As if the entire 7th universe quaked from this strike. Huh! Goku roared, his fist speed surpassing all limits, each blow capable of obliterating stars. Beerus smirked, meeting the same speed in retaliation, their battle leaving countless afterimages in the cosmos, energy storms raging, and space distorting. Bang! 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 The sound of fists and feet colliding echoed like thunder, as Goku executed a sweeping kick, while Beerus raised his hand to block, retaliating with an elbow strike aimed directly at Goku's chest. Ugh! Goku grunted, retreating momentarily, but quickly adjusted his stance to charge again. Here I come again. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Beerus's eyes. This is intriguing. Their figures clashed once more, with Beerus ensnaring Goku's neck with his tail, leaving Goku gasping for breath. Instinctively, Goku opened his mouth and bit Beerus's tail, causing Beerus to release him in pain. How despicable, resorting to biting. Beerus never expected someone would fight in such a manner. Ha ha ha, as long as it works. Goku laughed heartily, unfazed. Humph, you are quite the amusing one, ha. Beerus joined in the laughter. In the next moment, both ceased their mirth and charged toward each other, their figures wildly intertwined in the cosmos, the force of their punches tearing through the vacuum. The aftermath of their energy collisions reverberating within the barrier of the gods, akin to countless supernovae erupting simultaneously. Kamehameha tenfold. Sun Wukong concentrated an unprecedented amount of energy in his hands, with golden ki waves entwined in crimson lightning, their power surpassing any previous display. Beerus's gaze sharpened, finally adopting a serious demeanor as he gathered destructive energy in his palm, prepared to confront the onslaught head-on. The energies collided, and in that moment, the cosmos seemed to stand still. Then, with a thunderous roar, the inner space of the divine barrier collapsed entirely, an energy storm raging forth, twisting even time itself. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, every muscle taut, as the power of the ki wave continued to surge. Still not enough. His pupils constricted sharply, the blood of a scion boiling within him. the golden aura transforming into a furious blend of crimson and gold, his strength skyrocketing once more. A flicker of surprise crossed Beerus's eyes. Oh, he can still grow stronger? Huh. The power of the Kamehameha doubled in an instant, forcing Beerus's destructive energy back. Yet, a smirk crept onto Beerus's lips. Not bad. With a deliberate motion, he raised his other hand. But the game must come to an end. Destruction. Boom. The purple destructive energy swiftly engulfed the Kamehameha, and Sun Wukong's eyes widened in shock. Before he could react, the cataclysmic force completely consumed him. Ack! His body was hurled away, crashing against the edge of the divine barrier, his Super Saiyan 4 form forcibly undone, covered in wounds, his breath faint. Beerus descended slowly before him, gazing down. Sun Wukong, you have indeed entertained me. However, mortals cannot surpass the divine. Trembling, Sun Wukong struggled to lift himself. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with defiance. Am I still unable to win? His fists weakly struck the void, despair crashing over him like a tide. Everyone, I'm sorry. I still couldn't defeat Lord Beerus. I couldn't save the earth. Sun Wukong's heart brimmed with self-reproach. Do not give up. It's not time for despair yet. Chapter 42, Sun Wukong's warm-up battle. Hearing that voice, Sun Wukong's despairing gaze suddenly filled with hope. You're awake. Yes, I've fully recovered. After years of slumber, Sun Wukong finally awoke in this moment of despair. Your world seems vastly different from mine. This is a deity I have never heard of in my realm. Lord Beerus is incredibly strong. So strong that I have no chance of defeating him. Do you have a solution? I can give it a try, but I will need your assistance. What do you need me to do? Next, I will take complete control of this body. You must temporarily relinquish control. Trust me wholeheartedly. Haha, no problem. We are one and the same. With that, Sun Wukong relinquished control of his body, and in the next instant, he took command. At the moment Sun Wukong seized control, the damage to his body began to heal, and in an instant, he was fully restored. His entire demeanor underwent a profound transformation. Originally, Sun Wukong's aura was filled with aggression, a massive energy radiating from him, his gaze fierce and combative. Yet, after taking control, his aura became calm and contained. His eyes serene. Beerus gazed at the sudden transformation of Son Goku, his expression darkening as he sensed the aura emanating from him. At that moment, Beerus truly embodied the essence of a destroyer of worlds. Who are you? He inquired. I am Son Goku. You do not belong to this timeline. How did you arrive here? It was Lord Shenron who brought me to this realm. Upon awakening, I found myself here. Initially, I believed I had merely returned to the past, but it appears this is a different timeline altogether. Regardless of who brought you here, traversing time is a grave offense. Are you prepared for the consequences? Lord Destroyer, I assure you, coming to this timeline was not my intention. Please grant me a chance to remain. Divine Being, you are magnanimous, and I believe you shall extend mercy to one who has unwittingly transgressed. You are quite the silver-tongued charmer. If I were to deny you an opportunity, it would indeed reflect poorly on my character. Thus, I shall grant you a chance. Prove your worth to me. Earn my recognition, and I shall spare you this time. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Son Goku realized this was his sole opportunity to remain in this realm. He clenched his fists, feeling the power coursing through his body. Subsequently, he engaged in a mental dialogue with the alternate timeline Goku. You have done well. In such a short time, you have attained the strength I once possessed. This will allow me to fight at my best. Watch closely as I confront the god of destruction. It will greatly benefit you. The alternate timeline Goku responded with excitement. I am ready. It's exhilarating to witness my own battles from within my own body. Lord Destroyer, I am prepared. Let us commence. Son Goku faced Beerus in the form of Super Saiyan 4 limit breakthrough. Oh, is that all? The previous Goku was utterly defeated in this form. Beerus observed the confidently poised Son Goku, bewildered by the source of his assurance. Very well, we shall proceed for now. TCH, how underestimated I am. Beerus bared his teeth, his entire being enveloped in destructive energy, starkly contrasting with Son Goku's calm demeanor. Whis watched the unfolding battle with narrowed eyes, intrigued by the consciousness of an interdimensional being. Before he could react, he paused slightly, then regarded the battlefield with a gaze rich in meaning. How fascinating. Let me see why you are worthy of attention. Within the barrier, Son Goku and Beerus clashed, both in the form of Super Saiyan 4 limit breakthrough. The alternate timeline Goku was effortlessly defeated by Beerus, while Son Goku managed to exchange blows with the God of Destruction. His movements became increasingly refined, devoid of superfluous gestures. Each attack was executed with pinpoint precision. For a time, the two seemed evenly matched. As Beerus threw a punch, Son Goku evaded, countering with an elbow strike. Beerus similarly dodged, and they distanced themselves momentarily. Impressive. Truly impressive. How did you achieve this? The alternate timeline Goku exclaimed with enthusiasm. You must trust in your body. You have trained it to an extraordinary level. Your instinctual reactions are sufficient to handle these assaults. Beerus reflected, somewhat surprised by Son Goku's prowess. No, it is impossible for a mere mortal to achieve such feats. Yet, the movements indeed bear a striking resemblance. Even Whis, residing on Earth, is slightly taken aback. Oh my, this is extraordinary. Although there remains much to be desired, it is undeniably impressive. Beerus gazes at Son Goku. You are indeed remarkable, but if this is all you can muster, it will not suffice. You shall not be disappointed. Lord of Destruction. With that, they continue their fierce struggle. Their speed surpassed that of light, transforming into two brilliant streaks of crimson and deep violet across the cosmic expanse. Their forms intertwine and collide incessantly. As the two beams of light race past, the surrounding stars, unable to withstand the force of their battle, are reduced to cosmic dust. The intensity of their conflict escalates. Son Goku roars, as energy within him manifests into a crimson dragon spiraling above his head, roaring fiercely at Beerus. Unyielding, Beerus conjures a violet dragon of energy that swirls above him, matching Goku's energy dragon in a display of power. Clap, clap, clap. From this alternate dimension. I must commend you, Son Goku. It has been ages since I felt such exhilaration. Beerus's excitement is palpable, a smile involuntarily curling his lips. Haha. It is my honor, Lord of Destruction. Goku responds, equally elated. The energy he is now channeling could easily overwhelm even a one-star dragon, yet against this deity, he finds that he cannot inflict any significant damage. Lord of Destruction, receive my attack. Bring it on. Kamehameha times 10. Stars shall crumble. The colossal energies collide in the cosmic void, momentarily equal in strength. The shockwaves of their unleashed power send surrounding celestial bodies spiraling off their original trajectories, while small meteors are utterly obliterated. As the energies intensify, the core begins to emanate a dazzling white light, sending out ripples throughout the universe. The watching Supreme Kai exclaims, Ancestor, Lord Beerus has created a barrier to separate them. How could this occur? The old Supreme Kai furrows his brow, observing. This is the result of their energies being compressed to an extreme degree, forming a higher tier of energy. Should this energy explode, it could affect the entire universe. I hope they can manage this. The energy of Super Saiyan 4, fully unleashed. Beerus also amplifies his output. Finally, the core energy can no longer withstand the pressure and erupts. In the wake of a blinding white light, the catastrophic event described by the old Supreme Kai does not transpire. What have you done, Lord of Destruction? As long as I erase all surrounding energy, the universe remains unaffected. Indeed, you have not exerted your full strength. Goku is not surprised, for he too is held back. Aren't you in the same position? So, shall we commence our battle in earnest? Yes, of course. My body has fully acclimatized. Chapter 43, The Birth of Super Saiyan 5. The spectators on Earth are utterly stunned, their expressions frozen in fear. Although they cannot hear the exchange between the two, the immense aura emanating from Son Goku speaks volumes. Though Vegeta harbored great hopes for Goku's victory, upon sensing Goku's aura, a feeling of discontent lingered within him. Both are Super Saiyan 4. Yet why is there such a vast disparity? Moreover, how has Kakarot's fighting style transformed? What on earth has transpired? Goku's aura was overwhelmingly powerful. Being in its presence felt as though one might be crushed by this immense energy. With such force, victory seemed attainable. Krillin was filled with exhilaration. If Goku was this formidable, perhaps he could defeat Beerus and save the Earth. This is futile. Although Goku's aura is strong, Lord Beerus's presence is even more unfathomable. Piccolo's words doused Krillin's enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. While others may not perceive the God of Destruction's aura, Piccolo, having assimilated with the Earth's deity, could distinctly sense the overwhelming power of Beerus. No, could it be? Is the God of Destruction truly that terrifying? If even Goku cannot prevail. Krillin's voice trembled with uncertainty. I believe in my father. He will succeed, Gohan asserted with unwavering conviction. Indeed, I too believe in Goku. With him around, everything will be fine, Bulma echoed, having shared countless experiences with Goku. In her heart, he was the most dependable ally, a sentiment Vegeta could not rival. Yes, trust in Goku. He will not disappoint us. As Goku's wife, Chi-Chi naturally placed immense trust in him. Whis observed this scene thoughtfully, beginning to comprehend why Goku garnered such attention, not merely for his extraordinary power, but also for his trustworthy nature. Beerus and Goku exchanged glances across the expanse. You, an alternate version of Goku, have managed to battle with me for such an extended duration. You are indeed worthy of commendation. However, as a mortal, you dare challenge the dignity of a god. Henceforth, I shall fight with all my might. Should you be unable to withstand it, you will meet your demise. Beerus's expression was grave, though a hint of playfulness lingered. Nevertheless, the duration of their battle exceeded his expectations. Yes, Lord Beerus, I have completely adapted to my body. I too shall fight with all my strength, and hope you can withstand my power. Goku replied, brimming with confidence in his abilities. How intriguing. It has been quite some time since anyone has spoken to me in such a manner, Beerus remarked, his interest piqued. Unleash your power, otherwise, you shall have no opportunity left. Indeed, that is my intent, Goku declared, closing his eyes and beginning to channel his energy. Within, he communicated with the alternate Goku. Truly experience the power I am about to unleash. It is the path to your advancement. I reached this realm only after grasping the surprises left by the dragon. Upon hearing this, the alternate Goku became earnest. Yes, I will. As Goku released his aura, the cosmos trembled ever so slightly. Feeling this energy, Beerus's demeanor grew more serious. A hint of unease creeping into his heart. Yet, the dignity of a god of destruction forbade him from interrupting another's display of power. In the pitch-black depths of space, the radiance of the stars was engulfed by a tempest of furious energy, distorting the very fabric of space. As if time itself had come to a standstill, Sun Wukong floated in the void, his form enveloped in a dazzling silver-white energy, his muscles expanded to their utmost limit, each vein pulsating with visible power. Ah! Sun Wukong's roar transformed into an invisible shockwave, shattering the surrounding floating meteors. The silver-white aura erupted like a supernova, a blazing energy storm sweeping across the entire star domain, causing distant planets to shatter under its residual force, while aurora-like energy currents swept past. His hair shifted from crimson to silver-white, dancing like flames in a frenzy, the tips radiating a divine luminosity, resonating with the cosmos itself. His golden pupils vanished, replaced by blinding silver light, as if a deity was gazing down upon the mortal realm. A translucent light membrane enveloped his body, a manifestation of the saiyan power that transcended limits, each inch of his skin brimming with the might to rend dimensions apart. The crimson fur that cloaked his body was replaced by flowing silver hair that shimmered with light. When the transformation ceased, Sun Wukong's energy erupted completely, penetrating the barriers of the universe and resonating beyond, startling some unknown entities. Who is Beerus battling? The aura had reached this place. I must see who it is. Perhaps I can teach that scrawny monkey a lesson. It seemed that the one fighting Beerus was not a deity, but a mortal. A mortal had ascended to the realm of the divine within Beerus' universe. Who would have thought that a mortal's power could reach such heights? Earth, this must be a deception. Wukong has once again broken through. Could it be that Saiyans truly have no limits? Krillin's eyes widened as he beheld Sun Wukong's transformation. Dad has completely surpassed Super Saiyan 4. Could this be Super Saiyan 5? Incredible. He has left us far behind. Son Gohan was in disbelief, his heart wavering over his choices. On Earth, he had prioritized his studies over martial arts. Despite being the most gifted Saiyan, he could not even keep pace with his father. Wukong's transformation had transcended all comprehension. Piccolo gazed in astonishment at Sun Wukong's metamorphosis. Vegeta said nothing, yet his clenched fist spoke volumes. As the aura surged forth, the divine barrier created by Beerus exhibited tiny fissures, slowly mending thereafter. Thus, the birth of Super Saiyan 5 Sun Wukong was realized. What do you think, Lord Destroyer? This is my ultimate power. Super Saiyan 5. Beerus had been observing Sun Wukong's transformation intently, his expression shifting from ease to gravitas, eventually leaving his mouth agape. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's inquiry, Beerus hurriedly restored his divine demeanor. Not bad. I hadn't anticipated such a significant leap in your power. You have now ascended to the realm of the divine. If your dimensional realm continues to elevate to that of a deity, you will ascend directly to divinity. Your life's essence will undergo a profound transformation. Moreover, he is an unrestrained and formidable deity. As the words left his mouth, a hint of envy was discernible in Beerus's tone. Perhaps so, but let us engage in a proper battle now. It is my first time assuming this form. I am thrilled to have you, Lord of Destruction, as my formidable adversary. Humph, though I hesitate to admit it, it seems that this encounter will not conclude so easily. Chapter 44, The Mysterious Arrival. Beerus's pupils slightly constricted, yet a spark of excitement danced at the corners of his mouth. He slowly raised his hand, and purple destructive energy coalesced at his fingertips, warping and fracturing the surrounding space, unable to withstand this might. How intriguing that a mortal can reach such a realm. Just as the words escaped his lips, Beerus's figure abruptly vanished. Boom. The position occupied by Super Saiyan Goku was instantaneously engulfed by a torrent of purple-black energy, obliterating the entire star domain into nothingness. Yet, in that very moment of chaos wrought by destructive energy, a silvery meteor surged against the current, tearing through the tempest of energy and hurtling towards Beerus. Here, Beerus swiftly pivoted, crossing his arms for defense. Bang! Super Saiyan Goku's fist struck mercilessly against Beerus's arm, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that jolted distant stars off their orbits. Beerus was forcefully pushed back thousands of meters, his feet carving fiery trails through the void. Oh dear, Lord Beerus has been pushed back. Whis observed with a smile as he looked at the image projected by the crystal atop his staff. This must be a trick. Goku actually managed to repel that god of destruction. Krillin's eyes widened, his voice trembling. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. Blood dripping yet unnoticed. His pupils dilated sharply, a tumult of unprecedented shock and indignation swirling within. Is this the Super Saiyan 5? No, this transcends the realm of Saiyans. Just how many limits has Kakarot surpassed? Piccolo, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, spoke in a low tone. Beerus's aura remains unfathomably profound. Though Goku has grown stronger, the god of destruction likely has yet to take him seriously. But Father has him suppressed. Gohan exclaimed excitedly. No, look. Beerus steadied himself, slowly lifting his head, a proud smile spreading across his face. Excellent, truly excellent. Goku from an alternate dimension, aside from those similar to me who are gods of destruction. You are the first to compel me to take this seriously. Boom. Beerus's aura erupted suddenly, as if the entire universe were gripped by an invisible hand, dimming the light of all stars in that instant. His form was enveloped in a profound, deep purple energy, his pupils narrowing to mere slits, resembling the true god of destruction descending upon them. Allow me to show you the true essence of destruction. He raised his hand, palm directed towards Goku. Destruction. There were no energy blasts, no shock waves, merely two casually uttered words, and the entire space where Goku stood disintegrated instantaneously. Reality itself was erased, transforming into a vast expanse of black void. Goku. The people on Earth shouted in terror. However, swoosh. A silvery figure erupted from the void, enveloped in a torrent of dragon-like energy, defying the very laws of destruction. What? For the first time, Beerus displayed a look of astonishment. Lord of Destruction, your annihilation holds no sway over me. Goku grinned, as the shimmering aura subtly revealed the ethereal forms of 7 Dragon Balls. Only the laws can counteract the laws. I never anticipated you had already grasped them. Beerus's expression turned utterly serious. How intriguing. Let us settle this with a decisive blow. He clasped his hands together, a pitch-black sphere of energy coalescing in his palms, a force potent enough to obliterate the entire universe. Goku inhaled deeply, channeling energy into his right arm. The silvery energy surged wildly, ultimately transforming into a colossal dragon that spanned the galaxy. Ultimate destruction. Dragon Fist unleashed. Two forces transcending dimensions collided with a thunderous roar. Beerus's divine barrier shattered completely, vanishing into nothingness. In that moment, the cosmos fell silent, only to be engulfed by an overwhelming radiance. When the light dissipated, 2 figures remained standing at the center of the battlefield. Beerus's god of destruction attire lay in tatters, and he breathed heavily. Goku's silver hair gradually faded, returning to its normal state, exhaustion evident, yet he stood firm, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Although reluctant to admit it, I must concede that you, Goku from another dimension, have earned my respect. Thank you, Lord of Destruction. Ha ha. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Just as they lowered their guard and prepared to return to Earth, a flash of sword light pierced through the air. A colossal rift appeared in the cosmos, and a figure emerged from within. As the figure stepped forth, the entire universe felt the weight of their power, rendering all motionless. To discover such a barren world here, the laws are incomplete and spiritual energy is faint. Furthermore, the space is so fragile. After uttering these words, the figure turned its gaze towards Beerus and Goku. An innovative method of cultivation. It can circulate in place of spiritual energy within the body. Quite worthy of study. With that, the figure extended its hand, preparing to seize Beerus and Goku. Under the figure's oppressive force, the two could scarcely utter a word, gritting their teeth to endure. Just as the immense hand was about to grasp them, a mysterious voice resonated from the cosmos above. Outsider, you have overstepped your bounds. Oh, to think such a desolate world could harbor a formidable being. Intriguing, let me have a word with you. With that, the figure vanished in a flash. As the pressure lifted, the two gasped for breath. Lord of Destruction, who was that? How could they be so powerful? Before Beerus could respond, the voice echoed once more. How could this be? Even if you kill me, it will be of no use. If I can find this place, so too can others. You need not concern yourself with that. Prepare to die? One day, you too shall follow in my footsteps. The voice faded away. The rift in the sky dissolved, giving way to a blue portal from which a figure adorned with a divine halo emerged. Grand Minister. Upon seeing the newcomer, Beerus hurriedly bowed in respect. It is not yet the time for you to be informed of this matter. With a swift motion of the High Priest's right hand, the memories of all beings in the universe, including Whis, regarding this event were completely erased. After the erasure of memory was accomplished, he turned towards the light gate. At the moment of entering, he cast a glance at Sun Wukong. Strive to grow. The light gate vanished, and everything returned to its original state, as if nothing had ever transpired. Is this the conclusion? Krillin sat on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Vegeta remained silent for a long while, ultimately gritting his teeth and growling. Kakarot, you have revealed to me the infinite potential of the Saiyans. Thus, I shall undoubtedly surpass you. I shall transcend Super Saiyan 5. Gohan, Trunks, and Piccolo gazed at the sky, their hearts shaken beyond measure. Father truly matched the god of destruction in battle. Bulma let out a sigh of relief, smiling as she remarked, indeed, Sun Wukong can forever create miracles. Chi-Chi wiped away the tears of excitement from her eyes, beaming with pride. Of course, he is my husband. Sun Wukong. Chapter 45. A moment of relaxation after the final battle. Sun Wukong looked at Beerus. Lord of Destruction, let us return. Everyone has been worried for quite some time. Let us go. The two returned to Earth from the vastness of space. Now that the crisis has been averted, I return control of the body to you. I need a proper rest. Yes, rest assured and recuperate. Thank you for your assistance. Will you need to fall into slumber again? No, the last time was due to my sudden arrival in this time and space. The surrounding space was subtly rejecting me, and coupled with my exhaustion from battle, I needed to sleep. Just now, the sense of rejection from the surrounding space has suddenly dissipated. I believe it is a result of the Lord of Destruction's recognition. Phew, that is good. Otherwise, I would feel quite guilty for causing you to fall into slumber. There is no need for guilt. Although we exist in different timelines, we are both Sun Wukong. You are me, and I am you. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Thank you. Do you need my help to restore your body? No, this time and space requires only one Sun Wukong. Do you remember the surprise that the dragon told me to expect? My current state facilitates a deeper understanding of my training. Moreover, I need to remain in this timeline for a while. When the time comes for me to leave, I will need your aid to restore my body. Therefore, I shall rely on you during this period. Ha ha ha, it is no trouble. Besides, with you here, I shall become even stronger. During their conversation, they returned to the banquet scene. Everyone looked eagerly at Beerus. Clearing his throat, Beerus's authoritative voice resonated in the ears of all present. Though the actions of some have displeased me, I am a god of great magnanimity. This time, I shall spare you on earth. Should there be a next time, I shall undoubtedly bring destruction upon you. Emphasizing the word destruction, Beerus spoke with heightened intensity. We dare not. We dare not, the crowd hurriedly assured, their faces paling slightly. Seeing that his intimidation had taken effect, Beerus nodded in satisfaction. Bulma approached Beerus. Lord Beerus, to express our apologies. Please grant us an opportunity to convey our remorse. I sincerely invite you to continue attending my birthday banquet. Well, considering the delectable dishes, I shall forgive you. Beerus lowered his head in contemplation, only to lift it and behold an array of sumptuous delicacies, causing him to wipe his mouth in anticipation. He reluctantly acquiesced. Lord Beerus, there is an abundance of delicious food here, was called out to Beerus, his mouth still full. Whis, you scoundrel! How dare you indulge in food while I was engaged in battle? Beerus glared at Whis with a furious expression. Oh ho ho, Lord Beerus, do not concern yourself with such trivial matters. I have saved plenty for you, Whis said, patting the food beside him. Beerus licked his lips, eagerly joining the feast. Observing Beerus wholly engrossed in the food, everyone finally felt at ease. Kakarot, your stance during the battle with Beerus was akin to that of Super Saiyan 5. Although Vegeta posed it as a question, his tone was resolute. Indeed, but I have yet to master it. Goku did not conceal this fact. Naturally, he had no intention of divulging anything further about himself to the others. As Goku remarked, only one Goku is needed in a single timeline, although this was already confirmed. Hearing it from Goku's lips still struck a blow to Vegeta, who silently withdrew to a corner. Gohan approached Goku with a serious and determined expression, his tone unprecedentedly resolute. Father, I ask for your guidance moving forward. I have resolved to resume my martial arts training. The appearance of Lord Beerus has made me realize that there are many formidable unknowns in this world. I cannot rely solely on you. As your son, I shall not bring shame upon you. Gohan was prepared for this commitment. With his innate talent, he could undoubtedly progress in both martial arts and academics simultaneously. Gohan, you have always been my pride. You have fought alongside us since you were very young. At your age, I was nowhere near your level, Goku said, patting Gohan's shoulder with a look of satisfaction. Father, brother, I too wish to grow stronger. Goten chimed in, eager to join the conversation. Goku, in response, crouched down and lifted Goten into his arms. Ha ha ha. Very well, let us all grow stronger together. Kiki watched the three of them with a blissful smile, wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes. This was the scene she had always longed for, a warm and happy family. Bulma timely approached and gently patted Kiki's shoulder in comfort, understanding her feelings, for both their husbands were Saiyans. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, this banquet brought joy to all the guests. Beerus and Whis bid farewell to everyone. Lady Bulma, thank you for your invitation. I shall forever remember this banquet. Whis politely expressed his gratitude to Bulma. It was my pleasure. Please do not mind the minor interruptions. You are always welcome to come and enjoy the food. Oh, I do not mind at all. I am quite satisfied, Beerus said nonchalantly, one hand on his belly while the other waved dismissively. This is but a token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Bulma presented Whis with a beautifully wrapped box. What is it? Beerus inquired with a hint of curiosity. It contains some delicacies that you can take back and savor. She replied. How thoughtful of you. Accept it, Whis. Yes, Lord Beerus. With a flick of his staff, the package was absorbed into the rod. Hey, Goku. Beerus suddenly turned his attention to Goku. Lord Beerus, is there something you need? Goku stepped forward. Strive to grow stronger. This world is far more complex than you imagine. Beerus narrowed his eyes, imparting his wisdom. Wait, are you suggesting there are even more formidable beings out there? Goku's expression brightened, his Saiyan warrior's spirit ignited. Beerus chose not to respond, and instead directed his gaze at Whis. Whis, let us depart. All right, farewell everyone. And thank you once again for your hospitality. With that, they transformed into a burst of colorful light and vanished into the cosmos. After flying for a while, Whis spoke up. Lord Beerus, I thoroughly enjoyed this outing. Indeed, especially that alternate universe Goku. It has been ages since I've had such fun. Did you truly exert your full strength? Humph, while he is undeniably powerful, had it been that fool Zampa, he might have actually lost. However, to challenge me, he still has much to learn. You certainly put on quite a performance this time. There is no choice. I understand that individuals like them must see a glimmer of hope to grow stronger. Yawning. It has been a long time since I engaged in any physical activity. I am indeed quite fatigued. After eating, I shall take a nap. Haven't you just eaten? Why eat again? Nonsense. Otherwise, you would finish it all on your own. Wah wah wah, Lord Beerus, you wrong me. As their conversation continued, they finally arrived at the realm of destruction. Beerus eagerly opened the package, revealing rice delicately wrapped in various ingredients. Lord Beerus, it's sushi. I know that already. After consuming a couple of pieces, he noticed a peculiar green item nearby and curiously inquired, "What is this?" Without hesitation, he took a bite, and after a few chews, his expression changed dramatically. His energy surged uncontrollably, far exceeding that of their prior battle. His body began to flail chaotically, obliterating several nearby planets in the realm of destruction. Just as the calamity was about to escalate further, Whis swiftly incapacitated the rampaging Beerus with a precise strike. Have a good sleep. With a wave of his staff, the destroyed planets returned to their original state, and everything around them reverted to normal. Chapter 46, The Grand Minister. The content of this chapter primarily serves as a prelude to the next book. This book will exclusively focus on the Dragon Ball universe. Those who are not interested may skip it. Upon returning, the Grand Minister walked to a mysterious location where several enigmatic stone statues stood, each uniquely shaped, yet exuding an overwhelming aura of celestial authority. Arranged in a circular formation, the Grand Minister approached the center. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems that an outsider has finally discovered the world left behind by our master. It appears that our tranquil days are soon coming to an end. Suddenly, one of the stone statues resembling a primate emitted a sound. How infuriating! If it weren't for the adults forbidding us from venturing outside, I would have already caused a tremendous upheaval. The high priest glanced at the primate statue. Holy primate, remember that our master restricts our freedom for our own protection. Do not forget this. The master was betrayed during his breakthrough and forced into reincarnation, leaving behind only a trace of his primordial power in this realm. Before entering reincarnation, he instructed us to await his return in this world. If we step outside, this realm he has left for us will be exposed. Do you believe that traitor would spare our master's domain? The previously boisterous holy primate immediately fell silent, his mood dampening, filled with reluctance. Must we simply wait for others to come and find us? Upon hearing this, the high priest shook his head. Our master merely said we cannot leave, but the life forms born from this realm can indeed venture outside on our behalf. We can send them to the outside world to search for our master's reincarnation and aid his growth. When our master awakens, he will return to merge with this primordial power. At that time, he will surely take the final step and obliterate that traitor. Speaking of the traitor, a flicker of anger surfaced on the high priest's otherwise calm visage. Although he despised the traitor's character, one could not deny he was the closest to the master's existence. After all this time, one could only wonder if he had managed to surpass the master. As this thought lingered, the holy primate's voice grew somber. Do not worry, breaking through to the final step is not an easy feat. Otherwise, the master would not have spent countless years attempting it. Oh, does the fearless holy primate harbor fears? A somewhat provocative voice emerged from the dragon-shaped statue. Old mudfish, don't presume everyone is as timid as you. My actions are in accordance with the master's commands. The holy primate's voice brimmed with disdain. Enough. Long Shao and holy primate, whenever you speak, it turns into an argument. We cannot afford to waste time on squabbles today. The high priest interjected to prevent further bickering. I intend to cultivate a representative from the derived universes to search for our master. Humph. Those universes ruled by mere small creatures? Their potential is limited, and they are far from sufficient. The holy primate scoffed. Or perhaps you wish to search among those blue-skinned little dolls you created? You insolent monkey. Do not interrupt the high priest. If he has made such a statement, he undoubtedly has a candidate in mind. Interrupt him again, and I shall see to your fiery demise. A feminine voice resonated from the phoenix-shaped statue. Little Phoenix, I was merely inquiring. Do not be angry. Please, do not be angry. The holy primate's tone shifted entirely, suffused with flattery. He and Long Shao were evenly matched in combat, both possessing formidable physical prowess. Yet this ancestral figure was altogether different. Her indomitable flames would not only incinerate the flesh, but also consume the mind and soul. That sensation, once experienced, would never be forgotten. Ha ha ha. Only Feng Luan can keep you in check. Long Zhao's voice was filled with schadenfreude. Laugh again, and I shall have you burned as well. The laughter abruptly ceased, and the atmosphere fell silent. High priest, please continue. Feng Luan gestured for the grand priest to continue speaking. This scene elicited a chuckle from the grand priest. Behold this. With a flourish of his right hand, An image of Sun Wukong battling Beerus was projected into the void. Wasn't he the only one among those creatures that could hold his own? Although not exceptional, in his universe, no one could rival him. Was that being he fought a life form from his universe? The sacred ape gazed curiously at Sun Wukong. Indeed, although from different timelines, it was undeniably a universe under his jurisdiction. The Grand Priest nodded at the sacred ape. What? You do not intend to nurture this little kitten, do you? The sacred ape raised his voice slightly. Indeed, long ago, I placed the finest offspring beside him to guide him. However, after becoming the strongest in his universe, he became complacent in his training. The Grand Priest shook his head, a hint of regret in his expression. Not him. Could it be that human who is even inferior to him? The sacred ape's voice grew louder. Enough. Silence. Feng Wuan exclaimed sharply, and the sacred ape immediately fell silent. Indeed, while he still has a long way to go, his character and talent are worthy of trust. Upon hearing the Grand Priest's words, the others scrutinized Sun Wukong closely. And only then did they discern the issue. Grand Priest, this little fellow's talent is indeed intriguing. Even in this fractured universe, it is no easy feat to approach the strongest of any realm. More impressively, he accomplished this in just a few decades. Even Feng Wuan, who had seen countless prodigies, was somewhat astonished. I truly understand now why you wish to cultivate him. The sacred ape was also stirred. What do you intend to do, Grand Priest? Provide him resources and impart his training, of course. Longshao inquired about the Grand Priest's plans. No, I shall offer him no assistance. On the contrary, I will have him endure various battles. As for the method of cultivation, he has already discovered his own opportunity. Oh, does this world possess a legacy that can rival ours? The three were incredulous that anyone in this realm could compare to them. Certainly, there are those too. While not as powerful as you all, their legacy should surpass any other. Do you all recall the fragment of primordial power that the Master once possessed? At that time, the Master infused a sliver of primordial energy into this world, which, upon separating from his body, transformed into the dual forces of creation and destruction, eventually giving rise to life. The lives born from these opposing forces each possessed distinct characteristics. The force of creation could not abide the destruction that scorned life. When these two beings clashed, they were originally one entity, unable to overcome or alter one another. In despair, the force of creation independently fashioned a realm to dwell within. However, remnants of power from their great battle remained, evolving into life forms that continue to exist within this universe. And Sun Wukong is the inheritor of that residual power. Once he comprehends it fully, I will guide him to receive the complete inheritance. The Grand Priest recounted the entire story in one breath, and the three understood. If it were him, there would indeed be no need for our legacy, for it is the essence of adults transformed. Fear not, everyone, entrust it to me, soon. We shall be able to emerge, very soon. High Priest, I appreciate your diligence. We shall continue our slumber, for this realm cannot encompass all that we are. When the chosen one matures enough to venture forth, come seek us again. With that, the voice vanished. The High Priest glanced at the other silent statues before turning to leave. Only then did he discern the full grandeur of this place, a colossal palace, towering in the starlit sky, encircled by 18 luminous clouds, ceaselessly swirling. Among them, 6 of the clouds had already dimmed. Chapter 47, Vegeta's Choice. High Priest, have you been to see those statues again? A small child with a rainbow-colored aura inquired of the High Priest. Indeed, my Lord Zeno. The High Priest responded with utmost reverence. I do not like them. They always ignore me. Zeno expressed with a hint of displeasure. My Lord Zeno. They have their own unavoidable burdens. I implore your understanding. Well, never mind. Come play with me instead. Let us engage in a game of marbles. Yes, my Lord Zeno. 2 figures, one tall and one short, slowly entered a uniquely shaped palace, which from the outside appeared as the character for whole Earth. After the banquet, Vegeta plunged into frenzied training, yearning for the day he could once again match Goku's pace. One day, after finishing his training, Vegeta returned home in tatters, only to see Bulma laughing and chatting with Whis as they passed by. He immediately stepped forward to intercept them, directly questioning, Bulma, how could you be with him? Bulma suddenly leaned close to Vegeta, grinning broadly at him. Vegeta, are you feeling envious seeing your beautiful wife with someone else? Such matters do not concern me. What? Her words nearly infuriated Bulma. Whis, when did you arrive on Earth? Where's Beerus? I wish to engage him in battle. Whis appraised Vegeta with a discerning gaze before responding, Mr. Vegeta, while it is true that you have grown considerably stronger, relying solely on this will never allow you to catch up to the Saiyan known as Goku. What? Vegeta's voice rose in volume. Noticing Vegeta's rising agitation, Bulma quickly pulled him aside. Vegeta, do not cause a scene. I still wish to cultivate a good relationship with Whis to ensure our future safety. That god of destruction is unpredictable. Who knows when he might decide to annihilate Earth? With that, she left Vegeta standing there and returned to Whis' side, continuing their walk. Vegeta pondered, anyone who accompanies a god of destruction, even if not as powerful, must possess formidable strength. He prepared to launch a surprise attack on Whis. However, as he turned to strike, he realized that Whis bore no weaknesses, rendering any assault utterly futile. Suddenly, he inquired loudly, Whis, who exactly are you? You are certainly not merely Beerus' servant. Ah, I never said that. I am the master of Lord Beerus. Whis casually revealed this astonishing news, leaving everyone in shock. What? What? With wide eyes, they stared at Whis in disbelief. After a moment, they regained their composure. Upon learning this revelation, Bulma became even more enthusiastic towards Whis, while Vegeta, setting aside his pride, approached Whis, bowed his head, and earnestly requested, Mr. Whis, please teach me how to cultivate. I wish to grow stronger and surpass Kakarot. Oh dear. Mr. Vegeta, has no one informed you that such behavior is quite impolite? Furthermore, I am about to dine with Ms. Bulma, so kindly step aside. Whis gracefully bypassed Vegeta and continued onward with Bulma. I know of a culinary delight that even Bulma is unaware of. This statement halted Whis in his tracks. Subsequently, it was Vegeta who led Whis to seek out this exquisite cuisine. Vegeta guided Whis and Bulma to a renowned restaurant in the Dragon Kingdom, famous for its Kung Pao chicken, attracting patrons from afar. Indeed, this dish is a harmonious blend of spicy, savory, tangy, and slightly sweet flavors, enriched with a rich aroma from soy sauce, vinegar, sugar, cooking wine, and starch. The chicken and peanuts are enveloped in this delightful sauce, served alongside rice. Absolutely divine. Whis' professional critique left Vegeta momentarily speechless. Afterward, they proceeded to another establishment. The Dragon Kingdom's roasted duck boasted a beautifully glazed skin, tender and melt in your mouth. Best enjoyed with a dip in sugar, truly exceptional. Accompanied by slivers of green onion and cucumber, wrapped in a pancake, it was mouth-watering. With every new location Vegeta introduced, Whis provided the most insightful reviews, prompting Vegeta to pull Bulma aside. Bulma, where have you taken Whis? We've visited every place here. What? Vegeta felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Mr. Vegeta, if you have no new places to show me, I shall take my leave. With that, he prepared to return to the realm of destruction. Vegeta, unwilling to let this opportunity slip away, interjected, wait. Whis, it seems I must reveal my ultimate culinary skill. With a dramatic shift, Vegeta donned an apron and wielded a spatula before the cooking cart. Now, allow me to personally prepare a feast for you. He struck a pose with great flair. Ms. Bulma, has Mr. Vegeta ever cooked before? Though reluctant to dampen his enthusiasm, Bulma replied, not really, swallowing hard. Completely devoid of expectations. Bulma, silence. Just watch my performance. In the next instant, Vegeta nervously held an egg, muttering to himself, be gentle, don't apply too much force. Crack. Before he could place it in the bowl, the egg slipped from his grasp. Determined, he picked up another egg, only to meet the same fate. After more than 10 attempts, Vegeta's expression contorted into a comical grimace. As he reached for yet another egg, Whis interjected, Mr. Vegeta, please stop. You are wasting food. I consent to your accompanying me for training. Whis, please grant me another opportunity. This time, I assure you what? What did you say? Vegeta could scarcely believe his ears. Confirming once more, Vegeta, Whis has agreed to your training. Bulma assisted Vegeta in articulating his thoughts. Thank you, Whis. If there is nothing to tidy up, let us depart. No, let us go. Vegeta addressed Whis directly, his eagerness palpable. Wait a moment. Bulma halted their movements. She then returned to her room to fetch a new battle outfit for Vegeta to don. You are embarking on a journey. You must not allow others to underestimate you. For you are a man with a wife. This statement caused Vegeta to blush profusely. Enough of your prattle, he declared, stepping beside Whis. Farewell, Bulma. Goodbye, Whis. Vegeta. Bulma and Whis exchanged friendly farewells, but Vegeta remained unmoved. With a burst of colorful light, The two figures vanished from sight. Within the spatial corridor, Vegeta, you have a wife who loves you. Whis initiated the conversation. Vegeta offered no reply, merely brushing his fingers over his attire. Chapter 48. The Kaioshin of Time. A sudden rift in time and space appeared near the Capsule Corporation. A petite girl with pink skin and hair emerged from the rift, her pointed ears accentuating her features, adorned in garb reminiscent of the Kaioshin. At last, I have arrived. Let me see where the Grand Minister instructed me to seek. Her eyes sparkled with intensity, revealing everything around her. Found it. She soared towards her destination, instantaneously arriving at Goku's home. Politely, she knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The door swung open, and Chi-Chi, gazing at the little girl, inquired, "Little one, who are you looking for?" Upon hearing this, the expressionless girl instantly lost her composure. "I am not a child. I am an adult, here to seek Mr. Goku." In denying her youth, she did not forget her purpose. "You are searching for Goku? Who are you? And what is your business?" Upon learning that the inquiry was for Goku, Chi-Chi's demeanor turned serious, tinged with resistance. In her mind, she wished to preserve the recent tranquility she had shared with Goku, which had been so rare. "Chi-Chi, who is it outside?" Goku, yawning, approached. Having enjoyed a rare moment of relaxation, he had taken a good nap. "I don't know. They're here for you, Goku," Chi-Chi replied, making way for Goku. In matters of great significance, Chi-Chi had always supported Goku. "Who are you? Do we know each other? What do you want from me?" Before the little girl could respond, Goku bombarded her with 3 questions. Once Goku finished speaking, the girl finally had her chance to respond. "I am Kranoa, the Kaioshin of Time. I sincerely apologize for the intrusion, but the matter is indeed urgent. I have come to request your assistance. There are malevolent beings wreaking havoc throughout the universe due to their overwhelming power. Some even threaten other timelines. I am gathering righteous warriors from various dimensions to apprehend them. Therefore, I humbly ask for your assistance." With that, I bowed deeply. "No, Goku has only just found some semblance of peace. Those villains have the destroyer to deal with them, right?" Kiki extended her hand to block Goku, her face a portrait of reluctance. "Those individuals are cunning. They departed before the destroyer could act. They never confront the destroyer face to face. Moreover, the destroyer possesses a unique existence, only manifesting in the primary timeline. Parallel dimensions do not harbor any such entity." The Kaioshin of Time wore a troubled expression. If she could, she would prefer not to wander in search of formidable warriors capable of contending with those adversaries. However, Kiki had more to say, but was interrupted by Goku. "Kiki, there are individuals from different timelines suffering. Now that I am aware, I cannot remain idle." Goku looked at Kiki with sincere eyes, hoping to gain her approval. "But Goku, you have only just settled down." Kiki's eyes glistened with tears as she gazed at him with a heavy heart. "It's all right, Kiki, for I am Goku." He placed his hands on her shoulders, offering her comfort. "Indeed, you are Goku, the one everyone trusts. How could the kind-hearted Goku turn a blind eye to those in distress? That is precisely why I cherish you so much." Kiki wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and smiled proudly. "Go, Goku, capture all those villains. Spare not a single one. Then return safely, and I shall prepare a feast for you." Kiki clenched her right fist, encouraging Goku. "Thank you, Kiki. I promise to apprehend every last villain and return safely." Goku vowed earnestly, then turned to the Kaioshin of Time, Kranoa. "Lady Kaioshin of Time, let us depart." "Yes, Mr. Goku. And thank you, my dear, for your understanding." Kranoa expressed her gratitude to Kiki. "Let us go, Mr. Goku." With a wave of her hand, a temporal portal appeared. Kranoa stepped through the portal first, followed closely by Goku, who waved at Kiki as he walked. "Rest assured, Kiki, I shall return soon. Stay safe, Goku. Be sure to eat well." Kiki bid farewell to Goku with tears in her eyes, her heart heavy with reluctance, yet she respected his choice. After Kranoa and Goku entered the temporal portal, it vanished. Kiki gazed longingly at the direction Goku had disappeared until Son Gohan and Videl arrived. "Mother, what are you looking at?" Son Gohan's question jolted Kiki from her reverie. "Gohan, Goku has left again." "Father has left? Where did he go?" Kiki recounted the arrival of the Kaioshin of Time to Son Gohan. "I can't believe such a thing exists." Son Gohan was astounded. "I had no idea there were so many unknown entities in the universe." "Mother, Father is so powerful, he can even match the destroyer. He will be just fine." Videl stepped forward, linking her arm with Kiki's, offering comfort. "Of course, he is my Goku. As Chi-Chi spoke, a proud expression adorned her face. All right, enough of that. What brings you two here so suddenly? Just as Chi-Chi finished her inquiry, Sun Wukong scratched his head sheepishly, a grin spreading across his face, while Babidi exhibited a bashful demeanor. What are you grinning about? Speak up. Chi-Chi immediately discerned Sun Wukong's intentions. Mom, I would like you to stay with us for a while. Babidi is pregnant, and I'm unsure how to care for her. Really? Chi-Chi exclaimed in delight, turning her gaze toward Babidi, eagerly seeking her confirmation. Babidi shyly nodded in agreement. That is splendid. I will accompany you right away. Let me tell you, when it comes to pregnancy, I am the most experienced. I raised both Wukong and Wotan by myself. Chi-Chi chattered incessantly, pulling Babidi along. Sun Wukong observed this heartwarming scene, his gaze drifting into the distance. Don't worry, Dad. I will take good care of Mom and Wotan. Also, I will protect the Earth. In that moment, Sun Wukong's eyes exhibited an unprecedented determination. Within the time-space portal, Sun Wukong curiously surveyed his surroundings. The portal was not shrouded in darkness, but rather enveloped by a dazzling flow of radiant light. Countless tiny points of light twinkled like stars, tracing serpentine paths through the void, resembling billions of intertwined strands of time. The walls of the portal were not solid but composed of translucent ripples. Sun Wukong, intrigued, extended his hand to touch the energetic light points, only to be hastily halted by the god of time. Stop. Do not touch those energy flows. They are manifestations of temporal energy, and a mere touch could tear you apart. Even a god of destruction would not dare to attempt it. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong quickly retracted his fingers. That was close. Thank you, Lord God of Time. No need for thanks. Within the time-space portal, utmost caution is imperative, otherwise, even I cannot save you. All right, we are about to arrive. To prevent you from being repelled by time, I must first grant you a time patrol identity. Only then can you battle with full force across various timelines. For your convenience in traversing different time frames, I will temporarily bestow upon you the ability to teleport through time. Once this matter is resolved, I shall reclaim it. With a wave of his hand, Kuranoya adorned Sun Wukong in the garb of a time patrol. A token materialized in Sun Wukong's hand. This token contains my power. Simply activate it, and you shall be able to traverse through time. After the threat in this timeline is neutralized, I will assign you a new task. I must also seek out other warriors. As they conversed, the god of time led Sun Wukong out of the space portal, emerging directly on Earth. What an ominous and formidable presence. Wukong's energy, alongside Vegeta, is engaged in combat against that malevolent force. I leave this to you, Mr. Wukong. Rest assured, Lord Kuranoya. I shall put a stop to him. With that, he dashed toward the battleground. Once he had departed, Kuranoya murmured to himself, I truly do not understand why the Grand Priest instructed me to have him confront powerful beings across various timelines. Nevertheless, it has proven to be a tremendous help. Chapter 49. The Crisis from Another Dimension Approaches. Lord Ace. Before them lay the Earth, the very planet upon which the Saiyans triumphed over the tyrant Frisia. An alien clad in battle attire respectfully reported to a sinister presence radiating malevolence. Alas, my poor father, defeated by a mere wild monkey. How humiliating. The kneeling figure dared not respond, as the voice continued, depart at once. Swiftly make your way to Earth. On Earth, Gohan had been feeling an unsettling premonition in recent days. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss, looked skyward, and furrowed his brow. He soared into the air. Simultaneously, several beams of light appeared on Earth, converging upon a single location. Is this truly Earth? The environment is pleasant, indeed a fitting graveyard. Azer descended from the spacecraft, inhaling the fresh air, yet his words chilled the heart. Ah, has the time come? With a flurry of movement, several figures landed before Azer, none other than Goku and Vegeta among them. Who are you? What brings you to Earth? Gohan inquired. Hee, I am Azer, the son of the Frisia you speak of. Azer grinned at the group. You've come to Earth for revenge on Frisia? I am not so trivial. To lose to a foul monkey, as a member of the Frost Demon clan, I merely seek to battle formidable opponents and, in passing, avenge my father. Azer's gaze swept across the faces of those present. Where's Goku? He is no longer here. Gohan replied. How disappointing. I've come for naught. In that case, this planet holds no further purpose. With that, he raised his right hand, gathering destructive energy. Stop. Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged at Azer, who, unfazed. Merely pressed down on Gohan with one hand, easily overpowering him. Is this all you can muster? How dull. A surge of energy sent Gohan reeling back. Just as he was about to advance again, Vegeta intervened. Gohan, retreat. He is mine. Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 3, moving with such speed that he appeared as a mere flash of lightning, launching a thunderous assault on Azer. Azer continued to gather energy in his right hand, defending against Vegeta's onslaught while taunting. Though you've grown stronger, it is still inadequate. Despite Vegeta's fierce attacks, Azer effortlessly countered every strike, rendering them ineffective. Have you had enough, foul monkey? Azer vanished, reappearing to deliver a powerful punch to Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta staggered back, clutching his stomach, half kneeling on the ground, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. You truly disappoint me. I expected those who battled my father to be formidable, yet this is the result. Azer spoke with an air of arrogance, gazing down at Vegeta. Infuriated, Vegeta trembled with rage. How dare you look down upon me? Prepare to witness my true power. I hope you are not easily frightened. Vegeta's tone regained its pride. Oh, then come forth. Do not let me down. Azer responded with a hint of eagerness. Vegeta, without further ado, retrieved a universal capsule from his pocket. From amidst the chaos, a diminutive machine emerged, an exquisite creation by Bulma, specifically designed as the Mini Bulls Light device, intended to facilitate Vegeta's transformation into Super Saiyan 4. The device emitted a radiant green beam directed at Vegeta, who gradually began to undergo a metamorphosis, enveloped in a golden luminescence. The transformation was imperceptible to the eye, yet the shift in energy was palpable. Vegeta's evolution piqued Azer's interest. Now this is more like it. As the golden glow dissipated, Vegeta's form became visible, revealing Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta before the onlookers. Azer, prepare to meet your demise. Such bravado. Defeat me first, and then we shall see. As Vegeta spoke, he vanished, reappearing before Azer in an instant, delivering a powerful punch that sent Azer flying, erasing the energy he held in his grasp. What a forceful blow. Azer spat, wiping the corner of his mouth. In the presence of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, Azer resembled a mere child, utterly powerless. Now, Vegeta, take the chance to eliminate him. OOB shouted with excitement, while Goten and Trunks cheered him on. However, Gohan furrowed his brow, sensing the situation was far from straightforward. Sure enough, after being repelled once more by Vegeta, Azer's temper flared. Do not get too cocky. I was merely toying with you. Did you truly believe it was serious? What did he mean by that? OOB, having never encountered Frieza, was unaware that the Frozen Demon Clan could also transform. Meanwhile, the others, who had experienced Frieza's terror, felt a creeping unease. Vegeta, hurry, take this opportunity to kill him. Krillin was particularly agitated, recalling that it was the death of his friend that had awakened Goku as a Super Saiyan. Enough chatter. I shall see just how strong you truly are. No matter your strength, you cannot defeat Super Saiyan 4. Azer laughed defiantly. With a sudden shift, Azer's appearance began to alter, his stature grew taller, and his spines became more pronounced. The release of his energy induced a tempest, whipping the winds into a frenzy, obscuring the vision of those present. His strength escalated exponentially. How is this possible? Just one transformation, and he becomes this formidable. Once Azer completed his transformation, he introduced himself to the crowd. We of the Frozen Demon Clan, the longer we slumbered during our thawing period, the greater our potential and power. My unfortunate father only slept for 5 years, while I have slumbered for 50. What? The crowd was taken aback, sensing that events were spiraling beyond their expectations. Frieza's power had multiplied geometrically after several transformations, and Azer's potential surpassed Frieza's, suggesting an even greater increase in strength. Most critically, Azer in his first form was already stronger than Vegeta in his Super Saiyan 3 form. The onlookers regarded Azer, now in his second form, with grave expressions. Empty boasts. I do not believe you. If you have the ability, come and defeat me. Despite his bravado, Vegeta's demeanor was notably somber. I know you, Vegeta. Once a mere dog under my father's command. What is it? Now that you possess some power, do you fail to recognize reality? Azer's words struck deep, piercing Vegeta's vulnerabilities. Spare me the trivialities. My initial intent was solely to seek vengeance, to endure humiliation for the sake of retribution. Vegeta offered this explanation for himself. Ha ha ha. Is that so? Aze retorted with a mocking grin, sharp-tongued. Let me witness whether your strength matches your bravado. With that, he charged directly at Ace, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Ace's chest. Ace crossed his arms defensively in front of him, and Vegeta's fist met Ace's forearms with tremendous force, propelling Ace backward for 1,000 meters. Huh, huh, huh. Impressive strength. Continue. Ace cackled, his tone laced with mockery, resonating in Vegeta's ears. How dare you underestimate me? Chapter 50, United in Battle. Vegeta pressed onward towards Ace once more. This time, Ace did not remain stationary. He too propelled himself towards Vegeta. Their speeds were so swift that only two streaks of red and white light could be seen colliding and separating in the air. This fierce battle drew the attention of celestial beings across the universe. In the realm of the Kaioshin, Ancestor, can Vegeta truly defeat Ace? The old Kaioshin glared at Kaioshin Shin. How should I know? All we can do is pray for his victory. After Goku sacrificed himself to defeat the one-star dragon, the present Earth can only place its faith in them. Upon hearing Goku's name, an image of trustworthiness appeared in Kaioshin Shin's mind. Ancestor, has Mr. Goku truly vanished? The old Kaioshin remained silent, merely shaking his head in resignation. Returning to the scene of the clash, Vegeta found himself at a disadvantage as Ace struck him down from the air with a powerful blow, sending him crashing to the ground. Energy surged into the sky. Vegeta soared back up, locking eyes with Ace as they commenced a brutal melee. The sound of fists colliding echoed through the heavens. Their combat was a fierce exchange, neither side yielding. Suddenly, Ace spun around, sweeping his tail towards Vegeta's head. Vegeta ducked to evade, flipping over to retaliate with his own tail, which Ace sidestepped effortlessly. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta unleashed an energy wave towards Ace, only for Ace to swat it aside, sending it crashing to the ground. In an instant, the earth trembled violently, creating a massive crater where the energy wave had landed. Clap, clap, clap. Ace watched Vegeta with a smirk. Vegeta, I shall commend you. It is impressive that you have managed to battle me in my second form for this long. Thus far, I have not encountered anyone else in the universe who could withstand this. Upon hearing this, Vegeta folded his arms defiantly, responding, It is merely because you have not encountered me sooner, or else you would have been defeated long ago. Ha ha ha. I hope you can maintain such confidence moving forward. With that, Ace pointed a single finger skyward, gathering a destructive energy capable of annihilating planets at his fingertip. As the energy coalesced, it grew larger, ultimately forming a sphere of energy approximately 100 meters in diameter. Vegeta, let us see if you can withstand this. Planetary Destruction Sphere. The energy sphere shot forth with a wave of Ace's hand, hurtling directly towards Vegeta. Vegeta gathered energy in both hands, unleashing his ultimate flash towards Ace's energy sphere. For a moment, the two forces stood locked in a fierce stalemate. Humph! With a cold snort from Ace, the energy sphere began to press towards Vegeta. Vegeta roared, unleashing all his might. The energy sphere was gradually pushed back in the direction of Acer. Vegeta, is this your utmost power? Acer similarly erupted with his full strength. Without a hint of doubt, the energy sphere collided fiercely with Vegeta, resulting in a tremendous explosion. In this critical moment, Vegeta formed a shield of energy to envelop himself. Boom! The explosion of the energy sphere altered the very terrain itself. In an instant, the ground fractured, creating an unfathomable abyss. Daddy, Uncle Vegeta, OOB and Trunks anxiously searched for their loved ones. Among the rubble, they spotted Vegeta ensconced in energy. Trunks rushed forward to clear the stones, revealing Vegeta. As the shield dissipated, Vegeta's knees buckled, and he was about to collapse. Quick-witted Trunks caught him just in time. Vegeta struggled to open his eyes. Trunks. He then turned to Acer, his gaze filled with defiance. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, what now? Acer mocked with a smirk. Damn it. Vegeta gritted his teeth in frustration. He never anticipated that as a Super Saiyan 4, he would be defeated. Dad, here a Senzu-bean. Once you recover, we'll take him down together. Trunks offered a Senzu-bean. Vegeta did not refuse. He opened his mouth and swallowed it. Instantly, his body returned to its peak condition, and he soared back to confront Acer once more. You are indeed formidable, but I will defeat you even if it costs me my life. He charged towards Acer again. Dad, Trunks shouted anxiously, then turned to Goten. Goten. The two exchanged a knowing glance and stood side by side. Fusion. Huh. A brilliant light flashed as they merged into Gotenks. transforming directly into Super Saiyan 3 and dashing into the fray, with OOB following closely behind. With the addition of Gotenks and OOB, the tide began to turn, and Vegeta initiated a counterattack, making the battle dynamic shift. For a moment, neither side could claim victory, although the trio attacked simultaneously. Azer effortlessly evaded their strikes while taunting them. "Vegeta, how can your feeble punches possibly hit me? Ha ha ha." Provoked by Azer's words, Vegeta intensified his assault, and Gotenks and OOB hastened their attacks as well. Azer, however, appeared to be toying with the three of them, their expressions growing increasingly grave. Observing this scene, Gohan decided to join the fray. He turned to his daughter, Pan, who was trailing behind. Crouching down, he affectionately ruffled her hair. "Pan, stay far away from here. Protect yourself, and don't come over." "Okay, Daddy, you go. Defeat that bad guy." Pan clenched her fist and waved it in front of Gohan. "I will, Pan." "Go now." Pan flew off in the direction away from the battlefield. Once she was far enough, Gohan directed his attention back to the battle, focusing on Azer, who was mocking the trio. Gohan's movement drew the attention of the four fighters, compelling them to cease their actions and look towards him. Wrapped in a golden aura, Gohan's energy began to subtly surpass that of Vegeta. Could it be that Gohan had reached new heights? Gotenks swallowed hard, observing Gohan's transformation. A smile crept across Azel's lips. How intriguing. At that moment, the energy surrounding Gohan dissipated, revealing him in his Super Saiyan 4 form before the astonished onlookers. "Wow, Dad looks so cool," exclaimed Xiaofang, her eyes sparkling at the sight of Gohan's transformation. Vegeta's expression reflected a hint of satisfaction, his thoughts echoing, "Indeed. Only you could possibly keep pace with us, and even surpass us." In an instant, Gohan appeared beside Vegeta. "Uncle Vegeta, let us attack together." "You haven't disappointed me, Gohan." The duo launched an assault on Azel. With the arrival of Super Saiyan 4 Gohan, Azel finally adopted a serious demeanor. He flicked his wrist with a cold smirk. "Now this is getting interesting. But do you really think that will be enough to defeat me?" "Enough chatter," Vegeta roared, charging forward with fists like thunder aimed at Azel's face. Azel deftly dodged, retaliating with an elbow strike aimed at Vegeta's chest, only to have Gohan appear in an instant, kicking it away. "Uncle Vegeta, coordinate with me," Gohan urged, his palms gathering dazzling blue energy as he unleashed the Kamehameha wave. Azel's pupils constricted as he swiftly retreated, crossing his arms to absorb the blow. Nevertheless, the impact forced him to slide back several kilometers, carving deep trenches into the ground. "Now's our chance." Gotenks and OOB seized the moment, flanking Azel from both sides. Gotenks clasped his hands together, conjuring a massive energy sphere, Super Ghost Kamikaze attack. Countless ghost-like energy blasts surged forth, sealing Azel's escape. OOB, fists clenched, ignited with crimson flames as he unleashed a spiraling energy beam aimed directly at Azel's heart. "Humph," Azel scoffed, unleashing a dark purple energy barrier that deflected both the ghost blasts and the energy wave. However, in that fleeting moment of defense, Vegeta had circled behind him, his right fist brimming with destructive energy, readying the final flash. Boom. A tremendous explosion engulfed Azel, sending plumes of dust soaring into the sky. Had they succeeded? OOB watched anxiously, fixated on the cloud of dust. Yet, in the next instant, a shadow erupted from the chaos. Azel, enveloped in raging energy and a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, snarled, "You fools. You've truly enraged me." Chapter 51. Danger. Xiaofang. Azel wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze growing darker. "Since I awoke, you are the first to leave me in such disarray. I will annihilate everyone connected to you, plunging you into endless suffering, and then I will crush you slowly. You think we will grant you the chance to grow stronger?" Gohan replied calmly, fixing his gaze on the furious Azel. "Humph, do you believe you can stop me?" With that, he began his ultimate transformation. The moment this ominous aura manifested, it weighed heavily upon the hearts of all present, as if a stone had been placed upon them. "This is bad. We must stop him." Son Gohan and his companions launched a collective assault on Aze. However, what transpired next revealed the naivety of their thoughts. Their combined attack failed to even shatter A's energy shield. The four retreated to a distance, gazing solemnly at the transforming Aze. His metamorphosis was far from over. An evil presence began to envelop the Earth, swiftly covering the entire planet and radiating outward towards the galaxy. "Ancestors, what should we do?" This Ace is even more terrifying than a one-star dragon. The Supreme Kai was in a state of frantic disarray. I can give the Patera earrings to Mr. Gohan. If he and Mr. Vegeta fuse, victory is assured. As hope flickered in his eyes, the old Supreme Kai doused it with cold water. Don't be delusional. Ace will never allow them to fuse. Are we to simply watch? The Supreme Kai murmured, his gaze vacant. All that remained was to trust in them and continue observing the battlefield. Ace's transformation finally reached its conclusion. The protruding spikes on his body tilted backward, enveloping him in a suit of armor-like substance, and his figure elongated. Vegeta, Son Gohan, and you too, prepare to face my vengeance. Upon uttering these words, the air seemed to freeze, and the atmosphere became stifling. The malevolent aura solidified the atmosphere. Ace hovered in midair, his sharp bone spikes quivering slightly. He slowly raised his right hand, palm facing upward, conjuring a dark purple energy sphere that warped the surrounding space into eerie ripples. Who shall be first? Ace's voice echoed like a chilling whisper from the depths of hell. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Son Gohan's brow. He had never encountered such unadulterated malice. He must not strike first. Everyone, attack together. The four figures unleashed their most potent energies simultaneously. Son Gohan and Vegeta maximized their Super Saiyan 4 powers, radiating a scorching aura that seemed capable of igniting the very air. Gotenks maintained his Super Saiyan 3 form, golden hair cascading to his waist, surrounded by crackling lightning. Ub transformed into his Majin form, his skin taking on a pale pink hue. Ultimate Flash, Kamehameha, Super Ghost Kamikaze Attack, Energy Wave, for torrents of energy, capable of annihilating entire galaxies, surged toward Ace. However, in the face of this world-destroying onslaught, Ace merely smirked in disdain. The brilliance of their energy collision illuminated the entire Earth, shockwaves dispersing clouds within a 100-mile radius. Yet, when the light faded, Ace remained suspended in place, unscathed. A translucent dark purple energy shield flickered before him, without even a hint of a crack. How is this possible? Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply. Game time is over. Suddenly, Ace vanished from sight. Be careful. As soon as Son Gohan's warning escaped his lips, Acer had already materialized behind Obu. Obu scarcely had time to turn around before Acer's hand pierced through his chest. With a swift withdrawal of his arm, Obu spewed forth a copious amount of blood, plummeting like a severed kite. Obu! Gotenks roared as he surged forward, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts with both hands. Acer stood unfazed, allowing the energy projectiles to explode against him, leaving no trace upon his armor. A mere fusion warrior is of little consequence. In an instant, Acer seized Gotenks by the face and slammed him brutally into the ground. The earth fractured, creating a colossal pit with a diameter of a kilometer. Gotenks' golden aura flickered momentarily before he was forcefully reverted from his fusion state, collapsing into two unconscious youths, Trunks and Goten. Vegeta's fists trembled, not out of fear, but from rage. You bastard! The aura of Super Saiyan 4 surged, and Vegeta rocketed toward Acer at a velocity surpassing light. The two engaged in a fierce aerial duel, the shockwaves from their blows leveling the surrounding mountains. Too slow. Acer suddenly accelerated, delivering a crushing elbow strike to Vegeta's back. The sound of his spine shattering echoed clearly, and Vegeta coughed up blood, spiraling uncontrollably toward the ground. Uncle Vegeta. Son Gohan caught Vegeta just in time, but Acer's energy blast was already in pursuit. In a moment of haste, Gohan erected a protective shield, only to be hurled thousands of meters away by the explosive force. Amidst the billowing dust, Gohan knelt on one knee, cradling an unconscious Vegeta. He gently laid Vegeta down, and, upon rising, his eyes blazed with resolute fire. It is only you left, Son Gohan. Acer slowly descended to a distance of 10 meters, tauntingly stating, "Let me see how long you can endure." Gohan rose steadily, his golden aura ablaze. Yet it paled in comparison to Acer's nearly corporeal malevolence. His garments were tattered, and the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth had yet to dry. Acer. Gohan's voice was low yet firm. Even if I stand alone, I will not allow you to succeed. Acer scoffed, a glimmer of mockery flickering in his eyes. What a laughable resolve. Do you truly believe that such meager power can alter anything? Gohan offered no retort. Instead, he inhaled deeply, channeling all his remaining energy. His muscles swelled slightly, and streaks of red began to intermingle with the golden flames surrounding him. This was the ultimate state of Super Saiyan 4, as he endeavored to forcibly transcend his limits. Huh! Gohan bellowed, his energy surging explosively, causing surrounding debris to levitate. His hair sharpened, his pupils constricted, and all his strength coalesced to a singular point. Oh, this is intriguing. Azer raised an eyebrow, yet remained rooted in place, devoid of any tension. Gohan's figure suddenly vanished, and in the blink of an eye, he reappeared before Azer, his fist cutting through the air with a resounding strike aimed squarely at Azer's face. Aze tilted his head slightly, effortlessly evading the onslaught, yet Sun Wukong's assault showed no signs of abating. His fists and feet rained down like a tempest, each strike imbued with the power capable of annihilating planets. Futile. Aze's voice was frigid as he raised his hand to block, countering with a punch that struck Sun Wukong in the abdomen. Sun Wukong let out a suppressed groan, his body bending like a bow. Yet he gritted his teeth against the searing pain, seizing Aze's arm with both hands and delivering a knee strike aimed at Aze's chin. The blow caused Aze to stagger slightly backward, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong clasped his hands together, conjuring a dazzling energy sphere. Kamehameha? The azure torrent of energy erupted at close range, engulfing Aze. The earth shattered under the force of the energy, and the sky was illuminated in a brilliant blue. Sun Wukong poured every ounce of his strength into the Kamehameha, pushing its energy output to the brink, striving to vanquish Aze in one decisive blow. However, as the radiance dissipated, Aze remained steadfast, his figure undeterred. Only a few minute cracks appeared on his armor, while a sinister grin spread across his face. Is this truly all your strength? Aze slowly raised his hand, forming a dark purple energy sphere in his palm. Now it is my turn. Oh no. Sun Wukong attempted to evade, but his body reacted sluggishly due to excessive fatigue. The energy sphere detonated against his chest, the violent shockwave hurling him through several mountain peaks before he finally came to a halt. Sun Wukong lay amidst the ruins, his consciousness beginning to blur. His body had reached its limit, and he could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan 4 form. The golden aura gradually faded, reverting him to his normal state. Aze descended slowly beside him, looking down from his elevated position. What a disappointing conclusion. I had hoped you would provide me with more enjoyment. Sun Wukong struggled to lift his head, his eyes filled with resentment. Aze, what do you truly desire? Destruction, revenge, and of course, a bit of amusement. Aze lifted his foot and pressed it against Sun Wukong's chest, applying slight pressure. But now, the game must come to an end. Wukong. A faint voice echoed from afar. It was Vegeta, struggling to rise but too grievously injured to move. Sun Wukong closed his eyes, the faces of his family and friends flashing through his mind. I'm sorry. Everyone. A destructive energy began to coalesce beneath Aze's foot, preparing to deliver the final blow to Sun Wukong. Suddenly, an energy blast struck Aze from behind. Stop. Let go of my father. It was Xiaofeng, who had been watching from a distance. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's defeat, she rushed over in haste. Oh, Sun Wukong. She is your daughter? A cruel smile curled at the corners of Aze's lips as he gazed at Xiaofeng. Upon hearing Aze's inquiry, Sun Wukong's pupils constricted. Aze, what do you intend to do? Sun Wukong, if I were to kill your daughter right before your eyes, what would you do? No. Aze, if you dare harm Xiaofeng, I will never forgive you. Ha ha. Then come, and see if you can spare me. With that, an energy blast surged toward the approaching Xiaofeng. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in horror. No. Just as the energy was about to strike Xiaofeng, a shadow suddenly materialized before Xiao Feng, intercepting the surge of energy. How fortunate. Just in time. Chapter 52, Confrontation with Aze. As the onlookers discerned the identity of the savior, disbelief washed over their faces. Kakarot. Father. Master Goku. Uncle Goku. Sun Wukong beamed at the crowd. No, it cannot be. Kakarot is clearly dead. Who are you? Vegeta furiously interrogated, gazing at the figure who bore an uncanny resemblance to Sun Wukong. I am Sun Wukong, albeit from another timeline. It is the King of Time who has sent us to assist you. How dare you harm Fong? Unforgivable. This aura from this timeline feels so familiar. Sun Wukong paused slightly. Familiar? Could it be that this is your original timeline? It's possible. How fortunate. The first timeline we arrive at is your own. It appears that after the demise of the one-star dragon, formidable adversaries have emerged once more. Do I need to transfer my body to you? Not for now. They have managed well. It seems that after my death, they did not slack in their training. Indeed, the aura of Gohan in this timeline is quite potent. I shall observe for the time being. If necessary, we can exchange bodies. Very well. With that, Sun Wukong shifted his attention to the few individuals present and then turned his gaze toward Ace. You are the one wreaking havoc in this timeline. Indeed, your aura is quite formidable. Ace squinted at the suddenly appeared Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, aren't you supposed to be dead? But it matters not. Even if you have returned, it will only lead to your demise once more. Although Ace felt a twinge of surprise, he still regarded Sun Wukong with disdain. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's lips curled into a confident smile. Is that so? Then let's see if you can back that up. With that, he summoned his inner energy, not intending to test the waters this time, but to directly transform into Super Saiyan 4. Limit break. This Kakarot is surprisingly strong. Stronger than the Kakarot I faced against the one-star dragon. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Is this the form of Super Saiyan 4 with an additional breakthrough? Son Gohan murmured to himself. Incredible. This Master Wukong is indeed formidable. There may be hope yet. Ub's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Oh, how intriguing. Son Wukong, you are indeed far superior to Vegeta and the others. Ace felt the surge of power and his interest was piqued. Beyond the limits of Super Saiyan 4. What now? Sun Wukong regarded Ace with a confident smile. Not bad, but you are still woefully inadequate to contend with me. Ace begrudgingly offered a compliment, yet remained unconcerned. We shall see. With that, he prepared to attack. In an instant, Sun Wukong's figure vanished, leaving only a crimson afterimage in the air. Ace's pupils constricted. Instinctively, he sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a fierce punch that grazed his cheek, the accompanying gust of wind stinging his skin. Not bad speed. Ace sneered, retaliating with an elbow strike aimed at Sun Wukong's back. Yet, Sun Wukong seemed to have anticipated this moment. His body twisted in the air with an uncanny grace, his legs whipping out like whips, delivering a powerful kick to Azer's waist. The sound of a dull impact echoed as Azer was sent staggering back several steps. But he quickly regained his balance. Glancing down at his slightly reddened abdomen, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. The force was indeed stronger than expected. It appears you are far more intriguing than that waist, Vegeta. Vegeta is not weak. After landing, Sun Wukong assumed a combat stance, his gaze sharp as a blade. He simply has yet to discover the means to defeat you. Humph, enough with the idle chatter. Azer suddenly erupted, his aura swelling, causing the ground beneath him to crack instantaneously. He transformed into a streak of purple-black light, lunging towards Sun Wukong, his fists and feet raining down like a torrential storm. Sun Wukong did not yield, crossing his arms to block, each collision igniting visible ripples of energy. Their figures intertwined in the air at blinding speed. The sound of flesh meeting flesh and the explosive resonance of energy intertwined, shaking the very battlefield. Too fast. OOB's eyes widened, straining to catch their movements. Is this the power of my father from another dimension? Gohan clenched his fists, feeling both shocked and exhilarated. Vegeta fixed his gaze on the unfolding battle, his teeth grinding in agitation. What in the world has Kakarot experienced? How could he have become so formidable? With a resounding clash of fists, both fighters retreated simultaneously. Sun Wukong panted slightly, yet his lips still curled into a confident smile. Is the warm-up over? Time to get serious. Azer shook off his numbed wrist, sneering. As you wish. No sooner had he spoken, his aura surged violently, the surrounding purple flames hinting at flickering black lightning. His speed escalated abruptly, delivering a heavy punch straight towards Sun Wukong's face. Sun Wukong hastily turned his head to evade, but Azer's fist changed direction abruptly, crashing into his shoulder. Cough. Sun Wukong let out a muffled groan, his body uncontrollably hurtling backward, crashing through several hills before he managed to halt. Grandfather! Xiao Fong exclaimed in alarm. Master Wukong! Father! OOB and Gohan grew tense as well. From the swirling dust, Sun Wukong slowly rose, brushing off the dirt from his shoulder, his eyes still resolute. That punch had power, but it's still far from enough. He suddenly unleashed his aura, a golden flame intermingled with crimson energy, the full might of Super Saiyan 4 breaking its limits. The two clashed once more. This time the battle intensified. Sun Wukong danced around with clever combat tactics, sometimes using Kamehameha waves to push back Azer, other times engaging in close combat to seek out openings. However, Azer's power seemed boundless, each attack increasing the pressure on Sun Wukong. What's wrong? Is this your limit? Azer taunted, suddenly seizing a flaw in Sun Wukong's defense, delivering a knee strike to his abdomen, and following up with a spinning kick that sent him soaring into the sky. Ugh! Sun Wukong spat out a mouthful of blood, his body tumbling through the air. Azer pressed the advantage, gathering both hands to form a massive energy orb. It's over. Star annihilation. The energy sphere hurtled towards Sun Wukong with a ferocious velocity, threatening to engulf him. In a moment of dire peril, Sun Wukong steadied himself, clasping his hands together and invoking the Turtle School's Kamehameha wave. A brilliant blue beam collided with the purple energy ball, causing the heavens to dim. The explosion unleashed a shockwave that swept across the surroundings, compelling the onlookers to shield their faces. As the dust settled, Sun Wukong knelt on one knee, his battle attire in tatters, his breath visibly ragged. Ace descended slowly, looking down upon him with an air of superiority. Your endurance is commendable, but the game must come to an end. He raised his hand, conjuring a pitch-black energy sphere, a destructive force that twisted the very fabric of space around them. Sun Wukong staggered to his feet. Heh, indeed, in my current state, I am no match for you. Allow me. Wait, I still wish to make another attempt. Oh, I gather from your words that you possess hidden strength. A's tone dripped with mockery as he released the energy in his hand, folding his arms. I shall grant you a chance. Unleash your full potential, or forever forfeit your opportunity. Sun Wukong steadied himself, closing his eyes to summon the latent energy within him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, as if flames were igniting within them. This energy. Huh. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. Chapter 53. A's defeat. Sun Wukong gazed at A's and began to speak. In another dimension, after battling an immensely powerful deity, I discovered an additional source of energy within myself. This is my first attempt at fusion. Should I fail, this power will consume me. Yet, I possess an unwavering belief that I shall succeed. With that, he began to harness the newfound energy, attempting to merge it with the state of Super Saiyan 4's boundary-breaking form. Veins bulged on his forehead as he widened his eyes, his voice reaching a deafening crescendo. As the energies merged, the earth became enveloped in golden clouds, creating the sensation of having traversed through an eternity in an instant. Oh heavens! Is this the arrival of the apocalypse? At this moment, all life on earth succumbed to a profound despair. Oh, ancestor! The aura emanating from this Mr. Wukong. King Kai's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the earth. Divine aura. Indeed, at that very moment, an ancient hymn resonated through the cosmos, as if celebrating the birth of a deity. The hymn of the divine. This Wukong is transcending into the realm of divinity. Even the seasoned King Kai, a witness to countless wonders, was left agape. Sun Wukong's cry echoed for what felt like an eternity. Once the energies fully integrated into his being, an aura surged skyward, piercing through the golden clouds above, creating an aperture through which stars shifted and time cycled. Time became a blur, and eventually, the divine hymn gradually faded away, restoring the earth to its former state, as if nothing had transpired. Only a handful of individuals remained, frozen in disbelief upon the battlefield. Gazing at the fusion-empowered Sun Wukong left one utterly astonished. At that moment, Wukong retained the form of a Super Saiyan 4, albeit with a touch of youthful exuberance. His crimson pupils sparkled with clarity, enveloped by an enigmatic aura that radiated an almost sacred presence, as if a divine flame burned fiercely within him, unquenchable and eternal. Success! Sun Wukong contemplated his own form, a surge of exhilaration coursing through him. Vegeta, observing this manifestation of Wukong, felt a deeper fury awaken within. What on earth had this Kakarot experienced? Could it be that even the disparity with an alternate version of Kakarot was so vast? In that moment, Vegeta was engulfed by profound self-doubt. Impressive, utterly formidable. Ub was filled with uncontainable excitement. Wukong's strength signified greater hope. Indeed, regardless of the timeline, a father's reliability remained steadfast. Gohan beamed with pride. Wow, Grandpa looks so cool. Take that villain down. Little Fong bounced with glee. Just bluster. There's no real change, merely a heightened display. Although Azer spoke dismissively, his expression betrayed a tumult of emotions within. Whether it was mere bravado would soon be revealed. Sun Wukong, brimming with enthusiasm, regarded Azer. Since this form is derived from the fusion of divine energy, let us christen it the Divine Super Saiyan 4, a name resounding with grandeur. May your power be equally noteworthy. With that, he launched the first strike, already intent on a swift resolution. Prolonging this battle could very well spiral beyond his control. Azer's figure surged forward in an instant, his right fist enveloped in devastating purple energy, aimed squarely at Wukong's face. Die? Yet, just as the fist was about to connect, Wukong's form dissipated like a mirage. What? Azer's pupils constricted as he turned abruptly. Too late. A chilling voice echoed in his ear. Sun Wukong had materialized behind him, his right leg sweeping out like a battle axe. Bang! Azer's body crashed into the ground like a cannonball, the earth collapsing beneath him. A terrifying shockwave reducing nearby rocks to dust. Cough! Azer spat blood, shock finally dawning in his eyes. His speed had increased dramatically. Suspended in midair, Sun Wukong's gaze was calm and profound, surrounded by a divine golden aura, resembling an inviolable deity. Do you still believe I am merely posturing? Damn it! Azer roared. Erupting from the crater with unprecedented energy, a tempest of purple flames raging around him. Don't get cocky. That was merely a warm-up. He conjured a colossal sphere of dark energy between his hands, its ferocity warping the very fabric of space. Annihilation wave. The torrent of obsidian energy surged towards Sun Wukong, fracturing the earth and vaporizing the air in its wake. Faced with this cataclysmic assault, Sun Wukong slowly raised his right hand, gathering a sphere of pristine blue energy within his palm. Divine Kamehameha. Boom! The collision of blue and black energy in midair unleashed a terrifying shockwave that instantaneously engulfed the battlefield in blinding light. The spectators were swept away by the force of the blast, while Vegeta gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with astonishment. This overwhelming power completely suppressed Azel. As the light faded, Azel gasped for breath, his arms charred and blackened, while Son Goku remained suspended in place, utterly unscathed. Impossible! Azel growled through clenched teeth. My power has been utterly suppressed. Son Goku gradually descended, his gaze icy. Your strength is indeed formidable, but at this moment, you are incapable of overcoming me. Do not underestimate me. Azel roared in fury, his muscles swelling as his aura surged once more. He frantically amplified his energy, purple flames crackling with black lightning, clearly exhausting all his might. The final strike. Let us determine the victor. Just as I desire. A smirk graced Son Goku's lips as he brought his hands together, blue energy swirling wildly in his palms. The ultimate Kamehameha. Star Eradication Cannon. Two forces capable of annihilating planets erupted simultaneously, golden and black beams colliding fiercely in the air. Boom! A catastrophic explosion swept through the landscape, reducing the entire battlefield to rubble. Ugh! Azel's dark energy was gradually consumed by the golden Kamehameha, his arms beginning to shatter, blood splattering forth. No, this is impossible. How could I possibly lose? It is over. Son Goku's expression hardened as he unleashed his full power. The golden beam completely engulfed Azel, a devastating energy shooting skyward, piercing through the clouds. Azel's anguished cries echoed throughout the heavens until they gradually subsided into silence. The battle concluded. The battlefield returned to tranquility, the only sound being the gentle breeze whispering over the scorched earth. Vegeta stood frozen in place, his fists clenched. Kakarot truly emerged victorious. Gohan beamed with relief, indeed. Father is forever the strongest. Little Fong jumped with excitement. Grandpa is so cool. Son Goku descended slowly, the golden aura around him gradually dissipating. He took a deep breath, revealing a familiar smile. Finally, it is resolved. However, just as everyone believed all was over, a chilling voice suddenly echoed from the void. Hee, what a spectacle. Everyone instantly became alert. Who's there? Son Goku abruptly looked up, his gaze sharp. A vague shadow slowly materialized, a deep laughter resonating above the battlefield. The onlookers beheld a figure cloaked in black robes, its aura completely concealed, hovering in midair. Son Goku. Indeed, no matter the time or space, you are an irksome presence. Die. An unfathomable power emanated from the cloaked figure, and in the next instant, an energy blast surged toward the crowd. I'll handle it. You cannot withstand this energy. All right. The two instantly exchanged control of their bodies. Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 5, standing protectively before the others. With a single strike, he nullified the energy aimed at them. How intriguing. Ha ha. How delightful. How could they permit your existence? Now that you have harnessed such power, it seems only fitting that you are granted a longer lease on life. With a swift motion of his right hand, a rift in time and space materialized, and he vanished into its depths, the rift closing instantaneously behind him. Stop. Don't leave, Sun Wukong urged, activating the time-space emblem left by the King of Time, which opened a passageway he promptly pursued. However, just before entering the portal, he cast a lingering glance at Son Gohan. Chapter 54, The King of Saiyans from Another Dimension. Father. That gaze was unmistakably his. Son Gohan reflected on the look in Sun Wukong's eyes as he entered the time portal, his tone resolute. Gohan, are you certain that Sun Wukong is Kakarot? That's implausible. Vegeta replied incredulously. Sun Wukong had vanished before everyone's eyes, presumed dead. Although the initial figure was indeed another version of his father from a different timeline, the one who subsequently saved them with absolute power was undoubtedly his father. Son Gohan's confidence in his assessment was unshakable. That demeanor. What in the world is Kakarot up to? Vegeta pondered, recalling the silhouette that had shielded them in their moment of peril. Ancestor. In that fleeting moment, I believe I sensed Mr. Wukong's essence. What does this mean? The Kaioshin's expression was filled with disbelief. I cannot say, the elder Kaioshin replied, shaking his head, a rare flicker of uncertainty crossing his wise gaze. Hot on the heels of the mysterious figure, Sun Wukong emerged into an unfamiliar realm, the environment starkly contrasting that of Earth. Damn it, he managed to escape. Do not fret. We will locate him. This planet's atmosphere is quite harsh. I have no idea where I am. Before him lay a desolate landscape, devoid of sunlight, illuminated only by the distant twinkling of stars, devoid of any signs of life. Upon closer inspection, he sensed faint life energies ahead. There was indeed life present. He soared towards the source of the energy. Upon arrival, he encountered a diminutive humanoid race, averaging about 15 centimeters in height, their skin a pale lavender adorned with subtle, scale-like patterns. Their heads were slightly larger, with oval-shaped eyes featuring golden pupils, and two short antennae sprouting from their crowns. Their fingers and toes bore slight web-like structures. Sun Wukong approached them with a friendly greeting. Hello, may I inquire where this place is? His sudden voice incited a flurry of chaos as they scurried into nearby caves, leaving Sun Wukong bewildered. At that moment, an elder alien stepped forward. Greetings. I am Karl, the chieftain of the cattle race. Please do not mind their reaction. They were not always so skittish. Alas, there are no other beings on this planet. You must be an outsider. The alien, claiming to be the leader of the cattle, regarded Sun Wukong intently. Yes, indeed. I am Sun Wukong. I inadvertently found my way here and wish to know where this is. You stand in the dark swamp galaxy, at the edge of the Milky Way. The Milky Way, that means it's quite near Earth. Earth? I am uncertain, yet our spacecraft possesses the coordinates of the cosmos, which should assist you. How splendid. Thank you. The mere thought of returning to Earth filled Sun Wukong with exhilaration, causing his tail, once coiled around his waist, to unfurl and twist in the air. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's tail, the self-proclaimed Kataryan named Karl's pupils constricted, and he stumbled backward, collapsing to the ground with a cry of terror. Why, you are a Saiyan. The fear in his voice was palpable. Yes, what of it? This scene left Sun Wukong utterly perplexed. Devils, we have sought refuge here. Must you pursue total annihilation? This planet holds no value. Could you not spare us? Karl's gaze was rife with resentment, while the others, previously concealed in the cave, emerged. Though their eyes mirrored fear, they resolutely stood behind their chieftain. This spectacle caused Sun Wukong's lips to twitch in exasperation. You must have misunderstood. Though I am a Saiyan, I grew up on Earth and do not embody the Saiyan you envision. Moreover, aren't the Saiyans already extinct? Hearing Sun Wukong's explanation, coupled with the absence of malice in his demeanor, Karl finally felt reassured. He stepped forward, apologizing earnestly. I am truly sorry. We were overly sensitive. Please do not take offense. He bowed his head in contrition. Ha ha ha, it's quite all right. Could you enlighten me on what transpired? Sun Wukong laughed heartily, indicating that he bore no grudge and instead inquired about the matter at hand. Mr. Sun Wukong, if I may address you as such, I know not your origins, but the Saiyans have not been annihilated. Rather, they are the most formidable race in the universe. Although the Saiyans once teetered on the brink of extinction, following the demise of Frisia, the hidden Saiyans gradually re-emerged throughout the cosmos. Until the arrival of the Saiyan King, the resurgence of the Saiyans occurred at light speed, establishing them as the mightiest race in the universe. After uttering these words, he glanced at his kin behind him and sighed softly. Alas, we were not originally meant to inhabit this planet, but rather to thrive on Qatar, a beautiful world abundant with the songs of birds and fragrant flowers, where rivers and mountains abound. We lived peacefully on our ancestral star. As he recounted this, his gaze drifted into reminiscence, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. Yet, one fateful day, a spacecraft descended from the heavens, and from that moment, our nightmares began. He trembled as he spoke, his eyes now filled with bitterness. Those Saiyans claimed our planet was of great worth, demanding we relinquish our ancestral home. Naturally, we refused, and they resorted to violence, slaughtering our kin. Lacking formidable strength, we were ultimately compelled to retreat here, struggling to survive. Tears welled in his eyes as he wiped at the corners. Furthermore, countless planets have been ravaged by the Saiyans, leaving innumerable lives to wither away. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong felt a surge of empathy, his fists clenched tightly. Is there truly no one who dares to resist them? Alas, how could there be no resistance? Countless volunteers have perished in the struggle against them. He hesitated momentarily, casting a glance at Sun Wukong. The look left Sun Wukong bewildered. Indeed, while other Saiyans possess great strength, they have yet to reach the level of invincibility. However, the Saiyan King. Carl's voice trembled. His eyes filled with dread. The Saiyan King is overwhelmingly powerful. With a mere flick of his hand, he can obliterate entire planets. There exists no capability to resist him. Countless times, the resistance has nearly triumphed, only for the Saiyan King to emerge and shatter their hopes. Rather than exterminating them completely, he taunts the rebels, proclaiming, "What I relish most is witnessing the gradual transformation of your hopeful eyes into those of despair." How infuriating! What a wretch! Upon hearing Carl's account, a fiery fury ignited within Son Goku's eyes, his fists clenched tightly, emitting a crackling sound. What is the name of this Saiyan King? He inquired in a solemn tone. Carl inhaled deeply, trembling as he responded. He calls himself Redgar. Chapter 55, Redgar. Son Goku furrowed his brow. There is no record of this Saiyan in my timeline. It appears to be yet another new timeline. Indeed, I wonder how formidable this Redgar truly is. In truth, I am quite curious as to why our counterparts in this timeline have not emerged to thwart Redgar. Or perhaps, they have already met with failure. Yes, it is prudent to exercise caution until we comprehend the entire situation. After concluding his mental dialogue with Son Goku, he looked up at Carl. Mr. Carl, I wish to confront this Saiyan King. Could you kindly lend me a spacecraft? Upon hearing this, Carl's expression changed dramatically. Mr. Son Goku, no? That is out of the question. That Saiyan King is far too terrifying. His might is beyond the grasp of ordinary beings. I implore you, do not go. Mr. Carl, I am not an ordinary Saiyan. Son Goku replied with a confident smile. Observing Son Goku's unwavering confidence, Carl felt a flicker of hope rise within him. Perhaps it is indeed possible to defeat Redgar and return to our ancestral planet. Once this thought took root, it could no longer be suppressed. After a moment of contemplation, he finally made a decision. Mr. Goku, please follow me. With that, he dispersed his kin and led Son Goku to a hidden cave. Upon entering the cave, Son Goku discovered it was entirely unlike what he had envisioned. Instead of being cramped, it felt as if he had stepped into another world. Unique structures emerged before him, and various modes of transportation soared through the sky. This place was not as dim as the outside. Rather, it radiated brilliance. Mr. Goku, although our martial prowess may not be formidable, our technological advancements are among the rare few in the universe that can rival the best. As he spoke, a hint of pride illuminated Carl's countenance. In a light-hearted manner, he guided Son Goku into a building brimming with technological marvels, halting before a spacecraft. Mr. Goku, this is our most advanced spaceship. Son Goku gazed at the vessel before him. Its streamlined design exuded a sense of quality. Thank you. This is a tremendous help. Haha. No need for thanks. It is our duty. And, taking a deep breath, he spoke earnestly. We also hope that you can triumph over the formidable King Reg. Only then will we have a chance to return to our ancestral star. Indeed, you shall return to your ancestral star. The expression on Sun Wukong's face was exceedingly earnest. Gurgle. The The sound emanating from Sun Wukong's stomach shattered the solemn atmosphere. Ahaha, but before we proceed, could you kindly provide me with some sustenance? I am quite famished. Sun Wukong scratched his head, offering an awkward smile, and the atmosphere lightened once more. This is our oversight. My apologies. Hill, please prepare some food. Certainly, Chief. A young Qatari responded promptly and set off to prepare. Delicious. Delicious. Carl and the others stared in astonishment as Sun Wukong devoured the food with fervor. His meal alone equaled the provisions required for a 10-member team over 3 days. It was truly unfathomable how such a figure as Sun Wukong could consume so much. Wow, I am so full. It feels utterly delightful after eating. Sun Wukong contentedly patted his belly. Well then, having feasted, it is time to stretch my limbs. Carl, thank you for your hospitality. I must take my leave. Sun Wukong's words jolted the dazed Carl back to reality. Mr. Wukong, please wait a moment. Carl's plea halted Sun Wukong in his tracks. Is there something else? Mr. Wukong, are you capable of piloting a spaceship? The inquiry caught Sun Wukong off guard, and he scratched his head. I suppose so. His tone was imbued with uncertainty. Carl turned to Hill. Hill, accompany Mr. Wukong. Ensure he reaches the Saiyan planet. Then he looked at Sun Wukong. Mr. Wukong, please allow Hill to accompany you. He is our finest young talent. Well, thank you. Rest assured, I shall protect Hill. Then I entrust you with this, Mr. Wukong. Carl bowed solemnly, and the tribesmen behind him followed suit, lowering their heads in respect. Hee, leave it to me. Sun Wukong beamed, turning to leap aboard the spaceship. Hill followed closely, expertly activating the control panel. Inside the spaceship, as the roar of the engines filled the air, the vessel ascended slowly. Hill gripped the joystick nervously, while Sun Wukong curiously gazed around. This spaceship is quite impressive. It's even faster than Bulma's creation. Sun Wukong exclaimed with excitement. Bulma? Hill turned curiously. Is she a friend of Mr. Wukong? Yes. She is a friend from my home on Earth and a brilliant scientist. Sun Wukong explained with a smile. Earth? Hill murmured, a glimmer of longing shining in his eyes. It must be a beautiful planet. Indeed. If given the chance, I would love to take you to see it. Sun Wukong patted Hill's shoulder. The journey continued in silence, with Hill skillfully piloting the spaceship through the cosmos. Suddenly, an alarm blared. Warning! High-energy response detected nearby. A cold mechanical voice announced. What is happening? Hill's expression changed drastically as his fingers flew across the control panel. It seems we have visitors. Sun Wukong stood up, his gaze sharpening as he peered out the window. A colossal beam of energy surged towards the spacecraft. There was no escaping it. Hill exclaimed in despair. Fear not. In an instant, Sun Wukong teleported to the top of the ship, his hands coalescing into a massive energy orb. With a powerful thrust, he propelled the orb forward, colliding with the incoming beam. Boom. The explosive shockwave caused the ship to tremble violently, yet they narrowly evaded the lethal strike. Incredible. Hill stared in astonishment. Merely a trifle. Sun Wukong returned to the cabin, but it seemed their adversaries were not inclined to relent. Sure enough, a massive, jet-black battleship loomed ahead, its cannons glowing ominously. It's King Reg's patrol squad. Hill said in terror. Perfect for warming up. Sun Wukong cracked his neck, the fire of battle igniting in his eyes. He soared out of the ship, suspended in the cosmos. Drawing a deep breath, a white aura enveloped him. For such lowly minions, even a transformation into a Super Saiyan was unnecessary. The battleship unleashed a barrage of cannon fire, but Sun Wukong flickered, effortlessly dodging the onslaught. He clasped his hands together, summoning a colossal energy sphere. Kamehameha. The azure energy wave howled forth, instantly piercing through the entire battleship. Rumble. The ship erupted into a fireball in the cosmos, debris scattering into the void. It's done. Hill could hardly believe his eyes. Sun Wukong returned to the spacecraft. Let us proceed, Hill. Yes. Hill nodded excitedly, resetting their course. Inside a towering palace on planet Saiyan, King Reg sat upon his throne, suddenly awakening with a start. Interesting, someone dares to destroy my battleship. Chapter 56, The Wrathful Battle. I hope this visitor can bring me some amusement. With that, he closed his eyes once more, not allowing the incident to trouble him. Hill, having recalibrated their flight trajectory, cast a glance at the meditative Sun Wukong, her heart swelling with excitement. Lord Chieftain, perhaps there is indeed hope this time. The trepidation that once resided in her heart had been effortlessly replaced by a radiant light of hope. After a period of flight, navigating through a field of stellar debris, they finally arrived at the new Saiyan planet, Red Star. As the spacecraft landed, a cloud of dust was kicked up, and as the smoke dissipated, the hatch slowly opened. Sun Wukong stepped out, taking a deep breath of the fresh air and stretching his body. "Ah, how refreshing. Hill, come down," he called out to Hill aboard the ship. "Yes, Mr. Wukong." Hill leapt from the vessel, her body sinking heavily, nearly toppling to the ground. Such intense gravity. Once she regained her balance, a towering palace came into view, reaching for the heavens. Observing her surroundings, she noted the desolation. Rocky terrains dominated the landscape, with scant greenery. The environment was harsh, indeed reflective of the Saiyans themselves. It was only then that she recalled that Sun Wukong was also a Saiyan, and she cautiously glanced at him. No need for concern. Such is the reality. Sun Wukong paid no heed to Hill's words. However, Wukong's remarks relieved Hill's anxiety. "Mr. Wukong, shall we now seek out King Reg?" "No need. Just remain here. They have already arrived." It turned out that upon entering Red Star from the spaceship, they had already been discovered by the patrol team, who had now located them. "Who are you to dare intrude upon our Saiyan planet?" "I am Sun Wukong, a Saiyan myself. I have come to meet King Reg." Sun Wukong stepped forward, revealing the tail at his waist to the patrol team. Upon hearing that Sun Wukong was a Saiyan, the tone of the patrol team became noticeably more cordial. "Since you are a Saiyan, then follow me. I shall take you to meet King Reg." With that, they led Sun Wukong and his companion towards the towering palace. After a brief while, they arrived at the palace, where a member of the patrol team went to announce their presence. Sun Wukong and his companion are waiting outside. Before long, a patrol member emerged from the palace. "Come in. King Reg wishes to see you." Turning, he strode back into the palace, with Sun Wukong and his companion following closely behind. In no time, a tall and imposing man radiating an overwhelming presence sat upon the throne. "King Reg, the outsider Saiyan has arrived." The king opened his eyes, and an invisible pressure filled the palace, causing everyone else to kneel, except for Sun Wukong, who stood straight, locked in gaze with Reg Kakarot. "You have returned to life." Reg observed Sun Wukong with keen interest. "No, wait, you are not from this world." His tone was exceedingly certain. "You recognize me." "Indeed, I am not from this dimension, but hail from another realm." Sun Wukong replied, somewhat astonished. "Of course I know you. The version of you in this world perished at my hands." Reg revealed a cruel smile. "Originally, I pondered why I did not come to stop you in this dimension. But now it is abundantly clear." Sun Wukong maintained a calm demeanor, having suspected as much upon his arrival. "Who are you? I have no record of you in my timeline." Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity. "Humph, it seems the version of me from that dimension did not survive." Reg's tone dripped with disdain. "I am the eldest son of King Vegeta, the brother of Vegeta." "What?" Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, having never heard of Vegeta having a brother. "Upon my birth, my battle power reached 50,000, surpassing that of my father. Fearing I would pose a threat to his throne, he banished me into the cosmos. Fortunately, I survived. My survival has been fueled by a desire for vengeance. Once I became powerful, I sought to confront my father, only to discover that he had been slain by that scoundrel Frieza. Thus, I turned to seek out my dear brother." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "I never anticipated my brother's strength. He managed to attain Super Saiyan 4. Ultimately, I will engage in battle with both of you. After vanquishing you, I shall commence my conquest of the universe." "You went to Earth in search of Vegeta." Sun Wukong's tone turned serious as he interrogated Reg. "Indeed. Indeed, it is a magnificent planet." Yet Reg's head shakes with a hint of regret. "What have you done to Earth? Where are our loved ones?" Sun Wukong's aura begins to stir, his tone laden with suppressed fury. "Naturally, it has become a beautiful firework in my memory. As for your family, huh?" A mocking smile curls at the corners of Reg's mouth. "You wretched fiend. Unforgivable." Sun Wukong's rage erupts. He transforms into a Super Saiyan god, breaking through his limits. "Ah, you are far stronger than the version of you in my timeline. Well done." Reg applauds, clapping his hands at Sun Wukong. "I will kill you to avenge Chi-Chi and the others." Sun Wukong's murderous intent is palpable, charging directly towards Reg. "Come on. If you have the ability, kill me. Otherwise, I will find a way to reach your world and annihilate your family there too." Reg's words ignite Sun Wukong's fury. "Beast, The enraged Sun Wukong launches a powerful punch that sends Reg flying, their figures soaring out of the palace and into the heavens. Kakarot. A formidable blow. Reg wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth, glaring at Sun Wukong with a fierce gaze. Reg, I shall not let you escape. Sun Wukong's wrath blazes fiercely. Come on. Huh. Reg transforms into Super Saiyan 4, engaging in a fierce battle with Sun Wukong. Boom. Two torrents of violent energy collide fiercely in the sky, shockwaves tearing through the clouds, as if the entire sky was split apart by a massive fissure. Sun Wukong, engulfed in a red flame of divine energy, has eyes sharp as blades, each punch imbued with devastating power. Reg, in his Super Saiyan 4 form, counters, his crimson hair dancing wildly in the energy storm. Their fists and feet clashing, each impact resonating like thunder. Bang, bang, bang. Reg delivers a heavy punch to Sun Wukong's abdomen, but Sun Wukong expertly grips his wrist, countering with an elbow strike to his chin. Crack. The sound of shattering bones is distinctly audible. Humph. Reg lets out a muffled groan, his body propelled by immense force, yet he quickly steadies himself, blood trickling from his mouth, his eyes gleaming with an even more frenzied battle spirit. Interesting. Now this feels like a proper fight. Reg grins wickedly, wiping away the blood, as he fiercely gathers chaotic energy in his palms. Death Cannon. A pitch-black beam of destruction pierces the sky, aimed directly at Sun Wukong. Humph. Sun Wukong narrows his gaze, crossing his arms before his chest, golden flames surging. Boom. A torrent of energy engulfs Sun Wukong, the entire sky exploding into a blinding white. Reg gasps, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Now, this should do it. Whoosh. A red light suddenly breaks through the smoke, and Sun Wukong emerges unscathed, his hands gathering brilliant light. What? Reg's pupils constrict. Kamehameha. Boom. The blue-white energy torrent swiftly envelopes Reg, his body hurtling backward under the catastrophic impact, ultimately crashing into the ground like a meteor. Boom. The earth shattered. Dust billowing into the sky, and Reg's body was deeply embedded in the ground, the surrounding rocks reduced to rubble. Sun Wukong descended slowly, his crimson aura still ablaze, his gaze coldly fixed upon the gaping pit below. It is over, Reg. Yet, just as he believed the battle had concluded, a sinister laughter echoed. Kakarot. Do you think this can defeat me? From the swirling dust, Reg's figure gradually rose, his body battered and bruised. Yet the fervor in his eyes burned even more fiercely. It is not finished yet. Chapter 57. Breaking the Limits. Amidst the haze, Reg slowly stood, his wounds visibly healing at an astonishing pace. A wicked grin spread across his lips, as his golden aura surged violently, and his crimson hair began to emanate an eerie silvery glow. Kakarot, do you think this is my limit? His voice, deep and rasping, resonated like a whisper from the depths of hell. Boom. A pillar of silvery energy shot skyward, and Reg's physique underwent a remarkable transformation. His muscles expanded to their utmost limits, his silver hair enveloping his entire body, and his pupils turned a vivid crimson, the ferocious energy causing the very planet to tremble. Super Saiyan 5. Sun Wukong's pupils constricted, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Reg had also mastered this formidable power. This is disastrous. Before he could react, Reg's figure vanished. Bang! A heavy fist struck mercilessly at Sun Wukong's abdomen, his body curling like a shrimp, blood erupting from his mouth. Cough! Reg grinned wickedly, seizing Sun Wukong by the hair and violently slamming him into the ground. Boom! The earth fractured, Sun Wukong sinking deep below, his bones seemingly shattering with excruciating pain. Ha! What happened? Where did that earlier momentum go? Reg laughed maniacally, placing a foot upon Sun Wukong's chest and slowly applying pressure. Crack! The sound of broken ribs echoed clearly. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and struggled, but Reg's power utterly overwhelmed him. Did you not wish to kill me? Come on. Reg leaned down, his crimson eyes fixated on Sun Wukong, his tone rife with mockery. Chi-Chi, Goten, and Piccolo wore this same expression before they perished. Silence. Sun Wukong roared, unleashing all his strength in a desperate bid to break free, only to be met with a punch to the face from Reg. Bang! Blood splattered as Sun Wukong's consciousness blurred, his body hurled like a ragdoll hundreds of meters away, crashing through several mountain peaks before finally coming to a halt. Reg hovered slowly in the air, gazing down at the barely conscious Sun Wukong, his laughter echoing as he raised his hand. Farewell, Kakarot. Let me reunite you with your family. Ultimate death flash. A dark beam of annihilation descended from above, hurtling towards Sun Wukong. Let me handle this. Avenge Chi-Chi and the others. Wukong's voice resonated with unbridled fury. No, I must defeat him myself. He dares to kill Chi-Chi. Memories of moments spent with Chi-Chi flooded his mind. Wukong, let us get married. Wukong, hurry and come eat. We have your favorite dinosaur meat today. Wukong, you have once again taken Gohan to train in secret. I aspire for Gohan to become an eminent scholar. Wukong, you must return safely. I shall prepare a feast for you upon your return. Wukong, Wukong, Wukong. The incessant echoes of Chi-Chi's voice resounded within Sun Wukong's mind. Unforgivable. How dare they take Chi-Chi's life? The rationality within Sun Wukong's mind was completely supplanted by fury. Unforgivable. A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens. An incomprehensible force countered Reg's might. His body began to transform. The pinnacle of rage propelled Sun Wukong beyond boundaries, leaping into another realm. Boom! In a cataclysmic explosion of energy, a silvery flame ignited around Sun Wukong, his once crimson hair gradually shifting to a lustrous silver, muscles refining further. His pupils turning a fierce scarlet. A wave of energy, mightier than Reg's, engulfed the entire planet. This is impossible. Reg staggered back in shock. How could you also reach this realm? For Chi-Chi, for all those you have slain, I shall defeat you. Sun Wukong's voice was low and filled with murderous intent. This was the first time he had ever felt such wrath. Humph. Even if you have transformed into Super Saiyan 5, what of it? Reg quickly regained his sinister grin. I will show you the chasm that lies between us. Bang. Both vanished from sight, and the next moment, the sky erupted with countless sparks of energy. Their speed was so astonishing that it eluded the naked eye. Only silvery trails could be seen crisscrossing in the air. Prepare to perish. Reg suddenly materialized behind Sun Wukong, his fists raining down like a tempest. Ugh! Sun Wukong barely managed to block, yet several punches landed heavily upon his chest. Gritting his teeth, he retaliated with an uppercut that sent Reg soaring into the sky. Kamehameha. Sun Wukong swiftly gathered energy in his hands, a blue-white energy wave shooting towards the heavens. Futile. Reg crossed his arms, forcefully cleaving the energy wave apart. But in the instant the energy dispersed, Sun Wukong had already flashed before him. Bam! 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 3 consecutive heavy punches struck Reg's face, culminating in a fierce kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Reg's body plummeted like a meteor, creating a massive crater 1,000 meters wide upon impact. Not yet finished. Sun Wukong raised his hands high, coalescing a gigantic energy sphere, Super Kamehameha. Laughable. Reg leapt from the pit, similarly forming a black energy sphere, Death Ball. The 2 cataclysmic energies collided in midair, a blinding radiance causing the entire planet to tremble. The shockwave of the explosion flattened the surroundings for hundreds of miles. As the dust settled, both combatants floated in the air, battered and bruised. Cough. Cough. Reg spat blood. I never anticipated you could push me to this extent. Reg. Sun Wukong wiped the blood from his lips. Your crimes are unforgivable. Ha ha. Then let us see who falls first. Reg suddenly surged, his hands becoming mere afterimages as he attacked Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong did not flinch or evade, meeting the assault with his own fists. The fists of the 2 opponents clashed at a velocity surpassing that of light, each collision triggering a distortion in space. Blood splattered from their bodies, yet neither showed any signs of retreat. It was the final blow. Sun Wukong suddenly seized Reg's arm and executed a shoulder throw, hurling him to the ground with a force so immense that it left Reg momentarily dazed. By the time he regained his senses, Sun Wukong had amassed an unprecedented amount of energy in his hands. Kamehameha tenfold. No. Reg hastily attempted to defend himself, but it was too late. A dazzling torrent of energy engulfed him entirely, and his body began to disintegrate within the pure energy. Aya! Reg let out a final, anguished scream. I refuse to accept this. How could I lose? As the radiance faded, Reg's figure had completely vanished, leaving behind a bottomless pit. Sun Wukong descended slowly, the silvery aura around him gradually dissipating. He knelt on the ground, tears finally streaming down his face. Kiki, I have avenged you. In the distance, Hill trembled as he stepped out from behind cover, surveying the ravaged battlefield, murmuring, "Is this the true power of a scion?" Chapter 58, The Ultimate One-Star Dragon. He'll cautiously approach Sun Wukong. "Mr. Wukong, has King Reg been utterly annihilated?" Hill gulped nervously, gazing intently at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong composed himself and spoke slowly. "Indeed. You can return to your home planet now." Although he had suspected as much, hearing it confirmed by Sun Wukong brought Hill to tears of joy. "This is wonderful. We can finally go back to our home planet." Ha ha ha. Observing Hill's elation, Sun Wukong felt a sense of relief wash over him. "Hill, the matters here have been resolved. I must take my leave." "Mr. Wukong, where are you going?" "I heard what Reg said. I came to this timeline in pursuit of an enemy. Initially, I intended to visit my family in this timeline, but now I have my own mission to fulfill. I must travel to other timelines to assist those in need, like you. Please convey my farewell to Carl." "Thank you, Mr. Wukong." Hill bowed in gratitude. "Well then, goodbye." Hill. Just then, the Kai of Time's new task arrived in Sun Wukong's hands. "The task from the Kai of Time has arrived. It's time to go." With that, he activated the time badge and stepped into the time portal. In a mysterious space, the enigmatic figure who had taken Azer appeared, carelessly tossing the barely conscious Azer to the ground. "I brought this guy back. You took your time returning." "Humph, I encountered a troublesome individual." "Who?" "Sun Wukong. And he has already mastered the power of Super Saiyan 5. The most intriguing aspect is the fusion of two souls into one." "Is that so?" A figure emerged from the darkness. Upon closer inspection, it was someone who bore an uncanny resemblance to Sun Wukong, save for a fiery mark on his forehead. The mysterious figure glanced at the Azer lying on the ground. "This guy's potential far surpasses that of Frisia and the others. With some cultivation, he could be of great use to us. We must expedite our progress. The appearance of this Sun Wukong fills me with an unsettling premonition." "Humph, your courage has waned. I shall hasten my pace." With that, he turned and vanished into the shadows. "May all proceed smoothly." The mysterious figure cloaked in black silently offered a prayer. In the skies above Earth, a portal materialized. Sun Wukong emerged from it. What a suffocating atmosphere. This realm is saturated with despair and fear. Let us first ascertain what has transpired. Sun Wukong closed his eyes, using his energy to sense the essence of life. Found it. In a flash, he appeared before a shadowy figure. "Elder, what has happened here? How could it have transformed into this?" The elder lifted his gaze to Sun Wukong. The elder before him slowly raised his head, his murky eyes bloodshot. Trembling, he pointed toward a distant city ruin shrouded in ominous black clouds. "It is all the work of the One-Star Dragon." "One-Star Dragon?" Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, vaguely recalling the name. "I was sent into your body only after perishing in battle with the One-Star Dragon." Wukong suddenly began to explain. 3 days prior, that monster appeared in the skies over the western capital. The elder's voice was hoarse as he recounted. "It claims it will immerse the entire universe in despair." Suddenly, the ground shook violently. A deafening explosion echoed from afar. Sun Wukong spun around, witnessing a dark red wave of energy soaring into the heavens, staining the sky crimson. "Ha ha! Despair now. Wail in agony." A chilling voice reverberated through the cosmos. Sun Wukong's pupils constricted as he beheld a dragon-shaped entity. Entirely black with 7 scarlet orbs embedded in its chest, suspended in midair, it was the legendary ultimate evil dragon, the One-Star Dragon. This malevolent aura, Sun Wukong clenched his fists, feeling an unprecedented sense of oppression. Surrounding the One-Star Dragon was an oppressive wave of negative energy, rapidly devouring the life force of the entire planet. Oh, another scion come to meet their demise? The One-Star Dragon suddenly turned, its blood-red eyes locking onto Sun Wukong. Upon recognizing his face, a hint of surprise crossed its countenance. "Sun Wukong, I never expected to find your presence here. In that case, how fortuitous. It is just the opportunity one need to stretch my limbs." The elder slumped to the ground, murmuring in hopeless despair, "It is over. All is lost." Sun Wukong took a deep breath, his golden aura erupting instantaneously. "Elder, ensure the survivors find safety," he declared in a grave tone. "This place is mine to defend." The power of Super Saiyan force swept across the heavens, standing in stark contrast to the One-Star Dragon's dark energy. The two terrifying forces collided in the air, warping the very fabric of space. "Interesting." The One-Star Dragon licked its lips. "It seems this will be quite the amusement." Sun Wukong assumed a combat stance, his expression grave. He understood that this would be a fight for the very survival of the entire realm. Sun Wukong, I hope the version of you from this timeline will provide me with a challenge. The ultimate one-star dragon's scarlet gaze regarded Sun Wukong with intrigue. This timeline. Are you not of this realm? Sun Wukong inquired. Indeed, in my realm, after I have vanquished you, I shall envelop the entire world in my malevolent aura. Gradually, I will cultivate despair and fear to nourish myself and augment my power. With the absorption of these emotions, I shall grow even stronger. I am no longer merely a super one-star dragon, but an ultimate one-star dragon. The ultimate one-star dragon presents himself with an air of solemnity, yet his words send shivers down the spine. Beware. The strength of the one-star dragon is not to be underestimated, especially now that he has undergone a breakthrough. He must be utterly annihilated, or he will surely regenerate. This was the very lesson learned by Goku, which ultimately led to his demise. I am aware. One-star dragon, how did you arrive in this realm? Even with your newfound power, it is insufficient to traverse time and space. Upon hearing this, the ultimate one-star dragon raised his hand to touch his brow. Naturally, assistance was involved. After uttering this, he caressed the flame upon his forehead. What is that? I am certain the one-star dragon did not originally bear this mark. It seems his transdimensional actions are closely tied to that symbol. One-star dragon, what is that? It is a token of acknowledgement from that esteemed individual. You shall witness its significance. That esteemed individual? One-star dragon, what is your purpose? Goku's gaze was sharp as he fixated on the one-star dragon. The ideals of that esteemed individual are beyond your comprehension. The one-star dragon scoffed in disdain. Whatever your intentions may be, I shall not allow you to succeed. Goku's expression was resolute. Just based on you? Defeat me first. Chapter 59, The Fierce Battle. One-star dragon, come forth to battle. With that, Goku charged towards the one-star dragon in his Super Saiyan 4 form, eager to gauge the current strength of his adversary. The one-star dragon regarded Goku with indifference. Goku erupted with golden energy, his crimson hair swirling in the tempest, unleashing the full might of Super Saiyan 4. He forcefully propelled himself off the ground, causing the earth to shatter, launching himself like a cannonball towards the one-star dragon suspended in the air. Super Saiyan 4? A futile struggle. The one-star dragon sneered, remaining in his stance, merely lifting a hand. Bang! Goku's full-powered punch was effortlessly caught by the one-star dragon with a single hand. The shock wave erupting, causing the ground within 1,000 meters to collapse, and a fierce wind swept across the battlefield. What? Goku's pupils dilated, realizing his fist could advance no further. Is this all the power you possess? A glint of disdain flickered in the one-star dragon's eyes as he suddenly seized Goku's wrist, forcefully slamming him into the ground. Boom! The earth was gouged, creating a massive pit, dust billowing into the sky. Goku gritted his teeth and sprang back to his feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This fellow's strength has surpassed his former self. Goku wiped the blood away, his expression grave. What's wrong? Can you not stand firm? The one-star dragon descended slowly, each step causing the ground to quake. Your Super Saiyan 4 is but an ant before me. Then how about this? Goku grinned widely, his fists clenched tightly. Boom! The golden aura surged abruptly, interwoven with a crimson radiance. The divine essence blazed fiercely within, and the light in his pupils sharpened further. The boundaries of the divine realm have been transcended. Oh! The one-star dragon narrowed his eyes slightly. This is becoming interesting. Now, let us see. In an instant, Sun Wukong vanished, reappearing before the one-star dragon, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! This time, the one-star dragon was forcefully sent back several hundred meters, his feet carving deep furrows into the ground. He steadied himself, glancing down at his chest, where his armor bore slight cracks. Excellent. Now this is commendable. The one-star dragon let out a sinister laugh and erupted with ferocity, launching a punch towards Sun Wukong. Boom! The collision of their fists unleashed a terrifying shockwave that swept across the surroundings, causing the ground within a radius of several kilometers to collapse instantly. The earth beneath their feet sank several dozen meters, forming a colossal crater. Sun Wukong roared, his punching speed escalating, each strike imbued with the power to obliterate continents. The one-star dragon, equally undaunted, matched his ferocity, their figures weaving through the air at high speed, every clash igniting earth-shattering explosions. Kamehameha. Seizing the moment, Sun Wukong concentrated, conjuring a more potent blue energy wave than ever before. Futile. With a single sweep of his hand, the one-star dragon effortlessly batted the Kamehameha away. The energy wave veered towards the sky, detonating within the clouds, painting the heavens in vibrant blue. What? Sun Wukong was taken aback. You truly believe such an attack could harm me? The one-star dragon scoffed, suddenly pointing a finger. Boom. A dark red energy beam pierced through Sun Wukong's shoulder, blood splattering as he let out a muffled groan, staggering backward. And it's not over yet. The one-star dragon lunged forward, delivering a knee strike to Sun Wukong's abdomen. Pooh! Sun Wukong spat out a mouthful of blood, his body bending like a bow. Yet in the next moment, he gritted his teeth and seized the one-star dragon's leg, hurling him fiercely. Boom! The one-star dragon was slammed into the ground, causing the earth to fracture. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong clasped his hands together, golden energy swirling furiously. Dragon Fist unleashed. A colossal golden dragon roared as it surged towards the one-star dragon. However, the one-star dragon slowly raised his head, the fiery mark on his forehead suddenly radiating a blinding red light. Allow me to show you the true essence of despair. Boom! An unfathomable surge of energy erupted, enveloping the one-star dragon in dark red flames, a streamlined blaze cloaking his form. The energy from the dragon fist was crushed effortlessly in his grasp. What? Sun Wukong's eyes widened. Now it's my turn. The one-star dragon sneered, instantly appearing before Sun Wukong, delivering a punch. Bang! Sun Wukong was sent flying, crashing through several mountain peaks before ultimately being embedded within a massive mountain. Cough! He struggled to crawl out from the rubble, half kneeling on the ground, blood continuously dripping. What's wrong? Can't you stand? The one-star dragon descended slowly, looking down at him from an elevated position. It's not over yet. Sun Wukong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his fighting spirit undiminished. Oh, still wish to struggle? The one-star dragon raised his hand, dark red energy beginning to gather. Let me see how long you can endure. One-star dragon, it is not merely you who has acquired newfound strength. Sun Wukong steadies his breath and gradually rises to his feet, proclaiming, "Allow me to unveil my new power." He straightens his posture, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze ignites with an unprecedented ferocity for battle. Drawing in a deep breath, the saiyan blood within him begins to boil, and a golden aura suddenly contracts. Then, with a resounding boom, a silver-white beam of light ascends into the heavens, piercing through the clouds. The entire earth trembles as the atmosphere is stirred by this terrifying energy, forming a colossal vortex. One-star dragon squints, for the first time revealing a serious expression. This energy, as the radiance dissipates, Sun Wukong's new form emerges, Super Saiyan 5. His crimson hair transforms entirely into a shimmering silver, radiant like moonlight, surrounded by arcs of silver lightning, his pupils morphing into a deep scarlet, exuding a primal aura. His muscular lines are perfected, each inch of skin brimming with destructive power. This is my new strength. Sun Wukong clenches his fists, his voice deep and resonant with might. One-star dragon scoffs, "What theatrics? No matter what form you take, the outcome remains unchanged." He suddenly erupts, appearing before Sun Wukong in an instant, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! However, this time, Sun Wukong intercepts the blow with a single hand. What? One-star dragon's pupils constrict. Too slow, Sun Wukong remarks coldly, swiftly grasping one-star dragon's arm and hurling him with great force. Boom! One-star's body crashes into the ground like a cannonball, instantly fracturing the continent. And a colossal shockwave unleashes a tidal wave of earth soaring 1,000 meters high. Cough! One-star dragon rises from the rubble, shock finally dawning in his eyes. Impossible! My strength has undeniably increased. Indeed, your power has grown. Sun Wukong hovers in the air, his silver aura ablaze like fire. But now I am stronger than you. Do not be so arrogant. One-star dragon roars, his body radiating dark red energy, the fiery mark on his forehead flickering wildly. I shall ensure your complete obliteration. He clasps his hands together, condensing an energy sphere capable of annihilating planets, and thrusts it towards Sun Wukong. Dark shockwave. Yet, Sun Wukong simply raises a hand, azure energy converging within his palm. Kamehameha. Boom. At the moment of collision, one-star dragon's attack is forcefully repelled. His annihilation wave is entirely suppressed. As the azure energy surges forth like a torrent, consuming all in its path. No, this cannot be. One-star dragon struggles desperately, but his body is engulfed by the shockwave, propelling him deep into the Earth's core. The ground fractures, magma erupts, and the entire planet seems to lament. But it is not over yet. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong vanishes, reappearing at the location where one-star dragon plummets, gripping his face with one hand and lifting him forcefully. Your power is merely this. Damn it. One-star dragon bellows, unleashing all his energy in a futile attempt to break free, but Sun Wukong's strength utterly overwhelms him. The final blow. With his right fist coalescing into a dragon's head-shaped energy, Sun Wukong struck fiercely at the chest of the one-star dragon. The dragon fist erupted. Boom. The force penetrated the one-star dragon's body, sending shockwaves soaring into the heavens, tearing through the clouds. The 7 dragon balls on the one-star dragon's chest simultaneously developed cracks, and his armor shattered piece by piece. No, it's impossible. How could I lose? The one-star dragon knelt on the ground, his body beginning to disintegrate. Sun Wukong gradually descended, the silvery aura around him receding, his crimson pupils returning to black. It is over. Not yet. The one-star dragon suddenly grinned maliciously. Do you think this can defeat me? His body began to twist violently, the 7 dragon balls flickering erratically, an even more terrifying power awakening. Chapter 60. Instinct. Fueled by rage from being crushed by Sun Wukong, the one-star dragon had forsaken everything to attain greater power. The one-star dragon frantically activated the fiery mark on his forehead. The mark blazed brilliantly, enveloping the one-star dragon entirely. When the flames subsided, his form had transformed once again. The 7 dragon balls on his chest were replaced by fiery runes, and cracks appeared on the spikes protruding from his back, with what seemed to be flowing flames within them. His eyes had completely turned a sinister shade of purple-black. Sun Wukong, I shall crush you little by little to quell my fury. The one-star dragon's purple-black eyes locked onto Sun Wukong, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Be careful. His power is on an entirely different level now. Understood. If I cannot deal with him, I will rely on you. Yes, I know. Sun Wukong scrutinized the one-star dragon, noting the significant increase in his strength. But the true measure would only be revealed in battle. Though he regarded the situation with great seriousness, he still verbally dismissed the one-star dragon. Sun Wukong, your words are quite impressive. I hope you can still boast like this later. The one-star dragon brimmed with unprecedented confidence in his abilities. Without further ado, both combatants launched into action. Boom! The one-star dragon's figure vanished in an instant, leaving only the scorching traces of flames in the air. Sun Wukong's pupils contracted sharply, instinctively sidestepping. Bang! The purple-black fist grazed his cheek, the gust from the punch leveling distant mountains. Sun Wukong's silver hair was swept up by the fierce wind, a streak of blood appearing on his cheek. Quite the speed, Sun Wukong grinned, the fire of battle igniting in his eyes. This was merely the beginning. The voice of the one-star dragon echoed ominously, his purple-black eyes flashing with dangerous light. Both warriors unleashed their full power. The silver and dark figures collided in the void, each clash warping space itself. With each punch exchanged, spiderweb-like fissures in space spread outward, only to gradually mend under the influence of the world's laws. Dragon Fist. Sun Wukong's right fist entwined with a phantom of a silver dragon, aimed directly at the one-star dragon's face. The latter did not evade. The fiery runes on his chest blazed brightly, absorbing the entirety of the dragon fist's energy. What? It's my turn now. The one-star dragon grinned malevolently, the runes on its chest reversing as the absorbed energy erupted forth with even greater ferocity. With a thunderous crash, Sun Wukong was struck by his own technique, plummeting into the ocean like a meteor. The surface of the sea instantaneously vaporized, revealing the depths of the ocean floor, thousands of meters below. But that was not the end. The one-star dragon clasped its hands together, summoning countless fiery spears behind it, the spear of annihilation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fiery spears cascaded down like a torrential downpour, each imbued with the power to obliterate stars. Below the surface, Sun Wukong suddenly looked up, thrusting his palms forward to create a protective barrier. Just as the silver-white shield formed, the fiery spears descended in succession. The explosive flames boiled the entire sea, sending columns of water soaring into the stratosphere. I've got you now. The one-star dragon appeared behind Sun Wukong like a specter, its claws ablaze with purple flames, aimed directly at his back. In a critical moment, Sun Wukong spun around, crossing his arms to block. A distinct crack echoed as his arm bone shattered. Sun Wukong let out a muffled grunt, using the force to propel himself backward, adjusting his posture midair. Can you escape? The one-star dragon followed closely, purple-black energy coalescing in its palm, unleashing the dark obliteration wave. Swoosh! The energy beam shattered the surrounding space like glass. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong evaded. But his left shoulder was still grazed, turning the silver white for a charred black. What's wrong? Where is that arrogance from before? The one-star dragon taunted. Yet its movements remained unhurried. It advanced towards Sun Wukong, delivering a knee strike to his abdomen. Bang! Sun Wukong barely managed to block it, only to be struck by a subsequent spinning kick that swept across his waist. The sound of his spine struggling under the pressure echoed as his body flew out like a kite with a severed string. Boom, boom, boom. After crashing through 3 mountain peaks, Sun Wukong finally stabilized his form. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and the brilliance of his Super Saiyan 5 silver hair dimmed slightly. It seems I underestimated you. Sun Wukong wiped away the blood, his breathing slightly labored. It's not too late to concede. The one-star dragon slowly closed in, purple-black energy swirling around it. I will make your demise more merciful. Concede? Sun Wukong suddenly laughed. That word does not exist in my vocabulary. The silver-white aura surged once more as Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of light, charging towards the one-star dragon. Within a fraction of a second, they exchanged blows hundreds of times, the shockwaves from their collisions altering the landscape for miles around. Tat, tat, tat. Countless silver-white fist shadows enveloped the one-star dragon. The latter remained unfazed, fiery runes manifesting around it, effortlessly deflecting the attacks. Futile, the one-star dragon remarked coldly, suddenly seizing Sun Wukong's wrist. This must come to an end. What? The purple-black energy spread along Sun Wukong's arm, and he felt his strength being siphoned away. The one-star dragon revealed a cruel smile, its other hand forming a blade-like finger, piercing straight towards Sun Wukong's chest. Uft! Blood gushed forth, and Sun Wukong's eyes widened, his silver-white aura flickering like a candle in the wind. I told you. The one-star dragon leaned in closer, whispering, I will crush you bit by bit. The purple-black energy erupted, and Sun Wukong plummeted to the earth like a meteor. As the dust settled, he was seen kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath. My strength is certainly not inferior to his. However, his speed is astonishingly swift. I find myself unable to keep pace with his rapid movements. Sun Wukong's expression revealed his unwillingness to accept defeat. Suddenly, he recalled the words spoken during his battle with Beerus. He resolved to give it a try. Rising to his feet, he lowered his defenses and gazed calmly at the one-star dragon. Sun Wukong gradually straightened his figure, his silvery hair gently swaying amidst the energy storm. He closed his eyes and exhaled a deep breath, fully relaxing his muscles. What? Have you given up resisting? The one-star dragon sneered, purple-black energy flickering at his fingertips. Or have you resigned yourself to your fate? Sun Wukong remained silent, standing still, having dispensed with even the most basic defensive posture. His breathing became long and steady, as if he were merging with the surrounding world. Playing tricks. A flicker of anger crossed the one-star dragon's eyes, and in an instant, he vanished. Boom. A purple-black fist struck directly at Sun Wukong's face. Blood splattered as his body was sent flying like a broken kite, carving a trench hundreds of meters long into the ground. Coughing up blood, Sun Wukong maintained his calm demeanor. He rose once more, his silvery aura now faint to the point of invisibility. How utterly dull, the one-star dragon scoffed, suddenly appearing behind Sun Wukong, his hand blazing with purple flames. Ready to strike down. Bang! This blow should have cleaved Sun Wukong in two, yet at the last moment, he slightly sidestepped, the hand blade leaving only a deep gash on his shoulder. The one-star dragon furrowed his brow, but his assault did not waver, swiftly following up with a sweeping kick. This time, Sun Wukong's body leaned back like a wisp of willow, narrowly evading the lethal strike. His movements appeared slow, yet were perfectly timed to evade the attack. Just a coincidence. The one-star dragon roared, his attack speed suddenly escalating. His fists transformed into a purple-black tempest, engulfing Sun Wukong entirely. However, a shocking scene unfolded. Sun Wukong's body began to sway in a peculiar rhythm, each movement precisely avoiding fatal blows. Although several punches and kicks landed upon him, the damage was significantly less than before. What is happening? The one-star dragon gazed in disbelief as his attacks repeatedly missed their mark. Sun Wukong remained with his eyes closed, yet his body seemed to possess a consciousness of its own. When the one-star dragon's fist approached, his muscles would instinctively contract and evade. As energy waves neared, his body would instinctively find the safest position. Damn it! The one-star dragon seethed, flames of runes flashing wildly on his chest. Let us see how long you can evade this. Ultimate Dark Annihilation. A purple-black energy column, several dozen meters in diameter, erupted forth. This strike contained the full force of the one-star dragon, shattering space in its wake. Facing this devastating attack, Sun Wukong still did not open his eyes. Just as the energy column was about to strike him, Chapter 61, The Ultimate State of Freedom. As the one-star dragon's assault was on the verge of hitting Sun Wukong. Swish! Sun Wukong's body shifted at an incredible angle, as energy columns whizzed past the hem of his garments. Although the residual force propelled him backward, the fatal strike was entirely evaded. Impossible! The one-star dragon's eyes widened in disbelief. You cannot escape. Amidst the swirling dust, Sun Wukong gradually rose to his feet. His silvery hair began to shimmer with a faint silver light, and an ethereal silver mist enveloped him. Most astonishingly, although his eyes remained tightly closed, his aura became unfathomably profound. So it is, Sun Wukong murmured softly to himself. This is the instinct of the body. Stop pretending. The one-star dragon seethed with fury, unleashing his energy to its utmost limit. I will obliterate you. He transformed into a bolt of purple-black lightning, racing towards Sun Wukong, his speed distorting the very fabric of space. Just as his fist was about to strike Sun Wukong's heart, smack! Sun Wukong's hand firmly intercepted the blow. He finally opened his eyes, the once crimson pupils now gleaming a silvery hue, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The ultimate will, unfettered by limitations, is it not? Let us call it the state of ultimate freedom. Sun Wukong calmly regarded the one-star dragon and spoke softly. Thank you for aiding me in transcending this realm. What? The one-star dragon, in terror, realized that no matter how forcefully he exerted himself, he could not advance an inch. Now it is my turn. Sun Wukong's silver figure suddenly became indistinct, and in the next heartbeat, the one-star dragon felt a searing pain in his abdomen. He looked down to find Sun Wukong's fist deeply embedded within him. Boom! The impact of the punch sent the one-star dragon soaring into the sky. Before he could regain his balance, Sun Wukong appeared above him, delivering a crushing elbow strike. Thunderous! The one-star dragon plummeted like a meteor, creating a massive crater with a diameter of a kilometer. As he struggled to rise, he found Sun Wukong standing at the edge of the pit, his silvery eyes calmly observing him. No, this cannot be. The one-star dragon howled in desperation. I have attained the strongest power. Power is not everything. Sun Wukong slowly raised his hand, silver energy coalescing in his palm. True strength lies in mastering oneself. Ultimate Kamehameha. The torrent of silver energy instantly engulfed the one-star dragon's figure, a blinding radiance illuminating the entire earth. As the light dissipated, the one-star dragon gazed at Sun Wukong with a face full of unwillingness. Sun Wukong. It is over, one-star dragon. Dragon fist purification. Sun Wukong, channeling the power of ultimate freedom, struck at the one-star dragon's brow. The one-star dragon fought back with all his might. Yet, his resistance was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot in the face of Sun Wukong's state of ultimate freedom. In an instant, Sun Wukong's power struck the fiery mark on the one-star dragon's forehead. Upon the impact, the one-star dragon's gaze returned to normal. He looked at Sun Wukong and uttered, "Thank you, Sun Wukong." With a hint of relief gracing his lips, the next moment, he was engulfed by Sun Wukong's energy, his corporeal form dissipating entirely. The might of the dragon fist soared into the heavens, eradicating the negative energy emitted by the one-star dragon. After a prolonged absence, the sun's rays finally graced the ground. The survivors begin to emerge one by one. How wonderful it is! The sun has finally shown itself. Sun Wukong swiftly approaches the elderly man from before. Elder, The one-star dragon has been vanquished. You can now live freely under the sun without any worries. The elderly man's face is alight with excitement, disbelief evident in his tone. Really? Is it true? Indeed. Sun Wukong's words serve as a potent tonic, igniting joy among the crowd. Observing the scene before him, Sun Wukong feels an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Within the temporal passage, Sun Wukong reflects on the one-star dragon's final actions. There was something amiss with the one-star dragon in the end. Yes, I noticed it too. It seems we have been drawn into something extraordinary. It feels connected to the mysterious figure we encountered earlier. I wonder if Lord Cronoa is aware of this. We should inquire with Lady Cronoa upon her arrival. After Sun Wukong departs, the enigmatic figure who rescued Azer appears at the site where the one-star dragon was slain. Extending his palm, he collects an invisible energy. Sun Wukong, continue your efforts. Just a few more wicked souls, and the collection will be complete. Ha! He then vanishes into thin air. In the temporal temple, Sun Wukong recounts all his encounters to Lord Cronoa, the god of time. Furrowing her brow, Cronoa appears perplexed. This is the first I've heard of such matters. Clearly, the situation is more complicated than I had anticipated. What must we do now? Regardless of their intentions, we must eliminate all who disrupt the temporal order. Their objectives shall not come to fruition. It seems we must expedite the process of bringing these individuals to justice. Standing at the center of the temporal temple, Lord Cronoa swiftly forms seals with her hands, golden temporal energy swirling around her. Countless temporal gates unfold behind her, each leading to a different timeline. All temporal patrollers, heed my command. Her voice resonates throughout the temple. Proceed to your designated timelines and bring all forces of chaos to justice. Understood. In a harmonious chorus, hundreds of temporal patrollers transform into streaks of light, rushing into various temporal gates. Sun Wukong stands aside, watching this magnificent scene, his eyes gleaming with determination. Lady Cronoa, where should I go? Cronoa turns to him, her expression grave. Wukong, there is a particular timeline that requires your attention. It is under the dominion of Frisia. Frisia? Sun Wukong raises an eyebrow, then breaks into an excited smile. Perfect. I have been wanting to confront that fellow. This timeline is quite unique, Cronoa explains. Frisia has somehow acquired power that transcends limits, and the entire universe cowers under his terrifying rule. Several temporal patrollers have already met their demise at his hands. Your appearance gives me hope. I implore you, Mr. Wukong. I understand. I wonder if Frisia's power is akin to that of the one-star dragon. That is precisely what you need to investigate. Kuranoa waved his hand to open a portal through time and space, proceeding with caution. For this Frisia might be entirely different from the one you know. Understood. I shall investigate this matter thoroughly. Son Goku nodded, stepping resolutely into the time portal. Chapter 62, The Fiery Frisia. The time passage gradually dissipated, and Son Goku's feet touched scorched earth. The air was thick with a pungent sulfuric scent, while the cracked ground sporadically erupted with molten lava. Most unsettling was the sky, which exhibited an ominous dark red hue, as if stained with blood. Is this the realm ruled by Frisia? Son Goku furrowed his brow, acutely sensing the malevolent aura permeating the air. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the distance. In an instant, Son Goku teleported closer, witnessing a group of Saiyans being herded by Frisia's soldiers, each adorned with heavy shackles, their eyes brimming with despair. Hurry! Lord Frisia awaits this batch of slaves. A horned space pirate cracked his whip, mercilessly striking an elderly Saiyan. A flicker of anger ignited within Son Goku's eyes as he prepared to intervene, when darkness suddenly enveloped the sky. An oppressive force descended from above, causing all soldiers to kneel in submission, not daring to lift their heads. This aura belongs to Frisia. Son Goku gazed upward, observing a figure engulfed in dark red flames slowly descending. This form was strikingly different from the Frisia etched in Son Goku's memory. His skin resembled molten lava, and most notably, a fiery mark was embedded in the center of Frisia's forehead, reminiscent of the one-star dragon. Ha ha ha. Witnessing the pitiful state of these wild monkeys is truly delightful. Frisia smirked, one hand covering his mouth as he looked down upon the enslaved Saiyan race. Frisia, one day, the surviving members of our clan will surely avenge us. A Saiyan, resembling a leader, struggled to raise his gaze towards Frisia in the sky. Ha ha ha, you Saiyans. Your fabled Super Saiyans are no match for me. Frisia mocked, disdain evident in his tone. If it weren't for your treacherous ambush, Our King Reg would never have fallen. His words struck a nerve deep within Frieza, darkening his expression. Silence. You foolish wild monkeys, having sought your own demise, shall now meet your end. Frieza extended his right hand, concentrating an energy sphere at his fingertip. Go. Quickly. Get away. The aliens overseeing the Saiyans hastily fled, while the Saiyans, exhausted from torment, could not evade the impending doom, helplessly watching the energy sphere plummet. In a moment of crisis, a figure appeared before the beleaguered Saiyans, intercepting the energy sphere. Who is this? Frieza's expression darkened as he beheld the energy sphere being blocked. Just then, a voice, etched into Frieza's very being, resonated from behind the energy sphere. Frieza, you are indeed beyond redemption. Frieza gritted his teeth, casting a fierce glare at the figure behind the energy sphere, articulating a name with deliberate intensity, Sun Wukong. With a mere touch of his finger, the energy sphere dissipated, revealing the very person Frieza loathed to his core, Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. Frieza's scream nearly rent the air as dark crimson flames surged wildly around him. How could you possibly be here? Sun Wukong landed gracefully, turning to the Saiyans behind him with a gentle smile. Are you all unharmed? The Saiyan leader stared blankly at this unexpected savior, his voice trembling. Are you truly a Saiyan? But why, ha ha ha? Frieza's sinister laughter interrupted their exchange. How ironic. In this world, to avert unforeseen calamities, I took it upon myself to annihilate the Saiyans, yet here you are, emerging once more. You truly are persistent. Sun Wukong shifted his focus back to Frieza, his gaze sharpening. Frieza, what is that mark upon your forehead? Oh, you've noticed? Frieza smugly caressed the fiery insignia on his brow. This is the mark of the gods, bestowing upon me newfound power. I am now far more formidable than the Frieza you once knew. Again with this mark. Sun Wukong's brow furrowed. It seems you, much like the one-star dragon, are being manipulated by some unseen force. Manipulated? Frieza erupted with laughter. Ha ha ha. You are mistaken. This is power I willingly acquired, to utterly eradicate every last Saiyan. Before he could finish, Frieza abruptly raised his hand, unleashing a dark crimson energy wave aimed directly at the Saiyans below. Boom. In an instant, Sun Wukong teleported to the front, deflecting the energy wave with a single hand. Frieza, your opponent is me, just as I hoped. Frieza's tail flicked with excitement. Let me see if the version of you that has come to this time can truly satisfy me. The two unleashed their energies simultaneously, the terrifying force causing the very ground to tremble. The enslaved Saiyans gazed in terror at the spectacle, having never before felt such a powerful clash of forces. Back away, Sun Wukong shouted without turning, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Leave this to me. Humph. Still have the leisure to concern yourself for others? Frieza suddenly appeared behind Sun Wukong, his flaming fist crashing down with ferocity. Bang! Sun Wukong quickly turned to block, yet the force still propelled him backward for several meters. Shaking his tingling arm, he acknowledged, the power has indeed increased significantly. This is merely the beginning. Frieza cackled madly, swiftly conjuring a massive fireball with both hands. Try this. Death Energy Sphere. The fireball hurtled forward as Sun Wukong brought his hands together. Kamehameha. The two energies collided midair, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Amidst the smoke and dust, Frieza suddenly surged forth, his tail snapping towards Sun Wukong's face like a whip. Crack! Sun Wukong deftly seized the incoming tail, swinging Frieza down towards the ground with tremendous force. Boom! The earth was cratered upon impact, yet Frieza immediately leapt from the pit, exclaiming, "Meteor flame!" Countless meteors cascaded from the heavens as Sun Wukong deftly evaded them while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Prepare to meet your demise, Sun Wukong. Not quite. In a sudden burst of speed, Sun Wukong transformed into a golden streak of light, encircling Frieza. For Wukongs, four identical figures of Sun Wukong emerged simultaneously, launching their assault from various angles. Frieza, caught off guard, struggled to respond, but was still struck by a powerful blow to the chin. Curse be you! Frieza roared in fury, unleashing his energy and dispersing the clones. You shall pay dearly for this. The mark on his forehead erupted with dark red energy, and his form began to shift. The molten patterns on his skin became more pronounced as his physique swelled. Flame form unleashed. Frieza's voice turned low and gravelly now. Witness my true power. Sun Wukong felt the scorching wave of heat wash over him, his expression turning grave. It was clear he had to take this seriously. Ascending to Super Saiyan 4, beyond all limits. The two charged toward each other once more, and their clash caused the ground for miles around to collapse. The battle had officially reached a fever pitch. Chapter 63, Frisia's Loss of Reason. Boom. Two terrifying energies collided in the air, the shockwave casting molten rock into the sky for miles. Sun Wukong and Frisia's forms intertwined amidst the explosive smoke, each carving deep furrows into the ground. Gasping for breath, Sun Wukong's crimson aura of Super Saiyan 4 flickered slightly. His time-traveling suit lay in tatters, and his exposed skin bore the marks of severe burns. Frisia, too, found himself in a dire state, with cracked, lava-like skin and his forehead mark radiating a shimmering glow. I never imagined you could force me to this extent. The Saiyans observing from a distance were utterly astonished. The aged Saiyan leader trembled. Is this the power of a Super Saiyan? No. This surpasses that of an ordinary Super Saiyan, remarked a young Saiyan warrior, his eyes shimmering with hope. He must be the legendary Super Saiyan god. On the battlefield, Frisia suddenly launched an attack, his flaming tail lashing towards Sun Wukong like a whip. Crack! Sun Wukong skillfully seized the incoming tail and hurled Frisia forcefully to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. 3 successive slams created enormous craters in the earth. Yet Frisia, grinning malevolently, erupted from the last pit, a flaming fist aimed straight at Sun Wukong's face. Bang! The punch landed squarely, sending Sun Wukong flying, crashing through a distant volcano. Lava surged forth, engulfing his figure. My lord! The Saiyans gasped in horror. Ha. Did you witness that? This is the fate of those who dare to oppose me. Frisia laughed triumphantly, but his laughter was abruptly cut off. From the erupting lava, a golden-red figure slowly ascended. Sun Wukong was enveloped in an even more intense aura, fully unleashing the power of Super Saiyan 4. Frisia. The voice of Son Goku resonated with a deep intensity, declaring that this farce must come to an end. Arrogance. Frisia bellowed as he charged forward, and the two engaged once more in a fierce melee. The shockwaves from their colliding fists and feet relentlessly tore through the surrounding space, forcing the observing Saiyans to retreat repeatedly. Dragon Fist unleashed. Seizing the moment, Son Goku's right fist, entwined with the shimmering illusion of a golden dragon, struck mercilessly at Frisia's abdomen. With a grunt, Frisia spat out blood, his body curling in agony. Goku pressed his advantage, delivering an uppercut that sent Frisia soaring into the sky. Tenfold Kamehameha. A brilliant torrent of blue energy surged skyward, completely engulfing Frisia. As the light dissipated, Frisia plummeted from the heavens, his body charred and battered, crashing heavily to the ground. Did he win? The Saiyans watched in disbelief. Amidst the rising dust, Frisia struggled to rise, his eyes ablaze with fury. No, it's impossible. How could I lose to a Saiyan? He trembled as he traced the radiant flame mark on his forehead, his expression gradually morphing into madness. If that is the case, then let us perish together. Stop, Frisia. Goku sensed the impending danger and shouted, that mark will control your consciousness. Ha. Control my consciousness? What of it? Frisia cackled maniacally. As long as I can kill you, any price is worth paying. He unleashed the power of the mark on his forehead, dark red energy erupting like a volcano. This is bad. Goku immediately assumed a defensive posture, but it was too late. A terrifying shockwave hurled him away, crashing him violently against a distant cliff. As the dust settled, a completely transformed monstrosity emerged before the onlookers. Frisia's physique had expanded several-fold, his body enveloped in pitch-black scales, and his tail bristling with barbs. The flame mark on his forehead had spread across his entire face, forming grotesque patterns. Most terrifying of all were his eyes, now entirely blood-red, devoid of any glimmer of rationality. What is this creature? The Saiyans recoiled in terror. Frisia had succumbed entirely to the mark's control. Goku struggled to crawl from the rubble, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Now, he was but a hollow shell driven by malevolent thoughts. Kill all the Saiyans. The monstrous Frisia emitted a guttural roar, slowly turning toward Goku. Starting with you. Boom. Without any warning, the monstrous Frisia materialized before Goku. His colossal fist, ablaze with black flames, came crashing down. Bang! Goku barely managed to block the blow, but the ground beneath him instantly caved in. He was shocked to discover that his opponent's power had multiplied several times over. Die, die, die. The monster Frieza raged, swinging his fists with destructive force. Goku was forced to retreat continuously, as the might of Super Saiyan 4's limits was no longer sufficient to contend with Frieza's current form. Be careful, Master. The distant Saiyans cried out in alarm. Son Goku narrowly evaded a sweeping strike, yet the monstrous Frieza's tail suddenly struck from an unexpected angle, delivering a harsh blow to his back. With a splatter of blood, Son Goku was propelled like a severed kite, crashing into a towering mountain. Ha! Perish! The fiendish Frieza gaped his monstrous maw, unleashing a torrent of black flames several meters in diameter towards Son Goku. In that very moment, as he collided with the mountain, Son Goku let out a resounding roar that echoed through the heavens and the earth. An immense force radiated forth, instantly nullifying Frieza's power. The form of Super Saiyan 5 manifested before all. Frieza, the true battle has only just begun. Boom. The clash of silvery energy and dark crimson flames erupted in the air, sending shockwaves that upheaved the surrounding magma for miles. Son Goku's silvery hair danced amidst the energy tempest, his scarlet beast-like eyes fixated upon his adversary. Exterminate the Saiyans. On Frieza's twisted visage, the fiery insignia shimmered with a sinister glow. Frieza, Son Goku proclaimed with gravitas, behold your current state. This is not the true you. The true me? Frieza's voice rasped like metal scraping. This is the power I have longed for. As the Emperor of the universe, how could I possibly be defeated by you? A foul monkey? Unforgivable. Suddenly, he surged forth, his barbed tail striking like lightning. Swish, swish, swish. Son Goku darted about, narrowly evading the lethal assault. Yet the barbs left a crimson mark upon his cheek. Ha! Keep running. Just keep running. Frieza cackled maniacally, gathering spheres of pitch-black energy in his hands. Let us see how long you can evade. Death Meteor. Dozens of black energy spheres rained down like a tempest. In haste, Son Goku activated the four-way fist. Four figures emerged simultaneously, each intercepting the incoming energy spheres. Amidst the explosive flames, Son Goku surged forward towards Frieza, unleashing the Dragon Fist. Boom! The heavy punch, entwined with the illusion of a golden dragon, struck Frieza's chest fiercely, sending him crashing into the distant mountainside. Have we won? The watching Saiyans held their breath. Suddenly, the entire peak began to tremble violently. Ha! What a thrill! Frieza erupted from the mountain, his chest cavity, now hollowed, was rapidly mended by the energy surging from the fiery insignia. Now that's more like it. The mark upon his forehead blazed brightly, his speed multiplying exponentially. His fists, engulfed in black flames, rained down like a deluge. Bang, bang, bang. Son Goku barely managed to block the blows, yet each strike left his arms numb. A heavy kick suddenly struck, landing squarely in his abdomen. With a splatter of blood, Son Goku was propelled like a cannonball through 3 volcanoes. My lord! The Saiyans gasped in astonishment. Struggling amidst the magma, Son Goku rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His fighting spirit ignited anew. It appears I must get serious. With that, he closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, his gaze had transformed into one of profound clarity. Ultimate freedom. A silvery aura surged skyward as Sun Wukong's speed reached its zenith. He transformed into a streak of light, raining down punches and kicks upon Frieza with the ferocity of a tempest. The impact reverberated with relentless force, causing Frieza to retreat under the onslaught. His black-scaled armor fracturing with each blow. Each of Sun Wukong's attacks was deftly evaded with minimal movement. How infuriating! How could this be possible? The monstrous Frieza gritted his teeth, staring at Sun Wukong, who radiated an intense heat. He uttered Sun Wukong's name with a venomous intensity. Sun Wukong, I will surely kill you. With that, he recklessly summoned the fiery mark upon his forehead. A surge of unparalleled power erupted from Frieza's being, but at the cost of his very sanity. His eyes became void of pupils, emitting a primal roar akin to that of a beast. How pitiful Frieza! The once invincible tyrant had devolved into this wretched state in pursuit of power. Sun Wukong, observing Frieza's transformation, felt a pang of sympathy. Allow me to liberate you, he declared, gathering energy in his hands as he unleashed a Kamehameha wave, its potent force directed at the monstrous Frieza. Feeling the imminent threat, Frieza, devoid of pupils, turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong, letting out a fierce roar as he instinctively gathered energy to resist. The clash of azure and crimson energy erupted in the air. The resulting shockwave sent debris flying, forcing the onlookers to retreat in alarm. "It's over, Frieza." "Huh." Sun Wukong intensified his energy output, relentlessly pressing his attack against Frieza, enveloping him in a torrent of power. Under the assault of the Ultra Instinct state, Frieza's forehead mark shattered, his eyes returning to their former state. Though defeated, his expression bore no trace of panic, but rather a look of liberation, akin to a celestial dragon. With a peculiar laughter, the reign of the Cosmic Emperor Frieza came to a close. "We won. This is marvelous. We are saved." Ha ha. The long-oppressed Saiyans below erupted in jubilant cheers. After vanquishing Frieza, Sun Wukong promptly returned to the Time Temple. Following this intense battle, he required rest to assimilate his recent experiences and gains. In the primary timeline, ever since Sun Wukong's departure, the safety of Earth had been entrusted to Vegeta and Gohan. In response to the rebellion from various cosmic races, Frieza's forces had no choice but to resurrect him. After an unprecedented period of training post-resurrection, Frieza sought vengeance against Sun Wukong on Earth. With Wukong absent, Gohan stepped forth to confront the threat. Initially, he triumphed over Frieza with overwhelming force, but Frieza soon transformed. Declaring himself Golden Frieza, Gohan's mysterious form faltered against this new incarnation. In a critical moment, Vegeta arrived from the God of Destruction, slaying Frieza in his Super Saiyan Blue form. Peace returned to Earth for a time. On this day, the gathering at Bulma's home was filled with laughter and camaraderie. Suddenly, a time machine appeared above Bulma's residence, as Trunks once again emerged from the future seeking help. As the time machine's hatch slowly opened, Trunks stumbled out, his battle suit in tatters and his face marred by dried blood. "Trunks!" Bulma exclaimed, rushing forward. "What has happened? How are you injured again?" "Mom." Trunks weakly lifted his head. "A new crisis has emerged in the future." Vegeta, furrowing his brow, stepped closer. "Explain yourself clearly, boy. What kind of enemy could reduce you to this state?" A flicker of fear crossed Trunks' eyes. "It is someone who looks exactly like Uncle Goku. He calls himself Evil Goku." "What?" Gohan gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. "He looks like Dad?" "Indeed," Trunks recalled painfully. "He wears a black martial arts uniform and bears a strange mark on his forehead. His power is terrifying." Vegeta scoffed. "Humph, a charlatan. What is he doing now?" "Massacring." Trunks' voice trembled. "He is torturing humanity in the future world." Bulma embraced her son tightly. "Do not fear. We shall resolve this matter." Gohan clenched his fists. "We must stop him. Dad has yet to return from the Supreme Kai of Time, and it is up to us." Trunks shook his head. "There isn't enough time. Evil Goku has already destroyed a third of the city, and..." He lifted his gaze, filled with dread. "He said he is coming to find this universe's Goku. What he did in my timeline was merely an appetizer." "What?" Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply. "What audacity!" "Please, Dad," Trunks implored. "You and Gohan must return with me to the future. You are the only ones who can stop him." Vegeta snorted. "Perfect. I've been itching for a fight." "Gohan, prepare yourself. We shall depart immediately." Gohan nodded. "I will inform Videl." 3 hours later, the three stood before the time machine. Trunks adjusted the controls. "I have set the coordinates. It will take us directly to where Evil Goku has recently appeared." "Mom, be careful," Trunks warned. "If that fiend truly arrives in this timeline." "Do not worry," Bulma forced a smile. "With Chi-Chi and Videl here, we will be fine. Besides, Goku will be back soon." Vegeta impatiently interrupted. "Enough chatter. Let us go." At that moment, Piccolo stepped forward. "Wait, I am coming with you." "But," Uncle Piccolo Gohan started, wanting to protest. Piccolo raised his hand to silence him. "Gohan, I am not weak enough to be left behind. Even if I cannot assist you, I can still save lives." Seeing this, Gohan ceased his objections. The four boarded the time machine, and with a burst of dazzling light, they vanished from their location. As the light faded, they found themselves amidst ruins. The once thriving city now lay in shambles, the air thick with the scent of charred remains. Chapter 65, Evil Goku. Is this the work of Evil Goku? Gohan gazed in disbelief at the devastation before him. Trunks nodded heavily, asserting that this was all in the pursuit of crafting a splendid new world. Suddenly, Vegeta jerked his head up, sensing a formidable energy approaching. In the distant sky, a dark figure leisurely descended. clad in a black martial arts uniform. With a deep crimson belt cinched at his waist, a fiery emblem glimmered at his brow, and an unsettling smile adorned his face. "I found you." The voice of evil Goku rang with a mischievous delight. "Trunks, have you finally summoned reinforcements?" He surveyed the surroundings, disappointment evident in his tone. "What a pity. Goku is absent, which diminishes the fun considerably." "Evil Goku," Trunks exclaimed through gritted teeth. Gohan stared in disbelief at this doppelganger of his father. "Who are you? Why are you doing this?" Evil Goku tilted his head, feigning innocence. "Why? It's all for the creation of a better world. As for me, I am also Goku." "Gohan, technically you are my son too." "Impossible." Gohan retorted firmly, unwavering in his belief that his father would never engage in such malevolence, regardless of the timeline. Indeed, Goku would never do such a thing. Piccolo concurred, standing resolute. "You bastard." Vegeta erupted in fury, unleashing a brilliant blue aura as he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. "Enough of your nonsense. While I may not be fond of Kakarot, he would never stoop to such depths." "Oh, Super Saiyan Blue?" Evil Goku's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "How delightful. You are far from the dullards I imagined. Let us see how long you can entertain me." He slowly raised his hand, and a crimson energy blade surged forth, slicing towards the trio. Boom. Vegeta intercepted the attack just in time, yet the impact forced him back several steps. "This guy is formidable." "Gohan," Trunks shouted. "Let us combine our efforts." Gohan nodded, instantly transforming into a mysterious form, and together they charged toward Evil Goku. "Too slow." Evil Goku chuckled, evading all their strikes with an uncanny agility. "You simply one-T-do. Don't get cocky." Vegeta suddenly appeared behind Evil Goku, launching a powerful punch toward his back. Bang! Evil Goku staggered forward a few steps from the blow, but quickly regained his composure. "Oh dear. Ambushing is quite the bad habit." His expression shifted to one of malice, as dark crimson energy erupted around him, his hair morphing to match. "Now, let me show you true power." A terrifying wave of energy surged through the arena, sending the four combatants reeling. "This power," Trunks gasped, eyes wide with terror. It was stronger than before. Evil Goku ascended slowly, gazing down at the trio. "Game time begins. Let us have some fun." Evil Goku's figure traced a dark crimson arc in the air, his laughter echoing like a devil's whisper over the ruins. "So weak, truly weak." He easily dodged Trunks' slashing attack, retaliating with a swift palm that sent him crashing into the ground. "Is this your so-called hope?" "Trunks," Son Gohan roared as he charged forward, the aura of his mysterious form surging dramatically. However, the malevolent Goku merely raised a hand, unleashing a dark crimson energy wave that sent him hurtling back hundreds of meters. "Gohan." Trunks struggled to rise from the pit, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Seizing the moment, Piccolo launched a surprise attack from the side, pressing his hand to his forehead to concentrate his lethal technique. Special Beam Cannon. Crack. The sinister Goku caught the deadly beam without turning around, crushing it effortlessly in his grasp. Ambushes are not commendable habits, Namekian. Damn it. Vegeta wiped the blood from his forehead, the aura of Super Saiyan Blue surging once more. "Do not get too cocky." In an instant, he teleported in front of the malevolent Goku, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks like a tempest. The dark Goku effortlessly blocked each strike, maintaining a chilling smile upon his face. Bang! A powerful punch finally broke through his defenses, striking the malevolent Goku squarely on the face. Yet, he merely tilted his head slightly, not even shifting his stance. "Is that all you've got, Vegeta?" The malevolent Goku suddenly grasped Vegeta's wrist. "Allow me to teach you what true power is." Crack! The sound of shattering bone echoed, and Vegeta stifled a groan as his right arm hung limply. "Father!" Trunks charged recklessly, only to be met with a kick to the abdomen from the dark Goku, causing him to collapse to the ground. "Look at you all." The malevolent Goku hovered in midair, gazing down at the battered quartet. "Do you not resemble a group of ants desperately struggling for survival?" Struggling, Son Gohan managed to rise. Why? Why are you doing this? Why? The malevolent Goku tilted his head, "Because it is amusing. Watching you insignificant creatures fight back with such futile hope is simply delightful." He slowly raised his hand, dark crimson energy coalescing in his palm. "Well, have you had enough fun? It is time for your journey to end." Just as the situation seemed dire, Vegeta suddenly laughed. "Ha ha ha. The malevolent Goku raised an eyebrow, questioning Vegeta's sanity. Vegeta lifted his head, flames of defiance igniting in his eyes. Though that bastard Kakarot always seems to be a step ahead, I, Vegeta, the Prince of Saiyans, shall not be outdone. A surge of more powerful energy enveloped him. A brand new force awakening within. A power surpassing Super Saiyan Blue was coming to life. The once light blue energy was replaced by a deep azure hue. His gaze became clear and profound. The fractured arm began to mend under the nurturing of this newfound strength. Super Saiyan Deep Blue. Vegeta's power awakened, rivaling that of the malevolent Goku. Sensing this surge of strength, the dark Goku's expression grew more serious. Clap, clap, clap. Vegeta, it seems I underestimated you. I hope you can bring me even more amusement. Boom. The deep blue energy clashed violently with the dark crimson force in the air. Shockwaves overturning the ruins for miles around. Vegeta's pupils constricted, every muscle in his body tensing to its utmost limit. Interesting, the malevolent Goku licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with a morbid excitement. Now you are worthy to be my toy. Toy. Vegeta scoffed, instantly appearing above the dark Goku. Let me show you the fury of the Prince of Saiyans. Ultimate Flash. A dazzling column of deep blue light cascaded down. Yet the malevolent Goku merely chuckled softly as he raised his hand. Dark Barrier. Instantly, a dark red energy coalesced into a shield, and the collision of the two forces sent tremors through the very earth. Amidst the swirling dust, two figures darted like lightning, their fists and feet clashing in a thunderous symphony. Bam! 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 Each encounter warped the fabric of space, forcing the three onlookers to retreat repeatedly. Father is astonishingly powerful. Hope rekindled in Trunks' eyes. No, it's still insufficient. Piccolo gravely shook his head. That monster has yet to unleash its true potential. As if to affirm his words, Goku abruptly widened the distance. The warm-up is over. Now the main event begins. He threw his head back and unleashed a primal roar. The energy within him erupted, the dark red flames transforming into purest black. The evil Super Saiyan. A terrifying energy storm engulfed the arena, causing Goku's hair to stand even more erect, his eyes blazing a fiery crimson. Within the inky black flames, blood-red lightning flickered ominously. What is this form? Gohan staggered back in shock. Vegeta's forehead glistened with cold sweat. Yet his fighting spirit surged. Stop this charade. He charged forward with all his might, the deep blue flames blazing at their zenith. However, it was too slow. Goku's voice suddenly echoed beside him. What? Before Vegeta could react, a searing pain erupted in his abdomen. Goku's fist had embedded itself deep within him. Poof! Vegeta spat a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing through 3 hills before finally coming to a halt. Uncle Vegeta. Gohan attempted to rush forward, but an invisible force held him in place, rendering him immobile. Don't rush, your turn will come soon. Goku chuckled lightly, his finger curling slightly, causing Vegeta's body to float uncontrollably from the rubble. Cough, you fiend. Vegeta struggled to break free, only to find his strength rapidly dissipating. Do you sense the disparity? Goku floated closer, the pitch-black aura distorting the very space around them. This is the true power of a Saiyan, pure evil and destruction. He seized Vegeta by the throat. Fear not, I shan't kill you so swiftly. I want you to witness them one by one dreaming. Suddenly, Vegeta erupted in fury, conjuring a purple energy sphere in his left hand. Destruction. Boom. The close-range explosion forced the two apart. Vegeta knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, while Goku merely patted his singed chest. Oh, the god of destruction's technique. Alas, he remarked, as his wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace. In this form, I am invincible. Goku suddenly appeared behind Vegeta, delivering a sweeping kick that sent him soaring into the sky. Dark energy blast. Countless black energy blasts rained down upon the airborne Vegeta. The explosions blackened the sky, the deep blue flames within dwindling further. Father! Trunks cried out in anguish. As the dust settled, Vegeta's battered figure plummeted from the heavens. Goku leisurely floated beneath him, raising his foot to crush his back. The final strike. An energy sphere suddenly surged from behind. Evil Goku swiftly evaded. Stop! Son Gohan, unsteadily rising, fixed his gaze upon evil Goku. With my father absent, I shall protect everyone. Oh, is that so? You think you can? Evil Goku observed the wavering son Gohan with keen interest, his tone dripping with disdain. My father once said that as long as I am filled with rage, there is no enemy I cannot defeat. Son Gohan recalled his father's words, steadfastly locking eyes with evil Goku. Moreover, ever since my father departed with the Supreme Kai of Time, I have not slacked in my training. This time, I will undoubtedly safeguard everyone. With that, Son Gohan began to transcend his limits. His heart, resolute in its desire to protect, was ignited by the anger of his inadequacy that had put his loved ones in peril. He was furious at himself for having neglected his training. He could have resolved the crisis directly, yet his arrogance had led to his father's demise. He was incensed by his own hubris. Time and again, he had let down the expectations of those around him, and for his inability to reciprocate their trust, he was filled with rage. In this fervent state of mind, Son Gohan's anger shattered the confines of his heart. A primal power began to awaken within him. Roars erupted from his lips, reverberating through the air. The very earth trembled beneath the weight of Son Gohan's breakthrough. The sky darkened, and lightning crackled across the heavens. Evil Goku observed this transformation with an expression of newfound gravity. Interesting, as expected of Gohan. Let me witness just how strong you can become. Do not disappoint me. With a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his own battle desire was fully ignited. Son Gohan's roar resonated like the cry of an ancient beast, shaking the very foundations of the earth. A blue-white aura erupted from him like a volcanic explosion, instantly lifting the debris within a mile radius into the air. What kind of energy is this? Trunks had to brace himself with his arms against the oncoming wave of energy, the ground beneath him fracturing with each moment. Sweat beaded upon Piccolo's green skin. Gohan's Saiyan bloodline was undergoing a profound transformation. Amidst the blue-white aura, crimson energy began to intertwine, and Son Gohan's muscles swelled visibly, his physique enlarging significantly. His hair grew wildly, shooting upwards like steel wires, each strand pulsating with ferocious energy. A distinctive fringe hung over his forehead. Boom! A blood-red lightning bolt cleaved the sky, striking Son Gohan directly. As the electric light faded, all beheld a completely new form. His once gentle eyes transformed into feral, beast-like orbs, with pupils now a fierce red. His muscular contours were chiseled like stone, scarlet energy swirling about his body, electrifying the air, while blue-white energy enveloped him from the outside. Most astonishing was the raw, primal aura that emanated from him, as if an ancient beast had awakened. This is... Trunks' voice trembled. The beast form. Son Gohan's voice resonated deeply, filled with power, each word echoing profoundly. The most primal Saiyan power within me. A transformation uniquely my own. The mischievous expression on evil Goku's face vanished, replaced by an unusual seriousness. How intriguing. He suddenly burst into laughter, declaring, "Now you truly deserve to be my opponent." Gohan and Vegeta struggled to rise, yet a gratifying smile graced Vegeta's lips. "Well done, Uncle Vegeta, please take a good rest." Gohan did not turn back, but his voice resonated with unwavering determination. "Leave the rest to me." Evil Goku, unable to contain his excitement, charged forward. "Let me test your strength." Boom! Their fists collided, sending shockwaves that compressed the ground within a 1,000-meter radius. This time, evil Goku did not falter, yet he could not seize the upper hand as he had before. "Not bad." Evil Goku licked his lips, "but you are still far from enough." He suddenly changed tactics, delivering a sweeping kick aimed at Gohan's waist. However, it was far too slow. Gohan's voice emerged unexpectedly from behind. "What?" Evil Goku's pupils contracted sharply, and before he could turn around, a searing pain struck his back. "This punch is for the lives you have taken." A fist infused with crimson lightning crashed into evil Goku's spine, driving him into the ground. Before the dust settled, Gohan clasped his hands together. Magic flash. No longer was it the customary white energy wave, but a golden beam entwined with blood-red lightning descended, transforming the entire area into scorched earth. Chapter 67. The Malevolent Soul. After such a blow, even someone as formidable as evil Goku found it difficult to withstand. He staggered to his feet, wiping his mouth with one hand, yet his tone was curiously appreciative. "No wonder it's Gohan. A remarkably powerful strike." Gohan remained solemn. "I do not care who you are, but using my father's face to commit evil deeds, I shall not let you go unpunished." "Ha! Gohan, then come at me." Evil Goku stood firm. "Let me show you my true power." Gohan paused, taken aback. He did not expect that this was not even evil Goku's full strength. Nevertheless, He did not dwell on it, for he was confident that he was no match for anyone now. Evil Goku summoned the power within him, an overwhelming aura emerging from his being. Just as Evil Goku was about to unleash his full strength, a pitch-black spatial rift suddenly tore open beside him. A hand cloaked in a black robe extended from within, firmly pressing on Evil Goku's shoulder. Enough! It is not yet time for the final battle. A deep, gravelly voice emerged from beneath the cloak. Evil Goku's movements abruptly halted, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. How disappointing! Yet, he retracted the energy he was gathering. Gohan, vigilant, fixed his gaze on the suddenly appeared figure. Who are you? The cloaked figure did not respond but spoke in a raspy voice. Gohan, your growth is indeed surprising. However, he slowly raised his head, a strange smile faintly visible beneath the hood. The real game has only just begun. Stop! Just as Gohan attempted to advance, an invisible force impeded him. Evil Goku followed the cloaked figure toward the rift, turning back to Gohan with a familiar smile. Do not rush, Gohan. We shall meet again soon, and at that time, you shall witness true power. However, wait. Sun Wukong yearned to pursue, but the spatial rift had swiftly closed. In his fury, he struck the ground with his fist, causing the earth to tremble. Trunks and Piccolo hurried to his side. Wukong, are you all right? Trunks inquired with concern. Sun Wukong gradually rose, his beastly form slowly receding. I am fine, but... He clenched his fist. That figure in the black cloak gave me an ominous feeling. Piccolo's expression turned grave. It seems the situation is more intricate than we imagined. That mysterious individual is likely the mastermind behind all of this. Vegeta approached, nursing his injured arm. Regardless of their schemes, the next time we meet, I shall personally deal with that impostor. Sun Wukong gazed in the direction where the cloaked figure had vanished, a resolute light shining in his eyes. Father, no matter where you are, we will surely protect this world. Await our return. You are being overly reckless. It is not the time to confront Son Goku, and you have already dealt with Zamasu. Otherwise, he could have been our ally. Within the temporal passage, the cloaked figure expressed dissatisfaction towards the evil Goku. TCH, that fellow dares to replace my body? Even if it is only from this timeline, I cannot tolerate it. The evil Goku, slightly perturbed by the cloaked figure's words, replied, Oh well, despite some interruptions, overall it is still acceptable. Now, we only need to gather a few more of the most malevolent souls. I hope those time patrollers hasten their pace. Soon, the two vanished within the temporal passage. A vortex of time dissipated slowly, and Trunks' feet touched upon a barren wasteland. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and the cracked earth bore witness to dried bloodstains scattered about. Most unsettling was the eerie silence enveloping the land, devoid of even the sound of the wind. Is this the timeline ruled by Cell? Trunks gripped his sword tightly, warily surveying his surroundings. In the distance, a dilapidated village came into view. He hastened his steps, discovering that only shattered walls remained, with several emaciated corpses strewn about, as if all their bodily fluids had been siphoned away. Help! Someone please! A faint cry for help emanated from a half-collapsed house. Trunks rushed inside, finding an elderly man on the brink of death. Elder, what has happened? Trunks supported the old man and offered him a sip of water. A flicker of fear crossed the elder's murky eyes. That demon Cell, he has taken everyone. Before he could finish, a piercing shriek echoed from afar. The elder's body trembled violently. He is coming. Run. Trunks burst from the house, only to see a green figure materialize in the sky. Cell? But unlike the Cell Trunks was familiar with, this version was adorned with bizarre fiery patterns, particularly a glowing flame rune at his brow. The tip of his tail shimmered with a crimson light, and 4 transparent insect-like wings unfurled from his back. Oh, there are still stragglers? Cell grinned sinisterly upon recognizing the newcomer. Trunks? It seems that you have come to this timeline to thwart my time patrol. Trunks. In an instant, Trunks erupted with a golden aura, transforming into a Super Saiyan. With a serious demeanor, he inquired, Cell, how did you come to know this? Who informed you? Cell erupted into maniacal laughter, proclaiming, considering your impending demise, it matters not to tell you. It was that esteemed individual who divulged this to me. He licked his lips, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes. He foretold that a blue-haired lad would traverse time to meet his end, and lo and behold, it is indeed you. Trunks gripped his sword more tightly. That esteemed individual? Is he a mysterious figure cloaked in black robes? Astute observation. Cell clapped his hands, his wings gently fluttering. He bestowed upon me this power, enabling me to become the sovereign of this timeline. In return, I am to assist him in gathering the souls of the most vile. The souls of the most vile? Trunks keenly sensed the crux of the matter. He slowly raised his hand, dark red energy coalescing in his palm. Well, I believe I've divulged enough. Wait. Trunks pressed. What does the figure in the black robe intend to do? Why collect the souls of the most wicked? Who can say? Cell tilted his head, a cruel smile adorning his face. Perhaps he seeks to resurrect an ancient demon? Or to forge an ultimate weapon? He suddenly accelerated in a dive. But none of that matters now, for you are about to perish. Trunks hastily raised his sword to defend himself, the clashing forces producing a deafening roar. You cannot best me, boy. Cell's tail struck from an unexpected angle. I have absorbed all warriors, including your father. Trunks sidestepped to evade. Yet the tail still grazed his cheek. What did you say? My father. Indeed, Cell reveled, revealing a faint visage of Vegeta upon his chest. That proud Saiyan prince, even in his final moments, cried out for Kakarot. You fiend. Trunks' golden hair surged, his aura reaching its zenith. You will pay dearly. Ha ha ha. Let your fury swell. Chapter 68. Purpose. Cell, you demon. I shall not let you escape. With that, Trunks unleashed all his energy in his Super Saiyan form. Drawing his sword with one hand and striking at Cell, who effortlessly dodged the attack. To seek revenge with such feeble skills is insufficient. Cell dismissed Trunks with contempt, clearly toying with him. You may utter that once you have bested me. Trunks launched himself at Cell with blinding speed, his velocity increasing. Cell, initially dismissive, began to regard him with newfound respect. Trunks, it appears I have underestimated you. You surpassed the Saiyans of this timeline. Their figures danced through the air, the atmosphere reverberating with thunderous echoes. The sound of their fists and feet colliding resonated deeply, instilling a sense of awe. Suddenly, Trunks swung his sword, forcing Cell to retreat. In that fleeting moment, an energy wave followed closely behind. Caught off guard, Cell could only brace himself against the oncoming attack. The energy struck him, driving him into the ground. As the energy erupted, Cell burst forth from the earth. Trunks gazed at the somewhat disheveled Cell with a tone of disdain. Is this all you are capable of, Cell? Do not get too complacent. Allow me to demonstrate my true power. Do not be rendered speechless. With that declaration, Cell regained his confidence. Now this is intriguing. Let me reveal my strength as well. Huh. Trunks unleashed his energy first. Instantly, a colossal aura filled the entire expanse. Boom. The golden flame of Trunks surged dramatically, illuminating the barren land with its dazzling brilliance. His muscles began to swell, crimson fur sprouting from beneath his skin, and his golden hair cascaded down to his waist. Super Saiyan 4. This is my full strength. Trunks clenched his fists, feeling the power surging within him. Cell's pupils constricted slightly. Oh, Super Saiyan 4? How fascinating. He licked his lips. Then let me get serious as well. Cell's body suddenly erupted in a radiant golden light, his green exoskeleton gradually transforming into a brilliant gold, while the insect wings on his back sharpened further. Most astonishingly, the fiery mark on his forehead turned pure black, exuding a suffocating aura of malevolence. Behold, Golden Cell has arrived. Cell cackled madly, his golden aura entwined with streams of black energy. The two vanished simultaneously from their original positions, and the next moment, bang! The shockwave from their colliding fists upheaved the ground for miles around. Trunks' blade met Cell's tail in a fierce clash, sparks flying. Too slow. Cell suddenly altered his attack, delivering a sweeping kick towards Trunks' waist. Anticipating the move, Trunks blocked with his left hand while aiming his blade at Cell's throat. Flash! The blade flashed, carving a deep wound across Cell's neck, green blood gushing forth. Yet, almost instantaneously, the wound began to heal at an observable rate. Useless. Cell sneered. My regenerative abilities are not so easily thwarted. Then let us see how you fare against this. Trunks abruptly created distance between them, hands clasped together. Ultimate flash. A blinding torrent of energy surged forth. Yet Cell stood his ground, arms wide open to absorb the blow. Ha ha. Delightful. As the brilliance faded, Cell, though charred, was rapidly recovering. Now it's my turn. Death beam. Dozens of golden energy beams shot forth from various angles. Trunks dodged rapidly, yet several struck him, blood seeping from his wounds. Did you see that? This is the difference. Cell cackled as he pursued. Your father bore the same expression just before his demise. Silence. Trunks roared in fury, his energy surging once more. In an instant, he appeared behind Cell, delivering a spinning kick that landed heavily on Cell's back. Bang! Cell stumbled forward from the impact, but quickly regained his footing. Have you not eaten? That little strength is hardly sufficient to tickle me. He whirled around, his tail striking out like a venomous serpent. Taste this. Thud. The tail's stinger pierced Trunks' shoulder, the potent venom swiftly spreading. Trunks gritted his teeth and severed the stinger, staggering backward. Ha! How does it feel to be poisoned? Sheru proudly swayed his newly regrown tail, which had been specially concocted with a neurotoxin for the Saiyans. Trunks knelt on one knee, his vision beginning to blur. Suddenly, he pulled a senza bean from his pocket and consumed it, his injuries healing instantaneously. What? Sheru's expression shifted, realizing that Trunks still possessed a senza bean. The last one. Trunks rose, his aura more solidified, declaring, "Now, it is time to put an end to this." He grasped his sword with both hands, channeling the full power of Super Saiyan 4 into it, the blade beginning to radiate a dazzling golden light. Dragon God Slash. A golden sword energy, resembling a dragon, pierced through the heavens and earth, and Sheru hastily raised his arms in defense, yet he was still cleaved in half by the strike. No, this is impossible. The upper half of Sheru struggled, fear gripping him as he watched his lower half disintegrate into ashes. Trunks approached him. The tip of his sword pointed at the fiery mark on Sheru's forehead. Tell me, where's the cloaked figure? Ha ha. Sheru suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. Do you think this is the end? The fiery mark on his forehead flickered wildly. This is bad. Before Sheru could regain his form from the impulsive mark, Trunks gathered energy in his hands, aimed at him. Ultimate flash. No. The golden energy enveloped Sheru. In an instant, his aura had completely vanished. Finally, it is over. Trunks exhaled deeply. Just as he believed everything had settled, a crack appeared in the sky. A cloaked figure emerged from the fissure, reclaiming the extinguished fiery mark into their palm. Trunks, thanks to you time patrollers, the evil souls have finally been gathered. Ha! Who are you? Why do you seek to collect the evil souls? No need to rush. You shall know soon enough. Strangely, the cloaked figure did not attack Trunks this time, but turned back towards the temporal rift. Stop! Trunks pursued the cloaked figure, but alas, he was too late. The temporal rift vanished as the figure stepped through. Damn it! He escaped. Poor Sheru would die unaware that he was merely a pawn in someone else's game. Trunks sheathed his sword with a sigh, returning to his normal state. I must hurry back to the temporal temple and inform Lord Kranoa of this information. After conveying the news of Sheru's demise to the surviving individuals, he activated the time medallion. Stepping into the temporal passage within the temporal temple, Trunks relayed all the information he had acquired to the Supreme Kai of Time. Trunks, the information you have brought is of great significance. At last, we understand why the timeline has been so chaotic lately. Chapter 69, The Dragon of Demise. It appears that the cloaked figure is the mastermind behind all of this. The Supreme Kai of Time, Kranoa, clasped her hands under her chin, her brow furrowed. The purpose behind collecting the evil souls is likely not simple. Trunks wiped the sweat from his forehead. Before his death, Sheru mentioned that the cloaked figure seemed intent on resurrecting some ancient demon. Moreover, he hesitated momentarily. I can't shake the feeling that the aura of that cloaked figure is somewhat familiar. At that moment, the alarm of the time and space temple suddenly blared, its piercing sound echoing throughout the grand hall. What was happening? Kuranoa quickly summoned the surveillance footage. Countless rifts in time and space were appearing simultaneously across various timelines, unleashing a surge of malevolent energy. This is bad. Kuranoa sprang to his feet. He had begun. All time patrol officers were immediately dispatched. Trunks, follow me. The two swiftly made their way to the control panel at the center of the temple. Kuranoa formed a seal with his hands, and a colossal portal to time and space gradually opened. We must thwart him before the figure in the black cloak completes the ritual. Trunks gripped the hilt of his sword, but we do not know which timeline he is in. I can trace the flow of the evil soul. A divine light flickered in Kuranoa's eyes. He is at the end of time in the Genesis Temple. The Genesis Temple? ISNT that indeed. It is the legendary birthplace of the Super Dragon Balls. Kuranoa's expression became grave. His objective might be the Super Dragon Balls. I hope my fears are unfounded, or it would spell catastrophe for the entire world. Trunks gasped in shock. Then there is no time. Let us go. Kuranoa seized Trunks, and the two leaped into the portal. Through the dazzling time tunnel, They arrived at an ancient temple suspended in the void. 7 massive super dragon balls orbited the central altar where the figure in the black cloak stood, cradling the last of the evil souls. "Stop!" Trunks shouted as he rushed forward. The figure slowly turned, revealing a sinister smile beneath the shadow of the hood. "I have been waiting for you for a long time." He gradually removed his hood, exposing a face that left both Trunks and Kuranoa utterly astonished. "How is this possible?" Trunks' sword clattered to the ground. "How could it be you, father?" Before them stood none other than Vegeta, though his eyes glowed with a chilling malevolence. "Trunks, do not be deceived by his appearance. He is not your father." Kuranoa, the Kai of Time, urgently called out to Trunks. "What?" Hearing Kuranoa's words, Trunks scrutinized Vegeta, and indeed, the aura was entirely different. "You fiend! Who are you really? Why are you impersonating my father?" Trunks glared at Vegeta with fury. "I am indeed Vegeta, but not the weak Vegeta you know. I am the purified warrior of the infernal flames, Infernal Vegeta." Infernal Vegeta introduced himself meticulously. "What are you planning? What is your purpose in collecting evil souls across various timelines?" Kuranoa, uninterested in his identity, directly inquired about his motives. "Ha ha ha, everything is in place. It matters not to reveal it to you. I seek to resurrect the End Dragon. By corrupting the Super Dragon Balls with evil souls, I can revive the legendary End Dragon. Then I will use the End Dragon to create a world free from the control of the Omni King." "What?" Kuranoa exclaimed in astonishment. "I never imagined he truly intended to resurrect the End Dragon." "Lord Kuranoa, what is the End Dragon?" When Turnanks first heard the name of the Dragon of Endings, an insatiable curiosity stirred within him. It was a legend whispered among the divine. The tale proclaimed that the Dragon of Endings was the very source of all destruction. Yet, it also possessed the power to forge new worlds, albeit at the cost of another world as a sacrificial offering. Kuranoa, with a grave expression, recounted the legend of the Dragon of Endings, sensing the formidable challenge ahead. This matter had clearly exceeded her capabilities, and it was indeed unfolding in the worst possible manner. "What?" Turnanks' countenance shifted dramatically. "Are you suggesting that our world is to be the sacrificial offering for the creation of a new world?" "Indeed," she confirmed. "This situation far surpasses my expectations. I must inform the destroyers. Their intervention is imperative." With that, Kuranoa transmitted the information through the time-space conduit to the destroyers across the 12 universes. In the 7th universe, Beerus stepped out of the Destroyer-S temple, accompanied by Whis, making haste towards the Time Goddess temple. In the 6th universe, Kampa declared, "What audacity! To dare lay hands on the Dragon of Endings. Vados, let us proceed." In the 2nd universe, Hellas, holding a mirror, asserted, "Such a beautiful world shall not be allowed to fall into ruin. I shall join you." In the 8th universe, Legil proclaimed with authority, "It seems the might of the destroyers has been underestimated. Allow us to demonstrate just how fearsome we truly are." In that moment, all 12 destroyers and their accompanying angels hastened towards the creation god-S temple. Observing Kuranoa's actions, the fiery Vegeta remained undaunted. "Ha ha ha, Supreme Kai of Time. Did you think we were unprepared? The destroyers have their own means to handle this." The fiery Vegeta laughed exuberantly. Everything was unfolding precisely as he had envisioned, and he could hardly contain his excitement. With a flourish of his arm, 12 images projected into the sky, revealing the arriving destroyers. Before them, 12 figures cloaked in black also materialized. Beerus regarded the cloaked figures with an imposing demeanor and inquired, "Who dares to obstruct my path?" "Ah, Beerus, it has been quite some time. You remain as arrogant as ever," the cloaked figure replied, their voice dripping with disdain. Beerus narrowed his eyes, demanding, "Who are you? Since you know me, what gives you the audacity to block my way? My purpose is to halt you, perhaps even to slay you. As for my identity, you shall come to know it," the cloaked figure stated nonchalantly, though the implications of their words were nothing short of shocking. "Interesting. It has been ages since anyone has spoken to me so boldly. However, I have no time to waste with you. Destruction." With that, Beerus unleashed a surge of destructive energy toward the cloaked figure without a moment's hesitation. As the destructive energy neared the cloaked figure, they suddenly reached out to grasp it. The ensuing scene did not unfold as Beerus had anticipated. The destructive energy, upon contact with the cloaked figure's palm, was effortlessly contained. "Ha! Destruction holds no power over me." As the finger was raised, the destructive energy vanished in an instant. "What? How is this possible?" Chapter 70. the god of destruction, Rumdo of the 13th universe. Destruction, such a nostalgic power. However, with a mere lift of his finger, the destructive energy was effortlessly erased. It was nothing of great significance. Witnessing the eradication of the destructive energy with such ease left Beerus utterly astonished. He simultaneously realized that this matter was far from a simple conclusion. You do possess some skill, but do you truly believe you can thwart both of us alone? Haha, Beerus, I only need to stop you. As for Whis. He glanced toward Whis standing nearby. Angels cannot directly partake in combat, no matter how formidable they may be. How could you possibly know this? Beerus finally adopted a serious demeanor. The knowledge possessed by his opponent exceeded his expectations. Would you like to know? Then come and defeat me. With that, he unleashed his full power. Beerus likewise emanated an aura unique to the gods of destruction. The two faced off in the air. Boom. Two immense energies collided in the void, causing the entire universe to tremble. Beerus's purple destructive energy intertwined with the black and red inferno of the cloaked figure, forming a terrifying energy wave that spanned across the galaxy. Is this all you can do? The cloaked figure sneered, thrusting his hands forward with great force, unleashing the inferno. The torrential black flames transformed into countless menacing dragon forms, surging toward Beerus from all directions. The planets in their wake were instantly reduced to ashes, and even the very fabric of space was scorched, leaving behind twisted fissures. Humph! Beerus crossed his arms before his chest, a perfect sphere of purple energy forming, creating an absolute realm of destruction. Rumble! The black flame dragons collided with the purple barrier, erupting with a brilliance that could illuminate an entire galaxy. Nearby stars were extinguished by this shockwave, reduced to cosmic dust. Hiding in such a shell is hardly your style, is it, Beerus? The cloaked figure mocked, lightly tapping the void, breaking the barrier. Crack! Suddenly, cracks appeared in Beerus's protective shield, as the black flames slithered in like venomous serpents. Beerus's pupils constricted, and he swiftly dodged, but a fiery tongue still grazed his arm. Hiss! Beerus stared at the charred wound on his arm, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Could he truly be harmed? Surprised? The cloaked figure slowly raised his hand, condensing a pitch-black energy sphere in his palm. The inferno could even burn the Omni King, let alone a mere god of destruction like you. How arrogant! Beerus roared in fury, his purple energy surging to new heights, allowing you to witness the true power of a god of destruction. He clasped his hands together, forming a colossal purple energy sphere above his head. Destruction Starfall. The energy sphere shot forth, fracturing the space it traversed. The cloaked figure did not dare to hesitate, swiftly forming seals with his hands, creating an infernal barrier. Boom! At the moment of collision, all celestial bodies within several light years were simultaneously obliterated. The shockwave from the explosion even affected the neighboring universe, causing the very structure of time and space to wail in agony. Amidst the haze of smoke, the figure of Beerus surged forth like a bolt of lightning. Perish! He cried, delivering a relentless barrage of punches at an astonishing speed that surpassed light itself. Each strike harbored the power to obliterate entire galaxies. Although the cloaked figure managed to block some of the blows, he was still forced to retreat under the relentless onslaught. What's the matter? Weren't you quite arrogant just a moment ago? Beerus taunted, intensifying his assault. The cloaked figure suddenly broke into a sinister grin. Did you think this was the end? He exclaimed, seizing Beerus's wrist with startling strength as infernal flames surged around him, coiling around Beerus's arm. Devouring flame. What? Beerus felt the divine energy within him being violently siphoned away, the purple energy uncontrollably flowing towards his adversary. Ha! The energy of a god of destruction is indeed delectable. The cloaked figure reveled in the consumption. Thank you for your hospitality. In a moment of dire urgency, a glimmer of resolve flickered in Beerus's eyes. You wish to feast? Then I shall provide you with a banquet. He suddenly channeled even more destructive energy into his opponent's body. Through the divine skill of energy conversion, an unending torrent of energy surged towards the cloaked figure, quickly surpassing his limits. No, wait. The cloaked figure's face contorted in terror as he felt his body begin to swell, the clash of black-red energy and purple energy wreaking havoc within him. Boom. A violent explosion thrust the two apart. Beerus gasped for breath, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. The cloaked figure fared worse. Half of his body reduced to wreckage, yet the infernal flames flickered wildly, rapidly mending his wounds. Damn it! The cloaked figure ground his teeth in frustration. You dare, silence. Beerus wiped the blood from his lips. One more strike, and I will put an end to you. He raised both hands overhead, gathering the destructive energy of the entire universe. Countless points of purple light surged from various galaxies, gradually coalescing into a colossal energy sphere capable of devouring entire galaxies. Divine punishment. The cloaked figure, witnessing this, began to amass all his strength as well. Black-red flames surged forth from the void, manifesting behind him as a menacing dragon-like apparition. The end of Inferno descends. Die. Be destroyed. The two ultimate forces erupted simultaneously, colliding with a resounding crash at the heart of the universe. Boom! An indescribable explosion illuminated the entirety of the multiverse. The barrier of Universe 7 cracked under the force of the impact, with the neighboring Universe 6 and Universe 8 also affected. As the brilliance faded, the battlefield was left with a void several million light-years in diameter, where all matter, energy, and even the fabric of time and space had been utterly erased. Coughing, Beerus struggled to remain afloat in the void, his divine robe tattered and torn. This should be the end, he mused. Yet, a wisp of black smoke suddenly coalesced from the abyss, gradually taking on a humanoid form. The cloaked figure re-emerged. But he was now weak and diminished, his infernal flames dimmed. The cloak enveloping him vanished, revealing his true visage. Impossible. How can you still be alive? Upon recognizing the face of the cloaked figure, Beerus gasped in astonishment, his jaw agape. Humph, Beerus, this time you have triumphed. Impossible. Ramuto, how can you still be alive? You were clearly erased along with the 13th universe under the decree of the Omni King. How did you manage to survive? From Beerus's words, it was revealed that the one who intercepted him was none other than Ramuto, the god of destruction from the 13th universe, which had been obliterated by the Omni King. Humph. It was merely a fleeting thought of the Omni King that led to the total erasure of our 6 universes. I never imagined that in our moment of despair, we would receive the legendary hope of the Inferno, rescuing us from the grasp of the Omni King. Wait, are you saying? Indeed. We have all acquired the power of the Inferno. At this moment, Ramuto suddenly let out a chilling laugh. Beerus, savor your last moments. The next time we meet, it will be either your demise or mine. With that, his form disintegrated into countless black embers, scattering throughout the cosmos. Such a swift escape. Beerus spat, finally unable to hold on any longer, collapsing to one knee in the void. Whis, hurry, come here. A flash of blue light appeared, and Whis, wielding his staff, materialized beside Beerus. Oh dear, Lord Beerus, you really pushed yourself this time. Enough chatter. Restore me quickly. Whis pointed his staff at Beerus, a brilliant light enveloped him, and he was instantly rejuvenated. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the ravaged universe. Whis, I understand, Lord Beerus. Whis gently tapped the void with his staff, reversing time and restoring everything to the state before the great battle. This situation is far more complicated than anticipated. We must swiftly head to the Creation Temple. Indeed, the two transformed into a streak of light and vanished from the scene. Chapter 71. The Battle at the Creation Temple. Like Beerus, the other gods of destruction faced formidable opponents and were unable to arrive at the Creation Temple in time. Meanwhile, at the Creation Temple, the Inferno Vegeta waved his hand, dispersing the images of the various gods of destruction, gazing triumphantly at Kuranoia and Gotenks. So what other tactics do you have? With just the two of you, you cannot possibly thwart us. Kuranoia glared at the Inferno Vegeta through gritted teeth. Even if the gods of destruction cannot reach here, valiant warriors from all timelines will come to halt your wickedness. With that, he formed a series of hand seals, causing rifts in time and space to appear in the sky. In the name of the Kaioshin of time, Kuranoia, I summoned the righteous warriors from all timelines to aid in the battle against evil. His words echoed through the time portals, reaching various dimensions. In the primary timeline of the 7th universe, indeed, something monumental has transpired. It must be related to the black-robed figure from before. We cannot stand idly by. Gohan resolutely approached the time portal. Humph, let me see just how powerful the adversary Kakarot faces. Vegeta also stepped into the portal. In the timeline of the 11th universe, the sudden departure of the Beautiful One. Could it be connected to this? Jiren did not hesitate and entered the portal. In the future timeline of Gotenks, the world where the great Gotenks survived, is this a summons from the Kaioshin of time? In the future, Gohan gazes up at the sky, where ominous signs suggest that the multiverse is once again on the brink of catastrophe. The resolute Trunks grips his sword hilt firmly, declaring, "We cannot allow tragedy to repeat itself." With a nod from future Gohan, the two step into the time portal together. In the comedic realm of Dragon Ball, Mini Goku leaps with excitement, exclaiming, "Wow! It seems a formidable battle is calling us." "Fool, this is no jest," Mini Vegeta retorts, though a glimmer of battle spirit shines in his eyes. "Regardless, we cannot lag behind." The duo cheerfully jumps into the time portal. In the alternate timeline where Piccolo and Goku remain fused, a voice echoes, "It appears our strength is needed." The Super Fusion warrior, Reg, stands with arms crossed, his green aura intertwining with a red divine essence. In the Dragon Ball illusion realm, a flash of sword light reveals the sword master, Ed, stepping forth, his blade pointed ahead. "Evil shall be severed by my sword." In the Creation Temple, as countless time rifts shimmer with brilliance, powerful figures begin to descend. "Humph. It seems we have plenty of allies," remarks the infernal Vegeta with a smirk. "However, no amount of weaklings can alter the outcome." "Is that so?" retorts Super Blue Vegeta, his fists clenched and battle spirit surging. "Let us put that to the test." "Everyone," Kuranoa calls out, "let us fight together for the peace of all timelines." "Oh!" The warriors roar in unison, a tremendous surge of energy erupting, causing the entire Creation Temple to tremble. "Impressive spirit, but your opponents are them." A sweeping arm reveals a rift in time, unleashing a torrent of malevolent energies. With elegance, Golden Frieza steps through the rift, tapping his temple lightly. What a nostalgic assembly of faces. "Humph, how dare the defeated show themselves?" The main timeline Vegeta erupts with deep blue energy. "Don't rush to your demise, Vegeta," warns the evil Perfect Cell, descending with wings unfurled. "This time, I have acquired new powers." The diminutive Goku hops excitedly, pointing at the foe. "Wow, it's that egg-laying green uncle. Fool, that guy is dangerous." Mini Vegeta scolds, yet he assumes a battle stance. "Interesting," muses Ace, slinking out of the rift, his gaze fixed on Gohan. "Gohan, this time, I will ensure your demise." "That is precisely my intention." Gohan instantly prepares for battle. Then, a familiar face emerges, leaving the unaware warriors in disbelief. "Gohan, let us continue our last fight." "It is the evil Goku. This time, I will not let you escape." Gohan steps forward. "Let me see what the warriors of the 12 universes are capable of." A figure cloaked in black strides forth, silent, yet formidable. Jiren approaches without uttering a word. In that moment, each warrior finds their respective adversary. "Evil shall be severed by my hands." The sword master Ed charges towards the cloaked figure wielding a sword. And in the blink of an eye, the two engage in fierce combat. A fierce battle erupts between the two sides. Golden Frieza launches an aggressive assault on Vegeta, who transforms into his deep blue form to engage in combat. "Impossible. How could your power possibly suppress me?" Frieza exclaims in disbelief. "Humph, I have been continuously growing stronger. Allow me to showcase my newfound strength." Flames of fury envelop him, and though they are but a flicker, Frieza's power surges significantly. For a moment, he matches Deep Blue Vegeta blow for blow. "Gohan, once I was rescued in a pitiful state by your father, Goku. I shall reclaim that humiliation from you today." Frieza declares, "This time, I require no assistance from my father. I will personally end your life. I have trained diligently for this revenge. I shall take good care of you." With that, he transforms into Golden Cooler. "I, too, have made progress. Before my father departed, he revealed to me the path forward." Gohan proclaims as he transforms into Super Saiyan 5. It seems this battle will not conclude easily. The two clash fiercely. "Gohan, let me show you what true Saiyan power is." With that, evil Goku assumes a form reminiscent of a humanoid ape. "My strength will not be inferior to yours." Gohan morphs into a beastly form. Boom. The clash of beastly Gohan and evil Goku sends shockwaves through the ground, fracturing it like spider webs. Both warriors stagger back 3 steps, surprise evident in their eyes. "Interesting." Evil Goku smirks. "It seems you have grown considerably since our last encounter." "Likewise," Gohan retorts, adopting the stance for the Kamehameha wave. "This time, I shall annihilate you completely." Meanwhile, the battle between Golden Frieza and Deep Blue Vegeta becomes increasingly intense. Vegeta delivers a powerful punch that sends Frieza reeling, but the latter retaliates with even greater ferocity. The clash between the sword of the divine and the cloaked figure's swordsmanship dazzles the eyes. Each collision of their blades ignites brilliant sparks, etching deep gorges into the ground. Your sword technique feels familiar, Ed remarks, furrowing his brow. That is because it is your own technique, the cloaked figure sneers, suddenly unleashing Ed's signature move, the dimensional slash. In Chapter 72, the mini-warriors demonstrate astonishing combat prowess. Take this. Mini Goku swiftly executes a super mini Kamehameha, propelling 3 foes into the air. Do not steal my thunder. Mini Vegeta, unyielding, counters with a miniature version of the prince's fighting style, unleashing a torrential downpour of energy blasts. The flames of Vegeta observe the chaotic battlefield, a cruel smile creeping across his lips. Indeed, just like that. Continue to battle. He turns towards the Super Dragon Balls, preparing to extract all the malevolent souls he has gathered. In an instant, a sinister aura blankets the skies above the temple. The righteous warriors on the battlefield, sensing the sudden influx of evil energy, cast their gazes towards the flames of Vegeta. What is that? I do not know, but it is certainly not good. We must stop him. Evil Goku and his comrades block their path. Your opponents are right here. Flames of Vegeta approaches the Super Dragon Balls, a frenzied light flickering in his eyes. Awaken, Dragon of the End. As he spoke, he prepared to inject the wicked soul into the Super Dragon Ball. In a moment of peril, a flash of sword light surged forth, forcing the infernal Vegeta to retreat. I shall not let you succeed, Trunks declared, striking at infernal Vegeta with his sword. You think you can obstruct me? Die. Infernal Vegeta unleashed a wave of energy directly at Trunks, who raised his sword in defense. Pushed back by the force of the blast, he transformed into Super Saiyan 4 just in time to halt his retreat. Super Saiyan 4? A futile transformation. Infernal Vegeta charged at Trunks, a tempest of attacks raining down upon him, leaving Trunks barely able to defend himself, utterly powerless to retaliate. Dragon Slash. Trunks' divine sword radiated light as a dragon-shaped energy surged towards infernal Vegeta. A mere parlor trick. Huh. With a surge of energy, a simple energy wave effortlessly countered Trunks' ultimate technique. What? Trunks could scarcely believe that his powerful attack had been so easily neutralized, cold sweat breaking out as he realized the vast chasm separating them. Unsure of how to proceed. Have you recognized the gap between us, Trunks? Infernal Vegeta mocked, looking down at him. Damn it! Trunks gritted his teeth as he glared at Infernal Vegeta. As the son of the Saiyan Prince, you are woefully weak. Allow me to send you on your way. With that, he gathered energy in both hands. Infernal Ultimate Flash. The amassed energy surged towards Trunks, who found himself immobilized, powerless to evade the impending strike. This is bad. Trunks. Vegeta, battling against Golden Frieza, recklessly rushed towards Trunks, but was ensnared by Frieza, unable to break free. Get away, Frieza. He unleashed all his strength against Frieza. Ha ha ha. Watch closely, Vegeta, as you witness your son perish before your eyes. Damn it. Amidst the fierce clash, Gohan and the others found themselves equally entangled, unable to assist. Just as Trunks closed his eyes, bracing for his demise, a familiar energy struck from the side, diverting Infernal Vegeta's attack just enough to graze Trunks. I've finally made it. A familiar figure appeared beside Trunks, patting him on the shoulder. I'm here, Trunks. Trunks turned to see Goten, relief flooding through him. Goten, you've come to help. Be careful, he is too strong. Super Saiyan 4 stands no chance. Trunks warned gravely. Ha ha ha. Thankfully, Lord Kaioshin had foresight. Look at this. He opened his right hand to reveal a pair of earrings resting within. Patera earrings, splendid. Upon recognizing them, hope reignited in Trunks' eyes. Trunks, together we shall. He tossed the left earring to Trunks. Then, they transformed into Super Saiyan 4. We merged with the utmost strength. There is no way we will be defeated by him. Indeed. Taking the earrings, I gazed at the fierce Vegeta. The next round begins, the final showdown. Having said that, I placed the earring on one ear, while Goten did the same on the other. The earrings emitted a brilliant light, and our bodies uncontrollably moved towards one another. At the moment of contact, we radiated a dazzling brilliance, blinding to behold. As the light faded, a new warrior emerged before all. I am neither Goten nor Trunks. I am the one destined to defeat you. A flash of light sparkled in my eyes, and an overwhelming aura surged skyward. Upon witnessing the fusion warrior, Vegeta and the others finally felt a sense of relief and prepared wholeheartedly to face their adversary. Oh, have you fused? Do you truly believe this can reverse the situation? Though I say this, a hint of gravity lingered in the depths of fierce Vegeta's eyes. Can you? Only a trial will reveal. A unique, blended voice resonated, adorned with an expression of pride, as though no one could possibly challenge him. The fusion through dance is called Gotenks. Thus, this time, through the earrings. I shall be known as Tien Goten. With the name decided, Tien Goten cast a disdainful glance at fierce Vegeta, extending a hand in invitation. Come, let me see what you are capable of. Do not be too arrogant. Fierce Vegeta charged at Tien Goten. In an instant, they clashed in battle, seamlessly exchanging positions in a dance of attack and defense. Indeed, Tien Goten possesses some skill. After a fierce exchange of blows, they momentarily separated. My prowess is far greater. However, I must admit, your energy seemed quite formidable earlier, yet now it appears rather ordinary. Empty boasts. If you have the skill, come and defeat me. Fierce Vegeta snorted coldly, dark red flames igniting around him, as malevolent energy twisted the very air. He crossed his arms before his chest and suddenly unleashed a tempest of violent energy. Hellfire obliteration. The dark red energy wave surged forth like a colossal tidal wave, crashing towards Tien Goten. A confident smile graced Tien Goten's lips as he swiftly formed hand seals, golden flames erupting around him, transforming into a spiraling golden dragon. Dragon God Annihilation. With a single arm sweep, the golden dragon roared forth to collide with the dark red energy wave, the two forces clashing violently in midair. Blinding light erupted, shaking the entire battlefield. Boom! The explosive shockwave sent both warriors reeling back several meters, yet in the next moment, they charged towards each other like lightning. Huh! The sound of fists and feet colliding thundered, their speed so swift that the actions were nearly imperceptible. Each impact caused ripples in the fabric of space, sending debris soaring into the air. Fierce Vegeta seized an opening, delivering a sweeping kick aimed at Tien Goten's waist. Tien Goten reacted with incredible speed, blocking with one hand while gathering energy in the other, pressing a powerful energy sphere against fierce Vegeta's chest. Point-blank explosive sphere. Bang! Vegeta, engulfed in infernal flames, was propelled into the air, yet he swiftly adjusted his posture, his feet carving deep furrows into the ground as he stabilized himself. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he smirked. Interesting. Now this feels like a challenge. Chapter 73, A Fierce Battle. The clash between Super Saiyan Goten and the infernal Vegeta caught the attention of evil Goku. That rascal Vegeta certainly stirred up quite a ruckus. He then turned to Gohan. A wicked grin curling at his lips. Gohan, let us ignite some excitement. Under the guise of your father, wreaking havoc, I shall not let you escape. In his beastly form, Gohan radiated a chilling aura. The two ceased their dialogue, and the unique Super Saiyan 5 transformation of evil Goku engaged in a fierce exchange with Gohan's beastly form. The flurry of Gohan's movements quickened. Evil Goku's crimson pupils gleamed with frenzied light, his aura boiling like dark flames, with purple-black lightning entwining his entire being. He grinned maliciously, his figure vanishing in an instant. With a sound that tore through the air, his fist hurtled towards Gohan's face. Boom! The silvery aura of Beast Gohan erupted as he sharply turned his head. Evil Goku's punch grazing past his cheek, leaving a crimson streak. Yet, Gohan's counterattack was swifter. His left fist shot forth like a cannonball towards Evil Goku's abdomen. Cough! Evil Goku grunted, yet the smile remained on his lips as he seized Gohan's wrist and hurled him away. Crash! Gohan's body slammed into the ground, dust soaring into the sky. However, in the next moment, a silvery figure burst forth from the earth, Gohan's knee aimed directly at Evil Goku's chin. Smack! Evil Goku leaned back to evade, but Gohan's assault did not waver, his fists transforming into a tempest of fury. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Each punch bore the ferocity of a wild beast, piercing the air incessantly with explosive sounds. Evil Goku crossed his arms to block, forced to retreat repeatedly. Yet his grin only grew more sinister. Now this feels like a real fight. He erupted with a surge of purple-black energy, forcibly repelling Gohan's relentless strikes. Then unleashed a sweeping roundhouse kick. Bang! Gohan attempted to block with his arms, but was still sent flying hundreds of meters, his feet gouging deep trenches into the ground. Just as he regained his footing, Evil Goku was upon him, hands clasped into a hammer, crashing down. Die! Gohan's eyes sharpened, swiftly sidestepping, as evil Goku's heavy blow missed, causing the ground to collapse with a thunderous roar, debris flying everywhere. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Gohan concentrated a torrent of furious energy in his right hand, launching it fiercely towards evil Goku's back. Demon Flash. Boom! The silvery energy wave engulfed evil Goku, creating a massive crater in the earth, shockwaves radiating outward, scattering the clouds in the sky. Yet, amidst the smoke, evil Goku slowly rose, his hair singed by the energy, but the fervor in his eyes burned even brighter. Not bad at all. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, the purple-black aura surging once more. But this still isn't enough to kill me. Without a word, Gohan surged forth, the silvery aura rising once more, as both combatants propelled themselves into action. The moment their fists collided, the very fabric of space seemed to warp, unleashing a terrifying energy storm that erupted around them, sending tremors across the battlefield. Ah, this is the adversary I have longed for. Ace observed the clash with genuine excitement. Suspended in the air, his golden aura shone brilliantly like the sun, arms crossed, and a playful smile gracing his lips. Gohan, you from another dimension have truly fought valiantly. I hope you can do the same. The Super Saiyan Gohan, with his silvery hair dancing wildly in the energy tempest, bore a gaze ignited with icy fury. His aura transformed from pure silver to a blend of profound blue lightning, an exclusive manifestation of the Super Saiyan form, its power far exceeding conventional limits. Ace, words are futile. Let us engage in battle. Gohan's voice resonated with a deep, oppressive intensity. You had the audacity to strike first. I shall not spare you. Let me witness the magnitude of strength your rage can summon. Ace's smile vanished abruptly, his golden figure disappearing in an instant. Whoosh! The air was torn asunder as Ace's fist approached Gohan's chest. Bang! Gohan stood firm, absorbing the blow, the ground beneath him crumbling, yet he remained unyielding. Ace's pupils constricted. This foe's strength surpassed all expectations. It is my turn, Gohan declared sharply, seizing Ace's wrist with his right hand, while his left fist launched forth like thunder. Boom! Ace's cheek contorted under the impact, his body hurtling backward like a cannonball, struggling to regain his composure midair. He wiped the golden blood from his mouth, surprise flickering in his eyes, soon replaced by exhilaration. Now this is interesting. His golden aura erupted, his form fracturing into dozens of afterimages, rushing towards Gohan from all directions. Golden Phantom Assault. Each afterimage carried a palpable intent to kill, raining down blows like a torrential storm. Gohan focused intently, his body spinning, as the silver-blue aura formed a vortex. Boom! All afterimages were instantly dispersed, forcing Ace's true form to materialize. Yet Gohan seized the moment, delivering a sweeping kick. Bang! Ace crossed his arms in defense, yet was still propelled back several hundred meters by the force, his feet carving deep gouges into the ground. Just as he regained his footing, Gohan pursued, hands gathering a tempest of energy. Demon Flash. Boom! The colossal energy sphere engulfed Ace, the explosive shockwave fracturing the temple's floor. However, amidst the smoke, a golden figure slowly ascended. Though Ace had sustained considerable damage, his aura soared even higher. Not bad, but still insufficient. His hands came together abruptly, golden energy converging wildly. Golden Obliteration Wave. A blinding golden beam surged toward Gohan, distorting space in its wake. Gohan's gaze sharpened, crossing his arms before his chest as the silver-blue aura formed an indomitable barrier. Boom! At the moment of collision, the world dimmed. An energy storm swept across the battlefield, the ground beneath the temple fractured, and the clouds in the sky were utterly torn apart. Gohan suddenly unleashed his power, forcefully repelling the golden destroyer wave. Ace's pupils constricted as he swiftly sidestepped, yet the residual energy grazed his shoulder, leaving a golden streak of blood. Damn it! Ace gritted his teeth, but Gohan had already seized the fleeting moment of vulnerability, appearing before him in an instant. This punch is for Fong. Bang! Gohan's fist struck fiercely against Ace's abdomen, the terrifying force penetrating his body and scattering the golden aura behind him. Ace's eyes widened in shock as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body plummeting like a kite with its string cut. Boom! The ground was smashed into a massive crater, with Ace lying at the bottom, struggling to prop himself up, He looked up at Gohan, who hovered in the air. A flicker of fear finally emerging in his eyes. How is this possible? How could you be this strong? Gohan slowly descended, his silver-blue aura still ablaze. His voice cold and resolute. Those who harm what I cherish must pay the price. A's mouth twitched as he suddenly erupted into manic laughter. Ha ha, do you think this is the end? His body suddenly burst forth with its final golden energy, engulfing the entire battlefield in blinding light. Golden energy self-detonation. Gohan's expression hardened as he swiftly retreated, simultaneously conjuring the strongest protective barrier with his hands. Rumbling. Chapter 74. The Fiery Destroyer. A's energy explosion impacted the entire temple. To prevent the resurrection ritual of the End Dragon from being disrupted, Fiery Vegeta exerted all his strength to repel Tenen Goten. Soaring above the explosion, Fiery Barrier, a protective shield enveloped the blast area. Such chaos. Fiery Vegeta observed A's on the battlefield, furrowing his brow. He then shifted his gaze to the others on the battlefield, only to realize that the situation was highly unfavorable for them. Rumbling. The aftershocks of the explosion reverberated within the Fiery Barrier, causing the entire shield to tremble violently. Cold sweat beaded on Fiery Vegeta's forehead, clearly indicating that maintaining this barrier was no easy feat, damn it. He surveyed the battlefield. Golden Frieza was being relentlessly pressured by Vegeta, and the clash between evil Goku and wild Gohan yielded no advantage. Even those little imps had taken down numerous evil warriors. It seemed a change in strategy was necessary. A flicker of determination crossed Fiery Vegeta's eyes as he suddenly withdrew the barrier, allowing the explosive aftershocks to ravage the entire temple. In the ensuing chaos, he transformed into a streak of black light, darting straight for the location of the Super Dragon Balls. Not good. Kuranoa was the first to react. Realizing he was about to forcibly initiate the awakening ritual, Tenen Goten immediately pursued, but was obstructed by the suddenly appearing evil warriors. Get out of the way. He executed a sweeping strike, sending dozens of enemies flying. Yet more evil warriors surged forth relentlessly. Fiery Vegeta stood amidst the 7 Super Dragon Balls, his hands rapidly forming seals. With my soul as the guide, and a myriad of malevolent thoughts as the offering, awaken, End Dragon. Pitch-black energy surged from within him, entwining each Dragon Ball as if it were a living entity. The Super Dragon Balls began to tremble violently, their surface marred by grotesque fissures, from which dark crimson light seeped forth. Time was of the essence. Beast Gohan suddenly appeared at the forefront, commanding, "Everyone, concentrate your energy on me." The warriors understood the gravity of the situation, each placing their hands upon Beast Gohan's shoulders. A torrent of energy coalesced, causing Beast Gohan's body to radiate with light. Magic Cannon of Destruction. A colossal energy beam, exceeding 10 meters in diameter, surged toward the Fiery Vegeta. Just as it was about to strike, a group of mortals dared to disrupt my plans. The god of destruction of Universe 13, Rumdo, emerged to shield Fiery Vegeta, extending his hand to intercept Beast Gohan's attack directly. This is impossible. Kuranoa's pupils quivered violently as he stumbled back a step. Lord Rumdo, you were eliminated in Universe 13. Rumdo slowly raised his arm, wreathed in black flames, his dark cloak billowing without wind. Thanks to the power of fire, I have managed to survive even after being purged by the Omni King. An eerie silence enveloped the battlefield. The fusion light of Tenen Goten flickered slightly, and Beast Gohan's orange aura wavered uncertainly. The legendary power of fire was indeed immune to the Omni King's eradication. Kuranoa's voice trembled. Rumdo displayed a chilling smile. The moment the Omni King raised his hand, I felt an unprecedented despair. However, the emergence of the power of fire rekindled my hope. That power has allowed me to linger in the crevices of the universe for millions of years. He ripped open his divine robe, revealing the sinister black flame markings on his chest. Behold, this is the mark bestowed upon me by the Omni King himself. Nonsense, Kuranoa retorted sharply. Even if you survived by sheer luck, do you intend to assist the End Dragon's awakening and lead all universes to repeat the same fate? Rumdo's gaze suddenly turned dangerous. Repeat the same fate? No. His voice rose sharply. What I seek to create is a world of true freedom, free from the interference of the Omni King. Such extremism should not be employed at the cost of the entire world. Enough. Rumdo's voice thundered like a storm, causing the entire temple to tremble violently. Since you insist on upholding this decaying order, he slowly raised his right hand, the black flames coalescing into a collapsing black singularity within his palm. The terrifying energy fluctuations paralyzed all the warriors in their tracks. Beast Gohan gritted his teeth, but found even his fingers immobile. The fusion light of Tenin Goten flickered violently, yet still could not escape this oppressive force. Die? Rumdo quietly declared as the black singularity began to expand rapidly. Boom. A purple energy blast suddenly descended from above, striking Rumdo's arm with precision. The black singularity veered off course, resulting in a massive spatial rift erupting in the distance. What? Rumdo abruptly looked up. The silhouette of Beerus emerged slowly from the temporal rift, surrounded by swirling purple destructive energy, his gaze sharper than ever. This time, I will personally put an end to you. Lord Beerus, Kuro Noya exclaimed in surprise. Beerus did not turn back, but simply waved his hand. Whis, ensure their safety. As you command, Lord Beerus. Whis gracefully appeared beside everyone, lightly tapping his staff on the ground, enveloping them all in a kaleidoscope of light. Please follow me. Leave this to Lord Beerus. Rangmudo let out a cold laugh. I was merely stalling for time. Did you think that was my full strength? He abruptly tore apart the darkness, the fiery patterns on his chest igniting fiercely. Allow me to demonstrate the true power of the Inferno. Beerus cracked his neck. Enough of the chatter. Suddenly, he lunged forward with a speed so swift that his afterimage was barely discernible. Prepare to perish. Boom. The collision of their fists unleashed shockwaves that shattered the ground for miles. The purple destructive energy intertwined with the pitch-black inferno, causing the very fabric of space to fracture like fragile glass. Quite impressive, Rangmudo sneered. You've certainly improved since before. It seems you haven't exerted your full power yet. You're merely a defeated foe. You are not worth my full strength. Beerus abruptly changed tactics, executing a sweeping kick toward Rangmudo's waist. You must have found the years as a stray dog to be quite unbearable, haven't you? Rangmudo blocked the attack and countered with an elbow strike. At least I managed to survive. A flicker of madness flashed in his eyes. And you, the lackeys of the Omni King, will never know the taste of abandonment. Had it not been for your excesses, you would not have been discarded by the Omni King. The battle between them intensified, each clash sending ripples through the space around them. Beerus suddenly created distance, his hands gathering a brilliant purple energy sphere. Destruction, annihilation. Rangmudo did not evade. The fiery patterns on his chest spread across his entire body. Inferno, absolute defense. The black flames formed a shield, absorbing the devastating blow. Futile, Rangmudo slowly emerged from the smoke. The Inferno can consume all energy, including that of a god of destruction, unless you can slay me in an instant. Beerus narrowed his eyes. Is that so? Then how about this? He vanished from his original position, only to reappear behind Rangmudo. Blade of destruction. His palm transformed into a blade, entwined with highly compressed destructive energy aimed directly at Rangmudo's back. Flish. Rangmudo barely sidestepped. Yet a deep wound was carved into him. Black blood dripped to the ground, corroding it into deep pits. Interesting, Rangmudo licked his wound. Let me show you what true power is. Suddenly, the black flames on his chest began to writhe, as if alive. Behold, he threw his head back and roared. This is the true form of a god of destruction, infernal divine form. Boom. The pitch-black flames surged skyward, instantly engulfing his entire being. The fire crackled with crimson lightning, distorting the surrounding space. The temple floor began to melt, transforming into searing magma. Crack, crack. The sickening sound of bones restructuring echoed from within the flames. As the infernal flames began to dissipate, a terrifying new figure emerged, towering at 3 meters. Its body was encased in an obsidian-like exoskeleton, with sharp bone spurs protruding from its joints. Behind it, a ring of thorns ablaze with black flames slowly revolved. Hovering near its head, its face was reduced to mere slits of crimson eyes, while its mouth was grotesquely stretched from ear to ear, revealing jagged, menacing teeth. Most fearsome of all were the 6 serpentine tendrils, composed entirely of pure infernal fire, thrashing wildly behind it, each radiating waves of destructive energy. This was the essence of Kuranoya's trembling voice, the perfect amalgamation of infernal fire and the power of destruction. The fully mutated Ramdo spoke, its voice echoing as if a multitude whispered in unison, "Feel the despair." With a subtle lift of its hand, one of the infernal tendrils elongated abruptly, piercing through a distant mountain peak in an instant. The struck mountain did not explode. Rather, it was reduced to black ash. The destructive energy could obliterate anything. And as Ramdo raised its 6 tendrils in unison, the infernal fire would consume all. Chapter 75. The Resurrection of the Dragon of Oblivion. Beerus's expression shifted slightly. You have truly reached this level. It seems you have entirely mastered the power of infernal fire. Beerus, these years have not only seen your progress. While you lived in comfort, I have relentlessly strived to improve. Ramdo cackled maniacally as it charged forward, its speed multiplied several times over from before. Beerus hastily attempted to block, only to be sent flying hundreds of meters with a single punch. Lord Beerus, Koranoya, and the others watching from a distance revealed their concern. Amidst the swirling dust, Beerus slowly rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Now this is more like it. He inhaled deeply as the destructive energy within him began to undergo a qualitative transformation. Allow me to showcase the fruits of my years of training. The purple aura gradually shifted to a deep violet, ultimately infused with a glimmer of silvery light. The ultimate destruction of the god of destruction. Ramdo's expression finally turned grave. The ultimate freedom? Impossible. The ultimate freedom belongs to the angelic lineage, unsuitable for a god of destruction. Yet this, Beerus's voice became ethereal, is the supreme annihilation, unique to the gods of destruction. The two figures collided once more, and this time, even Whis had to reinforce the protective barrier to withstand the ensuing shockwaves. The pillars of the temple began to crumble, and the tremors of the super dragon balls intensified. Useless, Ramdo cackled amidst the fierce battle. The dragon of oblivion is about to awaken. At that moment, everything will be rewritten. Boom. Beerus's fist, entwined with silver-violet annihilation energy, struck Ramdo squarely in the chest. The infernal armor shattered upon impact, yet was instantaneously replaced by newly ignited black flames. Useless, Ramdo sneered, as 6 infernal tendrils suddenly coiled around Beerus's arm. The infernal fire will devour everything. Is that so? A surge of silver light erupted in Beerus's eyes as he pushed the ultimate annihilation to its zenith. Then let us put this to the test. His arm vibrated at a high frequency, silver-violet energy rippling like blades, slicing through the tendrils with ease. Following this, a spinning kick connected with Ramdo's jaw, sending it soaring into the heavens. Destructive shadow kill. The figure of Beerus instantly fractured into dozens of afterimages, launching a ferocious assault on Ramdo from all directions. Each punch struck with precision at the joints, leaving cracks upon the fiery armor of silver and purple energy. Cough. Ramdo spat out a mouthful of black blood, yet suddenly broke into a grin. I've got you. A hidden 7th dragon's whisker surged from behind, ensnaring Beerus's waist in an instant. The terrifying flames began to scorch his divine form. Lord Beerus, Kuranoa, and the other warriors exclaimed in shock. Humph. Beerus grunted softly. Seizing the dragon whisker with both hands, annihilation. The silver-purple energy surged along the whisker, extinguishing the flames in its wake. Ramdo's expression shifted dramatically, and he decisively severed the whisker, retreating. You can extinguish the flames? For the first time, Ramdo's voice wavered. Beerus gasped for air. The gash at his waist a horrid sight. The essence of destruction is to return all to nothingness. He slowly straightened, including your ominous flames. The two faced off across the battlefield, which suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Only the increasingly violent tremors of the super dragon balls reminding them of the urgency of time. Ha ha. Ramdo suddenly burst into manic laughter. How fascinating. Truly delightful. No wonder you are the strongest god of destruction. His body began to twist and contort, more fiery dragon whiskers sprouting from his back. Let us see whether your destruction is stronger or my flames more fervent. Beerus inhaled deeply, silver and purple light coalescing in his palm into a collapsing energy sphere. This aligns perfectly with my intent. The wrath of the fiery end. Flames surged into Ramdo's hands, condensing into an obsidian flame giant sword. Destruction returns all to void. Beerus's energy sphere collapsed to its utmost, emitting a heart-stopping tremor. The entire temple began to crumble, space shattering like fragile glass. The onlookers had no choice but to retreat to the edge of the protective barrier upheld by Whis. The final blow. Both warriors roared in unison. At that critical moment, a crisp sound of shattering echoed across the battlefield. The 7 super dragon balls erupted simultaneously, emitting blinding crimson light, with viscous black liquid oozing from the surface cracks. What? Lambdo turned in astonishment. The black liquid intertwined like a living entity, forming a colossal cocoon in the air. Terrifying heartbeats resonated from within the cocoon, each pulse causing the space to tremble. Not good. Beerus's expression changed drastically. The dragon of the end is awakening prematurely. Ha ha ha. The feeble yet frenzied laughter of the fiery Vegeta echoed from afar, as his form slowly began to dissolve into nothingness. Too late. The ritual has been completed. The black, giant cocoon suddenly fissured, a scaled massive claw extending slowly. The mere touch of its tip began to decay the surrounding space at a visibly rapid rate. Lambdo's expression shifted from shock to ecstatic joy. Perfect. Even better than anticipated. Well done, fiery Vegeta. Your sacrifice is worthwhile. He redirected his gaze towards Beerus. Ha ha ha. Beerus, while I yearn for a contest of supremacy with you, it has become utterly meaningless. The dragon of destruction has awakened. It shall not succumb to slumber again until this world is annihilated. I emerge victorious. Ha ha ha. Beerus felt an urge to counter his words, but found himself at a loss for words, for he spoke the truth. The dragon of destruction, as the harbinger of a new world, is destined to obliterate the old world entirely, reclaiming its essence to nourish the creation of a new realm. Ramuto, observing the gritted teeth of Beerus, felt a wave of satisfaction within. The dragon of destruction has indeed awakened. The plan has been executed flawlessly. All shall retreat. Informed the cloaked figures intercepting the gods of destruction. Upon receiving the news, those cloaked figures wasted no time and returned to the temporal rift. Meanwhile, the other 11 gods of destruction sensed impending doom and hastened towards the creation temple. Beerus, consider yourself fortunate. After all, not everyone has the privilege of witnessing the dragon of destruction. Ha ha ha. With that, he turned to depart, taking along an ominous warrior. Beerus did not attempt to stop Ramuto. After all, in comparison, the dragon of destruction held far greater significance at this moment. Whis intended to restrain Ramuto, as he could not directly engage in battle. However, if it were merely a matter of confinement, it posed no challenge. Just as he was about to act, he received a telepathic message from the Grand Priest. Allow Ramuto to depart. As Whis watched Ramuto's retreating figure, he reflected on Beerus's actions over the past 100 millennia and pondered, perhaps his father was right. A life of excessive ease may not be beneficial. At this juncture, Beerus, with a grave expression, soared before the yet to fully materialized dragon of destruction, channeling his inner power to its zenith. The ultimate destruction of existence. He unleashed all his might upon the dragon, radiating a brilliant light. The intense luminosity flashed, yet the dragon of destruction emerged unscathed before him. Beerus's demeanor was more serious than ever. Is this truly the case? Chapter 76. Despair. Lord Beerus, your attack has proven ineffective. What shall we do now? Kuranoa exclaimed in a state of panic. The warriors around him also felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, despite being the cream of the crop from their respective realms. At this moment, they found themselves powerless as the world teetered on the brink of annihilation. Beerus, what are you doing? The dragon of destruction has awakened before you. Just as despair enveloped the crowd, a voice of complaint suddenly rang out. Subsequently, 11 radiant beams of light cascaded down before Beerus. As the glow dissipated, the figures within revealed themselves to be the other 11 gods of destruction and their attendant angels. The one who had spoken was none other than Katra, the god of destruction from Universe 4. He had always been at odds with Beerus, and surely would not miss an opportunity to mock him. How tedious. You arrive now, and still have the audacity to speak. Beerus retorted sharply at Katra. Humph. The god of destruction from Universe 6, Kampa, waddled forward, proclaiming, Beerus, you remain as useless as ever. You allowed the dragon of destruction to awaken to such an extent. Veins bulged on Beerus's forehead as he snapped, shut your mouth. Had it not been for your tardiness, we would have already addressed the pressing matter at hand. The god of destruction from the 11th universe, Vermaud, elegantly gestured, asserting that this was not the time for quarrels. The angel from the 7th universe, Whis, smiled and added that Vermaud was correct. Our immediate priority is to resolve the issue of the dragon of termination. Humph. Both Beerus and Kampa simultaneously turned away. The god of destruction from the 3rd universe, Moscow, spoke in an electronic tone, urging everyone that the resurrection of the dragon of termination is now inevitable and immediate action is required. Oh, come on. Let us not be so serious. The god of destruction from the ninth universe, Sidra, lazily leaned against his angel and suggested that we should tackle this together. The god of destruction from the second universe, Hellas, elegantly adjusted her skirt and retorted, Sidra, it is not that simple. The dragon of termination possesses the capacity to devour the entire multiverse. Humph. The god of destruction from the 10th universe, Ramses, scoffed dismissively, just a mere dragon. Watch me obliterate it with a single punch. Ramses, his angel sighed in exasperation. Everyone, Kuranoya anxiously interrupted their bickering. The dragon of termination is accelerating its resurrection. If this continues, upon hearing this, the 12 gods of destruction finally adopted a serious demeanor. Quitella turned to Beerus. Hey, Beerus, you arrived first, so what is the situation? Beerus' expression turned grave. This is troublesome. Just now, I exerted all my strength against the dragon of termination, and to my dismay, it inflicted not a hint of damage. What? At that moment, they truly grasped the severity of the situation. Though they may not have favored Beerus, it was undeniable that his power surpassed all others present. Now, we can only wait until the dragon of termination is fully resurrected and reveals its true form, at which point we can defeat it decisively. Beerus articulated his plan. It seems we have no other choice. The others nodded in agreement. Humph. Who would have thought I would fight alongside you one day? Quitella glared ominously at Beerus. Do you think I wish to battle alongside you? After stating this, Beerus turned away, disregarding Quitella. With Beerus no longer paying attention to him, Quitella felt a wave of disinterest wash over him, shifting his gaze to the resurrecting dragon of termination. Crack! A sharp sound of shattering echoed throughout the temple. The fissures on the surface of the 7 super dragon balls suddenly widened simultaneously, and a viscous black liquid gushed forth like blood. These fluids intertwined in the air, gradually forming a colossal black vortex. It is coming. Beerus tensed, the purple destructive energy swirling around his form. At the vortex's center, a dragon claw cloaked in dark golden scales slowly emerged. The mere appearance of its claw caused the very fabric of the temple's space to warp and distort. A stench of decay pervaded the air, and even the light was consumed. Roar! The deafening roar of the dragon sent tremors through the entire continuum. The second dragon claw tore through the vortex, followed closely by a dragon head adorned with bony spikes. The 6 blood-red vertical pupils of the dragon of termination opened sequentially, each eye reflecting a world on the brink of collapse. This is the voice of the end dragon, Kuranoa, trembling with intensity. The moment the end dragon completely broke free from the vortex's grasp, the 12 gods of destruction simultaneously unleashed their might. Purple destructive energy poured down like a torrential rain, transforming the entire space into a dazzling kaleidoscope of colors. Boom! The shockwave of the explosion swept across the scene. As the dust settled, a shocking spectacle emerged. The end dragon hovered in the air, utterly unscathed, not a single scratch upon its scales. How is this possible? Kampa's eyes widened in disbelief. The 6 eyes of the end dragon simultaneously flashed with an eerie light. Suddenly, its form began to contract and reshape, its scales reconfigured, and its bone spurs retracted, transforming in an instant into a 2-meter-tall humanoid being. Dark golden skin flowed with black patterns, and 6 eyes fanned out across its forehead. It was clad in armor that shimmered with the essence of dragon scales, and 6 black energy orbs floated behind it, each orb faintly revealing a world on the brink of annihilation. Ants. The end dragon spoke, its voice resonating like the lamentations of countless worlds intertwined. Is this your welcoming ceremony? Beerus was the first to react. Enough of your arrogance. He instantly appeared before the end dragon, delivering a punch enveloped in purple energy directly to its face. The end dragon merely raised a hand to effortlessly intercept the blow. Too weak. What? Before Beerus could react, a whip-like kick sent him hurtling hundreds of meters away. Altogether, Quitella roared as he charged forward, followed closely by the other gods of destruction. The 12 gods of destruction simultaneously besieged the end dragon, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Beerus and Kampa flanked it, while Vermaud elegantly waved his hands, unleashing waves of purple destructive energy. Rum's fists rained down like a torrential downpour. Initially, it appeared that the end dragon was indeed being suppressed. Its defenses began to falter, and wounds gradually appeared upon its form. It's working, Hellas exclaimed joyfully. However, As the battle progressed, strange occurrences began to unfold. The movements of the end dragon accelerated, and its strength intensified. In contrast, the gods of destruction found their assault waning. Something is amiss, Beerus gasped. My strength is diminishing. The other gods of destruction also sensed the anomaly. Mosco, within the robotic construct, stated, analysis indicates it is absorbing our destructive energy. The end dragon suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter. Have you finally realized? Every time you wield destructive energy, you are nourishing me. As if to validate its words. The 6 black energy orbs behind it began to spin rapidly. With each rotation, the end dragon's aura grew stronger, while the power of the gods of destruction correspondingly weakened. How can we fight like this? Sidra exclaimed, barely evading a black energy beam. Beerus gritted his teeth and looked at Whis. Is there any way to combat this? Whis's expression was unusually grave. The emergence of the end dragon is fundamentally to collect the essence of worlds. The power of the gods of destruction is also a part of this essence, thus rendering you incapable of inflicting harm upon it. In fact, you are only providing it with more energy. Gohan's urgent voice interrupted Whis's explanation. If the power of Lord Destroyer is insufficient, can our mortal strength suffice? Whis shook his head, indicating that to defeat him, one must employ a power that is fundamentally akin to his own. How infuriating. That leaves us utterly helpless. We can only watch as he brings destruction to the world. Beerus clenched his teeth, overwhelmed for the first time by a sense of powerlessness. I will confront him. Chapter 77. Goku arrives. Just as everyone found themselves at a loss, a voice that inspired unwavering trust resonated through the air. Everyone, I shall take him on. The figure of Son Goku appeared on the battlefield. Father, Kakarot, Son Goku. The warriors were filled with excitement at Goku's arrival. He always rekindles hope when despair looms. Fear not, everyone. I have a method to deal with him. At that moment, Beerus approached Goku, scrutinizing him closely. While you are indeed formidable now, the end dragon cannot merely be faced with strength. I understand, but I believe no one is more suited for this task than I. Before Beerus could say more, he was abruptly interrupted by Whis. Lord Beerus, perhaps he is indeed the most suitable candidate. Realizing Whis's implication, Beerus responded. Understanding the gravity of the situation. Do not disappoint us. He turned back to the other destroyers. Who is he? A curious destroyer inquired. Perhaps he is the one who can create miracles. Upon hearing Beerus's words, the other destroyers redirected their attention to Goku, examining him intently. Goku stepped forward to face the end dragon, his expression serious. There are those precious to me in this world. I shall not allow you to destroy them. The end dragon scrutinized Goku, recognizing his unusual aura. Interesting, I never anticipated encountering such a scenario. It seems they wish for you to halt me. Indeed. I shall certainly stop you. Then let us proceed. Show me your abilities. The two ceased their words and silently regarded each other. I leave it to you. Only you can confront him. Rest assured. Goku took control of his body, his gaze transforming instantaneously, his aura shifting as well. Witnessing this change, the end dragon comprehended everything, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. So this is it. Let me see what you can do. Goku summoned his entire energy. He let out a howl towards the heavens, a silvery, divine aura soaring into the sky. His silver hair elongated to his waist, each strand entwined with resplendent golden energy. 7 ethereal Dragon Balls formed a dazzling halo behind him, radiating a spectrum of colors. In a brief moment, his enhancement was astonishingly profound. Beerus was taken aback, sensing an energy fluctuation that rivaled that of a destroyer. The 6 vertical pupils of the end dragon narrowed simultaneously. Fascinating. He has managed to merge Saiyan power with Dragon God strength to this extent. This world shall be protected by me. Goku's voice resonated with an ethereal echo. With a swish, the two figures vanished simultaneously, only to collide thunderously in midair. Boom. In the instant their fists collided, a terrifying shockwave lifted the ground within 1,000 meters. Both combatants staggered back 3 steps, each step leaving behind burning footprints. The air crackled with energy as Goku transformed into a silver flash, his fists raining down like a torrential downpour. The end dragon, with a cold smirk, activated its 6 glowing eyes, invoking its perfect defense. A dark energy shield formed in front of it, adeptly blocking every punch. As the final blow descended, the end dragon suddenly retaliated with its tail whip. The dark golden tail lashed out like a whip, and although Goku swiftly sidestepped, it grazed his shoulder, singeing his silver fur to a charred black. "Dad!" The two Gohans in the arena called out anxiously. "All is well," Goku replied with a grin, the wound healing rapidly under the divine power of the dragon. With the warm-up concluded, he pressed his palms together, and the Dragon Ball halo spun vigorously. Dragon God Energy Circle Slash. Countless circular, multicolored energy blades shot forth. Unfazed, the End Dragon traced circles with its hands, summoning the End Devouring Vortex. The black vortex consumed all the energy blades. Simultaneously, the two leapt into the air, engaging in a dazzling close-quarters battle. The sounds of their fists and feet colliding resonated like thunder. Goku executed a sweeping kick towards the End Dragon's head, which ducked to evade, only for its tail to strike towards Goku's waist. Goku spun in midair, using his hands for leverage to kick out. Thud! The kick connected with the End Dragon's chin. But at the same moment, a claw slashed across Goku's chest, sending both combatants flying backwards. Ha! What a thrill! The End Dragon wiped away the black blood from its lips, surprised to encounter such an intriguing opponent right after its revival. Goku, catching his breath and adjusting his stance, replied, "You're not too shabby yourself." Suddenly, he vanished from his position, reappearing behind the End Dragon. "I will not be defeated by you." Too slow. The End Dragon anticipated his move, turning swiftly as its 6 eyes unleashed beams of light. Goku quickly changed his stance, crossing his arms to form a protective barrier. The beams collided with the shield, erupting in a blinding flash. The two fighters retreated once more, cautiously eyeing each other. It appeared that ordinary moves would not determine the victor. The End Dragon began to gather its energy, its 6 eyes turning blood red. Goku assumed the stance for the Kamehameha, the Dragon Ball halo floating between his hands. Dragon God Ultimate Kamehameha. End of the world light. The two forces of cataclysmic energy erupted simultaneously, the vibrant and pitch-black beams clashing midair. Boom! An unprecedented explosion illuminated the entirety of space and time. As the brilliance faded, both warriors remained standing, albeit battered and bruised. But it was not over. Goku suddenly charged towards the End Dragon. Just what I wanted. The End Dragon surged forward to meet him. They clashed once more, each impact sending tremors through the space around them. Goku's voice echoed as he unleashed a flurry of strikes. Bang! Goku's silver tail collided fiercely with the End Dragon's dark golden tail, producing a metallic clang. Both fighters propelled themselves backward, only to charge at each other once more in an instant. After a brief exchange of punches in the air, they both retreated. A soft breeze rustled as Wukong's silver aura began to fluctuate, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. The state of the Dragon of Finality was equally dire. 3 of its 6 eyes now dim and lifeless. It appeared we had all reached our limits. The Dragon of Finality let out a sinister laugh, wiping the dark blood from the corner of its mouth. Wukong focused his breathing, the radiance of the Dragon Ball Divine ring flickering erratically. Yet the battle was far from over. Ha! The Dragon of Finality suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter. Foolish! Did you think I was merely engaged in combat with you? It abruptly spread its arms wide, revealing 6 dark orbs of energy behind it. Look around. Only then did everyone realize that the scattered energy across the battlefield was being voraciously absorbed by those black orbs. With each ounce of energy consumed, the Dragon of Finality's injuries healed a fraction. This is bad. Whis' expression shifted dramatically. It's absorbing the energy from the entire battlefield to restore itself. Chapter 78. Defeat. Wukong's eyes narrowed. Then let us settle this swiftly. He pressed his palms together, and the Dragon Ball Divine Ring began to emit a blinding light. Dragon God Turtle School Kamehameha, 10 times the power. Too late. The Dragon of Finality's 6 eyes widened. Final restoration. Dark energy surged into its body like a tidal wave. All wounds instantaneously mended. It opened its cavernous mouth, unleashing a beam of energy far more potent than before. Boom! In an instant, Wukong's energy was shattered, the residual force striking him head-on, sending his silvery form plummeting into the ruins like a shooting star. Kakarot! Vegeta roared, ready to charge forward. Dad! Both Gohan and Goten prepared to advance. Stay back. From the debris, Wukong struggled to rise, his aura now faint and flickering. This one is mine. Your strength is almost spent. Allow me to handle this. It's futile. Only my energy can inflict harm upon him. Trust me, I will defeat him. Such tenacity. You deserve to reveal your name to me. The Dragon of Finality regarded Wukong with amusement. Heh, I am Sun Goku, a peace-loving yet battle-enthusiastic earthling. Wukong chuckled, one hand clutching his shoulder as he gazed at the Dragon of Finality. You are formidable, stronger than anyone I have encountered. Yet I will surely defeat you. Clap, clap, clap. The Dragon of Finality applauded, acknowledging Wukong's spirit. A commendable resolve. However, that is unattainable. There is nothing impossible. My family, my friends. Everything I cherish resides in this world. I shall not permit you to obliterate it. With that declaration, a strange power surged within Wukong, instantly restoring him to his peak condition. What? How can this be? The Dragon of Finality's eyes widened in disbelief, staring incredulously at Wukong's transformation. Wukong's change equally astonished the onlookers. What is this energy? Beerus gaped, his purple godly aura unconsciously fluctuating. Whis, rarely frowning, contemplated. Could this power fluctuation be? The other angelic guardians exchanged grave glances, their expressions heavy with concern. In the 10th universe, the angel Kusu softly murmured. The resonance of the primordial power. How could this be possible? Perhaps the primordial force senses a crisis, and he is the warrior chosen by the primordial power. Weiss articulated his conjecture. Father. The young Gohan clenched his fists, tears shimmering in his eyes. That bastard Kakarot. Vegeta, though voicing his disdain, bore a proud smirk. Miracles are always within reach. At the heart of the battlefield, Goku was enveloped in a radiant emerald glow, the Dragon Ball halo reigniting with dazzling brilliance. The End Dragon's 6 eyes simultaneously narrowed, for the first time revealing a vigilant demeanor. Impossible. You are capable of invoking the resonance of the primordial force. It roared. As the 6 black energy orbs behind it whirled chaotically, let us see whose primordial power prevails, yours or my apocalyptic might. In an instant, both warriors vanished from sight, only to collide in midair with a thunderous crash. The shockwave from their clash uprooted the ground for miles around. Goku's silvery tail lashed out like a steel whip, while the End Dragon countered with its own tail, their tails entwining and sparking brilliantly. Suddenly, Goku altered his attack, unleashing a torrential downpour of fist shadows. The End's perfect defense. The End Dragon manifested a black energy shield, yet this time the force of Goku's punches pierced through, leaving numerous scars upon its form. Damn it! The End Dragon howled, its 6 eyes firing beams of annihilation. Goku darted through the air, creating 7 afterimages, deftly evading all assaults. He joined his hands together, the Dragon Ball halo detaching from his back. Dragon God's 7-star convergence. The 7 Dragon Ball apparitions fell like meteors upon the End Dragon. Amidst the explosive dust, the End Dragon emerged in disarray, one eye already dimmed. But it was not over. Goku pressed his advantage, delivering a spinning kick aimed at the opponent's throat. Bang! The End Dragon barely blocked the blow, yet was struck by the follow-up tail whip, shattering large patches of its dark golden scales. Outside the battlefield, Kampa gaped in astonishment. Is this fellow truly just a mortal? No, Weiss replied softly. He is now the embodiment of the Dragon God's power and the primordial force. Just as Goku gained the upper hand, the End Dragon suddenly grinned malevolently. Did you think this was the end? I am perpetually absorbing energy to grow stronger. At that moment, the energy of the entire battlefield was being absorbed at an accelerated pace. Even the primordial power emanating from Goku was being gradually stripped away. It was consuming the energy of the entire world. Krona gasped. Goku acted swiftly to thwart it, but it was too late. The End Dragon's aura surged once more, its injuries visibly healing at an alarming rate. Futile. As long as this universe harbors energy, I am immortal, and I will only grow stronger. Immortal? Impossible. If I can annihilate you with absolute power before you can recover, victory is assured. You guessed correctly, but can you truly achieve that? Only your power, akin to my own lineage, can inflict genuine harm upon me. It suddenly surged forth, its speed magnified several-fold. Goku hastily attempted to block, yet a heavy punch struck him in the abdomen, causing the divine aura surrounding him to dim significantly. Father! Both Gohan exclaimed simultaneously. Kakarot! Vegeta clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. Goku struggled to maintain his stance, but the relentless onslaught of the Dragon of Desolation came crashing down like a tidal wave. A sweeping tail strike propelled him skyward, followed by a barrage of 6 beams of annihilation. Boom, boom, Boom. Amidst the incessant explosions, Goku plummeted like a kite severed from its string. Just as he was about to make contact with the ground, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength to flip his body, landing on one knee and sliding several dozen meters before coming to a halt. Coughing, he expelled a mouthful of blood, his divine radiance nearly extinguished. The Dragon Ball halo dimmed, teetering on the brink of oblivion. The Dragon of Desolation slowly descended nearby, its 6 eyes gleaming with mockery. What a splendid performance, Son Goku. But the game must come to an end. Goku, too fatigued to respond, merely gasped for breath. Son Goku, in order to afford you the respect you deserve, I shall allow you to perish as an independent entity. With that, it approached the kneeling Goku and extended its right hand toward the crown of his head. Soul Extraction. Chapter 79, Soul Extraction. Stop, beast. The 2 Gohans from different timelines rushed toward the Dragon of Desolation, seeking to save Goku, but alas, they could not even breach the protective barrier. Get lost, ants. The Dragon of Desolation waved its left hand dismissively, and a black energy storm instantly hurled both Gohans hundreds of meters away. Father, the beast Gohan struggled to rise, his beastly aura raging, yet he remained unable to breach the inky barrier. Damn it. Super Saiyan 5 Gohan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and gathered his energy to launch another Kamehameha at the barrier, only to elicit a mere ripple. Vegeta roared and charged toward the barrier, his deep blue aura pushed to its limits. Ultimate flash at maximum power. The blinding blue light struck the barrier, yet it was as if a cow had fallen into the sea, leaving no trace behind. Ha ha. The Dragon of Desolation let out a piercing laugh. What a touching scene. Alas, it is utterly meaningless. After separating, Trunks and Goten both transformed into Super Saiyan 4, their energies intertwining in the air. Dragon Slash. Kamehameha. A yellow dragon-shaped energy collided with the blue energy against the barrier, yet it too returned without effect. Futile. The Dragon of Desolation mockingly shook its head. Your energies are far too feeble. Miniature Goku and Vegeta leaped onto the barrier, frantically pounding on the transparent shield. Release Kakarot. You scoundrel. The Dragon of Desolation couldn't be bothered with them, continuing to extract Goku's soul. Goku's body began to twitch slightly. Stop it. Finally, unable to contain himself, Beerus gathered purple destructive energy in his palm. Destruction Energy Ball. Lord Beerus. Whis attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The Destruction Energy Ball struck the barrier, only to be rebounded back. What? In a hasty evasion, Beerus was nonetheless grazed by the residual force, causing his right arm to bleed profusely. Foolishness. The End Dragon finally turned its gaze. This shield absorbs the energy of your attacks. Your assaults will only fortify it further. The stronger the attack, the more likely it is to rebound. The gods of destruction exchanged glances, despair etched upon their faces for the first time. Is there truly no way out? Kuranoa collapsed to the ground, tears blurring his vision. At this moment, everyone was utterly devoid of options, helplessly witnessing Goku's soul being extracted. Without the interference of the masses, the End Dragon swiftly withdrew Goku's essence from his transcendent form. At the instant Goku's soul vacated his body, the transcendent Goku's spirit seized control, reverting to his ordinary Super Saiyan form. Bang! The transcendent Goku struck the End Dragon's jaw with a punch. Just as contact was imminent, the End Dragon instantaneously blocked it. Another Goku had been anticipating your move. A kick sent Goku flying. Gohan and the others rushed to support him. Father, you're all right. What a relief. Kakarot. Seeing Goku unharmed, smiles blossomed on everyone's faces. I'm fine. We must rescue him. The transcendent Goku gazed gravely at Goku's soul, ensnared in the clutches of the End Dragon. Father, what is happening? The transcendent Goku recounted the entire ordeal. Gohan, do you remember how I was resurrected through Lord Kai? The beast Gohan was taken aback, quickly realizing. Of course, I remember. Could it be that the transcendent Goku nodded? Indeed, it was through his guidance that I learned of Buu's threat. It allowed everyone to prepare in advance. It was also him who fought alongside Lord Beerus to save Earth. Later, in that alternate timeline with A's, it was thanks to him that I survived the hands of the Dark Robe Man. He mentioned that he sacrificed himself while battling an evil entity named One-Star Dragon in his timeline, and with the help of the Dragon God, he was able to survive in this manner. Upon hearing this, Gohan's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that he is my father from that timeline? The transcendent Goku looked at Gohan. Indeed, he said that you all did splendidly, not allowing his departure to hinder your training. He had intended to reunite with you, but never anticipated the ensuing events. Tears welled in Gohan's eyes as he gazed at Goku's soul. In a frenzy, he charged at the End Dragon. You scoundrel! Release my father. Alas, his efforts were futile. The End Dragon regarded Goku's soul, a truly touching scene. But fear not, they shall soon accompany you. With that, an energy surged from its hand, enveloping Goku's essence entirely. How infuriating! Ah! Goku cried out in agony. The onlookers could hardly bear to witness this, and collectively attacked the End Dragon, yet to no avail. The angels, initially poised to intervene, were covertly restrained by the Grand Minister, prohibited from interfering in this matter. Is this how it ends? Is my journey coming to a close? Chi-Chi, I'm sorry. I couldn't even say goodbye in the end. With great anguish, Wukong closed his eyes, a single tear cascading down his cheek. Suddenly, the voice of the dragon resonated deep within his heart. Sun Wukong, are you prepared to surrender? Will you willingly part from your family and friends? The surprises I have bestowed upon you extend far beyond this. The dragon's tone was not as it usually was. It was imbued with a profound sanctity and deep emotion. Surrender? How could I ever surrender? Chi-Chi is still waiting for me. I cannot give up. Huh? Wukong's voice transformed from reluctant despair to unwavering resolve. With his mighty roar, his soul began to undergo an enigmatic transformation, though this change went unnoticed, hindered by the energy of the End Dragon. Farewell, beloved warrior of peace, Sun Wukong. As the End Dragon's palms converged, the energy enveloping Wukong diminished until it vanished entirely, his voice fading into silence. No, father! The anguished cry of Super Saiyan Gohan echoed through the heavens. Ha ha ha! Such a delightful expression brings joy to the heart. The End Dragon laughed boisterously. Gohan knelt despondently on the ground, shocked that his father had perished before his eyes once more. Gohan, gather your strength. We must avenge him. Super Saiyan Goku approached Gohan. Placing his hand before him, Gohan looked up at Super Saiyan Goku, his gaze resolute. He reached out, grasping Goku's hand, reigniting his spirit. Witnessing this scene, the End Dragon lost interest. I've grown weary of this game. Perish. He concentrated energy in both hands, declaring, end of all. Just as the energy was about to be unleashed, a tremor rippled through the realm of the creation god temple. Countless points of light began to coalesce, gradually forming a great cocoon. This spectacle left everyone bewildered, causing the End Dragon to pause and observe the transformation. Only Super Saiyan Gohan could not contain his excitement. Could it be that his father? In the eager gaze of Gohan, the radiant cocoon slowly dissipated, revealing Wukong's form before them. This time, he was no longer a mere spirit. Wukong gradually opened his eyes, a flash of light emanating from them as he gazed at the End Dragon. End Dragon, prepare yourself for the ultimate battle. Chapter 80 White God. Father, Kakarot, this is incredible. The warriors were overwhelmed with exhilaration at the sight of Wukong, resurrected and restored to his physical form. Even the seasoned gods and angels were taken aback, witnessing something beyond their comprehension for the very first time. In stark contrast, the End Dragon was utterly incredulous. Impossible. How could you possibly be alive? The End Dragon stared at Wukong in disbelief, convinced that no one could return from the state of soul dissolution. Wukong lowered his gaze to his body, clenching his fist to feel the surge of power within. This immense strength was unlike anything he had experienced in Super Saiyan form. Raising his eyes once more to the End Dragon, he declared, End Dragon, in truth, I owe you a debt of gratitude. In this moment of life and death, I have finally comprehended the surprise the dragon spoke of. What? Wukong's words left the Dragon of the End in a state of utter confusion. However, Wukong paid no heed to the dragon and continued, before I arrived in this realm. The dragon informed me that it had left a surprise for me. I had always believed that breaking through to Super Saiyan 5 was the surprise the dragon intended. Now, at long last, I have come to understand that what the dragon bestowed upon me is the primal creative force that birthed the dragon itself. This power not only enables me to continuously transcend my limits. Pausing momentarily, he extended his palm, and a bird materialized from thin air, soaring into the sky. The onlookers were astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. Wukong continued, It has also granted me the ability to create life. In an unknown realm, An enigmatic entity sensed this transformation. Have you finally comprehended? Continue to grow, little one, it mused, closing its eyes once more. The dragon of the end, now flustered, felt this energy resonate with the very essence that had once created the Super Dragon Balls. Do you feel it, dragon of the end? This is the primordial force of your creation. Wukong observed the dragon's growing panic, a smirk of derision gracing his lips. Even so, what does it matter? You have merely grasped this power. To think you could defeat me with it is sheer folly. The dragon, increasingly agitated, glared at Wukong. Do not rush. I shall not wield this energy against you. You are not yet worthy of such force. How dare you underestimate me? The dragon of the end abandoned all pretense of jest, merging the 6 orbs of energy into itself. In that instant of fusion, the dragon's aura intensified significantly, enveloped in black lightning, exuding a foreboding presence. Even Whis and the others felt the weight of the pressure. An energy sphere materialized before the dragon's chest, amplifying the oppressive force. Fools, this is my true form. I have no desire to prolong this encounter any further. The others were taken aback, realizing the dragon of the end harbored such formidable energy. Yet, Wukong remained unfazed, seemingly aware of its hidden potential. Even a mere 1-star dragon can absorb Dragon Ball energy. Did you think I would remain oblivious to your intentions? Knowing this, and yet remaining so composed, I am intrigued to discover the depths of your resolve. In that case, allow me to demonstrate the power I possess after surpassing my limits. With a resounding cry, Wukong unleashed all the strength within him, undergoing an inexplicable transformation. His aura surged wildly, causing the very space of the creation temple to tremble beneath his might. White lightning filled the sky, completely overshadowing the ominous presence emitted by the dragon of the end. Observing the battlefield from the Xeno's palace, the Grand Priest allowed a smile of satisfaction to grace his lips. At last, you have reached this realm. As Wukong's energy radiated outward, the effects of his breakthrough began to ripple from the creation temple throughout all 12 universes. Suddenly, a kaleidoscope of colors illuminated the cosmos, and the divine aura compelled mortals to kneel in reverence, engaging in fervent prayers. All the deities were profoundly astonished by the scene before them, realizing that an extraordinary existence had emerged within the cosmos. The Grand Kai of Universe 7 gazed at the changes in the sky, and the image of Sun Wukong suddenly surfaced in his mind, an instinctive feeling that he was connected to this event. Meanwhile, within the God Creation Temple, Wukong unleashed his full power, enveloped in a radiant white energy, forming a cocoon of light. As this luminous cocoon surrounded him, Wukong's physique began to transform. His hair turned entirely white, with 2 strands falling gracefully over his forehead. His white eyes conveyed an aura of inviolability, and a crimson symbol appeared at the center of his forehead, bisected by 2 horizontal lines. A red beam of light extended from his heart to both arms. And as the brilliance faded, a completely new Wukong materialized before the onlookers. Merely standing there, he exuded an intangible pressure, akin to a crushing superiority in terms of life essence. The deities, sensing the overwhelming force emanating from Wukong, broke into a cold sweat. It was inconceivable that a mere mortal could attain such might. They gazed at the transcending Wukong with a mix of admiration and envy. Whis, has Sun Wukong truly reached that realm? Beerus inquired, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Whis, typically stoic, displayed a rare hint of excitement. Indeed, Lord Beerus, this power, along with its divine aura and demeanor, unmistakably signifies that he has surpassed both gods and angels, achieving the pinnacle of divine mastery. The previously speculative deities were rendered speechless by Whis' affirmation, struck by astonishment. The warriors, however, watched Wukong with exhilaration. This is incredible. This power will surely lead us to victory. Wukong turned his gaze towards the stunned End Dragon. End Dragon, this is the strength I have attained after transcending my limits. I shall refer to it as the first stage of the White God. As he spoke, he touched the runes upon his forehead, awakening the End Dragon from its stupor. Gulping in trepidation, it exclaimed, "No, it cannot be. How can your power be so formidable?" "There is nothing impossible," Wukong replied confidently. "The moment I comprehended the power of creation, my life essence underwent a qualitative leap. Mastering this strength was inevitable." With that, he took a step forward. Boom. At this moment, Wukong, now to be called White God Wukong, merely took a gentle step, and the entire space of the god creation temple trembled violently. The ground beneath him revealed golden runes, and with each footfall, a lotus-shaped white halo blossomed. The overwhelming life essence pressed down upon the end dragon, causing it to retreat uncontrollably, its 6 eyes quivering in frenzy. The 6 energy orbs on its chest began to oscillate erratically, with black lightning flickering ominously. Chapter 81, Victory. End Dragon. It is time to end this. The end dragon, suppressed by white god Wukong, felt its pupils constrict sharply upon hearing these words. Stop jesting. I will not be annihilated without the destruction of this realm. The end dragon's composure shattered as it bellowed in self-justification. This is impossible. It cannot be happening. The dragon of the end roared hysterically, its 6 blood-red eyes spinning wildly. The 6 energy orbs on its chest trembled violently, unleashing 6 black beams of light capable of annihilating entire star systems. Yet, white god Wukong merely raised his left hand, a glimmer of white light emanating from his fingertips. At the moment that cataclysmic attack made contact with the white light, it melted away like snowflakes under the scorching sun. The dragon of the end's voice began to tremble as it gazed down at its quaking claws, unable to move even a single step. Do not waste your efforts. It is futile. The calmness in white god Wukong's voice was chilling, his white eyes reflecting the dragon's distressed form. Silence. 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 The dragon of the end descended into madness, its dark golden body twisting and warping. I shall tear you apart. I shall devour you. The end of all dragons shall consume the heavens. Suddenly, its form fragmented into thousands of shadowy dragons, each exuding an aura of destruction. The entire sky was instantly shrouded in darkness, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Perish! Thousands of dragons surged towards white god Wukong, their piercing roars causing the spectators' eardrums to ache. At last, white god Wukong made his move. He simply exhaled softly, and that breath transformed into pure white light, akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing a wheat field. Wherever it passed, the shadowy dragons dissolved into specks of light. This is impossible. The dragon of the end reformed, its 6 eyes bloodshot. I am the harbinger of world destruction. How could this be? It suddenly lunged forward, its tail striking towards white god Wukong's face like a bolt of lightning. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as white god Wukong caught the dragon's tail with one hand, holding it steadfast. Why? Why can't I harm you? The dragon of the end thrashed wildly, yet could not escape that seemingly delicate grasp. With a gentle flick, white god Wukong hurled the dragon of the end thousands of meters away, shattering numerous colossal pillars of the divine temple. Because all that you are originates from creation, white god Wukong advanced, each step leaving luminous lotus imprints upon the ground. And I am stronger than you. Having comprehended the power of creation, the dragon of the end crawled from the ruins, its scales peeling away to reveal the writhing black energy beneath. Nonsense. I am the end. I am destruction. It abruptly halted its words, its 6 eyes widening in shock. For it beheld the crimson script upon white god Wukong's forehead glowing, the radiance causing its internal energy to boil uncontrollably. No. The dragon of the end recoiled in terror. Is my power being purified? The onlookers were utterly stunned. So incredibly powerful. Beerus's voice was hoarse. Is this the power of the divine realm? Whiss's tone had lost its usual composure. He is yet to truly unleash his strength. The dragon of the end suddenly emitted a piercing scream. If that is the case, then let us perish together. It frantically activated the energy orbs on its chest. As they surged to life, they began to emit a crimson glow. And together, the dragon of the end's body began to swell violently, a terrifying wave of energy causing the entire creation temple to tremble and collapse. The very fabric of space shattered like glass, revealing the chaotic void beyond. Alarmed, the destroyer god's faces paled. It was primed to detonate its core. In this moment of peril, the white god Wukong finally made his move. He simply raised his right hand. Fingers splayed seal. A single word, yet it seemed to encapsulate the profound truths of the universe. The body of the dragon of end times, which had been expanding, suddenly froze as if a pause button had been pressed. What? Despair echoed in the dragon's voice. Why can't I even self-destruct? The white god Wukong approached with measured steps, his white eyes devoid of emotion. You do not even possess the power to choose your own demise. It lies within my control. Dragon of end times, due to your unique nature, You can only be vanquished by powers of the same origin. Without this trait, you cannot leave us helpless. Now, you may once again succumb to slumber. He reached out and gently touched the dragon's forehead, and radiant red inscriptions ignited with brilliance. Purify. A pure white light erupted from within the dragon, its form gradually becoming transparent from the inside out. The dark energies were slowly transformed into resplendent starlight. No. The dragon's voice weakened. I have yet to fulfill my mission. Your mission is to return to the source. The voice of the white god Wukong resonated like celestial music. As the last remnants of darkness were purified, the dragon of end times completely dissolved into countless points of light, forming a brand new galaxy within the cosmos. Those starry lights gently cascaded upon the 12 universes, healing the worlds ravaged by the power of end times. The white god Wukong turned to his companions, the divinity in his eyes gradually fading. Everyone, we have triumphed. A few simple words brought tears of joy to every warrior's eyes. Vegeta, suppressing his excitement, could not contain the upward curve of his lips. Kakarot, you rascal. Super Saiyan 5 Gohan rushed forward to embrace his father. Dad, this is wonderful. Miniature Wukong and Vegeta leapt and cheered. We won. We won. Beerus approached Whis and quietly inquired, what exactly is he now? Whis gazed at the white god Wukong surrounded by others and softly remarked, he has transcended the existence of a god. As the brilliant starlight spread across the 12 universes, a long-awaited tranquility descended upon the ruins of the creation god temple. The radiance enveloping the white god Wukong gradually receded, and the divine markings on his forehead slowly faded. Yet that extraordinary aura remained faintly perceptible. What an astonishing conclusion. Beerus massaged his temples and turned to Whis. So, this fellow is now stronger than you. Whis elegantly picked up his staff, a faint smile gracing his lips. It is likely so, Lord Beerus. However, this may not be a disadvantage after all. Time-traveling Goku strode toward Wukong, his eyes ignited with fervent combat spirit. Congratulations. Not only have you regained your form, but you have also reached such a realm. He clenched his fists tightly. Just wait, I will catch up. The next time we meet, I shall challenge your white god form. Wukong beamed with a familiar radiant smile. Haha, I await your arrival. But do not keep me waiting too long. The two Wukongs exchanged a knowing smile, their fists gently colliding. This seemingly simple gesture sent delicate ripples through the surrounding space. Chapter 82, The King Calls. Hey, Kakarot. Vegeta approached with his arms crossed. Don't think this will keep you ahead forever. I shall soon surpass you. Goku chuckled and shook his head. You're still the same as ever. Kuranoa stepped forward, a grateful smile illuminating his face. Mr. Goku, I am truly thankful to you. Without your assistance, haha, it's the least I could do. White God Goku scratched his head. Besides, everyone contributed. Especially, he glanced at the time-space Goku. If you hadn't taken me in back then, I wouldn't be who I am today. Mini Goku bounced over, exclaiming, Goku, you were so cool just now. I want to be as strong as you. Haha. Then you'd better train hard. White God Goku crouched down, affectionately ruffling Mini Goku's hair. Whis gently tapped his staff. Everyone, it is time to return to your respective timelines. Prolonged stay here will disturb the balance of the universe. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in agreement. The time-space Goku cast one last glance at White God Goku. Don't forget our promise. Of course. White God Goku gave a thumbs up. Let us have a good match next time. As the portals to various timelines opened, warriors from different realms began to depart. Jiren from Universe 11 cast a lingering glance at Goku before leaving. Beast Gohan waved goodbye as he followed Ultra Goku back to the time-space. See you. Goku waved farewell. Ultra Super Saiyan Gohan looked at his father, hopeful as he spoke. Dad, let us go back together. Goku noticed Gohan's concern. All right, Gohan. We'll return together. I can't wait to see Chi-Chi and the others. At that moment, Beerus yawned. Finally, it's over. Whis, let us head back. This time I intend to sleep soundly. My Lord Beerus. Whis smiled. The king may wish to summon Mr. Goku. Huh. Goku appeared bewildered. The king? Looking for me. Just then, a beam of golden light descended from above. The king's attendant appeared before the group. Mr. Son Goku. The king invites you to the king's temple for a discussion. Goku, still perplexed, exclaimed the king. Who is that? I don't know him. Beerus interjected before Whis could respond. The king is the supreme being that transcends all life, the ruler of this world. Wow, but why would he want to see me? Goku was astonished. having had no prior interaction with this esteemed figure. Perhaps it is to reward you for defeating the End Dragon and saving the world. Furthermore, your strength has surpassed that of the gods, so it is entirely reasonable for the king to summon you. Not everyone can meet the king, you know, Whis explained with a smile. Well then, let us go. I'm curious to meet this king. Goku's interest was piqued as he turned to Ultra Super Saiyan Gohan. Gohan, you return first. I shall make a brief visit and return immediately. The Super Saiyan Gohan felt a tinge of regret for not being able to accompany his father. Yet he understood. After all, his father had transcended the realm of the gods. Yes, father, I will convey your message to everyone. With that, he turned to the Kaioshin of time. Lord Krinoa, I implore you. Krinoa nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, Mr. Gohan, I appreciate your assistance. She then opened a time-space portal. Once Gohan stepped through, the portal vanished. Goku, along with Beerus and others, proceeded to the Grand Zeno's palace. A kaleidoscope of colors flashed as they followed their attendant to the Grand Zeno's palace. The sight before him left him wide-eyed. Numerous floating planets surrounded the central palace, and vibrant nebulae drifted like gossamer. Wow! Goku exclaimed with childlike excitement, surveying his surroundings. It was even more magnificent than the Kaioshin realm. The attendant smiled gently. Please, follow me. Lord Zeno is awaiting your arrival. Traversing the corridor paved with starlight, Goku finally encountered the legendary Grand Zeno. He was a diminutive figure, yet emanated an awe-inspiring aura. Beside him stood a blue-haired man, surveying Goku with a gentle gaze. Ah, here you are. Grand Zeno clapped his tiny hands joyfully. You are the one who defeated the great demon bug, aren't you? Goku scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful. If you refer to the Dragon of Destruction, then that would indeed be me. The Grand Priest stepped forward gracefully. Mr. Goku, your performance has been remarkable. Not only have you saved the 12 universes, but you have also grasped the power of creation. Thank you for your kind words. Goku replied with a hearty laugh. But this is all thanks to everyone's efforts. Grand Zeno floated before Goku, curiously circling him. Your white hair is stunning. Much more beautiful than Beerus's purple. Beerus rolled his eyes from the back, wisely choosing to remain silent. Lord Zeno has a proposal, the Grand Priest said gently. In light of your strength and achievements, Lord Zeno wishes for you to assume the role of God of Order, a position equal to mine, to jointly safeguard the balance of the 12 universes. A profound silence enveloped the hall. Beerus and Whis exchanged shocked glances, fully aware of the significance of such a position. Goku blinked. God of Order? Indeed. Grand Zeno exclaimed joyfully, dancing with delight. You would oversee all destroyer gods and Kaioshins. You could visit me any time to play. Goku pondered for a moment, then offered an apologetic smile. I am truly grateful for your generous offer, Lord Zeno. However, I wish to return to Earth to reunite with Chi-Chi and Gohan. Grand Zeno's little face fell instantly. Oh, please don't. The Grand Priest stepped forward to soothe the Grand Zeno's emotions. Lord Zeno, we must respect Mr. Goku's choice. All right. Grand Zeno pouted but quickly perked up again. But you must come to play with me often. We can play marbles. Lord Zeno. The Grand Priest shook his head in exasperation. Wukong laughed heartily. Though I may not be a deity, I am delighted to be here as a guest. Moreover, there are numerous delectable dishes on Earth. You are welcome to join in the fun. Really? The Grand King's eyes sparkled with excitement. I want to go. I want to go. Grand Minister, let us journey to Earth at once. However, my lord, such a decision requires careful consideration, the Grand Minister replied with a wry smile. Then turned to Wukong, increasingly pleased with him. We respect your choice. However, this power carries great responsibility. I hope you will wield it wisely. Wukong nodded earnestly. I understand. I will use this power to protect those who are dear to me. As they departed from the Grand King's palace, Beerus couldn't help but ask, Hey, alternate universe Sun Wukong, do you realize what you just declined? That was a position equal to that of the Grand Minister. Wukong gazed towards the azure earth. His eyes filled with tenderness. I know, but for me, sharing a meal with my family is far more significant than any divine status. Chapter 83, Heartwarming. Upon returning from the creation goddess palace, Son Gohan hurriedly made his way to Chi-Chi's side. Since Sun Wukong's sacrifice, Gohan's family had relocated to Baozi Mountain to live with Chi-Chi. Initially, Gohan had intended for Chi-Chi to move to the city, but she wished to remain in the place where Wukong had lived, refusing to believe that he had truly perished. She vowed to wait for his return there. Gohan rushed in front of Chi-Chi, exclaiming, "Mama, I'm back. I have wonderful news to share." Chi-Chi was busy cooking, holding a spatula while watching the flustered Gohan. "Gohan, you are already a father, yet you still act so impulsively. You must set a good example for Xiaofang." Xiaofang, who was doing her homework, chimed in playfully. "Grandma is right, Daddy." Gohan scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. "I'm sorry, Mama. I'm just too excited." Babidi covered her mouth, observing the warm scene. Chi-Chi smiled helplessly. "Well, Gohan, what has you so exhilarated?" Gohan took a deep breath and looked seriously at Chi-Chi. "Mama, Papa is not dead. He will return soon." Clang. The spatula slipped from Chi-Chi's hand and fell to the ground, leaving her momentarily stunned. "Mama, Mama." Gohan anxiously called out to the dazed Chi-Chi, repeating her name until she finally responded, excitedly grasping Gohan's hands. "Really, Gohan? Where's Wukong? Why didn't he come back with you?" "Yes, Daddy, where's Grandpa?" Hearing that Sun Wukong was alive, Xiaofang could no longer sit still and looked eagerly at Gohan. Babidi was equally filled with excitement. "Papa was summoned by the Grand King and is currently with him. He will return shortly. By the way, the Grand King is the ruler of the entire universe. This time, having returned from an alternate universe, I discovered that besides our own timeline, there are many others as well." Observing the three eager individuals, Sun Wukong hurriedly recounted the entire story, sharing all he had experienced with them. Once they absorbed the news he brought, their minds momentarily faltered, taking time to digest the astonishing revelations. The setting sun cast its warm, orange glow over the humble abode on Baozi Mountain, bathing the courtyard in a gentle hue. In the kitchen, Chi-Chi busied herself, deftly flipping the spatula, as delightful aromas wafted through the air, dinosaur meat, frogs, and roasted fish. She murmured as she served the dishes on the table, each a favorite of Goku's. Xiaofang leaned against the window, her eyes wide with anticipation. "Grandma, will Grandpa really come back?" she asked. "Of course he will," Chi-Chi replied with unwavering gentleness. "Your father never tells a lie." Amidst setting the table, Babidi occasionally glanced towards the door. Wugohan mentioned that Dad has grown even stronger. "I wonder what he will be like now." Just then, Sun Wukong suddenly stood up. Outside, a radiant beam of multicolored light pierced the twilight, descending like a meteor into the courtyard. As the brilliance faded, a familiar figure gradually emerged, clad in an orange-red martial arts uniform, with striking white hair and that signature radiant smile. "Hey, I'm back." The plate in Chi-Chi's hands clattered to the ground. Trembling, she covered her mouth, tears instantly clouding her vision. Xiaofang was the first to dash outside. "Grandpa." Sun Wukong crouched down, catching his rushing granddaughter with ease. "Wow, Xiaofang, you've grown so much." Sun Wugohan and Babidi followed closely, standing on the porch with tears glistening in their eyes. Chi-Chi finally regained her voice. "Goku." She staggered forward, reaching out to touch his face, hesitant lest it all be a dream. "Is it really you?" Sun Wukong set Xiaofang down and stood to face Chi-Chi. "I'm sorry, Chi-Chi, I came back late." He embraced her tightly. Confirming that Goku's return was genuine, Chi-Chi began to weep uncontrollably. You fool." Sun Wukong said nothing, only holding her a little closer. Sun Wugohan, Babidi, and Xiaofang discreetly refrained from interrupting, leaving the space for the two of them. At that moment, the enticing aroma of the meal wafted in from within. Sun Wukong inhaled deeply, his eyes lighting up. "Wow, it smells like dinosaur meat." Chi-Chi, wiping her tears, smiled through her joy. "I knew you would be hungry. Go wash your hands, or the food will get cold." The family gathered around the dining table, the long mist warmth filling the small house. Sun Wukong devoured the food voraciously, frequently praising Chi-Chi's culinary skills. "Ah, it's so nostalgic to eat Chi-Chi's cooking again." After finishing the meal, Sun Wukong let out a satisfied sigh. Xiaofang rested her chin on her hands at the table, her gaze fixed on his white hair. "Grandpa, you look so handsome like this." "But," she hesitated, sensing that he seemed a bit different from the grandpa she remembered. Sun Wukong paused at her words, then burst into laughter. "Does Xiaofang not like Grandpa this way?" "Not that I dislike it." Xiaofang shook her head, her deep, dark eyes shimmering with confusion. "It just feels a bit unfamiliar." Chi-Chi set down her bowl and chopsticks, gazing tenderly at Sun Wukong. Indeed, while he was undeniably handsome, there seemed to be something amiss. Sun Wukong stroked his silver-white hair, pondering deeply. "I see," he said, closing his eyes and harnessing the power within him. Gradually, The dazzling silver of his hair lost its luster, returning to the familiar spiky black. Wow, you've transformed back. Xiaofang clapped her hands in excitement. This version of Grandpa feels so much more endearing. Sun Wukong looked at his father in astonishment. Dad, you can freely control your transformations. Indeed. Sun Wukong smiled and nodded. In his white divine form, the energy consumption was nearly negligible, and he was constantly regenerating. As long as he refrained from utilizing all his energy in battle, he could maintain this state indefinitely. Chi-Chi couldn't help but reach out to tousle her husband's black hair. You look so much better this way. When you were in that form, I felt a distance between us that seemed unreal. As night deepened, Xiaofang had already drifted into a deep slumber in Sun Wukong's embrace. He gently carried her to her bed and carefully tucked her in. Returning to the living room, he found Chi-Chi tidying up the dishes. Sun Wukong tenderly wrapped his arms around her from behind. Chi-Chi, you've worked so hard all these years. Chi-Chi paused momentarily, her voice choked with emotion. Silly, as long as you're back, that's all that matters. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silvery glow upon the couple reunited after a long separation. Sun Wukong and Babidi exchanged smiles, quietly exiting the room. In the yard, Sun Wukong lay on the familiar grass, gazing at the star-studded sky. Chi-Chi leaned against his shoulder, their fingers entwined. Wukong, she murmured. It's so wonderful that you're back. Chi-Chi, yes, to see you again is truly a blessing. Chapter 84, A Gathering of Friends. The following day, before dawn had broken, Sun Wukong eagerly informed the warriors of Sun Wukong's resurrection and return. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the mist of Baozi Mountain, a white aura streaked across the sky like a shooting star. Vegeta rushed forth at lightning speed, creating a whirlwind before Sun Wukong's doorstep. Kakarot. Vegeta's roar startled the dew from the treetops. He hovered in midair, arms crossed, feigning composure as he scrutinized the door from which Sun Wukong emerged. Sun Wukong rubbed his sleepy eyes, his black hair still tousled, dressed casually this time as he had heeded Chi-Chi's advice. Hey, Vegeta, up so early? Vegeta slowly descended, each step deliberately calm, though his slightly trembling fingers betrayed his excitement. He halted 3 steps away from Sun Wukong, sizing up his resurrected rival. I knew you weren't so easily defeated. Only I could vanquish you. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Vegeta. Sun Wukong scratched his head, revealing his signature radiant smile. Just then, another figure descended from the sky. It was Son Goten. Dad, you really came back. My brother wasn't lying. Son Goten gazed at Sun Wukong, his eyes brimming with tears of joy. Ah, Goten, I have returned. Sun Wukong stepped forward and gently patted Goten's shoulder. Just as Goten wiped away his tears, a familiar aura filled the air. Suddenly, Krillin descended from the sky, accompanied by his wife, Android 18, and their daughter, Marin. Before they even touched the ground, he shouted excitedly, Wukong, it truly is you. Krillin. Sun Wukong opened his arms wide, and the 2 childhood friends embraced tightly. Krillin patted Wukong's back with fervor. His voice choked with emotion. Why did you leave without a word? With a hint of remorse, Sun Wukong returned the embrace. I'm sorry, Krillin, but at that time, I was indeed dead. Piccolo and Ub quietly appeared at the corner of the yard, a rare smile gracing Piccolo's green visage. Son, I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Master Wukong. Piccolo. Ub. Sun Wukong released Krillin and quickly approached Piccolo, their fists meeting in a friendly gesture. Your energy is even stronger than before. He then turned to Ub, his face beaming with pride. Ub, you have grown stronger too. Tian Shinhan and Yamcha arrived together, with Tian Shinhan solemnly performing a respectful salute. Wukong, welcome back. Yamcha, however, wasted no time in giving Sun Wukong a bear hug. Next time you disappear so suddenly, just watch. I'll give you a beating. Haha, I'm sorry. Sun Wukong laughed heartily in surrender. Bulma and Master Roshi were the last to arrive. While others flew over, they came by airplane. To everyone's surprise, Bulma swiftly approached and playfully struck Wukong on the head. Ouch! Bulma, why did you hit me? Sun Wukong protested, cradling his head in feigned grievance. Sun Wukong, who gave you permission to risk your life to defeat a 1-star dragon? Bulma's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Immediately, Sun Wukong rushed to apologize and console her. I'm sorry, Bulma, but at that moment, I truly had no choice. Please forgive me. Not a chance. The others chuckled at the duo's antics, reminiscent of days gone by. Master Roshi gazed at Sun Wukong, who stood before him. Though he was physically present, it felt as if he were a mere illusion until witnessed firsthand. Wukong. Sun Wukong approached Master Roshi with solemnity, bowing respectfully. Grandpa, I am back. Wukong, you are truly remarkable now. Sun Wukong understood that Master Roshi had sensed his transformation. Grandpa, no matter how I change, I will always be your disciple, Sun Wukong. At this, Master Roshi's face lit up with pride. Just then, Xiao Fong emerged from the house, rubbing her eyes. Upon seeing the multitude of guests, she instantly perked up. Wow, everyone is here. Chi-Chi entered the scene, carrying refreshments from the kitchen. Her face adorned with a long-lost smile. Everyone, don't just stand there chatting. Come inside and sit. After a flurry of greetings, Krillin inquired about Sun Wukong's whereabouts during his absence. The curiosity of all present was palpable, including Chi-Chi and the others, who were eager to hear more. Even though Gohan had shared some details the previous day, primarily about Wukong's resurrection without delving into much else, Sun Wukong gathered his thoughts and recounted the experiences of his time away, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the gathered crowd. Until Sun Wukong spoke of the battle with the Dragon of Apocalypse, everyone stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape. Sun Wukong understood that the revelation was difficult for them to process and granted them a moment to collect themselves. The first to react was Vegeta, who eagerly pressed Sun Wukong for details. Kakarot, you claim to have mastered a new power. Vegeta's primary concern was the extent of Sun Wukong's newfound strength, while other matters scarcely registered in his mind. Indeed, Vegeta, Sun Wukong affirmed with a nod. Kakarot, Vegeta exclaimed, rising abruptly, fire igniting in his eyes. Let us engage in battle now. I wish to witness firsthand the new power you speak of. Bulma immediately stepped between them. Wait, Wukong has just returned, and it's fine. Bulma, Sun Wukong replied with a smile, patting her shoulder. I, too, am curious about the extent of Vegeta's current strength. Chi-Chi approached with concern, gently grasping Sun Wukong's sleeve. But, rest assured, Sun Wukong reassured her, tenderly holding her hand. It's merely a sparring match. The group rose, their faces alight with anticipation. Yay! We get to see Grandpa and Grandpa Vegeta battle. Little Fong exclaimed, excitedly shaking her small fists. The entourage made their way to the desolate expanse behind Baozi Mountain. The terrain was open and far removed from residential areas, making it an ideal venue for their contest. A gentle breeze swept across the grass, creating rippling waves of green. Vegeta positioned himself at the center of the clearing, facing away from the others. He inhaled deeply, and suddenly, a radiant light erupted from his being. A golden aura surged upward, and Vegeta's hair elongated to his waist, transforming from black to a striking silver gray. His eyes opened, now gleaming crimson. Super Saiyan 5. Sun Wukong murmured, a glimmer of admiration crossing his gaze. Vegeta, you have indeed grown stronger. Enough with the pleasantries. Show me your full power. Vegeta fixed his unwavering gaze upon Sun Wukong. Let me witness your so-called white god form. The atmosphere fell into a hushed stillness, everyone holding their breath. Krillin wiped the sweat from his brow, noting, Vegeta's energy is more than double what it once was. Sun Wukong gradually approached Vegeta, the two standing 10 meters apart. He regarded his old rival with calm intensity. Vegeta, are you certain you want me to unleash my full strength? Absolutely. Vegeta grinned. Do not disappoint me, Kakarot. Sun Wukong nodded and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, it was as if the entire world had momentarily frozen in time. The breeze hung suspended in the air, the grass ceased its swaying, and even the sunlight seemed to stand still. A pure, white light erupted from within him. Devoid of earth-shattering waves or thunderous roars, yet a suffocating pressure quietly descended. As the brilliance faded, Sun Wukong had transformed into the white god form. His hair had turned entirely white, with two strands cascading from his forehead, framing his face. His white eyes emanated an aura of sanctity that commanded reverence. A crimson inscription materialized at the very center of the forehead, bisected by two horizontal lines. A beam of red light emanated from the heart, extending toward both arms. The onlookers gazed in awe at the transformed Sun Wukong. Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply. The aura of his Super Saiyan form flickered precariously. He clenched his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his body trembling instinctively. Wow, Grandpa looks so cool, Xiaofang exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she admired the radiant Wukong. The others stood frozen, even the act of breathing becoming a challenge. Within Piccolo, a tempest of turmoil surged. This was not merely a dimensional disparity, but a crushing of existence itself. Come on, Vegeta. Sun Wukong's voice resonated ethereally and calmly as he gently lifted his right hand, urging, unleash your strongest technique. Stop underestimating me, Vegeta roared, his silvery hair standing on end, the golden aura swelling to its zenith. Ultimate flash. A torrent of energy potent enough to obliterate galaxies surged forth. Yet it abruptly solidified 3 meters from Sun Wukong. The dazzling beam collided with an invisible barrier, twisting and contorting in a futile attempt to advance. Vegeta, his face contorted in rage, continued to unleash his energy, shockwaves rippling across the ground for kilometers, yet Sun Wukong's attire remained undisturbed. Impossible. Vegeta stared in disbelief as his most formidable attack failed to breach Sun Wukong's protective energy. Unable to accept this, he intensified his power, stirring up clouds of dust. As the dust settled, the onlookers beheld a more astonishing sight. Vegeta's ultimate flash had been compressed into a sphere the size of a ping-pong ball, now gently rotating in Sun Wukong's palm. Here you go, Sun Wukong said softly, blowing lightly on the sphere, which floated back to Vegeta and suddenly erupted into a myriad of luminous particles, tenderly merging into his being. Vegeta was taken aback to discover that his expended energy was instantly replenished. Even the lingering injuries from his training had healed. What is this? Vegeta's clenched fist trembled violently as he suddenly charged at Sun Wukong, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Gallic Gun, Big Bang Attack, Continuous Energy Blast. Countless cataclysmic techniques poured forth, only to dissolve like snowflakes upon contact with the white light. When Vegeta finally paused, panting heavily, he realized Sun Wukong had somehow appeared behind him, his fingertip gently pressing against the nape of his neck. If I had wished to kill you just now, the gentle voice sent chills down Vegeta's spine. You would have perished 1,000 times over. What a joke! Vegeta spun around, swinging his fist, only to have it halted by a single finger pressed against his forehead. Time seemed to elongate in that instant. He glimpsed the myriad stars flickering within Sun Wukong's white eyes. Watch closely. Sun Wukong's voice resonated directly in Vegeta's mind. In an instant, Vegeta's consciousness was drawn into the vast cosmos. He saw Sun Wukong standing at the center of the galaxy, casually snapping his fingers. The entire Milky Way vanished silently as if erased by an eraser, only to reappear in its entirety the very next moment. When his consciousness returned to his body, Vegeta collapsed to the ground, his Super Saiyan form automatically dissipating. His battle suit was soaked in sweat, his lips trembling as he managed to utter a few words. Is this the White God? As the white light converged, Sun Wukong reverted to his usual form, extending his hand to help his longtime rival, Vegeta, rise. Vegeta, your progress has truly astonished me. I have become what I am today, thanks to the support of many. Vegeta abruptly looked up, met with Sun Wukong's familiar foolish grin. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly struck a punch against Wukong's chest. You bastard. Next time, I will undoubtedly surpass this form. On the spectator's side, Master Roshi had unknowingly removed his sunglasses. Has Wukong truly grown to this extent? Almost like a deity. Krillin had maintained a position of rubbing his eyes for 5 minutes. Bulma murmured, is this really the little brat I picked up from Banzai Mountain? The sunset cast elongated shadows of the two figures as Sun Wukong and Vegeta turned back, suddenly flashing brilliant smiles at the astonished crowd. Everyone, how about some barbecue for dinner? The frozen atmosphere instantly thawed, with Xiaofang being the first to cheerfully rush into her grandfather's embrace. Chi-Chi chuckled softly as she wiped her tear-streaked eyes. You haven't changed a bit. Piccolo crossed his arms with a huff, yet the corners of his mouth subtly lifted. After a joyous gathering, the hosts and guests reveled in merriment. Time flowed like a river, and before long, 3 years had passed. The mornings at Banzai Mountain remained tranquil, sunlight filtering through the leaves and cascading onto the grass, where dewdrops twinkled with a soft glow. Sun Wukong stood atop the mountain, arms crossed, quietly absorbing the essence of the universe. Over the past 3 years, Earth had been peaceful, devoid of formidable foes. Yet, Sun Wukong did not grow complacent. He frequently visited the Kaioshin realm to discuss the mysteries of divine power with the elder Kaioshin. He also pondered how to merge the power of creation with his own form. After 3 years, he had made no progress whatsoever. Wukong, it's time for dinner. Chi-Chi's voice echoed from below, interrupting his reverie. All right, coming right away. Sun Wukong beamed, his figure flickering as he instantly appeared at the doorstep. Xiaofeng had grown significantly taller, practicing martial arts in the yard. Upon spotting her grandfather's return, she rushed over with excitement. Grandpa, I learned a new move today. Oh, show me. Sun Wukong crouched down, watching her with a warm smile. Xiaofeng took a deep breath, clasped her hands together, and thrust forward, unleashing a golden energy wave that shattered a distant boulder into pieces. Impressive, Sun Wukong exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. Xiaofeng, you possess remarkable talent. Chi-Chi stood at the doorway, hands on her hips. All right, you two. Stop playing and come in for dinner. At the dining table, Sun Wukong devoured Chi-Chi's culinary creations, mumbling, by the way, how have Gohan and Videl been lately? They're doing well. Videl is pregnant again. This time it might be a boy. Chi-Chi replied with a smile. Gohan is now a professor in Satan City, living a stable life. Haha, that's wonderful. Sun Wukong laughed joyfully. When the child is born, I must go visit. Chapter 86. The world of the Omni King time sped by like a rushing stream. One day, Sun Wukong leisurely reclined beside the cliff, a blade of grass between his teeth, his hands cradling his head, feeling utterly at ease. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow and abruptly opened his eyes. The sky had split open, revealing a dazzling rift of starlit galaxies, and time seemed to stand still at that moment. A figure emerged from within. The high priest? That elegant silhouette descended gracefully, with silvery hair flowing as if stirred by an unseen breeze, clad in a blue ceremonial garb that mirrored the hue of her azure skin. A divine halo hovered above her head. Her face bore that profound and graceful smile. Mr. Sun Wukong, it has been a long time. Haha, esteemed high priest. Indeed it has. What brings you to Earth so unexpectedly? Sun Wukong scratched his head and chuckled, though his gaze turned serious. The high priest's personal descent indicated that matters were far from simple. It has been 3 years since we last met. It seems you have encountered a bottleneck. The high priest did not respond directly to Sun Wukong's words, but instead scrutinized him intently. Haha, it is indeed impossible to conceal anything from your keen eyes. Although I have grasped the power of creation, I have remained stagnant at the initial stage for the past 3 years. I am unable to fully merge into the white god form. Perhaps a battle is what I need to shatter these shackles. Sun Wukong scratched his head again, laughing heartily. There is a place that can fulfill your needs, though I wonder if you would be willing to go. The high priest spoke enigmatically. Sun Wukong's interest was piqued, and he eagerly inquired, where is this place? Ever since I transcended to the white god, ordinary battles have ceased to hold any significance for me. I require a worthy opponent. Do not rush. Before we depart, there are certain matters that you must come to know. The high priest gently raised her hand, and the surroundings instantly transformed, placing them amidst a vast expanse of starry sky. A celestial map, chronicling the evolution of worlds, unfolded before them. In a realm of void, a surge of energy suddenly materialized. This energy eventually split into 2 distinct forms, creation and destruction. Time passed, and these 2 energies manifested as 2 different beings. The embodiment of destruction was none other than the Omni King, while the essence of creation took the form of an entity unfamiliar to Sun Wukong. Noticing Sun Wukong's confusion, the high priest spoke, that esteemed individual, you have indeed made contact with him. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment, his eyes brightening. Are you referring to the Dragon Lord? The high priest nodded in approval. Precisely, though the Earth's dragon is merely a manifestation of his residual energy. His true name is Dragon God Salama. Impressive. Even in residual form, his power can achieve such feats. The high priest remained silent, gesturing for Sun Wukong to continue observing. The 2 supreme deities surveyed the surrounding desolation, genuinely feeling a sense of ennui. Dragon God Salama utilized the power of creation to forge a new world. The Omni King watched this scene with delight, yearning to create a world of his own. Alas, he wielded the power of destruction, rendering him incapable of such creation, and he lowered his head, appearing somewhat forlorn. Observing his despondence, Dragon God Salama gifted this new world to the Omni King, instantly reviving his spirits. Subsequently, the 2 supreme deities ventured into this nascent realm. As their conversations unfolded, waves of creative energy emanated from Dragon God Salama, dispersing in all directions. Initially, 18 universes emerged, followed by the genesis of the god of destruction and the god of creation. These two supreme deities each bestowed a fragment of their power upon these divine positions. The god of destruction governs annihilation and devastation, while the god of creation oversees life and genesis. To highlight their shared origin and to prevent the god of destruction from misusing his formidable strength, a bond of life was established between the two divine positions. The dragon god, Salaman, crafted 7 orbs, each the size of a planet, declaring that when these 7 orbs unite, any wish could be granted. He scattered the 7 orbs throughout the 6th and 7th universes, naming them the Super Dragon Balls. Gradually, the 18 universes began to nurture life, and successors for the god of destruction and the god of creation emerged. The god of destruction obliterated planets incapable of fostering life, while the god of creation was responsible for nurturing civilizations and maintaining balance. At this juncture, the Grand Minister appeared, seeking the favor of the two supreme deities to reside within this realm. The deities acquiesced, and the Grand Minister created a race of angels to nurture and support the god of destruction. Everything seemed to progress positively until an unexpected assault occurred. The Omni King and Dragon God Salaman appeared from beyond this world. The attackers were the chaotic beings dwelling outside the realm, drawn to the rich life energy of this universe. Intending to claim it for themselves, they initiated an assault to breach the world's barriers. Regrettably, they underestimated the prowess of the Omni King and Dragon God Salaman, finding no advantage against the two supreme beings. Frustrated by their inability to penetrate the defenses, they devised a cunning plan to undermine the realm from within. Seizing the opportunity while the two deities were preoccupied, they dispatched powerful warriors through the rifts in the world's barriers, successfully corrupting 6 universes. At this moment, the Grand Minister reappeared, and with his assistance, the chaotic race was swiftly defeated and sealed away in an unknown location. Upon the return of the two supreme deities, they discovered the 6 universes had been tainted, prompting the Omni King to erase them entirely. It was here that a rift emerged between the two deities. Dragon God Salaman argued that such destruction was not their intention and proposed to purify the tainted essence. A quarrel ensued between the two supreme beings, culminating in a battle with neither able to gain the upper hand. Disheartened, Dragon God Salaman departed from this world, establishing a realm of his own. From that moment, the two supreme deities never met again, and this realm was officially named the Omni King world. The only evidence of Dragon God Salaman's existence lies in the Super Dragon Balls he personally crafted. The star map presented thus far has elucidated the overarching narrative. Mr. Goku, do you have any inquiries? The Grand Minister inquired of Sun Wukong. With keen eyes, Sun Wukong gazed at the Grand Minister, asserting, Grand Minister, have you summoned me regarding the chaotic race? Though posed as a question, his tone was unmistakably affirmative. Indeed, although the chaotic race has been sealed, they have persistently sought to shatter that seal over the years. Pausing for a moment, the High Priest remarked, Mr. Wukong, many warriors have ventured before you to confront the chaotic race, striving to deplete their power, those you refer to as the White Gods. Now, I implore you to ponder carefully whether you wish to embark on this journey. The High Priest awaited Sun Wukong's response in silence. Without hesitation, Wukong exclaimed, with so many unknown powerful beings, the mere thought exhilarates me. My body has become nearly rusted over these past 3 years. He joyfully shook his fist, and then added earnestly, however, I must bid farewell to Chi-Chi and the others first. Chapter 87. The Exiled Land as night descended. The sun was concealed by the mountains, losing its cheerful countenance. Sun Wukong sat at the table with his family, their laughter filling the air, creating a heartwarming scene. During this time, Wukong hesitated several times, reluctant to disrupt the warmth of the moment, deciding to address the matter after dinner. After the meal, Sun Wukong took Chi-Chi's hand. Chi-Chi, shall we take a stroll? Noticing Wukong's unusual demeanor, Chi-Chi's heart skipped a beat, yet she masked her concern with a smile. Of course, Wukong. As they wandered across the grasslands, silence enveloped them until Wukong prepared to speak. Just as he gathered his thoughts to confide in Chi-Chi, she suddenly interjected, Wukong, are you planning to leave again? Taken aback, Wukong lowered his head, feeling a pang of guilt. Rubbing the back of his neck, he managed a sheepish smile. Chi-Chi, He was cut off as Chi-Chi continued. Wukong, I love you, and I wish for your happiness to come from within, rather than altering yourself for our sake. Wukong lifted his gaze, staring in astonishment at Chi-Chi, who was bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight, as if draped in a silver veil. Her eyes radiated warmth and determination. He opened his mouth, his throat tightening, and finally whispered, "Chi-Chi." With a gentle smile, Chi-Chi reached out to caress his cheek, her fingertips grazing his skin. "I know your heart belongs to a greater world, to those who need you. You have never belonged solely to me or Gohan and Goten. You are Sun Wukong, the one and only." Wukong felt his eyes welling with emotion as he grasped Chi-Chi's hand, murmuring, "I'm sorry, Chi-Chi. I always make you worry." Chi-Chi shook her head, her eyes shimmering with understanding. "Worry is inevitable. But I fear more that you would force yourself to stay and cease to be who you truly are." She paused, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "Besides, if you were to become a mere idle fellow at home, I would find that rather off-putting. My Wukong is a hero destined to save the world." Unable to contain his laughter, Wukong felt the weight upon his heart lift. He scooped Chi-Chi into his arms, lifting her high and twirling her beneath the moonlight. "Chi-Chi, thank you." Blushing, Chi-Chi playfully punched his shoulder. "You fool, put me down." With a cheerful smile, Wukong gently set her down and took her hand, as they continued their leisurely stroll beneath the night sky. After a moment of silence, Chi-Chi suddenly inquired, "How long will you be gone this time?" Wukong scratched his head and replied, "Well, it might be a bit lengthy, but I promise to return as swiftly as I can." Chi-Chi let out a soft huff. "You always say that, yet you end up disappearing for years on end." "Haha, I promise this time," Wukong declared, giving a thumbs up and flashing his iconic radiant smile. Chi-Chi gazed at him, letting out a resigned sigh, though her eyes brimmed with tenderness. "Wukong, take care of yourself. Don't worry about us. I will look after the children." Chi-Chi. "Yes, I feel fortunate to have met you at the martial arts conference." "You fool. So do I." Their figures gradually receded into the distance, soon vanishing into the twilight. The following morning, Sun Wukong departed without disturbing anyone, unaware that as he stepped outside, Chi-Chi, still in slumber, had opened her eyes and murmured, "Wukong, you must return safely." As he exited the house, Sun Wukong turned back for a deep glance. "Chi-Chi, wait for me." And in an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing before the Grand Priest. After breaking through to the realm of complete divinity, the limitations of instant movement no longer restrained him, allowing him to reach any destination effortlessly. The Grand Priest smiled at Sun Wukong. "Mr. Wukong, it seems you are ready." Sun Wukong nodded, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Yes, I can hardly wait." "Then please follow me," the Grand Priest said, and immediately, a portal appeared ahead. The Grand Priest stepped through first, with Sun Wukong closely behind. When they re-emerged, they found themselves before a passage guarded by the King of all Sentinels. Upon seeing the Grand Priestess' arrival, the two sentinels bowed slightly. "Grand Priest, thank you for your hard work." "Gentlemen," he replied. "I apologize, Grand Priest, but the exiled lands have been rather restless lately. The situation may not be optimistic. Several energies have seeped through the rifts into the world." The two sentinels lowered their heads in shame. "It's all right. The matter has been resolved, and it has even fostered the birth of new powers." The Grand Priest responded with a smile before turning his gaze towards Sun Wukong. "Mr. Wukong, the exiled lands lie beyond this world. A teleportation passage has been established here for the warriors heading to suppress it. Beyond this passage lies the exiled lands. Given that even the guards of the passage are so formidable, I can hardly wait to see what lies ahead," he exclaimed, tightening his fists. Upon arriving, Sun Wukong felt the overwhelming power within the bodies of the King of all Sentinels, a strength that matched his own, heightening his anticipation for the battle against the Chaos Clan. "Mr. Wukong, exercise caution. I will return safely. There are those waiting for my return," he declared, resolutely stepping into the passage without looking back. The King of all Sentinels regarded the warriors heading to suppress the threat with respect, watching as Sun Wukong vanished within the passage. "Grand Priest, will he succeed this time?" one sentinel questioned. "Perhaps. He is the most likely candidate to surpass the King of all and eliminate the dangers posed by the Chaos Clan." Having spoken, he turned and returned to the realm of the Omni Kings, leaving behind two astonished guards. They could hardly believe that the High Priest held such lofty expectations for this newly arrived warrior, stirring within them a sense of anticipation. As he traversed the portal, Sun Wukong felt every cell in his body cry out in exhilaration. This was not a mere spatial leap, but rather an exhilarating sensation of dimensional rending. When he opened his eyes once more, the sight before him left him breathless. The sky was not blue, but a tumultuous sea of crimson clouds, resembling the wound of some colossal creature. There was no sun, only a handful of eerie dark red orbs suspended high above, casting a sickly light. The air was thick with the stench of decay and sulfur, every breath akin to swallowing flames. Sun Wukong wrinkled his nose in distaste. The place was utterly abhorrent. The ground beneath his feet was an unnatural shade of purplish black, as if charred and then soaked in venom. From the fissures in the cracked earth, grotesque green flames occasionally erupted, illuminating the distorted black forest in the distance. If those writhing tendrils and barbed entities could indeed be deemed trees. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. Sun Wukong, with keen agility, leaped just as a massive bony claw burst forth from the earth, large enough to rival a house. With festering chunks of decayed flesh clinging to its knuckles. What a peculiar way to greet someone. Sun Wukong performed a somersault in midair and landed gracefully on his feet. The owner of the claw fully emerged from the ground. A colossal giant assembled from countless corpses, its head adorned with 3 distinct faces from different creatures, and a swirling black vortex situated upon its chest. Fresh Blood and Flesh, Chapter 88, The First Battle. The 3 mouths of the monstrosity dripped with foul, viscous slime, while the black vortex on its chest spun with increasing intensity. Upon landing, Sun Wukong immediately assumed a combat stance, a grin of excitement playing on his lips. How intriguing. Let us test this. Huh. With a powerful roar, golden flames erupted into the sky, and his black hair instantly cascaded down to his waist, transforming into a vibrant red. The form of Super Saiyan 4, breaking its limits, was exceptionally striking against the crimson sky. Come and take this. In a flash, Sun Wukong appeared before the monster. His fist enveloped in golden energy, striking fiercely at its chest. Bang! However, upon impact with the black vortex, the anticipated explosion did not resonate. Instead, Sun Wukong felt his strength dissipate as if swallowed by the sea, completely absorbed by the vortex. Even more alarming, an icy chill began to creep up his arm from his fist, gnawing at him. What? Startled, Sun Wukong quickly retreated, astonished to find a thin layer of black ice forming upon his knuckles. The creature emitted an ear-piercing laugh, mocking his feeble power. The claw that had been shattered began to regenerate at a visible rate, the new growth entwined with dark energy. Sun Wukong shook his hand, the golden flames shattering the black ice, yet his brow furrowed in concern. The energy here was unsettling. He could sense that the power of Super Saiyan 4 was severely suppressed in this realm, unable to unleash even a fraction of its usual might. Without granting Sun Wukong a moment to ponder, the creature abruptly unfurled its 3 gaping maws, unleashing 3 beams of energy in distinct hues, a dark crimson corrosive ray, a ghostly green miasma, and an obsidian gravitational wave. Kamehameha. In a hurried response, Sun Wukong released a cerulean energy wave to defend himself, yet to his astonishment, the Kamehameha was swiftly assimilated upon contact with the chaotic energy, turning back upon him. Whoosh! Sun Wukong evaded with utmost agility, but his left shoulder was still grazed, eliciting a sharp agony. He glanced down to find his garment corroded with a gaping hole, revealing skin of an unhealthy ash-white hue. Even energy attacks can be tainted. Cold sweat beaded on Sun Wukong's forehead. He had never encountered such a situation. Seizing the opportunity, the monster advanced, its regenerated bone claws slicing through the air with a howling wind. Bang! Sun Wukong crossed his arms to absorb the blow, only to be sent hurtling hundreds of meters, carving a deep trench in the ground. Coughing, he knelt, spitting out blood, the aura of his Super Saiyan 4 form visibly dimmed. The creature approached with heavy steps, causing the ground to tremble beneath it. It seemed that ordinary techniques would prove ineffective. Wiping the blood from his lips, Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened. Then let us try this. He inhaled deeply and closed his eyes. In an instant, all his outward energy converged inward, plunging him into a remarkable state. When he opened his eyes again, his form transformed dramatically. His hair turned a pure silver white, his pupils became crystalline and glazed, and a red insignia marked his forehead, the white god form. Boom! A surge of pure divine energy erupted from Sun Wukong, radiating outward, causing the purple-black ground to swiftly fade, revealing its original earthen hue. The moment Sun Wukong transformed into the white god, the warriors stationed there sensed the change. After years, has new power finally arrived? Starflame, go fetch him. Do not allow those demonic beings to find him first. 12 thrones were scattered throughout a palace, and the figure at the forefront spoke. We will not allow those rascals to succeed. A feminine voice echoed as she rose from her throne and exited the palace. Similarly, the chaotic clan sensed the arrival of this new power. Damn, another newcomer breaking through the divine realm. Fenrir, go find him. If possible, convert him to our cause. If not, eliminate him. A voice suddenly resonated from a void space. Those detestable warriors have been draining our strength. Otherwise, we would have long since shattered this accursed seal and left this place. A colossal wolf gazed into the void, its silver gray fur standing erect like steel needles. Crimson lightning entwined around its fangs, its left eye a swirling black abyss, and its right eye a radiant white like the core of a star. Fenrir, do not be hasty. While these warriors have posed an obstacle, they have also provided us with hope. After absorbing the fallen warriors, the injuries sustained by our Lord and the All-King during battle will be mostly healed. It will not be long before he awakens to lead us into the All-King's realm once more. Let us hope so. Turning away, with each step it took, the ground crystallized and shattered. The monster, sensing the power of the white god Sun Wukong, displayed fear for the first time. Its 3 faces twisted in unison, while a vortex in its chest spun wildly, attempting to absorb this energy. Yet, the power of the white god seared its core like molten steel. Now it is my turn, Sun Wukong's voice resonated, ethereal and calm, as he slowly ascended into the air, a silvery aura forming a halo behind him. The monster emitted a piercing shriek, unleashing 3 beams of energy once more, but this time, Sun Wukong merely raised a hand. And under the purification of the white goddess power, those energies dissipated into nothingness. Go, Sun Wukong softly intoned, a slender beam of silvery light shooting from his fingertips. The beam, seemingly slow, instantaneously pierced through the vortex in the monster's chest. Aya! The creature's mouth emitted a wail of despair. The black vortex began to collapse. Countless twisted faces surging forth only to vanish. Its body crumbled like sand, ultimately transforming into a bubbling pool of black water. Whether it was an illusion or not, Sun Wukong felt as though he heard a grateful sigh of relief. He descended gently, the radiance of his white god form illuminating the area for dozens of meters. Contemplating his palm, he realized, so this is it. The energy here contaminates ordinary chi, but proves ineffective against the power of the divine realm. No wonder the Grand Officer said only warriors of the divine realm could venture here. After the battle, Sun Wukong retracted his white god form, the silvery glow gradually fading. He surveyed his surroundings. This desolate land was far more expansive than he had imagined. Beneath the blood-red sky, distorted mountain outlines were faintly visible in the distance. With an unsettling energy permeating the air, I must first ascertain the situation here, Sun Wukong murmured to himself before soaring skyward towards the highest peak in sight. From his lofty vantage, the entirety of the exiled land became clearer. The earth was fragmented into countless irregular plates. Some areas were shrouded in unending thunderstorms, while others lay in eerie silence. What astonished Sun Wukong the most was a winding river, flowing with liquid darkness, where grotesque faces occasionally emerged from the surface only to submerge once more. This place is worse than hell. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, sensing the malice contained within that dark substance. Just as he prepared to descend for a closer examination, a bone-chilling cold suddenly enveloped him from behind. Chapter 89. The Chaotic Demon God, Lord of the End, Fenrir. Whoosh. Instinctively, Sun Wukong sidestepped, as a crimson lightning bolt grazed his cheek, striking the ground in the distance and creating a massive crater, the edges crystallizing rapidly. Not bad, newcomer, a deep, raspy voice echoed from above. Sun Wukong looked up to see a colossal, silver-gray wolf-like creature hovering in the air. Its size rivaled that of a small mountain, its fur standing erect like steel needles, with fangs entwined in crimson lightning. Most unsettling were its eyes, the left a swirling black abyss, while the right shone like a blazing white star. Who are you? Are you an accomplice of that monster? Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from his opponent, Sun Wukong spoke with a grave expression. I am Fenrir, the Lord of the Chaos Demon and the End. The colossal wolf regarded Sun Wukong with an air of disdain as he introduced himself. Lord of the End? What relation do you have to the Dragon of the End? The title evoked thoughts of the Dragon of the End in Sun Wukong's mind. The Dragon of the End? Sun Wukong's inquiry prompted a moment of contemplation from Fenrir. That is merely a being born from the Super Dragon Balls crafted by Salama. Tainted with a trace of my essence, Fenrir replied with a hint of contempt. What? Sun Wukong was taken aback by Fenrir's revelation. A life born from merely a trace of his essence had managed to push the warriors of the Omni King's world to such extremes. At that moment, Sun Wukong truly grasped the terrifying nature of the Chaos Clan. Observing the gravity etched on Sun Wukong's face, Fenrir felt a surge of satisfaction as he scrutinized the newly arrived warrior. However, upon noticing the tail behind Sun Wukong, his expression shifted dramatically. A tail? You are a scion. Fenrir glared darkly at Sun Wukong. Indeed, I am a scion. Sun Wukong responded, puzzled by the sudden change in Fenrir's demeanor. Yet he did not deny it. Scion. All scions must perish. Fenrir's response sent him into a frenzy. His roar reverberated throughout the exiled lands. His eyes ablaze with a fusion of crimson and blazing white light, and the chaotic energy enveloping him roiled like molten lava. Sun Wukong felt a chill run down his spine and immediately entered his white god form, the silver-white aura radiating brilliantly beneath the blood-red sky. What grudge do you hold against Saiyans? Sun Wukong asked in a deep voice, sensing the overwhelming hatred emanating from his opponent. Grudge? Fenrir sneered, his massive form descending slowly, each step causing the ground to fracture and crystallize. He suddenly lowered his head, revealing a gruesome scar that traversed the entirety of his neck. The edges still shimmering with an eerie golden light, as if seared by some divine force, never to heal. Do you see this wound? It was left by your progenitor. Almost sure. Almost sure. Sun Wukong's pupils dilated. He had heard this name from the Supreme Kai, the first warrior in Saiyan history to transcend limits, the very origin of the Saiyans. Years ago, I, under the command of the Chaos Lord Cows, led an army to invade the Omni King's world. Fenrir's eyes flickered with the flames of hatred. Just as I was conquering 6 universes and advancing towards the 7th, he appeared, though his strength was inferior to mine. That bastard managed to break through his limits in battle. If it weren't for him, not a single scion would have escaped my wrath. Sun Wukong's identity as a scion made him momentarily forget his initial purpose. Scion, your demise is imminent. Fenrir's voice thundered as he abruptly raised his forepaw. Chaotic energy coalescing at the tips, transforming into 5 dark red blades that tore through space, sweeping towards Sun Wukong. Swish, 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 in the form of the white deity. Sun Wukong executed a remarkable evasion, yet the blade's reach was far too extensive. In the end, a glimmer grazed his side, causing blood to spatter forth. With a muffled grunt, Sun Wukong glanced down, discovering that a dark energy clung to his wound, thwarting his healing abilities. Is this truly your strength? Fenrir cackled maniacally, his right eye igniting with a blinding star, the eye of the end blazing. A searing beam of light erupted from his right eye, distorting and vaporizing the very fabric of space in its wake. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and unleashed his full speed to evade, but the beam relentlessly pursued him. Bang! The beam grazed his shoulder, dimming the silver flames of his white deity form. Sun Wukong could sense his energy being eroded by an unknown force. Feudal Scion. Fenrir advanced slowly, the black hole in his left eye swirling ominously. Here, the power of chaos reigns supreme. Your strength is but a flickering candle in the wind. Gasping for breath, Sun Wukong was astounded to find his white deity form utterly suppressed. Damn it! He clenched his fists and charged forward once more. Upon reaching Fenrir's apex, he gathered energy in both hands. Kamehameha. A blue-white energy spiraled into a beam, hurtling towards Fenrir, who merely raised a paw in disdain. The chaotic energy formed a barrier, effortlessly blocking the attack. Too weak. Fenrir suddenly swung his paw, and Sun Wukong had no time to react, being sent flying and crashing through several mountain peaks before finally halting. Coughing, he spat out blood, the brilliance of his white deity form now exceedingly faint. Fenrir approached leisurely, his eyes brimming with mockery. What's the matter? Aren't Saiyans supposed to grow stronger with each battle? Continue the fight. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth to stand, but his body felt as heavy as lead. He had never encountered such an overwhelming adversary. It seems this is all you are capable of. Fenrir shook his head in disappointment. Compared to them, you are far too inferior. Since that is the case, perish. He opened his massive jaws. Chaotic energy coalescing into a pitch-black energy sphere, its destructive waves causing the entire space to tremble. End of chaos annihilation. The dark energy sphere plummeted towards Sun Wukong. It was over. His pupils contracted. There was no escape from this strike. Just as the crisis reached its zenith, Flame God Spear dawned. A golden meteor descended from the heavens, precisely piercing through Fenrir's chaotic energy sphere. Boom. Amidst the violent explosion, a figure shielded Sun Wukong. Golden flames transforming into a barrier that completely isolated the chaotic energy. Newcomer, can you still move? A cool female voice resonated. Sun Wukong looked up to see a female warrior clad in golden armor, wielding a spear engulfed in divine flames, her fiery hair dancing in the chaotic winds. Starflame. Fenrir roared in fury. You have come to thwart my plans once more. Ignoring him, Starflame turned to Sun Wukong and urged, stay close to me. I will take you away. Trying to escape? It won't be that easy. Fenrir bellowed, his left eye's black hole vortex suddenly expanding, unleashing a terrifying gravitational pull. End of devouring. Flame God Domain, burn the heavens. With a swift motion of the Starfire Spear, golden flames erupted into a vast sea of fire, temporarily halting the abyssal consumption of the black hole. She grasped Sun Wukong's arm and issued a firm command. Go. In an instant, their figures transformed into streaks of light, breaking through the chaotic barriers and racing toward the distance. Fenrir, I shall spare you this time. Our next encounter will mark your demise. The resounding voice of Starfire lingered in the air. Damn it, I will not let you escape. Fenrir's furious roar echoed behind them, yet it refrained from pursuing, clearly wary of the flames wielded by Starfire. At the Dawn Fortress, when Sun Wukong regained consciousness, he found himself reclining in a hall fashioned from golden crystals, his injuries having healed significantly. Awake? Starfire stood nearby, the flames on her spear extinguished, though the weapon still radiated a subtle golden glow. Sun Wukong sat up, offering a wry smile. Thank you for saving me. That adversary was too formidable. Starfire replied matter-of-factly, Fenrir is one of the Chaos Clan's demon gods. For a newcomer like you to endure under its grasp for so long is commendable. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, a hint of frustration in his voice. But my white god form was nearly ineffective against it. That is because your power lacks purity, Starfire remarked, her gaze fixed upon him. Here, those who have just breached the all-god realm can only ensure their survival. Only true power that transcends the all-god realm can contend with the chaos demon gods. I truly wonder why the high priest would send you, a newcomer, to this place. Starfire rolled her eyes. Transcend the all-god realm? Sun Wukong's eyes ignited with determination. Indeed. You must evolve the principles you comprehend into your own understanding. As she spoke, a glint of light sparked in Starfire's eyes, and suddenly, Sun Wukong found himself amidst a sea of flames. This is the domain of the fire god that I have grasped. Battling within this realm will be far more advantageous for us, and you need not fear the encroachment of chaotic forces. By the way, what principle have you comprehended? With the domain retracted, Starfire inquired curiously. Sun Wukong, taken aback, shook his head. I do not know. Do not know? Then how did you ascend to the all-god realm? Starfire glared at him. I broke through after comprehending the power left by Lord Shenlong. I am unsure if it aligns with what you call the principle of power. As he spoke, Sun Wukong extended his hand and unleashed the power of creation. The principle of creation. You have indeed grasped Lord Salama's principle of creation. Starfire's eyes widened in astonishment. So this is the principle of power. Sun Wukong murmured. It becomes clear now why the high priest would dispatch a warrior like you, a mere newcomer to the all-god realm. Starfire observed Sun Wukong with newfound respect. Without suspicion, Sun Wukong eagerly questioned her. How can I elevate the principle of power to the domain level? With a slight smile, Starfire replied, First, tend to your wounds, newcomer. Given your scion heritage, once you recover, I shall introduce you to someone, a person capable of aiding you in surpassing your limits. Chapter 90, Echelon, Primetime Space. Since witnessing Wukong's white god form, Super Wukong had been relentlessly striving to discover how to transcend his limits and reach that exalted realm. No. Despite my considerable increase in strength, I still fall short of the divine realm. Sun Wukong murmured, a hint of despondency in his voice. He found himself at a loss, pondering how to make a breakthrough. How could he possibly uphold the agreement of battle under these circumstances? In that moment of disheartenment, a vibrant portal appeared in the sky. As the portal manifested, the world fell into an uncanny silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill. From within the portal emerged the figure of the Grand Priest. Greetings, Mr. Sun Wukong. I am the Grand Priest, the steward of Lord Zeno. Ah, honorable Grand Priest. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Sun Wukong. He hastily rose from the ground, recalling the insights he had gleaned from Whis regarding the hierarchy of divine beings. Forgive my abrupt intrusion, but I must ask you to accompany me. Lord Zeno has a matter of importance to discuss with you. The Grand Priest maintained an air of elegance. Lord Zeno wishes to see me? Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. With a gentle nod and a graceful wave of his arm, the Grand Priest caused the vibrant portal to ripple with shimmering waves. Indeed, Lord Zeno wishes to converse with you regarding your attempts to attain the divine realm. The divine realm? Ah, you mean the form referred to as the White God. Sun Wukong's pupils dilated, his heart racing at the thought. Could it be that Lord Zeno had sensed his relentless pursuit of the White God form? Very well, let us proceed. Without hesitation, he stepped into the portal, instantly enveloped by a resplendent glow. When his vision cleared, Sun Wukong found himself standing in a magnificent palace, its floor as smooth as a mirror, reflecting countless twinkling galaxies. The 12 gods of destruction and their angels stood on either side, and upon the throne, Lord Zeno swung his legs playfully, gazing at him with innocent, childlike eyes. Ah, Wukong, you've arrived. Lord Zeno waved his small hand, his voice youthful, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Greetings, Lord Zeno. Sun Wukong bowed respectfully. Do not be so formal. I have come to present you with a choice. A choice? Indeed. Another version of you has ventured into a world fraught with both peril and opportunity, yet only warriors of the divine realm may set foot there. What? Sun Wukong gasped, his eyes widening in astonishment. So, you summoned me to inquire whether I wish to go? Lord Zeno regarded him with a playful innocence, inviting him to make his own decision. I certainly wish to go, but you mentioned that only warriors of the divine realm can enter. Sun Wukong questioned, a hint of confusion etched on his face. Yes. Your current strength is already on par with that of the gods of destruction. If you desire to embark on this journey, I can grant you the opportunity. Whether you can master it depends solely on you. Is that true? Thank you, Lord Zeno. Sun Wukong's heart soared with joy. The persistent dilemma that had plagued him was finally poised for resolution. Now step a little closer. Lord Zeno beckoned to Sun Wukong, guiding him forward. The Omni King extended his hand, channeling a surge of energy into Sun Wukong's body. Instinctively, Wukong lowered his head, yet saw nothing. Wukong, should you comprehend this energy, it shall be sufficient for you to ascend into the realm of the divine. Thank you, Your Majesty, I shall not disappoint you. Wukong replied earnestly. The Omni King nodded in satisfaction and turned to the Grand Minister. Grand Minister, please escort him to that timeline. Yes, Your Majesty, the Grand Minister affirmed. The Omni King then directed his gaze back to Sun Wukong. Wukong, the Grand Minister will transport you to another timeline, where you will swiftly grasp the breakthrough. Ah, thank you, Your Majesty. Wukong expressed his gratitude with heartfelt sincerity. The 12 gods of destruction observed this scene, engaging in silent conversation. What is it about this mortal that commands such attention from the Omni King? Who knows? However, we have powerful mortals in our own universes that surpass even the gods of destruction. The Grand Minister's gaze shifted towards them, causing the 12 gods to cease their discussion instantly. He then turned to Sun Wukong. Mr. Wukong, please follow me, he said, stepping outside. All right, farewell, Your Majesty. Wukong waved goodbye as he walked away. Until we meet again, Wukong. A kaleidoscope of colors tore through the void, and the Grand Minister led Wukong through the portal. The sight that greeted Wukong filled him with a sudden rush of emotions. It was Earth. Mr. Wukong, this is the timeline the Omni King spoke of. There are many powerful warriors here, some of whom are even formidable rivals to the gods of destruction. Wow, I can hardly contain my excitement. Good luck, Mr. Wukong. With that, the Grand Minister returned through the portal to the Omni King's palace, walking slowly to the Omni King's side. Your Majesty, I have successfully sent him. I hope he can comprehend my power. Their presence has rekindled my hope. Trust in him. Perhaps he can indeed create a miracle. After this exchange, the two deities fell silent, their attention fixed upon the timeline, vigilant and watchful. First, I shall seek out Chi-Chi to understand the situation here, Wukong thought, soaring towards the direction of Mount Payos. Upon arriving at Mount Payos, he was met not with laughter and joy, but rather a profoundly heavy atmosphere. Wukong's excitement was swiftly replaced by a somber mood as he found Chi-Chi weeping. Chi-Chi, what has transpired here? Chi-Chi looked up, tears in her eyes, and saw the man she had longed for. Without hesitation, she threw herself into Wukong's embrace. He quickly sought to comfort her. Chi-Chi, please do not cry. Tell me what has happened. Wukong, Rukido is dead. OOB is also gone. Xiaofang and Gohan have sustained serious injuries. What am I to do? Chi-Chi sobbed, revealing the harsh reality. What? Although Wukong was unfamiliar with Rukido, the sorrow etched on Chi-Chi's face indicated he was likely family. The news of Xiaofang and Gohan's injuries, along with OOB's death, ignited a fierce anger within Wukong, who had only just arrived in this timeline. Ever since sharing memories with Wukong, the feelings he harbored for them were deeply reflected in his alter ego, Super Wukong. Who did this? And what about Vegeta and me in this timeline? Upon hearing her beloved Goku utter these words, Chi-Chi suddenly realized that her husband had been gone for a long time. How could he appear so unexpectedly? Overwhelmed by grief and excitement, she had not registered the truth until now. As she scrutinized the Goku before her, it became evident that he was much younger than her late husband. Goku has already passed away. Who are you? Why are you impersonating him? Chi-Chi demanded fiercely. Goku hastily waved his hands in a gesture of explanation. I am indeed Goku, but I am not the Goku from your timeline. He recounted his origins and how he arrived in this dimension, pouring forth the details to Chi-Chi. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, Chi-Chi finally processed Goku's revelations. Recognizing that the being before her was truly Goku, she relaxed her guard and, unable to contain her emotions, began to weep. Oh, Goku! Our grandson Rukido was killed by a saiyan from Ashalon. Chapter 91. Preparing to break through limits. Grandson, Ashalon, saiyan. Goku pondered inwardly, realizing that these terms were absent from the shared memories with another version of himself, indicating yet another entirely unfamiliar timeline. Observing Chi-Chi's sorrow, Goku interrupted her. Chi-Chi, where are Gohan and the others? Chi-Chi ceased her weeping and, in a choked voice, replied, Gohan and the others went to Tien to recuperate. With the Dragon Balls no longer available, they can only rely on Tien for a swift recovery. All right, I will go find Gohan to understand the situation better. Stay at home and await our return. Do not worry, Chi-Chi. I will take care of everything. He reassured her before departing. After Goku left, a glimmer of hope returned to Chi-Chi's eyes. Goku, I entrust everything to you. In an instant, Goku teleported to the sacred shrine, and the sight before him caused his pupils to constrict. The once majestic temple now lay in ruins, its walls marred by charred battle scars. A gathering of warriors convened there. Gohan, Xiaofang. Goku dashed forward. What? That voice? Gohan and the others turned to the source of the sound. Upon recognizing Goku, they sprang to their feet, disbelief etched across their faces. Dad, this can't be. You, Grandpa. I come from another timeline. I am not the Goku of this dimension. Ah, so that is the case, just like the other me in Trunks? What has transpired? What kind of foe could leave you in such disarray? At his words, the warriors' faces darkened with fury. Gohan, with a serious expression, spoke up. A few days ago, a bioengineered individual approached us, seeking Broly. Upon learning that Broly had perished, he did not relent, but instead transported several unfamiliar Saiyans here. Once they arrived, they declared themselves soldiers from Ashalon and began hunting the surviving half-breeds, insisting that our kind must not survive. They then launched a direct assault on us. At this juncture, Sun Wukong paused, clenching his teeth. Initially, they were not our adversaries. However, following their defeat, they injected an unknown serum into their bodies, which enabled them to transcend their limits. Had it been merely this, we would have been capable of countering them. Yet, that bioengineered being teleported additional Saiyans to our vicinity, and these newcomers were even more formidable. He claimed to be Lieutenant Kosha of the Ashalon army. The mere mention of Kosha's name ignited a fierce hatred within Sun Wukong's eyes. The multiple teleportations of Saiyans fragmented our battlefield, plunging everyone into desperate struggles. After merging, Goten and Trunks possessed sufficient strength to resist, while OOB was awakened, unleashing the malevolent spirit of Kid Buu that lay dormant within him. In a critical moment, Kid Buu emerged, assimilating his essence and ultimately sacrificing himself, while Buu was absorbed by the bioengineered entity. Future versions of myself and Trunks could only contend with this threat after merging as well. Xiaofang and Bra, however, lacked the strength to face the incoming female adversaries, leading to Bra and Naz being captured. Sun Wukong's voice quivered with emotion, laden with guilt. I battled against Lieutenant Kosha, but was ultimately defeated. Just as I was on the brink of death, Rukido appeared and rescued me. Yet Rukido, Sun Wukong's forehead pulsed with veins, his fists clenched tightly. Sun Wukong stepped forward and gently patted his shoulder in a gesture of consolation. Sun Wukong continued, their time on Earth appears to be limited, which is why they only took our lives for a moment. Sun Wukong steadied his emotions. After recovering daily, we prepared to train in the hyperbolic time chamber to enhance our strength and surpass our limits before heading to Ashalon to rescue Bra and Naz. Otherwise, with our current abilities, we would be striking at stone with an egg. Since they have captured Bra and the others, they would not dispose of them so readily. Upon hearing Wukong's account, Sun Wukong's eyes ignited with fervor, yet he quickly regained his composure. He patted Wukong's shoulder and stated solemnly, Wukong, your assessment is accurate. We cannot act recklessly at this juncture. He surveyed the battle-weary warriors around him, his gaze resolute. You shall take turns training in the hyperbolic time chamber. I too shall endeavor to break through during this period. Once you have completed your training, we shall devise a plan. Wukong nodded emphatically, and the group ceased their hesitations, entering the hyperbolic time chamber in batches. Those who remained outside continued their training. Wasting not a moment, Sun Wukong sat cross-legged atop the god temple, closing his eyes to absorb the power that the Omni King had infused within him. This power radiated an essence of ultimate destruction, pure annihilation, imbued with unparalleled aggression, as if nothing could withstand its might. Remarkable. With mastery over this force, I am certain I can achieve a breakthrough. Sun Wukong exclaimed with exhilaration upon opening his eyes, then resumed his communion with this energy. Meanwhile, in this timeline, Sun Wukong, having received the life essence of Kaioshin, also returned to life. This diverges from the original fan work, as Piccolo did not receive the divine soul of Kaioshin to resurrect. However, due to the influence of the Dragon Balls within him, his power had diminished somewhat. Mr. Wukong, I kindly request that you bring Mr. Vegeta here. With your current strength, you cannot surmount this crisis. The King Kai admonished Sun Wukong, who was adapting to his new form and immediately acquiesced. After Wukong departed, the old Kai, also adorned with a halo, sighed, well, now both of our lives have been entrusted to him. Hearing this, King Kai's lips twitched slightly. At that moment, Vegeta was engaged in battle on an unknown planet in the cosmos, besieged by a group of extraterrestrial beings clad in combat suits, which greatly irritated him. Transforming into Super Saiyan 3, he swiftly eliminated his adversaries. As the skirmish concluded, Sun Wukong from this timeline approached. Hey Vegeta, long time no see. The sudden appearance of Wukong momentarily stunned Vegeta. Kakarot, you rascal, you're back. Indeed, having received the life force from Lord King Kai, I have returned. I knew it. You wouldn't vanish so easily. Though he spoke dismissively, the smirk at the corner of his mouth revealed otherwise. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wukong promptly recounted the invasion of the Saiyans on Ashalon, the sacrifice of OOB, and the capture of Bram and Naz. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's pupils constricted, his fists cracking ominously. How dare they harm my descendants? His aura erupted violently, and the perfect form of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, unique to the Ashalon timeline, appeared before Sun Wukong. The latter's eyes widened in astonishment. Impressive, Vegeta. You've become incredibly strong. However, that alone may not suffice. Lord King Kai has instructed us to return to him. There must be a better place to achieve a higher realm. Chapter 92. Pre-battle Gohan and Xiaofang were the first to enter the hyperbolic time chamber, fervently training in the boundless white expanse. Gohan gazed at his hands, growling, I must surpass my current self. Otherwise, I will be unable to protect my family. He strained to recall the sensations he experienced when he transformed into a berserk state during his confrontation with Rukido. Although it was agonizing, he had to overcome his emotions. For Bram and Naz awaited his rescue. While his berserk form granted him overwhelming power capable of obliterating Kasho, it also caused him to lose his sanity. Such a state was unsustainable in prolonged battles. Conversely, in the Super Saiyan 4 form, his mind was remarkably clear, with a terrifying rationality. Thus, he resolved to attempt a fusion of both forms. Perhaps this would allow him to transcend his limits and reach a higher realm. With his training direction confirmed, Gohan commenced his efforts. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a golden energy that enveloped him, his red hair cascading over his upper body as he transformed into Super Saiyan 4. He then forced himself to recall the dark energy from his berserk state. Instantly, a pitch-black malevolence coiled around his aura like a venomous serpent as the red and black energies clashed violently within him. With a cough, he expelled blood, and the Super Saiyan 4 transformation was abruptly undone. The two opposing forces battled within his body, turning it into a battleground. No, while the strength in my berserk state was formidable, it was never this chaotic within me. Suddenly, Gohan recollected that the source of the power he yearned for stemmed from his desire to save and protect Rikudo, rather than a mere craving for strength. With this realization, Gohan endeavored once more, this time fueled by the conviction to safeguard and rescue everyone, which necessitated this formidable power. Transforming once again into Super Saiyan 4, he attempted to merge with the rampaging form anew. As anticipated, the chaotic energy was indeed much gentler this time around. Gohan's eyes sparkled with hope. There was promise. He pressed on. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng commenced her own training. As a hybrid Saiyan, her potential was equally impressive. After being guided by the old Supreme Kai to unlock her latent abilities, she too had mastered a mysterious form. In contrast to Gohan, however, she had yet to reach the limits of her enigmatic transformation. On another front, Goku returned to the Supreme Kai's realm accompanied by Vegeta. "We have returned, Supreme Kai? Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Goku. Time is of the essence. Please follow me." Goku and Vegeta trailed the Supreme Kai to an ancient temple suspended amongst the clouds. At the temple's center stood a colossal stone inscribed with celestial runes, emanating pure cosmic energy. "This is a sacred training ground left by the ancient Supreme Kai," the Supreme Kai explained. "A year of training here equates to merely a day in the outside world. Wow, that's akin to the room of spirit and time on Earth. But that room only allows for 2 days of entry. I wonder how long we can stay here," Goku exclaimed. Although the effects were similar, this place permitted indefinite training. The Supreme Kai smiled warmly. "Indeed, this means we will have ample time to hone our skills. How wonderful." Goku clapped his hands together in excitement. Let us not waste time. Tell us how we can become stronger. Merely extending our training time is unnecessary." Vegeta scoffed, clearly proud. The Supreme Kai took no offense to Vegeta's words and continued, "Of course, it involves more than just that. However, before we proceed, we must elevate Goku's power to match yours." "Haha, Kakarot, it seems you are the one holding us back this time." For Vegeta, surpassing Goku in strength, even if only temporarily, fulfilled a long-held ambition. "Mr. Goku, go forth." A day later, a rejuvenated Goku stood before the Supreme Kai and the others, radiating power that finally matched Vegeta's. "Tisich, though it irks me, Kakarot, I will surpass you once again." "Haha, Vegeta, I will not fall behind." The two shared a knowing smile. The Supreme Kai interrupted their laughter. "Excellent. Now both of you have reached your utmost potential." "Yes, Supreme Kai, what shall we do next?" Goku and Vegeta inquired, somewhat perplexed. The old Supreme Kai stepped forward, scrutinizing the two of them closely, and spoke, "It is time." Turning, he murmured within the Supreme Kai temple. Suddenly, a brilliant light manifested at the center of the temple, and as the brilliance faded, a transparent crystal appeared in the air. The old Supreme Kai beckoned, and the crystal floated into his hand. This is the sacred potential crystal of the realm of kings. It possesses the remarkable ability to guide warriors beyond the limits of life. The two exchanged a glance, simultaneously placing their hands upon the crystal. A blinding white light engulfed everything. When the radiance dissipated, Goku and Vegeta underwent yet another transformation. Silver hair replaced their previous crimson locks, and their aura emanated a liquid metal-like quality. Yet, most astonishingly, the ancient emblem of the Saiyan royal lineage appeared upon their foreheads. Super Saiyan 5. It resembled more the true form of the god of Saiyans. The old Kai stared in disbelief, retreating in shock. Suddenly, Goku clutched his chest and knelt upon one knee. The power was overwhelming. His body could scarcely endure it. Vegeta, equally drenched in cold sweat, realized the urgency to adapt, lest they succumb to their own might. Both warriors entered the temple to train, focusing primarily on fortifying their physical forms. In that moment, all the fighters prepared for the impending battle. On Echelon Star, the female scion, after delivering Bram and Naz to the biomodifier, exclaimed, "Hey, they are in your hands now. Indeed, I shall utilize them wisely." The biomodifier replied with a sinister grin. The female scion turned and exited, disregarding the biomodifier's presence. He watched her depart, redirecting his gaze towards the unconscious duo, murmuring, "Hurry up, I can hardly wait." Upon Kosho's return, he proceeded directly to report to the leader of Echelon Star. Kneeling within the palace, he respectfully addressed, "King Caesar, as you predicted, there are indeed numerous half-blood scions on Earth, and their strength is commendable." But Kosho hesitated momentarily. King Caesar, seated upon the throne, opened his eyes, an oppressive aura permeating the palace. "But what?" he demanded. Kosho hurriedly continued, "However, the Goku who once defeated Frieza is deceased, and Vegeta too is not on Earth. The legendary Super Saiyan Broly has also perished." A profound silence enveloped the room following Kosho's declaration, punctuated only by the sound of King Caesar's fingers tapping upon the throne. Unable to bear the invisible pressure any longer, Kosho quickly added, "Though I could not bring Vegeta too, I have captured 2 half-blood scions from Earth. Given Vegeta 2's character, he will surely seek them out." With that, he cautiously raised his gaze toward the figure on the throne. After a long pause, King Caesar finally spoke. "Well, this time, consider it a partial redemption. You may leave." "Yes," Kosho responded hurriedly, departing. Once Kosho had left, the palace was left in solitude, with only King Caesar remaining. He murmured softly, "Vegeta 2, I await your arrival." Chapter 93, The Awakening of Combat Instincts. Exiting the palace, Kosho let out a sigh of relief. Phew, being alone with King Caesar is exceedingly burdensome. Just as he was about to proceed further, a figure appeared before him. General Holland. Indeed, the scion known as Holland turned, gesturing for him to follow. The two ascended into the skies, shortly arriving at a laboratory. Holland entered first, with Kosho closely behind. In the Netherlands, a button was pressed in the laboratory, and a protective shield enveloped the space. Caesar within the palace sensed this and slowly spoke, a tedious trick. Before closing his eyes once more, Holland inquired of Kesha, "Have you completed the task I assigned you?" Kesha nodded in affirmation. "General Holland, although Broly has perished, we have extracted his genes from the spacecraft he piloted. The biomodifier has commenced the analysis of his genetic composition, and upon completion, it will undoubtedly grant you the fabled bloodline of the Super Saiyan." "Ha ha ha, splendid work, Kesha. Speak, what do you desire?" Holland laughed heartily. Kesha, upon hearing of a potential reward, promptly declined. "I am honored to serve General Holland. Holland nodded in satisfaction. "I shall not let your efforts go unrewarded. Go to the biomodifier and claim a perfect grade potential serum." Upon hearing this, Kesha's eyes sparkled with surprise. "Thank you, General Holland. Ha ha ha, you have earned it. Once I possess the legendary bloodline, I shall be qualified to challenge Caesar. Upon my success, I will surely lead the Saiyan race towards greater strength." Kesha hastily praised. "General Holland will undoubtedly elevate us to unprecedented heights. Caesar cares only for himself and neglects us. Without General Holland, we would not be as powerful as we are now. Ha ha ha. Kesha, once I succeed, you shall be the next general." "Thank you, General Holland." Kesha even altered his address. "Such titles can wait until my success. We must ensure Caesar remains unaware of our plans, or all will be for naught." "Understood, General Holland." "Very well, we must take our leave. You go find the biomodifier." With that, Holland lowered the protective shield. After bidding farewell, Kesha arrived at the biomodifier's laboratory. Before he could speak, the biomodifier handed him a vial. "This is the perfect grade gene serum that General Holland instructed me to give you. Keep it safe." Kesha reached out and took the vial, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. "With this serum, my power will grow even stronger." After securing the vial, he turned to the biomodifier. "What are your plans for the 2 young half-breeds captured from Earth?" A wicked smile crept across the biomodifier's lips. "I already possess ample genes from the hybrid scions, but I have a superior method to handle them." Kesha's curiosity was piqued. "Oh, really? You shall see when the hybrid scions from Earth arrive." "Humph. I hope you do not disappoint us." With that, he departed. After Kesha left, the biomodifier's gaze fell upon the evil Buu, whom he had captured. At that moment, The malevolent Buu was confined within a container, immobilized by an unknown light, rendered helpless. The biomodifier murmured to himself, "Once I possess the body of Majin Buu, I shall liberate myself from this corporeal form and enact my grand design. The Saiyans, humph, merely a horde of arrogant, power-wielding wild monkeys, fit only to serve as my sustenance." Hee hee. A deep, malevolent chuckle emanated from his lips. Despite the seemingly formidable echelon star, its depths conceal myriad ulterior motives. On Earth, after completing their training, Sun Gohan and Xiao Fong emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, their auras markedly transformed. The warriors recognized that they had achieved success. Trunks and Goten entered the chamber for their own training, while future Trunks and future Gohan awaited their turn. Upon completing his training, Sun Gohan found himself unable to master his newfound power perfectly just yet, and the energy radiating from him caught the attention of Sun Wukong, who was in a state of meditation. In an instant, Sun Wukong materialized before Sun Gohan. "Impressive. Gohan, your aura is remarkably strong. However, it appears you have yet to achieve complete control over it." Sun Gohan scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. "Indeed, father. I have struggled for quite some time to harmonize the power within me, but it is overwhelmingly potent, and I cannot master it perfectly in such a short span." Upon uttering these words, Sun Gohan managed a wry smile. "Hee hee, I possess a method that will expedite your mastery." Sun Wukong grinned widely. Observing the excitement in his father's eyes, Sun Gohan surmised the nature of his suggestion, yet he did not decline. He was eager to discover just how formidable his father from another timeline truly was. "I appreciate your guidance, father." "Very well, Gohan. Unleash your full potential." The atmosphere between them instantly sharpened, charged with tension. Xiao Fong retreated to the side of future Gohan, leaving the battlefield to the two warriors. Rather than engage in combat within the confines of the temple, they ascended into the skies. "Here I come, father." The intense ambience was shattered by Sun Gohan's powerful declaration, instantly morphing into a mysterious form. "Come forth, Gohan." Sun Gohan's entire being erupted with a silvery aura, the energy waves of his enigmatic transformation causing the very God Temple to tremble. Yet, standing opposite him, Sun Wukong merely smiled faintly, remaining in his ordinary state. "Father, are you not going to transform?" Gohan inquired, furrowing his brow. "For now, this is sufficient." Wukong assumed a combat stance, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Having partaken in numerous battles that surpassed the gods of destruction, his standard power vastly exceeded that of Sun Gohan and the others. Sun Gohan struck first, his speed so swift that he left an afterimage in his wake. A direct punch, accompanied by the sound of rushing air, surged toward Wukong's face, only to be effortlessly intercepted by two fingers just before impact. Not bad, but too straightforward. Wukong sidestepped and delivered a swift chop aimed at Gohan's neck, forcing him to retreat hastily. Xiao Fong, observing the duel, widened her eyes in astonishment. Her grandfather was demonstrating immense prowess even in his normal state. Future Gohan shared her disbelief, marveling at the strength of his counterpart from another timeline. In the midst of the battle, Gohan suddenly altered his approach, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts from both hands. Yet, Wukong danced through the onslaught with the grace of a butterfly, occasionally using his hand to precisely sever a few of the energy blasts aimed at the onlookers. "Gohan, you must reclaim the essence of battle. Your strikes are far too straightforward." A light elbow strike landed on Gohan's back, yet it sent him staggering forward as if struck by lightning. Years of peaceful existence had lulled his combat instincts into slumber, and now Goku's objective was to awaken Gohan's fighting spirit anew. Chapter 94, Perfect Mastery of Berserk Super Saiyan 4. Gohan steadied himself, a long-lost battle fervor igniting in his eyes. "Father, you are indeed correct. I have been away from combat for far too long." He inhaled deeply, and his crimson fur instantly enveloped his form, transforming him into Super Saiyan 4. "Now, this is more like it." Goku's golden hair stood on end, the aura of Super Saiyan 1 igniting around him. The two charged at one another, their fists and feet colliding, sending shockwaves that shattered the clouds for miles around. Boom! Super Saiyan 4 Gohan's fist struck Goku's abdomen with tremendous force. Yet, Goku merely smirked. The power is sufficient, but he suddenly seized Gohan's wrist and executed a shoulder throw, slamming him into the ground. "You are still far from it." Super Saiyan 4 Gohan was plunged into the earth, stirring up a cloud of dust. Xiao Fong, watching the spectacle, gasped in astonishment. Incredible. Grandfather is truly formidable. Even in Super Saiyan 4 form, Father cannot gain the upper hand against Super Saiyan 1 grandfather. Future Gohan concurred. Father's strength has far surpassed ours. With him here, we shall surely overcome this challenge and rescue Bulma and Natsu. Upon hearing this, Xiaofang nodded in agreement. Yes, it is certainly possible. Their gaze returned to the battlefield. Amidst the dust, a dark red aura surged into the sky. This sight sparked a glimmer of excitement in Goku's eyes. Is this the new power? Let me witness it in all its glory. The dust was instantly torn apart by a violent wave of energy, and dark red energy erupted like a volcanic explosion, painting the sky a blood-like hue, with clouds swirling into a colossal vortex under the energy's impact. Oh! Gohan's roar reverberated through the atmosphere, his body undergoing a remarkable transformation. The once bright crimson fur gradually shifted to a dark red, ultimately transforming into a hue reminiscent of congealed blood, each strand of fur becoming incredibly resilient. Jet black markings began to spread from his chest, slowly forming an intricate pattern, a manifestation of ancient battle markings upon his skin. The golden aura was tainted with a deep, abyssal shade, the energy waves infused with an unsettling malevolence. The once golden pupils split, revealing a blood-red vertical slit, reminiscent of a predator's gaze, sending chills down the spine. Xiaofang instinctively took a half-step back. Is this really still my father? Future Gohan's expression grew grave. Impressive. He has harnessed this power that was meant to consume reason. At long last, Father, this is my form merged with the power of the Berserk state. Let us call it Berserk Super Saiyan 4. Goku gazed intently at the transformed Gohan, a fire igniting within his eyes. Berserk Super Saiyan 4, a commendable power. Gohan, it seems I shall need to take this seriously. He crossed his arms, fists clenched at his chest, and the divine flames erupted from within him, instantly overwhelming Gohan's immense aura. The limits of Divine Super Saiyan 4 had been shattered. A layer of vibrant red energy enveloped his body, and his eyes glowed a fiery red. Incredible. Father, what is this form? Son Gohan gazed in astonishment at the form of Son Goku, a manifestation he had never witnessed before. Although he felt an overwhelming pressure, there was an absence of any discernible aura. This was the Super Saiyan 4 limit break, infused with divine power, the Divine Super 4 limit break. In this state, one could not perceive my movements through aura alone. Thus, Gohan, Son Goku intently regarded his son. You must awaken your combat instincts anew. Taking a deep breath, Gohan fixed a serious gaze upon Goku. Come on, father. Here I come, Gohan. Son Goku bellowed, and in unison, they vanished from their original positions. Boom. Vivid crimson and dark red streaks clashed violently in the air, the shockwave instantaneously clearing the clouds in a radius of several miles. With each exchange of fists and feet, deafening sonic booms reverberated, compelling Future Trunks and others to raise their protective shields. Incredible! Future Trunks exclaimed, his voice trembling. This level of combat far surpassed that of the Saiyans from Echelon. Future Gohan fixed his gaze intently on the battlefield, observing that his father was guiding him to adapt to this new form. His movements were becoming increasingly fluid. At the center of the battlefield, Son Goku suddenly altered his attack, Dragon Fist unleashed. A golden dragon's phantom coiled around his right arm, aimed directly at Gohan's chest. In a moment of haste, Gohan crossed his arms to block, yet was still propelled thousands of meters backward. What's wrong, Gohan? Goku instantaneously teleported behind the retreating Gohan. The power of the Raging Super 4 should not be so limited. And do not rely solely on your eyes. With a swift kick, he sent Gohan sprawling 1,000 meters away. Regaining his balance mid-air, Gohan felt blood trickle from the corner of his mouth. He gazed at his father in the distance, that crimson figure seemingly merging with the very fabric of the universe, rendering any prediction of his movements through aura futile. Do not trust solely in your eyes. Gohan murmured softly, suddenly closing his eyes. Oh, Goku raised an eyebrow, observing as Gohan's dark red aura began to condense, enveloping his body for protection, while his battle markings grew increasingly distinct. Although the world descended into darkness, his senses heightened. Son Goku paused momentarily, then broke into a smile of satisfaction. How intriguing. Here it comes. The sound of slicing air approached from the right, and Gohan instinctively turned his head, narrowly evading Goku's powerful punch. The gust from the punch stung his cheeks, yet a hint of a smile played at the corners of his lips. Bang! A heavy elbow strike landed forcefully on Gohan's back, sending him flying several meters. Keep going, Gohan. You need to focus more. Goku's voice echoed from all directions. In the air, Gohan adjusted his posture, amplifying his senses to their utmost limits. He detected subtle fluctuations in the airflow, suddenly raising his hand to block. Clang! His arm precisely intercepted Goku's incoming whip kick. Good, Son Goku praised, yet his onslaught became even more ferocious. In the ensuing exchanges, Gohan gradually began to match the rhythm. His body seemed to possess an independent consciousness, reacting with pinpoint accuracy at the moment of an attack. He sidestepped a straight punch, lifted his knee to block a surprise elbow strike, grasped the ankle of an incoming kick. Just like that, Son Goku suddenly shifted his approach, completely retracting his divine aura, making his movements even more elusive. But Gohan had already entered a state of heightened awareness. He sensed subtle changes in the air, heard the sound of fluttering garments, and could even anticipate the trajectory of attacks through the disturbances in the airflow. Got you. In the instant that Son Goku appeared behind him, Gohan swiftly turned, delivering an uppercut aimed directly at his chin. Goku leaned back just in time, yet the force of the punch still grazed his cheek. As Goku lunged forward again, Gohan astonishingly sidestepped at the last possible moment. His hand transformed into a claw, reaching for Goku's throat, forcing the latter to retreat. Splendid. A flash of admiration crossed Goku's eyes, but it wasn't enough. The two clashed once more, and this time Gohan's movements were markedly more fluid. Each of his strikes bore the instinct of a beast, no longer confined to rigid techniques. Thud! A whip-like kick struck Goku's waist, followed immediately by an elbow aimed at his face. Goku raised his arms to block, but was still knocked back several meters. Well done, Gohan. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Goku's smile widened, indicating that Gohan's combat instincts were indeed reviving. Gohan's breathing gradually steadied as the power of the Super Saiyan 4 began to merge flawlessly within him. He felt the two different energies within him finally reaching a harmonious balance. Opening his eyes, he looked gratefully at Son Goku. Thank you, Father. I have completely regained my fighting spirit. I can finally master the power of the Super Saiyan 4. Gohan assumed the stance for the Kamehameha, gathering dark red energy in his palms. Raging Kamehameha. The torrent of dark red energy roared forth, distorting the very fabric of space. Goku mirrored the action, gathering his own power. Divine Kamehameha. The clash of blue and dark red energies erupted in an explosion that illuminated the entire horizon. As the brilliance faded, Goku's divine Super Saiyan 4 form was dispelled, and Gohan returned to his normal state. Well done, Gohan. Goku patted his son's shoulder. You can now fully harness this power. Gohan bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude for the guidance he received. Only then did the spectators dare to approach. Little Fong was the first to rush to Gohan. Dad, you were so cool just now. The future Gohan nodded appreciatively, realizing that their chances of victory had greatly increased. Chapter 95. The Great Battle Approaches. Amidst the tense atmosphere of training, time quietly slipped away. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Each warrior had surpassed their limits. Gohan had perfectly mastered the raging Super Saiyan 4. The future Gohan and future Trunks had also flawlessly fused the forms of Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan Blue. Trunks and Goten similarly experienced a significant increase in strength, achieving the perfect Super Saiyan 4 realm. The power of the fused Gotenks even surpassed that of the perfect Super Saiyan 4. Little Fong had also maximized the potential of her mysterious form. After bidding farewell to their families, the warriors gathered in the Heavenly Temple. Trunks released the spaceship from the capsule, calling everyone aboard. Everyone, this is the upgraded spaceship my mother made. The route has been planned according to Lord Kai's star chart. It can take us directly to planet Echelon. Fantastic. Truly worthy of Aunt Bulma. Gohan praised. As all prepared to board the spacecraft, Sun Wukong's voice rang out, halting everyone. Wait, everyone. The crowd turned to him in confusion. What is it, Father? Son Gohan inquired. Sun Wukong grinned and addressed the assembly. Fear not, for I shall transport you all in an instant. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan expressed his doubts. But Father, doesn't your instant transmission require sensing energy? We are too far from Echelon Star. Without deliberately releasing our energy, it would be impossible to feel it. Ha ha. Ever since I transcended to the divine realm, the limitations of my instant transmission have diminished significantly. I can certainly take everyone to Echelon Star. That is splendid. We've already wasted a considerable amount of time training. This will save us much. Indeed, Bram Naz. Wait for us. Just as they were about to teleport away, Tian interjected. Everyone, hold on a moment. She dashed into the Temple of the Gods and re-emerged, clutching a bottled container. Mr. Wukong, this contains super divine water, which may prove useful for you. Please accept it. Tian handed the container to Sun Wukong, who graciously accepted it, saying, Thank you, Tian. The group gathered once more around Sun Wukong, placing their hands upon him. Tian, we are off now, farewell. Mr. Wukong, I shall await your safe return. In a flash, the figures of Sun Wukong and his companions vanished from the Temple of the Gods. Tian clasped her hands together, gazing at the spot where they had disappeared, hoping fervently for their safe and successful return with Bram and Naz. Sun Wukong and his companions reappeared above Echelon Star, greeted by towering structures that pierced the clouds, with spacecraft frequently ascending from the surface into the cosmos. The scene was laden with advanced technology, starkly contrasting the desolate imagery one might have imagined, and was entirely at odds with the traditional perception of Saiyans. Is this truly Echelon Star? It bears no resemblance to the dwelling place of that group of Saiyans. Son Gohan marveled at the sight before him. How shall we locate Bram and Naz? I cannot sense their energy at all. Xiao Fong, however, was preoccupied with the urgency of finding the two. Fong, searching for them may prove troublesome. Rather, let us allow them to find us. Sun Wukong said with a confident smile. Let them come to us. Xiao Fong paused, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, just like this. With that, Sun Wukong unleashed his energy, a colossal aura soaring skyward. At that very moment, several powerful beings turned their gazes upward. Have they finally arrived? They shot straight up towards the direction of Sun Wukong and his companions. Rays of light cascaded from the heavens, and as the brilliance faded, the figures of Kesha and Holland appeared. You are the hybrid Saiyans from Earth, Holland exclaimed first, his tone laced with certainty despite the interrogative nature of his words. Before Sun Wukong and his companions could respond, Kesha hastily interjected, Indeed, General Holland. They are the hybrid Saiyans of this planet, the very offspring of the two children we captured earlier. Holland regarded Son Goku and his companions with great curiosity. How bold of you to actually come here. Enough of your prattle. Return Bram and Naz to us. Xiao Fong shouted urgently at Holland and the others. Do not rush, you will see them soon. Holland replied, his gaze sweeping over the faces of Son Goku's group. Upon seeing Son Goku, he paused momentarily and turned to Kosho. Kosho, who is he? He was not present in the footage you brought back. He pointed at Son Goku. General Holland this is my first encounter with him. He was not in our midst on Earth. Oh, it seems there are Saiyans we are yet unaware of. How intriguing. Holland then inquired of Son Goku. Who are you? A faint smile appeared on Son Goku's lips. I am Son Goku. The Saiyan name is Kakarot. Kakarot? You are the Saiyan who defeated Frieza? I thought you were already dead. Holland and his companions were taken aback, for according to the information Kosho had returned with, Kakarot was indeed presumed dead. I am the Son Goku from another timeline, not this one. Ah, I see. Holland and his companions expressed their realization. How did you survive? Frieza had annihilated all the Saiyans on planet Vegeta. Son Goku inquired with curiosity. We were on a mission at the time and evaded the destruction of planet Vegeta. Subsequently, we turned the tables on those Frieza sent to hunt us down. We fled and ultimately found ourselves here. Here, we discovered the ancient Saiyan legacy of power. After countless ages, we finally grasped the true strength of the Saiyans and even transcended it. Holland recounted their origin story. Ah, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am General Holland of Echelon Star, he said, gesturing towards Kosho, and he is Lieutenant Kosho of the Saiyan Corps of Echelon Star. Understood. Son Goku nodded slightly before reiterating their purpose for being there. Now, kindly return those two children to us. Since we have come this far, we did not intend to leave so easily. As you wish. Holland smirked coldly, snapping his fingers. The sound of machinery whirring echoed from afar as two hovering platforms descended slowly. Bram and Naz were bound by strange energy chains, standing on the platforms with vacant expressions. Bram, Naz, Xiao Fong exclaimed excitedly, attempting to rush forward, only to be pulled back by Son Gohan. Wait, Gohan's eyes glimmered with keen insight. Something is not right. Indeed. As the platforms touched the ground, the control runes on the children's foreheads suddenly glowed with an ominous red light. Very perceptive, Hollinsay jeered, clapping mockingly. But is it not a bit too late to realize? He abruptly gestured, "Kill them." In an instant, Bram and Naz sprang into action. Naz's nails transformed into blades, targeting Xiaofang's throat, while Bram conjured an energy wave aimed at Sun Gohan. Boom! Sun Wukong swiftly positioned himself before Xiaofang, effortlessly catching Naz's blade with a single hand. Meanwhile, Sun Gohan countered with a Kamehameha wave, neutralizing the opposing energy attack. "You deal with the others. I will handle Hollins," Sun Wukong declared solemnly. Hollins, observing the composed demeanor of Sun Wukong, felt a surge of exhilaration. "Kakarot, let me witness your strength and see who truly reigns supreme." Sensing Holland's energy, Sun Wukong too was invigorated. "Ah, I shall not disappoint you." With that, both warriors lunged towards each other, engaging in a battle without transforming, merely testing each other's capabilities in their base forms. Their clash served as a signal, igniting the fray among both factions. Sun Gohan directly faced off against Koso, while Xiaofang contended with the female Saiyans from Earth, as well as the controlled Bram and Naz. Trunks and Son Goten battled a group of Saiyans, alongside those who had arrived on Earth. Future Son Gohan and future Trunks confronted the Saiyans who had previously dominated them on Earth. In the midst of the chaos, Son Gohan declared, "Koso, I will not let you escape this time. I will avenge Rukido." Koso smirked disdainfully. "Come at me if you have the guts." Son Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 4, charging towards Koso, who met him with his own Super Saiyan 4 form. The shockwaves from their fierce confrontation were unbearable for the weaker Saiyans, prompting them to retreat. Above the planet Echelon, two torrents of ferocious energy clashed, with the protective auras surrounding Super Saiyan 4 Gohan and Super Saiyan 4 Koso resembling twin blazing suns in the sky. With a resounding impact, their fists collided, generating visible shockwaves that shattered metallic structures within a kilometer radius. Both warriors staggered backwards, the ground beneath them fracturing under the immense pressure. "I never anticipated that you, a half-blood Saiyan, could grow so powerful in just a few days." Koso wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Son Gohan's crimson fur bristled, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor. "This punch is for Rukido." He suddenly accelerated, leaving behind multiple afterimages in the air. Koshu's pupils constricted as he hastily raised his arms in defense. Boom! Son Gohan's heavy fist struck Koshu's crossed arms, sending him flying back hundreds of meters. However, Koso quickly regained his footing, carving deep grooves into the ground with his feet. "Is that all you've got?" Koso sneered, shaking off the numbness in his arms. "Allow me to show you true power." He erupted in a violent surge, unleashing a flurry of sharp energy blades aimed at Gohan. Son Gohan deftly dodged and maneuvered, but several energy blades grazed his skin, drawing blood. Son Gohan abruptly altered his strategy, gathering energy into a swirling vortex within his palm and launching a powerful punch towards Koshu's face. Koso sidestepped to evade, only to witness Gohan's fist suddenly expand. Boom! The close-range energy explosion sent Koso soaring, his body crashing through three towering structures before finally halting. Coughing, Koso rose from the rubble, his body sustaining various degrees of injury. "How intriguing. A mere hybrid Saiyan has managed to force me into such a predicament." Standing tall, I fix my gaze steadfastly upon Son Gohan. "This is your doing. Prepare to witness the new power I have acquired." Suddenly, I produce a vial and inject its contents into my own body. This unexpected action catches Son Gohan off guard. It is the very serum that enabled those Saiyans to transcend their limits during the previous assault on Earth. Son Gohan's expression grows grave, yet he remains unwaveringly confident in his own might. Indeed, Son Gohan, but this is a serum of perfect grade, far superior to the inferior versions they possess. As I feel the effects of the serum coursing through me, I respond to Son Gohan. Soon, the serum takes effect, and I unleash my full energy, my aura deepening exponentially, far surpassing my previous strength. Truly, it is worthy of being called a perfect grade potential serum. My exhilaration is palpable. Son Gohan's demeanor, however, remains largely unchanged. "Although you have become significantly stronger, I refuse to be defeated by you." Son Gohan, no longer concealing his strength, unleashes his full potential. Transforming into the rampaging Super Saiyan 4 form, his energy similarly magnifying countless times, matching my own. How infuriating. This cannot be. I have utilized a perfect grade potential serum to achieve this transformation. How can a hybrid Saiyan possess such strength? Unforgivable. With frustration, I fix my furious gaze upon Son Gohan and charge at him once more, leading to another fierce clash between us. On another battlefield, Trunks and Goten have completely vanquished the ordinary Saiyans surrounding them, approaching the Saiyans they had previously battled on Earth. What is your name? We were defeated by you before, but this time we shall surely prevail. Trunks boldly inquires. The Saiyan, arms crossed, regards Trunks and Goten with a mocking expression. I am Lieutenant Karafuruwa of the Echelon Saiyan Legion. Do you truly believe that defeating those weaklings means you can overcome me? We are not the same as before. We will not succumb to you now. Trunks and Goten gaze seriously at Karafuruwa. How fascinating. I shall grant you an opportunity. Currently, you fail to pique my interest. Merge. A fusion of your forms may capture my attention. Trunks and Goten exchange a glance, then distance themselves. Fusion. A brilliant light envelopes them. Are you prepared to be defeated by me? The confident words precede the appearance of their fused form as the light dissipates. Gotenks emerges on the battlefield, radiating an aura of invincibility. Such arrogance. You were thoroughly bested by me before. Karafuruwa scoffs at Gotenks. A unique voice, belonging solely to the fused warrior, emanates from Gotenks. Come and prove that you can defeat me now. Upon speaking, Gotenks instantly transformed into the perfect Super Saiyan 4 form. The formidable energy emanating from Gotenks finally compelled Kale to relinquish her dismissive attitude. It was astonishing that, within a mere few days, they had ascended to such heights. Could it be that the innate talents of half-blood Saiyans rival those of the legendary Super Saiyans? Kale, too, unleashed her energy, morphing into the perfect Super Saiyan 4 form to match Gotenks. With a roar, Gotenks struck first. In his perfect Super Saiyan 4 state, he resembled a golden lightning bolt, appearing before Kale in an instant. A powerful straight punch, accompanied by a piercing sound, surged toward her face. Too slow. Kale sneered, sidestepping gracefully, her right hand morphing into a claw as she aimed for Gotenks' wrist. Yet, a sly smile graced Gotenks' lips as he altered the trajectory of his fist, transforming it into an elbow, delivering a crushing blow to Kale's chest. With a muffled grunt, Kale staggered back several steps, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. Interesting. And even more intriguing is yet to come. Gotenks rapidly gathered energy into his hands, launching a barrage of energy blasts toward Kale. Ultimate Flash Barrage. Countless golden orbs cascaded like a torrential downpour. Unperturbed, Kale swiftly traced circles with her hands, forming an energy barrier in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive fire engulfed Kale entirely. However, Gotenks remained vigilant, acutely sensing the surging energy fluctuations within the smoke. Indeed, a dark crimson figure burst forth from the haze. Kale concentrated her power. This is merely a taste of my strength. She joined her hands together, unleashing a massive energy beam, death-piercing wave. Gotenks did not evade. Instead, he crossed his arms before his chest. Shield. The energy beam collided fiercely with his protective barrier, producing a blinding radiance that compelled onlookers to shield their eyes. As the light dissipated, the two warriors found themselves once again engaged in close combat. Boom, boom, boom. The rapid exchanges of fists and feet created afterimages, each collision sending tremors through the air. Kale executed a sweeping kick aimed at Gotenks' waist, but he skillfully evaded with a backflip. Got you. Kale suddenly altered her approach, conjuring a dark crimson energy sphere in her right hand. Die. The energy sphere was hurled, rapidly expanding to a 10-meter diameter. Gotenks had nowhere to retreat and was struck head-on. Boom. A colossal mushroom cloud erupted into the sky. Gasping for breath, Kale saw a flash of golden light amid the dust. Ultimate Flash. Gotenks' signature move struck Kale squarely in the chest, propelling her into the ground and creating a massive crater with a 100-meter diameter. Coughing, Kale emerged from the pit, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. It seems I underestimated you. Gotenks descended slowly, his golden aura still vibrant. It's not too late to concede. Concede? Kale grinned wickedly, wiping away the blood. The real spectacle has only just begun. The two figures collided once more, the sound of fists clashing resonating across the battlefield. Meanwhile, in the future timeline, Gohan and Trunks were present. Trunks, go assist Pan in awakening those two children's consciousness. I'll handle things here. In the future, Gohan commanded future Trunks. However, before Gohan could finish his words, he was interrupted by future Gohan. Trust me, Trunks. I will not be defeated by him. Gazing into future Gohan's resolute eyes, future Trunks needed no further words. I understand, Gohan. Be cautious. He swiftly flew to Xiaofang's side. After future Trunks departed, future Gohan addressed Kira, in order to defeat you. I have undergone grueling training. This time, I shall not lose to you. Kira regarded future Gohan's words with disdain. Humph. Do you naively believe that in just a few days you can bridge the gap between us? Future Gohan replied calmly. Yes, to you. It may seem like only a few days. However, in a realm where time flows differently, I have trained for an entire year. This training is sufficient to close the gap between us, even surpass you. Kira was taken aback. What? Observing the seriousness in future Gohan's expression, he realized that Gohan was not lying and set aside his arrogance, now treating the situation with earnestness. I never imagined there was such a remarkable place. To prevent any surprises, I will not let you leave this time. After I defeat you, I will treat you well until you divulge the secrets of that extraordinary place. Dream on. This time, you are absolutely no match for me. The two exchanged a glance and simultaneously unleashed their most formidable powers. Super Saiyan 4 merged with Super Saiyan God. Unlike Goku, these two manifested as blue-haired Super Saiyan 4. Their overwhelming strength upheaved the ground beneath them. The two azure auras clashed fiercely beneath the sky of Ashalon, with future Gohan and Kira standing 100 meters apart, their energies warping the ground beneath them. Kira suddenly sneered, "Let me see how much you have progressed." Before the words could fully escape his lips, Kira vanished. With a sudden impact, future Gohan crossed his arms, precisely blocking Kira's ambush. The shockwave radiated outward, obliterating the surrounding ruins of the battle. Not bad. A flicker of surprise crossed Kira's eyes as he swept his right leg like a steel whip towards future Gohan's waist. Gohan crouched low, simultaneously striking towards Kira's throat with his right hand. This attack was fueled by the humiliation of their last encounter. Kira hastily leaned back, yet his neck was still grazed. Drawing blood, touching the wound, fury ignited in his eyes. Damn half-breed Saiyan, how dare you injure me? The two clashed again, their speed escalating with each encounter. Every collision in their blue-haired Super Saiyan 4 forms sent tremors through space, the residual energy flattening everything within miles. Death Piercer. Kira suddenly changed tactics, conjuring swirling energy beams from his hands. Future Gohan stood firm, crossing his arms before his chest to form a protective barrier. The energy beams collided violently with the barrier, the blinding light forcing distant warriors to shut their eyes. As the radiance dissipated, the two combatants once again engaged in a fierce struggle. The sound of their fists and feet colliding reverberated, creating sonic booms. Kira struck future Gohan in the chest with a powerful elbow, while future Gohan retaliated with a knee strike to Kira's abdomen. Both fighters staggered back, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. It appeared that a year of rigorous training had indeed borne fruit. Kira wiped away the blood, but he felt it was far from sufficient. Suddenly, he clasped his hands together, the energy of his blue-haired Super Saiyan form surging wildly. Death Star. A massive energy sphere was unleashed, and in a moment of haste, future Gohan countered with a Kamehameha. The collision of the two energies resulted in an explosion that sent both warriors hurtling through the air. Future Gohan crashed through 3 mountain peaks before coming to a halt, while Kira sank deeply into the ground. Coughing, future Gohan rose from the rubble, only to find Kira charging at him once more. Die. Kira's right fist was charged with an energy compressed to its utmost limit. At the critical moment, a glint of determination flashed in future Gohan's eyes. Got you. Meanwhile, future Trunks had arrived at Xiaofang's side. Unable to harm her two sons, Xiaofang had been forced into a defensive position. In an instant, she found herself at a disadvantage. The arrival of future Trunks rescued Xiaofang from this predicament. Fang, are you all right? Xiaofang shook her head, indicating she was fine, her gaze focused intently on her two sons. Trunks, do you have a way to help them break free from control? Future Trunks shook his head. I have no solution. Just as he was about to continue, a thought struck him regarding the super divine water that Tian Tian had insisted they bring. His eyes lit up. Wait, Perhaps there is a solution. The super divine water that Tian insisted we bring. Yes, the super divine water can dispel all negative influences. Caught in a moment of concern, Xiaofang had momentarily overlooked this possibility. Now that a solution had emerged, hope glimmered in her eyes. As expected of Tian, you've truly been a great help. After saying this, Future Trunks turned to Xiaofang. Fang, allow me to subdue Bram and Naz. Xiaofang shook her head. No, Trunks, let me handle my children. With that, she cast an angry glare at the female scion. You help me give her a solid punch. Chapter 98. The battlefield where victory is first determined. Xiaofang directed her gaze toward her two sons, who were under control, even knowing they were being manipulated. The malicious glint in their eyes caused her heart to tremble slightly. Bram, Naz, I'm sorry. It is mother who has failed to protect you, she murmured, her tone laden with guilt. Meanwhile, Bram and Naz glared at her with malevolent eyes. The hybrid scions must all perish. Xiaofang understood that further words would be futile, and she immediately transformed into her mysterious form to confront her sons. The controlled Bram and Naz had become significantly stronger, breaking through the shackles of Super Saiyan 2 to reach Super Saiyan 3. The three engaged in fierce combat, and for a moment, Xiaofang found herself unable to subdue Bram and Naz. Observing this, the female scion prepared to join forces with Bram and Naz to attack Xiaofang. A flash of sword light surged forth, forcing the female scion to retreat several steps. Where do you think you are going? Your adversary is me. I will not allow you to influence them. Future Trunks, wielding a gleaming sword, stood resolutely before the female scion. A mere half-blood scion dares to obstruct me, Caulifla. The female scion, Caulifla, regarded Future Trunks with utter disdain. A mere half-blood? Umph, I shall show you how this so-called half-blood scion can defeat you. Trunks retorted with sarcasm. Such bravado. I wonder if your strength can back it up, Caulifla scoffed, dismissing Future Trunks entirely. Then come, let us see. With that, the two ceased their banter, simultaneously transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Two crimson figures flashed and collided in the air, their Super Saiyan 4 auras illuminating the battlefield as if drenched in blood. The clash of Future Trunks' sword against Caulifla's energy-guarded arm erupted in a blinding shower of sparks. The metallic clang resonated through the heavens. Caulifla, using the momentum, retreated, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. She had not anticipated such strength from a mere half-blood scion. With a twist of his sword, Future Trunks smirked. What astonishes you is yet to come. He suddenly accelerated, his blade transforming into a golden stream, delivering a flurry of dazzling strikes. Caulifla hastily raised her arm to defend, but was relentlessly pushed back by the unyielding momentum of his sword. A blade of energy grazed her cheek, drawing forth a trickle of blood. Damn it, Caulifla seethed, gathering energy in her hands. Annihilation Cannon. A dark red beam of energy surged forth. Future Trunks stood his ground, sword held horizontally for ultimate defense. The energy beam collided with the blade, resulting in a deafening explosion. Amidst the smoke and dust, Future Trunks emerged, his sword aimed directly at Caulifla's throat. In a split second, she evaded, the blade merely slicing through her shoulder armor. Seizing the opportunity, she executed a sweeping kick aimed at Trunks' waist. But he countered with the hilt of his sword. Both warriors staggered back, panting as they exchanged glances. Acknowledging the truth, Caulifla wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. You are far stronger than I imagined. She retrieved a potential-enhancing potion from her waist. But this is where it ends. The needle of the potion plunged into her neck. Future Trunks attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Caulifla's body began to swell, her crimson hair growing wildly. Her Super Saiyan 4 form mutated, gradually transforming into a more primal, ape-like state, though her eyes remained lucid. Is this the rational great ape transformation? Future Trunks' pupils dilated in shock. Now towering at 5 meters, Caulifla's form was immense and formidable. She pounded her chest, unleashing a thunderous roar. Now, feel despair. Her colossal fist descended with a sound that split the air. Future Trunks barely evaded, the ground where he had stood exploding into a 10-meter-wide crater. Futile, Caulifla's voice boomed. In the face of my power, your swordsmanship is utterly meaningless. In the future, Trunks decisively withdrew, his demeanor remaining unchanged. With that, he crossed his arms over his chest as blue and red flames began to intertwine, achieving the realm of Super Saiyan God. Amidst the dazzling radiance, Trunks' form underwent a transformation. His red fur turned deep blue, and the flames flowed like liquid energy. His eyes gleamed with clarity. Impossible. Kale's crimson gaze widened in disbelief. How could this half-breed scion possibly wield such power? Boom. Kale's gigantic, ape-like form erupted with astonishing strength, each punch carrying the force to rend the very earth. Trunks navigated through the barrage of punches, his calm demeanor in his blue-haired Super Saiyan form allowing him to seek opportunities for counterattack. The might was indeed formidable, and Trunks' voice resonated with authority amid the energy clash. Yet it was too sluggish. He suddenly accelerated, leaving behind a blue afterimage in the air. With the sword imbued with divine energy, he slashed downwards. Swish! Kale hastily dodged, yet a tuft of her red fur was severed. Enraged, she roared, gathering a massive energy blast. Die! Trunks remained unfazed, lightly tapping the sword's tip. Divine blade barrier. Countless strands of sword energy wove into a net, shredding the energy blast into fragments. Amidst the explosive flames, his figure darted through the thick smoke like lightning, stabbing towards Kale's throat. Roar! Kale blocked with her robust arm, her fur torn by the sword energy, blood gushing forth. Seizing the moment, she swung her other massive hand down, but Trunks deftly evaded by rolling aside. Your movements are too obvious, he remarked as he adjusted his posture in midair. Divine slash. The blue-golden beam from his sword pierced the heavens. Kale barely had time to evade completely, and her left shoulder was struck directly. A howl of agony escaped her lips. Her left arm hung limply. Trunks pressed the attack, the sword's momentum pouring down like a torrential rain, consecutive flashing slashes. Kale's colossal form became a living target, each sword energy leaving profound wounds upon her. Furiously, she swung her right arm, yet she could never reach Trunks' elusive figure. It is time to end this. Trunks suddenly appeared before her, the sword poised at her brow. A hint of madness flickered in Kale's eyes as she opened her gaping maw. Let us perish together. The energy within her surged uncontrollably, her body swelling like a balloon, self-detonation. Trunks swiftly retreated, positioning the great sword across his chest. Divine barrier. Boom. A cataclysmic explosion engulfed the entire battlefield. When the dust settled, Trunks knelt on one knee. His blue-haired Super Saiyan form dissipated. His attire was severely tattered, yet his gaze remained resolute. Kale lay in a pool of blood, her great ape form reverted, barely clinging to life. Why? She struggled to lift her head. How could I lose? Trunks rose slowly, declaring, because you will never understand, true power stems from a heart of protection. Chapter 99. The Eruption of Hiranzer. As Goku and Hiranzer engaged in a mutual test of strength, they halted their movements, affected by Kale's self-detonation, creating distance between them. A smile graced the corners of Sun Wukong's mouth. It appeared that a victor had already emerged. Hollins, filled with irritation, scoffed disdainfully. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to several other battlefields, where the situation was equally dire, with soldiers being relentlessly overwhelmed. The two hybrid Saiyans under control had been knocked unconscious by Xiaofeng and brought to future Trunks' side. Are you alright, Trunks? Future Trunks slowly shook his head. I'm fine. Xiaofeng quickly used the super divine water to release their control. Understood. She then turned to Sun Wukong. Grandpa Wukong, the super divine water. Yes. Following this, Xiaofeng retrieved the super divine water from behind and tossed it to her. Xiaofeng caught it deftly, applying the drops to the heart marks of Bram and Naz. The moment the super divine water made contact, it fused seamlessly with the marks, which gradually faded until they vanished completely. This is wonderful, Xiaofeng. It's effective. Future Trunks exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Yes, Xiaofeng echoed, equally elated. With a slow awakening, Bram and Naz opened their eyes, immediately meeting Xiaofeng's gentle visage. Mother, this is fantastic. You have finally returned to normal. Xiaofeng embraced her two sons, overwhelmed with tears of joy. Hollins, witnessing this scene, seethed with rage. What a bunch of useless fools. His gaze returned to Sun Wukong. Kakarot, unleash your true power. I have no desire to continue this trivial testing. Indeed, I was just thinking the same, Hollins. Kakarot, I hope my strength does not diminish your fighting spirit. Hollins transformed first, releasing his formidable power. His roars reverberated through the heavens, and a golden aura erupted like a volcanic explosion. His body underwent a remarkable transformation, with silvery hair enveloping his upper body, and his hair also turning silvery, cascading down to his waist. His eyes glowed red, and white lightning crackled around him. What is this? Son Gohan stared in astonishment. The power surpassed the limits of Super Saiyan 4. Could it be Super Saiyan 5? Future Trunks tightened his grip on his great sword, disbelief evident in his voice. The entire battlefield seemed to pause, all present awed by the terrifying energy fluctuations. The ground began to fracture, and the clouds above were torn asunder by the energy shockwave. Ha ha! Hollins laughed maniacally, clenching his fists as he reveled in the surging power within him. Did you see that? This is the true power of a Saiyan. In the palace, Kaiser opened his eyes. Oh, Hollins has actually unleashed the power of Super Saiyan 5. Not bad, worthy of praise. Though he spoke thus, he made no move, seemingly dismissive of this power. On the battlefield, everyone watched Hollins with grave expressions, while only Sun Wukong wore a look of exhilaration. Impressive. It's not too late to concede now, Kakarot. Hollins' voice boomed like thunder. Otherwise, I shall show you what true despair entails. That may not be the case. If this is all you possess, it is insufficient to instill despair in me. Upon finishing his words, a spark ignited in Sun Wukong's eyes. In an instant, he transformed into Super Saiyan 5. By this measure, Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 5 form exhibited far greater mastery than that of Hollins. A silvery aura swirled around Sun Wukong, emanating an oppressive force in his Super 5 state. His long, silver hair flowed gracefully to his waist, undisturbed by the wind, while flames of battle flickered in his crimson eyes. This is the true power of Uncle Wukong. In the future, Trunks' hand trembled slightly around his sword, his eyes wide with astonishment. Xiaofang's eyes widened in awe. Grandpa Wukong is incredible. Son Gohan wore a proud smile, recognizing that this father from another dimension had indeed surpassed that boundary long ago. In the midst of the battlefield, Hollins' expression turned grim. Impossible. How could you also? Are you surprised? Sun Wukong clenched his fist, silvery lightning dancing between his fingers. This is a form I spend a considerable amount of time mastering. Suddenly, Hollins lunged forward, the speed of Super 5 propelling him directly in front of Sun Wukong. Die! Bang! Their fists collided, creating a shockwave that uprooted the ground for miles around. The onlookers were compelled to retreat once more. So powerful. Trunks steadied himself with his sword embedded in the ground. Is this the level of combat at Super 5? Amidst the clouds of dust, two silver figures intertwined in a fierce dance. Each clash sent tremors through the fabric of space, while the residual energy flattened distant peaks. The two silver streaks collided in the air, every engagement erupting into brilliant bursts of energy. Hollins' fist, imbued with the force to tear through dimensions, aimed for Sun Wukong's throat, only to be deftly evaded by a mere tilt of Wukong's head. Too slow. Sun Wukong's voice, laced with amusement, echoed as his silver hair billowed in the wake of the energy waves. His right leg transformed into a blur, driving his knee forcefully into Hollins' abdomen. Bang! A visible shockwave erupted from the point of contact. Coughing, Hollins spat out bile, his body hurtling like a cannonball into a mountain 1,000 meters away. The mountain crumbled in a thunderous collapse, and from the dust emerged dozens of crimson energy blasts, launching towards Sun Wukong from all directions. They stirred a cloud of dust in their wake, quickly engulfing Sun Wukong. Just as a smile began to form on Hollins' face, a brilliant light flickered amidst the haze. Sun Wukong was seen leaping against the oncoming energy blasts, neutralizing each with every step he took. Child's play. He sliced through the last 3 energy blasts with a single hand, suddenly appearing before an unprepared Hollins. Their noses nearly touched, and Sun Wukong's eyes blazed with intensity. Now it's my turn. His right fist, charged with spiraling energy, struck out, and the hastily raised arms of Hollins emitted a painful crack as they attempted to block. He was sent soaring into the heavens while Sun Wukong swiftly followed, his fingers interlocked like a hammer, crashing down with tremendous force. Boom! Hollins was mercilessly driven into the ground. A cloud of smoke enveloped the area. Impossible. How could General Hollins' Super Saiyan 5 lose? Kashaw and the others stared wide-eyed, unable to fathom the reality unfolding before them. In the swirling dust, Hollins slowly rose, his silver-white hair partially stained crimson with blood, his breath coming in fierce gasps. He fixed a furious, defiant gaze upon Sun Wukong, exclaiming, "Impossible." How could I possibly lose to you? With a thunderous roar, his aura surged once more, causing the ground beneath him to quake and crumble. Sun Wukong remained steadfast, his silver flames burning calmly as he gazed on with an expression of indifference. Hollanze, your power is indeed formidable, but your heart is far too impatient. Silence. Hollanze erupted in rage, his form vanishing instantaneously, reappearing before Sun Wukong in the blink of an eye, his fist imbued with destructive force aimed to strike. Boom. The air was rent with a deafening explosion as Sun Wukong's right hand effortlessly intercepted the blow, his stance unwavering. What? Hollanze's pupils constricted in disbelief, unable to fathom that his full-force strike had been so easily thwarted. Your strength is impressive, but your fighting style is too crude. It seems the ancient Saiyan legacy has only taught you how to grow stronger, not how to fight. Sun Wukong shook his head slightly. Then with a swift twist of his wrist, he unleashed his own might. Bang! Hollanze's arm was violently thrown aside, sending him staggering backward. Before he could regain his balance, Sun Wukong's figure closed in like a phantom, delivering a knee strike forcefully to his abdomen. Cough! Hollanze spat blood, his body curling in agony as he was propelled backward, crashing through several mountains before finally coming to a halt. The onlookers, including Son Gohan, were left in stunned amazement. Is this the true strength of my father from another dimension? Son Gohan murmured, his eyes alight with excitement. Xiao Fang clenched her fists, exclaiming, Grandpa Wukong is incredible. He completely dominates that guy. Future Trunks reflected, an enemy we could barely contend with is utterly powerless before Uncle Wukong. In the center of the battlefield, Hollanze struggled to rise from the rubble, his body marred with wounds, his breath erratic. He fixed a fearful gaze upon Sun Wukong, confusion evident in his eyes. Why? Why is the gap so vast? Sun Wukong descended slowly before him, his silver hair billowing in the wind, his voice calm, yet resolute. Because your power is solely for destruction and invasion, while mine is for protection. Stop preaching. Hollanze bellowed, summoning the last vestiges of his strength. Launching a frenzied barrage of punches, countless blows raining down upon Sun Wukong like a torrential storm. Yet, Sun Wukong merely sidestepped gracefully, his movements light as air, evading each attack without so much as brushing against the hem of his garment. Too slow. As the words left his lips, Sun Wukong's figure vanished, reappearing behind Hollanze, gently placing his palm upon his back. It's over. Boom. An irresistible force erupted forth, sending Hollanze hurtling through the air, crashing heavily into the ground. Sun Wukong looked on quietly as Hollanze lay embedded in the earth. Hollanze, surrender. You are unequivocally no match for me. Hollanze, panting heavily, slowly straightened his body, one hand clutching his shoulder, glaring at Sun Wukong through gritted teeth. Kakarot, you have forced my hand. In a state of utter frustration, Hollanze produced a vial of serum. Sun Wukong did not impede him, but instead spoke calmly. Hollanze, the disparity between us cannot be bridged by a mere vial of serum. Hollanze replied with a cold chuckle, Fool, do you think I am so naive? This is not merely about potential. It contains the legendary genes of the Super Saiyan Broly. Although still in the experimental phase, I can no longer afford to hesitate. With that, he injected the serum into his body. A piercing scream erupted as the serum took effect. Broly's genes wreaked havoc within Hollanze, obliterating his original genetics, causing him to wail in agony. Damn it, merge with me. Hollanze exerted every ounce of strength to assimilate Broly's genes. His cries echoed throughout the battlefield as his body convulsed violently. Silver hair began to grow uncontrollably, muscles swelling and shrinking in a frenzied manner, while bizarre tumors emerged on his skin, as if something within him was rampaging. He fell to his knees, fingers digging deep into the rock, nails splintering, blood seeping through his fingertips. His breath became erratic, alternating between volcanic fury and the frailty of a flickering candle. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, the silver aura around him slightly retracting, yet his gaze remained vigilant. This fellow is forcibly merging with Broly's genes? Son Gohan and the others sensed the unusual turmoil and tensed up. However, Broly's genes are exceedingly fierce. If he continues this way, his body won't withstand it. Son Gohan said gravely. Xiao Fang clenched her fists, anxiously glancing at the battlefield. Grandpa Wukong, should we stop him? Son Wukong shook his head, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. No need to worry. Besides, I am curious to see if he can successfully merge. Holland's skin began to crack, blood oozing from his pores, as if he were being torn apart. His bones emitted a nauseating cracking sound, threatening to snap at any moment. Ugh! He howled to the heavens, his silver aura suddenly turning crimson, a tempest of violent energy swirling around him, lifting the ground and pulverizing debris into dust. Merge with me. Holland's desperately summoned all his internal power to suppress the backlash of Broly's genes. His muscles swelled once more, silver hair tinged with an eerie dark green. The crimson in his pupils gradually overtaken by a frenzied green. A tremendous surge of energy erupted. Holland's body finally ceased its disintegration, replaced by a more ferocious primal power. He grew more imposing, with silver hair interwoven with dark green energy, his eyes transforming into beast-like slits, an ominous grin spreading across his face. Ha! I have succeeded. He gradually straightened his body, clenched his fists, and felt the surging power within him, reaching an unparalleled zenith. Is this the fabled strength of a Super Saiyan? The success of Holland's has elicited great excitement among Kashaw and the others. Splendid. General Holland's has triumphed. This immensely potent power can undoubtedly vanquish Kakarot. Goku interrupted the exuberant Holland's, remarking on the undeniable prowess stemming from the legendary Super Saiyan lineage. Holland's, your aura has grown substantially. Holland's, suppressing his excitement, cast a sinister glare at Goku. Kakarot, what a pity. You have squandered your singular opportunity to eliminate me, and now it is too late for regrets. His energy surged higher, causing the ground beneath him to crumble under the weight of his power, debris floating into the air, only to be pulverized by the ferocious energy. I shall completely obliterate you. Goku remained composed, his silver hair swirling in the tempest of energy, a fierce smile gracing his lips. If you can achieve that, then come forth. Ahaha! Holland's cackled, his eyes gleaming with a vibrant green light. To express my gratitude for the time you afforded me to fuse, allow me to unveil the might I possess after transcending my limits. Chapter 101, Super Saiyan 6. Holland's commenced unleashing his strength. As he did so, the sky darkened ominously, purple lightning crackling across the heavens. Holland's has indeed reached this stage. King Caesar, seated upon his throne, finally donned a serious expression. He flashed outside the palace, gazing intently at Holland's transformation. At this moment, Holland's power radiated beyond the Asalon star, swiftly resonating throughout the cosmos. Goku and Vegeta, having just completed their training on the King Kai's planet, felt this formidable aura. This must be a jest. Where did such power originate? How can it be so overwhelming? Vegeta was astonished, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Could it be? Goku, equally taken aback, harbored a faint suspicion. King Kai's words confirmed his conjecture. It is the science of Asalon Star. Gohan and the others have arrived at Asalon Star. Along with another Mr. Goku, King Kai scrutinized the battlefield on Asalon Star with divine sight. Another me? What on earth has transpired? Vegeta, we must hasten. Goku, bearing a serious expression, extended his hand towards Vegeta. Ignoring Goku's gesture, Vegeta placed his hand on his shoulder. This power. Even if we arrive, it would be futile. Though he spoke thus, his actions betrayed no hesitation. Wait a moment, you two rude fellows, at least bid farewell to this old man. The old Kai intervened. Apologies. Old Kai, we are simply too anxious. Goku scratched his head in apology. Old Kai, your intervention must have more significance than this. Goku inquired of the old Kai. Do you two possess a means to confront this power? The old Kai, with a haughty snort, declared no. However, Gohan and the others are present, and we cannot remain idle. Perhaps we will find a solution upon arrival. Goku asserted with gravity. Hey Kakarot, let's move. Vegeta urged. Fine, you all take this. As he spoke, a pair of earrings materialized in the old Kai's hand. The Patera earrings? Indeed. We may not stand a chance, but Gogeta certainly will. Goku snapped his fingers, his eyes gleaming with excitement. These are no ordinary Patera earrings. They were created by the original Supreme Kai using his own primordial power, far surpassing those of subsequent Supreme Kais. As for their other capabilities, you shall have to discover them yourselves. The old Kai elaborated on the origins of these earrings. Kakarot, do not expect me to fuse with you. Even if it leads to my demise, I shall not fuse with you. Vegeta retorted from the side. Vegeta, the foe we face exceeds our wildest imaginations. Do you wish for Bulma, and bra to be placed in peril? Goku's words struck a chord within Vegeta, rendering him unable to object any further. He then haughtily declared, "Humph, this is the last time." "Haha, thank you, Vegeta." Goku handed the left earring to Vegeta, keeping the right one for himself. "Farewell, esteemed Supreme Kais." With a swift movement, the two vanished, teleporting to the planet Ashalon. "Ancestor, can they overcome this crisis?" "Yes. Have faith in them." On Ashalon, as the power of Holland's was unleashed, Gohan and the others were compelled to exert their utmost strength to resist his aura. Yet, they found themselves continually pushed back by its oppressive force. Holland's himself began to undergo a transformation. His silver hair shifted to a deep purple, his eyes enveloped in violet hues, and his gaze turned entirely black. The silver fur of Super Saiyan 5 was replaced by robust muscles, creating a physique even more harmonious than that of Super Saiyan 5. His eyebrows vanished, and his brow slightly protruded. The tail at his back was tinged with purple, each movement radiating untold power. A faint green energy enveloped his body, exuding an aura of aggression. Kakarot. "This is the power I have attained after surpassing my limits." Super Saiyan 6. Upon completing his transformation, Holland's aura began to coalesce. Although he did not intentionally release energy, the pressure was formidable. Is this truly Super Saiyan 6? Gohan's pupils dilated in terror, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He had never encountered such a terrifying aura. Not even during his first encounter with Frieza on Namek had he felt such overwhelming pressure. What madness is this? Future Trunks gritted his teeth. This power has completely surpassed our comprehension. Xiaofang trembled, her legs nearly unable to support her. "Grandfather, can we truly win?" Bra Natsu, having just regained consciousness, appeared pale as paper under the onslaught of this aura. "That person is terrifying." In stark contrast to their fear, Kasho and the others erupted in ecstatic laughter. "Ha ha ha. Lord Hollands has succeeded. Behold the might of Super Saiyan 6. Koso laughed maniacally, his eyes brimming with madness. "You insignificant insects. Do you now comprehend the chasm that separates us?" Indeed, Lord Hollands is invincible. His subordinates echoed in unison, their faces contorted with twisted excitement. Yet, amidst their fervor, a profound voice resonated deep within their souls from behind them. "Hollands, is this the reason you have been scheming all along?" Koso and his companions hastily turned to find the source, immediately dropping to one knee. King Caesar, Gohan, and the others were bewildered, but upon witnessing their actions, they realized that another formidable adversary, rivaling Holland's, had arrived. Caesar paid them no heed, his gaze fixed calmly upon Holland's. Under Caesar's scrutiny, Holland's instinctively lowered his head, but quickly recalled that he now had no reason to fear him. Thus, he met Caesar's gaze defiantly. "Caesar, I have transcended to Super Saiyan 6 and will no longer cower before your power. Your throne shall soon be mine." "Ha ha." The last words spilled forth, unable to mask his elation. "Hollands, you think to challenge me just because you have recently attained Super Saiyan 6? You underestimate me far too much." Caesar's tone remained unperturbed. "Humph, cease your grandstanding. I shall not be defeated by you." Hollands retorted with a cold snort. "It seems I have been underestimated after a long period of inactivity." Caesar smiled knowingly. Suddenly, he shifted his focus, pointing at Goku. "However, you ought to defeat him first before making any claims." Hollands snorted dismissively, turning his attention to the unflinching Goku, and taunted, "Kakarot, what is the matter? Are you too frightened to move? Indeed, you are formidable. Even when compared to the gods of destruction, you are not lacking. However, I shall not concede." Goku affirmed Holland's strength, his expression finally turning serious. His eyes sparkled with determination. "Since you have unleashed your full power, it is now my turn." Chapter 102, The Sealed Memories. Goku's words reignited hope within Gohan and the others. Perhaps Father truly has a way. Goku clenched his fists at his sides, summoning all the power within him. "Huh." Goku suddenly howled towards the heavens, a silver-white aura erupting in a glorious explosion. Unlike before, this time, divine golden light began to flow within the aura. Gohan's eyes widened as he sensed an unprecedented sacred presence. Goku's Super Saiyan 5 silver hair was enveloped in sacred flames. Gohan murmured, "The divine Super 5. Caesar regarded Goku with surprise. A fusion of Super Saiyan 5 and divine power? Intriguing. Hollands, too, became slightly more serious. Before he could finish his thought, Goku bellowed. "Not yet finished." "Huh." The divine aura soared skyward, his eyes shining with clarity as the silver-white, sacred flames blazed fiercely around him. Goku's divine gaze fell upon Holland's. This is my ultimate form, Divine Freedom Super 5. Ever since the battle at the Creation God Temple concluded, I have been devoted to my training. Although I have yet to reach my expectations, I have indeed grown significantly stronger. This is the first time I have exerted my full strength. Hollands, come forth. Let us see who among us is superior. Feeling the power radiating from Sun Wukong, which is no less formidable than my own. A trace of arrogant mirth curled upon Holland's lips as his violet-green energy erupted like a volcano. The ferocious power of Super Saiyan 6 enveloping the arena. Intriguing. Sun Wukong, allow me to gauge the true extent of your divine ultra instinct. No sooner had he finished speaking than both vanished from their original positions. Boom. In midair, the instant their fists collided, it was as if the very fabric of space was torn asunder, unleashing a violent shockwave that swept across the landscape. The silver-white divine aura of Sun Wukong intertwined fiercely with Holland's violet-green energy, each clash igniting thunderous explosions. Whoosh! Holland's executed a sweeping kick, while Sun Wukong raised his arms in defense, his form being thrust back several hundred meters. Yet, with a steely gaze, he regained his footing and retaliated with a divine Kamehameha blast. Huh! Holland scoffed, gathering energy in one hand and effortlessly cleaving through the Kamehameha wave. Your power is commendable, but it is still far from sufficient. He surged forward, rain-like punches pouring down upon Sun Wukong. Utilizing the fluidity of Ultra Instinct, Sun Wukong darted and danced, the silver-white aura tracing brilliant arcs in the air. Bang, bang, bang. Their speed escalated, the battlefield shifting from the ground to the heavens, then plummeting back to the earth. Each collision sent tremors throughout the entire planet. Seizing an opportunity, Sun Wukong delivered an uppercut straight to Holland's chin. Ugh! Holland's grunted but quickly responded with a sinister grin, seizing Sun Wukong's wrist and delivering a brutal blow to his abdomen. Thud! Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, absorbing the impact, and countered with a kick to Holland's chest, both warriors hurtling backward. Holland's wiped the blood from his lips, his fighting spirit intensifying. Sun Wukong mirrored this fervor. In a concealed chamber deep underground, a biogenetically altered being disregarded the quaking space, observing the unconscious evil Obu within a container, a sinister smile creeping upon his face. Yes, continue the battle, Scion. Sun Wukong and Holland's were locked in a fierce struggle, neither able to gain the upper hand. Swipe. Two figures suddenly materialized beside Sun Gohan. Such formidable power. The arriving Sun Wukong from this timeline gasped in astonishment. The startled Sun Gohan and the others turned to look. Father, grandfather, Uncle Vegeta, Grandpa Vegeta. Sun Gohan and the others exclaimed. Everyone, what has transpired here? And who is this other version of me? Sun Wukong inquired of the group. Sun Gohan succinctly recounted the events. The Sun Wukong of this timeline scratched his head, revealing his trademark, cheerful smile. So that's how it is. No wonder this fellow resembles me so closely, yet possesses such extraordinary strength. Vegeta crossed his arms, a frown etched upon his brow. His gaze fixed intently on the two combatants in the distance, stating in a low voice, Humph, Kakarot, it seems we have fallen significantly behind. Doesn't that make it all the more interesting? In this realm, Sun Wukong clenched his fists, a fiery resolve igniting in his eyes. One day, we too shall ascend to that exalted realm. King Kaisel had taken notice of Vegeta and his companion upon their arrival at the battlefield. Approaching Vegeta, he exclaimed, Vegeta 2, at long last, you have arrived. Vegeta cast his gaze upon Kaisel, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Kaisel halted, his tone tinged with a hint of emotion. It seems the passage of time has caused you to forget my existence. This remark plunged Vegeta into deep contemplation as long-buried memories began to resurface. In his youth, Vegeta stood atop the high platform of the Vegeta Palace, coldly observing the battle below. In the center of the square, his father, King Vegeta, was locked in a fierce confrontation with a colossal Saiyan. The formidable Saiyan, muscles rippling, exuded a purple-black aura, each strike carrying devastating force. King Vegeta, your reign must come to an end. The throne of the Saiyans is rightfully mine. The Saiyan roared, delivering a punch that shattered the ground beneath them. King Vegeta merely scoffed, deftly evading the attack, before delivering a heavy blow to his opponent's abdomen. Caesar, you are exceedingly arrogant. The impact caused Caesar to stagger backward, a trickle of blood escaping his lips, yet he quickly regained his composure, anger blazing in his eyes. How infuriating! At that moment, the young Vegeta coldly interjected, "Father, does this scoundrel truly believe he is worthy of challenging you?" King Vegeta smirked disdainfully. Merely an arrogant fool. Caesar, filled with rage, laughed maniacally. Very well. If you both are so haughty, do not blame me for being ruthless. He raised his hand and bellowed, "All who wish to follow me, leave planet Vegeta. We shall not remain subservient." With that proclamation, dozens of Saiyan warriors stepped forward from the crowd, unhesitatingly aligning themselves behind Caesar. King Vegeta's gaze turned icy. "Traitors!" Caesar cackled. "Traitors? No. We simply refuse to be ruled by an inept king." With a sweeping gesture, he commanded, "Let us depart." The warriors followed Caesar, ascending into the sky aboard their spacecraft, swiftly vanishing into the depths of the cosmos. The young Vegeta watched their departure, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Humph. A pack of lost dogs. Chapter 103. The True King Caesar, Super Saiyan 6. Vegeta's thoughts returned to the present, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Caesar. "So it is you, the failure." Caesar responded with a cold smirk. "A failure?" Vegeta too. "Do you truly believe I remain the weakling your father easily vanquished?" His aura surged dramatically, a purple-black flame erupting skyward, the violent energy distorting the very fabric of space. "Now, I shall utterly crush you and reclaim the throne of the Saiyans." The fire of battle ignited in Vegeta's eyes, a proud smirk gracing his lips. Such grandiose proclamations. Let me witness how much progress you, a wretched stray, have truly made. As the words fell, Vegeta instantaneously transformed into Super Saiyan 4. The golden aura clashing fiercely with Caesar's violet-black energy. Boom! The two charged at one another, and at the moment their fists and feet collided, the earth shattered, and fierce winds howled. Bang! Caesar's heavy punch sent Vegeta crashing into the ground, causing a 1,000-meter radius to collapse in an instant. Amidst the swirling dust, Vegeta struggled to rise, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "Is this the extent of your abilities, daring to claim the title of Saiyan Prince?" Caesar looked down from above, the violet-black aura swirling around him, declaring that the bloodline of King Vegeta was merely mediocre. Damn it! Wiping the blood from his lips, Vegeta's fury intensified. He surged forward again, only to be effortlessly blocked by Caesar, who retaliated with an elbow strike that sent him crashing back to the ground. Vegeta, observing this from his timeline, Goku immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 4, his golden aura and red hair shimmering in the sunlight. "I shall assist you. Mind your own business." "Kakarot," Vegeta retorted, yet he had already positioned himself back-to-back with Goku. The two exhibited perfect synergy, launching their assault simultaneously. Kamehameha, Gallic Gun. Two beams of energy intertwined and hurtled toward Caesar. However, Caesar merely smirked in disdain, extending a single hand to summon an energy barrier that effortlessly absorbed their combined attack. "Is this all you can muster?" Caesar sneered, suddenly accelerating toward them. Goku's pupils constricted, instinctively dodging to the side, yet still receiving a glancing blow to his shoulder. Blood immediately splattering. Damn it! Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta attempted a side assault, only to be kicked away by Caesar as if he had predicted the maneuver. The two regained their composure and launched another joint offensive, but alas, fate was not on their side. Vegeta was targeted again, sent flying and carving a trench hundreds of meters long in the ground. He knelt on one knee, panting heavily, his golden aura flickering uncertainly. "Vegeta!" Goku hurriedly positioned himself before him, but Caesar's pursuit was swifter. A sweeping kick came crashing in, Goku barely managing to block it, yet still being forced back several dozen meters, sharp pain coursing through his arms. "Is this what they call the Saiyan Prince?" Caesar hovered in midair, the violet-black aura dancing like flames, failing even to provide a warm-up. Vegeta wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes ablaze with defiance. Kakarot's power. "Oh, I see it now." Goku's expression was more serious than ever. The ordinary Super Saiyan 4 was indeed no match for him. Caesar looked down upon them, taunting, "What? Have you already surrendered?" "Surrender?" Vegeta suddenly broke into a cold smile, slowly rising to his feet. "Do not mistake me, you wretch. The battle is only just beginning." Goku also resumed his fighting stance, the two exchanging a knowing glance and nodding in unison. Huh. Vegeta unleashed a thunderous roar, his golden aura instantly transforming into a silver-white energy storm. His chestnut hair rapidly lengthened, and he became enveloped in lightning-like energy. Super Saiyan 5. Caesar's pupils constricted momentarily, only to be swiftly replaced by a disdainful smile. How intriguing, yet still woefully insufficient. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong clenched his fists at his waist, declaring, "I shall also ascend to Super Saiyan 5. Two silvery beams of energy shot skyward, causing the very planet to tremble violently. Observers like Gohan had to shield their eyes from the blinding radiance. As the light faded, the two Super Saiyan 5 warriors stood proudly. Vegeta's silver hair danced in the wind, his gaze sharp as a blade, while Sun Wukong maintained his iconic battle stance, radiating an entirely different aura. Now, the second round begins. Vegeta proclaimed coldly. The two charged at Caesar with astonishing speed. Boom. Vegeta's fist struck Caesar's face with tremendous force, dispersing the violet-black aura surrounding him. Caesar stumbled back several steps. This is more like it. He wiped the blood from his lips, his violet-black pupils narrowing sharply. This is what befits the royal lineage of the Saiyans. Silence. Sun Wukong appeared instantaneously behind him, delivering a spinning kick that propelled him skyward. Now you comprehend our might. Do you not? Vegeta was already waiting above, fists clasped together. Taste this. The hammering blow sent Caesar crashing back to the ground, resulting in a violent explosion. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Trunks clenched his fists, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Father and the others have the upper hand." However, from amidst the smoke, a deep laughter resonated. Hee-hey! Caesar slowly rose, his wounds visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Now this is interesting. He abruptly lifted his head, a frenzied gleam in his eyes. Allow me to demonstrate the true power of my reign on this planet. The very heavens trembled violently as Caesar's form began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Blood-red lightning flickered within the violet-black aura, his muscles swelling, and his bones cracking ominously. What is this? Sun Wukong instinctively assumed a defensive posture. Vegeta's expression changed drastically. This is bad. We must stop him. Both launched their attacks simultaneously, but it was too late. A crimson beam ascended into the sky, repelling their assault entirely. As the light dissipated, a new Caesar emerged before them, his dark red hair intertwined with violet-black energy, emanating a terrifying aura that made the entire planet quake. The Super Saiyan 6 dark form. Caesar grinned wickedly, clenching his fists. This is the true power of the Saiyan King. That form of Holland's was merely an expression of his limit breaking. I am the one who has truly inherited the entirety of the ancient Saiyan legacy. Sun Wukong and Vegeta instinctively took a step back, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. The power of this form had far surpassed their capabilities. Suddenly, Caesar's figure vanished. Now it's my turn. Bang! Vegeta barely had a moment to react before being pummeled into the ground. Sun Wukong narrowly evaded the first strike, but was struck in the chest by a following knee, spitting blood. Father! Mr. Vegeta! A chorus of gasps erupted from the spectators. Son Gohan yearned to rush forward in support, but was firmly restrained by Piccolo. Do not act impulsively. This level of battle is beyond our intervention. Deep within the earth, Vegeta struggled to emerge from the rubble, his silver hair caked in dust, the aura of Super Saiyan 5 now diminished. Meanwhile, Son Goku, engaged in combat with Holland, realized upon sensing Holland's rising energy that neither he nor Cabe could contend with this version of Holland. Despite his desire to assist, he found himself ensnared by Holland's relentless grip. Damn it, Vegeta muttered, casting a glance at the equally beleaguered Son Goku. Kakarot, it seems we have no choice. Son Goku wiped away the blood, nodding laboriously. It seems we have only that method left. Chapter 104. The Invincible Vegeto. The two retrieved the Patera earrings prepared by the old Kaioshin at their parting, gazing resolutely at one another and exchanging nods. Kaiser observed their actions without interference, arms crossed. Deriding them, are you still attempting a futile struggle? It is pointless. No matter what you do, you cannot bridge the vast chasm between us. Vegeta snorted. You will soon find out whether it is futile, Kakarot. He rose, calling Son Goku's name. I am ready. Son Goku stood unsteadily, affirming his readiness. I am curious to see what tricks you will conjure, Kaiser remarked, a smug expression on his face. Let me witness your final struggle. You shall regret this. Vegeta roared. affixing the earring to his left ear, while Son Goku smiled faintly, placing the earring on his right ear. The old Kaishin stated that this would allow us to unleash powers beyond our limits. Kaiser laughed heartily. Those so-called deities? Their own strength is pitifully weak. Do they truly believe they can alter the course of battle with their gifts? Such delusions. As his taunts echoed, the two warriors suddenly found themselves drawn together uncontrollably. At the moment of contact, a brilliant light erupted, heralding the emergence of a new entity. Kaiser's smile froze as he sensed an unprecedented surge of energy coalescing. What is this? His violet-black pupils dilated in shock. From the dazzling radiance, a new warrior slowly materialized, silver hair billowing without wind. Enveloped in a divine aura woven of gold and silver. His eyes held the purity of Son Goku and the pride of Vegeta. I am neither Son Goku nor Vegeta. I am the one destined to defeat you, Vegeta. The voice of the fused warrior resonated with a dual echo, causing the entire battlefield to tremble under his presence. The onlookers were rendered speechless. Trunks stuttered this power. Kaiser's expression finally shifted. He instinctively retreated a step. Impossible. How can a mere fusion possess such strength? Vegeta flexed his wrist, reveling in the sensations coursing through his body. Indeed, these earrings left by the first Kaishin are remarkable. The injuries I sustained have completely healed. His gaze then turned to Kaiser. Now let us commence the third round. My turn. In an instant, he appeared before Caesar. What? The speed was astonishingly beyond Caesar's expectations. Boom. Vegeta's fist, accompanied by a sound that cleaved the air, struck directly at Caesar's face. The latter hastily raised his arms in defense, but was forcefully sent retreating hundreds of meters. Caesar's boots carved two deep grooves in the ground. As the purple-black aura trembled violently. Is this all you've got? Vegeta flicked his wrist, his silvery hair billowing in the shockwave. It seemed that Super Saiyan 6 was not so formidable after all. Arrogance. Caesar roared, suddenly vanishing from sight. In the next moment, his silhouette attacked from 8 directions simultaneously, each doppelganger emanating a palpable murderous intent. Shadow Octet. A smirk played on Vegeta's lips as his form twirled with an elegance akin to a dance. His right hand precisely blocked the heavy punch from the main body, while his left leg swept to shatter 3 doppelgangers, simultaneously leaning back to evade an incoming knee strike. The movements were all too apparent. Vegeta's voice echoed in Caesar's ear. Before the latter could react, a knife hand strike landed on the nape of his neck, right here. Ugh. Caesar staggered forward but forcefully twisted his body midair, gathering a purple-black energy spear in his hands. Die! The spear shot forth, yet Vegeta did not evade or flinch. Just as the tip was about to strike, a golden light emanated from his right hand, effortlessly grasping the spear's shaft. Such a toy. With a mere curling of his fingers, the energy spear shattered, best left undisturbed to avoid embarrassment. Caesar's pupils constricted, still reeling from the shock when a searing pain struck his abdomen. Vegeta's knee slammed into him like a cannonball, followed by a seamless series of strikes. A right hook to the jaw, a left elbow to the back, a spinning kick to the temple, and finally, a downward kick that sent Caesar crashing into the ground. Boom. The ground within 1,000 meters instantly caved in, spiderweb-like cracks sprawling to the horizon. Observers like Gohan had to soar into the air to evade the shockwave. So incredibly powerful. Trunks was left speechless after the fusion of his father and Uncle Goku. They could dominate Super Saiyan 6 in such a manner. Amidst the smoke and dust, Caesar struggled to rise, his body already riddled with scars. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes aflame with frenzied rage. I will make you pay. The purple-black aura surged dramatically, Caesar's muscles swelling once more. As bizarre blood-red patterns emerged on his skin, dark liberation. Oh, are you finally getting serious? Vegeta crossed his arms, waiting nonchalantly for the transformation to complete. Let me see how much you can enhance. Once transformed, Caesar's aura surged threefold, enveloped in blood-black lightning. He grinned wickedly, clenching his fists. Now, feel the true terror. Before he could finish, Vegeta had already flashed to his side, delivering an uppercut that sent him soaring into the sky. Too much talk. Damn it. Caesar steadied himself in midair, his hands wildly gathering energy as countless black fireballs rained down. Vegeta chuckled lightly, waving his right hand, a massive golden shield unfurling above him. All fireballs rebounded the moment they made contact with the barrier. What? Caesar hastily evaded his attack, only to be struck in the back by a powerful kick from Vegeta, who had stealthily maneuvered behind him. Distraction during battle is a perilous endeavor. Vegeta's voice resonated like the whisper of death as his hands coalesced a resplendent energy sphere. Ultimate. Caesar gritted his teeth and pivoted, ready to harness his own energy. Dark Flash. Annihilation Wave. The two cataclysmic energies collided midair, generating a shockwave that utterly tore apart the clouds. After a brief stalemate, the golden energy began to overpower the violet-black radiance. This is impossible. Caesar's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed his ultimate technique being gradually repelled. Suddenly, Vegeta intensified his output, and the energy wave surged dramatically. Farewell. Boom. A blinding light engulfed Caesar's form. When the explosive aftermath subsided, he was found kneeling on the ground, charred and unable to maintain his Super Saiyan 6 form. Why? Caesar struggled to lift his head. I had already. Vegeta gracefully descended before him, the silvery aura around him slowly receding. The fusion of earrings is not merely an augmentation of power. He pointed to his heart, emphasizing that it represents a perfect amalgamation of the two warriors' souls, wills, skills, and experiences, giving rise to a fighter far beyond imagination. From a distance, Gohan and the others suddenly wore expressions of realization. So that's it. It's not just about combat prowess. No wonder even their personalities become completely transformed. It is over. Vegeta raised his right hand, a glimmer of golden light coalescing at his fingertip. In despair, Caesar closed his eyes, bracing for the final blow. However, the anticipated pain did not arrive. Confused, he opened his eyes to find Vegeta gazing towards another battlefield in the distance. It seems that needs to be concluded as well. Vegeta casually unleashed an energy chain to bind Caesar. Wait a moment. I shall return shortly. Chapter 105. A Turn of Events. The Birth of the Ultimate Life Form, Dark OOB. At this moment, the battle between Goku and Holland was reaching a fever pitch. Goku's fists collided with Holland's palm strikes in midair, the explosive shockwaves shattering rocks within a 1,000-meter radius. Both warriors retreated simultaneously, only to clash once more in the blink of an eye. Tat tat tat. Goku's figure transformed into a silver streak, his punches and kicks raining down like a torrential storm. Holland's violet-green aura surged, meeting each blow with counterattacks. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of exchanges transpired in an instant, the ground beneath them crumbling continuously. Suddenly, Holland grinned maliciously and altered his technique, delivering a devious elbow strike aimed at Goku's throat. Die! In a split second, Goku's body instinctively arched backward, his right hand seizing Holland's wrist. In my form of ultimate freedom. A shoulder throw sent his opponent crashing into the ground. The body's reflexes always outpaced the mind. Boom. Holland sank deep into the earth, but immediately sprang back up, his hands channeling a swirling energy hurricane, devastation storm. A tornado with a diameter of 1,000 meters instantly formed, ensnaring Goku within its grasp. At the center of the storm, Goku's silvery aura flickered ominously. He suddenly closed his eyes, entrusting his safety entirely to his body, which navigated through the storm without sustaining a single scratch. As Vegeta rushed to the scene, he crossed his arms and a smirk graced his lips. It seemed my intervention was unnecessary. In stark contrast, Holland's pupils constricted violently, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This is impossible. How could he emerge unscathed from my annihilation storm? At the storm's epicenter, Sun Wukong's figure darted through the chaotic energy like a fish in water. His eyes remained firmly shut, yet a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. Your technique is fraught with flaws. No sooner had he spoken than his body abruptly halted and pivoted, defying the laws of physics, to breach the storm's weakest point at an astonishing angle. A silvery aura traced an elegant arc through the air, swiftly approaching Holland's. With a speed invisible to the naked eye, he unleashed a flurry of punches. Bam, bam, bam. 3 powerful strikes landed precisely on Holland's chest, throat, and brow. Each blow carried a penetrating shockwave, causing Holland's violet-green aura to dissipate significantly. Cough. Holland spat blood, staggering backwards. To his horror, he realized his movements were growing increasingly sluggish, and his Super Saiyan 6 form began to falter. It appears your body can no longer bear the burden of this form. Sun Wukong slowly opened his eyes, divine light shimmering in his silver gaze. Shut your mouth. Holland's roared, erupting with energy once more, but this time the violet-green glow was notably dimmer. I can still fight. Suddenly, he clasped his hands together, muscles swelling to their utmost limit. Ultimate technique, annihilation. Too slow. Sun Wukong's voice suddenly echoed from behind. Before Holland's ultimate move could be completed, a swift chop struck the back of his neck, causing the amassed energy to dissipate in an instant. Ugh! Holland cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground as his Super Saiyan 6 form finally crumbled back to its ordinary state. He struggled to rise, only to find his legs unresponsive. Sun Wukong gently descended before him, his silvery aura beginning to retract. Your strength is formidable, yet you rely too heavily on brute force. Spare me the lecture. Holland gritted his teeth, looking up with defiance in his eyes. If only this form were perfected. Combat has never been solely about the measure of strength. Sun Wukong extended a finger, lightly touching Holland's forehead. You must also consider this. Your heart is far too impatient. Just as Sun Wukong's fingertip was on the verge of unleashing a finishing blow, a viscous pink mass suddenly erupted from the ground. What? Instinctively, Sun Wukong retreated. But the bizarre substance was swifter, enveloping Holland completely, as if it were a living entity. Holland let out a pained scream as his body contorted within the mass. What is this? Help me. Almost simultaneously, an unusual disturbance arose near Vegeta. Another identical mass appeared without warning, engulfing the severely injured Caesar whole. Thinking of escaping? With a fierce glint in his eyes, Vegeta conjured a dazzling golden blade of light and struck. The blade sliced through the mass of flesh. Yet it felt as though it had cleaved into the void, leaving no sense of impact. The severed mass writhed and reassembled, continuing its descent into the depths. Futile. A hoarse voice echoed from all directions, for they were merely the sacrificial offerings prepared for this moment. Sun Wukong and Vegeta turned simultaneously, witnessing a colossal bulge of flesh erupting from the ground in the distance. The mass that had devoured the two mighty warriors was moving with astonishing speed towards the location of the bioengineered Majin Buu. This is bad. Vegeta instantaneously teleported beside Sun Wukong, both exchanging a glance before unleashing their utmost speed in pursuit. The onlookers reacted, with Son Gohan anxiously shouting, "Follow closely. Something dreadful is about to unfold." Upon their arrival, the sight before them sent chills down their spines. The previously unconscious Majin Buu was now floating midair, as two masses of flesh slowly merged into his body. Buu's pink skin began to manifest ominous purple-black patterns, and his once rounded form gradually sharpened into angles. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. The voice of the bioengineered being resonated from within Buu. All the energy of the two Super Saiyans, combined with Majin Buu's limitless evolution, caused Buu's body to violently swell and then rapidly contract. As the purple-black light dissipated, a new terrifying entity emerged before them, standing nearly 3 meters tall. Covered in dark red biological armor, with bone spikes extending like a crown from his head and 6 pairs of bat-like wings unfurling from his back. Most chilling were his eyes. The left bore a violet-green slit reminiscent of Holland's, while the right was a dark red, beastly gaze of Caesar's. Welcome to witness the birth of the ultimate life form, Dark Buu. The creature opened its enormous maw filled with sharp teeth, its voice a haunting triad, echoing the emergence of this monstrous entity. Vegeta, with a grave expression, assumed a battle stance. This is troublesome. Sun Wukong wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that the true battle was only just beginning. Suddenly, Dark Buu raised a hand, unleashing a torrent of purple-black energy sweeping towards them. Vegeta hurriedly erected a protective barrier, yet the force propelled him along the ground, carving a ravine hundreds of meters long. Such overwhelming strength. Vegeta gritted his teeth. It's incomparably stronger than before. Dark Buu did not pursue, but instead gazed in rapture at his own hand. This is the perfect power. He then turned to Sun Wukong and Vegeta, declaring, "To express my gratitude, I shall make you my first sacrifices." Chapter 106, Trapped in Despair. The dark red beam of destruction pierced through the silver-white divine aura like a spear of divine retribution. Sun Wukong, the peak warrior from an alternate dimension, in his god form, was sent flying as if struck by a star, carving a horrific trench that stretched for dozens of kilometers across the scorched earth, ultimately embedding himself within a collapsing mountain. The rocks crumbled thunderously, burying half of his body. The silver-white aura vanished. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, and those once crystalline silver eyes were now veiled with a shadow of anguish. He struggled to raise his body, yet his arms trembled violently, each exertion sending waves of excruciating pain throughout his being. Before the onlookers could comprehend the situation, the battle had already reached its conclusion. The silhouette of Dark Buu loomed like an immense harbinger of disaster, his voice intermingling with mad laughter, reverberating across the planet. Embrace your fear. This is the ultimate power of the universe. Son Gohan was the first to break free from his astonishment, unleashing all his strength as he charged toward the dark crimson specter. Everyone, together, enveloped in an aura of determination, he unleashed the Kamehameha wave, a brilliant beam tearing through the air with a thunderous roar. Following closely was future Gohan, his vibrant green energy beam surging forth. Ultimate Flash. The simultaneous roars of Trunks and future Trunks reverberated as two colossal golden beams entwined and hurtled toward their target. Xiaofeng, Blam, Natsu, and Sun Goten. Every warrior poured their essence into this moment. A multitude of colorful energy streams coalesced into an ocean of destruction, surging with their last flicker of hope toward the hovering figure of Dark Buu. Yet, the abomination that amalgamated the powers of two Super Saiyans and Majin Buu merely raised its dark crimson hand, casually sweeping it toward the torrent of energy. It was as if dispersing a wisp of smoke. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no stalemate of might. The combined assault, embodying the warrior's lifelong efforts, shattered like fragile glass upon encountering the invisible force field before that hand, vanishing into oblivion. The violent backlash of energy surged backward in an instant. Gasp! Ugh! Cries of agony echoed. Son Gohan, struck as if by a sledgehammer, spewed forth blood, his body soaring backward like a kite with severed strings, crashing violently into a distant mountainside. Future Gohan's defensive posture crumbled in an instant, his chest drenched in crimson as he was hurled into the earth by the shockwave. The energies of Trunks and future Trunks were instantly disrupted. The two collided in a tumble, their golden auras flickering perilously close to extinction. The remaining fighters were scattered like leaves in a tempest, succumbing to this irresistible force, grievously wounded, their will to struggle stripped away in an instant. On the battlefield, only two silver figures remained standing. The transcendent Son Goku in his god form, and Vegeta, who had merged with the powers of this timeline's Kai. Humph, insufferable insects. The voice of Dark Buu dripped with icy disdain, his eyes, an unsettling fusion of Caesar and Holland's attributes, fixed upon Vegeta like a serpent eyeing its prey. Now, it's time to crush you completely, fused being. Before his words had fully dissipated, the figure of Dark Buu vanished from sight. It was not a mere teleportation. It was the pinnacle of pure speed, so swift that even the fabric of space seemed to stretch and distort. Vegeta's pupils constricted, his energy surging to its zenith as he crossed his arms before him. Boom! The deafening sound reverberated, a thunderous explosion that could halt a heartbeat. Dark Buu's fist landed squarely upon the hastily raised arms of Vegeta. A visible wave of black shockwaves erupted from the point of impact, spiraling outward with frenzied intensity, plowing the already ravaged earth to depths of several meters. Vegeta's silver-white hair was violently tugged backward by the turbulent winds, while the ground beneath him shattered and sank, leaving his feet ensnared within. An overwhelming force, far beyond imagination, surged through his arms. With a muffled grunt, Vegeta found himself sliding uncontrollably backward, carving two bottomless trenches into the ground that extended for miles before he finally came to a halt. His arms trembled slightly, the silver flames around him flickering violently, clearly indicating the immense pressure he was enduring from the strike. Oh, it didn't shatter? The voice of Dark Orb dripped with mocking surprise, swiftly morphing into a deeper cruelty. Then let us do this again. The dark red apparition vanished once more, and this time, the assault came from all directions simultaneously. Fists, feet, elbows, knees, and even the 6 pairs of massive flesh wings behind him transformed into terrifying blades that rent the fabric of space. Each blow was infused with a purplish-black energy capable of shattering stars, overwhelming Vegeta like a tempest. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of indistinguishable impacts melded into a symphony of death. Vegeta's form swayed amidst the torrent of assaults, the silver light around him flickering desperately as he continuously blocked, dodged, and countered. His instincts for battle were pushed to their zenith, his body executing the most exquisite evasions in the nick of time. Kamehameha and Final Flash erupted at point-blank range, striving to tear through the despairing web of attacks. Yet, the disparity was merciless. The power, speed, and defense of Dark Orb had reached a level of despairing magnitude. Vegeta's strikes merely sparked blinding embers against the dark red biological armor, leaving only shallow white marks. Conversely, each of Dark Orb's hits sent violent tremors through Vegeta's aura. Too slow, too weak. The mocking tones of Dark Orb echoed like a sinister melody. Seizing a minute opening in Vegeta's defense, he thrust his knee, imbued with destructive purple light, ruthlessly into Vegeta's abdomen. Gasping, Vegeta's body arched in response. Blood spewing forth as excruciating pain instantaneously numbed his nerves. A fatal gap in his defense had emerged. Die! Dark Orb's eyes glinted with malice. His right hand splayed open, instantly coalescing a swirling, light-devouring sphere of purplish-black energy in his palm, the aura of destruction warping the very space around them. He grinned wickedly as he pressed this terrifying force toward Vegeta's exposed chest. In the direst moment, a glimmer of resolute determination flashed in Vegeta's eyes. Rather than retreating, he boldly opened his arms wide to meet the oncoming force of destruction. Soul Barrier Counterattack. An unprecedentedly vast golden energy shield unfolded instantaneously before Vegeta, its surface adorned with arcane silver runes, radiating an indomitable sacred aura. Boom! The purplish-black sphere of annihilation collided violently with the golden barrier. The heavens and earth dimmed. The tumultuous energy turbulence raged like a frenzied beast, mercilessly tearing apart everything in its vicinity. The earth groaned in agony, continually disintegrating and melting away. A stalemate. In but a fleeting moment. Crack. A faint yet resoundingly clear sound of fracture echoed. Before Vegeta, a seemingly indomitable golden barrier suddenly manifested a blinding crack, rapidly spreading like a spider's web. What? For the first time, disbelief flickered in Vegeta's eyes. His ultimate defense, summoned with all his might, had been shattered head-on by the opponent. The fissure swiftly traversed the entirety of the barrier. The next instant, boom! The golden shield exploded into oblivion. The remnants of purple-black energy assailed Vegeta like a relentless parasite, crashing into him with tremendous force. Ugh! Vegeta let out a pained roar. His body hurled backwards as if struck by an interstellar behemoth, the silvery aura around him flickering like a candle in the wind. An unexpected turn of events unfolded. As Vegeta was cast into the air, his form suddenly erupted in blinding radiance. This luminescence was not an assault, but a herald of the impending fusion's conclusion. The light rapidly fragmented and faded. When the brilliance dissipated, two figures tumbled to the ground, creating two deep craters. This timeline's Goku and Vegeta. The fusion had disbanded. Cough, cough. This timeline's Goku struggled to rise, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his blue aura feeble and flickering. Vegeta knelt on one knee, gasping heavily. Barely able to sustain his Super Saiyan form, his battle attire severely tattered, and his once silvery hair now dulled. At this very moment, Dark Orb hovered in the air, gazing down at the weakened duo, then casting his eyes towards the equally battered godly Super Saiyan Goku in the distance, unleashing a thunderous, maniacal laughter. Ha ha, the fused being? Merely that. Now, who among you can stand against me? He unfurled his 6 wings, and dark red energy surged across his form like boiling magma. The essence of annihilation escalating, engulfing the entire planet, even beginning to seep into the cosmic expanse. The sky was painted in a despairing dark red, as if doomsday had arrived. The weight of hopeless shadows pressed heavily upon the hearts of every survivor. Gazing upon that godlike figure, only solemnity remained in their eyes. Chapter 107, The Last Hope. Dark Orb hovered beneath the celestial canopy, his 6 wings unfurling, absorbing the fear and despair radiating from the planet. He looked down upon the warriors struggling like ants beneath him, his voice booming like a death knell. Struggle, you ants. In the face of this ultimate power, your existence is utterly meaningless. Amidst this suffocating despair, a silvery figure valiantly straightened its spine. Goku wiped the blood from his lips, his silver eyes piercing through the swirling malevolent energy. Locking onto the core of the dark red demon with unwavering determination, his voice imbued with penetrating strength. What are you? The monster inhabiting Buu's body. Oh, Dark OOB's movements momentarily paused, a hint of twisted interest lacing his voice, as if he were a cat toying with a mouse, halting the impending destruction of all. In the depths of the of Zay and Caesar, a chilling consciousness emerged, imbued with boundless malice. The voice became sharp and hoarse, laced with inhuman electronic static, yet steeped in profound hatred. Well questioned, Scion. Indeed, well questioned. You, the blood-stained descendants of butchers. The colossal figure of the dark Obu leaned slightly forward, a grotesque aura of bloodlust pervading the atmosphere. At the chest, a blurred and contorted visage, seemingly forged from countless biological tissues, faintly appeared. It was the true core of the biomodified being's consciousness. Allow me to recount the illustrious deeds of the Saiyans. The distorted face let out a piercing scream, recalling the dark era when your King Vegeta served Frisia, ravaging and extinguishing other races for the sake of mere survival. My kind, the Tallarans, a civilization that cherishes peace and reveres life and nature, was utterly obliterated by your vanguard, merely for the existence of a rare crystal mine on our planet that enhanced life energy. The venomous tone of the voice thickened the air, rendering it cold and viscous. I am Tallaranox, the last remnant of Tallaran, an orphan who hid beneath the corpses of my parents, witnessing my homeland turn to ash. Vengeance is my sole reason for living. I sold myself to mad scientists in the cosmic black market, enduring inhumane genetic modifications and mechanical implants, transforming into this abominable form, all for the power to exact revenge upon the Saiyans. I lurk in the shadows, seeking opportunities, gathering data on your warrior race, awaiting the perfect vessel to bear my ultimate weapon of revenge. His gaze turned to his own horrific form, amalgamated with Buu, Caesar, and Zay, erupting into a morbid and satisfied laughter. Ha ha ha. Fate has finally favored me. Majin Buu, this perfect being with limitless evolutionary potential and immortality, has fallen into my grasp. And you have rendered these two foolish super Saiyans. He pointed towards the locations of Caesar and Zay's consciousness, powerless, conveniently delivering their strength and souls as exquisite nourishment to me. The Saiyans annihilated my race. Now, it is I, the last Tallaran, who shall personally send you and all that you hold dear into the abyss. A blood debt must be repaid in blood. With Tallaranox's final roar, the aura of the dark Obu surged violently once more. The amalgamation of genocidal hatred, mad technology, Majin traits, and the ultimate evil of two pinnacle Super Saiyan powers coalesced into a tangible purple-black tsunami of energy, ruthlessly descending upon all remaining warriors below, including the silver-haired Sun Goku, mercilessly crushing them. Not good. The Sun Goku and Vegeta of this timeline, who had just struggled to rise, turned pale, attempting to unleash their power once more, but the agony in their bodies and the depletion of energy rendered their movements sluggish. Everyone hold on. In the future, Gohan roared, disregarding his grievous injuries as he once more activated his protective shield. The blue radiance flickered like a candle in the tempest of darkness. Gohan's eyes widened in desperation, yet he lacked the strength to even raise his arm. Despair coiled around every heart like a frigid serpent. The maniacal laughter of dark Obu, Terranox, echoed like a sinister melody, heralding the arrival of doom. The confluence of genocidal hatred, frenzied technology, and ultimate power threatened to engulf all. At this moment of profound darkness, a solitary silver figure from another dimension, Goku, suddenly lifted his head. In his clear silver eyes, the torrent of annihilation was reflected, yet there was no trace of fear, only an unwavering, pure light that pierced through despair. He disregarded Vegeta's desperate cries to not throw himself into danger, ignored Gohan's anguished wails, and paid no heed to the mocking and destructive gaze of Dark Obu. With a slow yet resolute motion, he straightened his spine, which had been slightly bowed under the weight of terror. The divine aura of silver not only remained unextinguished, but began to pulsate with a peculiar frequency, resonating with the cosmos, growing ever stronger and brighter. He gazed down at his tightly clenched fists, stained with the dust and blood of battle. Yet in this moment, he felt the unrelenting divine power surging within him. The indomitable warrior spirit embedded deep within his Saiyan blood, the trust of his comrades reflected in their eyes, and the countless lives crying out for protection. His gaze was imbued with an unprecedented determination. His voice carried an extraordinary power, penetrating the eardrums of all present. During my time in this realm, I have pondered why Lord Zeno summoned me here. Your presence has made me truly comprehend the significance of my arrival. At this moment, a spark ignited in his eyes. It is to defeat you. Dark Obu appeared to find this amusing. Ha ha ha, defeat me? A foolish dream. Whether it is folly or not, we shall see. An unprecedented glimmer erupted in Goku's silver eyes, his voice resolute with the finality of a desperate gamble. This is my last chance. Failure means death. Oh. Dark Obu, Terranox, wore a twisted expression, revealing a keen interest akin to that of a spectator at a beastly contest. His 6 wings slowly folded, and the cataclysmic tsunami of energy momentarily stilled around him as he hovered in the air, intrigued. A struggle for survival? How amusing. Humble scion. Let me witness what new tricks you can conjure in your dying struggle. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Wounded warriors strained to lift their gazes, focusing on the solitary silver figure standing tall. Vegeta clutched his agonized chest, a complex expression on his face, yearning to berate Kakarot for his foolishness. Yet his throat felt constricted. Gohan's heart raced, an ominous premonition enveloping him. Chapter 108. Breakthrough in Desperation. Goku slowly closed his eyes. He no longer gazed at the terrifying Dark Obu, nor did he pay heed to his companion's concerns. He immersed his entire consciousness, peeling away layers like silk, deep into the recesses of his being, where the ultimate power, personally bestowed upon him by the Omni King, lay dormant and beyond his grasp. A hum. A wave of a distinctly different nature, faint yet imbued with an indescribable terror, emanated from within Sun Wukong for the first time. This wave was not a display of arrogance. It resembled the very lament of space itself. The silver-white aura enveloping his body began to flicker violently, uncontrollably swaying and twisting, as if some primal force were forcibly interfering from within. A suppressed groan escaped Sun Wukong's clenched teeth. His body trembled uncontrollably, as if millions of searing steel needles were piercing and coursing beneath his skin. His veins bulged, exhibiting an eerie silver-blue hue, as though molten stars flowed through his veins. "Father!" Son Gohan cried out in alarm. "Kakarot, stop! Please stop!" Vegeta finally roared, aware that this was a precursor to the impending loss of control over such immense power that Sun Wukong could not yet master. The magnitude of it was staggering. If it spiraled out of control, he would be utterly obliterated. Yet Sun Wukong remained oblivious. The veins on his forehead throbbed violently, beads of sweat evaporating instantly, replaced by fine, porcelain-like silver cracks appearing on his skin. From within those fissures emanated a purer, colder, and more divine radiance. It was the power of the Omni King forcibly breaking free from the confines of his mortal shell. Ha ha! He gasped for breath, each inhalation accompanied by excruciating agony. The dormant power awakened violently, akin to a colossal primordial beast rampaging within his fragile form. A soft pop resonated, chillingly clear in the silent battlefield. At the tip of Sun Wukong's right hand, a glimmer of silver light dispersed like fireflies, not a dissipating aura, but rather, his fingers were disintegrating, breaking down into the most fundamental particles of energy. It had begun. The dark oblivion, Talanox, let out a piercing, twisted cackle, brimming with sadistic delight. Ha ha ha, fool, to attempt to wield power far beyond your capabilities. In the end, you shall be the one erased. Amid Talanox's maniacal laughter, the scene of disintegration spread like a plague across Sun Wukong's form. First, his entire right hand began to crumble from the fingertips, transforming into countless specks of silver light that ascended into the air. Next, the wrist followed, silver cracks swiftly crawling up his arm, until the arm vanished silently, as if erased by an eraser, dissipating into motes of light. The agony twisted Sun Wukong's visage, yet he resolutely kept his eyes shut, concentrating all his will on guiding that destructive force. However, the pace of his body's collapse far exceeded his determination. The same cracks appeared on his left arm, disintegrating. His feet began to dissolve from the ankles, his suspended form losing its anchor, yet it stubbornly continued to float. The silver cracks spread like a spiderweb across his cheeks, neck, and chest. The very essence that constitutes his being is being forcibly dismantled by the uncontrollable ultimate power within him. From the most microscopic level, he resembles a painting ignited by flames, gradually reduced to nothingness, consumed by invisible fire from the edges. No, the Sun Wukong of this timeline, his eyes wide with desperation. yearns to rush forward, yet is firmly restrained by Vegeta. Let me go, Vegeta. The other me is about to vanish. His azure aura flickers weakly. But he cannot break free from the equally wounded Vegeta. Fool, if you go now, you will be erased along with him. Vegeta growls, his eyes similarly bloodshot, filled with a profound sense of helplessness, fixated on the fading figure. Kakarot, you bastard. Trunks, Goten, and all the other warriors who can still open their eyes watch this scene in despair. The future Gohan closes his eyes in anguish. In mere moments, the lower half of Sun Wukong has completely transformed into drifting silver particles of light, his waist rapidly dissipating. Those once radiant silver eyes, which shone with indomitable spirit, are now shrouded in a veil of gray, the vibrancy of life swiftly fading. His aura, along with the terrifying fluctuations of power he struggled to harness, diminishes sharply, like a candle flickering in the wind. Dark Orb admires this masterpiece, his 6 wings unfurling in delight, his voice tinged with immense satisfaction. What a perfect finale. The last warrior of the Saiyans does not perish by my hand, but by his own arrogance and overestimation of himself. Spirits of Talon, do you see this? This is the sweetness of revenge. Just as everyone believes that Sun Wukong is on the verge of complete annihilation, with even the last remnants of silver light about to be obliterated into the void, the remaining upper half of his body, the head teetering on the brink of total disintegration, suddenly opens its tightly shut eyes. Not a hint of gray, nor a trace of despair. Within the depths of those pupils burns 2 concentrated orbs of destructive power, as if capable of annihilating everything. An indescribable will surges forth, transcending the agony of the flesh, surpassing the limits of existence, erupting like the first light of the universe. Now, this low growl transforms from sound into a resonance of cosmic laws. Buzz. Centered around his remaining head, an unimaginable, terrifying wave of energy erupts, transcending the concepts of time and space. The silver particles, which were once dissipating and signifying the erasure of Sun Wukong's existence, are suddenly drawn back as if caught in the gravitational pull of a cosmic black hole, coming to a halt. Immediately after, they spiral back at a speed exceeding that of light by billions of times. Time, at this moment, is forcibly distorted. Laws are audaciously reversed. It is not merely the light particles that flow backward. All the fundamental particles constituting his body, all the existential information dismantled by the power of the Omni King, surge towards those pupils ablaze with destructive violet flames, like rivers returning to the sea. No, it can't be. The manic laughter of Dark Orb, Talanox, abruptly ceases, replaced by an incredulous, soul-piercing scream of horror. He feels the very fabric of this space under his control, even the foundational laws of the universe, trembling violently, wailing in despair. Under the gaze of countless astonished eyes, a miracle unfolded. The swirling silver-white particles did not merely reorganize the body in the instant of their return. They became completely infused and assimilated by the profound and destructive purple radiance. The silver hair was replaced by an enigmatic hue of purple, shimmering like the most mysterious nebula from the dawn of the universe. A crimson divine mark traversed his hands and heart, pulsating in sync with the heartbeat. A red inverted symbol materialized upon his forehead, flanked by 2 horizontal crimson lines, resembling a pillar that pierced the heavens and the earth. At this moment, Sun Wukong stood as the very center of the cosmos. Chapter 109, The Divine Enters. All within grasp. Boom. The entire planet, nay, this realm of the universe, quaked violently at this moment. The despairing dark red sky shattered like fragile glass, peeling away. In its stead, an infinite expanse, deep and boundless, shrouded by an overwhelming aura of destructive purple light, emerged as the backdrop of the cosmos. Countless stars flickered erratically beneath this breath, as if they could extinguish at any moment. Sun Wukong, or rather the being who had now entered the realm of divine consciousness, floated before the cosmic backdrop. He gradually lowered his head, gazing at his newly reborn hands, flowing with the essence of destructive purple radiance, and gently clenched his fist. Crack! Merely the act of clenching his fist caused the space surrounding it to fracture like a fragile mirror, instantly covered in a web of cracks. The sheer force had surpassed the limits of spatial capacity. He lifted his eyes, ablaze with the flames of destruction, calmly surveying the distant dark orb, paralyzed with fright. its six wings stiff and dark red energy pulsating violently. No words, no roars, merely the weight of a gaze. The colossal form of the dark orb trembled violently, as if struck simultaneously by an invisible multitude of stars. Its hardened body was instantly marred with cracks, only to revert to its previous state in an instant. The amalgamation of its threefold consciousness, Talonok's malice, Caesar's rage, and Holland's dread, released a wretched scream together. The absolute suppression stemming from the power of the Omni King descended like the weight of the universe itself, rendering him as insignificant as dust, erasing even the thought of resistance. This power, Talonok's voice twisted in horror, filled with an unprecedented fear. Impossible. This power. What have you done? Kakarot. Vegeta forgot his pain, forgot to breathe. In his golden pupils, only boundless shock remained. He had never felt such a soul-freezing absolute power. This transcended the realm of strength. It surpassed all comprehension. The divine Super Saiyan 5, Sun Wukong, had finally completed his ultimate transformation, stepping into a realm that even deities could only revere. On King Kai's planet, the old Kai felt this incomparably sacred power, his eyes widening in terror. This power, how could it be possible? The power of the Creator. In the Omni King's palace, the Omni King and the Grand Minister looked on with satisfaction from their vantage point. Indeed, sufficient momentum could lead to a swifter breakthrough of limits. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. This must be an illusion. The voice of Tyrannicus echoed with maddening fervor, as the fear emanating from the depths of his soul was supplanted by a hysterical rage. Begone. Vanish. The dark crimson light erupted like a supernova. The colossal form of dark orb instantaneously tore through the fabric of space, its six wings transforming into gigantic blades capable of cleaving the galaxy in twain, relentlessly descending upon the purple figure suspended against the cosmic backdrop, a figure that sent shivers through his very essence. The star annihilation six-wing slash. Wherever the attack traversed, the space was effortlessly sliced open, leaving behind indelible, inky fissures that would not mend. Raging torrents of energy surged forth, lifting the already shattered earth into towering waves of chaos. Yet, in the face of this ultimate strike that would cause any deity to recoil in terror, Sun Wukong, having entered the realm of the divine, merely raised his eyes, ablaze with a profound violet flame. He neither dodged nor blocked. Just as the rending blades of the six wings were about to touch his flowing purple hair, his form rippled as if a reflection in water disturbed by a stone. A mere tremor. There was no cataclysmic collision, no thunderous explosion of energy. The blades, potent enough to sever stars, traversed through Sun Wukong's being without obstruction, silently and effortlessly, as if he were an illusion of non-existence. No, it was not a passage through. At the very moment of impending impact, Dark Orb's attack inexplicably veered off course. Like water encountering an absolutely smooth barrier, all force, all trajectory was forcibly diverted in an unfathomable manner, missing its target. What? Dark Orb bellowed in disbelief. His massive form lost balance as his strike fell short, staggering forward. Too slow. A tranquil voice whispered, resonating as if from every corner of the universe. Dark Orb, filled with dread, turned to see Sun Wukong still suspended in place, his garments undisturbed. He did not even cast a glance at Dark Orb. Instead, he raised his hand, flowing with violet golden destructive energy, his fingertips gently twirling as if savoring the movement of cosmic dust. Curse you. The utmost fear swiftly morphed into a deeper fury. Dark Orb's six wings thrashed wildly, his figure fracturing into millions of afterimages, flooding the entire space. Fists, feet, elbows, knees, wing blades, beams of annihilation from his mouth. In tempestuous energy storms erupted. Every conceivable, unimaginable means of attack, like the most ferocious storm of destruction in the cosmos, converged from every direction, targeting that singular point of purple. The temporal obliteration storm. This strike distorted time, disordered space, and temporarily shattered all physical laws within its range of assault. It represented the most exquisite, insurmountable, devastating attack that Dark Orb could unleash, a synthesis of the infinite evolutionary potential of Majin Buu, the pinnacle power of Super Saiyan 6, and the frenzied technology of Tyrannicus. He exuded confidence, believing that even a true deity would be unable to escape unscathed from such an all-encompassing assault. Yet, at the epicenter of the storm, Sun Wukong merely sighed, a sound tinged with a hint of ennui. He did not even alter his posture. In that infinitesimal fraction of a second before the myriad attacks capable of obliterating time and space descended upon him, his body moved with the grace of the most skilled dancer, navigating the chasms of destruction with an evasion so exquisite that it eluded the grasp of sight, breath, and even time itself. He tilted his head slightly, as a blade of space tore through the air, grazing the tips of his violet locks and shattering a small asteroid amidst the cosmos. With a gentle flick of his finger, a beam of annihilation, tamed like a pet, redirected itself into the depths of the universe, reducing a cluster of meteors to mere dust. He feigned a casual step, seemingly remaining in place, while the chaotic shadows of the dark orb's furious punches pierced through his lingering afterimage, striking the void and igniting violent ripples in the fabric of space. Even amidst the torrential downpour of destructive energy spheres, he advanced with an air of leisure. Those terrifying projectiles, capable of vaporizing stars, vanished silently as they neared the gently rotating violet halo surrounding him, dissipating without a trace, not even stirring a ripple. He appeared to be strolling through a tempest of annihilation. Each seemingly casual movement was executed with precision, elegance, and an astonishing ability to evade all lethal strikes. The forces that could obliterate galaxies were rendered as mere toys in his presence, unworthy of even brushing against the hem of his garments. Impossible, impossible, impossible. The voice of Terranox twisted into a cacophony of despairing screams. He began to question the very essence of his existence. Why could he not land a hit? Why? The onslaught of the dark orb grew increasingly frenzied and chaotic, its 6 wings flailing wildly, the dark red energy erupting like an uncontrollable volcano. Yet it could not reach that elusive violet figure, so near yet seemingly worlds away. Vegeta's gaze was fixed upon the battlefield, his pupils constricted in shock. He witnessed the figure strolling through the storm of destruction, transcending all combat techniques, surpassing levels of power, and even eclipsing the concepts of space and time itself. It was not mere speed, it was a dimensional crushing disparity. The gap was staggering, he murmured, his voice dry. The proud Saiyan prince felt, for the first time in the face of absolute power, a profound sense of helplessness and a tinge of reverence. Finally, Sun Wukong came to a halt, standing less than 10 meters from the wildly swinging blades of the dark orb. He lifted his gaze, ablaze with destructive violet flames, calmly observing the colossal beast before him, now driven to madness by despair and fear. His expression bore no mockery, no anger, only a pure indifference, akin to watching ants struggle. Have you had enough? Chapter 110. The dust settles. Have you had enough? The tranquil voice resonated like the judgment of cosmic laws, shattering the last vestige of madness within the dark orb known as Terranox. The roaring abruptly ceased, leaving only an uncontrollable tremor emanating from the depths of the soul. He gazed at the figure before him, with flowing purple hair and a cold, flickering divine mark upon the forehead, and for the first time, he discerned that he was not confronting a formidable adversary, but rather the very essence of annihilation itself. Sun Wukong slowly raised his right hand, palm facing upward. There was no gathering of energy, no explosive radiance, merely the palm, suffused with the purple and gold essence of destruction, casually grasped toward the direction of the dark orb. No, Terranox let out a final, desperate shriek, accompanied by the anguished wails of Kaiser and Holland's consciousness. In silence, without a cataclysmic explosion or the ripples of clashing energies, the colossal form of the dark orb, an amalgamation of the immortal essence of Majin Buu, the pinnacle power of Super Saiyan 6, and the terror of mad technology, along with its churning dark red energy and grotesque 6 wings, began to dissolve, as if erased by an unseen eraser, disintegrating from the very fabric of existence. The matter that constituted his body, his energy, and his soul were consumed entirely, akin to light swallowed by a black hole, obliterated without leaving any remnants, without emitting any energy fluctuations, as if this ultimate calamity, known as the dark orb, had never graced this universe. The wind swept across the desolate battlefield, stirring up the charred dust. The ominous dark red canopy that once enveloped the planet had long since been dispelled by the genesis of purple light, leaving behind a profound starry sky and the still simmering violet auroras. The shattered earth silently bore witness to the cataclysm it had just endured. The surviving warriors, whether the gravely injured son Gohan, future Gohan, Trunks, Goten, and Xiao Fong, or the barely standing Vegeta and the current timeline Sun Wukong, stared vacantly at the purple figure suspended against the backdrop of the starry sky and at the utter void before him. An indescribable sense of shock, bewilderment, and post-catastrophic exhaustion enveloped them all. Sun Wukong gradually lowered his hand. As the destruction-laden purple radiance that made the very fabric of space tremble began to recede like a tide. The purple hair, reminiscent of frozen stars, gradually shortened, faded, and returned to its original hue, with only the occasional flicker of purple within the strands attesting to the reality of the recent events. The cold, inverted divine mark on his forehead, a symbol of obliteration, quietly vanished like melting snow. His battle attire returned to its pristine state, with even the signs of prior damage disappearing without a trace. When he opened his eyes once more, the burning purple flame of destruction had faded, revealing his once clear silver gaze, albeit now imbued with an ineffable depth and tranquility, forged in the crucible of cosmic end and rebirth. He gently descended to the ground, his feet touching the charred earth. His gaze swept over the survivors, ultimately resting upon the current timeline's Sun Wukong and Vegeta, the surviving Saiyans of Echelon. With Goku's voice resonating in calm, yet undeniable authority, are not inherently malevolent. How to manage them and guide their path is entrusted to you in this timeline. His gaze met that of the Goku from this time, imbued with a sense of responsibility. The Goku of this timeline nodded gravely, his eyes ablaze with newfound determination. I understand. Rest assured, I will find a way. Vegeta snorted dismissively, crossing his arms. Though silent, the slight elevation of his chin conveyed his unwillingness to remain passive. In the realm of the Kaioshin, the old Kaioshin finally caught up, collapsing onto the ground, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. Before him floated an energy cocoon radiating a gentle white light, within which a curled silhouette reminiscent of Ub could be discerned, a steady life force developing within. Ancestor, Ub. Kaioshin Shin gazed at the glowing cocoon with excitement. Fear not, he will not perish. The old Kaioshin waved his hand, panting. I used the life essence from the Kaioshin realm to fashion him a new body, cramming in all the scattered fragments of his soul. Now, we are in the nurturing phase. We simply await his natural awakening, ensuring he retains his original essence. Kaioshin Shin exhaled in relief, though confusion soon crept in. Then why not employ the same method to save Mr. Goku? Ah well. The old Kaioshin scratched his wild hair, his face reddening as his gaze wandered. Cough. Cough. The situation was far too urgent. Moreover, time was of the essence. And besides, his voice dwindled to a near whisper. I seem to have forgotten how to utilize that more complex resurrection incantation in my panic. Kaioshin Shin felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness as he observed his ancestors' unapologetic display of forgetfulness, a privilege of the elderly. On Earth, in the outskirts of West City, a soft light swept across as Goku returned the injured warriors to Earth. Simultaneously, Kaioshin Shin transported Ub from the cocoon back to Earth, solemnly handing him over to Xiaofeng. Overcome with joy, Xiaofeng wept tears of gratitude toward Kaioshin Shin. Kaioshin Shin approached Gohan. Mr. Gohan, although the Dragon Balls are currently unusable, to express my gratitude, I will resurrect Rikudo. Gohan hurriedly expressed his thanks, and after bidding farewell to the others, Kaioshin Shin returned to the Kaioshin realm. At that moment, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and others, who had been anxiously waiting, rushed forward, relieved to see everyone returning safely. Goku did not depart immediately. He walked up to Gohan, who was being supported by others. Dad. Gohan gazed at this father from another timeline, who nonetheless provided him with a love as solid as a mountain, his voice choked with emotion. Words caught in his throat. Goku extended his hand, ruffling Gohan's hair just as he had in his childhood, a familiar, warm smile illuminating his face. Gohan, you have become an extraordinary warrior and an excellent father. Protect everyone, safeguard the earth. His gaze swept across the familiar faces of Krillin, Tien, Trunks, Goten, and Bulma. Everyone, take care. Uncle Goku, Grandpa Dad. The crowd called out, filled with reluctance. Ultimately, his eyes settled on the Goku and Vegeta of this timeline, the other version of himself. Goku grinned widely and extended his fist, declaring, next time we meet, I will definitely catch up to you. Goku reciprocated the gesture, lightly tapping fists. I'm looking forward to it. Vegeta crossed his arms and turned away, presenting the crowd with a haughty profile, scoffing, "Humph, what a dull farewell." Yet, deep within his pupils, the figure cloaked in purple lingered, reflecting a complex and unfathomable emotion. Goku smiled faintly and chose not to elaborate further. He lifted his gaze toward the vast cosmos, where a subtle purple light quietly ignited at his forehead, without a sound or any spatial disturbance. His figure before the crowd faded away like an ink droplet dissolving in water, becoming translucent, ultimately vanishing into the night sky above the earth. Only a faint, ethereal resonance of the divine realm remained in the air, testament to his prior presence. Chapter 111, A Wish Fulfilled. Before the grand and solemn palace of the Grand Zeno, the space rippled like the surface of a pond disturbed by pebbles, as Goku's figure materialized upon the starry floor of the palace. The Grand Priest had awaited his arrival. Seemingly aware of Goku's approach before he even appeared, Goku approached the Grand Priest respectfully and bowed. "Grand Priest." "Ah, Mr. Goku. Congratulations." The Grand Priest nodded slightly, his eyes twinkling with warmth as he regarded Goku. Goku chuckled heartily, scratching his head. "Haha, thanks to Lord Zeno. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome." In response, the Grand Priest offered a gentle smile. "Mr. Goku, please follow me. Lord Zeno has been waiting for quite some time." With that, he turned and entered the palace, with Goku closely trailing behind, the two sharing a silence as they vanished from the threshold. In the next moment, their figures materialized inside the hall, bowing respectfully before Lord Zeno. "Lord Zeno, MHM. Lord Zeno gazed at Goku with innocent curiosity. "Hey Goku, was that ugly creature fun?" Goku's lips twitched, and internally he mused. "Fun? Truly, Lord Zeno. An existence that nearly led to our demise is merely a source of amusement to you." "However," he replied, "Lord Zeno, Darko OB is incredibly powerful. Without the strength you bestowed upon me, perhaps you would not have seen me again." At this, he expressed his gratitude. "Oh, it's nothing. I found your battles quite entertaining. The myriad colors are splendid. And your hair keeps changing. How delightful." Goku exclaimed, "Haha, indeed." Becoming animated, Lord Zeno turned to the Grand Priest. "Hey, Grand Priest. Let us organize a battle among those low-index destroyer gods. The losing universe will be erased." The naive Zeno, with an innocent expression, uttered words that sent chills down one's spine. Indeed, it is imperative to issue warnings to those destructive deities. "What reward shall the victorious universe receive?" the Grand Minister inquired of Zeno. After a moment of contemplation, Zeno declared that the victorious universe shall be granted a wish using the Super Dragon Balls. However, should the victorious universe make a selfish wish, then its existence would be deemed unnecessary. Indeed, Lord Zeno, Son Goku, who had been listening nearby, was left speechless. The fate of the universe had been decided so hastily. Before he could voice his thoughts, the Grand Minister interjected, "Mr. Goku, Lord Zeno's decision is not to be contested, and a glimmer of hope has been afforded to them." Despite the smile on the Grand Minister's face, it only served to heighten Goku's unease. "By the way, Mr. Goku, you are unable to participate in this battle. You have now transcended to the realm of the Omni and are qualified for the exile." Upon hearing this, Goku suppressed his inner feelings. He had faith that Gohan, Vegeta, and the others would seize this slender chance. Meanwhile, he faced a new challenge. "Grand Minister, I am ready." Goku's eyes sparkled with determination, filled with the fervor of battle and curiosity for the unknown. The Grand Minister nodded in approval and, after bidding farewell to Zeno, proceeded toward the palace exit. Goku hastily took his leave from Zeno, quickly following behind. The Grand Minister awaited outside the palace and, upon Goku's emergence, waved his right hand, conjuring a portal before them. "Follow me, Mr. Goku." The Grand Minister stepped forward, his figure instantly enveloped by the flowing colors, vanishing without a trace, as if a droplet had merged into the ocean. Without hesitation, Goku's resolve was as steadfast as iron. He advanced, following the Grand Minister into the portal. In an instant, Goku found himself in an unknown realm. A magnificent gateway, soaring into the heavens, stood before him. Two guards of Zeno stood at either side, and upon the Grand Minister's arrival, they promptly paid their respects. "Grand Minister." "Ah, thank you for your efforts, my good sirs." The two guards straightened up and respectfully inquired. "Grand Minister, we did not expect your return so soon. The exile has been quite stable of late. May we ask the purpose of your visit?" The Grand Minister beckoned Goku to step forward. "I am here to send another warrior to suppress the Chaos race." At this moment, The guards turned their gaze upon Goku. Upon recognizing him, they were momentarily taken aback. Grand Minister, is he not already? The Grand Minister interrupted, explaining, the previous one was another Son Goku from a different timeline. This Mr. Goku has also ascended to the realm of Omni, hence his arrival. What? The Grand Minister's words landed like a stone in a tranquil pond, stirring ripples of astonishment. No, it cannot be. In any timeline, there can only be one individual able to transcend to the Omni state. How could he? The guards, once again challenged in their understanding, widened their eyes in disbelief as they gazed at Goku. Goku, amused by their reactions, chuckled and scratched his head. Well then, gentlemen, please open the passage for Mr. Goku to enter. The voice of the High Priest roused the two guards from their astonishment. Yes, High Priest. The guards raised their right hands, emitting a radiant spectrum of colors that shot towards the towering portal behind them. Influenced by this vibrant energy, a swirling passageway manifested in the center of the portal. Enter, Mr. Wukong. In the realm of exile, your fate rests solely in your hands. The High Priest regarded Sun Wukong with a solemn expression. Wukong, his eyes gleaming with excitement, confidently declared, Fear not, High Priest. We shall resolve the issue and return. With resolute steps, he advanced towards the spatial passageway, his figure gradually vanishing before the three divine beings. As Wukong's presence dissipated, the guard spoke again. High Priest, I believe we now comprehend why you deemed him the most viable candidate to resolve the challenges of the exile realm. Even the singularity of the entire divine domain across all time and space could be transcended by him. Perhaps this truly marks the end. At this, the guards displayed fervent expressions. The High Priest nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the direction of Wukong's disappearance. Indeed, it is precisely because Lord Zeno recognized Mr. Wukong's potential that he chose to entrust his power to him. It is remarkable how much Lord Zeno values him. The guards involuntarily turned their eyes towards the spot where Wukong had vanished. Although Mr. Wukong possesses the potential to confront the Chaos Clan, it remains a distant prospect for him at this juncture. The High Priest shook his head. Indeed, the realm of the divine merely qualifies him to engage with the Chaos Clan. The guards concurred. To entirely eradicate the threats posed by the Chaos Clan, he must surpass both Lord Zeno and Dragon God Salama, transcending the primordial realm. Chapter 112, Yamoshi. In the realm of exile, the passage of time holds no significance for the warriors of the divine domain. In this desolate expanse, the warriors of the Zeno world occupy their respective territories, each utilizing their own powers to reconstruct their surroundings to mirror their original world. Within a silent palace, after a brief period of recuperation, Sun Wukong's body had fully restored. Rising to his feet, he stretched and ambled towards the palace's exterior. Outside, Xingyan awaited with arms crossed. Upon seeing Wukong emerge, she remarked, Have you fully recovered so soon? Newcomer, truly, you are worthy of being the one who comprehends the power of creation. At her words, Sun Wukong grinned and introduced himself. I am Sun Wukong, known as Kakarot among the Saiyans. What is your name? Sun Wukong. I shall remember that. I am Xingyan, she replied, her tone icy and giving off an air of aloofness. Sun Wukong, undeterred by her demeanor, continued, I am completely restored. I am curious about the person you mentioned who would meet me. Xingyan turned, her cool voice resonating. Follow me. You shall soon find out. With that, she took flight, and Sun Wukong followed closely behind. Xingyan's speed was remarkable, and together, they streaked through the sky like two shooting stars. Soon, a starkly different colossal structure entered the field of vision. In sharp contrast to the ethereal and crystalline palace of Starfire, the edifice before me, merely a silhouette, radiated an oppressive, suffocating ferocity. It appeared not to be a creation of architecture, but rather the corporeal form of an unknown creature. The immense base was composed of peculiar monoliths, dark and reminiscent of solidified lava, shimmering with a metallic gleam. Its rugged angles bore a primal, brutal essence. The main structure of the palace resembled stout, towering pillars of dark gold, adorned with deep, jagged scars, as if inflicted by monstrous claws or tremendous blows. These marks did not mar its integrity. Instead, they added a menacing allure, akin to the metals of a fierce battle, subtly emanating a dim crimson energy. The apex of the palace was not a smooth dome, but rather a multitude of broken, giant tusks or fierce horns thrusting skyward, sharply piercing the somber heavens. Filled with aggression and indomitable wildness, The entire edifice exuded an almost tangible aura of bloodlust, martial spirit, and pure aesthetic violence, perfectly aligning with the Saiyans' inherent reverence for strength and conquest. It resembled a slumbering ancient beast, its ferocious presence compelling even the chaotic energies surrounding it to retreat. Starfire halted before this intimidating palace, her expression unremarkable, merely gesturing to Sun Wukong that they had arrived. Sun Wukong descended, his eyes brimming with awe and curiosity. He could sense that the palace itself was akin to a colossal weapon, its aura ancient, heavy, and imbued with explosive power, causing his Saiyan blood to simmer within. This was the place. Starfire spoke in a nonchalant tone, as if she had merely brought him to an ordinary locale, stating that the person was inside and that he should enter alone, without waiting for Wukong's response or announcing their presence to the palace. She casually tilted her chin towards the cavernous entrance, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast, and then, in a flash of silver flame, she departed. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a streak of silver light, racing towards her crystalline palace, vanishing into the dim horizon, leaving Sun Wukong to confront the menacing aura of the palace alone. Sun Wukong gazed in the direction of Starfire's disappearance, scratching his head, somewhat exasperated by his aloof comrade's decisive nature. Taking a deep breath to suppress his astonishment and curiosity, he redirected his gaze towards the palace entrance. Reminiscent of a ferocious beast's lair, the profound opening emanated an invisible pull, akin to the throat of a monstrous creature. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened, no longer hesitating. He transformed into a beam of golden light and soared into the unfathomable darkness. Inside, the palace was vast, shrouded in dim light. The walls bore scars reminiscent of enormous blood vessels, casting a faint dark red glow that illuminated the rugged contours of the colossal columns. The air was thick with antiquity, dust, and a heat reminiscent of a forge, characteristic of a powerful life form. In the deepest recesses of the palace, at the center of an unusually expansive platform, a figure stood silently, facing away from the entrance. He appeared to be the very pillar of this vast space. Though not a towering giant, he emanated an immovable weightiness reminiscent of the cosmic core. His long, fiery red hair, akin to a cascade of molten lava, flowed behind him, radiating an intense heat. Clad in attire of ancient design, rugged yet practical, his exposed arms showcased muscles that seemed capable of crushing stars, adorned with arcane and ancient battle markings. Merely from his silhouette, a terrifying aura of dominion over eternity and suppression of all could be discerned. This presence transcended any perception of strength that Sun Wukong had ever known, an ancestral pressure stemming from the very roots of his bloodline. Even the king and the high priest did not evoke such a sensation. Sun Wukong halted at a considerable distance from the figure, instinctively sensing a profound pressure emanating from the depths of his lineage. He remained silent, merely observing the figure. As the Super Saiyan energy within him swayed slightly under the unconscious pressure radiated by the other, akin to flames buffeted by a mighty wind. The figure with the crimson hair seemed to have sensed the newcomer long before, slowly turning around with a weighty composure that felt as solid as a mountain. His visage, chiseled by the trials of time and battle, bore the resolute features of a rock, and his deep-set eyes resembled two burning stars, their gaze penetrating as if to delve into the very soul and perceive all. In those eyes lay unimaginable ancient wisdom, the sediment of countless epochs of combat, and a sense of having witnessed the birth and demise of the universe itself. When his gaze fell upon Sun Wukong, the latter felt as if struck by an invisible sledgehammer, his spirit trembling violently. That look bore scrutiny, a hint of inquiry, and an indescribable complexity. Newcomer? A deep, resonant voice, reminiscent of the primordial pulse of the earth, reverberated through the empty palace, each syllable imbued with a heavy sense of power. Steeling himself, Sun Wukong quelled the tumult within, straightened his posture, and met the figure's stellar gaze with his own golden eyes, proclaiming, "Indeed, I am Sun Wukong, a Saiyan. I have just arrived. Saiyan." A flicker of minute disturbance flashed in the eyes of the red-haired figure, as if confirming something profound. He nodded slightly, his voice still low and authoritative, as if declaring an immutable truth, "My name." His voice paused, the name seemingly burdened with immeasurable time and strength. Yamoshi. Yamoshi? Boom. That name detonated within the very depths of Sun Wukong's soul like a supernova. His pupils instantly constricted to pinprick size, his expression froze, mouth agape, as if struck by the most formidable immobilization spell, rendering him motionless. An unprecedented, overwhelming wave of shock surged through every cell of his being, threatening to obliterate his consciousness. Yamoshi, that name, which exists only in the ancient, sacred, and almost mythical lore of the Saiyans, the very source from which all who possess Saiyan blood spring forth. The legendary figure who led the original kin to rise amidst the untamed cosmos, igniting the warrior spirit of the Saiyans. He is still alive, not merely alive, but thriving in this place where even the gods find it difficult to endure. He has become such a formidable entity. Sun Wukong felt his mind go blank, his thoughts grinding to a halt. He had always believed that a moxie was a distant symbol, a spiritual anchor. He never imagined that one day he would face this legendary progenitor so closely, and in such a place. The immense shock rendered him speechless, leaving him in a state of awe as he gazed at the fiery red-haired figure, whose presence seemed to embody the very essence of the primordial universe. The ancestral figure of the Saiyans, a moxie, stood before him. Chapter 113, Realm of Combat. Time seemed to freeze in Sun Wukong's perception. Within the vast palace, only the thunderous beat of his heart echoed in his ears, nearly toppling him. The name Amoxie reverberated in his mind, each syllable striking his spirit like a hammer. The legendary name, the source of his bloodline, stood alive before him. This impact transcended any formidable foe, surpassing any peril, penetrating the very core of his identity as a Saiyan. His pupils constricted, reflecting Amoxie's eyes, which blazed like burning stars. That gaze was so profound it felt as though it could consume his very soul, instilling a sense of pride that left Sun Wukong breathless. This was not merely a disparity of power, it was an insurmountable chasm rooted in the essence of life, stemming from the very source of his lineage. Amoxie, the progenitor? Sun Wukong's voice was dry and hoarse, trembling with disbelief as he instinctively uttered the words. Indeed, I can sense the blood of the same origin flowing within you. Albeit faintly, you are undoubtedly my descendant. Addressing me as progenitor is not unwarranted. Amoxie nodded indifferently, a smile creeping onto his lips, his tone laced with excitement. Indeed. I never expected that the two warriors of the divine realm born in nearly a millennium would both hail from my Saiyan lineage. Ha! Sun Wukong composed himself, then respectfully introduced himself. Greetings, progenitor. I am Sun Wukong, and my Saiyan name is Kakarot. I am astonished to learn that you still exist, and even more astonished to meet you here. Amoxie scrutinized Sun Wukong with pride in his voice. After breaking through to the divine realm, the passage of time holds little significance for us. Moreover, you are remarkable. To be brought here by the Grand Priest as a newcomer to the divine realm indicates that he holds high hopes for you. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong laughed heartily. Perhaps. The conversation took an unexpected turn as curiosity piqued, prompting an inquiry directed at the esteemed ancestral figure. You mentioned that over the past millennium, there have been two warriors of the divine realm. Is the other one present here? Immediately, a search ensued. With keen interest, Yamoshi interjected, he is not here. You shall meet him, and perhaps when you do, it will astonish you. This revelation further ignited Sun Wukong's curiosity. Before he could voice his questions, Yamoshi gestured for silence, saying, enough. When the time is right, you will encounter him. My purpose for coming to you today is to discuss your cultivation. Other matters can wait. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong cast aside his other thoughts and listened intently as Yamoshi elaborated. His understanding of cultivation beyond the divine realm was virtually non-existent, and receiving guidance from Yamoshi was precisely what he needed. Yamoshi's deep, resonant voice reverberated within the ancient, expansive palace, exuding an undeniable authority coupled with expectations for the younger generation. His fiery red hair danced without wind, and the heavy pressure emanating from his bloodline, akin to the core of the universe, remained potent, compelling the newly initiated divine warrior to constantly focus his mind and marshal his strength in resistance. Cultivation beyond the divine realm is no ordinary practice. It necessitates an ongoing comprehension of the laws one has grasped, elevating them to new heights. A flicker of flame-like intensity shone in Yamoshi's star-like eyes, for this place was not a tranquil haven within the realm of the Divine King, but rather a battleground more suited for cultivation after reaching the divine realm. Here, cultivation signifies survival, combat, and the profound understanding of the essence of laws, ultimately transmuting them into one's own domain. Laws, domains? A fervent thirst for knowledge sparkled in Sun Wukong's eyes. The previous shock was momentarily subdued by a pure yearning for power. Although he had heard a brief mention from Xingyan, it was insufficient. Now utterly focused, he leaned forward slightly, as if to engrave every word of Yamoshi into his mind. He sensed that this was the key to unlocking an entirely new realm of power. Indeed, Yamoshi nodded slightly. He refrained from delving into profound theories and instead slowly raised his right arm. With this gesture, the palace seemed to transform into a fiery, ancient battlefield. The walls, marked with scars reminiscent of colossal veins, suddenly ignited with a blinding dark golden light, no longer evoking a sense of destruction akin to molten lava, but rather resembling the clash of countless weapons in combat. The searing heat in the air was instantly replaced by a ferocious and intense battle spirit, one that could ignite the will to fight. The atmosphere was no longer a distorted hum, but resonated with the metallic clanging of iron and gold. A pure essence, capable of awakening the primal fighting instincts of living beings, surged forth from Yamoshi, igniting limitless potential, growing stronger in the face of adversity and emboldened by battle. This was the essence of the combat laws. This aura was not a destructive oppression, but rather a spirited, unyielding, and defiant impulse that challenged all. Sun Wukong felt the saiyan blood within him ignite like gasoline, causing an instantaneous boiling. Unconsciously, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Under this surge, the golden aura of the Super Saiyan was not suppressed. Rather, it soared wildly, as if injected with a potent stimulant, its brilliance becoming even more dazzling. Simultaneously, a powerful impulse originating from the depths of his soul, a yearning to engage in a fierce battle with the ancestor before him, nearly overwhelmed his reason. This was not mere pressure, but a resonance and summoning of battle intent. He let out a muffled groan, forcibly suppressing this impulse, while a silvery essence, belonging to the realm of divine consciousness, emerged with great difficulty, intertwining with the golden flames to form a thin halo, striving to maintain clarity of mind. Sweat drenched his garments, primarily fueled by the explosive desire for combat that had been forcefully ignited. Feel it. The voice of Yamoshi rang like a clarion call upon the battlefield, fervent and powerful. This is my principle of combat. It is not energy, but an indelible imprint etched in the very veins of our scion lineage, traversing the rise and fall of our race. It embodies challenge, resilience, evolution, and victory. It is the essence of our struggle against the heavens and the earth. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, his gaze fixated on Yamoshi's right arm and the space around them. Enveloped by dark golden radiance and an intangible battle intent, he endeavored to perceive it with his spirit. He beheld it. At the core of that dark golden glow, countless runes, fine as the sharpest blades, pulsated with fighting spirit, resilience, evolution, breaking limits, and the ultimate concept of victory, clashing, reorganizing, and evolving. These runes functioned like the most elite warriors, forming an invisible yet absolute domain of combat that enveloped Yamoshi under his commanding will. Within this domain, Yamoshi's own battle intent, reaction speed, explosive power, and potential were elevated to unfathomable heights. The domain itself resembled a colossal forge. Any enemy that entered it would have their battle intent forcibly ignited, twisted, and even turned against themselves, while their attacks would be dissected, adapted, and transformed into sustenance for nurturing Yamoshi's battle spirit. The hard, dark golden skeletal material of the palace floor reverberated as if struck by an invisible warhammer, producing a resonant hum. This is the principle of battle. How formidable! Sun Wukong's heart trembled, his blood surging. This principle was born for combat. It did not seek destruction, but rather the endless ascension within battle, transcending oneself, and ultimately seizing victory. Yamoshi seemed to sense Sun Wukong's enlightenment, and the fiery blood ignited within him. He slowly retracted his right arm. The exhilarating power of the principle of combat receded like a retreating tide, and the dark golden radiance on the palace walls quickly dimmed, returning to its previous state of faint luminescence. The intense surge of battle intent also subsided. Sun Wukong exhaled deeply, feeling as if his body and spirit had undergone a fierce struggle, yet his gaze burned brighter with fervor. This was the power of the ancestor. This was the principle of combat. Chapter 114. The primordial realm Yamosi retracted the oppressive aura of the battle law, and the clamor of war within the palace gradually subsided, leaving only the faint, dark red glow emanating from the scarred walls, alongside the slightly labored breaths of Sun Wukong. However, the fervor of his scion blood and the flame burning in his eyes showed no signs of waning. In the realm of laws, Sun Wukong murmured to himself, his pupils reflecting the phantom of the miniature battlefield that had just unfolded, imbued with an unprecedented yearning. Is this the path that the full spirit must traverse? Indeed. Yamosi's voice regained its weighty resonance, piercing through the dim light to gaze deeply into the very core of Sun Wukong's soul. Yet, the perception of laws and the construction of realms cannot be attained through mere idle meditation. He stepped forward, his crimson hair blazing like an inferno, declaring, "In the exiled lands, life and death struggles abound. The quickest path to enlightenment lies in battle, on the precipice of annihilation, compelling your potential, igniting your will, and reaching for the most authentic pulse of your laws." His words struck like a cold hammer, shattering any lingering fantasies of ease. Crisis serves as the whetstone for willpower, and also as the spark that ignites inspiration. Likewise, crisis is a chasm. For eons, countless prodigies have entered this domain, seeking to comprehend the laws, only to find themselves lost in the essence of power or consumed by chaos, ultimately perishing and becoming the dust that nourishes this forsaken land. Yamosi's tone carried a subtle weight, a testament to the many falls he had witnessed. This path is fraught with peril. All creation hinges upon you. Your will, your comprehension, your instinct for battle, none may be lacking. Sun Wukong listened intently, the signature smile that adorned his face long since vanished, replaced by an unprecedented focus and gravity. He understood that this was no jest. It was a blood-stained road to higher peaks, fraught with thorns and bones. The power of the realm is the tangible territory of your will and laws. Yamosi's voice suddenly rose, as if proclaiming the truths of the universe. When you truly master it, making it as natural as breath, as extended as your limbs, and as steadfast as rock, vast as the sea of stars, creating a realm of your own, within which the cycle of laws flows eternally, then you shall break free from the shackles of the full spirit and step into the primordial realm. The air within the palace seemed to thicken with his words, the dark red glow on the walls dimming slightly, as if in reverence to the realm soon to be unveiled. The primordial realm. Sun Wukong's pupils constricted, his heart racing. The very name bore an indescribable weight, as if it touched upon the very origins of the universe. The primordial realm, Yamosi affirmed, his eyes ablaze with fervor, embodying the pride and power of a true pinnacle warrior. Here we stand, all warriors from the realm of the king, having traversed endless bloodshed and endured trials of life and death, ultimately reaching this profound state. It is the true cornerstone of power capable of contending with the very essence of the chaos demon gods. Only by stepping into this realm can one earn the right to stand upon the core battlefield of this forsaken land, confronting those terrifying entities that originated from the primordial chaos. The chaos demon gods. The true essence. Sun Wukong recalled the harbinger of the end, Finra. That chilling, pure malevolence seemed to linger in his mind once more. To combat such beings, the initial stage is merely a starting point. The primordial is the true force. However, turning the tone grave, Amoxi warned with a heavy caution, Kakarot, remember, in this forsaken land, there are not only pure chaos demon gods. Their power permeates every crevice, akin to the most vile of plagues. Countless beings, eroded and tainted by their might, wander the fringes and depths of this land. They were once formidable beings, perhaps even our comrades. As Amoxi uttered the word comrades, a hint of unspeakable pain and coldness seeped into his voice. They have lost themselves, subjugated by the will of chaos, transformed into monsters that know only destruction and devouring. Their power may not rival the true essence of the demon gods, yet it is equally formidable. Among them, the most exceptional possess destructive capabilities that can rival or even surpass ordinary beings of the divine. Moreover, their numbers are overwhelming, akin to maggots that cling to the bone. Amoxi's gaze sharpened like a blade, piercing through to Sun Wukong. The true chaos demon gods are being restrained at the core abyss of this forsaken land by us, the warriors of primordial realms. And you, as a newly ascended divine being, a warrior yet to establish a domain. Amoxi stepped forward, The heavy pressure emanating from his ancestral bloodline bore down on Sun Wukong once more, but this time, it carried an undeniable reality. What you are about to face are these monsters eroded by chaos. They are the whetstone upon which you shall hone your laws and construct your domain. Likewise, they are the harbingers of death that may drag you into the abyss of annihilation at any moment. We have no time to spare. Your path, your battle, your life and death must be borne by you alone. The weight of reality crashed upon Sun Wukong's heart like a chilling tide. There is no shelter, no helping hand. Only an endless array of formidable foes tainted by chaos. This forsaken land, indeed, as the high priest foretold, is a true dead end. Yet, just as Amoxie anticipated a solemn, even fearful expression on his junior's face, what he beheld was instead a low, guttural laughter emanating from Sun Wukong's throat, gradually escalating into a joyous, wild roar. Ha ha ha! Sun Wukong abruptly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze not with fear, but with a fervor more radiant than the sun's core. That smile was pure, an authentic expression of excitement. A golden aura erupted around him, and the silvery essence of divine power surged forth, the sparks representing creative force flickering vigorously as if infected by their master's fervent emotions. Marvelous! The voice of Sun Wukong trembled with excitement, yet his resolve was as steadfast as a rock. This is the cultivation I yearn for. This is the adversary I seek. Crisis? I have long since become accustomed to it. Frieza, Cell, Majin Buu, Baby, and the one-star dragon. Each of these foes represented a life and death battle for me at the time. But without the pressure of life and death, how could one experience the exhilaration of transcending limits? He clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles crackling like popping beans. His gaze ablaze as it met the astonished and soon transformed into deeper admiration eyes of Yamushi, Ancestor Yamushi. You are indeed correct. The path must be forged by one's own efforts. Life and death peril? Huh, just to my liking. I shall defeat them one by one. I will use their bones to hone my fists. I will temper my will with their chaos. My domain. Sun Wukong's eyes became piercingly sharp, brimming with unparalleled confidence. Destined to be born on this battlefield. Moreover, he would surpass all expectations. The primordial realm? Merely a scenic point on my journey. His words, bold and unrestrained, carried an endearing conviction from deep within and an indomitable fighting spirit. That vibrant vitality and insatiable desire to transcend everything seemed to infuse even the silent ancestral palace with a fresh vigor. Yamushi gazed upon this fearless descendant, filled with fighting spirit, witnessing the battle flame in his eyes that mirrored his own, yet burned with a purer intensity. He beheld the faint yet resolutely flickering star of creation upon him, symbolizing boundless potential. After a moment of astonishment, a smile blossomed on his rock-solid face, clear and unrestrained, filled with pride and joy. Well, 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 Yamushi exclaimed thrice, his voice resonating like a mighty bell, causing the palace to vibrate. His crimson hair dancing wildly, as if ignited by Sun Wukong's fighting spirit. This is the Saiyan lineage. This is worthy of the blood that flows through my veins. Remember your words today? I want to see your realm, Kakarot, shine brilliantly in this land of exile. He suddenly raised his hand, pointing towards the boundless darkness shrouded in turbulent chaos outside the palace, his voice akin to a call to arms. Go forth, my descendant Kakarot. This land, where death and opportunity coexist, shall be your new beginning. Fight, feel, comprehend, transcend. Let me witness the dazzling brilliance that this seed of infinite creation can unleash upon this chaotic soil. Yes, Sun Wukong replied loudly, a golden aura soaring to the heavens, devoid of any hesitation or confusion. He cast one last deep glance at the legendary ancestor, his eyes filled with gratitude and unwavering conviction. Then, he transformed into a golden meteor, tearing through the darkness, propelled by resolute determination and fervent fighting spirit. Charging forth from the ancient palace that symbolized the source of power, breaking free from the safety of the realm constructed by the Omni King's warriors. Plunging into the perilous land of exile, rife with crises yet brimming with infinite possibilities, Yamushi stood still, his gaze piercing through the barriers of the palace, as if tracing the trajectory of a golden stream of light until it vanished into the boundless darkness. The smile on his face gradually faded. Yet the fervor of anticipation and battle in his eyes intensified. Endless transcendence, creation, and an indomitable spirit, he murmured softly, his crimson hair cascading down. Perhaps, High Priest of the All-King, you have indeed awaited the appearance of that hope star capable of bringing an end to all. Within the palace, the dark red scar-like patterns pulsated, reminiscent of the dying embers of an ancient battlefield, quietly awaiting the emergence of a new legend in this forsaken desolation. Meanwhile, deep within the land of exile, it seemed to sense the intrusion of this new star. The chaotic undercurrents surged more violently, and countless malevolent whispers reverberated through the void. The true trial had begun. Chapter 115. The Unknown Powerful Existence. Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of golden light, bursting forth from Yamoshi's oppressive palace and plunging into the boundless chaos of the desolate land of exile. The ground here was fissured, flowing with dark purple magma, while the sky was eternally shrouded in a suffocating yellow haze, swirling with murky chaotic energy. The air was thick with the sense of sulfur, decay, and a disquieting malevolence. He floated in the air, his golden aura strikingly luminous against the dimness, akin to a lighthouse in the night. The Saiyans' keen battle instinct warned him of the immense danger lurking within this silence. Taking a deep breath, he sensed the nascent, silver-white primordial power within him, representing the essence of divinity, alongside the faint glimmers of starlight, the embryonic form of creative energy, filling his heart with exhilarating anticipation. All right, let me discover the first sharpening stone here. Sun Wukong grinned, his eyes ablaze with the spirit of combat. Just as his words hung in the air, the marsh below, teeming with viscous black liquid, suddenly convulsed violently. A thunderous roar, filled with pure destructive intent, shattered the stillness. A colossal shadow erupted from the swamp, enveloped in a stench of foul black mud. Its immense form was cloaked in a twisted, black carapace, resembling a suit of solidified lava armor, with grotesque bone spikes glinting coldly at the joints. Most terrifying was its right arm, entirely composed of writhing, boiling dark purple chaotic energy, emanating a nauseating aura of corrosion. Its head was shrouded in chaotic matter, revealing only 2 points of frenzied, burning scarlet light, fixating intently on Sun Wukong in the air. Impressive. So massive. Sun Wukong's expression sharpened as he instantly transitioned into a combat-ready state. He could sense the frenzied, chaotic aura emanating from his opponent, starkly contrasting with Yamoshi's battle-hungry laws. This was a power that had been twisted and corrupted. There was no intention of communication, as the crimson eyes bore only the desire for annihilation. With a sudden, powerful swing of its colossal chaotic arm, a viscous, light-devouring dark purple energy torrent tore through space, accompanied by a piercing corrosive sound, hurtling directly towards Sun Wukong. So swift. With narrowed pupils, Sun Wukong activated his instantaneous movement. In a flicker, he narrowly evaded the devastating torrent of energy. The torrent brushed past him, sweeping over a severely weathered giant rock mountain, causing the once formidable stone to silently dissolve, vaporizing as if it were mere ice. Such terrifying corrosive power. Sun Wukong's heart trembled. He dared not confront it head-on, immediately transforming into his white god form, darting around the creature at high speed, searching for a flaw. Let us try this. Kamehameha. A brilliant blue orb of energy coalesced in his palm, accompanied by a thunderous roar, and was forcefully hurled at the creature's back. Boom. The immense explosion engulfed the creature's colossal form. However, as the dust settled, the monster merely staggered a step, the hardened black carapace on its back only showing a charred mark, with no substantial damage. What? Such a hard shell. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Roar. The creature, now enraged, swung its chaotic arm like a colossal whip, its speed astonishing. Simultaneously, it opened its gaping maw, enveloped in chaos, releasing a ferocious battle cry infused with chaotic intent. Ugh! Sun Wukong felt as if his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, his senses momentarily blurring. The warrior blood of a Saiyan ignited within him, a surge of destructive impulse nearly overwhelming his sanity. His movements faltered. Just at that moment, the massive chaotic arm was almost upon him. The terrifying aura of corrosion bore down upon him. This is bad. Sun Wukong bit into his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him back to clarity. His argent energy instinctively erupted, and in a critical moment, he crossed his arms defensively before him. While simultaneously channeling the starlight, the power of creation, within him, attempting to form a thin protective layer around his body. Sizzle! The chaotic arm struck fiercely against Sun Wukong's defenses. A piercing corrosive sound echoed. The silver shield trembled violently, the starlight flickering wildly, wavering between brilliance and dimness. Valiantly resisting the horrifying corrosive force, Sun Wukong felt his energy and life force being voraciously consumed. Excruciating pain radiated through his arms. "Ah, hold on," Sun Wukong roared, the argent light soaring into the heavens. He no longer held back, burning his will to the utmost limit. His power and speed surged once again under the pressure of life and death. He exerted himself fiercely, forcing the chaotic arm aside, simultaneously using the recoil to retreat rapidly, creating distance. Looking down, he saw that the fabric of his sleeves had been nearly corroded away, revealing deep wounds that revealed bone. With purple chaotic energy writhing at the edges like a living entity, further eroding his flesh. The agonizing pain ignited the warrior spirit within Sun Wukong. His eyes sparkled with golden light, and he grinned, blood staining his smile. Impressive. Bring it on. This time, it's my turn to attack. No longer hesitating. He elevated his speed to the utmost, transforming into countless silver-white afterimages, launching a tempest of attacks upon the creature from all directions. Fists and energy blasts fell like raindrops, each strike infused with his entire power, striving to uncover the weakness beneath that impenetrable shell. As the fierce battle between Sun Wukong and Goten raged on, the thunderous roar of energy colliding echoed across the desolate plains, causing the very earth to tremble. Suddenly, an entirely new and chilling aura descended without warning. This ominous presence did not emanate from the depths of the core abyss, but rather from the seemingly empty, dimly lit sky above Sun Wukong's head. The space above warped as if a massive stone had been cast into a tranquil pond, causing it to abruptly cave in and distort. Moments later, the fabric of space silently tore apart, not forming mere fissures, but collapsing into a vast, deep circular void that flowed with shadows of pure nothingness. Within this void lay an absolute emptiness, more profound and silent than the deepest recesses of the exile. A colossal, indistinct figure, seemingly composed of swirling dark purple nebulae and the absolute void that devours light, began to emerge from this abyss. Unlike the tangible form of Fenrir, this entity resembled a constantly shifting shadow of a humanoid shape without a fixed outline. Its body was formed from the most profound dark purple nebula, which seemed alive as it gently swirled and flowed, adorned with cold points of light reminiscent of distant, lifeless stars. These points were not sources of illumination, but rather singularities that consumed light itself. Where one would expect a face, there was only a swirling vortex, perpetually collapsing inward, seemingly capable of devouring souls. The center of this vortex was an absolute darkness that, merely by gazing upon it, threatened to draw away one's very essence. Its limbs were not solid, but rather composed of an even more refined shadow of emptiness, their edges indistinct, as if they might merge with the surrounding space at any moment. This figure floated silently beneath the void, devoid of roars or any deliberate display of power. Yet its very existence rendered the surrounding space unnaturally thin and fragile. Light warped and diminished, sound was devoured, and even gravity became chaotic. A bone-chilling coldness, as if it sought to meld existence itself into the endless void, precisely honed in on Sun Wukong. A cold, hollow thought, seemingly emanating directly from the infinite void, resonated in Sun Wukong's mind, laced with a hint of indifferent surprise. Interesting newcomer. Just escaped the clutches of that brutish Fenrir, and instead of quaking in your refuge, you dare to venture onto this wasteland alone? Sun Wukong's body bristled with dread. This aura was bizarre and pure, starkly contrasting with Fenrir's destructive malevolence. It leaned more toward the essence of nothingness. He found himself enveloped by an invisible force, as if trapped in a massive, deflating bubble. His very sense of existence being repelled by the thinning space around him. His movements became exceedingly sluggish, and the flow of his energy was greatly impeded. The tainted creature was utterly crushed by this higher-level pressure, collapsing to the ground, incapable of even whimpering. "Who are you?" Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, his silvery aura flickering like a candle in the wind, struggling against the pervasive sense of repulsion. "I am Chaos, the Lord of the Void and the God of Disorder." That frigid thought carries an indifference that gazes down upon the dust of existence. Your brilliance, in this realm of desolation, is far too glaring and utterly fragile. The fool Fenrir failed to crush you, and that is his dereliction of duty. Thus, Chaos, with an arm forged from the shadows of the abyss, slowly raises a hand, pointing towards Sun Wukong. Instantly, the space before his fingertip grows increasingly tenuous and distorted, as if an invisible prison leading to the void is materializing. Let me render your flicker of light wholly into nothingness, sparing you from inciting unnecessary troubles. Buzz. Sun Wukong feels as though his body and consciousness have been cast into a void of gas, rendering his actions and thoughts painfully sluggish and arduous. Even more terrifying, he senses the bond with this realm being forcibly severed. His vitality, energy, even his very existence is being slowly diluted and extracted by that intangible power of the void. This gradual descent into oblivion evokes a despair deeper than instantaneous annihilation. Move. Sun Wukong roars within, desperately igniting his will, as a silvery radiance flickers wildly upon his surface, striving to breach this invisible cage. Just as he feels he is on the brink of being utterly consigned to nothingness, Chaos, your hand has overstepped its bounds. That voice, clear as a crystalline spring and imbued with boundless majesty and fury, pierces through the dark void like a starlit arrow, resounding with tremendous force. The sound carries an overwhelming might that fills the emptiness. A beam of silver blue light, even more resplendent and concentrated than before, seemingly forged from the compression of an entire galaxy, arrives with the terrifying power to dispel the void and reshape space, instantly tearing through the dim firmament, striking precisely at the space between Chaos and Sun Wukong. Boom! The light beam explodes, not in an explosion, but transforming into a vast, swirling sea of stellar firmament. This celestial ocean, composed of countless radiant star runes, emanates a warm, resilient glow of life and the formidable laws that stabilize space. Wherever the star sea flows, the space tainted by Chaos's power is rejuvenated like parched earth nourished by a gentle rain, instantly becoming abundant and stable. The chilling terror of existence being stripped away is forcibly dispelled by the overwhelming vitality of the stars. A sphere of light emerges. As the brilliance dissipates, a female figure materializes, wielding a spear of starlight, standing proudly at the core of the celestial ocean like a Valkyrie descended from the heavens. Her silver armor gleams magnificently. Silver hair dances wildly in the power of the stars, and sapphire-like eyes burn with icy wrath, fixating intensely on Chaos. Ilia. Chaos's cold thoughts reveal a palpable displeasure at being interrupted, the dark vortex at its head spinning with accelerated intensity. It's you again, disturbing my enjoyment. Chaos, retreat back to your abyss of void. Ilia's voice is frigid, imbued with an undeniable commanding tone, her spear pointed directly at the adversary. As long as I am here, you shall not act with impunity. Meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Chaos emits a shrill cry, akin to the space being forcibly stretched to its limit. A sound that grates upon one's very teeth. With a sudden sweep of its arm, composed of shadows from the void, an even deeper abyssal darkness loomed over Ilia and the sea of stars, as if it could consume all. Wherever this dark veil passed, even the starlight seemed on the verge of extinguishment. Ilia's gaze was as sharp as a blade, and her spear erupted with a blinding silver-blue radiance. The spear tip, resembling a miniature supernova, unleashed a concentrated beam of stellar light, embodying a will to purify the void and invigorate all existence, striking fiercely against the all-consuming darkness. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a chilling sound reminiscent of a searing iron plunging into icy water, evoking a sense of dread. The vast vitality of the stars collided violently with the pure power of the void. At the epicenter of this clash, the space displayed a bizarre phenomenon. One half was vibrant and shimmering with silver-blue stars, while the other half was a chilling, deathly void of dark purple. Both forces voraciously eroded one another, annihilating in their fury. A colossal maelstrom of chaotic energy formed, tearing the surrounding fragile space to shreds, yet continually being mended by the power of the stars. The earth below, under the silent impact of energy waves, crumbled like a sandcastle, vanishing without a sound. Ilia stood resolute at the heart of the starry sea, akin to a stabilizing anchor, her spear unwaveringly channeling the magnificent power of the cosmos. Its brilliance dancing upon her silver armor, staunchly resisting the encroaching void. The body of chaos, formed from nebulas, fluctuated violently amidst the energy clash, flickering as if it might dissolve into the abyss at any moment. It cast a furious glare at Ilia, its course swirling ominously as it turned its attention to the struggling Sun Wukong below, a cold, hollow intent piercing his mind. Little insect, your fortune shall not endure forever. Remember the void, Lord Chaos. Your existence will ultimately be erased by my void. This declaration dripped with icy finality. Subsequently, its colossal, ever-shifting form retreated abruptly, merging into the profound void above, which swiftly contracted and vanished as if it had never existed, leaving behind a haunting sense of emptiness and a faint trace of dark purple stardust in the air. Ilia did not pursue. The sea of stars gradually converged, ultimately transforming into specks of starlight that merged with her spear. She cast a cold, piercing glance at the spot where the void had disappeared before turning her attention downward. Sun Wukong panted heavily, battered and weakened, yet his eyes burned like a blazing sun, fixated on the direction in which chaos had vanished, devoid of fear, only imbued with a more fervent combat spirit. Void Lord Chaos. Ilia's voice rang out, cool and cautionary. Its power is nothingness, starkly different from Fenrir's cataclysmic destruction. The stronger your will, the better you can resist it. Take heed. No sooner had her words fallen than her figure transformed into a silver-blue meteor, slicing through the dim sky, vanishing in an instant. Sun Wukong gasped for breath, etching the name of chaos and the icy force that sought to engulf him in the void deep within his heart. The words of Elia awakened him. Perhaps his will and creativity were the key to countering this force. He shook his head vigorously, suppressing all shock and weakness, his gaze piercing like a sword towards the chaotic monster, now reanimated by chaos's departure, roaring with fury as it charged forward, dragging its broken body. Hee. Sun Wukong grinned, revealing a smile mingled with blood and intense excitement. Though his aura was faint, it burned with greater purity and fervor. One colossal foe after another was truly magnificent. The primordial realm of stars and seas, along with that void lord who sought to erase me. I, Sun Wukong, shall undoubtedly surpass all of you. No longer holding back, he ignited all the remaining power within him, the weary yet resilient strength of a scion, the silver essence that had become even more refined under the erosion of the void. The dazzling starlight of creation flickering defiantly against the encroaching nothingness, and the will that had boiled to its utmost after witnessing the peak battle. All of it was compressed and concentrated between his hands. Giant, this is the final strike. I wager everything. Vanish. Kamehameha waved tenfold. Sun Wukong unleashed a thunderous roar. A super energy wave, unprecedented in its intensity, surged forth with the resolve to shatter all, akin to a spear of light cleaving through chaos, hurtling towards the approaching figure. Boom. The destructive energy erupted instantaneously. The monster's massive form was utterly torn apart from within, akin to a lit powder keg. The raging chaotic energy, mingled with its eroded flesh and blood, transformed into a dark storm that swept through the heavens, wildly unleashing its fury in all directions. The earth was completely overturned and melted, forming a vast, smoldering pit, with dark purple, writhing remnants of chaos flowing at its depths, as if alive. The terrifying shockwave hurled the already weakened Sun Wukong away, like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto a distant slope formed of soft, black volcanic ash, creating a deep crater and stirring up a cloud of ashes. Cough, cough. Chapter 117. The turn of events. Cough, cough, cough. Sun Wukong coughed violently, each breath feeling as though it drew in scalding grit, mingling with thick volcanic ash and the rusty sweetness rising from deep within his throat. He struggled to prop himself up with his still-moving left arm, the viscous black ash sliding off to reveal charred fragments of his martial arts uniform beneath. His right arm hung limply at his side, the wound corroded by the monster's chaotic limb exposing bone, its edges pulsating with a chilling dark purple energy, greedily devouring the remnants of his vitality, bringing an icy numbness that penetrated to the marrow. The golden aura had long since extinguished, the silver light symbolizing his essence dimming to a flicker, like a candle in a torrential storm, wavering uncertainly. Yet in the depths of his eyes, the few glimmers representing the power of creation shone brightly, unwavering like stubborn stars. defiantly flickering with a weak yet unyielding light amidst the intertwining darkness of exhaustion and excruciating pain. He lifted his head, his vision somewhat blurred, the scarlet pupils straining to focus as they pierced through the pervasive smoke, thick with the acrid scent of sulfur and charred remnants. Gazing into the distance at the massive scorched pit that resembled a scar upon the earth, the colossal form of the chaotic beast had vanished entirely, leaving only a viscous, foul, dark purple liquid at the bottom, surging like a boiling toxic mire, exuding a potent aura of decay and devastation. In the air, aside from the searing heat born of energy overload, lingered a haunting sense of void that was impossible to dispel, a chilling mark left by the Lord of the Void, cows, akin to a maggot burrowing into one's bones. This ravaged wasteland, after a brief tumult, succumbed to a suffocating silence, with only the moaning winds stirring the ashes, akin to a dirge played for the souls departed. Gasping, Sun Wukong drew in great breaths, beads of sweat mingling with blood and ash, cascading from his brow, pooling at his chin before dripping into the searing embers below, producing a faint hissing sound. He attempted to clench his left fist, the joints groaned under the strain, and merely performing this motion sent a soul-rending pain through the wound in his right arm, causing his vision to dim. Immobilized, his strength waning, an unprecedented sense of weakness washed over him like a chilling tide, relentlessly battering his burning resolve. The recently unleashed tenfold Kamehameha had not only drained his energy, but seemed to siphon the very strength from every sinew of his being. His body felt as heavy as if filled with lead and mercury, each heartbeat bringing searing pangs of agony. At that moment, a profound and indescribable tremor surged through the air without warning. It seemed as though the very ground of this forsaken realm writhed in anguish. The soft volcanic ash beneath Sun Wukong was suddenly compressed by an invisible, immense force, solidifying into a substance as unyielding as steel. He abruptly raised his head, his scarlet pupils narrowing to pinpricks, a frenzied warning shriek emanating from the depths of his soul. Above the enormous scorched pit, formed from the fallen chaotic beast, the already weakened space twisted violently inward, collapsing with a ferocity akin to a tattered leather hide gripped tightly by an unseen hand. Dark fissures spread like a frenzied spider's web, accompanied by the jarring sounds of cracking and splintering, instantly filling his vision. Boom! The fabric of space shattered completely. A profound passageway, its edges flowing with ominous dark red luminescence, was forcibly torn open. A tumultuous torrent of chaotic energy, imbued with an essence of utter annihilation, erupted forth like a deluge of lava breaching its confines. A scorching wave of heat, laden with the stench of sulfur and rust, surged toward him. A figure emerged, stepping upon the fragments of the fractured space, resembling an ancient demon clawing its way from the depths of a hellish furnace. His towering frame loomed like a moving mountain, nearly half again the height of the usual Sun Wukong, clad in a set of archaic, heavily scarred armor, stained with dark red rust. The shoulder plates were not mere protective gear, but rather grotesque tusks of a colossal beast, jutting outward and gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. In the center of the breastplate, an ancient emblem, marred by countless fissures and now barely discernible, reveals the silhouette of a fractured battle axe embedded within the roaring visage of a beast, symbolizing unadulterated destruction and conquest, yet now sullied by a chaotic, twisted will. Most disquieting is the immense helmet enveloping his entire head, resembling the fossilized skull of an extinct lava dragon, its malevolent maw agape, showcasing the ominous contours of its razor-sharp teeth. Within the eye sockets of the helmet, two spheres of molten rock ignited with murky gold and purple flames, flaring to life like the infernal gaze of a demonic eye emerging from the abyss. Cold, cruel, and indifferent, its gaze, akin to that of a deity surveying mere ants, penetrated the swirling dust and turbulent energies, striking with unerring precision upon the edge of the pit where the struggling Sun Wukong lay. A thunderous roar erupted, a terrifying pressure, though perhaps not on par with the Void Lord Chaos, far surpassed that of the earlier chaotic monstrosity. It descended like the simultaneous eruption of a billion volcanoes long suppressed. The core intent of this overwhelming force was obliteration, to reduce every tangible and intangible thing in sight to the primordial dust. The air thickened to a palpable substance, rendering breathing an arduous feat. Sun Wukong felt as though he had been forcefully slammed into the earth by an invisible, molten lava-covered celestial hand. His recently risen form was mercilessly driven back to the ground by this weighty, star-like pressure. The volcanic ash beneath him compressed to the density of solid iron. He let out a muffled groan, a metallic taste surging in his throat, and spewed forth a torrent of scalding blood that splattered against the black ash. A jarring crimson contrast. His body, already on the verge of collapse, groaned under this sheer physical annihilation, as if it would shatter into pieces at any moment. Those two molten, golden-purple eyes, like frigid probes, slowly scanned over Sun Wukong's battered form, gliding past his dimming silver luminescence, ultimately resting upon the horrific wound on his right arm, where chaos energy had mercilessly eroded flesh down to the bone. A low, raspy sound emerged from beneath the menacing lava dragon helmet, akin to two molten cores of stars grinding against one another, each syllable imbued with a chilling resonance and a palpable sense of power, causing the air to hum. The voice of Goten, a wretched chaotic beast solely devoted to consumption and destruction, bore no anger, only an extreme indifference and disdain for the weakness of others. Akin to a deity observing the ants beneath its feet, had a mere newborn insect truly torn him asunder? It seemed to articulate an absurd reality. The molten gaze refocused upon Sun Wukong, its stare like dripping magma, searing his skin and soul. How intriguing, the raspy voice echoed once more, tinged with a cruel delight, as if discovering a new and fascinating toy. Though faint as a flickering candle in the wind, the essence of this energy was undeniable. Chapter 118. Rebirth in Despair. Though faint as a flickering candle in the wind, the essence of this energy permeated the air. He seemed to inhale deeply, exhaling a scorching breath tinged with the acrid scent of sulfur, accompanied by a nauseating aura of rebirth. He paused momentarily, savoring the repugnant sensation, laced with the stench of saiyan blood. Slowly, he raised a massive hand clad in heavy, dark red armor. The palm was colossal, with knuckles adorned by crystallized energy resembling solidified magma. Merely lifting this hand caused the surrounding space to emit a subtle, glass-like groan, while slender, black fissures in the air flickered momentarily. "Report your name, insect," the voice commanded, unwavering and imbued with the will to obliterate, reminiscent of a declaration before the final judgment. Gritting his teeth, Goku felt blood seep from his gums. He braced himself against the ground, which felt as unyielding as an anvil, resisting the crushing weight that threatened to shatter his very soul. Veins bulged in his neck as he struggled to lift his head. His crimson pupils burned with an indomitable flame, akin to diamonds forged in a volcanic hell, defiantly meeting the two burning, golden-purple eyes. "I am Son Goku, Saiyan Kakarot." Each word burst forth from his searing chest, laced with heated fervor, yet resonating with a steadfast resolve that pierced through the oppressive aura of destruction. Goku Kakarot. The hoarse voice savored these names, and beneath the lava helmet, an ambiguous, rumbling laughter echoed, reminiscent of thunder rolling over a seething lava pool. Suddenly, the voice rose sharply, like the clarion call of death, imbued with the thrill of pure annihilation and the satisfaction of finding worthy prey, reverberating across the desolate wasteland. "I am Garusa, once the conqueror of the lava star domain of the Omni King's world. Now, I am the sovereign of lava and obliteration, a devotee of the ultimate power of chaos. Your struggles and vestiges of energy are worthy to become my quarry. Let me grant you complete annihilation as the final chapter of your entry into this realm." He revealed his origin, a once-conquering tyrant now reduced to a servant and embodiment of chaotic power. Garusa's massive hand opened suddenly. Within its palm, an exquisite, dark red radiance, pure to the extreme and profound as the blood of solidified stars, coalesced abruptly. This light did not emanate the searing heat of an impending explosion. Rather, it radiated a chilling will to drag all into the abyss of silence. The space surrounding the light became instantly blurred and distorted, resembling the wavering heat of high temperatures, yet imbued with a sense of despairing disintegration. The air was compressed to its utmost, emitting a shrill shriek. Without any preparatory charge, the dark red light suddenly expanded and elongated, transforming into a condensed scarlet energy beam. The beam, no thicker than a bull's rim, moved at a speed that transcended thought. It silently tore through the fabric of space, disintegrating the very dust suspended in the air, leaving behind a straight, bizarrely twisted vacuum trail in its wake. The target is aimed directly at Sun Wukong's heart. Pure strength, pure destruction. There is no embellishment, only an absolute will to completely obliterate the target from a physical standpoint. The aura of annihilation engulfs him. This level of power far surpasses the previous Garodian. This is an assault capable of erasing him from the very essence of existence. Galusa's method of attack perfectly embodies the direct and brutal truth of the chaotic power he venerates. Move now? Sun Wukong silently roars within. The instinct for survival and the indomitable will of a Saiyan ignite to their utmost at this moment. He frantically squeezes every remnant of strength from within. The weary blood of the Saiyan boils and roars. The dim silver essence burns on the brink of death. However, the grave injuries to his body and the depletion of energy slow him down for that fatal instant. The crimson beam of destruction is upon him. The shadow of death envelopes him completely. It is too fast. So fast that he can only cross his left arm over his chest, while his right arm, in agonizing pain, can barely lift a fraction. He cannot even muster the faintest flicker of creation, relying solely on instinct. He covers his arms with the last vestige of silver energy. Sizzle. There is no earth-shattering explosion. Only a horrifying sound akin to countless intricate crystalline structures being instantaneously ground into powder by an overwhelming force. The crimson beam crashes violently against Sun Wukong's crossed arms. The anticipated excruciating pain does not strike him immediately, but a more terrifying experience shocks him in an instant. He vividly perceives that the thin layer of silver energy shield enveloping his arms, upon contact with the crimson beam, shatters like fragile ice colliding with a colossal meteor hammer. Within that energy shield, countless fine energy veins, embodying concepts of solidity, protection, and energy circulation, flicker and fluctuate under the impact of the crimson beam. Then fracture and collapse inch by inch. Each rupture of an energy vein feels as if a portion of his very life essence is being forcibly extracted. It brings forth an intense sensation of tearing from the core of his energy and an agonizing pain to his soul. Even more terrifying is the crimson beam itself. As Sun Wukong's heightened sensitivity, triggered by excruciating pain and the experience of near death, sharpens, he realizes that the core of the crimson beam is not merely a flow of pure energy, but a cataclysmic torrent composed of innumerable smaller, more intricate, and far older terrifying dark red energy imprints. Each of these imprints brims with a pure will to destroy. They whirl, collide, and annihilate in a frenzy. The essence of the power they represent is disintegration, shattering, and the obliteration at the particle level, a complete collapse of order. They swarm like countless ravenous ants of destruction, voraciously devouring and decomposing the remaining protective energy on his arms, his flesh, and his bones at an unimaginable speed. The flesh at the crossing point of his arms instantaneously carbonizes and vanishes, revealing stark white bones, which, under the corrosion of the crimson imprints, are etched with spiderweb-like cracks. An unimaginable agony inundates Sun Wukong like a tsunami. The agony of having one's body forcibly dismantled at the most microscopic level is unbearable. He could even hear the lamentations of his cells being crushed at the energy level. The bones at the intersection of his crossed arms emitted a chilling, minute-cracking sound under the frenzied erosion of the crimson mark. His consciousness, under the impact of excruciating pain, began to blur and dissipate, as if on the verge of being dragged into eternal darkness. Death. Never had it been so vivid, so imminent, just as his awareness was about to succumb entirely. In the icy grip of pain and death, after witnessing the energy mark that constituted the crimson beam, representing ultimate devastation, a profound silence deep within his veins. The very essence of his soul was ignited. Buzz. Chapter 119. The Wrath of Galusa. Buzz. Within the ravaged body of Sun Wukong, it felt as though a star had been detonated. Those once dim and flickering, like a candle in the wind, remnants of creation suddenly erupted into an unimaginable brilliance of silver light. This radiance did not emanate outward from within. Rather, it first ignited in the depths of every cell and every strand of remaining energy within him. It was as if billions of tiny stars awakened simultaneously within his near-collapsing body, igniting. This newfound power bore an essence utterly contrary to Galusa's destructive crimson, imbued with infinite potential and vitality. It was not a passive defense, but embodied a fierce instinctive resistance and a voracious desire to consume destruction and death. The agonizing pain still clawed at his nerves, yet under the illumination of this explosive silver radiance, the twisted visage of Sun Wukong, marred by suffering, revealed a pair of crimson pupils that suddenly constricted to their utmost limit. In the depths of those pupils was reflected not merely the destructive beam, but rather the countless dark red marks of devastation, madly swirling, colliding, and annihilating at the core of that beam. Each mark's form, the trajectory of its flow, and the ripples of power unleashed upon collision were indelibly etched into the depths of his burning will with unprecedented clarity. It was as if the shadow of death had sharpened his insight into the essence of power. So this is how the power of destruction operates. A revelation struck him like lightning through his darkening consciousness. Almost simultaneously with the birth of this revelation, rumble between the crossed arms of Sun Wukong. At the core point nearly obliterated by the frenzied erosion of the crimson beam, a point of pure, indescribably brilliant silver light suddenly ignited. Following this, the silver light exploded outward, rotating like the singularity at the dawn of the universe. A miniature vortex of silver energy, composed of countless smaller, more agile elements. Brimming with the essence of construction, rebirth, cycles, and infinite possibilities, materialized from thin air. At the center of this vortex stood the resolute core of will resisting annihilation, where Sun Wukong's arms shielded. The moment this silver vortex appeared, it was as if a greedy celestial beast of the cosmos had opened its colossal maw. Whoosh! The originally unstoppable, wildly destructive crimson beam of light, upon contact with the edge of the silver vortex, was suddenly drawn in by an irresistible, powerful force. The dark red energy marks that composed the crimson beam, imbued with a will for destruction, were as if caught in an invisible millstone. They struggled and collided wildly within the silver vortex, attempting to annihilate the newly born silver energy with their own destructive power. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. Those seemingly fragile silver energy vortices, upon encountering the dark red marks of destruction, not only did not perish but instead entwined themselves around it, as if they were living nebulae. The silver radiance spread rapidly along the structure of the dark red marks, permeating with the vitality of a living light flow. In the clarity of Sun Wukong's perception, he witnessed the dark red marks, now permeated by the silver light flow, having their pure will for destruction forcibly decomposed. A portion of the rampant destructive energy was directly absorbed and transformed by the silver vortex, injected into the vortex itself like fuel, making it spin even more ferociously, with an even greater pull. The remaining portion was stripped of its core of destructive will, reverting to a more primitive and chaotic energy particle, which was then forcibly twisted and restructured by the powers of construction and rebirth contained within the vortex. The crimson destructive beam, capable of annihilating stars, had now become the nourishment for this nascent silver vortex. As the silver vortex voraciously devoured the destructive energy, it expanded and solidified at a visible rate. It spun, emitting a deep and vibrant hum, resembling a newborn, ravenous giant beast of the starry sea, greedily sucking the milk of destruction. The resplendent silver light illuminated Sun Wukong's battered, blood-stained face, shining brightly in his fervent gaze, while also illuminating the 2 points of molten gold and purple in Beerus's helmet, suddenly frozen in astonishment and rage. What? A roar filled with incredulity and a profound sense of offense erupted from beneath Beerus's fearsome molten helmet like a thunderclap. The hoarse voice, distorted by extreme fury, became extraordinarily shrill. His massive form, clad in heavy armor, trembled violently. The molten gold and purple eyes fixated intensely on the silver vortex, madly spinning and consuming his destructive beam, the flames of molten rock within burning fiercely, as if about to erupt. Stealing, a mere insect, having just entered the realm of the divine and barely stepping into the threshold of death, dares to steal the source of destruction from me, the molten core tyrant Garusa? The rage in his voice was akin to millions of volcanoes on the verge of eruption. He stepped forward, and the cracked earth beneath him was instantly molten, forming a vast pit flowing with dark red magma. A tempest of violent dark red flames surged uncontrollably from the seams of his heavy armor, creating a tumultuous wave of destruction behind him. The temperature of the entire wasteland soared dramatically. Unforgivable. Garusa was utterly furious. He no longer maintained that cold, predatory stance. The enormous hand, shrouded in dark red energy, suddenly clenched into a fist. The sinewy muscles of his arms bulged beneath the ancient armor, causing the plates to creak ominously. A wave of energy, far more terrifying and refined than the previous crimson beam, seemed poised to drag the very fabric of space-time into the abyss of destruction, furiously converging and compressing upon his tightly clenched fist. The core of this energy was as profound as the most tainted molten core of the earth, emanating a despairing aura that made the charred wasteland tremble, causing the very space around it to fissure extensively. "Let me be reduced to cosmic dust, you wretched creature." Galusa proclaimed the ultimate declaration of annihilation. His colossal fist, imbued with a terrifying destructive force and an absolute will to obliterate, tore through the heavens like a blazing doomsday meteor, hurtling downward towards the silver vortex that continued to voraciously consume the crimson energy, its radiance growing ever more resplendent, along with the broken, yet fervently determined figure behind it. Striking down with tremendous force, the very air seemed to shatter like fragile glass under the onslaught. A storm of destruction was poised to engulf everything. Chapter 120. A Great Crisis, New Foes, Mental Erosion. Just as Galusa's fist, charged with the power of annihilating stars, was about to descend in its entirety, the terrifying pressure felt like millions of molten mountains crashing down, pinning Sun Wukong firmly against the crumbling, melting rock layers, causing even the solid obsidian beneath him to groan under the burden, transforming into a scorching river of magma. The air was compressed to an extreme, emitting a piercing shriek, while the vision was completely filled with that pure destructive dark red, and the shadow of death loomed ominously. It was at this moment a voice, strikingly different yet equally lethal, slithered into Sun Wukong's mind like the cold, slick hiss of a venomous snake, penetrating the depths of his consciousness, which was tumultuous with agony, energy depletion, and the struggle against Galusa. What a painful struggle, little scion. This voice did not travel through the air, but resonated directly in his mind. Ethereal and elusive, it carried a non-human rhythm, yet imbued with a chilling despair that penetrated to the marrow, like the biting frost that condenses on the petals of withered flowers in the depths of a frigid winter night, instantly freezing the flow of thought. Look at you, battered and exhausted, your very existence teetering on the brink beneath this chaotic pressure, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. The voice bore a near-lyrical compassion, each syllable striking precisely at Sun Wukong's most vulnerable nerves. Accompanying this whisper, his spirit jolted violently. An intangible chill, as if capable of freezing the soul, enveloped his entire consciousness in an instant. This was not the physical weight of Galusa's might, but an insidious mental erosion and corruption. Before him, uncontrollable and vivid, distorted illusions emerged, the gaping wounds on his arms, revealing deep bone, rotted swiftly, expanding as dark purple chaotic energy gnawed at them like ravenous maggots. The flesh around the wounds rapidly turned a deathly gray, flaking away like burned paper ash, exposing even paler, cracked bones, with fissures visibly spreading. Simultaneously, he acutely felt the remnants of his silver-white primal energy, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, draining away at an alarming rate through countless holes, evoking a visceral sense of emptiness and terror, as if his very essence were being siphoned away. Deeper visions followed. The apocalyptic molten fist of Galusa crashing down, his shattered body disintegrating like fragile porcelain into the finest dust, completely scattered and obliterated by the ferocious energy of destruction, leaving no trace of existence. A profound sense of fatigue and surrender, nearly irresistible, surged from the depths of his soul, entwining around his burning will like toxic vines, choking him almost to the point of suffocation. Creation? What a laughable and futile delusion. The haunting voice continued to whisper, imbued with a condescending, morbid pity, as if a deity were looking down upon struggling ants. You attempt to forge rebirth and ignite the spark of hope, yet behold this forsaken land, behold us, the fallen. Everything you have created is merely sustenance for the chaotic feast, destined to be devoured, dissolving into deeper despair, like me, like all souls that once harbored hope, whose ultimate fate is nothing but eternal lament and darkness. The voice washed over Sun Wukong's spirit like cold tides, eroding the dam of his resolve. Accompanied by this despairing murmur, The visions before him abruptly shifted. No longer was it the scene of his own destruction, but rather the most cherished and dreaded sight. The azure earth, akin to a glass sphere submerged in strong acid, rapidly dissolving amidst the surging dark purple chaotic waves, shattering. The bustling western capital crumbled into ruins, the towering Baozi mountain collapsing in silence. Bulma's face twisted in terror and despair within the energy storm, while the figures of Chi-Chi and Xiao Fong turned to ash under the relentless erosion of chaos. Gohan, Piccolo, Vegeta, all his comrades, every familiar visage, vanished one after another into the void, consumed by the wails of despair. These illusions, though not entirely clear, bore an overwhelming spiritual impact and emotional resonance, piercing the softest, most fearful corners of his heart. They magnified his anguish over loss, his guilt for being unable to protect, and the profound helplessness in confronting the terrifying Galusa. Their sole purpose was to utterly shatter his will to resist, plunging him into the abyss of despair. "Give in, Kakarot." The voice softened yet bore an even more chilling temptation. Lay down this futile resistance, relinquish this burdensome responsibility, and release this heart-wrenching anguish. Embrace the chaotic lament, for it shall soothe all your wounds. In the eternal, dreamless slumber, forget all. Your struggle will only draw you deeper into a colder abyss, where even despair becomes a luxury. This voice, akin to the sweetest poison, strikes at the very core of Sun Wukong's mental defenses. This insidious assault from the spiritual realm arrives so abruptly, so treacherously. It does not directly challenge Sun Wukong's energy defenses. Rather, it acts like a surgeon's precise scalpel, piercing deeply into his most vulnerable emotional core at the moment when his will is tautest, his spirit battered, and on the brink from confronting Garusa. It exploits his extreme physical frailty, the sense of helplessness against a formidable foe, and the profound longing and protective instincts for his distant homeland and loved ones, twisting this fervent emotion into a blade that shatters his resolve. It seeks to obliterate his fighting spirit from within as he valiantly counters Garusa's physical annihilation, coaxing him to relinquish his resistance, and even tempting him to embrace the seemingly liberating chaos of destruction. Sun Wukong emits a suppressed groan of pain, his body shuddering violently. His spiritual sea feels as if plunged into a frigid abyss, the violent turbulence nearly rendering him unconscious. The silver energy vortex, which he desperately maintained while converting Garusa's destructive beams, begins to fluctuate wildly due to this sudden mental blow, its spinning slowed abruptly, and the brilliant silver light dimming momentarily. More perilous still, his concentrated will to combat Garusa's annihilating strike wavers and falters under this spiritual shock. The already precarious defense reveals a gaping, potentially fatal flaw. Garusa's devastating fist has seized upon this fleeting moment of hesitation, its power surging with renewed ferocity as it crashes down. Who dares? In the tumultuous waves of his spiritual sea, Sun Wukong unleashes a silent roar, filled with fury and defiance. The golden flame of his indomitable scion spirit blazes wildly at the core of his consciousness, striving to dispel the despairing whispers and terrifying illusions that cling to him like maggots. He suddenly whips his head around, his crimson pupils nearly weeping blood from the excruciating pain and rage, his gaze like two swords tearing through the void, piercing with astonishing penetration into a distorted expanse. Dimmed by the shockwave of energy, there, the space ripples like a stone cast upon water, creating visible waves tinged with an eerie green hue. At the center of these ripples, a figure emerges, like a specter rising from the depths of the sea, quietly materializing. She hovers in midair, her form slender and delicate, faintly reminiscent of a once graceful silhouette, now exuding a disquieting aura of decay and bone-deep sorrow. The tattered robe, once perhaps woven from the most exquisite celestial silk, now bears stains resembling dark, congealed tears, akin to desiccated blood, deep in hue, almost pitch black. It exudes an air of decay and withering, reminiscent of a sacred flower forcibly plucked from its branch and trampled in the mud for a millennium. Her visage, under the dim light, faintly reveals traces of a once breathtaking beauty, now grotesquely distorted. Her delicate features are overtaken by an agony so profound, her brows knitted tightly, and her lips pressed into a downward curve, embodying an endless sorrow. Yet, atop this profound suffering lies a peculiar, morbid expression of compassion, as if pitying the folly of all earthly struggles, imbued with a nauseating sense of detachment. Most striking are the 3 pairs of luminous wings unfurling slowly from her back. These are not the sacred wings of an angel, but rather a bizarre formation of countless twisted, dark golden thorns intertwined with flowing strands of energy, radiating a chilling green light. They resemble tattered butterfly wings or dying sea creature tentacles, silently undulating in the air, stretching forth. With each subtle flutter, countless particles of shimmering, eerie green light cascade from them. These motes seem alive, drifting languidly through the air, imparting an unsettling, sinister hue to the light that passes through, emanating faint yet soul-piercing waves of spiritual pollution. Her eyes are the most chilling aspect of her countenance. There are no pupils, no whites, only 2 streams of dark golden liquid, thick and tar-like, perpetually gushing silently from her sockets, trickling down her pallid cheeks devoid of any color. This substance is not tears, but a highly concentrated, chaotic creation imbued with potent spiritual toxins. Merely gazing upon it feels as though it could siphon away the warmth of one's soul. She tilts her head slightly, with an almost innocent curiosity, gazing down at the struggling Sun Wukong, who, under the weight of the Garuza's destructive fist, battles against both the physical pressure and her mental encroachment. The corners of her mouth, coated in the dark golden liquid, seem to slowly curl upwards, forming a hauntingly beautiful yet chillingly cold arc. Her voice, ethereal and despairing, directly intertwines with Sun Wukong's spirit. I am Seraphina. The sound carries a distant echo, as if hailing from a long-extinguished realm of beauty. Once a guardian of the nebula of hope, now her voice sharpens into a piercing lament. The thorn wings behind her quivering violently, showering more eerie green motes. I am the mournful wailer of chaos, the dream weaver of the abyss of despair. Your pain is so clear, so searing, I feel it deeply. Her tone shifts suddenly to one of gentleness, imbued with a nearly hypnotic allure. So let it go, Kakarot. Allow me to help you end this endless struggle and suffering, returning to eternal tranquility. Chapter 121, The Arrival of Ultra Wukong. As Sun Wukong endured the relentless assault from Galusa, his body was on the brink of collapse, while simultaneously, he faced the mental invasion from Serenia. The dual torment caused the veins on his forehead to bulge, and his body was marred with wounds. The power of creation slowly began to mend his injuries. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong struggled to speak. What nonsense. This world holds everything I cherish. Chi-Chi, Gohan, Fong, Vegeta, Bulma. There's no way I will allow you to destroy it all. With every word, his aura intensified, driving Serenia's mental assault from his mind. What? How could this happen? Serenia was taken aback. For the first time, her methods had failed against someone who had just entered the realm of divine consciousness. Galusa nearby erupted into mocking laughter. Ha ha ha. Serenia, your beguiling tactics are no match for the sheer force of strength. Stung by Galusa's taunts, Serenia felt a surge of frustration. Silence. You brute. All you know is to fight with raw power. You possess no understanding of the elegance of battle without bloodshed. On the battlefield, Starflame inquired, Amozi, do we really not need to intervene? This level of attack is beyond what he can endure right now. Do not worry. He will not surrender so easily. Besides, our opponent is right there. Amozi replied, casting his gaze towards the direction of the Chaos Demon, his voice brimming with confidence in their comrade. With us here, they cannot stir any tempest. Do not underestimate them. I have a nagging feeling they are plotting something. Whatever they are scheming, it poses no threat. The conversation took a turn. The last time that Saiyan came, you did not express such concern. It seems you have high hopes for this newcomer. Indeed, he is the most likely to become the key to breaking the stalemate. Starflame redirected his focus to Sun Wukong. Suddenly, Amozi seemed to sense something. A slight smile gracing his lips. It appears we need not worry anymore. As the two conversed, Galusa's attack descended. Having just endured a fierce battle, Sun Wukong was utterly exhausted and could no longer resist this formidable force. Damn it. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in despair as he could only watch the impending attack draw near. A myriad of images flashed through his mind, leaving him with a single regretful thought. Chi-Chi, I'm sorry. It seems I have spoken too soon. With that, he slowly closed his eyes, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. The attack drew ever closer, and Sun Wukong could feel the searing energy. In that crucial moment, he heard a familiar voice call out. Kamehameha. A wave of familiar energy deflected Galusa's strike, sending it crashing into the ground far away, splitting the earth as it landed, creating a chasm that seemed bottomless, akin to an abyss. Phew, just in time. A voice echoed from a distance, filled with relief. Who is it? Galusa and Serenia turned in unison toward the source of the sound, their faces etched with disbelief as they recognized the newcomer. It is impossible. You clearly see Sun Wukong, who has turned his head toward the ground, gasping for breath. At that moment, Sun Wukong fortuitously cast his gaze toward the source of the sound, a faint smile gracing his lips. You have finally arrived. Well, we agreed to engage in battle together. How could I let you face this peril alone? Ha ha. I knew you would make it. A figure with flowing purple hair appeared, adorned with runes on the forehead akin to those of Sun Wukong. Indeed, it was the transcendent Sun Wukong, who had breached the realm of divine mastery just in time to rescue his counterpart. Upon arriving in the realm of exile, he sensed Wukong's fighting spirit and utilized instant transmission to arrive just as Galusa's attack descended. However, after Wukong spoke, he could no longer sustain himself and began to collapse to the ground. In an instant, a figure flashed from afar, appearing beside Sun Wukong to support him. Hang in there, the transcendent Wukong exclaimed as he infused his own energy into Wukong. With the aid of this power, Wukong's own strength began to mend his body at a frenzied pace. The sparkles of creation's power radiated with a brilliant glow once more. Perhaps influenced by the transcendent Wukong's energy, Wukong's strength visibly surged back to life, restoring itself at an astonishing rate until he regained his peak form. With a deep breath, Wukong felt the transformation within his body, astonished by the rapid recovery. He solemnly expressed his gratitude to the transcendent Wukong, saying, "Thank you." The transcendent Wukong waved his hand dismissively with a playful smile. "Don't mention it. You have saved me countless times." Wukong refrained from further words and instead focused on Galusa, declaring, "You truly gave me a thorough thrashing just now. Let the battle resume." As they beheld the fully restored Wukong, reignited with the spirit of battle, Galusa and Serenia were suddenly engulfed by unease. Yet, this feeling was quickly suppressed as their gazes fixated intensely on the newly appeared transcendent Wukong, whose form was enveloped in purple flames, adorned with the same red runes on his forehead as Wukong. The profound aura of divine mastery emanated from him, weighing heavily upon the hearts of the two adversaries like an invisible hammer. No, it cannot be. Galusa's molten helmet-concealed eyes shrank and flickered, his voice trembling with incredulity. Two Saiyans, two Sun Wukongs. Both have entered the realm of divine mastery. His massive form swayed slightly, the lava-riddled ground beneath him cracking deeper with each step. This was utterly beyond his comprehension. The realm of divine mastery, a pinnacle seldom attained even across countless epochs. The existence of two beings of the same race and name achieving this feat simultaneously was unfathomable. Serenia's mask of sorrow shattered completely, replaced by a twisted expression of shock mingled with a barely perceptible fear. The dark golden liquid flowing from her began to appear as if it had momentarily solidified. This defies all logic," she screamed, her voice no longer ethereal, but filled with a jarring panic. "What does this signify? Dare she not contemplate further?" The potential lurking beneath sent tremors through her very soul. This is no mere coincidence. With the assistance of Super Saiyan, Goku regained his composure, the silvery radiance of his creative essence swirling steadily around him, each star-like glimmer more resplendent than before. He felt the surge of power within, and though he harbored a flicker of confusion at Galusa's exclamation, the consuming fervor of battle eclipsed all else. His crimson pupils, akin to molten gold, fixed coldly upon Selene. What it signifies, I cannot discern. Goku's voice struck like ice upon stone, infused with an intensity of suppressed rage. Yet, I shall not spare you. Especially not you. Chapter 122. The battle commences. Goku abruptly raised his hand, his fingertip pointed resolutely at Selene. To wield those I hold dear as weapons against me is utterly unforgivable. Each word resonated with unwavering resolve, his protective will igniting like a tangible flame, incinerating the desolation Selene had sought to cultivate. Standing beside Goku, Super Saiyan's violet locks danced without wind, his aura of purple flames steady yet brimming with explosive power. His face bore that iconic, battle-hungry grin, his gaze fiercely fixed on Galusa. "Hey, big guy, your opponent is me." Let me see just how much punishment you can endure. His tone was nonchalant, yet imbued with immense confidence and challenge. Gotenks forcibly broke free from his astonishment, fury swiftly replacing his bewilderment. Arrogance. What are two insects to me? Before the might of chaos, they are merely stubborn stones awaiting obliteration. Selene, this newcomer with violet hair, is mine. I shall personally forge him anew. He roared, his colossal molten fist clenching once more as a more ferocious dark golden chaotic lava energy began to coalesce, the surrounding space warping and melting under the searing heat. Emitting a hissing lament, Selene, suppressing her own unease, allowed a twisted semblance of compassion and coldness to return to her visage. As you wish, Gotenks. I shall ensure this obstinate scion descends into an abyss of endless torment. Her thorn wings unfurled behind her, emerald light swirling forth like a tempest of snow, enveloping a vast area in an instant. Selene struck first. Descend. Let the lament resonate as blossoms wither. She gracefully extended her arms, as if conducting a silent elegy. The deluge of emerald light suddenly thickened, transforming into a palpable fog of sorrow that instantaneously sealed off the space surrounding Goku. Countless twisted thorns, composed of pure mental toxins and despairing thoughts, surged forth from the mist, barbed and ensnaring toward Goku. Simultaneously, a sorrowful wail, tenfold more intense than before, erupted within Goku's mind. No longer mere whispers, but a tempest of anguished cries from myriad souls converging into a spiritual storm. Fragments of clearer, more brutal illusions shattered his earth, beloved ones perishing, and himself transforming into a skeleton amidst solitude and despair, images piercing his mind like the sharpest of icicles. Humph! Such tricks will not avail against me. Wukong's crimson pupils erupted with a remarkable brilliance of will. He did not shy away from the encroaching thorns of despair. Instead, he stepped forward. The power of creation cleansed his spirit. The silvery radiance enveloping his form abruptly converged inward, not as a defensive measure, but coalesced above his head into a heart lamp, pure and warm, crafted solely from the luminous stars of creation. The flickering flame emitted a gentle yet extraordinarily resilient silver glow. Wherever this luminescence graced, the viscous miasma of sorrow swiftly melted away like snow under the fierce sun. The encircling thorns of despair hissed and writhed in agony upon touching the silvery light, retreating in torment as if they were living entities. The terrifying storm of souls and visions of despair within his consciousness, under the warm illumination of the heart lamp, dissipated like phantoms exposed to sunlight, emitting silent wails as they faded away. What? Serenia screamed in disbelief. Her most potent psychic assault had been forcefully dispelled by this purifying force. The radiance of the heart lamp was so warm that it pierced her very soul. It was my turn. Wukong's gaze hardened, and seizing the moment Serenia was shaken, he transformed into a silver flash, tearing through the ethereal green mist. The fist of creation shattered deception. His right fist, enveloped in resplendent silver starlight, sought not mere physical destruction but embodied the essence of clarity and hope, striking directly at Serenia's chest, where his fist traversed. The lingering green luminescence and despairing thoughts were forcibly swept away, leaving behind a trail of pure energy. Serenia shrieked as the thorny wings behind her furiously converged, weaving into a dark shield adorned with vicious spikes before her. Boom! The silver fist crashed against the shield. No earth-shattering explosion erupted, only a crystalline sound reminiscent of shattering glass. The shield, forged from despairing thoughts, crumbled beneath the vitality and will of creation within his fist, fracturing like fragile glass. Serenia let out a muffled groan, her body sent reeling from the impact, dark golden liquid oozing from her lips, and the torment etched upon her face deepened. For the first time, her gaze towards Wukong was filled with genuine apprehension and an inkling of fear she herself had not recognized. This science will and the power of creation utterly countered her path of despair. However, though Wukong had temporarily subdued Serenia, it was merely due to her momentary lapse in caution. After all, Wukong was still a novice in the realm of the divine, while Serenia had long since delved deeply into it. Almost simultaneously with Wukong's assault, Super Wukong made his move. Huh! With a thunderous roar, purple flames surged into the sky like a supernova. He eschewed any flamboyance, opting for the most ferocious and direct offensive approach. His body transformed into a purple meteor, tearing through space with an unstoppable momentum, covering thousands of meters in an instant. His right fist clenched, compressing the destructive purple energy to its utmost. Crashing down upon Garusa's chest, clad in molten armor. The swiftness and ferocity of the assault rendered the air itself to emit a resounding roar as if it were being torn asunder. Here it comes, the insect. Garusa bellowed, unwavering and unflinching, as his colossal fist, ablaze with dark, golden molten energy, surged forth. The molten core's heavy fist collided with the star core in a cataclysmic explosion. Two disproportionately sized fists, each imbued with distinct yet equally terrifying power, collided with an audacious ferocity. A thunderous sound, beyond description, erupted forth, reminiscent of two neutron stars colliding at the speed of light. At the epicenter of the collision, space initially collapsed inward into a minuscule black hole singularity, followed by a visible ring-shaped shockwave, infused with a frenzied violet radiance and annihilating dark gold, erupting like an apocalyptic tsunami, sweeping outward at a velocity surpassing sound. The earth below, already in ruins, was plowed through by an invisible, titanic plow. The rocks, molten lava, and deep craters left from the previous battle within a radius of thousands of meters were obliterated and swept away as if they were mere sandcastles. An enormous ring-shaped crater, exceeding 10 kilometers in diameter and unfathomably deep, was formed in an instant. The rocks lining the pit's walls melted into a glass-like state under extreme heat, emanating a blinding red glow and thick plumes of smoke. At the heart of the shockwave, Garusa's massive form was jolted backward, staggering a step from the concentrated impact generated by Ultra Goku. The heavy molten armor covering his fist was marred by a network of intricate cracks. His molten helmet's magical eyes were filled with astonishment. What incredible power! Chapter 123, Fierce Battle. Garusa's golden-purple magical gaze narrowed sharply, fixating on the web-like cracks spreading across his gauntlet, before turning to the figure a few hundred meters away, steadfast amidst the swirling molten smoke, with a violet aura blazing fiercely like an active volcano. The sensations in his arm were not merely numbing. They were a tremor that shook the very core of his power. The pure destructive force encapsulated within that violet fist scorched against his prideful chaotic molten energy like a red-hot iron branding his flesh. Entering the realm of the fully awakened was merely the beginning. Garusa's hoarse voice resembled two burning stellar cores grinding against each other, filled with incomprehensible astonishment. What is this power of yours? It is far from ordinary destruction. He keenly sensed the destructive aura surging within Ultra Goku's violet flame, contrasting starkly with the disintegration power amplified by his chaotic molten core and diverging from the erasure that bore the order of a god of destruction. It was a force more primal, more untamed, as if it were the very essence of the universe collapsing in the instant of the Big Bang. Such a level of power should not manifest in one newly ascended to the fully awakened state. As if in response to his bewilderment, Ultra Goku suddenly propelled himself forward through the sulphurous, charred smoke. The molten ground beneath him erupted into a deep pit. The warm-up is over. Now, the real battle begins. Ultra Goku's voice resonated with a peak of exalted combat spirit, his fists clenched tightly, not charging energy, but rather frantically compressing and condensing the boiling violet aura throughout his body upon his arms. The violet radiance suddenly deepened, resembling a cosmic singularity, emanating a terrifying fluctuation that distorted the very fabric of space. The earth-penetrating fist, he transformed into a deep purple comet, tearing through space with an unwavering and resolute will to shatter the stars, once again charging towards Garusa. This time, his speed was greater, his power more concentrated. The air before his fist was compressed to an extreme, producing a piercing shriek akin to fabric being violently torn apart. Arrogance, regardless of what you are, before my chaotic furnace, you shall melt away. The molten core barrier of 1,000 mountains. Garusa roared in fury, no longer daring to confront the attack head-on. He struck the boiling lava ground beneath him with his fists. With a thunderous crash, the earth before him surged like a tsunami. Countless layers of immense, dark golden lava, inscribed with ancient defensive runes, instantly rose to form a colossal lava shield wall. Each shield was several dozen meters thick, emanating an indomitable and terrifying aura that suppressed all existence, stacking upon one another to create an absolute defense akin to a mountain range of lava. Boom. Crack. The deep purple comet of destruction collided violently with the first lava shield wall. There was no stalemate, only the sound of shattering. That shield wall, capable of withstanding the impact of celestial bodies, was instantly riddled with spiderweb-like cracks under the fist of Super Wukong, which had gathered the primordial force of destruction, and then exploded into a shower of molten fragments. Following were the second and third walls. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions melded into one. Super Wukong's figure resembled an indomitable purple hammer, as he forcefully penetrated Garusa's prideful 7-layer lava barrier under the incredulous and furious gaze of Garusa. The shattered lava blocks scattered like a meteor shower, crashing to the ground and igniting continuous explosions. As Super Wukong's form pierced through the final lava shield, his fist, imbued with unrelenting purple destructive radiance, struck hard against Garusa's crossed arms of molten lava. Thud! The sound was immensely thunderous. Garusa's massive body was once again staggered back by this immensely concentrated punch, creating two gigantic craters in the lava ground beneath him. The cracks on his heavily armored arm deepened and spread. Dark golden lava energy erupted from the fissures like blood, sizzling as it burned. Roar! Damn it! Damn it all! Garusa was utterly enraged, the fiery gaze beneath his lava helmet nearly igniting with fury. He was being repelled repeatedly by a mere insect of a lower realm. This was an utter humiliation. What is this power? The figure of the Omni King flashed through his mind, instilling a deeper trepidation and frenzied murderous intent. Impossible. Die. The molten core erupted with a world-ending shriek. He held nothing back. The core of his molten heart burst forth with an unprecedented dark golden light, akin to a supernova. He opened his massive mouth, not to roar, but to form a swirling vortex of dark golden lava, exceeding 100 meters in diameter. At the center of this vortex lay endless chaos and dissolution. A terrifying, indescribable force of suction suddenly erupted, devouring not only light, but also causing the very fabric of space to twist and collapse inward. The target was none other than the newly grounded Ultra Goku. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Goku sent Celestia flying with a single strike, the silvery brilliance dispersing vast swathes of poisonous emerald mist. Yet, within his crimson pupils, there was no trace of ease. The disparity in realms weighed heavily upon him like a relentless shackle. He sensed that the immense, abyss-like despair energy within Celestia was merely suppressed temporarily, not truly harmed at its core. Purification? Creation? You blasphemous heretic who defiles despair. Celestia forcefully halted her retreat in midair. Her twisted benevolence replaced entirely by a grimace of malevolence, dark golden liquid flowing like boiling venom. Do you believe this feeble glimmer of hope can illuminate the true abyss? The lament of eternal demise shall drown you. The thorn wings behind her no longer shed light dust, but ignited fiercely. The emerald flames surged skyward, emanating not warmth, but a chilling cold that could freeze souls. This flame contracted and coalesced, transforming between her hands into a slender, twisted emerald needle, seemingly forged from the wailing of countless tormented souls. At the needle's tip, a darkness so profound it spun, capable of plunging one into despair with just a glance. Celestia grasped the needle with both hands, embodying the most malevolent of curse wielders, and thrust it fiercely towards Goku from afar. Descend into decay, rot in eternal despair. Silent and unseen, the emerald needle of despair vanished in an instant, not through physical movement, but by transcending space itself. It disregarded the purifying silver radiance and brutally pierced the deepest recesses of Goku's spiritual sea, where the heart lamp, a beacon against mental invasion, resided. Buzz! Goku felt as though struck by lightning. His body trembled violently, staggering backward. Within his spiritual realm, chaos ensued. A frigid, viscous tide of despair, capable of freezing time itself, surged fiercely into the heart lamp through the needle's tip. The light nurtured by the power of creation dimmed at a visible pace, threatening to extinguish entirely. It felt as if it would vanish in the next heartbeat. Simultaneously, a terror far more intense than before, vivid as if experienced firsthand, flooded his senses. Gohan's cries as chaotic tendrils tore through his insides, Bulma's desperate reach amidst a dissolving laboratory, Chi-Chi and Xiaofang's sorrowful gazes before turning to ash, Vegeta's defiant roar even as he was reduced to fragments. Like the sharpest of ice blades, they scraped mercilessly against his soul. Even more terrifying was the relentless, bone-chilling weariness that surged from the depths of his spirit, threatening to overwhelm him into surrender, to sink into the seemingly liberating eternal darkness. Chapter 124, Falling into Adversity. Goku clutched his head tightly with both hands, veins bulging on his forehead, emitting a pained howl, his body bending under the violent mental shock. The silver light in his crimson pupils nearly suppressed to its limits, leaving only a struggle of bloodied anguish. The heart lamp-esque glow flickered weakly like a candle in the wind, with the emerald needle of despair firmly embedded, incessantly draining its source of power, transmuting it into deeper despair. At this moment, the realm suppression of Serenia manifests in overwhelming terror. Did you see that? This is the power of despair. Purification? Merely a pitiful candlelight before the abyss of despair. Extinguish it. Along with your will, let it become part of my eternal collection. Serenia hovers in the air, emitting a sickly and frenzied laughter, her hands poised in a stance of remote piercing, as ghostly green flames dance around her, illuminating her distorted visage like a demon from the abyss. Super Goku watches Goku in torment, his eyes ablaze with fury. Bastard! Release him, he bellows, facing the cataclysmic lava vortex of Gerusa that devours all. Instead of retreating, he channels the full extent of his purple destructive aura. A profound violet radiance forms a crystalline shield around him, exuding an indomitable aura of annihilation. Get away, no longer evading. He transforms his body into the sharpest of purple spears, propelled by a resolute will to pierce the stars and rend chaos. Charging directly toward the terrifying dark golden lava vortex, he intends to violently tear apart this realm of consumption, interrupting Serenia's assault. Seeking death, Gerusa roars, the vortex's suction and corrosive power surging to their zenith. He aims to completely melt this oblivious purple insect along with its power into the chaotic furnace. Boom! The deep violet destructive meteor crashes into the center of the dark golden lava vortex. The terrifying energy of annihilation erupts into chaotic turbulence. The purple force of destruction collides fiercely with the dark golden chaotic dissolving power. Super Goku's figure is instantly engulfed by the violent lava maelstrom. The piercing sounds of corrosion and the explosive clash of energy resonate through the heavens and earth. Gerusa senses his power wildly disintegrating, consuming the opponent's purple energy. Yet the opponent's core of destruction, condensed to perfection, like the hardest drill bit, is advancing steadily, inch by inch, toward the core of the vortex, his own molten heart. Impossible. Melt him away. Gerusa frantically channels the power of the molten core, the dark golden light nearly piercing his helmet. Just as Super Goku struggles to advance through the lava vortex, his purple aura being frantically consumed and dissolved. Goku's spiritual world is on the brink of being completely frozen by despair, the light of his heart reduced to a mere flicker. His companions cannot fall. In the abyss of his spiritual consciousness, Goku emits a silent, yet soul-rending scream. The countless phantoms of friends lost, and Chi-Chi's last sorrowful gaze do not crush him. Rather, they ignite the fiercest spark, rekindling the last vestiges of his indomitable spirit deep within his soul. He channels all remaining will, no longer to sustain the flickering light of his heart, but instead transforms it into an invisible blade, composed purely of his protective conviction, striking fiercely at the despair-laden needle piercing his heart's light. Break it for me. A crisp sound akin to fabric tearing resonates on the spiritual plane. Serenia's hands, poised for remote piercing, tremble violently, as if struck by a heavy blow. A viscous dark golden liquid erupted from his mouth, and for the first time, pain and disbelief marred his countenance. No, my needle of despair. The ethereal green needle trembled violently, and the suppressed heart's flame momentarily flickered to life. In that fleeting instant of liberation, Wukong seized the precious opportunity granted by the needle's loosening, channeling the remnants of his strength to ignite the faint spark of the heart's flame within the sea of consciousness. The heart's flame was rekindled, simultaneously, at the core of the lava vortex, having advanced to within mere meters of Gerusa. The once vibrant purple aura now dimmed significantly as the lava energy relentlessly eroded the body and energy of Super Wukong. A resolute light ignited in his eyes. He relinquished the notion of penetrating the molten core further and instead, leveraging Gerusa's full commitment to maintaining the vortex. He pivoted sharply to exploit the relative vulnerability in its defense. with a thunderous roar that shattered the molten landscape. Super Wukong concentrated all remaining destructive purple energy into his right leg, which transformed into a colossal axe engulfed in flames of annihilation. His body twisted mid-air as he executed a ferocious downward chop, wielding the terrifying force capable of cleaving rivers and splitting mountains. Aimed directly at the vulnerable joint of Beerus's arm that sustained the lava vortex. It was a crucial point where the molten armor's defense was relatively weak. The very nexus of its energy flow. Beerus's pupils constricted in shock. He could scarcely believe that, in the face of his own peril, the adversary would forsake the molten core to strike at his limb. In a hasty response, he could only barely coalesce a portion of the lava energy for defense at his elbow. Crack. Boom. The purple axe of destruction collided brutally with the dark golden molten arm. The shrill sound of shattering accompanied the explosive clash of energies. Beerus's robust molten arm was bent downward by this desperate strike, infused with the remnants of Super Wukong's power. The heavy armor shattered, and dark golden lava gushed forth like blood. The colossal apocalyptic lava vortex, suddenly compromised by the influx of energy, emitted a mournful wail before violently collapsing into oblivion. Super Wukong was violently thrust away by the recoil, his body hurtling towards Wukong like a ragged sack, blood spraying from his mouth, and the purple aura flickering perilously close to extinguishment. Enduring the excruciating pain of his consciousness unraveling, he staggered towards the trajectory of Super Wukong's descent. The two reached a shared point in midair almost simultaneously, with Super Wukong crashing heavily to the ground. Wukong barely managed to catch him. The tremendous impact sent them both sliding backward, ultimately colliding against a cliff formed by the prior battle, a sheer precipice hundreds of meters high, its surface smoothed to a glass-like sheen by intense heat. Bang! Dust mingled with tiny shards of crystal spread through the air. Super Wukong lay on the searing glassy ground, coughing violently, each heave bringing forth blood flecked with purple luminescence. He struggled to rise, but the toll of his grievous injuries and energy depletion hindered him, leaving his purple aura weak as a flickering firefly, nearly extinguished. He cast a glance at the equally disheveled Wukong beside him, revealing a blood-stained smile that, despite its grimness, radiated unwavering combat spirit. Well, this is truly a bit of a beating. Chapter 125, The Final Battle. Wukong leaned against the cliff, smoothed by the searing heat until it gleamed like a mirror. Each breath felt as though he were swallowing red-hot blades. The soul rift inflicted by Serenia's needle of despair continued to burn, each mental tremor accompanied by excruciating pain. He wiped the trickling blood, faintly glimmering with silver, from the corner of his mouth, his eyes weary yet sharp as ever. Hey, I'm not quite dead yet. I can still fight. With trembling arms, he struggled to raise his body once more. The shadows of the abyss loomed like a heavy canopy above. Die, wretched insect! Beerus's roar reverberated like a million volcanoes erupting simultaneously, shaking the ground violently. His right arm, shattered by the desperate strike of Super Wukong, was ensnared by thick, dark golden lava. Being remolded, blood, like molten rock, flowed through the cracks of his broken armor, his ferocious aura intensifying rather than diminishing. His intact left arm was raised high, drawing in the remnants of dark golden lava from the battlefield, the shattered flows of energy, and even the very fabric of space itself, all converging madly towards the fist he held aloft. A colossal sphere of dark golden lava, consuming all light, coalesced upon his fist. Within it churned cataclysmic energy, exuding an absolute silence capable of extinguishing stars and collapsing the very structure of space. Beerus's singular eye fixated on the ground below, aflame with pure desire for destruction. Become nothingness. Scum. Meanwhile, Serenia floated in the air, her surrounding emerald flames dimmed from backlash. Yet her countenance was more malevolent than ever. She swiftly danced her hands through the void, creating a piercing sound that shattered the air. Despair is your destiny. Your struggles will only perfect my collection, she screeched, as the space behind her warped, a similarly terrifying energy coalescing. The cold, green radiance, merely emanating its essence, was enough to freeze souls. The lethal pressure descended like a mountain of immeasurable weight. The glassy ground groaned, cracking like spiderwebs. Super Wukong's purple aura was relentlessly eroded by the dissolving force of the lava giant, flickering like a candle in the wind. Wukong felt countless icy thoughts piercing his marrow. the flame at the center of his consciousness dimming to a mere flicker, teetering on the brink. There was no time. Even exchanging glances had become a luxury. The instinct for survival, the obsession with protection, trust in his comrades, and the yearning for victory, all compressed, ignited, and transformed into the most primal battle spirit in the face of this annihilating abyss. Kamehameha. Two hoarse, yet soul-rending roars erupted simultaneously from the precipice of death. Super Wukong suppressed the surging blood and tearing agony, crossing his arms fiercely over his chest before placing them at his waist. The remaining, faint purple annihilation aura surged wildly. As fragile as a firefly, the profound purple light struggled to gather in his palms, compressing with immense effort. This destructive power seemed to burn the last remnants of his very essence, heavy enough to crush the fabric of space. Wukong too labored to draw his hands together at his side, concentrating all his strength within his hands. A final eruption of pure, silvery light emanated from his creative force. His creative energy burned defiantly like a solitary candle in the biting chill of despair. Two distinctly opposing powers, ultimate destruction and an unquenchable drive to create, coalesced into a final glimmer of hope within their nearly collapsing forms. The last cry tore through their throats. Both warriors thrust forward with the culmination of all their might in one final assault. Boom! A deep, cosmic purple beam, imbued with the essence of annihilation, collided with a pure, silvery beam, akin to a nascent star, embodying the will to define existence and protect it. From the precipice below, these two beams erupted fiercely from the hands of their faltering figures. They surged forth like two raging dragons battling the heavens, resolutely crashing into the cataclysmic molten sphere and the despairing, frozen green light. Rumble. The clash of four forces representing the ultimate depths unleashed a cataclysmic storm of energy. In an instant, the entire plane was engulfed by blinding radiance. The space shattered like fragile glass, with countless inky fractures spreading wildly at the point of energy convergence, erupting explosively. A ferocious energy whirlwind swept across everything, stripping away thick layers from the towering crystalline cliffs, sending debris flying like torrential rain. The earth writhed in anguished convulsions. The lake of lava heaved into towering waves by an unseen force, only to be evaporated in the next moment by a terrifying energy. At the core of this brilliance lay the destructive struggle. The purple-silver beams acted as divine spears, firmly resisting the dark golden sphere of chaotic annihilation and the soul-freezing green light. The point of collision erupted with a piercing shriek capable of tearing souls apart, and a thunderous explosion that obliterated all. Yet, Galusa and Serena's power ultimately asserted absolute dominance. In the abyssal arena, the suppression of realms prevailed. The dark golden lava sphere, like a colossal wheel grinding stars to dust, inexorably pressed downward. The despairing green beam, akin to a relentless parasite, frantically eroded and froze the vitality of the silvery light. The radiance of the purple-silver beam dimmed at a visible pace under the ferocity of the opposing force, shrinking. Goku's arms bulged with muscle, veins threatening to burst. As his body was forced backward by immense pressure, his feet carving deep grooves into the glassy ground, blood gushing from the ruptured wounds across his body. The aura of destruction flickered uncertainly, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, nearly extinguished. He gritted his teeth, his knees groaning under the unbearable weight, nearly collapsing to the ground. Goku let out a muffled groan, his knee crashing heavily to the ground, producing a sound reminiscent of cracking bones. As the silvery beam sharply dwindled, resistance becoming increasingly arduous, his hands trembled violently, the flesh of his palms splitting, blood staining his arms as he concentrated his energy. The single eye beneath Galusa's lava helmet gleamed with a savage delight. Crawlers, your struggles will only render death more agonizing. Become ashes. He summoned his breath, and the dark golden radiance surged once more as the colossal ball of lava descended with a thunderous crash. Serena emitted a piercing, frenzied laugh, descend into oblivion. Your light shall ultimately become the eternal backdrop of my collection. She too unleashed her aura, the despairing column of emerald light behind her swelling ominously, the chill intensifying manifold. The violet-silver pillars retreated in defeat, compressed to their utmost limits. The forces of destruction and creation, under absolute oppression, seemed to reach their terminus, just at the critical moment. When consciousness was on the brink of being engulfed by darkness, an instinct, originating from the depths of the soul and transcending comprehension, was ignited in utter desperation. It was not mere communication, but a fundamental resonance akin to the primal interaction of yin and yang, reminiscent of the universe's inception. Boom! A peculiar, ineffable wave of resonance emanated from the nearly shattered forms of the two, surging forth from their dwindling cores of destruction and creation. The violet flames of annihilation, long suppressed and on the verge of extinguishment, and the silvery light of creation, under the impact of this primordial resonance, underwent a cataclysmic transformation. No longer were they distinct beams of light. They began to intertwine. Chapter 126. The Turn of the Tide. There was no explosion, only a sacred, archaic sensation that permeated the surroundings, rendering several warriors of the divine realm akin to infants in its presence. The moment this power was birthed, its manifestation was not confined to the banished realm alone. Even the supreme god of the all kingdoms felt its presence. The expressions of the two were unprecedentedly solemn. Upon closer inspection, although their demeanor was grave, excitement shimmered in their eyes. Lord Supreme, Mr. Sun Wukong has truly not disappointed us. Indeed, yet they still require growth. In another unknown space, a mysterious entity felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Everything shall come to an end. In the banished realm, the chaotic demon gods, upon sensing this power, underwent drastic changes in expression. How could such power exist? Apart from the Father God, how could anyone else wield it? Fenrir let out a thunderous roar, his tone filled with disbelief. Whoever it is, we must locate him. If it is those individuals, he must be slain. We cannot allow him to grow. This power is capable of annihilating us completely. The Lord of Nihility, Chaos, rarely manifested his form, a testament to the magnitude of shock this power instilled within him. Fenrir Chaos. The origin of this power lies in the newcomer you saved at the hands of those primordial warriors. Furthermore, his counterpart from a different temporal space has also ascended to the divine realm. It is their combined strength that has birthed the power of the Father God. Suddenly, the space shattered, and a desolate, brutal voice reverberated throughout, filling the expanse. Then, a humanoid figure emerged, enveloped in black flames, leaving desolation in its wake. The very colors around turning to shades of gray. Are you blaming us, Abaddon? Fenrir, with his wolfish visage, turned towards the figure stepping forth from the void. Though framed as a question, his tone bore an undercurrent of wariness. To hunt a newcomer and yet allow him to escape. Truly inept. This was the moment when the demon gods began to bicker amongst themselves. A voice resonated, bringing silence to the several demon gods. Though it bore the essence of the Father God, its power was feeble, rendering panic unnecessary. I shall soon be fully restored. Prepare yourselves for a counterattack upon my return. Yes, we await your return with reverence. The demon gods responded respectfully, and tranquility enveloped the surroundings once more. At that moment on the battlefield, deep violet and pure silver clashed at the heart of the energy confrontation, where two opposing forces achieved a sublime balance. The point of fusion became momentarily blurred, entwined and swirling. An indescribable gray current emerged, seemingly embodying the genesis and dissolution of all things. In its nascent state, this gray current was exceedingly faint, akin to a wisp of smoke at the center of a tempest. Yet, the instant it manifested, Galusa's volcanic fist faltered abruptly, the descending dark gold lava sphere's surface, teeming with chaotic energy, was suddenly gripped by an unseen hand, halting its descent. Serenia's manic laughter froze upon her visage, her hands quaking violently as though seared by an invisible brand. The eerie emerald radiance, dancing upon the beam of despair, began to dissolve. Reminiscent of ice crystals exposed to the scorching sun, emitting a hissing sound as it crumbled. What manner of entity is this? Galusa's pupils constricted sharply, fixated on the feeble gray current that instilled primal dread deep within his soul, his voice tinged with disbelief for the first time. Serenia's expression morphed from distortion to sheer horror. What is this? How can such a phenomenon exist? She struggled to articulate the sensation, caught between existence and non-existence. Creation and destruction, transcending both, resembling the echo before all things succumbed to silence, or the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation. This newly birthed chaotic gray current seemed to possess a life of its own, disregarding Galusa and Serenia's oppressive might. defying the abyssal laws, expanding in an utterly natural manner. As if breathing, a silent yet profound wave of peculiar vibrations emanated from the point of fusion, abruptly radiating outward, shaking the very foundations of the world. Wherever it passed, Galusa's impervious dark gold lava sphere became riddled with spiderweb-like fissures. The chaotic lava energy that composed it was forcibly torn asunder by the gray wave, shattered, reverting to its most primal form, akin to a dissipating sandstorm. The beam of despair, which had frozen souls, crumbled as if made of paper. As the wave swept through, the eerie green light, symbolizing eternal despair, dimmed and extinguished, transforming into a myriad of drifting emerald motes. The terrifying spiritual corrosiveness contained within was thoroughly dispersed and purified by the wave. No, Galusa bellowed, his roar shattering the void, filled with boundless terror and resentment. He frantically channeled his power, striving to stabilize the collapsing lava sphere, yet all efforts were in vain. The chaotic gray wave seemed to carry the supreme authority of dissolution. Wherever it traveled, his once proud power of chaotic annihilation crumbled to dust. My power, my despair, reduced to nothing. Serenia screamed in a piercing, ear-splitting tone, her voice laden with incomprehensible fear and collapse. She endeavored to consolidate her attack once more. But the omnipresent gray shockwave effortlessly shattered her mental energy the moment it detached from her being, assimilating it instantly. After dismantling her offensive, the gray shockwave did not cease. It surged forth as if guided by its own will, tracing the path of Galusa and Serenia's dissipating powers, flowing upstream. Though its pace appeared languid, it carried an irresistible, inescapable sense of fate. Galusa was the first to bear the brunt. The instant the gray shockwave made contact with his colossal, lava-like form, his immense armor, capable of withstanding stellar explosions, emitted a cacophony of piercing cracks, fragmenting inch by inch, peeling away. His dark, golden lava blood erupted like a fountain. Yet upon contact with the shockwave, it was reduced to mere powder. His massive body bent backward as if struck by an invisible hammer. His eyes filled with unprecedented terror and agony. No, get away. Stay far from me. Serenia let out a scream so haunting it distorted her very being. The shockwave brushed against her emerald flame shield, which offered no resistance, extinguishing instantaneously. As the shockwave enveloped her, her once beautiful yet contorted visage twisted to the utmost extreme, her body convulsing violently in the air, as if being disassembled by an unseen force. Her realm of suppression, her prideful despair, was rendered as fragile as thin ice before the gray shockwave. The situation underwent a cataclysmic reversal the moment the gray current emerged. There's hope. Unleash all your power. Super Goku roared, his broken form summoning forth the last vestiges of strength, pouring every ounce of himself into the nascent, swirling chaotic gray current ahead. I shall join too. Everything is entrusted to you. Goku cried out from his very soul, merging all his power with the chaotic gray current. Having received the final, unreserved strength of the two original beings, the newly born chaotic gray current suddenly expanded. It transformed from a mere stream into a wildly rotating chaotic gray vortex that pierced through the heavens and the earth. It encompassed the profound destruction of purple while fusing with the pure creation of silver, ultimately manifesting a primal chaotic hue that devoured light, yet contained boundless potential for evolution. This swirling gray vortex, imbued with a terrifying aura capable of shattering all, advanced silently, yet irresistibly, towards Galusa and Serenia, who were engulfed in sheer horror and pain as their powers crumbled. Its speed surpassed that of light. No. Chapter 127, The Target of Many. The chaotic gray vortex silently consumed Galusa's desperate roar and Serenia's piercing shriek. It was not an explosion, but a more thorough obliteration. Where the vortex passed, Galusa's immense, mountain-like, indestructible lava body began to disintegrate and dissipate from the most fundamental particle level. His golden purple eyes, aflame with rage and fear, lost all brilliance the moment the gray current swept by, along with the grotesque helmet that adorned him, reduced to the most primal dust, leaving not a trace behind. The dark golden lava energy, potent enough to shatter stars, became as docile as a stream merging into the sea before this nascent and enigmatic force, utterly assimilated, absorbed, and transformed into a part of the burgeoning cyclone. The fate of Serenia was even more peculiar. Her ethereal green energy, coalesced from despair and wails, appeared to confront an absolute nemesis. The gray cyclone did not directly assault her, it merely grazed past. Her contorted visage, the tragic specter, the malevolent curse, along with the incessantly flowing dark golden tears and the thorned luminous wings behind her, were as if erased from the canvas by an eraser, quietly fading, becoming transparent, and ultimately vanishing beneath the dim sky of exile. The insidious psychic pollution she emanated disintegrated before the gray cyclone, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. Two peak cultivators, deeply entrenched in the realm of transcendence, faced complete and eternal annihilation under this newly born force. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a heart-stopping, absolute void. With the release of this final strike, the last vestige of strength within Super Wukong and Wukong was thoroughly drained. The chaotic gray cyclone, having fulfilled its mission, dissipated quietly like a diligent servant completing its task, as if it had never existed. The flames of battle that burned in their eyes were extinguished in an instant, their bodies succumbing, the light in their eyes dimming completely, akin to marionettes severed from their strings, plummeting from the sky. Just as their bodies were about to crash into the ravaged earth below, resembling a hellish tapestry from the aftermath of their conflict, a figure, crimson as flames, appeared beneath them as if through teleportation. The progenitor of the Saiyans extended his hands, securely catching the two exhausted and unconscious descendants. He gazed down at their pale, yet resolute faces, marred by wounds, sensing the energy within them. Though depleted, it had undergone a qualitative transformation, carrying a hint of primal essence. A smile of immense satisfaction and pride gradually unfurled upon his steadfast countenance. "Well done, my juniors," his deep, resonant voice echoed in the vast silence, imbued with undeniable approval. Having traversed the precipice of life and death in this battle, the primordial path is now wholly open to you both. He cast a final glance over the devastated battlefield, particularly at the spot where Garusa and Serenia had vanished, a fleeting glint of cold sharpness flashing in his crimson eyes before he moved on. With a slight flicker of the crimson flames surrounding him, the space rippled, and the three figures instantly disappeared from this desolate corner of exile, returning to his ancient palace. A symbol of power and martial spirit. The venue of the power assembly of the Void Realm, as the name suggests, is a place where all matter ceases to exist, reconstructed by the Supreme High Priest with unparalleled strength. As the stunning battle in the land of exile momentarily came to a close, the cosmic battle for the survival of the All-King universe was fervently underway upon a colossal arena suspended in the void. The arena is vast and expansive, its ground composed of an exceptionally sturdy and peculiar stone, surrounded by an infinite expanse of starry sky and boundless void. Here, dozens of elite warriors from 8 universes engage in chaotic combat, the explosive sounds of energy waves, the dull thuds of physical collisions, and the cries of battle resonate in a tumultuous symphony, while flickering energy lights illuminate the celestial backdrop as if it were midday. Following the emergence of the legendary warrior Sun Wukong from Universe 7, a being of unparalleled prowess, though the full significance of this remains elusive to many. The demeanor of the Omni King and the Grand Minister speaks volumes. It has become the unspoken primary target for the other 7 universes. It is worth mentioning that, after a cataclysmic battle across time and space, these warriors are no longer the same as before. Let us first expel the denizens of Universe 7. The beautiful warrior Ribrian of Universe 2 shouted, conjuring pink heart-shaped energy blasts that rained down upon the stronghold of Universe 7. Indeed, we cannot allow them to produce another monster. The stealthy assassin Kemisaru from Universe 4 maliciously chimed in, his form wavering in and out of visibility as he awaited the opportune moment to strike. The legendary assassin Hit from Universe 6 silently activated his time-skip ability, instantly appearing behind Android 17, delivering a silent and lethal knife-hand strike aimed at his neck with blinding speed. Humph, a rabble of misfits. On the side of Universe 7, Prince Vegeta roared, unleashing a torrent of deep blue energy flames as he transformed into his deep blue form. He deftly sidestepped Ribrian's energy blasts and retaliated with a powerful elbow strike, sending a Universe 2 warrior, who attempted a sneak attack on Krillin, hurtling off the arena. "Vegeta, to your left," Gohan shouted, his body radiating a silvery divine aura as he activated his mysterious form to its fullest potential. He keenly sensed Kemisaru's movements and swiftly launched an energy blast, forcing the assassin to reveal himself and block the attack. Meanwhile, sensing impending danger, Android 17 instinctively turned his head. Swoosh! Hit's knife hand barely grazed his shoulder. With a steely gaze, 17 seized Hit's wrist and thrust his knee forcefully into the assassin's abdomen. The strongest killer of Universe 6. I've got you now. Not so easily. Hit retorted coldly, activating his time skip once more to break free from the hold, instantly creating distance while gathering a purple energy wave in his hands, unleashing a full-power energy blast. The destructive purple sphere hurtled towards 17 with astonishing force. With a sharp focus, 17 chose not to withstand the assault. Instead, he swiftly dodged to the side. The energy sphere whizzed past him, detonating in a massive explosion of purple flames in the distance, causing the arena to tremble slightly. Futile. Hit's voice remained devoid of emotion, his figure blurring once again as he utilized his time skip to leap through that fleeting moment, appearing like a specter at the end of 17 South Evasion Path, delivering another heavy knife hand strike toward his nape. Your movements are exposed in my timeline. Bang! On the 17th, he barely managed to raise his arm to block. Yet the immense force still left his arm tingling and sent him staggering forward several paces. How troublesome this ability is, he thought, shaking off the numbness in his arm. There was little sign of panic on his face. Rather, his calm eyes glimmered with observation and analysis. Boundless energy coursed through him, providing a stable flow of power. It did not grant him a moment's respite, vanishing once more to launch an attack from an unexpected angle. Fists, feet, knife hand strikes, all executed with a rhythm that defied conventional reaction times, like a torrential storm unleashed upon the 17th. He found himself wholly on the defensive, relying solely on his extraordinary combat instincts and perception to block or evade at the last possible moment. Each encounter fraught with peril, his body accumulating fresh scars. Though in a dire state, his mind and senses raced, striving to capture the elusive patterns of Hit's movements. Each disappearance was not a complete absence. Rather, it concealed itself in an exceedingly peculiar manner, as if merging into the very seams of time. Yet, at the moment of his reappearance, no matter how swift, a subtle ripple would always precede his body, akin to the way ripples spread across the surface of water before a stone sinks. My energy is boundless, capable of sustaining vast perceptions. In another flash, Hit materialized to the left of the 17th, delivering a knife hand strike aimed at his ribs. This time, the 17th did not fully block. Instead, he deliberately absorbed the blow with his shoulder. As the searing pain surged through him, he used the momentum to slide backward, not to flee, but to create an opportunity. Futile, Hit coldly declared, launching into another flash, anticipating the 17th's retreat to deliver a lethal strike. However, in the instant his figure vanished, a glint of insight sparked in the 17th's eyes. Now, Chapter 128, The Melee. The 17th did not channel his energy for offense or defense. Instead, he expanded it outward in an extraordinarily unique manner, enveloping himself. This was neither an offensive energy wave nor a defensive shield, but a transformation of his energy into countless delicate, sensitive strands, akin to a spider's web, rapidly covering the surrounding area. These strands were exceedingly faint, devoid of any offensive power, barely perceptible, yet they were intricately linked to the 17th's perception, forming an astoundingly acute sensory domain. Any object that intruded upon this domain, no matter how minute, would disturb the strands, allowing the 17th to instantaneously pinpoint their precise location and trajectory. In the next moment, Hit's figure appeared precisely as anticipated, intersecting the path of the 17th's retreat, perfectly entering this newly established, intangible realm of sensory awareness. In that instant, Hit's pupils underwent a minuscule contraction. His flash was a leap through time, yet the position he occupied upon completion remained in the realm of reality, and his body was composed of both matter and energy. As Hitler leapt from the stored timeline back to the present, he materialized precisely at his intended location. Yet, in that moment of emergence, his very presence inevitably disturbed the invisible web of breath woven by number 17. For number 17, who had immersed himself entirely in this sensory domain, the minuscule yet remarkably clear disturbance transmitted by the web felt akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples that distinctly revealed the intruder's position, posture, and even foreseen movements. I've got you. A flash of brilliance ignited in number 17's eyes. There was no need for visual confirmation. The feedback from the breath web accurately pinpointed Hitler's exact location and stance. Almost instantaneously, as Hitler's form solidified and the remnants of his previous power dissipated, number 17's long-prepared counterattack erupted. His muscles harmonized to an extraordinary degree, concentrating power into a singular point as his right fist, enveloped in highly condensed energy, surged forth with pinpoint accuracy along the trajectory indicated by the breath feedback, striking at the vulnerable gap in Hitler's chest and abdomen that arose from his sudden appearance. What? For the first time, a look of shock graced Hitler's icy visage, and before he could brace himself, number 17's fist landed solidly against him. The impact resonated with a profound and thunderous sound. Hitler's body arched violently, his eyes widening as he uncontrollably expelled a mouthful of bile. It was akin to being struck head-on by a speeding train, and in this first direct confrontation, he was so decisively sent reeling. He tumbled across the ground for several meters before barely managing to stabilize himself, kneeling on one knee, one hand clutching his agonized abdomen. As he lifted his gaze toward the distant number 17, who was slowly retracting his fist, the subtle threads of energy around him gradually withdrawing into his being. Number 17 quelled the surrounding sensory domain, shaking off the slight ache in his shoulder from withstanding Hitler's blow, and calmly regarded him, stating, "Your ability to leap through time may transcend temporal boundaries, yet it cannot surpass the interaction between your own breath and the surrounding space. The moment you manifest, your breath disrupts the environment. As long as I can capture that initial disturbance, your ambush loses its significance. Now, I have seized your rhythm." Slowly rising, Hitler wiped away the traces at the corner of his mouth, his expression regaining its frigid demeanor, yet his gaze sharpened with newfound seriousness. He comprehended that his opponent had not merely seen through time, but had, in a different manner, exploited the flaws unveiled by his arrival. Remarkable perception and response, Hitler conceded. It seems I must approach this with greater earnestness. A deeper, more perilous aura began to emanate from within him, the purple flames appearing more substantial, as if the surrounding air had solidified. Number 17, fully focused, sensed the impending danger, acutely aware that the forthcoming battle would be even more treacherous. At the very moment when the two were on the verge of colliding once more, a completely different yet equally astonishing surge of ferocious energy erupted from the opposite side of the arena, momentarily overshadowing the chaotic atmosphere of the battlefield. A roar, reminiscent of a primordial beast, filled the air, brimming with wildness, fury, and unparalleled power. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards it. There, on the Sixth Universe's side, Kale and Caulifla stood back to back, both enveloped in a tempestuous aura far beyond their usual state. However, they seemed ensnared in a predicament, entangled with the warriors of the Seventh Universe and the minions of the Ninth Universe, preventing them from uniting. "Sister, this is not working," Kale exclaimed, her green energy surging as she delivered a powerful punch, sending a warrior from the Ninth Universe flying. Panic was evident in her voice. The legendary saiyan power within her was volatile, threatening to spiral out of control. "I know, but there are too many pesky flies," Caulifla replied, her expression fraught with irritation. Her deep blue aura exploded as she sliced through an incoming energy blast with a swift motion of her hand. "We must fuse quickly. Only then can we combat those monsters from the Seventh Universe. Especially that Gohan." Their conversation reached Gohan's ears, not far away. Gohan had just swept two warriors from the Second Universe off the arena with a powerful energy wave when he furrowed his brow upon hearing them. Fusion? Alarm bells rang in his mind. He understood all too well the terrifying amplification of power that fusion could bestow, thinking of Gotenks and Vegeta. He could not allow the Sixth Universe to successfully merge. "Uncle Piccolo, stop them," Gohan shouted, his silver-white aura swelling with mysterious energy as he prepared to rush towards Kale and Caulifla. "Not so fast," a cold voice interjected, and a figure like lightning blocked Gohan's path. It was Kaba, the Saiyan warrior from the Sixth Universe. Although his strength paled in comparison to Gohan's, he was determined to protect his comrades and stood resolutely in the way. "Get out of the way." Gohan, filled with urgency, unleashed a massive punch infused with overwhelming energy. Kaba barely managed to cross his arms to defend himself, but it felt as if he had been struck by a meteor. Blood spewed from his mouth. and the sound of cracking bones echoed as he was sent flying like a broken kite, landing far beyond the arena. Eliminating Kaba took but a moment, yet that fleeting delay was enough. Now, Kale. Caulifla seized the opportunity, forcefully pushing back her opponent and tossing the Patera earrings towards Kale. Kale reached out to catch them, and the two affixed the earrings to their respective ears. A blinding light instantly enveloped them. Damn it! Gohan and Piccolo charged forward, only to be repelled by the powerful shockwave generated by the fusion. As the brilliance dissipated, a brand new warrior materialized in their midst. Chapter 129, Fusion. She possessed Kale's deep green hair, though wilder in appearance, tied into a ponytail. Her features melded Caulifla's sharpness with a hint of Kale's softness. Yet her brow radiated arrogance and immense confidence. Taller and more robust than both, she exuded explosive vitality, clad in a form-fitting battle suit. Her entire being engulfed in an intensely unstable, yet overwhelmingly powerful, dark green aura. The intensity of the aura was so overwhelming that even the surrounding warriors engaged in battle instinctively took a few steps back. Ha! The fused warrior twisted her neck and let out a hearty laugh tinged with a hint of madness, her voice a peculiar amalgamation. Is this the power of fusion? Truly intoxicating. Since she is the amalgamation of Kale and Caulifla, let us call her Caulifla. I am now the mightiest warrior of the 6th universe. Gohan, prepare for our reckoning. Her gaze instantly locked onto the powerful aura of Gohan, her fighting spirit pressing down upon him like a tangible force. Gohan's expression grew exceedingly grave as he sensed an unprecedented pressure emanating from this self-proclaimed Caulifla. It was a dangerously volatile power, a blend of untamed potential and Caulifla's unparalleled combat prowess. Gohan, be cautious. Her energy is highly unstable, yet immensely potent. Piccolo shouted from the sidelines, adopting a battle stance. I understand, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan inhaled deeply, his silvery aura surging once more. I will face her. You take care of the others. Just as I hoped. Caulifla let out a boisterous laugh, not granting Gohan any further preparation time, her figure vanishing in an instant. So swift. Gohan's pupils constricted, instinctively crossing his arms to shield himself. Bang! Caulifla's powerful kick struck Gohan's arm like a battle axe. The force exceeded all expectations. The silvery aura quaked violently. The stone platform beneath Gohan shattered with a thunderous roar as he was propelled backward, carving deep furrows into the ground. Is this all there is? A Saiyan warrior from the 7th universe? Caulifla smirked, her arrogance apparent, clearly believing she could dispatch him without exerting her full strength. Gohan shook his numbed arm, his gaze sharpening. He realized that his ordinary mystic form would likely be insufficient to contend with this formidable opponent. In that case, Gohan slowly straightened his posture, letting out a low growl as the silvery aura around him began to retract, deepening in color and becoming more refined. Simultaneously, a more primal and untamed energy began to awaken within him. His hair lengthened, his stature grew more imposing, and his gaze became as sharp as that of a wild beast. Oh, are you going to transform? By all means, do so. Let me enjoy the battle. Caulifla not only refrained from stopping him, but watched eagerly, arms crossed, brimming with confidence. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, akin to the bellow of a colossal beast, Gohan's form underwent a complete transformation. His hair turned a wild silver gray, thickening and standing upright. The gentle silvery aura was replaced by a tumultuous, deep crimson energy, crackling with lightning. His muscles swelled, his physique became even more formidable, and his eyes glinted with the primal instinct of a warrior and ferocious power. Beast Gohan, here I come. Is this your new form? Impressive aura. Caulifla sensed the wild pressure approaching and felt her disdain diminish, replaced by a heightened spirit of battle. Come, as you wish. The voice of the beast Gohan resonated with a deep, thunderous roar, and in the next instant, the ground beneath him erupted violently, no longer retreating, but engaging in the most direct and ferocious frontal clash. The two figures, entwined in crimson energy, the beast and the azure flames of Caulifla, collided with the force of two meteors, crashing together with unrestrained ferocity. Boom! The terrifying sound of their impact echoed like thunder. A visible circular shockwave emanated from the point of their collision, spreading wildly like a tsunami. Ugh! Quick, defend! The warriors from the 2nd universe and the 9th universe, who were caught in close proximity, had no time to react. They were swept away like leaves by an invisible giant hand, screaming as they were hurled by the dreadful shockwave, plummeting into the abyss of nothingness below. In the next moment, their figures vanished from the abyss and reappeared in the audience, too fearful to glance at the god of destruction beside them. The residual force from their initial clash had already cleared a vast area surrounding them. Piccolo and others had to muster their defenses just to steady themselves, their faces etched with astonishment. The magnitude of this power surpassed anything ordinary. At the heart of the battlefield, where the collision occurred, energy surged chaotically, annihilating everything in its path. The beast Gohan and Caulifla pressed their fists against each other, both unleashing their strength in a frantic attempt to overpower the other. The crimson energy waves clashed violently with the deep blue-green flames, neither yielding, producing a sound that sent shivers down the spine. Your strength is formidable. Caulifla gritted her teeth, yet a smile of exhilaration graced her face. And yours as well. Gohan growled in response, his wild pupils ablaze with combat fervor. The stalemate lasted but a moment before they both exerted their might to push each other away, leading to an onslaught akin to a tempest. Bang, 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 bang. The sounds of their fists and feet colliding were as dense as raindrops on banana leaves. Each clash erupted with astonishing energy sparks and shockwaves. Their speed was so rapid that to most spectators, all they could perceive were flickering red and green-blue streaks in a frenzied dance of collision, each impact causing the colossal arena to tremble. The aftermath of this battle was more ferocious than any preceding clash, with numerous unfortunate warriors, either unlucky or forced into proximity by other opponents, being injured or even knocked off the stage by the dispersing energy. Magic flash, shattering beam. Occasionally, the two would briefly separate, instantly condensing powerful energy waves to exchange blows. The contrasting beams of light collided in the air, exploding and generating a tempest of energy that cleared the area. This was no longer a mere contest in the arena. It resembled two anthropomorphic beasts engaged in a life-and-death struggle with a vast impact zone. Haha, delightful, absolutely exhilarating. Caulifla grew increasingly thrilled as the battle escalated. Her power seemed boundless, her attacks becoming ever wilder. Yet, this was still insufficient. Gohan, allow me to demonstrate the true power of a fused warrior. She suddenly retreated a distance, her arms spread wide, as the emerald green and deep blue energies converged into her palms like a tsunami, compressed into two immensely dangerous, highly unstable spheres of light. The surface of the luminous sphere crackled with intertwining lightning, exuding an atmosphere of annihilation. Behold my strike. The colossal crush. Faced with this terrifying blow capable of obliterating stars, Beast Gohan exhibited no trace of fear in his eyes, only an intensified wild battle spirit. He too placed his hands upon his waist, and the violent crimson energy surged towards his palms like rivers converging into the sea. Let it come. Maximum output Kamehameha. The immense crimson energy beam, akin to a roaring blood-red dragon, boldly surged forth to confront the twisted, frenzied azure-green energy cannon. Two forces capable of cataclysmic destruction were poised to collide once more, and the repercussions would surely far exceed those of before. The entire realm of nothingness trembled in anticipation. Chapter 130. The final battle begins. The Crimson Kamehameha and the azure-green colossal crush collided like two roaring galaxies. Boom. An unprecedented explosion erupted at the center of the arena in the realm of nothingness. The radiant energy instantly devoured all in its vicinity. Yet, this confrontation was not evenly matched. In the astonished gazes of onlookers, Beast Gohan's Crimson Kamehameha, in a more ferocious and refined form, relentlessly suppressed the colossal crush unleashed by Kefla. The crimson energy, like a colossal beast, incessantly eroded, tore apart, and consumed the azure-green energy. What? Impossible. The arrogance on Kefla's face was swiftly replaced by disbelief. She gritted her teeth and frantically channeled all her energy in an attempt to stabilize the situation. Yet the oppressive sensation of the crimson energy felt as though the entire cosmos bore down upon her. Boom. Eventually, the azure-green colossal crush was utterly shattered. Though the residual crimson Kamehameha had also expended considerable energy, it surged forward with unyielding momentum, striking Kefla, who was caught off guard. Oh! Kefla emitted a pained groan. Her body propelled backwards by the sheer force, her aura dimming drastically as she uncontrollably tumbled through the air before crashing heavily at the edge of the arena. After struggling for a moment, She managed to kneel, blood of a sickly green seeping from the corner of her mouth, clearly bearing severe injuries. Meanwhile, although Beast Gohan had also exhausted much energy and was breathing heavily, the crimson aura surrounding him wavered but remained steadfast. His wild gaze was fixated on the injured Kefla, evidently holding the upper hand. The shockwaves from this confrontation, though largely mitigated by Gohan's energy, still spread like a tsunami. Look out. No. The warriors from Universe 2 and Universe 9, already weakened or injured from the previous skirmishes, were now like leaves caught in a tempest. Utterly incapable of resisting the residual energy stemming from the clash between the Ultra Instinct and Beast Gohan, they cried out in despair as they were swept off the arena, vanishing like fleeting lights in the realm of nothingness. Merely the aftermath of a single blow had cleared a significant number of minor combatants, rendering the already dwindling arena even more desolate. This astonishing scene captivated the attention of nearly all the formidable warriors present. In the resting area of Universe 11, Jiren, who had remained in a meditative state with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. His emotionless gaze swept over the epicenter of the explosion, lingering for a fleeting moment on the dominant figure of Gohan, as if a trace of imperceptible interest flickered within him, only to be replaced by his usual calm demeanor. Meanwhile, Vegeta, having just eliminated the last warrior of Universe 4 with a dazzling final flash, gradually lowered his stance. The deep blue aura surrounding him billowed like a regal cloak. He could not help but feel the astonishing energy emanating from Gohan and the clear advantage he had gained. Raising an eyebrow as he gazed toward the center of the dissipating energy storm. Humph, that brat Gohan certainly made quite an impression, not bringing shame to the Saiyans. Vegeta murmured to himself, a hint of barely discernible approval in his tone. Yet, within his sharp eyes burned an even more intense and unyielding fighting spirit. Gohan's performance ignited his pride as a prince. His gaze swept across the chaotic arena. Universes 2, 3, and 4 had been virtually cleared. Universe 6's Caulifla was injured, leaving only Hit, who was still confronting Android 17 in relatively good condition. Universe 9 was still putting up a futile resistance. Ultimately, his gaze sharpened, akin to a precise sniper rifle, locking onto the figure of Jiren, who remained suspended in the air, seemingly detached from the battlefield. The strongest presence of Universe 11. The warm-up should come to an end, Vegeta declared coldly, his deep blue aura surging once more, releasing an unrestrained energy imbued with the unique pride and challenge of a Saiyan prince. He stepped forward, resolutely advancing towards Jiren. His movements instantly drew the attention of all present. Hey, what does that Vegeta from Universe 7 intend to do? Is he heading towards Jiren? Has he lost his mind? This should be interesting. The remaining warriors from other universes swiftly made way. As if the resolute fighting spirit radiating from Vegeta formed an invisible pathway straight to Jiren. In the audience, the various gods of destruction and angels displayed expressions of intrigue. Well, Beerus, your scion seems quite bold to challenge Jiren directly, chuckled the god of destruction from Universe 2, Heaters, with a teasing tone. Beerus crossed his arms, his feline face betraying no emotion, yet the slight twitch of his tail revealed his inner turmoil. Humph, that guy Vegeta will never lose to Jiren. He spoke confidently, though inwardly, he felt a twinge of anxiety. The god of destruction from Universe 11, Vermaud, laughed heartily, exuding confidence, a commendable display of courage, but undoubtedly, it is akin to a moth to a flame. Jiren's strength is not something an ordinary scion can shake. As the voice of the flavorful resonated, the captain of the Pride Troopers from Universe 11, Torpa, stood ablaze with deep crimson energy, yet to unleash his destructive power, like a formidable wall that suddenly descended, obstructing Vegeta's path. His expression was grave, exuding an undeniable authority. Halt, Vegeta, your opponent is me. To challenge Jiren, you must first pass through me. Vegeta, undeterred, did not even glance at Torpa, coldly uttering two words, get lost. Arrogant, Torpa bellowed, his crimson aura erupting as his colossal fist, imbued with the might of righteous judgment, thunderously surged toward Vegeta. Just as Torpa's earth-shattering punch was about to strike Vegeta, a roar erupted, a sound seemingly from the ancient primordial depths, brimming with pure ferocity and power, reverberating like thunder across the arena. A green figure, moving with a speed surpassing all others, abruptly inserted itself between the two combatants as if teleporting. This newcomer was immensely tall and robust, muscles coiled like boulders, with wild, golden-green hair cascading to his waist. Surrounded by a seething, flame-like golden-green aura, intermingled with violent blue lightning. His gaze was primal and unadulterated, dominated solely by an insatiable thirst for battle. It was Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, who had come to substitute for the absent Goku, having barely gained control of his strength after intense training with Whis. In Chapter 131, Jiren, Broly did not engage in any elaborate maneuvers. He merely unleashed a straightforward punch, meeting Torpa's justice flash head-on. Bang! The collision produced a terrifying sound akin to two planets colliding. Torpa's massive frame jolted, disbelief etched across his face as he felt an indescribable primal force surge through his arm like a tsunami. Crack! A subtle sound of bone fracturing emanated from Torpa's arm. Ugh! Torpa grunted, his entire being forced back by Broly's seemingly casual yet devastating punch. Each step leaving deep imprints on the solid arena floor as he retreated for several meters before barely stabilizing himself. His arm, which had met Broly's fist, trembled slightly as he looked in astonishment and fury at the unexpected interloper. Having repelled Torpa with a single punch, Broly stood like the most loyal guardian, firmly blocking Vegeta's path forward. He turned his head, his wild eyes meeting Vegeta's, uttering simple yet resolute words, his voice deep and filled with power. He is mine. You go. His intent was clear. Leave Torpa to me, and you pursue your opponent, Jiren. At last, Vegeta halted, casting a sideways glance at Broly, his eyes reflecting a mix of complexity, yet predominantly determination. He nodded, uttering not another word, and resumed his stride, passing by Broly while keeping his gaze fixed firmly on the distant Jiren. Tawa attempted to obstruct, yet Broly's overwhelming presence, akin to a primordial beast, had firmly locked onto him. The golden-green aura blazed fiercely, radiating an indomitable fighting spirit, as if proclaiming, "Your opponent is me." How infuriating! Where did this monster come from? Tawa, sensing Broly's unfathomable primal power, was compelled to concentrate fully, abandoning his plan to intercept Vegeta. In the audience, the gods were once again taken aback. Wow! Another astonishing warrior. Just how many hidden trump cards does the 7th universe possess? The Angel of Universe 12, Martinu, blinked in astonishment. The smile of Whis faltered momentarily before he scoffed. Humph, merely an oversized brute. Tawa would soon dispatch him. Meanwhile, Beerus's lips curled slightly upward, inwardly acknowledging, this Broly that was brought in at the last minute is indeed quite useful. On the arena, the obstacles had been cleared. Vegeta advanced step by step, finally halting a short distance before Jiren. The deep blue aura clashed subtly against Jiren's calm and profound presence. The entire venue seemed to fall into silence, all eyes irresistibly drawn to the two figures. The Prince of all Saiyans from Universe 7, standing against the Gray Demon of Universe 11, the legendary strongest of the power tournament. Vegeta lifted his head, his piercing gaze locking onto Jiren's unyielding eyes, his voice steady and brimming with confidence, shattering the stillness. Jiren, come down. Your opponent is I, Prince Vegeta. Vegeta's voice resonated with assurance. Jiren, with an expression of tranquility, slowly descended from the air, standing opposite Vegeta. His tone devoid of emotion. You are not my opponent. Whether or not I am your match will be revealed through battle. Vegeta roared, the deep blue aura erupting as he launched the first attack. His speed left an afterimage in its wake, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Jiren's head. Jiren merely raised a hand. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Jiren's palm firmly caught Vegeta's kick, unmoving. Too slow, Jiren remarked indifferently, shaking his wrist, unleashing a tremendous force that sent Vegeta staggering back several steps. How frustrating. Final flash. Unfazed, Vegeta gathered a colossal energy sphere and unleashed it. Facing this cataclysmic torrent of energy, Jiren simply raised one hand. Boom! The final flash was met by Jiren's single hand, which he then clenched, forcibly crushing it. Energy shards scattered everywhere. What? Vegeta was taken aback, yet he pressed on, utilizing the explosion as cover to close the distance, launching a relentless barrage of punches, elbows, knees, and kicks upon Jiren. Bang, 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 bang. However, Jiren remained as immovable as a mountain. His movements were concise, efficient, and precise to the millimeter. Each block, each dodge was perfectly timed, nullifying all of Vegeta's assaults. In his deep blue form, Vegeta couldn't even manage to make Jiren budge an inch. Is this all there is to it? Jiren's voice remained calm, yet imbued with an overwhelming sense of pressure. If your strength is limited to this, then the game is over. No sooner had he spoken than Jiren made his first proactive move. His figure became a blur in an instant. Vegeta's pupils constricted, leaving him no time to react. Bang, 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 bang. Jiren's fists fell upon Vegeta with the precision and weight of invisible raindrops, striking him relentlessly on his body and face. Vegeta's deep blue aura flickered violently, blood spewing from his mouth and nose, as he was mercilessly battered like a mere punching bag in midair, utterly defenseless. Mr. Vegeta, gasped the onlookers from the 7th universe. Dad, Trunks shouted anxiously from the stands. The disparity was infuriatingly vast. Every part of Vegeta's body ached. Jiren's strength had surpassed the limits of his deep blue form. Is this all there is? Then it's time to end this. Jiren maintained his placid demeanor as he unleashed a powerful energy punch towards Vegeta. Vegeta straightened his body, declaring, "This is merely a warm-up. Don't get too carried away. Allow me to show you my true power." A furious roar erupted from Vegeta as a new, cold, and formidable will surged forth from the depths of his soul. His deep blue aura instantaneously compressed inward, undergoing a transformation. The color deepened into a profound purple, exuding an intensely restrained, yet dangerously potent energy. His hair sharpened, and the impatience and anger in his eyes vanished, replaced by an absolute calmness, supreme self-control, and a chilling intent to kill. Self-ultimate. Vegeta stepped into his own realm of ultimate power. Whoosh! Jiren's determined punch missed its mark. Vegeta evaded the attack with an almost prescient grace, his movements efficient and elegant, as he countered with a hand strike imbued with concentrated deep purple energy, slicing toward Jiren's neck. For the first time, Jiren displayed a clear expression of surprise, quickly retreating half a step to avoid the blow. Bang, bang, bang. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. With his self-ultimate activated, Vegeta's speed, reflexes, and control over his power reached unprecedented heights. No longer merely a target for Jiren's assaults, he could now engage in a fierce exchange of offense and defense. The two figures became twin blurs of light, moving at breakneck speed across the arena, colliding with one another. The sounds of their fists and feet clashing were as dense as rain, each impact igniting astonishing bursts of energy, while the shockwaves reverberated, causing the arena to tremble. For a moment, they appeared evenly matched. Oh, now this is becoming interesting. Chapter 132, Intensification. The two figures transformed into streaks of light beyond the limits of the human eye, wildly intertwining and colliding on the colossal arena and even in the air. With each clash, deafening shockwaves erupted, accompanied by dazzling sparks of energy. The spreading shockwaves resembled an unending tsunami, relentlessly crashing against the edges of the arena, causing the incredibly solid stone to fracture and crumble into dust. Vegeta's movements were efficient, precise, and cold. He masterfully fused his self-ultimate premonition and reaction with the Saiyan Prince's pride and aggressiveness. Each strike aimed directly at the vital points, devoid of any superfluous movements. His fists were enveloped in a concentrated silver-gray energy, each swing accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the fabric of space. Jiren's expression finally betrayed a flicker of seriousness, shattering his previously unyielding calm. His responses remained concise and flawless, yet they transcended mere defense. His fists, equally formidable, sent tremors through the entire space with every clash against Vegeta. The two warriors battled from the eastern side of the arena to the western, transitioning from ground to sky, their speed escalating and power surging. After a violent exchange, they both retreated 100 meters, hovering in midair, locked in a tense standoff. "I never anticipated you could reach this realm," Jiren gradually spoke, a hint of acknowledgement in his tone. This is the path of Prince Vegeta. With absolute self-will, I command the power of everything." Vegeta gasped slightly, yet the flames of battle and confidence in his eyes blazed even more fiercely. "Jiren, your invincible legend shall be shattered by me today." "Arrogant," Jiren retorted lowly, his aura intensifying once again. He clasped his hands, conjuring a crimson energy sphere, reminiscent of a miniature sun, pulsating with terrifying energy, an explosive orb of heat. The ultimate flash. Vegeta countered unabashedly, also gathering energy in his hands. But no longer in the traditional blue. Instead, it manifested as a deeply compressed, introspective violet sphere, imbued with destructive waves. Boom! The crimson and deep violet energies collided once more, both capable of effortlessly annihilating galaxies. This time, it was not a mere crushing force, but a wild mutual erosion. An obliteration. The core of the explosion twisted the space around it, dimming the light, as if forming a nascent black hole that devoured all. The terrifying shockwave propelled both warriors backward. As the energy dissipated, they remained locked in confrontation, though their breaths were somewhat ragged. It was evident that neither had gained a definitive upper hand. The strength was evenly matched. The audience erupted in astonishment. Could it be that he truly withstood Jiren's full-force assault? The god of destruction from Universe 4, Quintella, rose in disbelief from his seat. Incredible, Mr. Vegeta has truly cultivated a different form of ultimate instinct capable of contending with Jiren. The angel from Universe 7, Whis, gazed on with an expression full of admiration. Despite Beerus attempting to maintain a facade of calmness with his arms crossed, the wildly thrashing tip of his tail betrayed his inner excitement and pride. Humph, barely holding on. At least he hasn't brought me shame. The god of destruction from Universe 11, Vermaud, wore a grim expression, his gaze fixed intently on the arena. Jiren, stop toying around. Unleash your true power and finish him. Meanwhile, the battle on the other side was even wilder and more primal. Initially dismissive of Broly, Topo found himself increasingly astonished as their combat unfolded, realizing that his full-force attacks were failing to inflict any effective harm upon him. In a moment of desperation, to secure victory and save his universe, Topo wholeheartedly embraced the destructive energy. However, he exerted control over this power to prevent the fatality of Broly. Destruction, destruction, destruction. Transformed into the god of destruction, Topo's countenance turned frigid and merciless as he unleashed a relentless barrage of lethal, purplish-black, destructive energy beams. Each strike aimed at casting Broly from the arena. Roar, roar, roar. Yet, Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, appeared to be born to defy all logic. The Saiyan blood coursing through him boiled with exhilaration under extreme pressure. The golden-green aura around him expanded like a supernova explosion. He audaciously shattered the destructive energy beams with fists enveloped in unparalleled strength, or countered with even more ferocious energy blasts. Boom, 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 boom. The clash of purplish-black destructive energy and golden-green legendary energy resulted in annihilation. The sounds transcended mere explosions, morphing into chilling rips of space and the hissing of vanishing energy. The battleground, once a pristine arena, lay in ruins. Topo's alarm grew with each strike. He realized that even with the god of destruction's power, he could not subdue this monster. The opponent's strength, speed, and energy surged at a visibly frantic pace. From a slight upper hand at the outset, he was now relegated to a position of incessant defense and evasion against this being of pure, unbridled ferocity. Impossible. I am the candidate for the god of destruction, a wielder of the power of annihilation. How can I possibly lose to a mere mortal? Topo's inner turmoil roared, and the icy resolve filled with destructive energy wavered with a hint of anxiety. It was imperative to unleash the destruction completely, for Universe 11. A brilliant, pale light ignited in Topo's eyes as he made his final decision. He ceased his attempts to control the power and fully liberated the destructive energy within him, igniting it entirely and merging it with his very essence. Ag! Topo let out a tortured scream as the purplish-black energy surrounding him became wildly volatile and unstable, akin to boiling ink. More destructive runes emerged on his body, his aura's intensity spiking once more, yet appearing increasingly perilous and uncontrollable. He relinquished the last vestige of his warrior's control, transforming into a pure embodiment of destruction. Perish! Fully transformed into destruction, Topo thrust forth a torrent of destructive energy, grotesquely more formidable than before, as if capable of obliterating the entire universe. Yet, at the pinnacle of his power surge, he inadvertently provoked Broly's most sensitive nerve. Roar! Broly unleashed the most fearsome roar ever recorded. His eyes became engulfed in a radiant green light. His golden-green hair erupted in a wild mane akin to a lion's. The aura surrounding him no longer burned, but transformed into a tangible, roiling sea of golden-green energy. Blue lightning crackled more densely, heralding the arrival of a tempest. The legendary Super Saiyan's power unleashed in full force. Broly, the slumbering beast of destruction, has finally been roused. Faced with the torrent of annihilation, he did not falter. Instead, he charged forward with exhilarating determination. With arms outstretched, he forcefully brought them together. An incredible spectacle unfolded before our eyes. His colossal hands, enveloped in a golden-green aura, seized the very flow of destructive energy, composed entirely of annihilation. Chapter 133, Toppo's Defeat. The air crackled with a terrifying sound of obliteration. Black smoke billowed from the point where Broly's palms met the destructive energy, yet his aura frantically mended his body. With unmatched strength and the ever-increasing power of legend, he firmly grasped the torrent of destruction. "Return to me," Broly roared, his voice a thunderous echo. His muscular arms swelled to their utmost limits, and he hurled the destructive energy back with force. What? Toppo, paralyzed by shock, had no time to react. Boom! The returned destructive energy collided violently with him. Even as a wielder of destruction, he could not fully withstand the sheer intensity of such a close-range impact. Gushing forth, Toppo spewed a torrent of purple energy blood, his form flung away like a puppet severed from its strings. The destructive energy around him spiraling into chaos as he crashed heavily to the ground, struggling to rise. The tide had turned. Broly began to gain the upper hand. The audience fell into a hushed silence, captivated by the primal ferocity clashing against the divine power. "What a monstrous being," murmured an unknown deity from another universe. Even Toppo, who had wholly embraced destruction, was left in a state of utter disbelief. Goku and Vegeta were engaged in battle, and now Toppo was thwarted by Broly. Beerus widened his eyes, momentarily forgetting to flick his tail, exclaiming, "Whis, where did you find this one?" Whis maintained his serene smile, though a hint of gravity infused his gaze. Such astonishing potential, the legendary Super Saiyan. As the two main battlefields echoed with divine confrontations, Gohan's fight against Kefla neared its climax. Enduring the full brunt of Gohan's ultimate Kamehameha, Kefla was severely wounded, her fusion becoming increasingly unstable as her energy plummeted. Damn it! She struggled to rise, her emerald aura flickering uncertainly, intermittently revealing the shadows of Caulifla and Kale's separation. "It is over, Kefla." Despite his own exhaustion, Gohan's silver aura dulled, yet his resolve remained steadfast. He knew he must seize this moment to vanquish his foe. Inhaling deeply, he channeled his last reserves of strength into his right hand, enveloping his entire arm in a silver-hued divine aura, radiating the essence of purification. He pressed 2 fingers to his forehead. "This is my final move. Divine Kamehameha." Whoosh! A finely honed, rapidly spinning beam of light tore through the air, racing towards the unsuspecting Kefla with the speed of lightning. "No!" Kefla emitted a desperate scream, exerting all her strength to conjure a thin, ethereal green energy shield before her. Yet, this hasty defense crumbled like paper before Gohan's fully unleashed special beam cannon. With a sharp hiss, the spiraling beam pierced the energy shield and struck Kefla's chest with tremendous force. Ack! Kefla was propelled from the arena by the sheer force of the energy, her eyes wide with disbelief. The radiant fusion could no longer be sustained, flickering violently. In the next moment, a blinding flash erupted, and Kefla's form split in two, reverting to the injured and unconscious Caulifla and Kale. The two warriors fell like withered leaves into the abyss beyond the arena. The pride of Universe 6, the fused warrior Kefla, had been utterly defeated. At this juncture, only Hit remained on the stage. Gohan, having released his transformation, knelt on the ground, panting heavily, nearly exhausted. Yet, he had successfully completed his mission. In the stands, Zenkai pounded his chest in frustration, powerless to alter the outcome. Gohan, summoning his strength, rose to his feet. Casting his gaze toward the two even more formidable battlefields, he observed the fierce clash between Vegeta and Jiren, as well as Broly's almost annihilative fury, his expression grave. "I must assist them without delay," he murmured to himself, then turned his attention to Hit, who had been lurking in the distance, concealing his presence and seeking an opportunity. Gohan, straining against his near exhaustion, stood tall, his silvery aura flickering like a firefly, yet the fire of determination in his eyes remained undiminished. Drawing a deep breath, he suppressed his fatigue and the depletion of energy, fixing his sharp gaze on the slightly distorted space where Hit would momentarily appear. 17. Gohan called out, his voice hoarse yet resolute. 17, who had been vigilant and simultaneously shielding the weakened Gohan with an energy barrier, nodded in understanding. He sensed Gohan's approximate location but acknowledged the challenge posed by Hit's instantaneous movements. No matter, Gohan replied, his gaze sharpening. I will lock onto his presence the moment he reveals himself. The rest is up to you. Understood. 17 responded without hesitation, fully trusting Gohan's judgment. In an instant, they forged a tactical consensus. Gohan closed his eyes, immersing himself in the perception of energy, like an intricate radar scanning every energy fluctuation in the vicinity. Meanwhile, 17 prepared to strike, his hands slightly raised, his boundless energy surging to full throttle, ready to unleash a thunderous blow. Hit, concealed within the crevices of time, sensed the immense pressure mounting against him. Faced with two powerful opponents whose synergy was undeniable, he realized that his advantage of concealment was rapidly diminishing. Now, Gohan abruptly opened his eyes, pointing towards an empty space to the left. Almost simultaneously with Gohan's utterance, the space quivered slightly, and Hit's figure materialized like a phantom, poised to launch a surprise attack. However, upon his emergence, instead of confronting his target's rear, he was met by 17's prepared and energy-concentrated hands. Energy barrier captured. Buzz. A colossal, translucent barrier composed of countless hexagonal energy units materialized instantaneously, not as a means of defense, but resembling an immense cage that ensnared Hit entirely. What? For the first time, an expression of unexpected astonishment crossed Hit's cold visage. He endeavored to activate his time skip immediately, yet the energy barrier of number 17, imbued with an exceedingly intricate and chaotic flow of energy, abruptly disrupted his precise manipulation of time, causing his movements to falter at a crucial moment. And for Son Gohan, that moment was more than sufficient. Magical flash. Gohan had somehow appeared outside the energy barrier, compressing all of his remaining strength into the palm of his hand. He launched an unreserved assault against the energy barrier imprisoning Hit. The force of his attack sent both Hit and the barrier tumbling off the stage. Thus, all members of the Sixth Universe fell from the arena. Chapter 134, Gohan's Breakthrough. Hit's figure, along with the energy barrier, was forcefully propelled into the endless abyss by Gohan's final, desperate strike. A flicker of complex emotion crossed his eyes, perhaps a sense of release, perhaps a lingering resentment, but ultimately, it dissolved into nothingness as he vanished from sight. The last warrior of the Sixth Universe had been eliminated. High above in the royal throne, Zeno appeared disinterested, as if too apathetic to offer any commentary, merely raising his small hand. Let the Sixth Universe vanish, Zeno decreed. Amid Kampa's heart-wrenching yet futile roar and Beerus's despondent gaze, everything belonging to the Sixth Universe was erased as silently and completely as a painting wiped clean by an eraser, returning to the void. On the arena, Gohan could no longer sustain himself. His body softened, and he sank to one knee, gasping heavily, sweat pouring down like rain. Number 17 swiftly approached his side, vigilantly scanning their surroundings while channeling a faint stream of energy to help stabilize Gohan's injuries. Thank you, Number 17, Gohan managed to say. Though his gaze immediately shifted to the other two battlefields, his expression growing increasingly grave. At that moment, the fight between Broly and Toppo had reached its final phase. Fully unleashed, Broly, wielding the legendary power, resembled a primordial titan at the dawn of the universe, with his strength, speed, and regenerative abilities escalating at an alarming rate. He fought with increasing ferocity, growing stronger with each clash. A golden-green storm of energy engulfed the entire arena, obliterating even fragments of space in its wake. On the other side, Toppo, having forsaken everything to embody pure destruction, found himself in dire straits. He endured the backlash of his own full-force strike, causing the destructive energy within him to become violently chaotic, as if it might recoil at any moment. Struggling to regain control over his power, he found no respite from Broly's relentless onslaught, akin to a tempest. Roaring, Broly unleashed a punch that, though simple, contained the might to shatter galaxies. Toppo hastily gathered destructive energy to defend himself. Boom! The purple-black energy shield shattered upon impact. Toppo staggered backward, reeling as cracks multiplied on his arms. Destruction, destruction. Toppo mechanically roared, releasing another wave of destructive energy, yet its potency diminished significantly, and its trajectory became increasingly erratic. Broly did not flinch. Instead, he braced himself against the onslaught. The destructive beam scorched his formidable chest, leaving charred marks, yet was instantaneously mended by a surge of vibrant golden-green energy. Broly's colossal hand descended like the heavens themselves. With a resounding thud, Toppo was struck by this hand, sent sprawling as though swatted like a fly, blood gushing forth from his mouth, while the once boiling energy within him diminished significantly. He plummeted to the ground like a meteor, then rebounded, only to crash down again, dragging a long trench across the surface until he skidded to the edge of the arena. Defeat was inevitable. Lying at the shattered edge of the arena, Toppo struggled to rise, but the violent energy was draining from his body, and the agony of backlash rendered him immobile. He lifted his gaze, eyes fixated on the distant figure of Jiren, who was still engaged in fierce combat with Vegeta, his aura as profound as the cosmos. A wave of deep remorse and the weight of a final decision surged within him. With the last vestige of his strength, he transcended the battlefield with his will. Reaching out to Jiren, "Jiren, I'm sorry. I have failed. The hopes of Universe 11 rest upon your shoulders. Please carry our will to victory." Upon delivering this final message, Toppo seemed to lose all support. At that moment, Broly's immense figure loomed above him like a deity, his colossal foot descending with the power to obliterate everything. No. The audience erupted with desperate cries. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed as debris flew. Yet, in a final act of defiance, Toppo rolled to the side with the last ounce of strength he possessed, causing Broly's devastating foot to miss its target, instead shattering a large portion of the arena's edge. However, this violent motion sent Toppo's already precarious body spiraling out of balance, plummeting into the abyss of nothingness below. The candidate for the God of Destruction of Universe 11, Toppo, was eliminated. As he fell, his body gradually returned to its original form, the visage of a steadfast warrior. He cast a glance towards the direction of Universe 11, a flicker of relief passing through his eyes before he vanished completely. Jiren, engaged in a high-speed exchange with Vegeta, suddenly faltered. Toppo's final spiritual message struck him like a hammer upon his long-frozen heart. "I'm sorry. I have failed. The hopes of Universe 11 rest upon your shoulders. Please carry our will to victory." The faces of his comrades, the proud members of their team, the Supreme Kai, and even the anxious, expectant visage of the God of Destruction flashed through his mind. He had relentlessly pursued absolute power, believing emotions to be a weakness, isolating himself solely to grow stronger and prevent further loss. He thought relinquishing his obsessions would render him utterly calm. But in this moment, he understood. Letting go of his obsessions did not equate to becoming heartless. Rather, it was about understanding and acceptance. Understanding the intentions of his comrades, accepting their trust, and shouldering their hopes. True strength did not lie in solitude, but in fighting to protect what lay behind him. An unprecedented warmth and colossal power surged forth, not derived from mere muscle or energy, but emanating from the very depths of his soul, fueled by the collective prayers and trust of all beings connected to the 11th universe. Buzz, the once tranquil aura of Jiren abruptly transformed. No longer a bottomless abyss, it morphed into the first glimmer of light reminiscent of the universe's inception. Warmth, vastness, and an all-encompassing essence, imbued with unimaginable strength. His form radiated a soft, pearlescent glow, and the chill in his gaze vanished, replaced by a serene and resolute depth, as if he had perceived the fundamental nature of all existence. His aura escalated exponentially, breaching a threshold unfathomable to mere mortals, the pinnacle of the heart's transcendence. Jiren, already superior to a god of destruction, at this moment transcended that realm entirely. Stepping into the domain of angels, he gently raised his hand, effortlessly blocking the full-force punch of Vegeta. The motion appeared gentle and languid, yet contained an irresistible might. Vegeta's fist halted just an inch from Jiren's palm, unable to advance another fraction. His ultimate speed and power, derived from his own self-imposed limits, seemed to slow to a crawl before Jiren. What? Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply, disbelief etched across his face for the first time. He felt his energy, his will, and even the surrounding fabric of space-time, utterly suppressed by that gentle yet supreme force. Jiren gazed at Vegeta with tranquility, offering a gentle push. Bang! Chapter 135, Vegeta's Enlightenment. Vegeta barely comprehended what had transpired before he was struck by an indescribable force, sent flying, as if the entire universe had collided with him, crashing into the distant ruins of the arena, sending plumes of dust skyward. The deep violet aura of his self-imposed limits was instantly dispersed. Silence enveloped the arena. All spectators, all deities, even the two supreme Kais, seemed momentarily wide-eyed. The voice of Beerus, parched and stiff, echoed in the stillness. Jiren's expression morphed from despair to ecstasy, followed by sheer astonishment. Whis opened his azure eyes, his tone imbued with genuine surprise. Has he truly reached this level in battle, harnessing the power of the heart? A remarkable miracle indeed. An overwhelming despair. Jiren's gaze swept across the remaining warriors of the seventh universe. That gaze, serene yet imbued with the authority of a deity surveying the masses, first fell upon the exhausted Gohan and the vigilant android 17. Without a single motion, merely by the slightest shift of his will, Gohan and 17 sensed the surrounding space solidifying instantaneously, a gentle yet irresistible force enveloping them, lifting them effortlessly, and inexorably propelling them beyond the arena's confines. They were unable to even attempt to struggle as they were expelled from the battlefield. Gohan, eliminated. Android 17, eliminated. Next, he turned his attention to the roaring, battle-ready behemoth, Broly. Broly sensed an unprecedented threat, unleashing a more ferocious roar as the golden-green tempest of energy intensified once again, launching a full-force punch towards Jiren. Jiren, however, merely extended a finger, gently tapping the devastating energy storm. The legendary power, potent enough to obliterate destructive energy, melted away like ice and snow under the harsh sun upon contact with the soft white light at Jiren's fingertip, dissipating into the gentlest of energy particles. Subsequently, Jiren pressed his palm towards Broly from a distance. Broly's massive form suddenly buckled, as if the entirety of the cosmos bore down upon him. He roared in a frenzy, a golden-green aura erupting skyward, yet he could not break free from this invisible restraint. Jiren's palm descended slowly, and Broly's colossal body bent involuntarily, his knees struggling to support him while the arena beneath him cracked under the immense pressure. With a defiant roar, Broly's power surged instinctively, yet Jiren's strength seemed limitless, perpetually maintaining its steadfast dominance over him. Ultimately, Jiren brushed his hand lightly towards the edge of the arena. Broly's struggling form was effortlessly propelled beyond the boundary by this irresistible force. Broly was eliminated. In an instant, only Vegeta, who had just emerged from the ruins, remained on the stage representing Universe 7. He stood, battered and bruised, his Ultra Instinct aura unstable. Gazing upon Jiren, who appeared as a deity, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair at the vast chasm of power between them. How could such strength exist, transcending dimensions? Even that monster Broly had been easily vanquished. Kakarot, if only you were here. Images of Bulma, Trunks, and even Goku flashed through his mind. No, I cannot always rely on that guy. I vowed to surpass him using my own strength, to protect everything. The fate of Universe 7 is now in my hands. I am the Prince of Planet Vegeta. I am the brilliant warrior, Vegeta. How can I fall here? The immense pressure, the pride of a prince, the resolve to protect, and every ounce of hard-earned training accumulated over time. Training under the gravity of the god of destruction, sparring with Goku, rigorous training in the room of spirit and time, and insights gained in the god of creation's temple, converged at this moment, transforming into the fuel for breaking through his limits. Ah! Vegeta let out a soul-rending roar. It was not one of pain, but a declaration of breaking free from shackles. His previously unstable deep purple Ultra Instinct aura suddenly compressed inward with utmost intensity. Then it erupted. But this time, it was no longer deep purple. The hue of the aura became profoundly profound, morphing into a dark purple reminiscent of the universe's deepest night. Yet, upon that dark purple backdrop, countless silver points of light sparkled, resembling brilliant stars draped across him. His hair sharpened, darkening further, its edges shimmering with a starlit glow. His bodily injuries healed instantaneously, and the contours of his muscles became even more perfect and fluid, brimming with explosive power. Most importantly, his gaze transformed. It was no longer merely the coldness of self-control, but was infused with the utmost pride of a Saiyan prince, the unwavering resolve to protect his comrades, and an absolute confidence that transcended all. the pinnacle of self-exceedance. Vegeta, in this dire moment, though his life essence had not yet undergone metamorphosis, possessed a power and realm sufficient to stand shoulder to shoulder with Jiren. A formidable aura surged skyward as the dark purple stellar flames enveloped Vegeta, akin to draping a magnificent cosmic starry sky upon himself. His overwhelming presence was no longer completely suppressed by Jiren. Instead, it resembled an indomitable river of stars, contending with that immense power. Though the range was limited, its refinement and sharpness surpassed all. Jiren. Vegeta's voice resonated with steadiness and strength, each syllable seemingly heavy with the weight of celestial collisions. The battle, at long last, was truly underway. He spoke no more, his figure blurring in an instant. It was no longer mere velocity. It was as if he executed a short-distance spatial leap directly. Bang! Almost simultaneously with the sound, Vegeta's fist, entwined with stellar energy, struck fiercely against Jiren's crossed arms. This time, it was not silent. A tremendous roar erupted. The clash between the two unleashed an indescribable brilliance of energy, as dark purple stars collided madly with pure white cosmic light, leading to annihilation. A terrifying shockwave expanded in a circular motion, further shattering the already fragmented arena into even smaller debris, suspended in the void. A flicker of astonishment passed through Jiren's calm gaze. He could distinctly sense the power of Vegeta's punch, along with the extreme self-control embodied within it, had genuinely reached an entirely new level. Excellent. Jiren genuinely marveled, no longer holding back. He deflected Vegeta's punch and countered with an open palm strike that appeared slow and gentle, but contained the might to propel stars. Vegeta's pupils constricted. The ultimate foresight and reflex brought by his self-exceedance enabled him to narrowly evade by tilting his head, as the gust from Jiren's palm grazed his cheek, instantly obliterating a large expanse of suspended arena debris into mere particles. Seizing the momentum, Vegeta thrust his knee into Jiren's abdomen, while simultaneously conjuring a highly compressed dark purple energy sphere that culminated in a final flash. Chapter 136, The Ultimate Showdown. Vegeta's knee collided forcefully with Jiren's abdomen, emitting a muffled thud, while the highly compressed final flash energy sphere in his other hand was also prepared, hurtling towards Jiren at point-blank range. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Jiren remained unflustered. He absorbed Vegeta's knee strike, his body shuddering slightly, but his other hand swiftly moved, precisely pressing against the dark purple energy sphere. Annihilation. Jiren uttered two words, as the pure, immense golden-red flames erupted from his palm, not through the power of laws, but purely relying on absolute energy levels and control. He engaged in the most brutal clash and obliteration of energy. Boom! Vegeta's celestial energy sphere collided ferociously with Jiren's palm-ensconced key flame, neutralizing each other. The explosion's radiance once again engulfed both warriors, yet this time, they merely staggered slightly, suffering no significant injuries. So it was merely a surge in energy. Unlike Kakarot, Vegeta instantly discerned the essence of Jiren's power, his fighting spirit igniting further. If that is the case, let us see whose energy can endure until the very end. Just as I wished, Jiren replied calmly. His fists once again enveloped in a vast golden-red aura. The two ceased their flamboyant techniques and returned to the most primal, pure form of energy clashes and physical confrontations. With each strike, the energy contained surpassed all previous levels. Boom, 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 boom. The dark purple starry flames clashed violently with the expansive golden-red ki. Each encounter erupted with a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the void. Fragments of the shattered arena were continually obliterated, and the battlefield became increasingly desolate, leaving only the purest storm of energy raging. Their speed remained astonishing, and their strength escalated to unfathomable heights. The sound of their fists and feet striking one another resonated like the deafening explosions of stars. Remarkably powerful, Krillin observed in awe, their energy seemingly boundless. That guy Vegeta is truly holding his own against such a monster. Piccolo clenched his fists, both anxious and exhilarated. Jiren, give it your all. The survivors of Universe 11 were fervently cheering. The gods in the audience were rendered speechless by this pinnacle clash of pure power. This transcended technique and rules, representing the ultimate collision of fundamental ki. However, as time progressed, The repercussions of their intense duel began to manifest. Blood continually seeped from the corner of Vegeta's mouth, his body enduring the tremendous backlash from the extreme compression of energy. The dark purple starry flames, while still resplendent, were noticeably less stable than at the outset, flickering uncertainly. Jiren's condition was equally dire. His breath quickened, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead, although his vast ki was formidable. Such intense output and control were a significant strain on his mental fortitude. The golden red flames remained imposing, yet their brilliance appeared somewhat dimmed. Their bodies were nearing their limits. The time for the tournament was swiftly elapsing. After a violent exchange, both warriors were propelled backward, landing on the last two sizable fragments of the arena, facing each other from a distance, gasping heavily as they sought to reclaim their final moments of recovery. Tick-tock, tick-tock. It felt as if an invisible clock was ticking away. With scant time remaining in the tournament, both understood that the next strike would determine the victor. Vegeta, Jiren began slowly, his voice imbued with fatigue yet laden with respect. You are a worthy opponent. Let the next move decide our fates. Just as I wished. Vegeta wiped the blood from his mouth, the last flames of determination igniting in his eyes. With this final strike, I shall utterly vanquish you. The two individuals ceased their words, simultaneously channeling their ultimate and most potent force. Vegeta infused all of his remaining strength, along with his final resolve, pride, and the protective spirit for all beings in the seventh universe, into the space between his hands. A dark purple stellar aura surged and compressed into a singularity that seemed to rotate with the essence of a galaxy. The surrounding space began to warp and collapse due to its terrifying energy density. Ultimately, a blinding flash marked the climax. Jiren, in turn, elevated his boundless energy to an unprecedented zenith. The golden red aura expanded like a supernova explosion, illuminating the entire void. He concentrated all of his energy, will, and the last flicker of hope for the 11th universe into the palm of his hand. As they unleashed their final roars, both transformed their accumulated might into two torrents of ultimate energy capable of piercing the cosmos and annihilating all existence, surging towards one another. One was an intensely refined, dark purple galaxy that could tear apart anything. The other was an expansive, golden red sunset that could engulf everything. The climactic collision was upon them. The two waves of ultimate energy clashed with fervor, annihilating and exploding, forming an ever-expanding sphere of destructive energy. This sphere contained pure annihilative energy that would make even the gods tremble. All beings in the 7th and 11th universes stood, their hearts racing with trepidation. The spectators from other universes held their breaths, deeply shaken by this ultimate confrontation. What an impressive display. Yet, why had Vegeta not transformed into a silver-haired form like Goku? From the stands, Krillin, both excited and puzzled, voiced the question that lingered in many minds. His inquiry sparked immediate discussion among the crowd. Indeed, Vegeta's energy was undeniably potent. Whis, what is the explanation for this? Beerus asked, furrowing his brow as he looked at Whis. This Vegeta seems to possess overwhelming power. Yet why hasn't his life form undergone transformation like Son Goku's? With a graceful demeanor, Whis leaned on his staff, observing the cataclysmic energy clash on the arena, and smiled as he elucidated. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no need for bewilderment. Mr. Vegeta's current state and Mr. Son Goku's Ultra Instinct are fundamentally two distinct paths. He paused, articulating clearly, Mr. Son Goku's ascension to the legendary Ultra Instinct, a realm of complete mastery, is a miracle born of multiple factors and is nearly impossible to replicate. Firstly, through his prior training, Mr. Son Goku had already touched upon, and even partially stepped into, the threshold of the angelic realm, establishing an exceptionally solid foundation in his life essence and comprehension of Ultra Instinct. Whis glanced at Beerus, who nodded, recalling the scene of Goku battling against the Dragon of End. Furthermore, and most critically, Whis's expression grew somewhat solemn. The two esteemed individuals, Mr. Sun Wukong, encountered in their subsequent fates, received a fragment of primordial power bestowed or sanctified by Lord Zeno and the Dragon God, Salaman. What? The power of Lord Zeno and the Dragon God, Salaman? Chapter 137, An Unexpected Yet Inevitable Choice. What? The power of Lord Zeno and the Dragon God, Salaman? The gods exclaimed in astonishment. This was indeed a monumental secret. Indeed, Whis affirmed, The power of those two entities has long transcended the ordinary dimensions. Receiving even a trace of their primordial sanctification is tantamount to a thorough elevation and expansion of Mr. Sun Wukong's life essence, enabling him to bear and wield the ultimate power that belongs to the divine. Hence, he could achieve a leap in his life essence, silver hair and azure eyes, embodying the true form of a deity, a manifestation of dimensional divergence, and a transcendence of life's very essence. Thus, the crowd enlightened. Realizing why Sun Wukong could transform so astonishingly, it was a cosmic-level fortuity. As for Mr. Vegeta, Whis redirected his gaze towards the stage where Vegeta was engaged in a climactic clash of energy waves against Jiren, his eyes filled with profound admiration. Vegeta traversed a path that was starkly different and far more arduous. He did not possess the extraordinary fortunes of Mr. Sun Wukong. Instead, he relied solely on an unwavering self-will, the pride of a Saiyan prince, the resolve to protect, and an unrelenting commitment to arduous training over the years. He pushed his self-determination to another extreme, not through losing oneself in nature, but through absolute self-mastery. He harmonized all his strength, will, and emotions into a perfect unity, compressing, purifying, and refining them to the utmost, ultimately causing a qualitative transformation through quantitative change, breaking through the barriers of his limitations. His current state could be termed a transcendence of self-determination. The level of his power, owing to its extreme energy density and operational efficiency, indeed rivals or even surpasses the typical strength of angelic energy. Yet, the essence of his life remains anchored in the realm of mortals, having not undergone a fundamental metamorphosis. His might lies in developing his mortal form to its theoretical pinnacle. Whis' explanation was clear, allowing everyone to comprehend the distinctions, evoking a profound respect for Vegeta. This was a path without shortcuts, solely relying on one's own efforts to reach the pinnacle. At that moment, the ultimate confrontation on the stage reached its resolution. Boom! Amidst the incredulous gazes of all, Vegeta's intensely refined, dark purple starry river, embodying his ultimate will, finally tore through Jiren's vast and majestic golden-red sunset torrent. Like an indomitable diamond drill bit, it pierced through a sprawling ocean of molten steel. The power of the dark purple starry river diminished. Yet it still bore Vegeta's indomitable spirit, crashing fiercely into Jiren, who could not evade due to his full exertion. Ugh! Jiren emitted a muffled groan, his body completely engulfed by the energy distilled to its essence. He was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, hurtling off the remaining fragments of the arena, plummeting into the abyss of the void. By the time he was airborne, consciousness had already slipped away from him. Meanwhile, Vegeta, having unleashed his final strike, had exhausted all his strength. The stellar aura surrounding him extinguished in an instant, and he knelt on one knee, struggling to support his body with both hands, barely preventing himself from collapsing. He lifted his gaze towards the direction where Jiren was descending, breathing heavily, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. Just then, the chimes signaling the end of the tournament of power resonated throughout the expanse of the void. Time had come to a close. Upon the arena, only Vegeta remained. The seventh universe emerged victorious. Had they truly won? Krillin was momentarily stunned before erupting into ecstatic cheers. Vegeta, the stands of the seventh universe erupted in jubilation. Even Beerus, with his typically stoic demeanor, allowed a smile to grace his lips. Well done, Vegeta. In stark contrast, the 11th universe was shrouded in silence. Vermaud sat slumped on his throne, his face ashen, unable to accept this reality. High above, the Grand Zeno clapped his little hands. It is over, he declared. Indeed, my lord, the 7th universe has triumphed, confirmed the Grand Priest. The Grand Zeno slowly raised his hand, which determined the fate of the universe, directing it towards the now despondent stands of the 11th universe. An invisible, terrifying pressure descended, prompting Vermaud to despairingly close his eyes, while the members of the prideful team huddled together, trembling as they awaited their final fate. Wait! Vegeta's weak yet resolute voice resonated once more, laboriously reaching every corner. The Grand Zeno paused momentarily, his curious gaze shifting towards the nearly incapacitated figure on the arena below. My lord. Vegeta uttered each word, as if expending every ounce of his strength, blood dripping from his chin, yet he held his head high. We have achieved victory, but... He took a deep breath, the pain akin to tearing his lungs, yet his eyes remained remarkably lucid. But I, Vegeta, will never endorse the annihilation of an entire universe under any pretext. His words left everyone in stunned silence. Even the cheers from the seventh universe abruptly ceased. With Beerus wide-eyed in shock, nearly leaping up, Vegeta, what foolishness are you spouting? Be quiet. However, Vegeta paid no heed, continuing to speak with great difficulty. Fighting is for survival and the pursuit of strength, not for such senseless destruction. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Everyone was taken aback by Vegeta's audacious declaration, utterly at odds with his usual demeanor. On the elevated platform, the Grand Zeno tilted his head, seemingly perplexed. As if awaiting something, the Grand Priest, bowing slightly, respectfully reminded him, "My lord, rules are rules. The victor survives, and the vanquished perishes. This is the essence of the tournament of power." The Grand Zeno's hand appeared poised to rise again. Just then, another voice rang out. "My lord." It was none other than Beerus. With unwavering determination, he steeled himself against the overwhelming pressure and spoke, albeit with a tremor in his voice. "Please, do not be angry. Vegeta has fought excessively and is not quite himself." Lord Beerus was gently interrupted by Whis, who subtly shook his head, a profound smile gracing his face. "Perhaps we should listen to the true thoughts of Mr. Vegeta." Beerus was taken aback. Vegeta cast a glance at Whis, then turned toward the Omni King, summoning every ounce of strength to declare, "Super Dragon Balls. I implore you to use the power of the Super Dragon Balls. Revive all the universes that were erased during the Tournament of Power. This is my wish." The declaration sent shockwaves through the arena. "What?" Whis opened his eyes wide, incredulous at Vegeta's audacity. The survivors from the other universes were equally astonished, while the members of Universe 7 stood in utter disbelief. Krillin gaped. Vegeta intends to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect everyone. Gohan's eyes shimmered with shock and admiration. On the emotionless visage of the Omni King, there seemed to be a slight upward curve at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 138. The Conclusion of the Tournament of Power. The Grand Priest stepped forward with a gentle smile, his voice resonating clearly throughout the hall. "Mr. Vegeta, we have understood your will. Next, I shall summon the Eternal Dragon, and your wish will be granted." With that, the Grand Priest elegantly waved his staff. Buzz! 7 colossal Super Dragon Balls, radiating a brilliant orange-yellow light, materialized at the center of the void, shining like 7 celestial stars. Their immense size and the miraculous power they contained moved all the deities present. "Speak your wish, Mr. Vegeta," the Grand Priest encouraged. He gazed upon the 7 Super Dragon Balls and invoked the divine words aloud. "Arise, Eternal Dragon, and fulfill my wish." Boom! The Super Dragon Balls erupted in an unimaginable brilliance, and a magnificent, resplendent dragon, beyond verbal description, spiraled into existence within the void. Its vast form seemed to transcend multiple dimensions, with its enormous crimson eyes surveying all beings. The Grand Priest stepped aside. "Mr. Vegeta, now you may articulate your wish." The voice of the Eternal Dragon resonated deeply within every soul. "Any wish you desire, I can fulfill." Without hesitation, Vegeta proclaimed his wish. "My wish is to resurrect all the universes that were erased by Lord Omni King during this Tournament of Power. Restore them to their state prior to erasure." This wish was straightforward. The Eternal Dragon's eyes blazed with a brilliant red light, and an unimaginable surge of energy swept across the entirety of the Omni King's realm. It embodied the principles of creation and revival, even surpassing destruction itself. Where the light shone, those universes that had been utterly reduced to nothingness, devoid of even the concept of existence, began to reconstruct as if time were flowing backward. The stars illuminate, life rejuvenates, and civilization reemerges. On the grandstand of the 11th universe, the members of the Pride Troopers, including the likes of Vermaud, Topo, and Jiren, are fortunate enough to witness a scene even the deities have never beheld, the rebirth of the universe, having narrowly escaped erasure at the hands of Vegeta. What transpires? Is not the universe merely a dream? The other erased universes, Universe 6, Universe 2, Universe 3, Universe 4, Universe 9, and Universe 10, have also been restored. The gods of destruction, including Kampa, Helios, and Moscow, along with their supreme Kais and angels, gaze in astonishment at their unscathed forms and the reappearance of their subjects. The entire void realm is enveloped in an eerie silence, save for the gentle glow and residual energy waves emanating from the eternal dragon. At this moment, the soothing voice of the Grand Minister resonates once more, addressing the immense confusion that looms over everyone. Dear ones, there is no need for doubt or panic. This entire event is, in fact, a trial set forth by Lord Zeno for the surviving universes. A trial? All the deities, including Beerus and Vermoud, are left aghast as they turn their gazes towards Zeno on the high platform, who remains tranquil, swinging his legs. The Grand Minister continues to elucidate. The rules of the Tournament of Power are genuine, and the erasure of the defeated universes is equally real. However, what Lord Zeno yearns to witness transcends mere strength. He desires to observe whether the surviving universes, having attained absolute victory and the right to exist, still possess compassion and benevolence towards other forms of life. Should the victorious universe revel in its triumph, complacently accepting the obliteration of others, or fearfully remain silent in the presence of Lord Zeno's authority, then such a universe, despite its formidable power, loses the true essence of existence. Lord Zeno would deem it no different from those erased universes, perhaps even more unworthy of existence, and may choose to erase it as well. The Grand Minister's words thunder like lightning in the hearts of all deities. Beerus is instantly drenched in cold sweat, realizing how perilously close they were to actual annihilation. Had it not been for Vegeta, the other gods of destruction from various universes turn pale, gripped by trepidation, soon to be flooded with boundless gratitude and complex emotions. They are reborn, thanks to Universe 7 and the merciful heart of the Saiyan Prince. As for Mr. Vegeta of Universe 7, the Grand Minister gazes appreciatively at the nearly exhausted figure in the arena. His choice, his words, have proven that Universe 7 possesses this invaluable compassion. He has passed Lord Zeno's trial. Thus, the Eternal Dragon has granted his wish, allowing all erased universes to be reborn. The truth is unveiled. Everyone casts their gaze upon Vegeta, filled with a multitude of sentiments: gratitude, admiration, shock, and shame. Vegeta let out a cold snort, despite his frail state. He averted his gaze and muttered, "Humph, spare me the chatter. I simply find winning in such a trivial manner uninteresting." This quintessential display of Vegeta's stubbornness, at that moment, appeared remarkably endearing and reliable to the onlookers. Goku observed Vegeta with a newfound respect gleaming in his typically calm eyes, while Toppo, with a complex expression, realized that the justice he sought had taken on a new definition in that instant. Kappa, filled with excitement, shouted towards the stands of Universe 7, "Beerus, I owe you one this time. And to you, Vegeta, thank you." The other deities of destruction echoed their sentiments of gratitude. A crisis threatening the very existence of multiple universes seemed to have concluded in the most satisfactory manner. The air was thick with the joy of survival and the spirit of reconciliation. The Grand Minister smiled, preparing to declare the official conclusion of the power tournament, allowing each universe to return home when, boom, a sound that defied description erupted, as if it transcended countless dimensions and tore through the fabric of time itself. This deafening roar did not emanate from the void but from a deeper, more distant, and indescribable realm. It felt as though the very foundation of the Omni King's world had been violently struck by an unimaginable force. What is happening? What was that sound? The countenances of all divine beings, including the two Omni Kings and the Grand Minister, shifted dramatically. The terrifying power and ominous portent contained within that colossal sound instilled an unprecedented sense of dread and trepidation in every being present, regardless of their strength. The previously relaxed atmosphere evaporated, replaced by an even darker, more fearsome cloud that enveloped everyone's hearts. The expressions of the Omni Kings and the Grand Minister were graver than ever before. Ladies and gentlemen, the true battle that determines existence is about to commence. Chapter 139. Unveiling the Hidden Truth. Grand Minister, the voice of Katra, the god of destruction from Universe 4, trembled as he could no longer contain his curiosity. What was that sound? What has transpired? The other gods of destruction and Kaioshin's cast frightened and inquisitive glances. This sudden change far exceeded their comprehension, and even many angels bore expressions of unprecedented seriousness. The gentle smile that usually adorned the Grand Minister's face had vanished, replaced by a rare gravity. He glanced at the still calm Omni Kings, whose expressions had grown slightly more serious, before slowly turning to address all the anxious deities and warriors. At this juncture, It is time to reveal certain truths to you all. The Grand Minister's voice remained serene, yet it carried a weight that quelled the surrounding tumult. He surveyed the assembly before speaking slowly. Do you know why the Omni King decided to adopt such drastic measures to reduce the number of universes during this power tournament? Everyone held their breath in anticipation, awaiting the answer. It was not out of boredom or mere tidying up. The tone of the High Priest grew profound. For the true reason was to confront an imminent ultimate crisis, one that had long been lurking and now threatened the very existence of the entire realm. An ultimate crisis? A shiver ran through the hearts of all present. Eons ago, in a time before many universes had even been born, the voice of the High Priest seemed to carry everyone back through the annals of time, to a moment when our world faced a cataclysm that nearly led to its annihilation. A group of terrifying entities, known as the Chaos Demons, originating from the abyss of chaos and bent on the destruction and consumption of all orderly realms, sought to plunge the entire universe into eternal chaos and void. Chaos Demons? The unfamiliar term sent chills down the spines of the gods. They were immensely powerful, with their most formidable members rivaling even the might of the Grand Ruler, if not surpassing it. The High Priest's words reverberated with thunderous gravity. To thwart their advance, the Grand Ruler at that time joined forces with the Dragon God, Salama, enduring unimaginable hardships, ultimately sealing the main forces and source of the Chaos Demons in a temporal rift far removed from all normal universes. A place where the laws of reality had collapsed and banishment reigned. The assembly fell into a profound silence, the only sound being the High Priest's voice narrating this long-buried secret of awe-inspiring magnitude. However, the seal was not everlasting. The High Priest's expression grew increasingly grave, for the power of chaos incessantly eroded the seal. Furthermore, the faint energies they emitted had been contaminating and alluring weaker-willed universes and beings. At this juncture, the High Priest's gaze swept across those universes that had been erased and then resurrected. Do you understand why universes 13 to 18 were obliterated? The faces of the destruction gods, such as Paka, Helis, and Mosca, turned ashen. It was precisely because these universes had been insidiously corroded to varying degrees by the energies released by the Chaos Demons. The High Priest unveiled the harsh truth. This erosion was nearly impossible to eradicate and would lead the universes towards extremes, chaos, and self-destruction. The Grand Ruler convened a power conference, partly to consolidate resources and bolster the overall strength of the surviving universes. On the other hand, it was also to prevent new universes from becoming deeply eroded and irretrievably diseased, lest they become pawns and accomplices of the Chaos Demons in future conflicts. Thus, the realization struck the gods with horror, accompanied by a wave of foreboding. What of that deafening sound? The god of destruction from Universe 10, Ramses, inquired with a tremor in his voice. The High Priest solemnly nodded. Just as you have surmised. That tremendous sound emanated from the site of the seal in the banishment realm. This signifies that the power of the Chaos Demons has reached its zenith, and they are now fiercely assaulting the seal. Moreover, it implies, the High Priest paused, his tone deepening further, that the valiant warriors stationed at the banishment realm, tasked with reinforcing the seal and repelling the Chaos Demons, are likely struggling to maintain their defense. The situation has reached a critical juncture. Frontline warriors? Stationed in the banishment realm? The gods seized upon these keywords. Just then, Vegeta, who had been silently listening, suddenly raised his head, though weakened. His gaze was sharp as a blade. High Priest, is the place you mentioned, the exiled land, where that scoundrel Kakarot has gone, indeed the same? The Grand Priest turned to Vegeta and nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Mr. Vegeta. Mr. Sun Goku, along with many extraordinary warriors from generations past who have transcended to higher realms, have since the summons, or, after arduous trials, ventured to the exiled land, becoming the foremost line of defense and the most formidable bulwark safeguarding the Omni King's realm. The truth, piece by piece, is being assembled like a jigsaw puzzle. Son Goku's sudden departure, his formidable new form, and the so-called more pressing matters, all have been elucidated. He has ventured to such a perilous front line. What shall we do now? Beerus's expression was grave. If even Son Goku and those legendary warriors found it arduous to endure, what could they, the deities of the rear guard, possibly achieve? The Grand Priest's gaze swept across all present deities, angels, and top-tier warriors like Jiren and Vegeta, his voice rising suddenly, imbued with an undeniable resolve. The warriors are bleeding and sacrificing at the front line, granting us precious time. Now, it is our turn to fulfill our respective duties. The Omni King and I shall immediately descend to the depths of the exiled land to reinforce the core seals and confront the most formidable of the chaos demons, whose powers have at least reached the realm of deities, if not beyond. That is not a battle in which you can partake. However, the Grand Priest's tone shifted. For although the chaos demons are few in number, many powerful entities have succumbed to their corrupting influence, including formidable fiends equivalent to destroyers and even angels. When the seals are utterly breached, they will inevitably surge into the Omni King's world like a tidal wave, attempting to dismantle our realm from within. Your task is. The Grand Priest's gaze, as tangible as substance, fell upon each destroyer, Supreme Kai, an elite warrior, to defend the Omni King's world. To intercept and annihilate all invading chaos demons here. We must not allow them to contaminate and devastate more universes. This shall be a true war, one that concerns the survival of all universes. There is no retreat. Failure signifies the end of everything. The Grand Priest's words resonated like a final call to arms, weighing heavily upon every heart, yet igniting a fervor within. Fear still lingered, but more predominant was a resolute sense of duty born from desperation. Vegeta struggled to stand tall. Despite his battered body, his eyes blazed with the fires of battle. Humph! Finally a worthy challenge has appeared, Kakarot. Don't you dare fall before me. Chapter 140. The final battle approaches. The Grand Priest's somber words echoed within the void, casting a heavy pall over every deity and warrior, as if a star had been placed upon their hearts. Panic, shock, resolve, and a sense of responsibility interwove within the souls of the assembly. Following a brief silence, the air became thick with an uncontrollable stir and murmurs. The chaotic demon, a force so formidable that even Lord Zeno and the dragon god Salaman must unite to seal it, presents a dire threat. Yet here are Sun Wukong and his companions, engaging in battle in such perilous circumstances. Can we truly hold our ground? Doubts and fears spread like a plague among some of the weaker deities. Silence. A voice rang out like thunder, startling all. It was Vegeta. Despite his weakened state, barely able to hover, the sharpness and pride in his gaze remained undiminished. Look at yourselves. Where is the majesty befitting a deity? His disdainful tone cut through the air. The enemy has yet to arrive, and you tremble in fear? Do not forget. You are the supreme gods of your respective universes. It is your inherent duty to protect your universe and your people. The only change is that the enemy has shifted from within to without. What is there to fear? His words struck the hearts of many, instilling a sense of shame in those who wavered. Vegeta spoke the truth. Jiren slowly began to speak, his voice calm, yet resonant with strength. Fear does not resolve issues. Since battle is inevitable, we shall fight to the end, for survival, and to honor those who fight for us on the front lines. The warriors of Universe 11 nodded in agreement, their pride rekindled. Humph! Though it irks me to be schooled by a scion, Kampa wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. We cannot retreat this time. For Universe 6, our Universe 4 shall not lag behind. Ketlo insisted, rallying his spirits. Beerus, arms crossed, and tail twitching nervously, turned to the Grand Priest. What exactly should we do? Are we to simply wait here? The Grand Priest regarded the rapidly regrouping gods, a glimmer of approval flickering in his eyes. He shook his head. No, this is not the optimal battlefield. However, before the fight commences, you must all restore yourselves to peak condition. He raised his staff and gently struck the ground. A gentle light enveloped the warriors, fully restoring their bodies. He then struck the ground once more. A soft yet irresistible power enveloped all present, the destroyers, Supreme Kais, angels, and all warriors participating in the tournament of power. In an instant, the scene before them transformed. The shattered arena and starry sky of the void disappeared, replaced by an indescribable, boundless barrier of chaos. It felt as though they stood at the world's edge, yet also at the genesis of all things. Beneath their feet lay an intangible foundation that bore everything. Gazing outward revealed a swirling torrent of time and space, glimmering with vibrant hues, and further still, a translucent barrier, etched with countless arcane runes, encasing the entirety of Zeno's realm. The terrifying sound of collision resonated more clearly and heavily here. Each booming impact sent ripples across the distant barrier, igniting the intricate runes in a desperate attempt to withstand the shock, though their light dimmed with each passing moment. Beyond the barrier, one can faintly perceive a multitude of distorted, grotesque, and malevolent shadows writhing, fervently assailing the defenses. Merely sensing the sinister aura exuding from these shadows is sufficient to unsettle even the most resolute of deities. This location marks the boundary of the Omni King's realm. The voice of the Grand Priest jolted everyone back from their stupor. It is here that the sealing power is weakest and most vulnerable to breach. Your mission is to establish a defensive line, obliterating any chaotic entities attempting to breach the barrier. His gaze swept across the assembly as he swiftly issued commands. All angels, heed my call. Leading the charge was Whis, followed by the remaining 11 angels, stepping forward in solemnity. You shall serve as the core and backbone of the defense, tasked with coordinating command, stabilizing the battlefield, and primarily targeting formidable monsters equivalent to angelic energy. Should the need arise, unite to erect barriers. Yes, Grand Priest. The angels responded in unison, radiating a soft, yet formidable brilliance. All destroyers and Supreme Kais. The Grand Priest turned his attention to Beerus and others present. The destroyers and Supreme Kais did not dare exhibit any laxity. You are responsible for commanding the warriors of your respective universes, delineating defensive zones, and providing mutual support. Under no circumstances must any malevolent entity breach your defenses and infiltrate the inner universes. Understood. Beerus and the others affirmed with grave resolve, promptly initiating covert communications with their cosmic legions. As for you, the Grand Priest finally addressed Vegeta, Jiren, Gohan, number 17, Broly, and Toppo, those elite warriors who had emerged from the tournament of power. This battle will hinge upon your actions. Where the pressure is greatest, your support is required. Your task is the heaviest and the most perilous, a challenge we eagerly embrace. Vegeta grinned, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. I shall exert my utmost effort. Jiren replied calmly. We will safeguard our realm. Gohan affirmed with steadfast determination. Number 17 nodded silently. Broly emitted a low growl, his golden-green aura subtly manifesting. Toppo inhaled deeply, channeling destructive energy once more. Just as everyone had preliminarily arranged their defenses, anxiously observing the increasingly violent ripples upon the world barrier, a resonant hum echoed. At a certain point on the barrier, a brilliant light surged forth. Countless runes converged, forming a colossal, temporary portal of light. On the other side lay an unfathomable darkness, chaotic and reeking of an abhorrent, chaotic essence. That realm was the place of exile. The time has come. The Grand Priest glanced at the Omni King beside him. The Omni King levitated from his throne, approaching the portal of light. Their pure, unblemished aura starkly contrasted the foul, chaotic essence emanating from beyond the portal. All deities and warriors instinctively held their breath, gazing at that diminutive figure, which bore the weight of the world's hopes. The Omni King turned to survey the vigilant assembly, casting a glance at the Grand Priest. Then, with deliberate grace, he slowly raised his small hand. No cataclysmic explosion of energy erupted, nor were there intricate incantations uttered. With a gentle push towards the immense portal of light, it appeared as though one was merely opening an ordinary door. Yet, this seemingly simple action caused a tremendous upheaval. The entire chaotic barrier quivered violently, and the colossal portal swung inward, stabilizing to form a temporary passage to the realm of exile. A more violent, frigid, and destructive aura of chaos surged forth like a tangible tempest from the portal, rustling the garments of the gods. While the slightly weaker realm kings found themselves compelled to channel their energies for resistance. We shall depart. This place is entrusted to you, proclaimed the All-King. Without hesitation, he stepped into the perilous and dark portal, his diminutive form swiftly engulfed by the profound chaos. The High Priest followed closely, casting a final glance back at the assembly, his eyes brimming with trust and solemnity. We leave this in your hands. With those final words, the High Priest too entered the portal, vanishing from sight. Once the two figures disappeared, the temporary sealing door dissipated, leaving the remaining assembly in solemn guardianship. Chapter 141, The Final Awakening. In this forsaken expanse, time lost its significance. Perhaps it was but a fleeting moment or an eternity. Deep within the palace, two formidable presences gradually stirred from their slumber, akin to slumbering dragons awakening. Sun Wukong and Ultra Sun Wukong opened their eyes almost simultaneously. The brilliant silver light in Wukong's gaze and the profound violet hue in Ultra Wukong's flickered momentarily, becoming more subdued yet infinitely stronger. The remnants of weakness and energy fluctuations from their previous battle had completely subsided, their state now more complete and unfathomable than in their prime. Following their life-and-death struggle against the chaotic demon goddess followers and a prolonged period of introspective cultivation, both had thoroughly assimilated the insights gained from their combat. Their understanding of the laws of creation and destruction reached a new pinnacle, their mastery over power more exquisite and refined. With a deep exhale, Wukong released a breath laden with starlight, a smile breaking across his face as he stretched his limbs, producing a series of crisp cracks. At last, I am fully restored. It feels as though I have taken another step forward. Ultra Wukong also rose to his feet, his aura steady as an abyss, his purple locks dancing without wind. He nodded, a signature radiant smile illuminating his face. Indeed, I feel similarly attuned. That primordial sensation grows increasingly vivid, as if we are on the cusp of a breakthrough. At that moment, steady footsteps echoed from the palace entrance. The figure of Yamoshi, adorned with crimson hair and exuding an aura akin to the primal war drums, strode in. His gaze, burning like a star, swept over the two, revealing a hint of satisfaction. "It seems you have made considerable progress." Yamoshi's voice resonated with depth and power. "After such a lengthy retreat, have you gleaned anything from the primordial realm?" The two Sun Wukongs exchanged confident smiles, their eyes reflecting unwavering assurance. Wukong was the first to speak, clenching his fists, feeling the surging power within him. "Yes, I have already grazed the threshold." The sensation of manifesting the creative force into myriad forms, only to return to the origin, is becoming increasingly vivid. I believe that with just one more substantial battle, or a unique opportunity, I could completely push open that door. Super Wukong interjected, his eyes shimmering with pure combat fervor. "I feel the same." The culmination of destruction seems to connect with a new birth. The experience of shattering everything only to reshape it anew is truly extraordinary. I am now confident that if I encounter that Garusa or Serenia again, victory will be assured and effortless. The realm of the primordial is within our grasp. Upon hearing this, Yamoshi raised his crimson eyebrows and laughed heartily. "Excellent. Truly, you embody the legacy of my scion lineage." Such progress, even amidst the lengthy history of the exiled lands, is nothing short of prodigious. It seems that it will not be long before our ranks against the Chaos Demon will be bolstered by two genuine primordial warriors. His laughter echoed through the ancient palace, brimming with joy and ambition. The rapid growth of both Wukongs undoubtedly represented the greatest beacon of hope in this desolate land. However, just as Yamoshi's laughter began to fade, a faint yet profound tremor, seemingly resonating with the very depths of the soul, emerged without warning. It was not a sound, nor an energy impact, but rather a mournful wail of some inscrutable law. It felt as if the very foundations of the exiled lands were being gently stirred by an indescribable presence. The smiles of both Wukongs froze instantly. Their heightened perception allowed them to detect this anomaly immediately, an inexplicable sense of trepidation surging within them. Yamoshi's laughter abruptly ceased. The joy and ambition that had graced his face vanished in the blink of an eye, replaced by an unprecedented, almost never-before-seen shock and gravity that darkened his countenance. He abruptly raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the heavy dome of the palace, looking toward the eternally dim, chaos-laden sky of the exiled lands. His pupils constricted slightly, his crimson hair began to sway without wind, and the weighty aura surrounding him, akin to a stellar core, exhibited a barely perceptible turbulence. This feeling. Yamoshi's voice dropped to an almost incredulous whisper. How could it escalate so swiftly? "Yamoshi, what is happening?" Wukong immediately sensed the disquiet and inquired urgently. Super Wukong also subdued his smile, alertly scanning their surroundings. Yamoshi did not respond immediately, his brow furrowed as if he were meticulously sensing and confirming something. His expression growing increasingly grim. The subtle tremor began to intensify, no longer merely affecting the soul, but starting to influence reality itself. The palace began to quake slightly, and the ancient materials of dark golden bones and solidified lava that comprised the walls emitted faint sounds of friction. On the ground, small pebbles began to bounce uncontrollably. The chaos-laden air, as if summoned by a supreme force, became exceptionally animated, even boiling with fervor. They no longer drift aimlessly, but instead converge slowly yet resolutely towards a distant direction, flowing with purpose. An indescribable, ancient, vast, and frigid will begins to spread like a tide from the deepest recesses of the Forsaken Realm, gradually enveloping the entire universe. In the presence of this will, the previously encountered beings such as Fenrir, Chaos, and Garusa seem as inconsequential as fireflies beneath the full moon, utterly incomparable. Under the shroud of this will, Wukong feels his creative power become exceptionally sluggish, as if shackled by heavy chains. Super Wukong experiences his destructive strength being suppressed, as if encountering an insurmountable source, making it difficult to summon. Even the formidable Yamosi finds his domain of combat laws flickering uncertainly, heavily restrained. What is this? Super Wukong grits his teeth, striving to resist the omnipresent, terrifying pressure, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The discomfort is overwhelming. It feels as though his power has been frozen. Wukong's complexion pales as the flow of energy within him becomes exceedingly arduous. Yamosi slowly retracts his gaze from the sky, turning to his two juniors with an expression of profound gravity, tinged with a shadow of despair. He articulates, each word laden with dread. The name that sends shivers down the spine. This is grave trouble. I am certain of this feeling. After countless epochs, it awakens at this very moment, the Lord of Chaos. Kronos. As Yamosi's words resonate, it seems to confirm his ominous declaration. Boom. A terrifying aura, beyond the capacity of any description, erupts violently from the core. The darkest abyss of the Forsaken Realm, akin to the singularity of a cosmic explosion, and then, like a shockwave surpassing the speed of light, it instantaneously engulfs the entire Forsaken Land. The sky wails. The earth fractures. The laws twist. In that moment, all chaotic demon gods, all the corrupted, and all warriors of the Forsaken Realm, regardless of their location or actions, instinctively halt, sensing that supreme will that transcends all, commanding chaos and nothingness. The true apocalypse has finally arrived, its oppressive force far exceeding any previous encounter. Chapter 142, Convergence. The terrifying aura of the Lord of Chaos, Kronos, sweeps across the entire Forsaken Realm like an invisible tsunami. In the face of this supreme will, all beings tremble and the laws lament. Wukong and Super Wukong feel their very bones groan under the unbearable weight, not merely physical pressure, but an absolute oppression at the level of existence itself. The power they once held in pride feels as insignificant as dust before this overwhelming presence. Yamosi fares slightly better, yet his face is ashen. The crimson flames around him compress to his surface, struggling to withstand the onslaught. His eyes were filled with an unprecedented gravity and a hint of despair. It was all happening too swiftly, far earlier than anticipated. Had the prior shock already taken its toll? At that moment, an ancient and frigid voice, woven from the sounds of countless universes being born and extinguished, resonated deep within the souls of all living beings, transcending language and reaching the very essence of existence. My people. The voice, calm yet imbued with a solemn authority that commanded all to silence, proclaimed, "The long slumber has come to an end. The iron curtain of order shall ultimately be torn asunder by chaos. The hour of vengeance has arrived. Rise and reclaim all that is rightfully ours." The declaration of the Lord of Chaos echoed like a final battle cry. Roars erupted. Howls filled the air. Hisses resonated. In the next instant, the entire exiled land was set ablaze with fervor. Countless terrifying and frenzied roars and screams surged from every corner, answering the call of their master. The already dim sky was utterly engulfed by thick, roiling chaotic energy. The earth quaked violently, splitting open with numerous unfathomable chasms, as even more powerful chaotic monstrosities surged forth like a tide from the depths and from rifts in the void. Even more alarming was the sight from the core abyss of the exiled land, where 12 colossal sources of energy, each unfathomably vast and distinct, yet equally suffused with a sense of destruction and chaos, flared to life like 12 dark suns, hastening towards the direction of the world's barrier seal. They were the true forms of the chaotic deities, 12 in total. Among them were the known Lord of Oblivion, Fenrir, and the Lord of Nihility, Chaos, alongside 10 other entities that had never before manifested, their presence no less formidable, if not stronger. The 12 chaotic deities converged, leading an endless army of chaotic creatures, surging forth like a torrent of annihilation towards the place of sealing. This was dire. They were intent on breaking the seal with all their might. Amoxie's expression changed dramatically. He had to stop them. If the seal were to shatter, all of the King's world would be doomed. A crimson aura erupted fiercely around him, pushing back against the oppressive force of the Lord of Chaos. As he bellowed to the two warriors beside him, "Follow me. The time for battle has come." Just as the three were about to burst forth from the palace, swish, 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 streams of vibrant light, each a different hue, yet equally powerful, ascended from every corner of the exiled land, like meteors defying the current, charging resolutely towards the chaotic tide. These were the warriors who had remained to defend the exiled land. At the forefront was a valiant female warrior, the Star Guardian, Elia, brandishing a spear of starlight, her silver-blue aura ablaze, her gaze unwavering. Following closely were several formidable beings: a giant monk shrouded in golden Buddhist light, the imposing Fudmai; a sharp-eyed elven man wielding countless runic chains, the scribe of laws, Theron; a silent warrior whose form resembled liquid metal, the shapeshifter, Zero; and a knight riding a colossal star beast, wielding a dragon spear, the Star Knight, Lancelot. With the addition of Yamosi, Starfire, Wukong, Super Wukong, and several other formidable warriors arriving from various directions, each possessing distinct forms, yet emanating equally potent auras, nearly all of the original realm's mightiest beings from the omniversal realm have gathered. The pinnacle of power from both sides stands poised for an ultimate clash in the sealed land. However, it appears that the omniversal realm is missing two key figures. After all, at this moment, the two Wukongs have yet to step into the original realm. Just as the situation reaches a critical juncture, boom. From the edge of the exile zone, within an ancient mountain range believed to be a dead end, where even the chaotic aura struggles to invade, a dark red beam of light suddenly ascends skyward. This beam harbors an incredibly pure and violently fervent will, one that embodies a fierce determination to negate all constraints and shatter every chain. This will is so formidable that it briefly rends a domain of its own beneath the oppressive weight of the Chaos Lord's presence. This aura. Yamosi abruptly turns to the direction of the beam, initially taken aback, then his face erupts with unprecedented elation. It is he. He has succeeded. He has emerged at this critical moment. Wukong and Super Wukong also sense that aura, a familiar essence that stirs their very blood. The beam gradually retracts, and a figure streaks toward them like a shooting star, moving with unfathomable speed, crossing an infinite distance in an instant to appear at the forefront of the battlefield. The newcomer hovers in the air, standing shoulder to shoulder with Yamosi and the others, clad in a somewhat tattered, yet time-worn scion battlesuit. His black hair stands erect like steel needles, his visage resolute, and his gaze sharp as an eagle, brimming with the wisdom of trials endured and the confidence of breakthroughs achieved. A blazing dark red aura envelopes him, one that is not tainted by chaos, but rather a primal energy teeming with sheer power, capable of obliterating any obstacle. Most astonishing to Wukong and Super Wukong is the visage of this individual, Father. The two Wukongs nearly exclaim in unison, their eyes wide with disbelief. The newcomer is none other than Bardock, whom they believed perished in the destruction of planet Vegeta. Upon hearing their exclamations, Bardock slightly turns his head toward Wukong and Super Wukong. A complex array of emotions flits across his steadfast face: surprise, gratification, and a hint of barely perceptible guilt. He nods, his voice hoarse yet brimming with vigor. "Kakarot, is there another version of you from a different timeline? It seems you have both grown and become significantly stronger. However, this is not the time for conversation. Let us first address the trouble at hand." His gaze then shifts to the approaching horde of chaotic demon gods, his eyes instantly sharpening with fierce battle intent. The dark red primal aura surrounding him surges explosively, its intensity rivaling that of Yamosi beside him. "Bardock, you have finally taken that step." Yamosi exclaims with laughter, his tone filled with pride. The original realm, and it seems to be an exceptionally aggressive form of annihilating primal energy. Indeed, Bardock, succinct and resolute, clenched his fist, the knuckles cracking with a resounding pop. After such a prolonged seclusion, his efforts had not been in vain. It was the perfect opportunity to test the newfound strength he had acquired against these chaotic fragments. His emergence filled a critical void in the pinnacle of power within the Omni King's realm. Yet, there remained an unchallenged chaos demon. This simply would not do, even with Bardock. Our primal warriors still lacked one member. Yamoshi gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed ahead. Leave the remaining chaos demon to us. The two Son Gokus exchanged a determined glance before stepping forward. Yamoshi turned his attention to his descendants, witnessing their unwavering resolve. Excellent, truly the pride of the Saiyan lineage. However, this time there would be no external support. Everything depended solely on you. Yes, believe in us. With that, they all turned their focus towards the Chaos Demon. 11 primal warriors and 2 peak god-tier fighters stood against 12 Chaos Demons. In terms of momentum, they were far from disadvantaged. Yamoshi, with fiery hair billowing, proclaimed, "Comrades, allies return. A formidable foe lies before us. This is the battlefield we warriors yearn for. Follow me into battle." At that moment, 12 distinct primal forces erupted simultaneously. The crimson flames of combat, the silvery light of creation, the profound violet radiance of destruction, the dark red essence of annihilation, the azure power of the stars, and the brilliant golden light of enlightenment. These powers surged forth like 12 blades, tearing through the darkness, charging headlong into the devastating tide led by the 12 chaos demons. Light and darkness, order and chaos, creation and destruction, guardianship and obliteration. Chapter 143. Breaking Through the Primal. Charge. Yamoshi's roar reverberated as 12 beams of primal brilliance collided fiercely with the chaotic torrent. Boom. The shockwave rampaged, but Fenrir had already torn through the energy storm, its massive claws targeting Goku and Super Goku. Let me begin with you two Saiyan pests. If it weren't for your interference last time, I would not have been ridiculed by those other fools. Fenrir bellowed, the power of annihilation corrupting time and space, vowing to crush them today and wash away the disgrace. This is bad. Yamoshi attempted to intervene, but was obstructed by Chaos's void realm. Your opponent is me. Step aside. Bardock's fury erupted. Yet beneath him lay a chasm of ashes. Malkanus grinned ominously. Don't be hasty. Watch as your son is mercilessly slaughtered. The other warriors were all engaged in fierce battles, their rescue efforts thwarted. Ultimate Kamehameha. Super Goku screamed, his deep purple flames burning with bloodlust. Creation. Triple barrier. Goku's hands became a blur, silver barriers flashing into existence. But then crack. Boom. The force of annihilation swept through, instantly dismantling the Kamehameha. The triple barrier shattered like glass. Uft. The two warriors spewed forth blood, their bones shattering like kindling, hurtling through mountains, crashing into the depths. Their auras waned, nearing death. Kakarot. Bardock raged, striking the abyss. Fenrir. Yamoshi seethed in fury but was restrained by chaos. The shadow of Fenrir loomed over the pit, its massive claws mockingly grazing the edge, causing rocks to tumble. Is this it? Science. Worthless. It scoffed. It is precisely because of you two insignificant ants that I was once allowed to be trifled with, leaving me the subject of mockery by those scoundrels of Abaddon for quite some time. They claimed I could not even crush 2 mere insects in the realm of divinity. Its colossal claws rose once more, the power of the dark and coalescing. This time, let us see who dares laugh. I shall utterly obliterate every inch of your flesh and every wisp of your soul. Death descends. In the abyss, the two were drenched in blood. How infuriating. Ultra Goku's vision blurred. Yet, he could not yield. Goku's consciousness was scattered. Unwilling to suffer such humiliation, he had yet to guard. Ah! Ultra Goku unleashed a heart-wrenching roar, not of pain, but of sheer fury and defiance. An unimaginable dark purple energy erupted from the depths of his shattered body. No longer mere wrath, but akin to the primordial source of destruction at the dawn of creation. This beam of light instantaneously dispersed the dust, piercing the murky heavens of exile, even momentarily clearing the chaotic fog around. Within the radiance, his hair grew wildly, transforming into a cold, profound dark purple. Each strand standing erect. Enigmatic and frenzied purple patterns emerged around his eyes, his pupils turning into a silver hue devoid of emotion, resembling the icy gaze of a judge. The aura surrounding him was no longer a simple flame, but a terrifying form of dark purple, erupting with silver-white lightning that tore through all. His muscles perfectly defined and brimming with primal destructive power. The source of primordial destruction breaks through. Roar! Almost simultaneously, Goku emitted a soul-shattering cry. A beam of purest silver light, infused with boundless vitality, erupted from within him, harmonizing with the dark purple beam, even igniting a flicker of life in the chaos-ravaged earth nearby. His hair transformed into a sacred platinum silver, each strand also standing tall. His pupils shifted to a vibrant green, filled with wisdom and infinite possibilities, as if perceiving the cycles of life. His aura blazed in an exceedingly brilliant silver. Countless intricate emerald life runes spontaneously generating, flowing, combining, and ceaselessly perishing, exuding a tremendous creative essence. His form became impeccably harmonious, as if embodying the cosmic laws of creation. The heart of primordial creation breaks through. These two utterly contrasting, yet boundlessly vast primordial energies instantaneously enveloped the entire battlefield, their immense pressure causing even the fiercely clashing sides to involuntarily hesitate. What is this? Amasi was abruptly forced back by chaos. Gazing in astonishment at the two beams that penetrated heaven and earth, a look of incredulous ecstasy gracing his face. A breakthrough. At such a moment, two sources of primordial laws. Kakarot. Bardock was momentarily taken aback, then burst into thunderous laughter, pride and exhilaration inflating his dark red aura once more. Ha! Good, good. This is my son, Bardock. Even the perpetually aloof star guardian, Elia, glanced over, her starlight spear momentarily pausing. Such pure primordial power. The light of the Vajra. The chains of Saren's laws. All other primordial warriors engaged in battle found their spirits soaring with this newfound force. Meanwhile, the forces of chaos remained in a state of uncertainty. In the realm of Marcanus, a disturbance rippled through the air. How could this be? Two wretched insects, Yamoja, emitted anxious hisses, their surroundings disturbed by the subtle chaos of black hole gravity. The molten shell of Balgaza flickered ominously, sensing a threat. Fenrir felt the pressure most acutely. Its massive claws were firmly held in place by the convergence of these tremendous forces, even sending sharp, searing pains through its talons. Its enormous wolf eyes bulged with a mix of shock and fury. A breakthrough in the midst of battle? Or perhaps the primal essence of destruction and creation? The two despicable insects gradually dimmed in radiance, their injuries healed, now suspended in the air, a fresh surge of power coursing within them. Super Goku, the source of primordial destruction, raised a hand to wipe the blood from his mouth, his silver-white pupils coldly locking onto Fenrir. Fenrir, he said, his fists clenched. Dark purple thunder entwined around him. Who did you just call an ant? Goku, the heart of primordial creation, slowly ascended, his emerald eyes igniting with combat fervor. Green runes swirling around him. It is time for you to experience the taste of being crushed by insects. Fenrir, consumed by rage and provocation, roared with fury. Even if I break through the primordial, you shall still perish. It is the perfect opportunity for me to slay a genius and show them who dares to mock me. It unleashed a cataclysmic force from its gaping maw. A singularity of end that was darker and more unstable than before rapidly expanding. In the distance, Bardock laughed maniacally. Annihilate the primordial. Shatter. With a single punch, a massive rift tore open in the abyss of ashes. Yamushi's spirit sword, brothers. Counterattack. A crimson blaze surged forth. High above, Kronos' gaze flickered once more. Lingering momentarily on the two newly born beams of light, a futile variable. At the heart of the battlefield, dark purple thunder intertwined with silver-white divine radiance. Tenfold Kamehameha. Super Goku roared, dark purple flames mingling with silver-white lightning, transforming into a torrent of destruction. Creation Dragon Fist. Goku swung his fist, the silver flame coalescing into an emerald divine dragon, roaring forth. Fenrir bellowed, unleashing the singularity of end. A dark energy sphere devoured all. Boom. The clash of three primal forces shook the exile land. Radiance consumed everything. Chapter 144, Fenrir's defeat. Boom. The collision of the torrent of destruction. The divine dragon of creation and the singularity of end echoed like the Big Bang at the universe's inception. A terrifying energy storm instantaneously swept across the land, forcing even the other primordial powers and chaotic demons engaged in distant battles to retreat, dispersing their strength to withstand this dreadful shock. As the light faded, the three figures reemerged. Fenrir's colossal form swayed slightly, a charred mark clearly visible on its wolf head, a wound grazed by silver-white lightning. Its eyes burned with greater fury, astonished that the combined might of the two had managed to harm it. Super Goku and Goku floated in the air, breathing heavily. Although they had broken through, Fenrir was an ancient primordial demon, possessing immense power. In that earlier exchange, they had not gained a significant advantage. Rather, their initial foray into this realm had left them slightly inexperienced in mastering such power, their auras fluctuating. Just having entered the primordial realm, unable to control their strength. And they dare to challenge me. Fenrir keenly sensed the shift, letting out a sinister laugh as its massive form exhibited an unnerving swiftness that belied its size, vanishing in an instant. How swift! Ultra Goku's silver pupils narrowed, instinctively crossing his arms in defense. Bang! In the next moment, Fenrir's colossal claw struck his arm with tremendous force. The clash of dark purple lightning and the power of annihilation erupted violently, causing Ultra Goku to grunt and stumble backward, his arm tingling with numbness. Almost simultaneously, a ripple in the space behind Goku heralded Fenrir's other massive claw, menacingly reaching out, intent on seizing his vulnerable back. Circle of creation. Goku remained composed amidst the chaos, his emerald eyes flashing with brilliance as numerous crystalline rings composed of verdant runes materialized around him, rapidly spinning to shield his rear. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The force of annihilation clashed vehemently against the circle of creation, emitting a sound that grated on the senses, the rings soon adorned with fissures. Yet they successfully thwarted this treacherous attack. Goku harnessed the momentum to surge forward, joining forces with Ultra Goku. This adversary's speed and combat experience far surpassed ours. Ultra Goku shook off the tingling sensation in his arm, dark purple flames coalescing once more. We cannot engage in a brute force battle. We must adapt our powers and coordinate our combat. Goku nodded, the verdant runes swirling around him as a gentle life energy enveloped Ultra Goku, instantly alleviating his discomfort. A mere trick. Fenrir snorted disdainfully, launching another assault, its claws unleashing a torrent of annihilation, sealing off all avenues of escape for the duo. Its extensive battle experience was evident, employing rapid strikes to suppress them, denying them the chance to familiarize themselves with its power. In a heartbeat, the two found themselves in a position of defensive retreat. Ultra Goku took the offensive, dark purple thunder continuously erupting, colliding with the shadows of annihilation. Yet each clash sent waves of blood surging through him. Meanwhile, Goku assisted from the side, occasionally erecting barriers of creation to deflect lethal strikes, administering life runes to heal Ultra Goku from the shock, and releasing silvery projectiles to disrupt Fenrir's onslaught. Despite their efforts, the duo remained thoroughly suppressed, barely managing to fend off the relentless assault, peril lurking at every turn. An insect is still an insect. Even if you break through, it changes nothing. Fenrir's maniacal laughter intensified its onslaught, the force of annihilation crashing down like a tempest. On other battlegrounds, the Order's morale surged due to the duo's breakthrough. Yet they remained ensnared by their respective opponents, unable to provide support. The clash between Amoxie and Chaos had escalated to a contest of laws, with Crimson battle energy and Absolute Void continuously annihilating one another. Bardock's frenzied attacks caused the Abyss of Ashes to erupt and mend repeatedly, while Marcinus held his ground tenaciously, leveraging the terrain. The celestial battle between Elia and Immergard, the defensive struggle between King Kong and Bargaza, and the law-defying confrontation between Salon and Lalos were all in a state of intense strain. The most formidable aspect of the Saiyans lies in their unparalleled combat talent and adaptability, especially under such extreme duress. Ultra Goku's silver pupils shone ever brighter, the initial awkwardness rapidly fading as his mastery over the immense primordial force of devastation surged at an astonishing pace. He no longer engaged in mere brute force. Instead, he began to deftly manipulate the dark purple thunder, at times coalescing it into piercing spears, and at others, expanding it into a defensive net, gradually comprehending the essence of destruction. Wukong also exhibited remarkable progress. Within his emerald eyes seemed to flow countless streams of data, analyzing Fenrir's attack patterns and the characteristics of his ultimate power. His creative abilities became increasingly sophisticated, transcending simple defense and healing. As he ventured into constructing intricate runic structures that possessed binding, purification, and even rebounding effects. Now, with a sudden roar, Super Wukong seized upon a minuscule opening in Fenrir's assault, refusing to retreat. He instead surged forward with ferocity. Transforming into a dark purple lightning bolt that tore through the fabric of space, he charged directly at Fenrir's core. Seeking death, Fenrir's claws descended with lethal intent, creating a mirror corridor. Wukong clasped his hands together, and in an instant, countless shimmering silver mirrors surrounded Fenrir, reflecting myriad images of both Fenrir and Super Wukong. Disrupting his perception and judgment, Fenrir's movements faltered slightly. In that fleeting moment, ultimate flash of ancestral destruction, Super Wukong concentrated all his strength, unleashing a torrent of dark purple energy, densely packed and surging with violent silver-white lightning, which erupted at point-blank range, crashing into Fenrir's chest. Boom! Fenrir let out a pained howl, his massive form truly being repelled for the first time. His chest scales shattered, charred black. "You have enraged me." Fenrir was utterly incensed, unleashing his ultimate power without reservation, as if the entire battlefield were on the brink of annihilation. Domain expansion. The final howl of the wolf. A grayish force field expanded rapidly from its center, accelerating decay and ruin within its bounds. Even the energy itself began to wither. A domain, you say? We possess one as well. Super Wukong's silver eyes blazed. Domain expansion. Ancestral destruction, thunder prison. An endless surge of dark purple thunder erupted from him, forming a furious domain of lightning, filled with an extreme will to annihilate, violently assaulting the final howl of the wolf. Domain expansion. Ancestral creation of the verdant forest. Wukong unleashed his domain. An outpouring of boundless vitality emerged, verdant runes transforming into towering ancient trees and endless vines, exuding an aura of purification and life, continuously counteracting the decay of the finality and providing support to the thunder prison, mending the space ravaged by the will of destruction. The three domains clashed violently, rubbing against one another, annihilating. The exiled land was thrown into complete chaos. Joint effort, suppression, destruction, and creation, two diametrically opposed forces, surprisingly produced an unexpected effect under the exquisite coordination of the two. They did not negate one another. Rather, they formed a bizarre complementarity. The destruction thunder prison took on the role of primary offense, ruthlessly tearing apart the final howl of the wolf, while the verdant forest stabilized the space, purifying the power of finality and continuously replenishing energy for the thunder prison. In this ebb and flow, Fenrir's final howl of the wolf began to be suppressed and eroded. Impossible. How could your domains possibly merge? Fenrir was filled with inexplicable horror, feeling its power waning under the combined suppression of the opposing domains. Nothing is impossible. Taste our might. Super Wukong and Wukong's essences fused seamlessly into one. Super Saiyan Goku cradled a sphere of energy composed of boundless dark purple thunder and silvery lightning, compressing it into an exceedingly perilous orb of power. Goku placed his hands upon it, as an endless stream of verdant life runes surged within, not to neutralize destruction, but miraculously to stabilize, constrain, and endow it with an unerring, purifying creative essence. Dragon God Breath. A colossal torrent of energy, entwined with emerald runes and infused with ultimate destructive thunder, roared forth. It locked onto Fenrir, and wherever it passed, the lair of the End Wolves retreated as if faced with an arch-nemesis. No, Fenrir sensed the lethal threat, concentrating the power of the End to its utmost in a desperate attempt to resist. Yet all was in vain. The fusion of supreme destruction with exquisite creation transcended mere energy levels. Boom! The radiance utterly consumed Fenrir. Its end power was forcibly purified, torn apart, and disintegrated. As the light faded, Fenrir's massive form crashed heavily to the ground, charred and blackened, its terrifying aura of demise diminished to a whisper, and its great wolf eyes lost their brilliance. Though not dead, it had utterly lost its combat capability. Super Saiyan Goku and Goku descended slowly, breathing heavily. Their formidable primordial aura greatly depleted, yet their gazes shone with unmatched brilliance. They had triumphed. With their newly attained primal state, they had jointly defeated the seasoned master of demise. At that moment, the entire battlefield seemed to hold its breath in silence. Well done, Bardock roared with jubilant fervor. Good. Yamcha laughed heartily. The morale of the order reached its zenith. In stark contrast, the forces of chaos were engulfed in shock. High above, Kronos' gaze finally settled, slowly shifting from the seals to the two Saiyans who had just wrought a miracle. Chapter 145, The Three Supremes. Super Saiyan Goku and Goku floated in the air, catching their breath, their primordial essence swirling with a slight fluctuation from the fierce battle, yet becoming ever more profound and expansive. They gazed at the fallen, breathless Fenrir, a flicker of victory igniting within their hearts. However, in that fleeting moment, an indescribable, ultimate terror, far surpassing any prior sense of oppression, descended with the weight of the entire multiverse. Time seemed to freeze, and space groaned under the burden like fragile glass. All combatants on the battlefield, whether the primordial warriors of order or the chaotic demons of chaos, were forcibly immobilized, akin to insects trapped in amber, their thoughts nearly halted. This was not a targeted pressure, merely a whisper of an aura that rendered beings of the primordial realm utterly motionless. High above, the indifferent master of chaos, Kronos, finally stirred. He made no grand gestures, simply lowering his eyes, imbued with the essence of endless cosmic creation and destruction, and focused entirely on the two Saiyans who had just performed a miracle. There was no anger, no surprise, only a pure, cold indifference, akin to observing a bacterial anomaly in an experiment. Such unexpected variables should not exist. A voice, tranquil to the point of freezing the very soul, resonated deep within the consciousness of all living beings. There was no roar, no bellow, yet it instilled a sense of despair more profound than any threat. With his words, a colossal finger, seemingly forged from the primordial breath of chaos, emerged from the ether, descending upon Ultra Instinct Goku and Goku. Although it appeared to move slowly, it transcended the confines of time and space, sealing off every avenue of escape. Wherever it passed, the laws did not shatter. Instead, they returned to the void. Colors lost their significance, energies became inert, and even the very concept of existence began to dissolve. Ultra Instinct Goku and Goku's pupils constricted to the sharpness of needles. The primal power coursing through their veins screamed in alarm before this finger, yet they found themselves shackled by invisible restraints, incapable of even lifting a single finger. The shadow of death. No, a shadow of utter obliteration, more complete than death itself, enveloped them entirely. They could distinctly feel their bodies, souls, consciousness, and even the traces of their past existence poised to be erased by this finger. Bardock's eyes widened in desperation as he struggled frantically, his crimson aura flickering, yet unable to break through the absolute suppression. Endless fury and despair surged within Yamcha, Aliyah, and all the warriors of order. Kronos, the very source of chaos, had finally taken action. With just a single finger, he could bring everything to an end. Just as that chaotic finger was about to touch the two, their bodies began to blur at the edges, on the brink of vanishing into the void. A voice, innocent yet imbued with supreme authority, gently interjected. Simultaneously, another force, equally vast but filled with absolute order and meaning, intervened with gentleness and conviction. A pristine purple barrier, seemingly composed of countless runic symbols of law, silently appeared before the two Gokus. The finger capable of erasing all met this purple barrier and could advance no further. At the point of contact, there was no cataclysmic explosion, only a silent annihilation and reconstruction of the laws, as if two fundamentally opposing truths were mutually negating each other. In the next moment, time and space quivered slightly. Two figures materialized without warning at the center of the battlefield, perfectly positioned between the two Gokus and Kronos. One was diminutive, with pale purple skin, clad in attire reminiscent of a cosmic suit, bearing an expression of innocence and curiosity, none other than the Omni King. The other, with gray-white hair and pale purple skin, exuded an air of reverence and solemnity, his sharp gaze radiating an unfathomable presence. Indeed, the Grand Priest. The purple barrier that had just saved Goku undoubtedly emanated from the Grand Priestess' hand. He regarded Kronos with a calm gaze. Meanwhile, the Omni King looked at the two Gokus, who were still reeling from their near brush with death, and then turned his gaze back to Kronos, pointing with his small finger. Kronos, have you not yet given up? Kronos's chaotic eyes shifted slightly, resting upon the Omni King and the Grand Priest. And that frigid will resonated once more. The Omni King and the Grand Priest. Have you finally arrived? He retracted that chaotic finger, seemingly in no rush. With his movement, the absolute force enveloping the battlefield slightly diminished, allowing both sides to regain their ability to act. Yet, none dared to make a hasty move. They retreated in uncertainty, returning to their respective camps. Bardock swiftly dashed to his two sons, anxiously checking their conditions. Yamosi and the others quickly gathered, standing in stark contrast to the chaotic deities, but all gazes were fixed upon the three supreme beings at the center of the arena. The voice of the All-King remained youthful, yet carried an undeniable weight. Kronos, this time everything shall come to an end. Kronos's will seem to ripple with a cold disdain, boring words. The long seal shall be broken today. This time, I shall personally return your world of order to chaos, making it a part of me. At that moment, a strange wave surged through the battlefield, distinct from the violence of chaos and the rigidity of order, resembling an ancient, sacred rhythm imbued with infinite possibilities and vitality. An ancient and commanding voice echoed, Kronos, your ambition remains as blind and greedy as ever. Light coalesced, revealing an elder clad in archaic garments, wielding a wooden staff, his long beard flowing and eyes seeming to pierce through endless time and space. His aura differed from the absolute order of the All-King and the absolute chaos of Kronos. It felt like the source of all, the genesis of life, the embodiment of miracles. Dragon God Salama. Upon the elder's appearance, a flicker of barely perceptible recognition, akin to an old friend-esque greeting, crossed the otherwise impassive face of the All-King. Dragon. The All-King softly acknowledged, still using a single word. Dragon God Salama nodded slightly at the All-King, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, momentarily resting on the recently ascended Sun Wukong, a glimmer of subtle approval flashing in his eyes, before he turned his attention back to Kronos and slowly said, it has been a long time. It appears the seed of hope has indeed begun to sprout. His words were directed at the All-King, yet also seemed to assert a truth. Finally, he, along with the All-King, focused their gaze upon the Lord of Chaos. Kronos. Salama's voice grew solemn and powerful. It is time to draw a conclusion to all this turmoil. The All-King nodded, his small face revealing a serious expression for the first time. Indeed, you must be defeated. Faced with the sudden emergence of these two equals, Kronos's chaotic form quivered slightly, as if countless universes were being born and extinguished within him. A frigid will spread like a storm, laden with utmost arrogance and hatred. All-King. Salama. Perfect. No need for me to seek you out. The grudge of the past seal shall today result in your utter annihilation, along with this insignificant world. Let it be known that only chaos is eternal. His breath surged once again. An endless tide of chaotic energy erupted from within him, as if seeking to engulf the entire exiled realm, and even the entirety of the Omni-Kingdom beyond. The great battle was on the verge of erupting. Yet this time, it was not merely a conflict between the demon gods and the warriors. Instead, it was a cataclysmic confrontation of divine creation that would determine the ultimate fate of the multiverse. The Omni-King, the Dragon God Salama, and the Lord of Chaos Kronos, three supreme beings, locked their gazes in the void, where the intangible laws began to clash violently. All primordial warriors and chaotic demon gods instinctively retreated, for this battle transcended the realm of their participation. Chapter 146. The Supreme War. The gaze of the three exalted entities intersected in the void. It was no longer a simple exchange of looks, but rather a direct collision of laws, powers, and wills. A silent roar reverberated deep within the souls of all beings. Even the mightiest warriors of the primordial realm felt a wave of intense dizziness, as if the very foundation of existence were quaking. Centered around the three supreme beings, an unfathomable energy ripple, defying description, surged forth. Where it passed, space was not merely shattered but utterly returned to nothingness. Even chaos was forcibly displaced, forming an absolute void. The once resilient ground of the exiled realm vanished silently, akin to a painting erased by an eraser, revealing a deeper layer below, bizarre and flowing with chaotic temporal currents. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Amos cried out hoarsely, enveloping everyone in crimson flames as they frantically fell back. The chaotic demon gods were equally horrified, retreating in fear of being swept away by the terrifying aftershock of the clash. This was merely an exchange of glances. Kronos let out a laugh that echoed as if billions of universes were simultaneously annihilated. His chaotic form shifted slightly. In the next moment, he initiated the attack. There were no grandiose gestures, merely the lifting of an arm seemingly composed of an endless whirlpool of chaos, gently pressing towards the Omni-King and Dragon God Salama. Chaos reversion. In an instant, the very concepts of the area where the Omni King and Salama resided began to collapse. Time lost its flow, space lost its dimensions. Energy lost its vitality, matter lost its form, and even existence itself was being forcibly drawn into eternal silence and void. This was not destruction. It was a forceful return of all ordered creation to the primordial chaos, faced with a strike potent enough to obliterate any primordial powerhouse in an instant. The innocent visage of the Omni King remained expressionless, simply blinking his large eyes. He too raised a small hand, gently waving at the impending force of reversion. Rule denial. There was no brilliance, no explosion. The terrifying force of reversion, upon contact with the Omni King's sphere of power, was as if denied by a force of higher authority, vanishing into thin air, as if it had never existed. However, Kronos' power was boundless. The denied portion was but a fraction, and the tide of reversion continued to surge forth. At that moment, the dragon god Saroma made his move. He gently tapped his wooden staff against the void. A resounding thud echoed, reminiscent of the primordial heartbeat at the dawn of creation. From the point of contact, countless vibrant green runes, brimming with boundless vitality and miraculous hues, spiraled forth like tendrils, instantaneously forming an expansive and vivacious illusion of an emerald forest. The chaotic forces, capable of returning all things to the void, surged into this emerald forest illusion, yet they appeared ensnared in a quagmire. Their primal essence was incessantly neutralized, diluted, and transformed by the overwhelming might of life and creation. The forest's illusion swayed violently, with countless runic branches wilting and shattering, yet new runes continuously emerged, resiliently resisting the onslaught from Kronos. In this initial clash, it seemed a stalemate, yet the expressions of the All-King and Saroma grew increasingly grave. Kronos' power had surged far beyond that witnessed during the ancient Sealing War. It seems that throughout these long ages, you have not remained entirely stagnant, Kronos taunted. His voice laced with a cat-and-mouse mockery, yet he remained merely a slightly larger ant confined within the cage of order. Before his words could fade, Kronos' figure suddenly blurred, not due to speed, but because his very essence manifested across countless timelines and dimensions, launching an assault on the All-King and Saroma from every conceivable direction. Countless chaotic hands emerged from the past, present, and future, reaching out towards them. Each strike embodied a different chaotic principle: decay, freezing, tearing, devouring, distorting. The diminutive form of the All-King stood firm, his innocent eyes seemingly piercing through the fabric of all time and space. His small hands waved left and right, moving faster than the very concept of time itself. Erasure of rules, correction of rules, definition of rules. With each wave, a chaotic hand vanished as if erased by an eraser, or its attacking principle was forcibly altered into a harmless state, even being redefined by the All-King under new constraints. The dragon god Saroma embodied life and miracles, chanting ancient and sacred ballads, the zenith of draconic magic. Temporal barriers, universal purification, miracle guardianship, dragon god's roar. Countless potent divine spells flowed effortlessly from him, sometimes banishing incoming attacks to unknown dimensions, at other times purifying chaos with the pure light of life, or summoning the colossal dragon illusions that spanned galaxies to engage in fierce combat with the chaotic hands. The battle among these three supreme entities transcended the comprehension of all warriors below. What they witnessed was not merely an exchange of energy, but rather a collision and distortion of the very principles that govern reality. An expanse of emptiness suddenly transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors, only to instantaneously lose all hue. Time there raced forward in madness, then abruptly reversed. Space was folded, torn, and shattered into its most elemental particles, only to be reassembled anew. Occasionally, a fleeting wave of energy brushed the edges of the battlefield, as a chaotic monstrosity, and that very space morphed into an abstract oil painting. While the weapon of a primordial warrior underwent eons of weathering in an instant, reducing to dust, all felt their scalps tingle with dread, retreating further and further, ceding the very core of the battlefield to those three unfathomable entities. It was profoundly terrifying. Even the defiant Vegeta, from the distant confines of the King of All's realm, felt a tremor of apprehension. The residual force seemed capable of traversing infinite time and space, striking terror into his soul. Were Goku and his companions truly battling the minions of such a creature? Beerus's voice quavered. The battle's duration was inscrutable. Perhaps it lasted a mere moment, or perhaps it spanned eons. At last, following a violent clash, the three supreme beings separated once more, positioned at the fringes of a void ripe for reconstruction. The nearly eternally tranquil visage of the king of all bore a hint of furrowed brows, his aura subtly disordered. The staff of the dragon god Salama dimmed slightly, his lengthy beard swaying without wind, evidently drained of immense energy. In contrast, Kronos remained an unfathomable embodiment of chaos. His aura as steady as ever, as if the cataclysmic confrontation had merely been a warm-up. He gazed at the two, who were momentarily panting, and let forth a deep, self-assured laugh. Ha ha ha, king of all. Salama, can you feel it? This is the extent of my power now. The will of Kronos resonated like a declaration of victory, echoing through the ages. His prolonged slumber was not without purpose, for at the source of chaos, he had glimpsed a higher realm. The king of all lifted his delicate face, his pure gaze locking onto Kronos, affirmatively stating in his uniquely calm and unwavering tone, Kronos, I did not anticipate that you would not only fully recover, but also progress further. Dragon god Salama sighed, his expression gravely serious. Your essence is drawn even closer to that elusive origin. Indeed, Kronos proclaimed with pride, his chaotic form swelling once more, emanating a pressure that caused the entire exile realm and even distant worlds to tremble violently. I stand but a step away from the ultimate realm of origin. At that moment, all concepts, all laws, all time and space shall lose meaning, and only chaos shall endure. I am the culmination of all things. I am the ultimate void. You, beings of order, are but nourishment and stepping stones on my path to the final step. His grandiloquent assertions were not mere fabrications. The palpable, terrifying power, nearly transcending the concept of divinity, suffocated all present. Simultaneously, this divine-level conflict had repercussions that extended far beyond the exile realm. Akin to a boulder cast into a serene lake, ripples spreading across all interconnected time and space. Time and space. Earth and the entire universe quivered slightly, not from an earthquake, but from the very tremors of space itself. An eerie halo emerged in the sky, as if the reflection of another world was flickering in and out of view. Vegeta abruptly looked up, instantly transforming into his Super Saiyan Force state, his expression more solemn than ever. This malevolent energy is unimaginably evil and terrifyingly distant. But why does it feel as though the entire universe is gripped by fear? Trunks, Gohan, and the others also experienced a wave of inexplicable anxiety and dread. In an alternate timeline, presumed to be the dark future Trunks once encountered amidst the ruins, the future Trunks and Gohan, locked in a fierce battle with the malevolent Majin Buu in his Super Saiyan 5 form, suddenly felt a primal fear emanating from the depths of their souls. Their auras involuntarily fluctuated, nearly shattering under the weight of their dread. The enemy too halted, gazing uncertainly at the distorted rift in the sky. What is happening? Is something approaching? Trunks clenched his sword tightly, his palms slick with cold sweat. In the exiled realm, Kronos proclaimed his might, casting a watchful gaze upon the slightly disordered king and salamander, his chaotic will brimming with the desire for annihilation. Enough of idle chatter. It is time to put an end to you and the ridiculous order you cherish. A more terrifying power coalesced within Kronos, indicating his intent to unleash his true strength and conclude the battle. An unprecedented sense of doom enveloped the hearts of all who represented order. The king and salamander exchanged a determined glance. They must do everything in their power to thwart Kronos. The final battle was imminent. Chapter 147, The Origin. Kronos' expanding chaotic form radiated an aura that sent tremors through the multiverse, with the end of destruction looming ever closer. The king and the dragon god salamander locked eyes. In that fleeting moment of connection, it felt as if eons had passed, and no words were needed. Their resolve was unmistakably clear. Goku, the king's calm voice, for the first time, carried a subtle undertone of urgency, resonating deeply within the hearts of both Sun Goku and Super Saiyan Goku. The two Gokus jolted in surprise, gazing at the diminutive figure. With the current strength of Salamander and myself, we can no longer prevent Kronos. The king's voice continued, while he and Salamander darted like phantoms amidst the terrifying onslaught unleashed by Kronos. Rule denial and life's ode. once again strained to dissolve an attack potent enough to obliterate the multiverse, yet their auras visibly weakened. You have learned from the Grand Priest that the king, while wielding his powers, calmly recounted, "Salamander and I were originally one and the same before our birth. We later divided into two entities, governing destruction and creation, respectively." The staff in Dragon God Salamander's hand radiated an endless emerald light, shielding against a chaotic thunderbolt that rent the fabric of time and space. His voice, aged yet wise, echoed to halt Kronos, who is on the brink of entering the realm of origins. We must revert our powers to their primal energy form. However, Super Saiyan Goku interjected urgently, "If that happens, you will lose consciousness." The Omni King unequivocally affirmed his conjecture, as the diminutive figure stood resolutely amidst the chaotic tempest, akin to an unyielding rock. "Our individual consciousness shall dissipate, returning to the most pristine source of power. Yet, this force requires a vessel, an entity capable of enduring and mastering it." Salama's gaze fell upon Sun Wukong, his eyes brimming with approval and acknowledgement. "I have been observing you all along, Sun Wukong. Your pure heart and your profound understanding of life and creation surpass that of most deities. You have indeed not disappointed me." He then turned his attention to Super Sun Wukong, adding, "And you, your comprehension of the essence of destruction and your unwavering commitment to guardianship are equally the keys that resonate with us. Only the two of you, with the essence of energy perfectly attuned to us, stand as the sole potential recipients of our entire power, capable of merging with it completely." The voice of the Omni King was resolute. Only thus could there be a glimmer of hope to transcend the looming threat of Kronos. The two Sun Wukongs were momentarily taken aback, instantly grasping the implications of the Omni King and Salama's choice, that they were to trade their eternal existence for a chance at ultimate victory. "We are willing," the two Sun Wukongs declared, their resolve unwavering. To safeguard all universes and protect everything they cherished, they were prepared to shoulder any burden. "But this means that you too." Wukong's voice was laden with reluctance. No need for further words. The Omni King gently interjected, his tone retaining its calmness yet imbued with an undeniable finality. "This is our choice and our duty." Salama nodded with a smile. The continuity of life inherently accompanies sacrifice and legacy. Our consciousness may slumber, yet the laws of order and life will find new interpretations through you. The idle chatter must come to an end. Kronos' frigid will descended with a thunderous might. Having evidently perceived their intentions, though he held little regard for the potential of mere insects to stir trouble, he abhorred any unforeseen circumstances. Chaotic great rupture. A far more terrifying assault erupted, as countless chaotic beams, potent enough to unravel primordial laws, rained down upon the Omni King and Salama like a torrential storm of death. Now is the moment. The Omni King and Salama simultaneously unleashed a mighty shout. A profoundly pure violet radiance emanated from the Omni King, transcending mere authority to embody the fundamental powers of destruction and order. Salama transformed into an endless torrent of emerald life, the very source of creation and miracles. The two forces instantaneously intertwined, coalescing into a splendid, indescribable primordial light, a brilliance so pure and powerful that it temporarily withstood Kronos' chaotic rupture. "Wukong." The harmonious voice of the Omni King and Salama resonated like the final toll of a bell, echoing throughout the heavens and the earth. The two Sun Wukongs, understanding the gravity of the moment, their eyes resolute, transformed into two streaks of shimmering silver and dark violet, unhesitatingly racing toward the primordial light. "Foolishness," Kronos scoffed. A spear of chaos, honed to perfection, swiftly coalescing and transcending time and space, aimed directly at the two Sun Wukongs as they soared toward the primordial light. This strike transcended the realm of thought, fierce enough to deliver a fatal blow. The hearts of all the Order warriors raced with trepidation. Bardock's eyes widened in desperation, yet he was powerless to intervene. In this critical moment, a soft chime resonated, akin to the shattering of crystal. The terrifying spear of chaos was gently shattered by a slender staff, radiating a gentle rainbow light, mere millimeters from the two Gokus. The Grand Priest, unbeknownst to them, he had quietly appeared in the path of this lethal assault, his gray-white hair gently swaying, his countenance still adorned with a respectful and gentle expression. Yet his gaze was sharp enough to pierce through all illusions. He calmly retracted the staff and gazed serenely at the immense Lord of Chaos. Kronos. The Grand Priest slightly bowed, his manners impeccable, yet his tone remained neither submissive nor arrogant. This path is impassable. Kronos' attack was thwarted, and for the first time, the colossal gaze of chaos truly focused on the Grand Priest, a flicker of uncertainty emerging within its icy resolve. How could you so effortlessly block my strike? Kronos' voice bore an inquisitive tone. Your power. Why did you not join the Omni King and the others in their assault? Had the three of you united, perhaps the outcome would have been different. The Grand Priest smiled faintly, an inscrutable expression gracing his features. The will of the Omni King is my guiding principle. Now that a choice has been made, I shall safeguard the process of that choice. As for whether to act or when to act, I shall deliberate accordingly. Kronos fell silent, its chaotic thoughts racing. The strength exhibited by the Grand Priest undoubtedly reached their level, perhaps even delving deeper into the unfathomable. This variable had entirely surpassed its expectations. It seemed that events were beginning to spiral out of control. In this fleeting pause, the two Gokus had completely plunged into the primordial light. The brilliance instantly engulfed them. An unimaginable surge of energy surged into every cell of their bodies, every strand of their souls. This was the primal force of the entire Order universe, the source of life and regulation. Goku felt his heart of creation expanding exponentially in a frenzy, with countless forms of life he had never conceived, cosmic wonders, and frameworks of laws flooding into his consciousness like a torrent, nearly overwhelming his mind. Meanwhile, Ultra Goku sensed his source of destruction being ignited to its utmost potential. Yet this time, the end of destruction no longer led to nothingness, but intertwined with the force of creation, cycling and giving rise to a profound state of rebirth and continuation. Their bodies shone radiantly under the onslaught of this energy, their forms beginning to waver, as if they might dissolve into this primordial light. However, just as they believed this was a mere infusion of power, an anomaly arose. The two forces within them, along with the essence of the Omni King and Zalama, seemed to be drawn towards a higher realm, resonating in an unfathomable harmony. What is this? Goku was astonished to find his body uncontrollably moving towards Ultra Goku. His body was acting on its own. Super Saiyan Goku also sensed a powerful pull emanating from his counterpart. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the two Gokus were inexorably drawn together by the resplendent primal light, culminating in a tremendous collision. Contrary to expectations of an explosion, what erupted was an unprecedented, radiant burst of platinum brilliance. This luminescence was so sacred, so vast, and so warm, yet it harbored a terrifying power that could make even Kronos furrow his brow. The light instantaneously spread, enveloping the entire battlefield and even penetrating the realm of exile, illuminating countless interconnected timelines. On Earth, Vegeta, Trunks, and others, along with future Trunks and Gohan from the timeline, felt an ineffable sense of comfort and warmth within this radiance. Their previous fears and heart palpitations swept away. As the brilliance gradually receded, it ultimately coalesced into a figure suspended in midair. When the crowd discerned this figure, they were left utterly speechless, struck with awe. It was no longer either of the two Gokus, but rather a completely new, fused entity. He possessed long hair that shimmered like platinum, emanating a gentle yet eternal glow. At the tips, a faint swirl of lavender and emerald could be discerned, symbolizing the flawless amalgamation of two primordial forces. His visage melded the contours of both Gokus, appearing even more handsome and perfect, with calm and profound eyes. The left pupil radiated an infinite vitality in a vibrant green, while the right gleamed a silvery white, as if perceiving the end of all things. With each blink, it seemed as though countless universes were born and perished. His physique was well-proportioned and upright, enveloped not in a raging aura, but in a delicate, nebula-like halo of platinum light, within which subtle emerald runes and dark purple lightning flickered, exuding a divine, approachable, yet unfathomable aura. He donned a pristine white battle suit adorned with purple and green patterns, simple yet noble in design, as if it were the very embodiment of cosmic law. He stood there quietly, as though he had become the fulcrum of the entire world, with all laws bowing to him in reverence and joy. Slowly, he opened his eyes. The unique hues of his irises swept across the battlefield, and wherever his gaze fell, the shattered space began to mend itself, and the tumultuous, chaotic energy turned docile. He gently clenched his fist, savoring an unprecedented power within him, transcending all comprehension. A faint smile gracing his lips as if he had come to a profound realization. I am the Origin Goku. His voice resonated with calm magnetism, echoing like a divine decree in the hearts of every living being. The high priest gazed upon this newly birthed existence, a genuine, deeply satisfied smile gracing his face as he slightly bowed. Welcome to your birth. For the first time, the immense chaotic form of Kronos recoiled slightly from that platinum figure. He sensed a genuine, origin power capable of threatening his very existence. Chapter 148. The Significance of Battle. In the realm of origin, Wukong hovered in the air, bathed in a platinum radiance akin to a gentle yet newly risen sun, illuminating the fragmented land of exile and transcending the barriers of time and space, casting its light upon every universe and corner under the dominion of the Omni King. Beneath this sacred luminescence, an ineffable sensation of profound emotion and reverence welled up from the depths of the souls of all orderly beings. It was not a pressure, but rather a natural intimacy and heartfelt joy, reminiscent of a wanderer returning home, witnessing the source of life itself. In the 12th universe of the Omni King's domain, countless beings across myriad planets, regardless of their civilizational forms, found themselves irresistibly drawn to cease their activities, gazing at the sky where this extraordinary and warm light emanated, their spirits enveloped in unparalleled tranquility and peace. Many beings instinctively knelt, not out of compulsion, but as an expression of their deepest gratitude to the divine creator and guardian of their existence. The angels smiled with satisfaction, bowing slightly. On Earth in the 7th universe, Bulma, Krillin, Piccolo, Gohan, Chi-Chi, and Xiao Fong, all who knew Sun Wukong, distinctly felt the familiar aura within that brilliance, yet it was intertwined with an incomprehensible, transcendent divinity. This essence undoubtedly belonged to Wukong. Krillin's voice trembled with excitement, yet it was utterly different. It was overwhelmingly vast. Piccolo clenched his fists, his green visage brimming with astonishment. What realm has Sun achieved? Bulma gazed at the sky, thinking how this fool always manages to create such a commotion. At the border of the world, Vegeta stood in stunned silence, perceiving the gentle yet awe-inspiring aura that traversed endless time and space, enough to dim the light of any deity. His tightly clenched fists gradually relaxed, and his once straightened back seemed to soften. After a moment of silence, he murmured in a tone imbued with complexity, an amalgamation of reluctance, acceptance, and ultimate acknowledgement. Kakarot, this time you have utterly triumphed. You have completely surpassed me, and indeed, all others. In this moment, the pride of the Saiyan prince bowed in genuine submission before the true origin. This was not humiliation, but rather the final acknowledgement of a peak he could never hope to reach. In the land of exile, the colossal form of Kronos trembled violently, sensing an unprecedented threat emanating from that platinum figure. It was not merely a crushing of power levels, but an essential restraint. The ultimate fusion of order and life stood in stark opposition to his chaos and void. Impossible. I am the end of all things. How could I be obstructed by this forcibly amalgamated power? Kronos roared in fury, the chaotic energy of the entire land of exile seething like boiling water. He summoned all his strength, even at the cost of burning his essence, to unleash his final attack. The end of chaos, the silence of all things. In the face of this assault, all colors, sounds, energies, materials, and laws lost their meaning, leaving only eternal nothingness. Yet, Wukong in his origin merely raised his hand calmly. His movements were so gentle, as if brushing away the dew from the petals. In the light of origin, era of creation, there were no earth-shattering explosions, no violent collisions of laws. The force capable of annihilating everything, the end of chaos, upon encountering the seemingly soft platinum light, melted away silently like snow in the blazing sun, transforming into something new. The desolate void was redefined, blossoming into vibrant life. The chaotic tumult was untangled, reverting to a harmonious flow of energy. Thus, the ultimate strike of Kronos was effortlessly dissolved into nothingness. No, Kronos unleashed an incredulous roar of rage. The gaze of Origin Wukong remained tranquil, reflecting the chaotic and colossal essence of Kronos within his mismatched eyes. Chaos was not the end. Origin Wukong spoke, his voice resonating like the harmonious chorus of countless beings, akin to the rhythmic motion of the cosmos. He too was a vital link in the cycle, yet should not consume all. Your existence has become unbalanced. He extended a finger, gently pointing towards Kronos. Return to your rightful place. A pure and pristine pillar of platinum light, embodying definition, creation, life, order, and destruction. The very essence of all primordial forces, pierced through the chaotic core of Kronos in an instant. I shall not yield. The will of Kronos emitted a final, resentful shriek, as his colossal chaotic form began to disintegrate from within, not into nothingness, but thoroughly purified and reshaped by the light of origin, reverting to the most primal and gentle flow of chaotic energy, gradually dissipating into the depths of exile. Perhaps, in billions of years, it would give rise to a new, balanced chaotic consciousness. As Kronos faded, the remaining chaotic demons emitted desperate wails. Their source of power had vanished, and their existence began to grow increasingly unstable. Majin Wukong cast a sweeping glance over them. Purification, with the utterance of his command. Gentle platinum light surged across the battlefield like a tide. All creatures tainted by chaos, within that radiance, were cleansed, their chaotic essence swiftly receding, reverting to their original pure forms of energy or matter, and the brutality and desire for destruction within their consciousness were entirely purified. The pure chaotic demons, like Kronos, were decomposed, purified, and returned to their origins. An ultimate crisis capable of overturning the entirety of the King's world was resolved in the understated gestures of Majin Wukong. The battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stood in awe, rendered speechless by this miraculous power. However, after vanquishing all foes, there was no joy of victory on Majin Wukong's face. He gazed down at his hands, a complex emotion flickering within his mismatched eyes. He felt the boundless power within him and sensed two familiar fragments of consciousness gradually dissipating, traces of the king and Salama's final existence. This power is profound, Majin Wukong murmured to himself, but it should not have been obtained in such a manner. In the astonished gazes of all, he made a resolute decision. What will you do? The high priest seemed to sense something and softly inquired, revive them. The Majin Goku calmly responded, this power inherently belongs to them. It is most fitting to use it to bring them back. However, Amoxie could not help but interject, such immense power, and you would simply relinquish it? The Majin Goku displayed a familiar, radiant smile reminiscent of Sun Wukong, though it appeared even more divine on his new visage. Power can always be cultivated anew. Besides, this is not solely mine to possess. With that, he hesitated no longer. He spread his arms wide as an overwhelming surge of origin energy began to pour forth from within him, no longer intended for combat, but infused with tenderness and the essence of life. The platinum light illuminated the cosmos once more, but this time, the core of the radiance gradually coalesced and took form. All beings held their breath in anticipation. Within the luminescence, two figures began to take shape. Finally, as the light dissipated, the figures of the Omni King and the dragon god Salama re-emerged in the void, their eyes reflecting a fleeting confusion of being newly revived, which quickly transformed into clarity. They immediately grasped the situation. The Omni King blinked at the Majin Goku with wide eyes. Salama stroked his beard, gazing at him with a complex expression, Sun Wukong you. The Majin Goku, or rather, the amalgamation of powers rapidly diminishing at that moment, offered them a weary yet joyful smile. Welcome back. As the power faded, his body erupted with a brilliant light once more, his form beginning to waver. Moments later, the light subsided. In its place, Super Saiyan Goku and Sun Wukong hovered there, slightly drained, gasping for breath. Though weakened, their eyes sparkled with vitality. They had reverted to their normal states. The Omni King and Salama exchanged glances, recognizing the mutual comfort and emotion reflected in each other's eyes. What an extraordinary choice, Salama remarked. The Omni King nodded in agreement, though he spoke not a word, his gaze towards the two Gokus now infused with a newfound camaraderie akin to that of friends. With the crisis averted, all of creation began to revive. The warriors and deities returned to their respective universes through the portal opened by the high priest. Following brief farewells and pleasantries, each returned to their realms. The Omni King and Salama stood atop the palace, contentedly observing the two Gokus preparing to return to their respective timelines. This time, we owe you both a great deal, Salama smiled. It was nothing. Everyone worked hard. Super Goku chuckled, scratching his head. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement with a smile. From now on, we must continue to safeguard our universes. The Omni King unusually expressed a few more words. Rest assured. The two Gokus responded in unison. After exchanging farewells, Super Goku returned to Earth in the 7th universe, while Sun Wukong journeyed through time. On Earth in the 7th universe. At Bulma's residence, a grand celebration was underway. Super Goku animatedly recounted the thrilling battles in the exiled realm, the terror of the Chaos Demon God, the sacrifices of the Omni King and Salama, and the astonishing fusion that culminated in the birth of the Origin God. Then, in an instant, I transformed into a magnificent beam of light alongside that being. And then, with a bang, I effortlessly erased the colossal figure of Kronos with just a single finger. He gestured dramatically. Around him, Bulma, Krillin, Piccolo, Gohan, Buu, Android 18, Mr. Satan, and even Master Roshi were left utterly astonished, gasping in disbelief. Goodness! The Grand Zeno and the Dragon God are actually one and the same? The Lord of Chaos, more formidable than the Grand Zeno, the God of Origins. To accomplish such a feat with a mere finger, Mr. Goku, how outrageous! Vegeta leaned against the wall, arms crossed, scoffing lightly, yet remarkably refraining from any rebuttal or mockery. Silently listening instead. After Goku finished speaking, he picked up a large piece of meat and took a bite, mumbling indistinctly. But in the end, I returned the power. Otherwise, the Grand Zeno and the Dragon God Wu Ti have been able to return. The crowd erupted once again, astonished and admiring Goku's choice. Truly, only you would make such a decision, Goku, Krillin remarked, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Father is indeed the greatest, Gohan proclaimed proudly. The gathering was filled with laughter and joy, basking in the warmth of survival and camaraderie. In the realm of time and space, at the base of Mount Paozu, the setting sun bathed the small house in a cozy orange glow. Chi-Chi was bustling in the kitchen, preparing dinner. Yet she felt an inexplicable flutter of anticipation in her heart. Suddenly, she sensed something, turning abruptly towards the door. After a moment's hesitation, she wiped her hands and approached the entrance, taking a deep breath before opening the door. Standing outside was the figure she longed for day and night, Son Goku. Clad in his familiar orange martial arts uniform, his face dusty yet adorned with a warm, sunlit smile. Chi-Chi, he greeted with a relaxed and comforting tone. I'm back. Chi-Chi's eyes instantly glistened with tears. She fought to hold them back, simply nodding vigorously. It's good you're back. Dinner is almost ready. Come in. Her voice held a hint of playful reproach, yet it was overshadowed by an undeniable sense of relief and joy. That night, the family gathered together. Son Goku cradled Gohan's second child, a charming little boy, animatedly recounting his adventure stories, of course omitting the excessively perilous and grave details, focusing instead on the peculiarities of the universe and powerful foes. The infant was delightfully entertained by his exaggerated expressions and gestures. Little Pan smiled as she watched her grandfather and her child. Chi-Chi, while tidying up the dishes, listened intently, occasionally chiming in with a teasing remark. Honestly, every time you go out, it makes me worry. Beneath the warm glow of the light, the family radiated harmony. Outside the window, the starry sky was dazzling and serene, as if the cataclysmic crisis that had once threatened the multiverse had never occurred. Yet for Son Goku, preserving such ordinary warmth was the ultimate meaning behind his relentless quest for strength and his continual battles. The end of the tale. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for the support from all friends. This book was originally meant to conclude with the Dragon of the End, but upon seeing new ideas suggested by friends, I decided to continue writing. Perhaps the subsequent chapters may not meet expectations, yet at least it didn't end abruptly. I have kept my promise. Once again, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the friends who have persevered to the very end.